As the only SSS-level Beastmaster among humans, the Titan Great Ape is seen as a threat by the higher-ups of humanity due to its immense power. Thus, during another violent operation, I was betrayed by my teammates. In the end, I had no choice. I self-destructed, taking myself and the myriad races of the cosmos with me. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back at the awakening ceremony from 10 years ago. A blue electronic screen appeared in my mind, indicating that the gene system had activated the host. I could strengthen myself by hunting and stealing gene fragments from my opponents. I could also accumulate fragments to exchange for divine beast evolution genes. In my past life, my Titan giant had immense power, but unfortunately, it was too slow and easily pulled apart. Now I have a way to make up for that, and in this life, I will surely reach the pinnacle of the universe. At this moment, several men in matching uniforms stood in the center of the awakening platform. I recognized their identities. They were members of a special organization from the Manhwa kingdom, the Reverse Scale, responsible for matters related to beast transformation. Whether it's awakening beast masters or suppressing those who lose control, it's all handled by the Reverse Scale organization. I must inform you in advance, anyone among you who shows signs of losing control will be killed on the spot, the Reverse Scale captain said expressionlessly. Now the awakening begins. With a wave of his hand, the Reverse Scale captain signaled the trainees to step onto the specialized equipment one by one. Lu Zizhong transformed into a beast, stabilizing the spirit of the gray wolf. Yang Lan transformed into a beast, stabilizing the spirit of the mole. Xing Chen transformed into a beast, stabilizing the spirit of the giant ape. As the awakening process progressed, countless ferocious beasts appeared on the playground. At this moment, I had evolved into a 14-meter-tall giant, weighing up to 800,000 grams, making me the largest beast on the playground. My fur was jet black and shiny, my eyes were ablaze, my muscles were taut, and my body contained an unmatched, terrifying power. This is too fierce, it's like a savage beast. I remember that the giant ape species was already extinct, right? Two fully transformed giant lizards lost control of their spirits. Be careful, his beast head is poisonous. Suddenly, a commotion erupted not far from the playground. It sounded like someone had lost control of their beast transformation. My hearing was exceptionally sharp. Upon hearing the words lost control, I immediately dropped to all fours and ran. I needed to steal gene fragments, and now that a lost control case had appeared, I couldn't let it slip away. Moments later, a 2.5-meter-long Komodo dragon appeared before me, its beastly intent filled with a blood-red killing aura. Everyone step aside, we will handle this. His jungle members surrounded us, unbuttoning their uniforms as they prepared to activate their beast techniques. If the jungle intervenes, I won't be able to steal the gene fragments. There was no need to hide, my mind raced and quickly made a decision. I transformed into a giant ape and lunged forward, striking down with my fists in front of the Reverse Scale members, driving the giant lizard deep into the ground. After successfully striking the ground, I didn't hesitate. I firmly pressed my right leg down on the giant lizard's neck to prevent it from retaliating desperately. Let me show you the power of the giant ape. I took a deep breath and roared, raising my fists. I began to pound down in succession. Each strike caused the ground to tremble. Both the trainees and the Reverse Scale members were stunned by my frenzied attacks. If not for the clarity in my eyes, everyone would think I was also a lost control case. This guy is too fierce. The giant lizard hasn't even struck yet and is about to be beaten to death. Captain, can we recruit this kid into the jungle? He seems like a promising talent. I was so caught up in the fight that I didn't hear the discussions around me. I took another breath, and at that moment, all my muscles tightened and surged. My right fist came crashing down on the giant lizard like a cannonball. Several bones snapped instantly, producing a piercing cracking sound. With a sudden blow to its head, it ceased to breathe the next moment, allowing me to steal toxic gene fragments and speed gene fragments. Upon hearing the system prompt, I finally relaxed. My muscles absorbed the gene fragments as I silently chanted in my heart. The next moment, a strange sensation coursed through my body. My speed had slightly increased, and toxic organs had developed in my beast mouth, capable of secreting poison through my teeth. The gene system is indeed powerful. It allowed a seemingly unrelated beastmaster giant ape to gain the power of toxins. Perhaps in the future, I could even grow wings and soar with terror. This student, would you be willing to join the Reverse Scale? With our systematic training, you could become a powerful beastmaster in 10 years, the captain of the Reverse Scale team approached. I silently scoffed and transformed back into human form. Sorry, 10 years is too long, I have my own path to follow. Before the Reverse Scale captain could respond, I straightforwardly declined the invitation and turned to leave the playground. Declining the Reverse Scale was trivial in my eyes. My primary task now was to hunt down those who had lost control and seek opportunities to strengthen myself from my past life. Currently, my beast transformation level was 1, and I needed at least 3 blood tonic potions to advance. Then, I opened my phone map and quickly searched for a specific address. This is it. At this moment in the Shadow City arena, I walked straight to the reception window and said to the staff, "I want to sign up. Please help me arrange to compete as soon as possible." Upon seeing my youthful face, the staff couldn't help but show a look of doubt. "Little brother, do you know that you have to sign a death waiver to enter the arena?" I nodded. I proactively reached out to grab a form and quickly filled in the details. "You're already crazy at such a young age. I can only wish you luck in your first match. I'll arrange it for half an hour later. Go get ready." I smiled and nodded, "Thank you." As I entered the arena, I took a deep breath. The smell of blood in the air excited me. At this moment, a life and death battle was underway in the arena, pitting the Mad Dog against the Ghost Wolf. I was deeply impressed by the Mad Dog. He was truly a legend. In his past life, the Mad Dog was a Beastmaster who started as a level 1 Beastmaster and killed his way through with a single strike. In the end, he heroically sacrificed himself surrounded by the myriad races of the stars, taking an entire clan of enemies with him before dying. He was both a madman and a hero guarding the Earth's core. This man could be worth talking to. If I could recruit him under my command, he would surely be a valuable asset. I casually found a seat and began to watch the Mad Dog's life and death struggle. In the center of the arena, a black-backed wolf dog over 2 meters tall was baring its teeth, staring its opponent into trembling. The wolf clearly has a genetic dominance over the dog, but the Mad Dog's wild momentum actually intimidated the Shadow Wolf. After all, the Shadow Wolf is just a human beast transformer and does not possess the unwavering fighting spirit of a true wild beast. What are you afraid of? Go up and bite him to death. How could a wolf be afraid of a dog? The audience roared loudly, trying to provoke the ghostly wolf to unleash its full power. The Mad Dog seizes the opportunity, stopping the sudden kick, darting away like a black lightning towards the ghostly wolf. The eyes were filled with terror, and he, larger than a rabid dog, unexpectedly turned and ran, attempting to delay the opponent's attack. Surrender is not possible. Once the beast fighting match begins, only one beast transformer is allowed to survive. I don't know when, but the rabid dog unexpectedly appeared on the path where the ghost wolf was fleeing. 2 mouths fiercely biting, actually gnawed off a large piece of flesh. The ghostly wolf just let out a wail, and the next second its throat was torn by the rabid dog. The scream abruptly stopped. "Dog brother is awesome." The dog won invincibly, and the betting audience immediately cheered. Taichin's next match between the Brown Bear and the Titan in Shadow City is always a closely followed event by the staff. Just as they finished clearing the body of the ghost wolf, the announcement immediately reported the next contestants. Titan is the title I gave myself, and I wonder what kind of genetic fragments the Brown Bear can bring me as I walk towards the center of the arena. Where did this little baby come from? I'll take you apart and make soup to drink later. The Brown Bear is a burly figure with a face full of flesh, and he picked his nose. An evil smile appeared on the face. "I don't know how much your bear paw can sell for after being chopped off, but I've also made a strong statement. This is the process of the beast fighting competition, which can boost our side's momentum. This guy is really crazy and wants to chop off a bear's paw," and the onlookers around him are discussing it, their eyes full of excitement. Some wealthy individuals even started to yell, "Kill, kill, kill, let's compete for the bear paw, I'll buy it for 2 million. I smiled and waved to that rich guy, "Big brother, get the money ready." Listening to the audience's uproar, the brown bear's face turned ashen. The internal force operates instantly. The whole person transformed into a towering creature over 3 meters tall, with a large round head, a strong physique, raised shoulders, and 2 sturdy arms wielding sharp bear-like paws that are extremely frightening. "I want to tear you apart." The fierce roar of the brown-chested native rock. I smiled slightly, exerting force to operate, and the giant ape form instantly appeared in the arena. When the nearly 1-ton heavy primordial beast appears, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, and the entire venue fell silent in an instant. A moment later, the noisy discussion suddenly erupted. "Such a big monster is taller and stronger than a brown bear, and the monster is so crazy." The bell signaling the start of the competition interrupted the audience's discussion, while the brown bear beast merely locked onto my figure, feeling a bit anxious in my heart, not expecting this kid to grow so big. "Aren't you supposed to be making soup with me? Why are you still standing there? Did I scare you silly?" I sneered coldly, ran wildly on all fours. "I am not here to play. I must fight quickly and decisively to improve the efficiency of plundering gene fragments." Looking for death, being so enraged, the brown bear also let out a roar and started running wildly on all fours. 2 giant beasts crashed into each other with a huge sound. At this moment, I tightly grasped the 2 arms of the brown bear, activated all my muscles, and began to wrestle with its powerful strength. I couldn't hold on for too long. The brown bear, powerless, was raging because it was being pushed back little by little, even crushing the concrete floor. I am filled with the intention of scheming amidst the sand, and the long-lost state of battle makes me extremely excited. I suddenly pulled away, and the brown bear, which was trying to fight back with all its strength, didn't react at all, and when a fierce one pounced, it fell to the ground and landed like a dead dog. You are already dead. Hearing my voice, the brown bear hurriedly turned to cut, but was blinded by the shadows all around. It turns out that our tall knight, the righteous daughter, is falling with great force, smashing everything. This is a distance close to a heavy presence, and ordinary beast transformers simply cannot resist it. Another loud sound came. The entire center of the venue is shrouded in rising smoke and ash, with fragments of plundered power, speed, and usage. I walk slowly out of the area shrouded in ash, holding an unknown palm in my right hand. Which big brother just wanted to buy bear paws? Please bring money to take them. I haven't turned back into human form, but I'm roaring in the arena with this giant ape voice. Europe going to the local tyrant did not break his promise, and he raised his hand gesture with great excitement, saying I will add another 1 million, just consider it a reward for you at that time. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers. The boss is generous, truly an amazing eye. I chuckled and nodded, thanking the audience for their support. Soon, the staff entered and dragged the unbearable brown bear away. After seeing the human form, I walked towards the backstage. You are quite good. I want to have a match with you under dim lights. A lean man didn't even raise his head, as if he were talking to himself. I sat in the seat opposite the man and said, I actually want to be friends with you. How about it, Your Majesty? Mr. Rabbit raised his head and looked at me with a languid gaze. I don't need friends, all Beastmasters are my potential opponents. No, you really need me, I said confidently. I know how to save your wife. Upon hearing this, the rabid dog suddenly erupted in anger and threw a heavy punch at me. However, I was already prepared and dodged the righteous fist of the earth-level beast transformation. I needed to explain clearly, otherwise, I would regard you as the reason for the current situation harming my wife. I smiled faintly and slowly spoke, your wife suffers from half-beast syndrome, which is caused by a genetic defect. No one, his rabid pupils contracted, hurriedly asked, how do you know this? After he got sick, he never went out again. There's no need to ask about these details. Saving your wife is the key, isn't it? I sat down casually again. You are right, for him, I am willing to do anything. The rabid dog took a deep breath. Unexpectedly bowed to me. I apologize to you, I was just emotional earlier. Being able to bend and stretch, indeed a real man. Let's be friends. We can help each other. My name is Duan Fong, a level 1 beast transformation user, Mad Dog, and a level 1 beast transformation user, Giant Ape. After the two got to know each other initially, they shook hands. Face to face again, sitting down. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. 3% of the global population suffers from lycanthropy syndrome. I am ready to prepare the blood tonic for the first treatment for your wife. Duan Fong, with some confusion, asked, but his body was extremely weak, and he could hardly eat any ordinary food or blood tonic medicine. Could it not be poison? Dilute the chi and blood potion to 1/10,000th with water. In my previous life, I experienced similar events and am already very familiar with the treatment process. I explained in detail that the first treatment course is to replenish the deficiency of chi and blood, which can ensure the patient's safety. Without chi and blood, how can your wife progress? After hearing this explanation, Showdown suddenly realized and slapped his thigh, got up and walked to the door. He turned back to express his gratitude and said, I'll go try it first and come back to thank you. It's just a small effort. Go ahead. I waved goodbye. After Duan Fong left, I leaned back and rested on the chair. The plan to recruit the strong from my past life had a good start, which made me feel very pleased. After obtaining 3 blood and chi potions and being promoted to the earth level, one can begin to search for opportunities from the previous life. On the other side, a stunningly beautiful woman in the upper office of the Colosseum is savoring a rich red wine. In front of her is a scene of my battle, with comments about it, an 18-year-old first-level camp wine venue that is still all about instant kills, indeed a good seed worth cultivating. Lin Yuyan reveals a hint of interest in her eyes. Thinking of this, Lin Yuyan immediately took out her phone and made a call, trying a gentler approach, not too forceful. This person is of great use to me, he is the boss. I glanced at my watch, the time showed 8 in the morning. I had a painful all-nighter, often instant killing my opponents and collecting quite a few gene fragments. Open the personal panel, and I silently chant a phrase, and the data panel of my body immediately appears. Beast Transformation person has the same feelings as Beast Transformation form Giant Ape level power 20 speed 15, vitality 900. Gene ability toxin secretion. Just by spending one night, my speed improved, 5 o'clock. Can the Titan boss give us an autograph? Just then, a pair of youthful and beautiful sisters approached, their eyes filled with admiration, like infatuated girls who had just seen their idol brother. I didn't speak, but instead looked up and down at the sister flowers. These two young girls are full of youth, with smiles like flowers, and they are also wearing JK uniforms. Very much like a campus goddess. Don't test me. If your boss is interested, I don't mind talking to her. Upon hearing this, the girls were suddenly stunned. They thought the other party was a naive little kid who would be easily charmed by their allure. After the two looked at each other, one spoke up, "Little brother, your beast fighting achievements last night were truly impressive. Our boss appreciates it very much. I would like to ask you to meet and chat." No problem, no misunderstanding. The sisters brought me to an office, knocked on the office door, and the younger sister gently announced inside that Mr. Sheen, the boss, was here to invite him in. A charming voice came from inside the office, casually stirring one's heart. I stepped forward and what came into view was a stunningly beautiful and sexy woman. She sat elegantly in the boss's chair. "Hello, what should I call you?" Like someone who doesn't care at all, completely unconcerned about Lin Yuyen's beauty. "My surname is Lin Yuyen." There is inevitably a little surprise in my heart, as there are few men who can remain calm after seeing me. "Boss Lin, what brings you here? Let's speak frankly and openly." I am sitting across from the desk with a calm expression on my face. I don't want to waste too much time. After all, opportunities can be taken away at any moment. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. Lin Yuyen smiled lightly and said, "I intend to cultivate a comfort team, Mr. Sheen. Are you interested? You will be responsible for leading the team, and I will not interfere at all. You just need to listen to me at critical moments. As for benefits and treatment, it will be based on the senior management position in the Beast Arena. Every month, I will additionally give you 5 healing potions." With those beautiful eyes of yours, I smiled and said, "What a generous offer. Am I really that trustworthy?" Lin Yuyen stared at my face and confidently said, "Pleasant, no need to doubt those who are employed." I accepted it, I nodded, and then said, "Squad, arrange the other personnel as soon as possible, and call me to ask when everyone is ready." Who is the boss after all? Originally, Lin Yuyen had recruited a good candidate and was in a very good mood, but this guy just has a complicated mindset. Unexpectedly ordered him to do things. After leaving Shadow City, the time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I hurried home without stopping. You need to take 3 doses of chi and blood medicine to strive for promotion to the Earth level tonight. Lin Yuyen's decision is certainly for the sake of growth, because the arena is the only place where one can kill freely and efficiently plunder genetic fragments. Then, I suddenly poured 3 health potions into my mouth. Then, I jumped into the icy water of the forecast in one swift motion, even my head submerged in the Beastifier in my hands. Clear Sky Beast transformation form, giant source level low power 40, speed 30, health 1200 genetic ability. Toxin secretion hardening. After Bone Armor glanced at the personal panel, I smiled. I was promoted in just 2 days. You know, in my previous life, it took me a whole year to barely reach such a level. I need more opportunities. Tonight's target is the Thunder Leopard Skull. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I step out of the house again. At the same time, in the wilderness, a shifty-eyed man asks his companion, "Is there really treasure here? Who would bury something here?" The strong man who was questioned pointed to the moonlight illuminating the small woods, "And you can rest assured that there must be treasures in your heart. I saw a blue beam of light shooting out from the woods yesterday." Then what are we waiting for? Let's just dig and take it away. Hearing his companion's answer, Li Jinda's eyes lit up, urging his companion to take action. Dai Huan pointed to the surrounding bushes and whispered, "Someone saw it yesterday as well. There might be people hiding nearby." At that moment, they saw a figure walking straight into the small forest, not knowing when he had appeared. There really is a fool who went straight in, just in time to help us scout. Li Zhengda also noticed this and unconsciously revealed a hint of a mocking smile. In less than 10 minutes, the figure came out, and he had an elf in his hand. The beast bone seemed to be the head of some animal. A sharp sound, the sound of electricity instantly spread in the outskirts of the East District. Dazzling, lightning flashed crazily as the Thunder Leopard Skull was obtained. Next is the defense time. I smiled and stuffed the beast bone into the backpack. I didn't walk forward anymore. Instead, I stopped and looked around. "Come out, today is today." My voice echoed around, but received no response. "Don't hide anymore. With your 3-legged cat princess playing hide and seek with kids, you're always the first to be caught." I eat and smile, then change in the next second. As a giant primordial beast, the giant ape roars, shaking the mountains and forests. Damn, what has this guy slimmed down to? It's so big. Li Jinda looked at the giant ape that was nearly 5 meters tall, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. His beastly form is the plague technique, With a body length of only 1.5 meters, how could it be a match for the giant ape? At this time, more and more people began to gather in the suburbs of the East District, and my strong appearance forced them to reveal themselves. Are you coming one by one, or in groups? I show a hint of confidence, my smile is robust, and the Yuan tribe suddenly kicks out with a loud rumble. Seeing such a fierce giant ape, the beast transformers all show difficult expressions. At this moment, a young and impulsive blonde guy walked out of the crowd. I will take the lead, you all follow me to kill him. After taking a look at my giant ape body, I activated Beastification the next second. Become a strong rhinoceros. Okay, follow brother Huangmao, we'll grab the treasure and then divide the work. The other beast transformists are also ignited, their fighting enthusiasm. One after another, they launched Beastification hardening armor. I remained unfazed and directly activated the genetic abilities I obtained from my promotion. Quickly, a layer of white bone material appeared all over the giant ape, looking very hard. It's like an ancient general's battle armor. The yellow-haired brother beast suddenly shrinks. The confidence in my heart instantly diminished by more than half. What kind of monster is this? Its size is so large, and it even has a layer of defensive bone armor. No matter, more than 20 beast transformants can definitely take it down. After stealing his resolve, brother Huangmao let out an angry roar and charged forward with unstoppable momentum, his horn sharp and fierce, like a giant machine breaking through and rushing forward. Here it comes. I spread my arms wide and take a step forward, not dodging or avoiding, directly confronting the fierce rhinoceros. This person is really bold, no matter how big the size, they can't face a rhino charge. Seeing this scene, Legenda found it somewhat hard to believe. Dai Hung scratched his head, guessing that he might want to forcibly stop the charge with strength, which is too fierce. The rhino can reach a speed of 50 kilometers per hour and, in just a few seconds, collided with the giant ape. What astonished the beast tamers was that this unstoppable rhinoceros was forcibly killed by the giant ape. The entire rhino's head was firmly pressed into the ground by the original wall, and the back half of its body flew up towards the sky due to inertia. In the next life, never become a leader. After I whispered a word to the rhino, my whole body tensed up, and my right fist shot out like a cannonball, precisely smashing into the opponent's head's fatal spot. To Plunder Power Fragment 1, Speed Fragment 1 Keratin Fragment 1 Store Keratin Fragment, use other fragments, after I silently recite in my heart. Looking up at the beast transformation, Yuan Ma was calm as water, yet hidden within was the intent of a great massacre. This group of people had long been ruthlessly dealt with by me. The fierce methods scared away the soul, and in just 10 seconds, took down the tough Huang Mao Gu. Then wouldn't it take only 5 seconds to take them down? Monster steady, monster run fast? Accompanied by a few terrified shouts, the beast transformers scattered and fled, resembling a frightened flock of chickens. They were truly scared out of their wits. This was the worst group of beast transformers I have ever seen. I didn't chase after them, I just transformed back into human form and walked towards home. Although I follow the method of killing, I will not kill indiscriminately. The yellow-haired brother is just used to warn others, who told him he wanted to be the one to stand out. After returning home, I took out the surprising loot and began to examine it carefully. The skull of the thunder leopard from a past life was brought back to life by a man named Dai Hong. I remember he was a beastified black cat, and after obtaining the skull, he evolved into a thunder leopard cat. It seems that I have also been promoted to the Regi gene system for analysis. I silently recite my life and place the thunder leopard skull on the coffee table. When the thunder leopard skull possesses thunder genes. After listening to the system analysis of the speed gene 5, I was also a bit surprised that this small skull actually contains 10 thunder genes. It's hard to imagine how powerful a living thunder leopard would be. Extract gene fragments and issue commands with my full anticipation. Moments later, the skull of the thunder leopard began to rapidly decompose until it finally turned into a pile of ashes. The thunderous power contained within has already transferred into my body, a rich and violent force. After feeling the power of thunder, I couldn't help but exclaim that in my past life I walked a path of power. Although it was incredibly domineering and quite heavy, when facing those agile enemies, I would often be pulled and kite. Now, not only has my speed attribute grown, also gained the power of thunder that can be released remotely, no longer having to be a kite. The next step is to enter Ting Yuan Company and obtain the previous life's opportunity spirit fruit there, but wanting to go in alone is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I wonder if Lin Yuyan has any way. I might as well take a trip to Shadow City. I've made up my mind about the other side. Dai Hong and Li Zhenda also mistakenly sought refuge in the arena. The high-level office of the Colosseum, these two are new members of the Dark Comfort team, Dai Hong and Li Zhenda. Lin Yuyan introduced them to me. After speaking, he turned his head again and said to the two people, "This is your Captain Xingchen from now on, all arrangements will be made according to his orders." Okay, boss. We promise to obey your and the captain's orders. Dai Hong immediately became serious, his expression very excited. He actually became a subordinate of the giant boss. It was simply a bit dreamy. I am asking the proxy brain that I have observed for a lifetime. What is your beastly form? What is level again? I am a municipal level black cat. It is a first level plague art. Dai Hong reacts very quickly and promptly answers the captain's question. Upon hearing this, I was a bit stunned. The beastified black cat Dai Hong. He actually is the one who took the thunderstorm head in my previous life. In this life, I unexpectedly became their subordinate. What about your genetic abilities? After regaining his focus, Qin Shen continued to ask. In dark environments, I can achieve invisibility, Dai Hong said. Li Zhenda also described, I can poison, and I have quite a variety of poisons. For example, I can make enemies have diarrhea, feel dizzy, or even cause internal bleeding. Qin Shen nodded in understanding. That's not bad. You too, this cat and mouse combination, is quite suitable for stealth operations. Haha, cat and mouse. I can't believe you thought of that. Lin Yuyan laughed and interjected. What kind of training do you plan to arrange for them? Naturally, stealth training. Their beastly forms are not suitable for direct combat, but they can be incredibly effective in the shadows, Qin Shen casually explained. He turned to Dai Hong and Li Zhengde and said, your first task is to ambush near Ting Yuan Company and gather information on the company's general movements for 3 days. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. Dai Hong and Li Zhengde did not ask further questions and directly agreed. After all, they had witnessed Captain Qin's might just yesterday and had no room for any small thoughts. Qin Shen waved his hand, signaling the two to start their actions. Once the cat and mouse duo left the office, Lin Yuyan asked in confusion, why go near Ting Yuan Company? That's a giant in Xing US City. Precisely because it's a giant, it presents a challenge, Qin Shen said, sitting down across from Lin Yuyan with a smile. Are you suggesting we have them ambush in this sewer? That would yield no training effect at all. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes narrowing. You are the first person to dare describe Shadow City as a sewer. Aren't you afraid of being buried alive by the Lin family? Would you really let me be buried? Qin Shen replied calmly, his tone indifferent. Lin Yuyan furrowed her brows, casually pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, her red lips parting slightly. Are you teasing me again? Qin Shen shook his head and remained silent. Forget it, you have quite the personality, and I can't be bothered to argue. Lin Yuyan exhaled a puff of smoke softly and said, as long as you do a good job as the Dark Guard captain and help me fend off the Lin family members, what's wrong with having a bit of personality? I can offer you money, power, and beauty. Is that all? Your vision seems a bit limited. A hint of disdain appeared on Qin Shen's face as he fixed his gaze on her captivating eyes, saying, don't you want to control the entire Shadow City? You're just an E-rank beastman. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to talk about such things? Lin Yuyan's attitude suddenly turned cold, and she began to doubt her judgment. After all, Qin Shen's arrogance was excessive. How could a young brat covet Shadow City? It should be noted that the Lin family supported over a dozen B-rank beastmen, who were the core strength guarding Shadow City. If any external forces interfered in the Lin family's internal strife, it would invite catastrophic punishment. Why don't you take another look at what rank I am? Qin Shen pointed to himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan showed a puzzled expression. She concentrated and used her willpower to probe Qin Shen's rank. D rank? After a moment, Boss Lin exclaimed in surprise, I saw you were A rank yesterday, and today you've actually been promoted to D rank. How could it happen so quickly? That's called potential, Qin Shen shrugged and said. Now, do you have the ambition to control Shadow City? Lin Yuyan slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, lazily leaning back in her office chair, beginning to ponder. Today, she wore a dark blue silk qipao, sexy and charming, yet elegant and dignified. Qin Shen unabashedly admired her stunning figure, waiting for Boss Lin's response. He certainly wouldn't be infatuated with beauty, but occasionally appreciating it was still acceptable. I'll give you 6 months. If you can be promoted to C rank, you can become my most trusted confidant. Let's talk about the big plans later. Lin Yuyan set a condition. When she was promoted to C level, it took her 2 full years. If Qin Shen could be promoted to C level within 6 months, it would mean he was an exceptional potential stock. In that case, the plan to compete for the Lin family would have some possibility. That's easy, just don't be too surprised when the time comes. Qin Shen nodded in agreement. With his gene system, he might not even need a few months to be promoted to C level. If he could really help Lin Yuyan take control of Shadow City, he would reap astonishing rewards. You're so young, how could you have such ambition? After discussing serious matters, Lin Yuyan asked with some confusion. Shin shrugged. It wouldn't be interesting if I told you. I want to keep it mysterious for you to discover on your own. Humph, just a little brat, and you like to show off. Lin Yuyan retorted with annoyance. Shin ignored her words and threw out a request. Can you let me into Ting Yuan Company just once? Hearing this, Lin Yuyan was taken aback. What do you want to go in for? Although our Lin family has shares in that company, it's quite troublesome to let outsiders in. Just to take a look, I'm not doing anything bad. Shin didn't say it outright. Lin Yuyan looked at him suspiciously and said, it seems you don't have any merits to pay the price right now. Just then bang, 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 urgent knocking sounded from outside the office. Boss, Lin Yoshuan's people are causing trouble at the Beast Arena, we can't hold them off. Upon hearing this, Shin couldn't help but smile knowingly. He said to Lin Yuyan, see, the merits are coming to you. Lin Xiao is ordered, the Beast Arena is to suspend operations. Two burly men stood at the entrance of the Beast Arena, forcibly driving away the incoming guests. Their rough behavior naturally sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd. What the hell, not doing business in broad daylight? The big store bullies the customers, I won't come back again. What Lin Xiao? Isn't the owner of the Beast Arena Lin Demarin? The guests grumbled as they turned back, just in time to run into Lin Yuyan and her group. Sensing the powerful aura of the beautiful boss, they quickly moved to the sides of the road, preparing to watch the show. Fight for me. Without a second thought, Boss Lin issued the order, more decisive than any man. Hearing this, her bodyguards surged out, transforming into beast forms, charging towards the opponents. As the captain of the Dark Guard, Shin didn't need to act immediately. He curiously asked, what relation does Lin Yushan have to you, that he dares to overstep? He is my half-brother, always thinking about the Beast Arena, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Lin Yuyan explained casually, her expression indifferent. If it weren't for the old man spoiling this waste, I would have buried him long ago. The wealthy families are indeed ruthless, there is no affection among siblings, only the struggle for interests. He currently manages several entertainment venues, but their profits aren't as high as the Beast Arena, and his power isn't as strong as mine, so he's getting jealous and causing me trouble every day. Lin Yuyan continued. Before Qin Shen could respond, a huge red wolf was suddenly thrown over, landing right near Lin Yuyan. The opponent was truly arrogant, daring to directly challenge a member of the Lin family. This was a blatant act of hostility. Qin Shen reacted quickly, grabbing Lin Yuyan's slender arm and pulling her to the side to dodge. Bang! The red wolf crashed to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth and nose, its eyes already hollow and lifeless, clearly on the brink of death. This guy was one of Lin Yuyan's subordinates, with decent strength, yet he was easily taken down by the opponent. Looks like your brother is serious, Qin Shen said. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes as she slowly said, kill him, and I'll send you into Ting Yuan Company. Qin Shen released the beautiful woman's arm and smiled, I was just waiting for you to say that. Roar! A shocking roar erupted as a terrifying ape beast suddenly appeared near the entrance. The beast's eyes contained a fierce intent to kill, and its massive body even blocked the dazzling neon lights. Who is this guy? Why is there no information about him in the intel? Looking at the ferocious giant ape, the two big men felt a hint of panic in their hearts. Rumbled, without any hesitation, Qin Shen activated his beast transformation and immediately charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Don't be afraid, let's go together. The two men gritted their teeth and quickly assumed a defensive stance. One was a fierce lion 3 meters long, and the other was a vicious vulture with a wingspan of 2.5 meters, both D-level beast transformers. However, Qin Shen noticed that the two men's steps were unsteady and their bodies were bloated, likely due to excessive drug use. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the sound of a chilling wind, both men simultaneously struck at the giant ape with their beast claws. Logically, if the beast claws hit, the giant ape would at least shed some skin or lose some flesh, even if it didn't die. But facing the dangerous attack, Qin Shen did not retreat. Instead, he boldly charged forward. The two men were overjoyed, increasing the power of their beast claw attacks. This guy is so big, I didn't expect him to be so dumb that he doesn't even know to dodge. Ha ha, watch me tear open his abdomen. Hearing such arrogant remarks, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. He silently chanted in his heart, and his genetic ability activated instantly. Hardened bone armor. In the next second, a set of hard, bony armor appeared on the giant ape. The sharp beast claws struck, leaving only shallow white marks. Oh no, we've been tricked. The two beast transformers looked on in horror. Qin Shen did not pause. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a heavy punch, instantly knocking over the lion beast closest to him. Bang! The giant ape lifted its massive foot and stomped down with tremendous force, directly breaking the lion beast's spine. But that wasn't the end. Qin Shen transformed his punch into a palm strike, delivering a fierce palm blade to the enemy's vital point. The lion beast didn't even have time to scream before its consciousness faded away. Battles among beasts are often quick and decisive. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. Gained power gene *1, speed gene *1, bite gene *1. After hearing the system prompt, Qin Shen kicked the lion beast's corpse aside. Watch your back. Not far away, Lin Yuyan, who was closely watching the battle, shouted loudly. Qin Shen immediately twisted his waist and turned around, sweeping his ape arm to accurately grab the vulture that was sneaking up on him. He had already sensed the enemy's position and didn't need a reminder. Those who sneak attack me will die a terrible death. Qin Shen roared at the vulture, grabbing its two wings and starting to tear with all his might. You can't kill me, I am young Master Lin's confidant. The vulture cried out in pain, invoking Lin Yoshuan's name. Qin Shen sneered, sorry, you're my first achievement, no one can save you. With a loud rip under the immense force, the roots of the vulture's wings were severely torn, blood gushing out. Young master, save me, I don't want to die. The vulture cried out in agony, now disregarding everything. Surviving was the most important thing. Let him go. A deep male voice rang out from a distance. Qin Shen looked over curiously and saw a man in luxurious clothing. He was accompanied by a large group of followers, striding over with great momentum. Lin Yuxian, you've crossed the line. Lin Yuyan, unwilling to back down, stood in the middle of the road with the remaining thugs. Cross what line? The beast arena should belong to me. Lin Yuxian shouted, you, a concubine, can fool the old man, but you can't fool me. This guy used the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children to humiliate Lin Yuyan, just to assert that he was the legitimate heir of the Lin family. Now, let my man go, and have that gorilla kneel and apologize to me. Seeing that Lin Yuyan did not respond, Lin Yoshuan's momentum grew even stronger, and he even directed his ire at Qin Shen. He didn't recognize the giant ape species and generically referred to Qin Shen as a gorilla. Lin Yuyan sneered, you think you can make me back down? Do you believe I'll bury you? You dare? Lin Yuxian glared furiously, not expecting this woman to hide her murderous intent at all. Crack, a strange sound suddenly echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to look, only to find a pair of broken wings fallen into a pool of blood. Someone had actually taken advantage of the siblings' quarrel to quietly tear off the vulture's wings. In the next life, don't ever ambush me. Qin Shen, unfazed by the tense atmosphere, whispered to the half-dead vulture before sending it off to the afterlife. Speed gene *1, corruption gene *1, wing gene *1, collecting 20 gene fragments can grant a higher level of genetic power. Seeing his trusted subordinate die on the spot, Lin Yuxian was furious. He pointed at Qin Shen and shouted, dare to provoke me? You won't leave Shadow City today. Shadow City isn't yours to decide alone. Lin Yuyan retorted immediately, not only can he leave Shadow City safely, but he can also witness your death. Hearing this, Qin Shen laughed. He had to admit, standing behind a woman felt quite extraordinary. Lin Yuyan was quite protective, collaborating with her was indeed a good choice. Want to kill me? You might be disappointed. Lin Yuxian suddenly calmed down, his expression turning sinister as he said, the family meeting is about to convene, and the profit issues of the beast arena will be exposed. Once you lose your power, just wait and see how I torture you to death. So that's your trump card? I thought you were more formidable, Lin Yuyan said nonchalantly, pointing at the entertainment venue not far away, which was Lin Yoshuan's property. It seems there are quite a few problems in your territory as well, we might as well die together. We'll see about that. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Yoshuan's face, clearly hitting a sore spot. He hurriedly gathered his subordinates and left. Clean this place up. We'll reopen in an hour, Lin Yuyan instructed her subordinates. Qin Shen walked over to her, curious, and asked, is the beast arena really in trouble? This question concerned his interests, so he needed clarity. The revenue of the beast arena is decreasing, and I've tried many methods, but nothing has improved, Lin Yuyan sighed. Unknowingly, her trust in Qin Shen had grown very high, as she didn't hide the situation at all. Qin Shen stroked his chin and tentatively asked, how about I give it a try? You? Lin Yuyan glanced at Qin Shen with a hint of disdain in her tone. You do have skills in combat, I won't deny that, but you're only 18. What do you know about running a business? Wait until I return from Tingyuan, and I'll show you what a business genius is. Qin Shen flashed a confident smile. Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes held some skepticism, but she still said, you sure talk big. Get ready, in 2 days, I'll send you to Tingyuan Company. In these 2 days, Qin Shen didn't go out looking for opportunities but stayed in Shadow City to compete. Firstly, to help Lin Yuyan maintain her popularity, as his fighting was pleasing to the eye and could attract many customers to tip, making him a rising star in the beast arena. Secondly, to continue collecting gene fragments in preparation for entering Ting Yuan Company. Although Qin Shen didn't plan to cause trouble, he still needed to ensure his own strength in case of unexpected events. Titan invincible! Titan invincible! At this moment, the pair of sisters under Lin Yuyan were wearing sexy cheerleader outfits, cheering for Qin Shen from the stands. Their future task was to serve Qin Shen, essentially acting as personal maids. I'm so envious, I want a pair of sisters too. Cut it out, do you think you're a Titan boss? Others have fought for so long without a single defeat. Many competitors were drawn to the twin sisters, immediately feeling envy and jealousy. They had spent a long time in the arena, fighting desperately just to win some prizes and money. Qin Shen had only been here for a week and already possessed what they dreamed of: beauty, status, fame, and wealth. By the way, can the Mad Dog take on the Titan? Someone compared the two's combat abilities. That guy is way crazier than the Titan, maybe he could win. Please, just look at the size difference, someone retorted immediately. The Titan's physique is almost on par with a C-class beastman. No matter how wild the Mad Dog is, he's just a rabid dog, how could he possibly win? Indeed, you're right, a deep male voice sounded from behind the competitors. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the figure, they were instantly terrified, their hands and feet trembling, faces pale. The speaker was none other than the Mad Dog, Duan Feng. The Titan is already invincible among D-class. I can't beat him, Duan Feng said, seemingly unfazed by the competitors' expressions. He was actually quite surprised. The last time they met, that guy was still E-class. In just a few days, Qin Shen had surpassed him. Brother Duan, I spoke without thinking, please don't take it to heart. The one who had just mocked Duan Feng immediately showed a pleading expression, bowing repeatedly to apologize. He knew Duan Feng's temperament, mad and relentless. If he didn't quickly beg for mercy, he might not see the moon tonight. I'm in a good mood today, I won't kill you. Duan Feng's attitude shocked the competitors. He said lightly, to avoid disaster, you go give the Titan a 5 million reward, consider it a ransom for your life. Hey, okay, brother, I'll go reward him right away. That guy was already so scared he was beside himself, not daring to ask why, and he dashed off to pay. After earning Qin Shen some extra cash, Duan Feng ignored the others and found a spot to sit down, preparing to watch the upcoming match. How about we also go reward a bit, for peace of mind? The competitors began to ponder. They had thought the Mad Dog would clash with the Titan, but unexpectedly, Duan Feng directly backed down, even offering a gift, which left them utterly confused. It seems we'll have to recognize the Titan as our big brother from now on. The competitors' expressions were somewhat complex. In the next match, the Titan faces the salamander. The sudden announcement ignited the atmosphere, and the audience cheered enthusiastically, waving their arms and dancing. The Titan will definitely win. I've bet my entire fortune. If I win, I'll buy a club. If I lose, I'll go to the rooftop. The salamander is tough, right? I remember he's an old face. That guy has extremely strong recovery abilities and likes to drag his opponents to death. Hearing the announcement, Qin Shen stood up from the bench and walked toward the center of the arena. His next opponent was quite troublesome. According to the intel, the salamander possessed two genetic abilities, neurotoxin and regeneration. Both of us have toxin abilities. Whoever poisons the opponent first will have the advantage. Qin Shen squinted, contemplating his strategy. My toxin can paralyze muscles and inhibit blood coagulation, which just happens to counter his regeneration ability. Even if the toxin fails, I can use lightning to suppress cellular healing. At that moment, a plump man waddled out from backstage. This guy seemed to lack stamina. After just a few steps, he began to breathe heavily. Forget fighting. It felt like he was about to collapse on the ground. Are you the Titan? After resting for a moment, the fat man grinned broadly. My name is Duyu. Nice to meet you. Qin Shen was somewhat surprised. He had heard that this fat man had a brutal personality and poor character, so how could he be so polite? This morning, I saw you with two beautiful ladies. Why not let them come to me? Before Qin Shen could process this, Duyu revealed his true colors. This guy is clearly a lecherous fiend. Upon seeing Qin Shen with a pair of beautiful sisters, he immediately harbored lustful intentions. As long as you hand them over, I'll let you go, Duyu said, lewd and arrogant, making him utterly detestable. Ugh. The audience quickly booed, wanting to see an intense and thrilling battle, not the lewd words and actions of a pervert. I've heard that salamanders have medicinal value. Which boss is willing to make a bid? Qin Shen did not respond directly to Duyu but instead posed a question to the audience. Just looking at him is disgusting. Don't even mention medicinal use. I wouldn't take him for free. This guy should be thrown into the sewer. The audience was not as enthusiastic as when they bought Bear Paws, all showing expressions of disdain. After receiving these responses, Qin faced Yu, shrugged helplessly, and said, "You're out of luck, no one wants to buy, so your fate will be to be reduced to nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, a roar erupted. Qin, standing at 1.8 meters tall, instantly transformed into a gigantic beast, his roar echoing throughout the entire arena. Faced with the earth-shattering roar, Yu's face turned pale, but after steadying his mind, he immediately activated his beast transformation. A sticky salamander over 3 meters long appeared in the arena, its body plump and cylindrical, dragging a long, flattened tail. It was clear that this guy was a D-class mutant, having broken through the evolutionary limits of the salamander species. Ordinary beast transformers would indeed find him difficult to deal with. "Sister, this guy looks really disgusting." On the stands, the younger sister, Yenyu, frowned, her face full of disdain. It was truly nauseating that fat guy dared to covet both sisters. In contrast to him, the clean and composed Qin appeared even more charming. Yan Shui smiled and said, "Then let's not look at him. Look at Brother Qin, so handsome and strong, like a bodyguard of the gods. Yeah, Brother Qin can definitely take him down." Yenyu clenched her delicate fists and turned her gaze back to the center of the arena. "It doesn't matter if you don't let me have them, as long as I kill you, I can take them." Yu leered. He suddenly moved his limbs, rushing towards Qin, his beastly mouth swelling rapidly, as if gathering something. "He's going to spray poison." Qin stepped back, ready to dodge at any moment. The salamander's toxin primarily affects the nervous system. Once poisoned, it would hinder nerve conduction, leaving the opponent paralyzed or even dead. If Qin were hit by this attack, he could very well become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Salamander venom. Yu opened his beastly mouth wide, and a murky, sticky liquid shot out like a water arrow. His attack method was very similar to that of poison dart frogs in tropical jungles, shooting venomous arrows at enemies. This is bad. With the Titan's massive size, he's practically a live target in front of the poison arrow. The fans in the stands were sweating nervously. This little bit of toxin shouldn't scare the Titan, right? What do you know? Salamander venom is exceptionally fierce. Just a few grams can kill an adult male. This poison arrow has at least a few hundred grams. The Titan can't withstand it. Facing the deadly attack, Qin remained calm, his expression showing no signs of disturbance. He slightly shifted his steps, using his powerful arms to push off the ground, and surprisingly performed a nimble somersault, easily dodging the poison arrow. Seeing this scene, the entire arena erupted in astonishment. They never expected that the gigantic Titan could move with such agility. It was like a heavily armored tank effortlessly drifting on a mountain road, even using drainage ditches to make turns. In the stands, Duanfeng squinted, secretly amazed by Qin's speed. Such a large beast had agility that was comparable to his own rabid dog. This person has extraordinary potential. I need to make plans early. Duanfeng fell into deep thought. Seeing his attack easily dodged, Yu felt a surge of anger? His beastly eyes radiated fury, and with a snap of his jaws, he spat out a sky full of poison arrows. They formed a rain of arrows that surrounded and trapped Qin, blocking all his escape routes. "Let's see how you run." Yu laughed maniacally. "This is my self-created ultimate technique, the poison rain arrow formation. Once this formation is unleashed, there will be no survivors." Qin looked at the rain of arrows with an expressionless face. The war crises he had experienced were far more terrifying than this petty skirmish. "Run? Why should I run?" The giant ape suddenly raised its arms and slammed them down onto the ground with all its might. Boom! The earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the entire beast-fighting arena, causing many spectators' ears to ring painfully. Qin, incredibly fierce, lifted a massive stone from the shattered ground and easily held it above his head. The rapidly shooting poison arrows fell onto the stone, turning into pools of foul-smelling pus. They were neurotoxins and had no corrosive effect, unable to damage non-biological entities at all. Damn it! Seeing his ultimate technique easily neutralized by a broken stone, Yu was even more furious and humiliated. Once the rain of arrows completely dissipated, Qin wasted no time and launched a fierce attack. His arm muscles bulged, thick veins coiling around them like long snakes. Whoosh! The massive stone, originally used to block the rain of arrows, tore through the air, making a series of whistling sounds, like a giant cannonball. As the stone soared toward him, Yu forced himself to suppress his trembling body, straining to lift his limbs and retreat rapidly. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin shouted fiercely, dropping to all fours and charging forward. Using the momentum of his charge, the giant ape leaped high and delivered a powerful punch. However, his target was not Yu, but the massive stone flying through the air. Crack! The ape's divine strength instantly shattered the stone, breaking it into a dozen uneven pieces that continued to pursue the frantically fleeing Duyu. Good move, using his own technique against him. On the spectator platform, experienced competitors recognized the cleverness of this maneuver and couldn't help but exclaim, "Big guy, what did you see?" Several newcomers, confused, quickly asked for clarification. "It's simple, the stone is about to hit the ground and can't cause effective damage to Duyu." The Titan shattered it with divine strength, adjusted the attack direction, and re-energized the momentum. The person paused and continued to explain, "But that's not all, he also used the stone fragments to create a stone rain attack, which is precisely the tactic of the poison rain arrow formation." Hiss! The newcomers gasped in shock upon hearing this. "Are you saying the Titan learned to use technique on the spot and returned it in full?" The person nodded, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. "You newcomers shouldn't just call him by his name, you should refer to him as Titan Big Guy." "Thank you for the reminder, we will remember." The newcomers quickly nodded in gratitude. Seeing the swarm of stones coming at him, Duyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. He recognized this stone rain, it was clearly an improved version of the poison rain arrow formation. The Titan's strength was immense, and his learning ability was astonishing. Having seen it just once, he could perfectly replicate his own poison rain arrow formation. "I can't escape, all the dead angles are blocked." Duyu gasped, muttering to himself, "I can only use that one move." Duyu steeled his heart and actually slowed his escape speed, as if brewing some scheme. Bang bang bang! The stones fell one after another, accurately striking the body of the salamander, leaving it battered and bruised. Duyu let out a miserable scream, collapsing helplessly to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds. Shinshen walked over slowly, still holding a sharp-edged stone in his ape-like hand. Duyu's skin contained toxins and could not be touched directly. To attack, he had to rely on external objects. "I beg you, spare my life." Duyu's voice was weak, his appearance pitiful, as he coughed up blood and pleaded for mercy. "I'm willing to give you 10 million, just let me go. Unfortunately, I am a man of my word and will never go back on it." Shinshen's face was expressionless, and he said in a flat tone, "If I want your bones to be gone, then they will definitely be gone." He raised a stone high, preparing to end Duyu's life. "Kill, kill, kill." The audience's eyes sparkled with a fervent killing intent. They were not the kind of people who were easy to deal with. Those who came here only wanted to see thrilling and bloody slaughter. Duyu's eyes were filled with terror as he dragged his injured body, struggling to retreat. Shinshen advanced while forcefully throwing stones, wearing down his opponent's life. This guy was troublesome to kill. The safest method was to crush him to death with stones. "You're really strong. I've been in the arena for 4 years, and this is the first time I've been forced to use my ultimate move." Perhaps due to unbearable pain, Duyu suddenly became extremely ferocious, and the body of the salamander beast began to swell rapidly. Before Shinshen could react, the 3-meter-long salamander suddenly exploded. A torrent of toxins burst forth, forming a torrential rain of poison that enveloped the giant ape above. "Ha ha, did you think I wouldn't self-destruct?" The remaining salamander head lay on the ground, laughing wildly. This was Duyu's regenerative power. Even with just a head, he could survive. "Enjoy it well, your nerves will soon be paralyzed, and your consciousness will be disconnected." Duyu struggled to move his head, looking towards Shinshen. What he didn't expect was that the giant ape stood unharmed in the poison rain, its beastly face showing a human-like mocking expression. Duyu was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that the giant ape was surrounded by a crystal blue glow, and even a rumbling thunder echoed from within. Once the poison rain passed by Shinshen, it instantly evaporated into mist, causing no harm at all. "This is..." Seeing the scene, Duan Feng suddenly stood up, his face showing undisguised astonishment. "Could it be that he has advanced to sea level and can actually use beast power?" Amidst the shouts of the audience, Shinshen slowly walked in front of Duyu. "I already guessed you had a trump card, but unfortunately, my trump card is stronger. I was wrong. Let me go." Before Duyu could finish his words, the giant ape raised its foot, infused with violent thunderous power, and instantly killed him. Due to the high temperature of the thunder, the broken head ignited in flames, and within moments, it turned to a pile of ashes. This was what Shinshen meant by leaving no bones behind. Regenerated genes X5, toxic genes X3, fuse with related genes to obtain new genetic abilities. Hearing the system notification, Shinshen silently recited in his heart, "Use the regenerative genes, fuse with the toxic genes." The power and speed of the salamander were not impressive, and it couldn't even yield related genetic fragments. Fortunately, the regenerative genes served as compensation. They would become Shinshen's key trump card. Open personal panel. Beast Transformist, Shinshen Beast Transformation Form, Giant Ape Level, D Strength, 47 Speed, 35 Vitality, 1290 genetic abilities, dual toxins, hardened bone armor, violent thunder, body regeneration. After carefully sensing, Qin summarized the effects of the new abilities. Dual toxins can secrete two types of toxins with different properties, forms, and lethality. Giant lizard toxin needs to be injected through beast teeth, while salamander toxin can be sprayed directly, equivalent to a ranged skill. Body regeneration requires the consumption of vitality. The more vitality paid, the faster the healing speed, even allowing severed limbs to regrow. Regeneration is my current life-saving ability. If used properly, I will be invincible in battle. With a thought, Qin transformed back into human form. Winner, Titan. At this moment, the broadcast sounded again, and the atmosphere on site ignited to the extreme. The audience shouted Titan's name, their expressions extremely fervent, wishing they could become Qin decade-long fans. Titan's battles are always exciting. No matter how treacherous the opponent, they cannot escape death. Haha, won another 200,000. Titan is truly my lucky star. I really want to have a baby with Titan, so handsome and fierce. As Qin just returned to the contestant backstage, the pair of sexy and beautiful sisters followed him over. Their pretty faces were filled with excitement. If it weren't for the fierce aura surrounding Qin, the two beauties would have already pressed their bodies against him. Brother Qin is so handsome, he decisively took down that fat guy. After praising Qin, Yen tentatively asked, Brother Qin, do you want us to help you with a massage to relax? Yen Shui blinked her big eyes, also eagerly awaiting Qin's response. The two sisters were now in maid roles, eager to serve Qin well. No need, I'm not used to others touching me. Qin chuckled lightly, firmly rejecting the sisters' service. Having spent a long time in the military, he had long been accustomed to being cautious. After all, the two beauties were Lin Youyen's subordinates, and he couldn't easily trust them. If he truly needed maids, he would have to train them himself. Don't take it to heart, I'm not targeting you too. Seeing the sisters a bit anxious, Qin comforted, tonight I'm going to the black market to shop. You two dress up beautifully to give me some face. Okay, we promise not to embarrass Brother Qin. The sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the backstage to prepare for tonight's shopping trip. Your combat power is extremely strong, and your self-control is quite good. It's rare for a young person. In the dim light, Duan Feng's voice rang out. This guy had been waiting backstage for a long time, wanting to have a good chat with Qin. He had personally seen Qin refuse the sisters' service and admired him greatly. In today's chaotic world, it's really rare to find a young person who can resist the temptation of beauty. It's nothing much, I just think a lot. Qin sat down opposite Duan Feng and casually opened a bottle of drink to rinse his mouth. How is your wife's condition? Qin asked knowingly. The fact that Duan Feng could return to the arena indicated that his wife's condition must have improved. Qin asked this to quickly get to the point. Your method is quite good, her health is getting better, and she can even exercise at home now. When talking about his wife, Duan Feng's dead fish eyes softened considerably. That's good to hear. Qin nodded and continued, after 2 months of persistence, you can start the second treatment. I want to know, what is your wife's beast transformation form? My wife is a white dove, but due to the semi-beast transformation, she grew a pair of huge wings ahead of time. And it was precisely because of the burden of these wings that she almost lost her life, Duan Feng sighed. Then it's simple, the second treatment is called supplementing form with form. You need to prepare a sufficient number of white doves for your wife to eat one each day. Qin explained in detail, the genes your wife lacks need to be supplemented from related wild beasts. Fortunately, her beast transformation form is a white dove. If it were something like a lion, tiger, wolf, or leopard, the difficulty of treatment would increase significantly. I see. Duan Feng nodded, pausing for a moment before saying, I'm not good with formalities, but I understand the principle of gratitude. You saved my wife's life, so I owe you one. Hearing this, Qin laughed and asked, what do I need your life for? It's simple. I will follow you and work for you. Duan Feng explained, the undercurrents in Xingyue City are surging, and I need to find a backing. You have great potential and a firm character. I want to take a gamble. Looking at Duan Feng's determined eyes, Qin didn't hesitate much and nodded in agreement. He had originally wanted to recruit the mad dog, and now that they were on the same page, there was no need to be coy. I am now the captain of the Dark Guard in the arena. You should join the Dark Guard team as well, and let's earn some of Boss Lin's salary first, Qin said half-jokingly. Duan Feng was somewhat surprised. He had been courted by Lin Youyen before, but at that time, he had directly refused the invitation to take care of his wife. He didn't expect that Qin had become the captain of the Dark Guard. As a result, Duan Feng ultimately joined the Dark Guard team. Alright, assign me the tasks. Duan Feng was a man of few words, straightforward by nature. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen instructed, Lin Yuxian is eyeing the beast arena, go kill a few of his capable subordinates, but do not reveal your identity. The beast arena was a good development platform, allowing Lin Yuyan to gain control, which aligned more with Qin Shen's interests. As for Lin Yuxian, that guy was already on the brink of death, Qin Shen could kill him at any time. Understood, that's easy. Duan Feng grinned, for a mad dog, killing was the simplest task. He turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Watching the lean figure depart, Qin Shen felt quite pleased. He had successfully recruited a powerful figure from his past life, adding another boost to his path of growth. As night fell, Shadow City was bustling with activity. Countless black market stalls sprang up, with shouts and calls echoing everywhere. Qin Shen had been at the beast arena for almost a week, and his assets had surpassed 20 million. But to be honest, 20 million wasn't much in the black market, it was barely enough for a splurge. Brother Qin, what do you want to buy? I know the black market quite well and can recommend some things. Yen Yu leaned in and asked softly. Sensing the hazy and enchanting fragrance, Qin Shen smiled and said, just browsing for now, I'll consult you later. Hearing this, Yen Yu obediently nodded and stepped back half a pace to show respect. Hey, who is that guy? Why is he walking around with two beauties? The black market was not short of lecherous individuals, and they were practically drooling over the pair of sisters. Who else could it be but the big star of the beast arena, Titan? A knowledgeable person quickly advised, don't go looking for trouble, he kills without blinking. Upon hearing this, the lecherous men quickly fell silent, even turning their backs, no longer daring to covet the sisters. Just the name Titan was enough to scare off the lecherous. This was the reputation Qin Shen wanted. Boss, how much for this? Arriving at a stall, Qin Shen squatted down and casually picked up a bone fragment. This is a dragon's finger bone, a rare treasure, fixed price 30 million. The stall owner was an old man with graying hair. Upon seeing Qin Shen inquire, he immediately exaggerated and even quoted an outrageous price. Qin Shen smiled but said nothing. It was clear the stall owner took him for a foolish rich kid, thinking he could easily swindle him. However, Yen Shui couldn't hold back and immediately scolded. Are you looking for death? When has Earth ever had dragons? Spouting nonsense and daring to ask for such a sky-high price. Look at this thing, do you know who we are? Saying this, Yen Shui revealed a specially made ancient bronze pendant, intricately carved with swirling smoke. Lin family. The old stall owner immediately cowered, quickly putting on a smile. Young master, I was confused. This is clearly a crocodile's finger bone, a fair price of 3,000. From 30 million to 3,000, it was astonishing how just one Lin family pendant could change the price so drastically. Indeed a fair price, I'll take it. Qin Shen smiled as he pocketed the finger bone and walked to the other side. As the accounting maid, Yen Shui paid the stall owner with a huff. Truly looking for death, if you provoke our brother Qin, even hundreds of lives wouldn't be enough for you to live. The old man chuckled awkwardly, I'm getting old and my eyes are failing, I neglected a distinguished guest. I'm truly sorry, thank you for the reminder, miss. Gene system, begin analysis. Qin Shen silently commanded, and the crocodile's finger bone in his hand began to decompose rapidly. Crocodile's finger bone, possessing aquatic gene *1, strength gene *1, bite gene *1. Use all. A smile appeared on Qin Shen's face. Getting 3 attribute points for 3,000 was indeed a huge profit. After casually scattering the ashes of his finger bones, Qin Shen continued to search for his desired items. However, after browsing around, he found nothing as cheap as the finger bones, so he simply stopped. Yen Yu, where can I buy enhancement potions? I want the high-quality kind, Qin Shen asked. Upon hearing the request, Yen Yu immediately introduced, there's a large shop to the east of the black market. Their enhancement potions are the best quality. Let's go check it out. Everyone, we have a new batch of enhancement potions in our store, the latest products from Tingyuan Company, quality guaranteed. The owner of the Jiexin Hall declared confidently. Next to him was a batch of beautifully packaged enhancement potions, prominently displaying the Tingyuan Company logo, clearly smuggled goods. Intermediate blood and energy potions, rapid healing potions, strength enhancement potions, there's nothing you can't find here. The boss is amazing. He can even get the latest potions from Tingyuan, which haven't even been released in Xingyue City yet. Customers praised him repeatedly, admiring his smuggling skills. In 30 minutes, Jiexin Hall will open for sales. The shop assistant shouted loudly, attracting quite a few black market customers. Watching the increasing crowd, Yen Yu leaned close to Qin Shen and said, Brother Qin, we can go inside and wait, no need to squeeze outside. What do you mean? Qin Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. Yen Yue took out the Lin family pendant again and casually waved it at the owner of Jiexin Hall, who immediately approached with a smile. Are you Miss Yo Yen's people? the owner asked warmly, making one feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Yes. Yenyue's demeanor was quite aloof, carrying a hint of Lin Yoyen's aura. Good, please three of you wait in the inner hall. After the products go on sale, someone will introduce them to you, the owner said with a smile. Once inside the inner hall, Qin Chen casually sat down on a sofa. Tomorrow, he would follow Lin Yuyen into Tingyuan. So tonight, he had to improve his combat power. Although 20 million couldn't buy many potions, it could still enhance him a bit. One of the conditions for advancing to sea level is to break through 3,000 in blood and energy value. If I rely solely on blood and energy potions, I'd need at least a dozen, Qin Chen pondered during the wait. Relying entirely on drugs will only dilute my strength. I need more practical combat to solidify my blood and energy foundation. Tap tap tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels gradually approached, as if someone else had entered the inner hall. Qin Chen turned to look and saw an extremely beautiful woman. If Lin Yuyen was a sexy queen, then this woman was a stunning young matron. She exuded a charming and mature aura, her figure hot and alluring, resembling a finely sculpted goddess statue, or a plump, glistening peach that made one drool. Who is this woman? She poses too much, not natural enough. Qin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he asked Yenyue. Her name is Lin Mei, the owner's cousin, Yenyue replied, somewhat shocked that Qin Chen didn't care about such a stunning beauty. It should be noted that Lin Mei was the most beautiful woman in the Lin family, known as the goddess of Shadow City. The sisters were already quite beautiful, but compared to her, they only had about a fifth of her charm. I see, but I think Lin Yuyen has a better temperament. Qin Chen nodded, no longer paying attention to Lin Mei. The two sisters exchanged surprised glances upon hearing this, so brother Qin has a good impression of the owner. Meanwhile, Lin Mei also noticed Yenyue and Yenyu. She had a good relationship with Lin Yuyen, so she recognized the pair of sisters. However, who was the man between them? Go ask that handsome guy what his name is, and invite him over, Lin Mei casually instructed, naturally accompanied by several attendants as the young lady of the Lin family. After she gave the order, one of her followers immediately ran off to inquire. Miss Mei, that gentleman's surname is Qin, and he is Miss Yashua's subordinate. The attendant quickly returned, but his expression was somewhat awkward. However, Mr. Qin declined your invitation without giving a reason. Oh, Lin Mei was a bit surprised. In Shadow City, there was actually someone who wouldn't give her face. She was not only a direct descendant of the Lin family but also a stunning beauty, with status and looks that were among the best. Yet, this handsome young man dared to refuse her. He had quite the nerve. Could it be that he wants to play hard to get with me? Lin Mei scoffed and took the initiative to step forward. Qin Chen, with his extraordinary perception, frowned before Lin Mei could get close. Damn it, this woman is really annoying. I don't want to engage, yet she comes looking for me. Qin Chen felt somewhat displeased. This pampered young lady was not his type at all. He couldn't even be bothered with pleasantries. Little handsome, my sister wants to get to know you, Lin Mei said with a charming smile, elegantly sitting across from Qin Chen. What do you want to know? Qin Chen asked, his expression unchanged. Lin Mei fluttered her eyelashes and asked, I want to know your relationship with Yu Yen. That girl hasn't looked for a man in over 20 years. Why did she choose you? You misunderstood. I am a business partner of Boss Lin. There are no romantic feelings involved, Qin Chen directly denied. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes seemingly filled with sarcasm. It seems you don't understand anything. These two sisters are Yo Yen's trusted maids. If the girl really had no interest, would she let them serve you? The two sisters widened their eyes, completely taken aback by this layer. Could it be that the boss really had feelings for Qin Chen? Oh, and so what? Qin Chen remained unmoved, his eyes narrowing as he slowly said, even if Lin Yuyen is interested in me, that's her business, not mine. I came to Shadow City to do three things: kill, and kill again. Suddenly, a strong aura of battlefield killing intent surged from Qin Chen, his eyes filled with coldness, resembling a fierce beast just released from its cage. Ah! Lin Mei trembled in fright, her face losing color. She had been pampered by her elders and had grown up in a honey jar. How could she possibly be a match for Qin Chen? Humph, so you're a madman, I misjudged you. To salvage her pride, Lin Mei forced herself to appear calm and huffed. Yu Yen is really something. The arena always produces people like you. How can she stand it? Because she has seen enough madmen, so she is bold and meticulous. You, on the other hand, have seen enough softies, naturally making you timid and weak. Qin Chen leaned back on the sofa and said indifferently. You! Hearing such mockery, Lin Mei's pretty face turned red with anger. She was the young lady of the Lin family, a precious gem in the eyes of her elders, yet she was humiliated by a brat in front of her. But thinking of that terrifying gaze from earlier, her momentum immediately weakened. Madman. I will definitely find Yu Yen to teach you a lesson. Unable to deal with Qin Shen, Lin Mei turned and ran in a huff. Seeing this scene, her attendants were shocked and hurriedly chased after her. If something happened to Miss Mei, they would all be buried with her. Brother Qin, why are you targeting Miss Mei? Yan Chua was genuinely puzzled. She had been in Shadow City for so long and had never heard of anyone daring to make things difficult for Lin Mei. People always tended to favor beautiful women, especially someone as powerful and stunning as Lin Mei. It was hard to imagine a conflict arising with her. The moment Qin Shen arrived, he had given Lin Mei a cold shoulder, as if someone owed him money. Qin Shen shrugged and said, "Who told her to look for trouble?" I ignored her, yet she insisted on jumping over to seek attention. At 30 years old, she still acts like a giant baby, running off in a huff after being told a few words. She can't even compare to a single hair of Lin Yuyan. Hearing this, the two sisters were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and quickly advised, "Actually, Miss Mei is quite nice. She never bullies others with her status, and she has a good relationship with the boss, often helping to speak on his behalf. It's fine, her giant baby personality is easy to handle. It was just a little farce earlier, it won't affect Lin Yuyan," Qin Shen said nonchalantly. The sisters showed a helpless expression. Their brother Qin was just too much of a character. No matter what status someone had or how beautiful they were, as long as they annoyed him, he would immediately show his displeasure. "Hey, where is Miss Mei?" The owner of the Jiexin Hall walked in, looking quite puzzled. Lin Mei was personally escorted to the inner hall by him, so how could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Miss Mei had something to attend to and left first. "Boss, you can just entertain us," Yan Yue, as a maid, immediately stepped forward to explain. She could sense that Qin Shen was a bit impatient, so it was best to speed up the shopping. Alright, let me introduce our best-selling products." After all, the three of them were also esteemed guests, and the boss didn't dare to neglect them, quickly having his subordinates bring out a cart full of potions. "No need to introduce, I know more than you do." After being stirred up by Lin Mei, Qin Shen had no time to dawdle. He pointed at the small cart and said, "2 intermediate vitality potions, 1 vitality fusion potion, 1 strength expansion potion, and 1 mental stability potion. I just looked at your price list, and the total for the items mentioned comes to 20 million. Please help me pack them up and send them to the beast fighting arena. Yan Yue, you can go pay now." For a moment, the entire inner hall fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Shen, their expressions somewhat dazed. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Qin Shen stood up and looked around. The owner of Jiexin Hall suddenly came to his senses and quickly waved his hand, saying, no need, I heard you clearly. I will prepare it for you right away." "Brother Qin is amazing, how does he know everything?" Yan Yu said with admiration on her face. "Just a little knowledge, I simply prefer a straightforward style," Qin Shen explained as he walked outside. This was a habit he developed in the resistance army. All actions had to be quick, accurate, and efficient. Because it was a protracted war, with enemies coming from countless stars. If he hesitated or dawdled, it could put the resistance army in a dire situation. "I must speed up. Based on my memories from my past life, the first Star Envoy team will arrive on Earth in 2 months. Looking at the flickering neon lights of Shadow City, Qin Shen silently thought. The minimum strength of the Envoy team is B level. I need to advance at least 2 levels before they arrive to capture them all at once. Accompanied by the 2 maids, Qin Shen headed towards the residence at the beast fighting arena. In my past life, they landed in the southern hemisphere of the Aoya Kingdom and built a massive war base in just a month. To stop them, relying solely on my own strength is not enough. I need at least a team with equal combat power to use tactics like infiltration, assassination, and harassment to eliminate their living forces. I need to recruit more battle maniacs like Mad Dog. Shadow City is a great place to form a team. Whether it's the Lin family or external forces, they must align with my interests." After clarifying his thoughts, Qin Shen bid farewell to the sisters, entered the residence, and waited for the potions to arrive, preparing to start his training for the night. After a night of improvement, Qin Shen's vitality value had already surpassed the 2000 mark. It must be said that spending money could indeed quickly enhance combat power, but as a result, Qin Shen had returned to being broke. "Last night, why did you make my cousin angry?" In the luxurious vehicle, Lin Yuyan suddenly asked. Clearly, Lin Mei had already reported him, and she was here to seek justice. Qin Shen looked out at the scenery and said, "I don't like dealing with rich young ladies, so my tone was a bit harsh." Lin Yuyan glared at him with her beautiful eyes and said irritably, "Well, you see clearly, I am also a young lady from a wealthy family. Your personality is a bit better than hers. I can barely accept that," Qin Shen said, his words very annoying. "Oh, should I thank you for your compliment?" Lin Yuyan rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "My cousin has the best relationship with me and always stands by my side. If you make her angry, I'll deduct your salary." "Don't worry, I know how to handle that kind of foolish woman. I can definitely keep her on your side." Qinshen turned around, his eyes filled with confidence. Lin Yuyan frowned, muttering, "At such a young age, you love to talk big. Have you ever been in a relationship? What makes you think you can handle my cousin? Who says you can only handle women if you've been in a relationship?" Qinshen looked at Lin Yuyan with a strange expression and said, "Don't judge others by yourself. Just because you haven't dated doesn't mean others lack experience." Hearing this, Lin Yuyan was taken aback. After all this, she had brought trouble upon herself and was now being mocked by Qinshen. What are you talking about?" Lin Yuyan said, somewhat exasperated. "The men chasing me could fill Shadow City. I just don't fancy them." "I believe you," Qinshen scoffed and even closed his eyes to rest. "Don't get carried away. Your attitude towards me is getting worse," Lin Yuyan said, feeling furious as she watched Qinshen close his eyes. She shouldn't have indulged Qinshen, making him completely disrespect her as his boss. Those who achieve great things don't sweat the small stuff. "When you take charge of the entire Shadow City, you'll only remember my hard work," Qinshen said slowly. Lin Yuyan was momentarily at a loss for words and could only lean back in her chair, sulking. She didn't know what was wrong. She had never shown her emotions before, yet Qinshen's few words had stirred her anger. "The sisters Yen and Shui were sent out by me to monitor you. Don't think too much. I definitely don't like little boys." Lin Yuyan spoke again after a moment. She needed to clear up the misunderstanding to prevent anyone from getting the wrong idea. "No need to explain. I know all about your little schemes." Qinshen smiled, clearly unconcerned. He had long guessed the true mission of the sisters, so he had never trusted them. It was just a game to him. "You really are a bit infuriating." Lin Yuyan was once again angered by his calm demeanor, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Suddenly, the car slowly came to a stop. A towering tech building, over 100 meters high and covering a vast area, appeared outside the car window. This was the giant enterprise of Xingyue City, Tingyuan Biotech Company. "They have a new product launched today, and I brought you here as a shareholder to observe," Lin Yuyan explained casually, returning to the main topic. Qinshen nodded and unusually said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's hurry inside." Lin Yuyan was somewhat puzzled by his attitude and asked, "Let me confirm again, you're not here to cause trouble, right?" "Tingyuan has a lot of power. I can't handle it alone." As Qinshen opened the car door, he assured her, "It's just to satisfy my curiosity. I have no need to stir up trouble." "All right, I'll trust you this once." Lin Yuyan pushed open the car door, stepping out with her long, sexy legs, and walked alongside Qinshen. At this moment, quite a few people had gathered at the entrance of Tingyuan, likely all there for the product launch. "Hey, who is that beautiful woman?" A young man looked at Lin Yuyan's alluring figure and quickly asked his companion for information. "Oh, she's the Viper of Shadow City. Definitely don't provoke her," a knowledgeable person kindly warned. The young man pouted, "Damn, why are all the Lin women so beautiful? I really want to challenge her." "In that case, I have an idea for young Master Feng." A well-meaning person approached, speaking mysteriously. "The internal strife within the Lin family is escalating, and young Master Feng could get involved. Lin Yoshua will definitely need to seek external support to solidify her position." Hearing this, Feng Qing's face darkened. "Do you think I'm foolish? Who would dare to meddle in the Lin family's internal conflicts? I can't risk the entire Feng family for a woman, can I? Aren't you looking to challenge them?" "High risk brings high rewards," the person laughed heartily. Feng Qing's fell silent again, casting his gaze back to Lin Yuyan. Qinshen followed Boss Lin into the elevator. As a shareholder, the Lin family naturally had the privilege of direct access. The divine cleansing fruit is hidden in a flower pot on the 17th floor. I need to find the perfect opportunity to accidentally end up on the 17th floor. As the elevator slowly ascended, Qinshen formulated a plan in his mind. This product launch event was open to various forces in Xingyue City, and the attendees were incredibly diverse. If Qinshen could incite chaos at the event, causing the various factions to entangle with each other, he could buy enough time to act. The level of chaos must be controlled, otherwise, Tingyuan will seal off the building, search for suspects, and even attract the reverse scale organization. While he was deep in thought, the elevator reached the 28th floor. This was the venue for the launch, still a bit far from Qinshen's target. "What are you thinking about? Come with me, sit in the VIP section," Lin Yuyan asked curiously, having never seen Qinshen lost in thought before. "Nothing much, just thinking Tingyuan is quite wealthy." Qinshen snapped back to reality and casually fabricated a lie. "Hee hee, you really are still a child. Don't worry, I'll take you to see the world in the future." Finally finding a point to tease Qin Chen, Lin Yuyan wouldn't let it go. Immature, who's the real child here? Qin Chen shot back immediately, you can totally test how mature I am. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan's brows furrowed, and she snapped, you're teasing me again. Heh, it feels pretty good. Unlike before, Qin Chen actually admitted to his teasing, catching Lin Yuyan off guard. You. Lin Yuyan was so furious she was at a loss for words, finally understanding her cousin's feelings, wishing she could beat Qin Chen into a pig's head. Stop rambling, let's watch the launch. Qin Chen's tone was flat, showing no intention of sweet-talking her. This guy had been through many battles, and his personality was indeed peculiar. That warm, understanding, and gentle demeanor was hard to find in him. You jerk, when we get back, I'll dock your salary. Lin Yuyan fumed as she sat in the VIP section, secretly vowing, welcome, esteemed guests. Today is the Tingyuan Summer New Product Launch, where we will grandly introduce our newly launched technological products. The host waved his hand, and the curtains on the various exhibition stands were drawn up. Crystal clear enhancement potions, concentrated healing capsules, titanium alloy mechanical beast claws. When these new products were unveiled, the audience gasped in amazement. No wonder Tingyuan could become a giant, they developed world-changing products every quarter, how could they not make money? First, I want to introduce the third-generation Qi and Blood Enhancement Potion. Tingyuan has eliminated 99% of impurities based on the second-generation potion. As a result, the side effects of Qi and Blood Enhancement have been minimized. Everyone no longer needs to worry about weak Qi and Blood and can freely enhance their strength. Upon hearing this introduction, Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. If such a potion were to flow into the black market, it would surely create a sensation. She murmured, if my people take it, their strength could be elevated a level. Don't believe him, the third-generation enhancement potion is just an experimental product, Qin Chen kindly advised. In his previous life, Tingyuan had been involved in a shocking scandal. They actually sell unguaranteed experimental products directly and have raised the prices extremely high. The truth is quite simple, a certain scientist at Tingyuan colluded with company executives to falsify experimental data, allowing the third-generation drug to complete its development process ahead of schedule. How did you find out? Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes were somewhat suspicious. Trust me, you won't lose out, Qin Chen said confidently. Seeing him so certain, Lin Yuyan could only nod in response, alright, then I won't buy it for now. If I really do lose out, I'll deduct it from your salary. Only a fool would worry about a dead salary. I prefer to make extra money, Qin Chen said nonchalantly. The person in charge began to introduce the second product. This is the healing capsule that incorporates the latest technology. It can make minor injuries disappear and help severe injuries recover. As long as a beastman has a breath left, the healing capsule can save their life. Just as Lin Yuyan was about to be shocked, Qin Chen's sarcasm came. What a load of nonsense. Isn't this just a disguised blood-boosting agent? When you take it, it can indeed bring you back to life, but the energy from the expanded blood can easily blow up any beastman. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan looked astonished and lowered her voice to ask, is that true? Does this capsule have problems too? Yeah, there's a mole in their company, all the drugs released this time have issues, Qin Chen explained. What about the alloy beast claws? Lin Yuyan pointed to the third product. It's not developed by the pharmaceutical department, it's actually a good thing. It's just that the target audience is too narrow. Qin Chen elaborated, it's most suitable for disabled beastmen, like those with broken natural beast claws, who can use mechanical beast claws to compensate. Of course, normal beastmen can use it too, it's like having an extra limb, but it requires a long time to adapt. I see. After hearing this explanation, Lin Yuyan immediately lost interest. Her beast form was a bamboo leaf green, and she had no use for mechanical beast claws. Just imagine, a poisonous snake with an extra beast claw, no matter where it was placed, it would be a burden. The third product is a masterpiece from our equipment development department. It can be mounted on any beast body and is an extremely powerful mechanical device. The person in charge lifted the mechanical beast claws with both hands to showcase them to the guests present. Is there anyone willing to come up and try it? Our mechanical beast claws can even be mounted on a human body. Lin Yuyan was playing with her phone, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qin Chen eagerly raising his hand. She immediately shot him a puzzled look, wanting to ask for clarification, but unfortunately, Qin Chen had no time to pay attention to her. Can I give it a try? Not only did he raise his hand, but Qin Chen even stood up to talk to the person in charge, a look of excitement on his face. He disguised himself as a young person very interested in technological products, which was quite misleading. Of course, please come up. The person in charge was delighted to have a guest willing to participate and quickly invited him. You can extend your arm into the slot, and once the device connects successfully, you can operate it freely. The person in charge provided the usage instructions. Qin Shen tried the size of the slot and then deliberately asked, "Is this thing safe? I'm afraid of hurting myself." "Don't worry, it has a 100% safety rate, and I'll be watching closely, nothing will go wrong," the person in charge said confidently. Hearing such a promise, Qin Shen showed a relieved expression and slowly extended his hand into the mechanical slot. Furious thunder. No one would know that Qin Shen had secretly activated his genetic ability. The powerful thunder current instantly paralyzed the control system of the mechanical beast claws. As streaks of crystal blue lightning shot out from the gaps in the mechanical claws, the guests were shocked. "This thing has gone out of control, it's really unreliable." Tan Yuan might be okay with researching drugs, but they have no experience in making equipment. "What's going on? My hand won't move. Help me." Qin Shen's face was filled with terror as he desperately tugged at the mechanical claw with his left hand. The person in charge was pale, knowing that the guests at the press conference were either wealthy or influential. If there were casualties, it would be a huge problem. He repeatedly pressed the shutdown button on the remote control, but it was still ineffective. After all, the control system had been fried by the thunder. Bang! The thunder energy had accumulated to its limit, and under the thrust, the mechanical beast's claw suddenly shot out from Qin Shen's arm. "Run!" The guests scattered in all directions, not wanting to become the first souls claimed by the mechanical claw. Lin Yuyan, in her high heels, also hurried to a safe area. She showed no signs of panic, instead, there was a hint of anger on her pretty face. "Damn Qin Shen, how dare he lie to me and say he wouldn't cause trouble." When someone displayed a personality inconsistent with their usual self, Lin Yuyan sensed something was off. This guy was clearly pretending to be innocent, obviously wanting to create chaos at the venue. Bang! Crackle! After a loud noise, the mechanical beast's claw smashed through a tempered glass exhibition wall. The guests were so frightened that their legs went weak, scrambling to escape. Although they were also beast transformers, they were used to a life of luxury, with almost zero combat experience, who would dare to challenge mechanical equipment. As the thunder energy had not yet dissipated, the mechanical claw soared into the air again, rampaging and turning the entire venue into chaos. Whoosh! A tall figure flashed through the air, accurately grabbing the wildly crashing mechanical claw. His strength was immense, instantly crushing it into metal fragments. "Quickly clean up the scene, gather the injured guests, and provide timely treatment," the burly man instructed his subordinates in a deep voice, his expression indifferent. As the security captain, he had arrived late and failed to protect the new product launch, which was already a serious dereliction of duty. What the hell is the equipment development department doing, allowing the mechanical claw to go out of control? The burly man looked at the fragments in his palm, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor of Ting Yuan Company, a young figure quietly appeared. "Ha!" Qin Shen panted slightly, the tips of his right fingers flickering with violent thunder energy. "Next, it's time to trip the power system." Crackle! The thunder energy transformed into tiny currents, drilling into a nearby socket. Bang! With a loud noise, the 17th floor plunged into darkness. A few seconds later, emergency lights began to flicker on. Using the dim light, Qin Shen started searching for the orchid pot that concealed the purifying divine fruit. Paralyzing the power system was to prevent the cameras on the floor from capturing footage. If his identity was discovered by Ting Yuan, Qin Shen would be in big trouble. What's going on? Is there no staff on the 17th floor? After running a few steps, Qin Shen sensed something was wrong. In the vast floor, he was the only living person, which was quite eerie. Forget it, I'll find the purifying divine fruit and leave. Qin Shen didn't want to complicate matters and headed straight for the office 30 meters away. According to his memories from his past life, that purifying divine fruit was inside. Creak! Qin Shen slowly pushed open the wooden door, confirming it was safe before quickly stepping into the room. He picked up the orchid pot from the table and reached his right hand into the soil to search. Moments later, a crystal-clear fruit appeared before Qin Shen's eyes. Got the purifying divine fruit. Qin Shen couldn't hide his excitement and quickly stored it away. After briefly restoring the scene, he immediately exited the office. At this moment, the entire 17th floor was still eerily quiet. But Qin Shen didn't dawdle, he ran directly into the hallway, preparing to return to the venue. He had been brought in by Lin Yuyan, so he naturally had to let her take him out to reduce his own suspicion. Bang bang bang! A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, sounding like there were quite a few people. Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retreated. Damn it, the 17th floor has actually tripped the power. You mustn't be careless here, hurry up and check the power system. The burly man was somewhat frustrated and quickly directed his subordinates to take action. Today just happened to be his duty day, and misfortunes kept piling up. There was no way he would receive a bonus this month. Yes, Captain. The fully armed security personnel quickly advanced towards the power system on the 17th floor. The 17th floor has always been powered separately and needs daily maintenance. Why did it trip today? A security personnel complained to his partner at the power system. Who knows? Maybe the technicians are conducting some experiments? They always use a massive amount of power. How can an ordinary power system handle that? The security personnel who was repairing nodded and said, "That's true. Look, everything inside is burned out. It can't be fixed in a short time." "Alright, report to the captain immediately and let him make a decision." The two left one after the other. Qin Shen's figure emerged from nearby. He had overheard their conversation clearly. Powered separately. Large-scale experiments. Qin Shen pondered, that means the 17th floor likely has hidden spaces, and these offices are just props to cover their tracks. No wonder no staff have appeared. After guessing the general truth, Qin Shen prepared to find an opportunity to escape. This group of security personnel was of average strength. He could sweep through them without transforming. However, that burly man was not easy to deal with. He was at least a sea-level beast transformer, so he had to wait for him to leave. "I'll go check the laboratory. You all stay outside and wait for someone to come repair the power system." After listening to his subordinate's report, Wang Kai said in a deep voice. He stepped forward and walked to the deepest part of the floor. There was an exhibition wall there, adorned with photos of many outstanding employees. Click! Wang Kai pressed a mechanism, and the entire wall began to slowly pivot, revealing a deep, dark entrance. Once he fully entered the passage, the wall closed again without a trace. Well hidden, it seems this secret is significant. "I'll come back to check it out when I have time." Qin Shen smiled and unleashed a violent thunderbolt from his fingertips. This time, his target was still the power system. Bang bang bang, the loud noise attracted the attention of the security personnel, who rushed over with their weapons. Seeing the raging fire bursting from the power room, they gasped in shock and immediately split up to find fire extinguishers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shen began to escape. His movements were quite strange. Each time he was about to be exposed, he could cleverly slip into the dim areas, just avoiding the security personnel's line of sight. Not bad, I managed to escape successfully without a fight. Once he entered the corridor, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to confront the burly man directly. There was a level difference between them, and he would only suffer losses. Fortunately, that guy left early, otherwise, he would have to hide longer. Seeing Qin Shen approach, Lin Yuyan had a completely displeased expression. "You lied to me." "How did I lie to you?" "The mechanical claw went out of control on its own. It has nothing to do with me," Qin Shen said without needing to prepare a script for his lie. Lin Yuyan glared at him and asked, "Then what were you doing?" "I was so scared by the mechanical claw that I found a safe place to rest." "Is there a problem with that?" Qin Shen shrugged, looking quite innocent. "Humph, do you think I would still believe you?" Lin Yuyan was somewhat angry and turned to leave. "There are too many people here. Let's talk again in Shadow City. You must give me a reasonable explanation today." Touching the divine fruit in his pocket, Qin Shen smiled nonchalantly. "Alright, whatever you want to hear, I can make it up." Lin Yuyan's office. "How about this? I'll tell you a secret about Ting Yuan Company as a small compensation." After being glared at by a certain beauty for a long time, Qin Shen chose to take a step back. Seeing that this guy was willing to back down, Lin Yuyan's anger dissipated a bit. "Alright, you speak." She wasn't angry because of Ting Yuan, but rather displeased with Qin Shen's attitude. After being deceived by this guy for so long, did she still need to maintain her face as the boss? Tang Yuan is conducting secret experiments, likely related to their beast transformation project, Qin Shen said. In his previous life, he had already suspected the beast transformation. After noticing the anomalies on the 17th floor, Qin Shen felt more certain. The so-called beast transformation was likely a plan to transfer a powerful beast form from others onto clients. Just think about it, how could a beastified mouse be transformed into a beastified tiger? Genes can be slightly adjusted, but a complete transformation is impossible. Even Qin Shen's genetic system only enhanced his giant ape form. It wouldn't turn him from a giant ape into a giant python. No matter how advanced Ting Yuan's technology was, it couldn't surpass the mysterious system, right? Are you saying that beast transformation is unreliable, or even a scandal for Ting Yuan? Lin Yuyan asked, somewhat curious. Yes, if this matter gets exposed, Ting Yuan will definitely suffer a heavy blow, even collapse entirely. Qin Shen was very confident in his deduction. If Ting Yuan falls, our Lin family's interests will also be harmed. After all, Lin Yuyan was from the Lin family and had to consider her family's welfare. Qin Shen smiled and stood up, saying, "Don't always think about those shares. If Ting Yuan collapses, the major forces will definitely divide it up. By then, the Lin family could gain more. This is the principle of when a whale falls, all things rise." Hearing this, Lin Yuyan lowered her beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Inside the residence, Qin Shen swallowed the Dingshan fruit in one go. The reason he went to great lengths to obtain this fruit was to prepare for his promotion to sea level. There are two conditions for promoting to sea level. First, the previously mentioned blood value must exceed 3,000, and second, one must perceive the beast power within and completely control it. The Dingshan fruit is precisely a good item for enhancing willpower and accelerating the perception of beast power. This kind of fruit is priceless and can easily be auctioned for over 100 million. Even so, it rarely circulates in the market, mostly held by the powerful and wealthy for their children and descendants to use for promotion. This fruit, hidden in an orchid pot, was stolen property from a technician at Tingyuan. In his previous life, this case was precisely uncovered by the reverse scale organization, so Qin Shen knew all the details. That technician would never have thought that the stolen goods known only to him would be taken away by someone else. Qin Shen closed his eyes and began to feel the effects of the Dingshan fruit. There is a saying on Earth that marks E-level Beastifiers as ordinary beasts and D-level Beastifiers as mutated beasts. Regardless of how strong these two levels are, they belong to biological evolution and mutation. But C-level and above represent a new realm. They are marked as extraordinary beasts, completely beyond the category of Earth creatures, having entered a mysterious domain, even comparable to divine beasts of mountains and seas. Take Qin Shen as an example. In his previous life, when he promoted to sea level, he awakened the ability of supergravity. This genetic ability can alter the rules of the world, increasing gravity within a certain range to forcibly suppress enemies, which is extremely abnormal. In his previous life, there was a powerful individual who could only beastify into an ugly crow before reaching sea level, but after promoting to sea level, he transformed into the great sun golden crow from myth, multiplying his combat power by dozens of times. It can be said that sea level is equivalent to a dragon gate. As long as one crosses it, they can transform into a dragon. My willpower has reached the standard, now I just need to accumulate blood value, and I can break through at any time. Qin Shen opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Lin Yuyan had said to give herself half a year to promote to sea level, but now it seemed that in just 2 weeks, he would meet the conditions. Within a month, breaking through 2 levels in succession. If the outside world knew, no one would believe it. Early in the morning, Dai Heng and Li Zhengde returned to Shadow City. Their mission to gather information was complete, and now they were here to report to the captain. "Hey, Lao Dai, have you heard?" Li Zhengde's expression suddenly turned mysterious. In the past couple of days, 7 or 8 people have died over at Lin Yoshuan's place. Dai Heng was somewhat puzzled and asked, "I really didn't know about this, but you've been working with me on the mission. Where did you get the news?" "Humph, who doesn't have a friend in Shadow City?" Li Zhengde said with a hint of pride, explaining, "Lin Yuxian is our creditor, so naturally, I have someone keeping an eye on his movements." "Fine, but if his people are dead, that's their problem. What does it have to do with me? We're dark guards now." Dai Heng dismissed it. Li Zhengde chuckled, "Actually, my thought is quite simple. If Lin Yuxian falls, won't we be off the hook for the debt?" "Hey, I like what you're saying." Dai Heng's eyes lit up. "Why don't we find a chance to take some action?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhengde quickly nodded in agreement. They owed Lin Yuxian a huge sum of money, and the interest was sky high. They could never pay it back even if they worked a lifetime. Since Lin Yuxian was unkind, they too would be unjust, directly cutting off the source and sending the creditor on his way. The direct combat power of Tom and Jerry was indeed lacking, but when it came to underhanded tactics, they were among the best. "Miss Yenyu, do you know where our Captain Qin is?" In the arena, Dai Heng politely asked Yenyu. He knew the sisters were the boss's trusted aides, so he dared not be careless. "Brother Qin is in the boss's office, you can go find him there," Yenyu said. She increasingly suspected that Brother Qin was trying to pursue the boss, as whenever he had free time, he would head to the office. The usually cold and domineering boss hadn't said anything, seemingly tacitly approving of such behavior. "Before you go in, make sure to knock and ask, you mustn't make the situation awkward," Yenyu tilted her head and advised. "Alright, thank you for the reminder, Miss Yenyu." Dai Heng quickly expressed his gratitude. On the way to the office, Li Zhengde whispered, "I can tell, the captain must have a close relationship with the boss." "Tisk, just know it and don't say it out loud," Dai Heng retorted irritably. "Even if they have 8 kids, we have no right to gossip." I was just a bit curious," Li Zhengde said, feeling a bit wronged after being scolded by his brother. Just then, before the two could get close, the office door opened ahead of time. Lin Yuyen was walking out, and upon seeing Dai Hong and Li Zhenda, she suddenly realized, I almost forgot about you two, you're here to find Qin Chen, right? Dai Hong felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, yes, boss, we've completed our mission and are here to report to the captain. Alright, you can go in and talk to him, I have something to attend to. Lin Yuyen seemed quite at ease with Qin Chen, allowing him to guard the office. Take care, boss. After seeing Lin Yuyen off, the two cautiously entered the office. Captain, we are here to report the situation. Qin Chen was sitting on the sofa, idly flipping through a newspaper. Good, you can start. He put away the newspaper and gestured for them to take a seat. After sitting down, Dai Hong began to describe in detail. After lurking in Tingyuan for 3 days, we gathered the following information. The first thing is that every night at 3 o'clock, a heavy truck enters Tingyuan Company, seemingly transporting important assets. There are many guards for the truck, and we couldn't even get close. The second thing is that many internal employees of Tingyuan are colluding with external forces. They have been engaging in small-scale smuggling for a long time, and here are the details of the relevant personnel. The third thing is quite strange. Yesterday's new product launch inexplicably failed, as if the developed equipment went out of control, frightening the guests and causing Tingyuan's stock price to plummet. After the report, Dai Hong looked at Qin Chen with anticipation, wanting to know his opinion. Ahem, not bad, the collected intelligence is useful. Qin Chen coughed lightly, offering a bit of encouragement. There was no need to elaborate on the next two matters. What Qin Chen cared about most was the first one. What on earth required the escort of the guard team in the dead of night? How strong is the truck escort team? Qin Chen suddenly asked. Dai Hong paused for a moment and quickly explained, there are too many of them, we can't get close, but we can be sure that all the guards are sea-level beastmasters. I see, Qin Chen smiled, as if he had already guessed the truth. Dai Hong and his companion were somewhat puzzled but did not dare to ask directly. Qin Chen did not continue on this topic but said to the two, later, come with me to meet the new team member. I don't know if you know him, his nickname is Mad Dog. Upon hearing this name, both Dai Hong and his companion shuddered slightly, seemingly a bit fearful. See Captain, are you talking about Mad Dog Duanfeng? Li Zhengda asked cautiously, wanting to confirm again. Qin Chen did not speak but nodded in affirmation. Dai Hong took a deep breath, feeling quite shocked. Duanfeng was a well-known madman in Xingyue City. Before entering the beast fighting arena, Mad Dog liked to roam around Xingyue City looking for targets to fight. Whether it was a criminal or a rebellious guard, he would kill without hesitation. It was only after being wanted by the entire city that this guy fled to Shadow City, but soon made a name for himself here. It was hard to tell whether it was Boss Lin's power that was strong enough or Captain Qin's face that was big enough for such a person to be willing to join the Dark Guard team. Thinking of this, Dai Hong and his companion's attitude towards Qin Chen became even more respectful. If even Mad Dog was willing to follow Captain Qin's orders, they, as small fry, had to curry favor properly. No need to be formal, the Dark Guard team doesn't do the pretense. Just do your job well, and you can get rich. Qin Chen smiled and stood up to leave. Dai Hong and his companion breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. Shadow City, Paradise Lost Bar. Duanfeng sat alone at the bar, with only a glass of plain water in front of him. No one dared to approach within 10 meters of him, even the bartender trembled as he brought a plate of snacks and then stumbled away. Duanfeng was not the strongest beastmaster, but he was certainly the craziest. No one knew when he would strike. Perhaps a sneeze nearby could provoke a storm of attacks. Creak, the bar door was pushed open by two men, who did not enter directly but stood waiting in place. People looked on curiously, wanting to know who had such a grand entrance that required two men to serve. Could it be a descendant of the Lin family? Who is this young man? I've never seen him before, a few infrequent guests whispered upon seeing Qin Chen walk in. Damn, so it's the Titan. An old hand exclaimed, then quietly explained, he's the new ace of the beast fighting arena, having fought nearly 50 matches without a single loss. That's outrageous, even higher than Mad Dog's record. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Of course, talents emerge in every generation. The old hand described mysteriously, do you remember the salamander? Of course, I just made 3 million off him last month. That guy, though sleazy and disgusting, is incredibly strong. Heh, but it was this kind of person who was beaten to a pulp by Titan. The old hand recounted as if he were Titan himself. Upon hearing this news, the infrequent guests were immediately astonished. The salamander was a highly successful contender, yet he died so tragically. Hey, is Titan looking for trouble with Mad Dog? Seeing Qin Chen and the others walking towards Duanfeng, someone speculated, one is a new ace, and the other is an old powerhouse. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Ah, this. I can't say for sure. How about we take the lead and avoid being caught in the crossfire? Lao Yutiao was clearly a bit flustered. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Feng got up from his seat. In front of everyone, he actually bowed slightly to Qin Chen as a sign of respect. Seeing this action, everyone suddenly realized that the mad dog had long since submitted to Titan. Now, in the arena, there was only one tiger, and that was Titan Qin Chen. Help us find a quiet private room, and make sure we aren't disturbed, Duan Feng said as he turned back. The bartender quickly nodded and hurriedly led a few distinguished guests to the private room. How have you been lately? Qin Chen casually asked as they walked. Duan Feng grinned, we've slaughtered a few pigs, and the pig farm owner is already furious. Next we'll wipe out all the pigs in his farm, leaving that owner with not a penny to earn, Qin Chen sneered. The two people following them couldn't understand this conversation at all. Why were they discussing killing pigs? Was the captain planning to venture into the farming industry? Bang! After the private room door closed, Qin Chen pointed at Dai Hong and the others, saying to Duan Feng, they are dark guards, get to know each other for the upcoming task collaboration. Hello, I'm Duan Feng said in a flat tone. Hello, brother Duan, I've long admired your name and have wanted to meet you. Dai Hong and the others first offered their respects before introducing themselves. After a brief introduction, Duan Feng curiously asked, aren't you two Black Cat and White Mouse? I heard about that duo when I was in Xingyue City. Yes, but that's in the past. Now we are Cat and Mouse, a name given to us by Captain Qin, Dai Hong said understandingly, changing the group name without hesitation. I see, from now on we are teammates, let's help each other, Duan Feng said with a friendly attitude. After all, this was Qin Chen's request. Alright, please guide us more, brother Duan. Dai and Li were very excited. Being teammates with such a strong figure was something to boast about. Lin Yuxian is vying for power with the boss, and he must be dealt with as soon as possible. Qin Chen began planning the task. Hearing this name, Dai and Li were somewhat surprised. So Captain Qin was also going after young Master Lin, which perfectly aligned with their interests. Because old Lin dotes on Lin Yuxian, he can't die just yet. But you can target those around him, whether they are his subordinates or his women, eliminate them all. Qin Chen revealed a ruthlessness that was completely inconsistent with his age, making Dai Hong and Li shudder. They only wanted to trip Lin Yuxian up, but they didn't expect Captain Qin to want to turn young Master Lin into a lonely outcast. Such ruthless killing intent, was this really something an 18-year-old boy should possess? Leave no evidence, don't act in front of outsiders. If absolutely necessary, eliminate the witnesses as well. Qin Chen smiled, showing a hint of an evil villain's demeanor. After experiencing betrayal in his past life, his killing intent had grown stronger, perhaps due to the pent-up rage for revenge that had nowhere to be released. If you don't want to kill innocents indiscriminately, then plan carefully before taking action, Qin Chen said slowly while scanning the three of them. Duan Feng naturally had no objections, he even smiled, fully agreeing with Captain Qin's words. Dai Hong and Li were already sweating profusely. At most, they had only engaged in petty theft and had never truly opened a killing spree. Captain, we will definitely give it our all. After a moment, Dai Hong came to a realization. They had already become dark guards, so they might as well go all the way. Li Zhengde also nodded quickly. He was more timid and didn't have the same resolve as his brother, purely afraid of Qin Chen's might. Old Duan, you have rich experience, take them under your wing, Qin Chen instructed. Duan Feng nodded to accept the task and added, Lin Yuxian has 13 D-level beastmasters under him, and I have already dealt with 7. It is worth mentioning that there was also a C-level powerhouse beside him, presumably a bodyguard dispatched by the Lin family. First, take care of the others, leave the C-level to me. After dropping this line, Qin Chen turned and left the private room. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he didn't regard the C-level powerhouse at all. Pushing open the door, Qin Chen walked into the office with ease. Lin Yuyan was reviewing the profit report, and across from her sat the stunningly beautiful woman, Lin Mei. Although Qin Chen was somewhat puzzled, he still approached confidently. It's been arranged, in less than 3 days, Lin Yuxian will become a figurehead. Ignoring Lin Mei's furious gaze, he reported directly to Lin Yuyan. Ahem, I understand. Lin Yuyan coughed awkwardly a few times and added, let me introduce you, this is my cousin Lin Mei. She is also the second owner of the arena. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei displayed a proud expression like a child. She glared at Qin Chen, seemingly wanting to see a look of shock on his face. When did this happen? Qin Chen still did not acknowledge Lin Mei. Just now, my cousin, being wealthy and generous, provided us with a large sum of working capital for the arena. For some reason, Lin Yuyan did not dare to look Qin Chen in the eye. I know you have some past grievances with my cousin, but from now on, we are all in the same boat. Could you possibly? Before Lin Yuyan could finish, Qin Chen interrupted her, I got it. He beckoned Lin Mei with a finger and turned to leave the office. What? What does this mean? Lin Mei did not understand and hurriedly asked her cousin. Lin Yuyan rubbed her temples and said helplessly, he wants you to follow him, he probably wants to apologize to you alone. Humph, this guy is quite arrogant, daring to command me, the second owner. Lin Mei muttered but still grabbed her handbag and quickly followed. She was eager, having spent so much pocket money, she had to see Qin bow down to her. Hey, where exactly are you taking me? Lin Mei, wearing sky-high heels, felt her calves ache and still couldn't catch up with Qin. The distance between them remained about 20 meters. Frustrated, she stomped her feet in place and shouted at his back, if you don't explain clearly, I'll demote you and make you a janitor at the arena. Qin stopped, turned around, and said, just follow me, there's something you want. Fine, I want to see how you apologize. Lin Mei gritted her teeth and followed again. It wasn't until she saw the sea of people that Lin Mei realized she had been tricked. This was the interior of the arena, surrounded by burly, foul-smelling men. They were cheering for life and death battles, like a mountain roaring and the sea surging. Lin Mei felt half fear and half regret. She had come to such a terrifying place without any bodyguards or attendants, just following some bad man. If someone had ill intentions, she might. Qin Chen, you have to take me. Take me out of here. Lin Mei trembled like a shivering little rabbit, her voice starting to quiver uncontrollably. Qin Chen glanced at her and asked, what are you afraid of? This is the arena, you are the second owner, and no one dares to harm you. That's what you say, but I'm still scared. To feel safer, Lin Mei had to move closer to Qin Chen. Although he had deceived her, he was after all her cousin's subordinate, he had to report back to Lin Yuyan, right? Then why aren't you afraid of me? Qin Chen said expressionlessly, I'm also a madman of the arena, why would I bother you? You. Lin Mei was somewhat panicked, she sensed a blatant threat. Perhaps at the slightest disagreement, Qin Chen could throw her into the arena. Recalling the terrifying stories she had heard as a child, Lin Mei couldn't help but shiver. The Colosseum is the most chaotic place in the entire Shadow City, the people here are either madmen or perverts, and anything could happen. If someone as stunning as Lin Mei were to fall into a crowd of lunatics, she would probably perish before she could even reveal her identity as a member of the Lin clan. I was wrong, can you take me out of here? I promise I won't bother you again, Lin Mei pleaded softly, lowering her head. She had tried so hard to make Qin Chen yield, only to be outmaneuvered. No way, a young lady like you loves to backtrack. Qin Chen shook his head. Lin Mei's eyes glistened with tears, her beautiful gaze reddening. Then, what do you want me to do? Should I write you an IOU? No need to make it so complicated. Just sit down and watch this match, and I'll let you go. Qin Chen found 2 seats and sat down first. Lin Mei had no choice but to cautiously lean over. As a rain-drenched beauty passed by, the men around whistled mockingly, not bothering to hide their lewd expressions. Under the beast-like scorching gazes, Lin Mei felt her legs weaken, nearly stumbling. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself by gripping the chair, allowing her to stand and continue walking. Qin Chen frowned, his voice unexpectedly mixed with a rumbling thunder, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight. This thunderous command sounded like a divine whisper or a demonic proclamation, as if it possessed a power to intimidate. T-Titan? Upon seeing Qin Chen's face, everyone immediately panicked. How dare they covet the woman of such a big shot? Wasn't that just asking for death? Why aren't you running? Are you waiting for me to take you out? Qin Chen raised his head and casually scanned the area. With the threat issued, everyone turned pale and immediately fled in all directions. Some, after falling, didn't even dare to get up, opting instead to crawl away on all fours. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mei was stunned. She had seen strong individuals before, after all, her grandfather was a powerful B-class beastmaster, and the formidable experts of the Lin clan were countless. But even the strongest would find it hard to disperse a group of madmen in an instant, unless they resorted to killing. Yet Qin Chen managed to do it. With just 2 sentences, he made the lunatics fear him like a ghost. Lin Mei cautiously sat beside Qin Chen. Even though the chair was quite dirty and would stain her luxurious dress, she dared not voice any complaints. Now, the entire viewing area was left with just the 2 of them, providing a very open view. How does it feel? Qin Chen suddenly asked. A bit exhilarating, especially seeing them scared to death. It's very satisfying. Lin Mei murmured softly. There seemed to be a hint of excitement in her beautiful eyes, perhaps awakening some special trait. I have a question for you, and you must answer seriously. Qin Chen actually smiled at her. In your 30 years of life, have you ever rebelled? Hearing this, Lin Mei shook her head. She was the cherished jewel of the Lin clan, the little princess adored by her elders, and at 30, she was still as naive as a child. There had been no rebellion, as she was muddled about marriage, simply following her elders' arrangements to marry someone she didn't like. Fortunately, that man died early, granting her the right to freedom once more. Crazy beauties are more charming and awe-inspiring than obedient ones. Want to give it a try? Shin Shen seemed to want to drag Lin Mei into a trap, his words laced with temptation. I want to try. Can you teach me? Lin Mei surprisingly felt a surge of excitement. I want to rebel. I want to take control of my own destiny. Glancing at the beautiful young woman beside him, who was following closely, Shin Shen felt quite pleased. Every action he took was driven by a strong purpose, and today was no exception. When he saw Lin Mei appear in the office, he had already made his plans. Inducing Lin Mei was not about coveting her beauty, but rather recognizing her position within the Lin clan. The Colosseum, Lin Yuyan, was Qin Shen's first investment, and now, he was placing his second investment in Lin Mei. Because Lin Mei is easier to control than Lin Yuyan and more in line with Qin Shen's interests. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so Qin Shen would never put all his eggs in one basket. However, looking at it this way, someone is increasingly resembling a villain. Right is also evil, evil is also right. Once I kill all the stars in 10,000 clans, I will naturally become the savior. Qin Shen's thoughts were clear, and he felt no guilt about it. You two have reconciled? Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing as they walked into the office, Lin Yuyan was very surprised. Although her cousin had a gentle personality, she was not a woman who could be easily appeased, right? It's no big deal, I'm not a child anymore, Lin Mei chuckled. Lin Yuyan was at a loss for words and could only look at Qin Shen, trying to find a clue on his face. Stop looking, I have something to ask you, Qin Shen smiled and said, lend me some money, I want to advance to sea level. What? Lin Yuyan exclaimed repeatedly, thinking she had misheard. It hadn't even been a week since Qin Shen last advanced, had it? Don't make a fuss, I told you to be mentally prepared back then. Qin Shen sat down on his own. I originally didn't need to borrow money, in another 2 weeks, I could advance. But since Lin Yuxian has a sea-level powerhouse by his side, I need to take action to eliminate him, so I need to advance early. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan felt quite relieved. Qin Shen borrowing money from her was actually to work hard to complete a task, which made him seem like a somewhat excellent employee. Great, how much do you need? Lin Yuyan asked with a smile. Qin Shen paused and said, 80 million. It's a bit tight, how about you lend me 100 million? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing such a large loan amount, Lin Yuyan almost choked on her own saliva. Are you crazy? It only cost me 50 million to advance to sea level back then, and you, with such potential, need 100 million? Lin Yuyan said irritably. If she weren't a sea level beastmaster, she might have been fooled by Qin Shen. You are from the Lin family, what good resources have you not used since you were young? I'm just a boy who started from scratch, so I naturally have to work harder. Qin Shen said seriously. To borrow money, he chose to act young and pitiful to gain the boss's sympathy. The operating funds of the beast fighting arena are not much, and we need to maintain operations. I can only lend you 10 million at most. Lin Yuyan immediately slashed down by 90%. Qin Shen pretended to be disdainful and complained, heartless boss, I work hard for you, but I can't even get sincerity in return. Lin Yuyan had nothing to say and turned her head away, ignoring Qin Shen. How about this, I'll lend you a portion. Lin Mei walked over gracefully and smiled, I am also a boss of the beast fighting arena, we share honor and disgrace. Thank you, it seems you are better than someone else, Qin Shen said with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Yuyan suddenly recalled that this guy had clearly said before that he had a better personality than her cousin. Now, if he didn't borrow money from her, he would instantly be inferior, making him seem like a scumbag who starts a relationship and then abandons it. Don't blame Yuyan, the situation at the beast fighting arena is not optimistic, and we can't allocate more funds. Lin Mei explained to her cousin. I understand, I was just joking earlier, boss, don't take it to heart. Qin Shen stood up and said solemnly, once I complete my task, I will definitely come up with a good idea for the beast fighting arena. That's good to know, here is 20 million. Although Lin Yuyan was somewhat displeased, she still handed over a check. She even added an extra 10 million for Qin Shen, clearly making her best effort. This little girl is quite proud. Qin Shen chuckled to himself, greeted them, and then left the office. Sis, where did you get the money to lend him? Once he left, Lin Yuyan immediately asked curiously. Lin Mei chuckled, that dead man's money, rather than letting it mold in the bank, it's better to take it out and use it. I'll transfer it later. Lin Yuyan was quite surprised. You said before that you wouldn't use your ex-husband's money. What made you change your mind today? Lin Mei's expression was serious as she explained, I want to draw a line with the past and start a new life. That money was originally compensation for me. That's great, sister. I'm really happy for you. Lin Yuyan felt genuinely pleased. However, she had some doubts. Could it be that Qin Chen had changed her cousin's mind? Was this guy really that impressive? Shadow City, Bihai Lanxin Club. See that guy hugging two women? He's the target. I want to hear news of his death in an hour, Duan Feng said, sipping plain water and instructing the two people beside him. Dai Hong looked at the target's back, trying to imprint a deep memory in his mind. What if I sneak over and poison him? Li Zhengde asked in a hushed voice. Duan Feng shook his head. Your poison isn't strong enough. If he becomes alert, the mission will fail. That guy is a beast like cheetah, faster than a sports car. I have a paralyzing toxin, maybe it can slow him down? Li Zhengde was not ready to give up. Slowing down doesn't mean much because he only needs 3 seconds to run from here to the street. And this entertainment street is Lin Yoshuan's territory, Duan Feng said slowly. Li Zhengde immediately deflated. He was known as the plague rat but couldn't kill anyone with his poison. All his paralyzing and diarrhea toxins could only assist teammates and annoy enemies. Oldly, you used the knockout toxin for control, and I'll take that guy out in an instant, Dai Hong suddenly said. Li Zhengde was taken aback. How can you take him out in an instant? That guy is a cheetah, you're just a black cat. Both were felines, but the cheetah was clearly bigger and fiercer. What, is the cheetah's throat made of iron? If I bite down, he'll still die. Dai Hong was very confident. Watching the two bicker, Duan Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Cats and mice seemed more like comedic partners than suitable dark assassins. You guys are overthinking it. As long as we catch him off guard for a moment, we can kill him in one strike. If the target can't even transform into a beast, we won't need to fight him head-on. Duan Feng was still experienced. After all, he had already assassinated 7 targets. I see. Dai Hong suddenly understood and quickly said, when the target's soul trembles, we strike instantly, and we will definitely complete the mission. Wait, what does soul tremble mean? Li Zhengde seemed a bit naive and hurriedly asked his brother. Ah, it's the moment of ascension. You, a virgin, shouldn't ask so much, Dai Hong said impatiently. Looking at these two clowns, Duan Feng sighed helplessly. Go do the mission, I'll wait for you here. The lights were dim, the atmosphere ambiguous, and suggestive sounds rose and fell. A pitch-black cat entered the luxurious suite. It moved silently, like a ghost crawling out of hell. The man let out a low growl, comfortably squinting his eyes. The next second, the black cat moved. It was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly sweeping across the man's neck, a fatal spot for humans. With the trachea and carotid arteries severed, Dai Hong didn't look back and slipped into the darkness again. Bang! The man fell helplessly from the bed, dying amidst the startled screams of his 2 female companions. What? Lu Bao is dead too. Upon hearing the urgent report, Lin Yuxian was furious, smashing the precious red wine in his hand. His subordinates fell silent, and several beautiful secretaries didn't dare to make a sound. Damn it, it must be Lin Yuyan. Lin Yuxian panted heavily, pacing back and forth in the room. Half of his men were dead, and he felt powerless to retaliate. Lin Yuyan's influence was already stronger than his. If he forced the issue, he would definitely suffer losses. But if he didn't retaliate against the assassination, his men would continue to suffer. It was truly a dilemma. Please ask Wang Yan to come over, I want to have a chat with him, Lin Yuxian commanded coldly. Soon, a young and handsome man walked into the luxurious office. Young Master Lin, what can I do for you? Wang Yan's attitude towards Lin Yuxian was quite indifferent, unlike the sycophantic demeanor of the surrounding lackeys. I need you to help me kill someone. He is Lin Yuyan's subordinate, named Qin Chen. Lin Yuxian said slowly while smoking a cigarette. To retaliate, one must use the enemy's own methods against them. Since Lin Yuyan had assassinated his subordinate, he too would eliminate the living forces of the beast arena. Ever since the confrontation between the siblings, Lin Yuxian had begun investigating Qin Chen. That guy was a rising star in the beast fighting scene, earning substantial profits for the arena with each match. If Qin Chen died, Lin Yuyan would surely be unable to accept it. My duty is to protect you. As for the internal strife of the Lin family, please seek someone more capable. Wang Yan decisively refused. His relationship with the Lin family was more like that of partners. The Lin family provided him with resources for growth, and he was responsible for protecting the Lin descendants. There was no distinction of status, only that of employer and employee. I'm not ordering you, I want to make a deal with you. Lin Yuxian understood Wang Yan's position and explained. Then please, young Master Lin, make your offer. Wang Yan smiled slightly. He had been waiting for this sentence. Who would work for someone without compensation? 20 million, to buy Qin Chen's life. Lin Yuxian stated his terms. Logically speaking, killing a D-level fighter shouldn't require so much. But Qin Shen had an impressive record in strong abilities, so a sea-level beast master had to be hired. Young Master Lin is so sincere, I must accept. Wang Yan smiled and added, I just want to ask young Master Lin for a small favor in return. Speak. Lin Yuxian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Yan was willing to act, a little extra benefit wouldn't hurt. I have met your cousin Lin Mei and would like to get her contact information. Wang Yan said this with a hint of embarrassment. At just 24, he had been captivated by that beautiful married woman during a chance encounter months ago. So you want to pursue my cousin? Lin Yuxian realized and couldn't help but laugh. Simple, after the task is completed, I'll give you her contact information. Wang Yan quickly stood up and clasped his fists. Thank you, young Master Lin, I'll get to work right away. The guy hurried out of the office, seemingly eager. Watching Wang Yan leave, Lin Yuxian scoffed, Fool, exposing your weakness so easily, let's see how I can manipulate you in the future. After acquiring enough potions, Qin Shen returned to his residence. Lin Mei 30 million, Lin Yuyan 20 million. But I don't want to pay back. He muttered to himself, what if I offer myself to win over these two sisters? This guy was indeed a scumbag, even thinking of selling his beauty to avoid repayment. He had no idea where his confidence came from, believing he could have both women. Forget it, women will only slow me down. Qin Shen shook his head and chuckled at himself. After drinking the potion, he sat cross-legged and began to break through to sea level. Soon, irregular changes began to occur in his body. His muscles repeatedly swelled, and his hair changed color back and forth, like a test subject in a movie, being crazily transformed by a mad scientist. Ugh! Qin Shen gritted his teeth, a low roar of extreme pain escaping his throat. To transcend the ordinary, one must endure the dual torment of body and mind. Fortunately, he had taken the purifying fruit in advance, greatly enhancing his willpower, making the mental anguish much lighter than he had imagined. Break for me! Qin Shen roared. A tide of mysterious energy surged within him. The next second, the entire room shook violently. Crack! Chairs, benches, and jars were instantly crushed by the suddenly increased gravity, turning into a pile of debris. This is the super gravity, the signature genetic power of Qin Shen. Gene Vault unlocked. The host can exchange gene fragments at will. Just after breaking through to sea level, the gene system emitted a prompt. Qin Shen lay exhausted on the bed and summoned the so-called Vault interface. The items were dazzling, all-powerful divine beast genes, Ancient True Dragon, priced at 100,000 fragments, Blazing Phoenix, priced at 80,000 fragments, Bloodthirsty Glutton, priced at 90,000 fragments, Spirit Bright Stone Monkey, priced at 500,000 fragments. Seeing these sky-high prices, Qin Shen was speechless. How could he afford thousands of fragments? There was even one priced at 500,000, truly worthy of a certain great sage's gene. After opening the Gene Vault, the host has one free exchange privilege, limited to items under 10,000 fragments. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Shen instantly perked up. Since he could get something for free, he had to choose carefully. Scrolling down the Vault interface, Qin Shen browsed meticulously. Three-headed Hellhound, priced at 6,000 fragments, Gorgon, priced at 5,000 fragments, Titan Giant, priced at 10,000 fragments. My beast transformation form is a giant ape, belonging to the primate category. And the Titan Giant is also a humanoid primate, so it should perfectly merge with me. Qin Shen muttered to himself. He clicked on the detailed introduction of the Titan gene and read it carefully. The Titan Giant belongs to the divine race and has a strong resistance to elemental energy. After reaching a certain level, it can become immune to elemental attacks. The Titan gene can also enhance body size, surpassing even planetary dimensions at its peak. After reading the introduction, Qin Shen murmured, this gene is really powerful. If I'm bigger than Earth, won't the warships of the myriad races be mere toys? Use the free exchange privilege to redeem the Titan gene. Redemption successful, injecting now. Beast Transformist, Qin Shen Beast Transformation Form, Titan Giant Ape, Divine Offspring, Level, C Strength, 65 Speed, 53 Vitality, 30-50 Gene Abilities, Dual Toxins, Hardened Bone Armor, Berserk Thunder, Body Regeneration. Extraordinary abilities, Super Gravity, Titan Body. After examining his personal panel, Qin Shen felt an unprecedented confidence. Now, he had three elements for offense, thunder, gravity, and toxins, and for defense, he had dual trump cards of bone armor and regeneration. The Titan Body was considered a passive skill. First, it could reduce elemental energy damage by 60% for Qin Shen. For example, if a Berserk Thunder struck someone else, it would deal 100 points of damage. But if it struck Qin Shen, it would only deal 40 points of damage. Secondly, it could absorb elements and convert them into energy to increase body size. In other words, the more ferocious the enemy's attack, the larger Qin Shen could become. With such strength, the plan to seize Shadow City can be expedited. Qin Shen casually picked up his coat and left his residence. Entertainment Street. No matter what, we must catch them. The thugs activated their beast transformation and chased into the dark, damp alley. The targets they were tracking were a dog, a cat, and a mouse. Old Dai, why did you have to be so reckless? In a dark corner, Li Jingde scolded quietly, now that he's alert, how can we complete the mission? Dai Hong quickly said, I just wanted to try a sneak attack, who knew that guy could dodge? The target is a beast-transformed antelope, with very fast reaction speed, making it hard to assassinate, Duan Feng explained, only by controlling it can we launch an effective attack. Sigh, I was wrong. I won't act rashly again, Dai Hong said, somewhat dejected. Forget it, escaping is the most important thing now. Li Zhengde quickly said, how about we hide in the sewer? Duan Feng hesitated but still nodded. According to his usual temperament, he would definitely go out and fight the pursuers for hundreds of rounds. But Qin Shen required them to keep their identities hidden, so they could only flee. Sensing the foul smell in the air, Li Zhengde quickly found a nearby sewer opening. He lifted the rusty manhole cover aside, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Brother Duan, you need to be mentally prepared, it's definitely going to be dirty down there, Li Zhengde reminded. When life was tough before, he and Dai Han lived in the sewers every day, so he was already used to it. He just didn't know if Duan Feng could handle it. What's a little dirt? I survived for 3 days among dead bodies, eating maggots to stay alive. Duan Feng laughed and actually jumped into the sewer first. So impressive, truly brother Duan. Dai Hong and Li Zhengde exchanged glances and jumped in as well. Qin Shen, wearing a hood and with his hands in his pockets, walked slowly through the shadowy city. He was going to tear away Lin Youxuan's last trump card, making that guy completely a figurehead. As dark guards, Duan Feng and the others certainly couldn't expose themselves easily. But since Qin Shen had already met Lin Youxian, there was no need to hide. If he could publicly crush that sea-level powerhouse, it might even break Lin Xiao's psychological defenses. Soon, they arrived at the entertainment street. What Qin Shen didn't expect was that it had already been sealed off, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The street was filled with expelled guests, some of whom were shivering in the cool night air with bare shoulders. What's going on here? Qin Shen casually pulled a passerby and asked in a low voice. The passerby was initially a bit impatient, but upon seeing Qin Shen's cold eyes, he immediately shrank his neck and replied, someone died here first, and then someone was assassinated, so Lin Xiao's people are capturing the murderer. Qin Shen nodded in understanding, I see, thank you. Hearing this, the passerby sighed in relief and quickly ran away with his head down. The efficiency is a bit low, Duan Feng must have been held back by those two. Qin Shen guessed the general situation, but as the captain, I should help my team members out. The next moment, he squeezed through the crowd, completely ignoring the roadblock, and walked straight into the entertainment street. Hey, what are you doing? Several small thugs immediately came over and blocked Qin Shen's way. This area is sealed off, no one is allowed in or out. Bang! To everyone's surprise, without saying a word, Qin Shen took action. His right hand flickered with violent lightning, instantly striking the nearest thug. When his companion fell to the ground, charred and powerless, the thugs finally realized the situation was dire. Someone was here to cause trouble. Kill him. The thugs quickly activated their beast transformation. Moments later, a variety of flying and running beasts charged towards Qin Shen. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as a terrifying giant ape appeared. It stood a full 7 meters tall, its weight unimaginable, and the concrete ground beneath it seemed ready to collapse. The thugs didn't even have time to react before the giant ape smashed them down one by one. They were merely E-level beast transformers, and in front of Qin Shen, they were like ants. They couldn't even stand, let alone resist. Titan! He is a Titan! The guests exclaimed, hurriedly fleeing to safety. The Titan must have broken through. Just a few days ago when I watched the match, he wasn't that big. Oh my, a newly promoted sea-level powerhouse. In less than a minute, the street entrance was already littered with the corpses of beasts. Countless bloodstains pooled on the ground, slowly flowing into the drainage. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the remaining thugs were so scared that they lost their wits and desperately fled deeper into the entertainment street. They needed to find young Master Lin for help and ask Brother Wang Yan to take action. Not bad, collected 10 gene fragments, target achievement rate, 10/500000. Qin Shen was in a great mood and even had the mind to joke. He turned around and shouted at the onlookers, if you want to see the upcoming battle, stay 100 meters behind me. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, their faces beaming with joy. One couldn't help but say that the Titan was really good to his fans, even taking the time to remind them. Go for it, Titan. Wishing you victory against 100 foes. How thrilling! Is this what live streaming a showdown looks like? Tonight, we all owe Titan a ticket. Qin Shen walked at the forefront, slowly making his way deeper into the entertainment street. Behind him, a large group of spectators followed. They were lively, whispering to each other, their faces filled with excitement. With Titan slapping the Lin family in the face like this, will Shadow City let him off? Pfft, Lin Yuxian is a member of the Lin family, but Lin Yuyan isn't? Who's more noble? You rarely see the Lin family infighting. If you miss tonight, it'll be hard to get another chance. So, I have to call my brothers to come. Right, I'll call too. Live streaming a showdown is so damn thrilling. Damn it! How dare he come to provoke me? Lin Yuxian fumed, suddenly standing up from his boss chair. To enter his territory alone was such an arrogant move. Don't get worked up, young Master Lin. Qin Shen is just here to seek death, it saves me the trouble. Wang Yan, sitting beside him, comforted. He had been looking for Qin Shen for a long time today but couldn't find him. Unexpectedly, when he returned to rest, that guy came knocking on his door. Humph, that's true. Lin Yuxian took a deep breath, stabilizing his emotions, and said, then I'll leave him to you. I'll invite the elders of the Lin family over to let them see what Lin Yuyan has done. Wang Yan nodded and was about to get up to leave. Lin Yuxian added from behind, my cousin should also be coming, you need to perform well. Thank you, young Master Lin. I will put on a good show. Wang Yan was overjoyed, stepping out with a light and cheerful pace, quickly leaving. Deep in the entertainment street. So it's a little lamb. Qin Shen held a metal lamppost, swinging it in the air with a whoosh. His opponent was a tall and strong antelope. This guy stood 3.5 meters tall, with large muscles bulging all over, and its thick wool couldn't hide them. It had a pair of incredibly sharp horns on its head, glinting with a dazzling cold light in the dim night. Never underestimate herbivores. For ordinary humans, mutated antelopes are also ferocious beasts. Its horns could pierce through protective gear, and its hooves could crush bones. Titan, what exactly do you want? Yang Yu said hesitantly, lacking confidence. He had watched Titan's matches and knew he could never be a match for that guy. But after all, it was his territory, he should be able to stall until Wang Yan arrived, right? On a dark night with a high wind, I come to send you on your way. Qin Shen sneered, tightening his grip on the lamppost. Before a great battle, people often slaughter pigs and sheep for sacrifices. I see your sheep head is quite suitable as an offering. As soon as he finished speaking, dust exploded, and a massive beast suddenly leaped forward. He raised the metal lamppost high, as if using it as a spear, aiming to pierce through the antelope's body. Hiss! Yang Yu gasped, hurriedly releasing his hooves and fleeing backward at high speed. From Qin Shen, he felt an unprecedented pressure, a momentum that Wang Yan simply did not possess. My speed is quite fast, if I can reach Wang Yan, I should be safe, right? Yang Yu consoled himself while running wildly. Is your speed only this much? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in his ear. Yang Yu was startled and quickly turned his head to look, only to find Titan closely following on his right side. How did you run so fast? Yang Yu was both shocked and terrified. Logically speaking, the larger the body, the slower the speed. How could a giant ape, standing a full 7 meters tall, move as fast as an antelope? Such performance completely defied the common knowledge of beastmasters. Ignorant fool, die. Qin Shen grinned, suddenly thrusting the lamppost forward with such speed that it tore through the air. Yang Yu jumped with all his might, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. However, Qin Shen changed his attack even faster. When the thrust failed, he immediately switched to a sweeping blow. No matter how Yang Yu tried to evade, he couldn't escape the wide arc of the horizontal sweep at such a small angle. Thus, he was struck hard on the shoulder by the lamppost. Under the immense force, the antelope was uncontrollably sent flying, crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Awesome! The boss wields a great stick technique. It's like the great sage has possessed him. Titans love to sell their opponents to the audience on the spot. I wonder if it will be the same tonight. I quite fancy those antlers. As the dust slowly settled, Yang Yu struggled to crawl out from under the broken bricks and stones. He shattered my scapula with one blow. It's truly terrifying. Yang Yu endured the intense pain, his whole body trembling. At this rate, I'm definitely going to die. Bang! Qin Shen discarded the bent and deformed lamppost. His right hand clenched into a fist as he stepped closer to Yang Yu. He was like a killing machine, his beastly eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Even if a hellish demon descended, it would probably have to bow down to Qin Shen. Big brother, I surrender. Suddenly, the antelope knelt on all fours, its head bowed to the ground, adopting an extremely humble posture. Upon seeing this action, the onlookers immediately looked down on him. So cowardly, even the gladiators in the arena have more backbone. Get up, face death like a man. Faced with all the humiliation and mockery, Yang Yu dared not utter a sound. Because in the face of death, losing face was nothing. If you had surrendered earlier, I might have let you go. Xin Shen raised his right fist, whispering like a devil, but you are already severely injured, of no use to me. You might as well die and become the nourishment for my evolution. Hearing this, Yang Yu fearfully lifted his head, the ape's fist magnifying in his eyes. Speed Gene X4, Strength Gene X1, Keratin Gene X4, 5 pieces collected, can activate related gene abilities. Xin Shen shook the blood off his fist, silently thinking, activate Keratin Gene. He was quite curious if this Keratin Gene would allow him to grow horns. The next moment, the elbows of the giant ape began to swell slowly. 2 sharp, black, and gleaming horns abruptly emerged, eventually stabilizing as fixed parts on the ape's arms. Xin Shen tried to swing his ape arm and found that the black spikes did not hinder his movements. Instead, they made his attacks even more ferocious. It was like an added weapon, increasing the lethality of his elbow strikes several times. Not bad, I've gained another killing move. Xin Shen exhaled, kicking aside the antelope's corpse beneath his feet, and walked deeper into the area. He had been waiting for someone, but that guy was just too slow. After Xin Shen had walked 100 meters, the onlookers finally dared to cautiously approach. They observed the gruesome antelope corpse, gasping in astonishment. A single punch shattered the skull. What terrifying power is this? When he stands up, he's almost as tall as a building. A large body naturally means great strength. I'm not bragging, if a titan hit me twice, I wouldn't even scream. Indeed, you'd be dead after the first punch. Dad, why did you wake me up in the middle of the night? Lin Mei asked groggily. I heard your third uncle say that Yu Yan is going to kill her brother. Lin Chenghua shrugged, explaining to his precious daughter, we need to go to Entertainment Street, the other uncles and aunts have already set off. Lin Mei widened her beautiful eyes and quickly retorted, impossible. Yu Yan isn't stupid, how could she act recklessly at this time? Anyway, Yu Shui's people have already stormed into Entertainment Street. I think they're called Titan? Lin Changhua said. Upon hearing this name, Lin Mei immediately perked up. She had just lent Xin Shen money during the day, and she didn't expect that in just 5 hours, this guy had successfully leveled up. Xin Shen is going to hunt sea-level beastmasters, he shouldn't target Lin Yuxian. But I still need to inform Yu Yan so she can think of a good excuse in advance. As Lin Mei kept pace with her father's footsteps, she took out her phone to contact her cousin. The once bustling and lively Entertainment Street had turned into a bloody battlefield tonight. Roar! Xin Shen howled at the sky, shouting, Coward Wang Yan, why don't you show yourself? He had long received information about Wang Yan from Lin Yuyan and knew that this guy had been protecting Lin Yuxian for 3 years. So Titan is going after Wang Yan, that guy is quite famous, known as the Raging Bull. Although Wang Yan has never fought in a beast fighting competition, there are rumors that he used to be part of the Star Moon City Defense Army. Wow, he was in the City Defense Army. So his previous opponents were all out of control. Everyone was shocked. The City Defense Army was an extremely powerful Beastmaster Legion responsible for guarding the entire city. After the global beastification, the number of out-of-control beings increased day by day, constantly seizing human living space. Small countries had long since become playgrounds for the out-of-control, while large countries could maintain stability, but due to their vast territories, their control was weaker. Thus, one giant city after another rose up independently, forming a strong and brave city defense army. They gathered all the residents within their area and kept the endless out-of-control beings at bay beyond the 100-meter city walls. Inside the city was a bustling metropolis. Outside was the apocalypse of beast tides. Just promoted to sea level, and you dare to provoke me? Wang Yan stepped out from a tall building, his gaze unfriendly as he shouted, How many lives do you think you have for me to kill? Where do you get the confidence to think you can kill me? Xin Shen clicked his tongue, his tone dismissive, after being a bodyguard for 3 years. Do you still have the fierce will of the city defense army? Wang Yan's expression turned cold after being hit where it hurt. He couldn't stand the hardships of the city defense army, which was why he had come to Shadow City to enjoy wealth and luxury. After protecting Lin Yuxian for 3 years, he was almost a small tycoon himself. Less talk, let's see in a fight. Wang Yan shouted angrily, quickly activating his beastification. Fiery flames erupted from thin air, and the temperature of the air soared. Moments later, an enormous raging bull appeared before everyone. It was entirely crimson, its muscles bulging, and its 4 beastly legs were as thick as pillars, standing in place like a giant tank. The most striking feature was the massive horns atop the bull's head. The horns were even redder than the body, as if stained with blood for years, and the tips were incredibly sharp, sending chills down one's spine. Slaughtering sheep, now coming for bulls, it seems tonight is a sacrificial special. Xin Shen grinned coldly, casually throwing a bolt of lightning at Wang Yan. He wanted to test this guy and plan for the subsequent battle. Whoosh! Huang Yan opened his beastly mouth and spat out a ball of high-temperature flame to counter the lightning. The two elemental energies collided instantly, starting a violent reaction. Yet, in the back and forth, the lightning was surprisingly worn down, and the residual flames suddenly surged toward Qin Shen. It had to be said that Huang Yan's flames were very powerful, able to contend with lightning. Still playing with fire? Be careful not to turn into a roasted bull. Qin Shen mocked, suddenly swinging his fist. Bang! This punch created a gust of wind, not only producing a loud bang but also instantly dispersing the approaching flames. To prevent Huang Yan from using his flames again, Qin Shen dropped to all fours and charged forward. His speed was incredibly fast. As his beastly feet hit the ground, they produced a thunderous sound, as if causing an earthquake. Strange, I've only seen this kind of speed in the Out of Control. He was huge, how could he run so fast? Huang Yan was somewhat puzzled. There was no time to think more. Qin Shen's massive ape fist was already coming at him. Let's see whose punch is harder, yours or my horn. Huang Yan roared, slightly lowering his bull head and aiming his sharp horn at the giant ape before charging forward. At the same time, flames erupted from his blood-red bull horns. This was Huang Yan's extraordinary genetic ability, Raging Fire. It allowed flames to envelop the bull, causing enemies to suffer the searing pain of intense fire. If Qin Shen couldn't dodge the charge, he would undoubtedly suffer double damage. One was the sharp horn stab, and the other was the burning flames. Qin Shen swiftly changed his move, transforming his fist into a palm, summoning thunder to attach to his palm. In the next second, he actually grasped both bull horns firmly. Bang! After being knocked back several meters by the tremendous impact, Qin Shen quickly steadied himself. His arm muscles tensed as he gripped the bull horns and began to wrestle with Huang Yan. Why aren't you afraid of my flames? Huang Yan asked, puzzled. Qin Shen didn't answer, but the power of thunder in his palm intensified. Soon, a tingling, prickling sensation traveled along the bull horns to Huang Yan. It turned out that the thunder and flames counteracted each other, minimizing the burning damage. In that case, let's see who has more strength. Seeing the flames temporarily ineffective, Huang Yan decided to push off the ground with all his might, trying to force the giant ape back. But even with all his effort, he couldn't make Qin Shen retreat a single step. Without a running start, what do you have to compare strength with me? Qin Shen sneered, shaking his arms and suddenly pressing the bull's head down towards the ground. Huang Yan was alarmed, thinking, not good, if my head hits the ground, my vital point will be completely exposed. In a life and death moment, the bull's power broke through its usual limits. He wildly shook his head, desperately breaking free from the grip of the ape's arms. After escaping danger, Huang Yan hurriedly retreated, instantly creating distance between himself and Qin Shen. He gasped for breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He had almost been killed by the Titan. He had truly underestimated his opponent. You see, 2 level is quite inflated. You've embarrassed the city defense army. Missing the recent opportunity to eliminate him, Qin Shen was not angry, merely offering a faint mockery. The C2 level he mentioned was actually a subdivision of the C level. After breaking through extraordinary limits, Beast Transformers found it much harder to advance. One of the conditions for advancing to B level was to raise one's blood value to 12,000 points. This was a significant gap compared to the requirements for advancing to C level. Therefore, Beast Transformers subdivided the C level, 3,000 blood value for C1 level, 6,000 for C2 level, and 9,000 for C3 level. I indeed underestimated you, that was a personal mistake, nothing to argue about. Huang Yan was quite frank, saying, but I haven't used my full strength yet, so on what basis do you say I've embarrassed the city defense army? Qin Shen chuckled and explained, it's simple, because the city defense army consists of brave warriors, while you are just a cowardly deserter. Others are fighting desperately to defend the city, while you enjoy comfort under the title of former city defense army. Isn't that embarrassing for them? What nonsense are you talking? Huang Yan was extremely furious, shouting, I'm not a deserter, I left the team due to injury. Qin Shen looked him up and down, mocking, you want wealth and glory but don't dare to face your own heart. Living so tired, why not let me send you on your way? Shut the hell up. As soon as he finished speaking, the bull was engulfed in raging flames, releasing all its immense beastly power. The beasts have suddenly crushed the ground, and Huang Yan transformed into a blazing meteor, charging towards Qin Shen with an unmatched momentum once again. Boom! As the bull charged through, everything in its path was ignited by the flames, even the dim night sky was illuminated in bright red. Very well, you've ignited my desire to fight. Qin Shen grinned widely. He suddenly clashed his fists together, and a deep blue, violent thunder instantly enveloped his entire body. The thunder flickered, sending an unbearable, piercing sound rippling outward. Tiny dust particles were lifted by the thunder, floating in midair, making the figure of the Titan giant ape appear hazy. Bang! The thunder giant ape collided violently with the fiery bull, and the energy shockwave instantly spread outward. The ground around them cracked, and several low buildings collapsed with a roar. What terrifying power! Is this what a C-class Beastmaster is like? The battle we saw in the arena was just child's play. The extraordinary Beastmasters live up to their name. It's a pity that after 5 years, I still haven't been able to advance. The onlookers sighed, marveling at such an exhilarating battle, and they didn't even have to buy a ticket. One couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Titan brother." At this moment, the Lin clan finally arrived at the scene. They pushed through the crowd of onlookers with numerous bodyguards, rushing to the front lines of the battle. It's gotten to this extent. Is my son alright? The speaker was Lin Qingdong, the third master of the Lin family, and the father of Lin Yuxin and Lin Yuyan. This man was anxious and began to loudly question the passers-by. The onlookers stammered for a long time without providing any clear answers. "Third brother, the office building is intact. Yuxian should be fine." Lin Chenghua quickly reassured him, pointing to the tall building not far away. That was the tallest building on Entertainment Street and also Lin Yoshuan's office. The building had not been damaged, which meant Qin Chen hadn't fought his way there yet. That's good. Upon learning that his son was relatively safe, Lin Shengdong let out a sigh of relief. But soon, he angrily shouted at the bodyguards beside him, "What are you all standing there for? Go kill that guy." "Yes, third master." The three bodyguards quickly responded and hurried toward the center of the battle. They were all C-class Beastmasters, the elite fighters of the Lin family. Although the Titan was formidable, 3 against 1 meant the advantage was definitely on their side. Super gravity. Qin Shen, who was fiercely battling Wang Yan, suddenly turned his head and whispered. In the next second, an immense, invisible gravity suddenly intensified. The surrounding lampposts snapped, the shattered ground sank down, and even the solid buildings began to tremble violently. Bang! The bodyguards were instantly pressed to the ground, unable to even transform into their beast forms. Their faces turned red as they lay on the ground, struggling to get up, but they couldn't resist the gravitational suppression at all. If they were in beast form, they might have been able to move, but in human form, there was no way to move under such supergravity. What kind of ability is this? The Lin clan members were dumbfounded. They had thought Qin Shen would be overwhelmed and killed. They never expected this guy to casually unleash a move that suppressed the bodyguards like this. All useless, then I'll go myself. Lin Shengdong threw off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, ready to join the fight. Lin Shenghua quickly grabbed him, saying, "Third brother, don't be reckless, your strength will just get you killed." I'm worried about Yu Xian. After being stopped by his second brother, Lin Shengdong sighed with a frown. Although he was also a C-class, like many powerful figures, he had no combat experience and had advanced solely through resource accumulation. Not to mention fighting the Titan, even facing a lower-level rabid dog would end in a terrible death. Don't worry, Mayor said Yu Xian won't be in trouble, she already asked Yu Yan. Lin Shenghua comforted him. Upon hearing his daughter's name, Lin Qingdong's eyes widened in anger as he said, Yu Yan is getting more and more audacious, now she dares to bully her brother. Is she going to kill me, her own father, next? Uncle, don't say that about Yu Yan, it was Yu Xian who started it first. Lin Mei couldn't hold back and quickly defended her cousin. So what if she started it? She can't let her brother have his way? Lin Chengdong's true colors were fully exposed, clearly showing his preference for sons over daughters. The old man has entrusted the arena to her, can't you let Yu Xian vent a little? Lin Mei was speechless. Having been spoiled by her father since childhood, she could not understand a father like Lin Chengdong. Just watch, when Yu Yan arrives, Titan will naturally stop. Lin Shenghua paid no attention to his younger brother's thoughts and instead observed Qin Chen with great interest. Such good skills, and only 18? Yu Yan has a good eye, she's much stronger than Yu Xian, Lin Shenghua secretly praised. Why? Have you suddenly become so fierce? Qin Chen asked curiously. Originally, Wang Yan had been suppressed by him, nearly exhausted in spirit and stamina. But when the Lin family members arrived, this guy immediately seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline, becoming increasingly aggressive, even deadly with every move. What does it matter to you? Just die. Wang Yan didn't want to say much, his beastly mouth opened, and a surge of anger erupted. This was the flame he had been building up for a long time, far more lethal than before. If Titan dared to use thunder to counter it, he would definitely suffer. Ha, this old trick, I've grown tired of it in my last life. Qin Chen's keen eyes immediately spotted the difference in this fierce fire. Wang Yan had deliberately mimicked the appearance of different powerful moves to lower his guard. But the problem was, this kind of trick required perfect control over beast power. Otherwise, a skilled opponent could detect the subtle differences between the two moves from the dissipating beast power. Clearly, Wang Yan could not perfectly control his beast power, and Qin Shen was precisely the kind of extraordinary expert with sharp vision. Come on, let's see if your fierce fire can hurt me. Qin Shen did not dodge, boldly facing the flames. His invincible spirit drew cheers from the onlookers. Titan is truly domineering. It's been a long time since I've seen such a wild strongman. Indeed, while the mad dog is crazy enough, he lacks the dominance. Don't talk nonsense, maybe the mad dog is nearby? All my brothers are here. If he dares, let him crawl out of the sewer and spar with us. Please stop drinking, you're talking nonsense. For the first time witnessing such intense combat, Lin Mei felt an unprecedented thrill. She had never liked bloody killings, but when she saw Qin Shen land a heavy punch on Wang Yan's face, an indescribable excitement surged within her. Beat him to death, beat this bull-headed monster to death. Lin Changhua looked at his precious daughter in astonishment. Did he just hear wrong? The daughter who had never dared to catch a chicken was now cheering for brutal slaughter? Dad, do you think Titan can win? Lin Mei was completely focused on the battle in the distance, not noticing her father's surprised expression. Ahem. He should be able to win, Titan is strong, and the bull is no match for him, Lin Changhua simply explained to his daughter. He was a genuine C3 level beast master, so he certainly had the insight to judge the situation. That's great. Qin Shen is indeed amazing. Lin Mei cheered excitedly. She was a beautiful young woman with a childlike personality, a stark contrast to her sexy and charming appearance. Xiao Mei, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing with outsiders? Lin Shengdong was unhappy. He felt his niece was turning against him. Third uncle, I'm not standing with outsiders. I'm just standing with Yu Yan, Lin Mei immediately retorted. She was no longer going to indulge any so-called elders. She wanted to rebel like Qin Shen said. Boom! The fierce fire blazed, instantly igniting the giant ape's dark fur. Seeing this, Wang Yan laughed heartily. Fool, you really fell into my trap. This is not the ordinary fire from before. This is my rage, my primal fire. Ah, I find that people like you always enjoy popping champagne halfway through. Qin Shen casually extinguished the flames on his body and said lightly, a feeble candle flame dares to compete with thunder? Wang Yan immediately froze. The anger he had meticulously planned could not harm the giant ape. What kind of monster was this guy? In fact, the ability to resist anger was quite simple. It was Qin Shen's Titan body. It significantly reduced the damage from fire elements and activated the elemental absorption ability, turning the extraordinary anger into an ordinary flicker of flame. One could say that Qin Shen had dismantled Wang Yan's carefully prepared assault of anger without even consuming any thunder energy. Do you have any trump cards left? Qin Shen asked expressionlessly. Before Wang Yan could react, the giant ape instantly crossed through the raging flames and unleashed a thunderous punch. Crack! The crisp sound exploded in the dim street, followed by Wang Yan's heart-wrenching scream. One of his blood-red horns was actually broken by Qin Shen. Ah! Wang Yan cried out in agony, his beastly body staggering backward. However, Qin Shen quickly closed in, launching a torrential assault. Each of his punches was laced with thunder and lightning, striking the opponent's beastly form and instantly exploding into countless sparks of electricity. Soon, the bull-like creature was covered in wounds, large patches of charred flesh appearing on its body. No! You can't kill me! Wang Yan spat blood, desperately roaring, my brother is a high-ranking member of the reverse scale, he will avenge me. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen actually paused. He tightly gripped the bull's neck and asked indifferently, who is your brother? Tell me. My brother is Wang Miao, he is powerful, in a high position, capable of exterminating your entire family in an instant. Wang Yan thought his threat had worked and hurriedly added, but if you let me go, my brother won't know about today. Wang Miao. Ha, so you are that bastard's brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with the joy of impending revenge. It will be effortless. I'll kill you first, then find your brother for revenge. Wang Yan was filled with terror. His brother actually had a grudge against the Titan. Did that mean he was doomed? Aren't you afraid of the reverse scales encirclement? I am still part of the Front City Defense Army, my military status hasn't been revoked, and they will help me take revenge. In his dying struggle, Wang Yan exhausted all methods, and Lin's family, I fought and died for Lin Yushin, you definitely won't survive in Shadow City. Qin Shen raised his right arm high, the black spikes on his elbow shimmering with a piercing cold light. He sneered, don't think too highly of yourself. Aside from your brother, no one else will seek revenge for you. Guess who they would choose between the dead you and the living me? As soon as he finished speaking, the black spike brutally pierced through the bull's forehead. The vitality in its beastly eyes instantly vanished, leaving only the despairing gaze before death. Power gene asterisk 5, speed gene asterisk 2, horn gene asterisk 3, can be used to enhance related parts. Fire gene asterisk 5, collecting 10 will grant corresponding elemental abilities. Store other genes, use horn gene. After the system reported the gains, Qin Chen immediately made a decision. No one noticed that the black horns quietly stained with a touch of blood red. They became longer, thicker, and sharper, resembling two blades that reaped lives. The Titan is decisive in killing and possesses immense combat power. If it grows, it will surely become a formidable hero. Seeing Wang Yan die on the spot, Lin Changhua couldn't help but sigh. Can Yu Yan really suppress him? If it leads to inviting a wolf into the house, it would be troublesome. Lin Mei stared intently at Qin Shen's figure, her beautiful eyes shimmering. She suddenly felt that this guy was very charming, far better than any pretty boy. That domineering, decisive, and unparalleled aura made her tremble with excitement. Even the stream flowed gently. Only someone as powerful as Qin Shen can have the qualifications to rebel and protect themselves, Lin Mei thought to herself. After witnessing Wang Yan's struggle before his death, she understood a truth: only what one holds in their own hands can be called power. If the Lin family falls, I will lose all my protection. With my looks, I will definitely become someone else's plaything. Lin Mei suddenly realized. I need to become stronger. I need to ask Qin Shen for help. Lin Yuxian suppressed his anger and slowly walked out of the office building. Wang Yan was actually dead, and it happened in front of the Lin family's elders, decisively killed by Qin Shen. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Yu Xian, are you hurt? Upon seeing his son, Lin Chengdong called out with concern. He quickly directed the bodyguards nearby to bring his precious son to his side. Dad, Lin Yuyan is going too far. Lin Yuxian feigned grievance and complained to his father. She killed all my little leaders, sent people to smash my territory, and now she has even killed Wang Yan, who was protecting me. Don't worry, son, I'll hand over the beast arena to you when I get back to make up for your losses. Lin Chengdong hurriedly comforted him. As for Lin Yuyan, I'll mention it to your grandfather and have her expelled from the Lin family. This guy didn't even regard Lin Yuyan as his daughter, wanting to sever their father-daughter relationship. Third uncle, you don't have that right. The appointment of the beast arena was decided by grandfather. Lin Mei retorted. She was on the same side as her cousin, naturally wanting to support her. The beast arena was under my management back then. I have a say in this. Lin Chengdong completely disregarded the authority of the elders and actually argued with his niece. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen transformed back into human form and slowly walked towards the Lin family. The bodyguards were on high alert, all taking defensive stances to prevent any sudden moves. Lin Yuxian, the beast arena is mine. Do you dare to take control of it? Qin Shen stood 10 meters away, crossing his arms and shouting. This was a blatant threat. No matter who it was, they could not disrupt his plans. Lin Yoshuan's eyes were filled with anger, but he couldn't utter a word. If Qin Shen stayed in the beast arena, how could he possibly become the boss? Going to work every day was a life and death test. Whoever wanted to go could go. You, an outsider, what right do you have to speak? Seeing Qin Shen's arrogant attitude, Lin Chengdong shouted angrily, this is Shadow City, the Lin family's territory. I haven't even caused you trouble yet. Causing him trouble is causing me trouble. Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out. The crowd parted, and Lin Yuyan, dressed in a sexy fitted leather outfit and stepping in high heels, walked over. Her enchanting aura was captivating, like a succubus wandering in the night, very alluring. You actually defend an outsider. Upon seeing his daughter, Lin Chengdong immediately scolded, it's one thing to bully your brother, but you dare to disrespect me, your father? Do you even deserve to be called a father? Lin Yuyan scoffed, take good care of that waste, otherwise, I will kill him myself. Qin Shen walked over to Lin Mei and curiously asked, what exactly happened between them? Why do they look like enemies the moment they meet? Yodian's mother was forcibly taken by third uncle. After Yu Yan grew up, she chose to poison herself in public. Lin Mei whispered in Qin Shen's ear, explaining softly. Got it. Qin Shen clicked his tongue in admiration. The global beastification disaster had not yet been resolved, the threat from the myriad races was imminent, and humanity's sins had not only not diminished but had even intensified. Uncles and aunts, grandfather has agreed to my request. Lin Yuyan ignored her furious father and addressed the elders present. In the coming days, I will indiscriminately seize everyone's assets, including yours and your children's. With such bold words, no one could remain seated. They began to question Lin Yuyan. What exactly do you want to do? How could the old man agree to such a request? Yeah, if that's the case, the Lin family will surely decline. What can a girl like you do to compete for our assets? Seeing this scene, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. His guidance of Lin Yuyan had been successful, igniting an unparalleled ambition in this stunning beauty. Since that was the case, he would help her rise to power and gain more benefits. Grandpa said, the Lin family doesn't need so many useless people. No one was willing to be the first to stick their neck out before, but now it's my turn. Lin Yuyan snorted coldly and pointed at Lin Qingdong, shouting, clean your neck, wait for me to take you down. Impossible, I need to ask my father, he must be confused. Lin Qingdong's face was filled with anger as he hurriedly left with his son. The other clan members, seeing this, also left in droves. They needed to verify with Old Man Lin if such an outrageous request was truly his own agreement. Yu Yuyan is impressive, indeed, to have such courage. Lin Shenghua did not leave. Instead, he said with a smile, perhaps you can help the Lin family regain its vitality. Go for it. Your second uncle supports you. Thank you, second uncle. Lin Yuyan smiled. Qin Shaga, come visit my house sometime, let's be friends, Lin Shenghua said to Qin Shen, his attitude very friendly. It was clear he had a fondness for talent. As someone in the same boat, Qin Shen naturally wouldn't refuse the invitation and nodded in agreement. Then I'll go take care of the old man, to prevent that group from making him sick with anger. Lin Chenghua left. Shifting her gaze to the ruined street, Lin Yuyan was somewhat shocked. She hadn't expected Qin Shen to have such terrifying destructive power. He truly was a top-tier potential stock. Lin Yuyan stared at Qin Shen and slowly said, it seems our promise can now be fulfilled. Great, I've been looking forward to it, Qin Shen smiled. Pointing to the office building, Lin Yuyan generously said, that useless person has already rolled out, and as a reward, I've decided to hand over control of this street to you. Hearing such a generous reward, Qin Shen smiled and said, you really aren't a heartless boss, you're quite generous. Humph, that's only natural, I'm a person who distinguishes between reward and punishment. Lin Yuyan crossed her arms and said, in a few days, I'll send someone to repair this place. During this time, make sure to manage the assets of the entertainment street well. Remember to submit 50% of the profits on time, that's the family's share. Although the entertainment street now belonged to Lin Yuyan, she didn't plan to take any profits for herself. Aside from the family's share, all other profits would go to Qin Shen. It seemed that Lin Yuyan had already regarded Qin Shen as her most trusted confidant. Since the boss is so generous, I certainly can't be stingy. Our arena is currently in a difficult time, and the profits from the entertainment street will just fill the gap. Qin Shen smiled and made a promise. The profit from a small entertainment street couldn't compare to the vast arena, so it was better to take small risks for greater rewards. Very well, I didn't misjudge you. Lin Yuyan smiled charmingly, feeling quite pleased. This guy was indeed not someone who only cared about small profits. He had ambition, goals, and means. Alright, I need to go back to sleep now. Yawning, Lin Yuyan prepared to leave. But looking at Lin Mei, who was following Qin Shen, she curiously asked, Sister, aren't you coming with me? You go back to sleep first, I have something to discuss with Qin Shen. Lin Mei waved her hand quickly. Okay, then I'm leaving. Although Lin Yuyan was puzzled, she still left with her subordinates. After all, her cousin was an adult and didn't need anyone to take care of her. Could it be that she would be abducted by Qin Shen? What do you need me for? Qin Shen was also somewhat curious. He stared at Lin Mei's enchanting phoenix eyes, trying to discern something from them. I want to become stronger. Lin Mei seemed a bit agitated, her words coming out in a rush. Hearing this response, Qin Shen became interested and asked, why do you want to become stronger? Can't the Lin family protect you? The power of the family ultimately isn't mine. If I want to rebel, I must have the capital to do so. Lin Mei's gaze was very firm, clearly having come to a realization. Qin Shen smiled and said, you could learn from your cousin, isn't she very independent and full of ideas? No, my cousin isn't the deciding factor tonight. You are. Lin Mei paused and said, if you stand with Lin Yuxian, the outcome tonight will be reversed. Therefore, only the power I hold in my hands can determine my fate. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Shen applauded as a form of praise. Because Lin Mei understood the situation and saw the truth behind the victory and defeat. The elders of the Lin family didn't care who was the older brother or younger sister, they only cared about who the final winner was. In other words, whoever wins, they will side with. And Qin Shen was the decisive factor tonight. Only if he killed Wang Yan could Lin Yuyan win this sibling rivalry. Just help me, okay? I can give you a lot of money, and you don't even have to return what you borrowed yesterday. Seeing that Qin Shen hadn't agreed yet, Lin Mei even started to act coy. This beautiful young woman was not joking. When she acted coy, it was captivating and enchanting. Her charming eyes blinked slightly, and her seductive red lips gently pleaded, making one's blood race. If it were an ordinary man, he would surely surrender immediately, bowing to Lin Mei's charm. But Qin Shen was not an ordinary man, because in his past life, he had encountered a strange race among the stars, the charm demons. The charm demons, from the Demon Star, were extremely beautiful female beings with the ability to bewitch hearts, capable of shaping an absolutely perfect goddess image in a man's mind. It was said that no male who had seen them survived. However, Qin Chen broke this rumor. He had encountered a group of charm demons and, after resisting their repeated mental temptations, managed to hold on. From then on, no beauty could disturb Qin Chen. His decisions would not deviate because of beauty. Of course, occasionally appreciating beauty to relax was still acceptable. I can help you, but there's a condition, Qin Chen said with a faint smile. Lin Mei was a bit excited and quickly asked, what condition? Besides money, I don't seem to have anything else. Could it be, you have thoughts about me? As she spoke, Lin Mei's pretty face flushed, and a voice in her heart began to murmur. Qin Chen is actually quite nice, young and handsome. If he doesn't mind me, I really want to. Seeing Lin Mei's shy appearance, Qin Chen guessed what she was thinking. He smiled and said, yes, I want you to listen to me. When Lin Mei heard the first half of the sentence, her body trembled with shyness, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. But when Qin Chen finished speaking, she realized she had misunderstood and quickly looked up to ask, what do you mean by listening to you? Becoming stronger isn't something you can just say. It requires immense effort and enduring inhuman pain. After all, you are a young lady. If you can't follow the arrangements, then don't waste my time, Qin Chen said in a calm tone. Lin Mei was stunned and lowered her head in thought. After a moment, she answered firmly, I am willing to follow your arrangements, as long as I can become stronger. Alright, then come back to my place with me now. After dropping this line, Qin Chen walked away without looking back. Lin Mei's pretty face turned red again. Back to your place? He can't be wanting me to accompany him. Forget it, if I have to accompany him, who knows who will end up eating whom. Thinking of this, the beautiful young woman hurriedly chased after him. In the dead of night, the entertainment street, now reduced to ruins, was silent and deserted. On the ground lay the mangled corpses of beasts, congealed bloodstains, and countless broken bricks and tiles. Bang! The manhole cover was gently lifted, making a faint sound. A pair of round, beady rat eyes peeked out from the gap, scanning the surroundings of the street. It's safe, no one around, but, is this the entertainment street? Li Zhengde reported the situation while crawling out of the sewer. He was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't taken a wrong turn, so how had he ended up outside the entertainment street? Which abandoned street was this? No, this is the entertainment street, Duan Feng suddenly said. He spotted a broken neon sign amidst the ruins, the emblem of the Bihai Lunching Club. So, the entertainment street is destroyed? Dai Han murmured in disbelief. What are we going to do about our mission? Duan Feng scratched his head helplessly. Let's go back and explain the situation to the captain. The mission site has been destroyed by an unknown attack, and we need to formulate a new plan. After hiding in the sewer for several hours, they emerged only to find the mission site in ruins. What the hell was this? I hope the captain doesn't punish us. Li Zhengde was most afraid of Qin Chen and quickly began to pray. Under the cover of night, the three of them swiftly darted past the crumbling walls, heading towards the arena. Early in the morning, Lin Mei, sporting dark circles under her eyes, walked into Lin Youyan's office. She looked exhausted, complaining incessantly, her right hand resting on her waist, as if her whole body ached. Sister, what happened to you? Lin Youyan stood up in surprise and hurriedly asked. Her cousin usually didn't stay up late. Why did she look like she hadn't slept all night? It's all Qin Chen's fault. He kept me up all night. I couldn't even take a nap. Lin Mei was in a state of mental fatigue, her words spilling out without thought. What? Lin Youyan was utterly shocked. That guy actually. When did you two get together? Just last night. I can't take it anymore. I need to sleep here for a bit. Lin Mei, dazed, walked over to the luxurious sofa, threw herself onto the soft cushions, and instantly fell asleep. Good morning, boss. Let's discuss the future plans for the arena today. Qin Chen, looking refreshed, walked into the office and casually greeted them. You jerk. Lin Youyan dashed to Qin Chen, grabbing his collar and whispering angrily, why did you bully my cousin? Look at how exhausted she is. Qin Chen shrugged off the beautiful boss's hand and replied nonchalantly, she volunteered. I didn't force her. Damn it, you scumbag. Lin Youyan was fuming. Lin Mei had already gone through a terrible marriage, and now she was being deceived by Qin Chen's sweet words. As her sister, she had to seek justice for her. Are you crazy? I just had her clean up. How did I become a scumbag? Qin Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. After bringing Lin Mei to his place last night, he had her clean the room. Since the furniture was all damaged by the energy released during the promotion, it took a lot of time. Hearing this, Lin Youyan was stunned. Cleaning? This sexy and beautiful woman had just spent the whole night cleaning for Qin Chen? Was this guy really just a hot-blooded man? I see that expression of yours isn't quite satisfied. Do you really want me to do something to Lin Mei? Xin Chen laughed. He knew Lin Yuyan had misunderstood what happened last night and was just teasing her. You. Nonsense. Anyway, you're not allowed to bully my cousin. Lin Yuyan angrily sat back down in her boss's chair. Since her cousin hadn't been deceived by this bad man, she wouldn't dwell on it too much. When Lin Mei woke up, the two sisters could have a good chat. So, what are your thoughts? Back to the main topic, Lin Yuyan pushed a document over. This is last month's financial report from the arena. Take a look. Tisk TSK, it's a sight too grim to bear. Xin Chen casually sat across from the beautiful boss, flipping through the financial report. The rewards for the contestants are just too much. Are you running a business or a charity? You. Aren't you a contestant yourself? How can you complain about the rewards being too high? Lin Yuyan was understandably indignant at such mockery. Xin Chen shook his head. No. I'm a contestant within the arena, but in this office, I'm part of the exploiting class. Let's cut the contestant rewards by half, that way, we can catch our breath a little. That may be true, but those contestants won't be happy about being exploited. Lin Yuyan sighed, though she had thought about it too, she just had too many concerns. Even if the rewards are less, we can make up for it in other ways. Xin Chen began to describe his idea. For example, linking contestant earnings to ticket sales. The ticket revenue isn't good as it is, and you want to share it with outsiders? Lin Yuyan was quite puzzled. Don't rush, let me explain. Xin Chen was very patient, completely devoid of the brutal temperament he had during battles. The contestants in the arena are all desperate individuals from all walks of life. They are essentially walking advertisements. For instance, would Zhang San, in order to increase his competition earnings, actively promote the arena? If he is an outlaw, wouldn't he attract other criminal associates to join the arena competitions for profit? Lin Yuyan was momentarily stunned and asked, are you saying we should have the contestants help advertise the arena, and we only need to pay a meager portion of the ticket profits? Exactly. As long as we control the points of the dividends, the arena can get countless cheap advertisements. Xin Chen said slowly, this is far more effective than the arena's own promotions and won't attract backlash. Lin Yuyan suddenly understood, a smile appearing on her face. Before she could voice her opinion, Xin Chen continued, what I just mentioned was just a method for external promotion. The arena also needs to add new revenue streams. If we only rely on ticket sales, we won't last long. Yes, I think so too. Lin Yuyan quickly nodded in agreement. Xin Chen stood up to pour a glass of water, cleared his throat, and said, the arena can collaborate with the entertainment district for marketing, as violence often has a chemical reaction with alcohol and beauty. Lin Yuyan was like a diligent student, quickly jotting down this suggestion. After chatting for the entire morning, when Lin Mei groggily woke up, the two finally paused their conversation. What are you two talking about? Lin Mei stretched lazily, her sultry figure on full display. Curiously, she walked over and leaned on the back of the boss's chair. Lin Yuyan pointed to the notebook and explained, we were discussing the management methods of the arena. Xin Chen here has some good ideas. Humph, he has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Lin Mei's tone carried a hint of complaint. She glared at Xin Chen, as if she wanted to punish him with her gaze. Unfortunately, the young woman's eyes were too charming, lacking any hint of menace, more like seduction. What exactly is your relationship? Lin Yuyan couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, why are you cleaning up in the middle of the night? A cooperative relationship, Xin Chen answered first. This foolish woman wants to get stronger and insisted on asking me for help, so I made her clean up first. Get stronger? Lin Yuyan was taken aback. Lin Mei quickly explained, oh, I just want to try the feeling of gaining power. Everyone says I look like a child, so I want to prove myself. I see, little sister supports you. Lin Yuyan laughed. Speaking of which, I haven't used my beast power in a long time, I wonder if I've regressed. Xin Chen became interested and casually asked, I still don't know your beast transformation form, care to share? Last night while cleaning, Xin Chen learned that Lin Mei's beast transformation was a white python, ranked D level. Of course, the young misses. Lin had no combat experience and relied entirely on resource accumulation. My beast transformation is a bamboo viper, but after advancing to sea level, the species underwent some slight changes. You can call it bamboo viper python. Are all the Lin family's beast forms related to pythons? Xin Chen asked curiously. Lin Yuyan shook her head and explained, it should be related to reptiles. The beast forms of the branches are all lizards, crocodiles, and the like. Only people from our main family can transform into snakes and pythons. I see, pythons are indeed considered extremely fierce beasts. How about we find a time to spar? Xin Chen took the initiative to invite her. Sure, once I'm done here, I'll have a match with you. Lin Yuyan smiled charmingly. I have combat experience, so don't underestimate me. After some casual chatting, Xin Chen left the office. The young Mrs. Lin followed closely behind, seemingly intent on sticking to his side. I'll arrange for you tonight, go home and rest now, and remember to change into something comfortable, Xin Chen stopped and turned to say. Hearing this, Lin Mei jumped up. Okay, I'll go home now. But where are we going tonight, and what kind of clothes should I wear? Xin Chen smiled slightly. If we're going to kill someone, of course, you need to wear black. Shadow City, Good Taste Pavilion. Oldly, stop drinking water, you're making me nervous, Dai Hong complained. Li Zhenda poured himself a glass of water and explained, I'm drinking water because I'm nervous. Who knows how the captain will punish us? Last night during the report, Xin Chen said nothing but asked them to gather for a meal the next day at noon. Be grateful, because there are women in the captain's room, we got off easy. Dai Hong grumbled, being able to delay punishment until today is already pretty good, at least we got to sleep in this morning. Duan Feng was a bit curious and asked, why are you so afraid of the captain? Did you do something wrong? How could that be? We just saw the captain display his might, and it left a bit of a psychological shadow. Li Zhenda quickly waved his hand in denial. They both remembered that night when they fought for the Thunder Leopard Skull, where Captain Qin single-handedly faced many opponents, scaring everyone into a hasty retreat. That imposing aura was truly overwhelming, leaving a deep impression on the minds of the cats and mice. That's true, very few can withstand the captain's might, Duan Feng nodded in agreement. Creak, at this moment, the door was pushed open, and Qin Chen walked into the private room. The three immediately stood up and bowed their heads to welcome the captain's arrival. No need to be so formal, sit down, I'm hungry too, Qin Chen said gently, waving his hand. Thank you, Captain. The three sighed in relief and quickly took their seats. I forgot to tell you last night, the entertainment street is now mine. Qin Chen casually picked up a piece of food and said, Lin Youxuan's power has waned, he won't be able to stir up any more trouble. The three were astonished. What exactly happened on the ground while they were hiding in the sewer? However, to eliminate the roots, you need to continue executing tasks. Qin Chen ignored the surprised expressions of the team members and instructed, Lin Yuxian still has 4 small leaders under him. They didn't show up last night, perhaps they fled at the last moment. I need you to track down these 4 people, and then. As he spoke, he made a gesture of cutting his throat, revealing a ruthless expression. Yes, Captain, we won't make mistakes again, Duan Feng immediately responded. Dai Hong and Li Zhengde nodded repeatedly to avoid displeasing the captain. Old Duan, you take the lead. While Qin Chen was eating, he arranged tasks. Old Dai, Old Li, you two are responsible for tracking the target and gathering intelligence. Don't act impulsively anymore. Captain, you can rest assured, I will definitely keep Old Dai in check, so he won't have the chance to do something stupid, Li Zhengde said flatteringly. Very good, you guys eat too. Qin Chen nodded and said, we can chat a bit. Without being punished by the captain, the mood of the three became less anxious. Dai Hong curiously asked, Captain, was it you who led the team to storm the entertainment street last night? Hee, besides you three, who else do I have under me? Qin Chen chuckled, I went in alone, but unfortunately, I didn't encounter any formidable opponents. That's C-class powerhouse. Did he also run away? Duan Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. If the captain said he didn't meet any strong opponents, did that mean he didn't run into Wang Yan? Wang Yan didn't run away, I already killed him, Qin Chen said with a somewhat boastful tone, but that guy wasn't anything special, just a facade. The three were once again shocked. Their captain had just been promoted to C-class and could easily slay a long-established C-class powerhouse. What immense potential was this? Captain is impressive, let me toast to you. Dai Hong quickly stood up to raise his glass. Qin Chen smiled and clinked glasses with him. The other two immediately followed suit, and the atmosphere at the dining table gradually relaxed. With tasks come rewards, work hard, and the entertainment street is yours to enjoy. Qin Chen began to paint a rosy picture, like a heartless capitalist. Hearing this, Dai Hong elbowed Li Zhengde and jokingly said, Old Li, after we finish the task, I'll take you into the world of men. Get lost, get lost. I'm a man, I don't need you to take me anywhere. Li Zhengde retorted irritably. Although he was only 26, due to malnutrition since childhood and his lewd demeanor, he looked like a little old man in his 40s. This guy also had social anxiety and didn't dare to look directly at pretty girls, so he remained a virgin. In contrast, Dai Hong was tall, had a chiseled face, and was smooth-talking, already a veteran in the world of romance. You two have such different personalities, how did you become partners? Qin Chen asked curiously. In his previous life, he had only heard of Dai Heng's name but had never heard of Li Zhengde. It's a long story, we both come from the same village. Dai Hong took a sip of wine inside. The village was taken over by out-of-control people, and all our relatives died, leaving just the two of us, a cat and a mouse, to rely on each other. That year we were only 18, hiding in a cellar for a whole month before being rescued by the city defense army passing by. Remembering those difficult times, Li Zhengde also felt a bit sad. We two country bumpkins had no idea how to make money. We worked odd jobs all over Xingyue City, ate free relief food, and slept in the sewers. After finally earning a little money to rent a place, we were extorted clean by the local bullies. Dai Hong took over the conversation and continued, in the end, we had no choice but to entertain some crooked thoughts and took on petty theft tasks. Later, when we went to dig up a treasure, both Old Li and I contracted a serious illness at the same time and had to borrow money from Lin Youxuan's forces. It was indeed quite tough. From now on, work hard for the beast arena, and Boss Lin won't treat you unfairly. Qinshan comforted, then asked, but I'm a bit curious, what exactly was the treasure that made you both contract a serious illness? Dai Hong and Li Zhengde exchanged glances and quickly recalled, it was a dark flag made of beast bones and skins, covered in curse inscriptions, and looked very strange. Could it be the Death Mark Soul banner? Qinshan silently speculated. This thing was not simple. In his previous life, it was a rare treasure sought after by everyone, but due to its terrifying side effects, very few could hold on to it for long. Do you still have any leads on it? I want to go and see for myself. Qinshan openly expressed his thoughts, showing no attempt to hide his covetous heart. Dai Hong pondered deeply, lowering his head to recall the past. After a moment, he excitedly said, I remember now, that task was issued by the wealthy Feng Shouwen from Xingyue City. The item should be in his hands. I see. Qinshan sipped his drink, his gaze distant. In the northern outskirts of Xingyue City, darkness enveloped the area, where countless evils lurked. The sounds of curses and cries intertwined, forming a disturbing noise. This batch of sheep is no good, not obedient at all. A tattooed man leaned against the front of a truck, cradling a sultry beauty in his arms. He spoke to the man in black before him, if this happens again, I won't be sourcing from you anymore. Brother Scorpion, you misunderstand. It's not that I'm not trying hard, it's just that business is tough. The man in black shrugged and said, this batch of sheep was just recently gathered. They are new disaster victims from the nearby area. It's normal for them to be a bit unruly. I spent who knows how much effort to avoid the city defense forces, and I really don't have the energy to discipline them. Scorpion sneered, mocking, do you think you're the only one with difficulties? If this batch of goods is unruly, my costs will go up a few points. Are you going to compensate me? The man in black forced a smile, not responding. Forget it, I've transferred the money to you, just pay more attention next time. Scorpion waved his hand impatiently and walked away with the woman in his arms. It was clear they were off to have some fun. Watching their shameless demeanor, the man in black curled his lip and cursed inwardly, damn Scorpion, pretending to be a big shot, aren't you just a lackey for the powerful? After venting his frustration, he shouted to his subordinates, hurry up and load the sheep onto the truck. Countless ragged disaster victims were being dragged away by beastmen, treated like lambs, sent off as cargo onto the truck. This was a human trafficking site, one of the sources of evil. How despicable, how can they treat people like goods? In hiding, Lin Mei felt indignant, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Qinshan said expressionlessly, do you think the Lin family is clean? Perhaps they have shares in this operation behind the scenes. Lin Mei's momentum instantly deflated. Right, she herself was the young lady of Shadow City, enjoying all sorts of unclean money and resources. What right did she have to criticize others? But since you've chosen the path of rebellion, you don't need to look back. Qinshan's voice was very magnetic, making Lin Mei's ears tingle. Do what you want to do, because strong people never need to explain themselves to others. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei's heart jolted. This was the feeling she wanted, to act solely on her instincts, to take control of her own fate. So what should I do now? Lin Mei asked excitedly, her delicate body unconsciously leaning closer to Qinshan, eager for guidance. Inhaling the fragrant scent, Qinshan said lightly, it's simple, first take care of this group of criminals. Lin Mei was a bit dazed and quickly asked, but, I've never fought before. I haven't even killed a fish. In her emotional excitement, the young woman completely failed to realize that she was less than 5 centimeters away from Qinshan. This was a very ambiguous distance, typically only seen between couples. Though the warm and soft presence was close, Qinshan did not indulge in the enjoyment. He supported Lin Mei's fragrant shoulder and pushed her away slightly, saying, I will create opportunities for you to act, but you must ensure you won't back out at the last moment. Only then did Lin Mei realize the ambiguous distance they had just shared. She quickly covered her pretty face, shyly replying, don't worry. I absolutely won't run away, even if I feel nauseous, I will hold on. Hee hee, strong people don't get shy as easily as you do. Shinshin shook his head and smiled, rising to leave his hiding place. Teased by a boy 12 years younger than herself, Lin Mei couldn't help but blush a little. He's so calm, could it be that my charm doesn't attract him? After some doubt, Lin Mei hurried to catch up with Qin Shen's pace. Good evening. Qin Shen swaggered into the trading scene, even clapping his hands to draw the attention of all the beast transformers. This action was truly arrogant. Lin Mei felt a bit scared, clinging tightly to Qin Shen like a little rabbit. Surrounded by reckless criminals, she certainly didn't want to get into trouble. Where did this wild couple come from, tired of living? The thugs put down their work, revealing wicked smiles. They brazenly eyed Lin Mei. Your woman is quite beautiful, if you leave her here, we'll let you off the hook. Hearing this, the young woman trembled in fear, directly clutching Qin Shen's arm. Even though her curves were compressed, Lin Mei didn't dare to let go for even half a second. Qin Shen lowered his head, leaning close to her ear and said, Are you angry? Do you want to dig out their eyeballs? Recalling those wolfish, evil gazes, Lin Mei felt a surge of shame and anger. Why did she possess such beauty yet lack the power to protect it? Without the protection of the Lin family, what difference was there between her and a little white rabbit? I want to tear them to pieces and make them regret having evil thoughts about me. Lin Mei whispered, her eyes turning fierce. Qin Shen smiled and said, Then get ready, the slaughter is about to begin. Super gravity. With a crisp snap of his fingers, overwhelming gravity crashed down. The thugs had no idea what was happening and fell to the ground one after another. It felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on their backs, making it hard to breathe, let alone rise up to resist. Sea level. He's a sea level powerhouse. Someone shouted in terror. Upon hearing this, the thugs were frightened out of their wits, lying on the ground and begging for mercy. Qin Shen ignored them and instead shoved a sharp dagger into Lin Mei's palm. His voice was low as he slowly said, Go ahead, right now, they are just lambs to the slaughter. Okay, I can do it. Lin Mei's voice trembled as she stepped toward the group of criminals. Though she had just been filled with rage, when it came time to act, she felt a twinge of fear. This was a bloody and brutal act, a destruction of others' fates. I cannot be afraid of you, scum, nor can I sympathize with you, Lin Mei murmured, desperately encouraging herself. She raised the blade high, almost ready to stab down, but at the critical moment, she hesitated. Seeing this, Qin Shen quickly stepped forward, grasping Lin Mei's hand and exerting force together. When the crimson liquid splattered, Lin Mei finally realized what had happened. She succeeded. With Qin Shen's help, she had overcome her psychological barrier. The hardest part is the beginning. Are you still afraid? Qin Shen asked as he took the bloodied dagger away. Lin Mei shook her head, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. They are the scum of humanity, the disgrace of beast transformers. They plunder the disaster victims and sell them as commodities. They deserve the most painful punishment. Qin Shen pointed at the group of criminals and said to Lin Mei, Now, you initiate the beast transformation and use the white python strangulation technique to send them to hell. Hiss. A piercing snake hiss sounded as a 10-meter-long snow-white giant python transformed into shape. It had a strange beauty, seemingly intertwined with human form in countless ways. The snow-white scales and elegantly clustered patterns made this python beast stunningly captivating. If Lin Mei was the goddess of beauty in people's hearts, then the white python was the deadly enchantress in the eyes of beasts. So it turns out that truly beautiful beings have flawless forms even in beast shape. Qin Shen crossed his arms and watched with great interest. He saw the white python raise its head and look over at Qin Shen, as if seeking his opinion. Go ahead and do it, liberate your true nature. Qin Shen nodded. In the next moment, the white python surged up, its mouth wide open, revealing its bloody fangs. The sounds of cries for help and screams filled the air. Scorpion walked out of the woods, looking refreshed. He smacked his lips and adjusted his pants, as if he had just enjoyed a vigorous workout. Hey, Scorpion, wait for me. A delicate voice that could kill without a trace rang out from behind, and Scorpion stopped with a wicked smile. You little enchantress know how to have fun. I'll buy you a nice car when we get back. Hee hee, thank you, Scorpion. The woman quickly wrapped her arms around Scorpion's, her delicate body rubbing against him. Boom! A loud crash suddenly echoed, startling the two who were still flirting. Oh no, the convoy is in trouble. Scorpion, being a D-class beastman, had decent strength among his peers. When he heard the screams mixed with the loud crash, he knew something was seriously wrong. Is it a black market deal gone wrong? Or has the reverse scale come for us? With doubts in mind, Scorpion immediately abandoned the woman and rushed towards the convoy. The woman was a bit panicked but chose to follow. She was no mere songbird, she was part of the criminal organization, only knowing how to sell her beauty. What the hell, they're all dead? Scorpion was utterly shocked at the sight of the corpses scattered everywhere. These people were his entire fortune. Now that none were left alive, how could he still be the boss? Looking at the white python rampaging wildly, Scorpion's anger surged. You dare to touch my people? Are you looking for death? He shouted angrily, instantly activating his beast transformation. True to his name, Scorpion's beast form was indeed a giant scorpion. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, with its deadly venomous tail even longer than its body. Lin Mei also saw Scorpion's appearance. She first stepped back in fear but quickly remembered that Qin Shen was beside her and pressed forward. You must be their boss, come die with me. Thinking of this guy as the #1 human trafficker, Lin Mei felt no fear, only anger and disdain. Where the hell did you come from? Scorpion shouted angrily, dare to interfere with my business? Then become a corpse. Saying this, he raised his scorpion tail stinger high and crawled forward madly. Lin Mei, lacking combat experience, had just wiped out a bunch of criminals, but they were in a state of helplessness, so it could only be considered one-sided slaughter. Thus, she and Scorpion only exchanged a glance before being played around, unable to find an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! The tip of the scorpion tail glimmered with a green poisonous light as it lunged towards the python's beastly eyes. Such a fierce attack actually stunned Lin Mei. She didn't even know what to do, standing there in a daze. After a sigh, Qin Shen snapped his fingers. The supergravity activated instantly, causing the scorpion tail, about to pierce the snake's eyes, to plummet to the ground. Ah! It hurts so much. Scorpion immediately cried out in pain. His scorpion tail, which should have been able to curl upwards, was now forcefully pressed down by gravity, nearly breaking. Stupid woman, what are you still dawdling for? Qin Shen scolded impatiently, if you don't act now, you'll be the one lying on the ground. Lin Mei trembled in fear, quickly snapping back to reality. She raised her thick python tail and struck fiercely at the giant scorpion. Although this was a clumsy and inefficient way to kill, it was something the young woman had thought of herself, so it was a chance to indulge her just this once. Soon, the shell on Scorpion's body began to shatter, and he spewed green blood from his mouth in large quantities. Spare me. I'm willing to give up all my possessions. Due to severe injuries, the scorpion could only intermittently plead for mercy. TCH, I have plenty of money, who cares about your dirty money? Lin Mei scolded in a delicate voice, the force of her python tail striking increased even more. I have the Feng family backing me, can you afford to provoke me? The scorpion, unwilling to die here, quickly brought up his support. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen grinned, as if he had been plotting all along. In fact, after learning about the secret treasure's whereabouts, Qin Shen had already started his plan. He specifically sought out Li Zhengde, an intelligence expert, and requested several lists of black forces. After a whole afternoon of screening, he finally settled on this human trafficking gang. They were intricately connected with the Feng family, who possessed the Deathmark Soul Banner. This could allow Lin Mei to go out for training, gather information on the Feng family, and eliminate evil forces. One fish, 3 eats, why not? Just when you think Qin Shen is on the 1st level, he is already standing on the 5th level, laughing at you. Foolish woman, you can come back now, Qin Shen called out to stop her. Lin Mei was quite obedient, immediately returning to his side, transforming back into her human form. The young woman seemed to be in high spirits from the killing, her pretty face flushed, her delicate body slightly glistening with fragrant sweat, and her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Those who didn't know would think she and Qin Shen had engaged in some physically demanding activity. The scorpion, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to transform back into human form, lying on the ground. I'll ask you a question, if you can answer it, I'll let you go. Qin Shen stepped forward, crossing his arms casually. Sure, go ahead, I'll tell you everything I know, the scorpion replied weakly. Fortunately, the Feng family's reputation had some effect, allowing him to keep his life. What method can be used to enter the Feng family directly? Qin Shen asked. So he wants to take action against the Feng family. I'm really unlucky to become cannon fodder, the scorpion silently complained in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he said to Qin Shen, the Feng family is in the trade business, whether it's legitimate goods or shady items, they buy and sell them all. So, disguising as an outsider and using the pretense of discussing business should allow you to enter the Feng family. Qin Shen shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with this answer. This method is something even Lin Mei could come up with, it has no value. Lin Mei sensed something was off. Why did it feel like Qin Shen was mocking her? The scorpion quickly said, let me think again, I'm seriously injured, my brain isn't functioning well. Qin Shen remained silent, merely nodding. After a while, the scorpion finally thought of a good idea. The Feng family's ancestor is about to celebrate a birthday. As one of their black gloves, I should be qualified to attend the banquet. You mean, you want me to follow you in? Qin Chen asked. The scorpion nodded eagerly. Yes, this should be the safest method. Hearing this, Qin Chen smiled, but there was an extremely dangerous undertone to his smile. No, this is the most risky method. Qin Chen raised his right hand, the violent power of thunder flickering at his fingertips. Because you are not worth my trust. Zzz. As the charred gas erupted, the scorpion's consciousness faded away. Seeing the number one human trafficker dead, Lin Mei excitedly asked, does this mean we've eliminated a criminal gang? Not completely eliminated yet. Qin Chen stuffed the dagger back into Lin Mei's palm, pointed to the nearby bushes, and said, a little mouse is still eavesdropping, you can take care of her. Okay, I'll be right back. Lin Mei unexpectedly revealed a dangerous smile identical to Qin Chen's and quickly walked towards the target. Accompanied by screams, Qin Chen began to plunder all the gene fragments from the corpses. According to their uses, he divided the gene fragments into 3 types. The first type was fragments related to strength, speed, defense, and other attributes, which could be used to enhance himself when needed. The second type consists of special fragments like keratin, wings, and fierce fire, which can provide Qin Chen with genetic abilities and rapidly enhance his combat power, requiring special attention. The third type includes impurities like rotten hair, which have no enhancement effects and may even contaminate Qin Chen's genes, so they should be stored as currency for exchanging items in the genetic treasury. Once Lin Mei finished up, Qin Chen also stopped his work. The entire human trafficking gang had brought him 10 attribute fragments and 20 impurity fragments. The only one worth noting was the scorpion's venom gene fragment. Qin Chen didn't think too much and directly used it to enhance the sharp angle of his elbow. This way, the lethality of his elbow strikes increased a bit more. Qin Chen, what should we do about these disaster victims? Looking at the fully loaded truck convoy, Lin Mei suddenly felt troubled. No need to worry, someone will come to rescue them, Qin Chen said lightly. He didn't have the energy to arrange for this group of people. It was impossible to just wave his hand and make the disaster victims submit. Anyway, there was a meddlesome organization, the reverse scale, to take care of the mess, and Qin Chen wouldn't feel the slightest guilt. Alright, then. What are we going to do next? Lin Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Chen glanced at the emotionally charged young woman and smiled. Of course, we're going home to sleep. Trying to rush things never ends well. He had already learned that the ancestor of the Feng family was about to celebrate a birthday, and how to get in would require careful planning. Are we going home so early? Lin Mei surprisingly looked a bit disappointed, her small hands fidgeting as if she was struggling with something. But I'm just too excited, I'll definitely have trouble sleeping. Then what do you want to do? Feeling the slightly bloody breeze, Qin Chen asked curiously. Lin Mei lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a whisper, I want to go have a drink, to relax a bit. Maybe then I can sleep. Are you asking me out? Qin Chen smiled and asked, are you sure you want to drink with a bad man? Breaking through her psychological barrier, the young woman boldly replied with a blush. She felt very comfortable being around Qin Chen, able to relax her mood freely. If she encountered someone unpleasant, she would just beat them up. If she felt offended, she would unleash her fury. Perhaps, this was the taste of rebellion. Why be a well-behaved young lady? If she was going to do it, she might as well be a beautiful and deadly madwoman. Very good, facing one's inner self is also a strength of the strong, Qin Chen said with a smile, extending his hand. Lin Mei surprisingly showed no hesitation and placed her delicate hand in his broad palm. The two held hands, cloaked in the inky night, disappearing from the hellish trading scene. Star Moon City, Reverse Scale Division. Director, there was a major incident in the eastern suburbs last night. The Scorpion Society is facing total annihilation. The sound of high heels echoed urgently as a woman in work attire hurried into the office. I know, the City Defense Army just called, Gao Rui sighed. We need to send someone to investigate the scene as soon as possible and pick up the disaster victims from the City Defense Army. Understood, Director. The woman in work attire saluted and left in a hurry with her long legs. The Scorpion Society indeed needs to be dealt with, but such brutal methods. I wonder who was behind this. Gao Rui supported his forehead, feeling it was very tricky. Recently, Star Moon City had been unstable, with more and more out-of-control individuals outside the city, and frequent conflicts among various forces inside. As the director, he couldn't be in two places at once. How could he handle so many matters simultaneously? The headquarters assessment is about to come down, yet Star Moon City is a mess. Gao Rui sighed, picked up the phone, and asked his secretary, Shaoli, go check if Minister Wang is at work. Tell him to come to my office. Director, Minister Wang Miao hasn't been to work for 3 days, and no one can contact him. The secretary replied hesitantly on the other end of the line. Gao Rui suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, then why didn't you say it earlier? Such situations should be reported to me in a timely manner, right? But Minister Wang Miao has always been like this, never coming to work on time. He even warned his colleagues not to report to you, or else there would be retaliation. The secretary was quite helpless. Hearing this, Gao Rui felt even more of a headache. He rubbed his temples and said, "Alright, it's fine. You can go back to your work." After hanging up the phone, Gao Rui stood up, put on his coat, and prepared to personally find Wang Miao. That guy wasn't personally trained by the reverse scale, he had a strong street vibe and never followed the rules. Considering his B-level strength, Gao Rui didn't demote him. Sigh, if it weren't for the scarcity of talent, who would treat dog poop as a treasure? Gao Rui sighed and left the director's office. Shadow City, Night Enchantment Bar. The phone alarm beeped repeatedly, the sound echoing in the ambiguous atmosphere of the private room. Qinshan opened his eyes, pushed away Lin Mei, who was pressed against him, feeling somewhat complicated. They did everything last night, except for going all the way. Because the young woman was foolish enough to drink one strong drink after another. She had no tolerance for alcohol and quickly got so drunk that she was out cold. Looking at Lin Mei, who was as limp as a dead person, Qinshan immediately lost interest. Surely, no one really likes to deal with a drunk, right? Reeking of alcohol and on the verge of vomiting, only someone with a strong taste could handle that. Ugh, my head hurts. Lin Mei groggily woke up, covering her head with her hands and groaning. Have you ever drunk before? Qinshan asked while tidying his clothes. I've only had low alcohol drinks. I didn't expect strong liquor to taste so bad, Lin Mei replied with some regret. She had finally mustered the courage, but because she got too drunk, she couldn't have her way with Qinshan. But it was fine, there was still plenty of time, and she would surely have another chance. A foolish woman is just a foolish woman. When will you become a bit smarter? Qinshan chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Mei pouted and said, "Don't tease me, I will work hard to become smarter." To get Qinshan to agree, she even moved her body closer, pressing her curves against his arm. So you want to climb the ladder, huh? Qinshan laughed and said, "Don't think the arrangements in the future will be easy. If someone can't get stronger, I'll just throw her away." Such cruel and ruthless words could only come from Qinshan. Because before repelling the myriad races of the stars, he didn't want to hear any nonsense about love stories. Can love be eaten? Can it be used as a weapon? Can it repel enemies that seek to destroy the earth? It is worth mentioning that after stepping onto the path of rebellion, Lin Mei was no longer a normal woman. In her view, those who easily succumbed to beauty were simply weaklings. Like that ex-husband who only knew how to do business and was spineless. Only someone as cold-blooded and domineering as Qinshan could be considered a truly charismatic man. So after hearing his harsh words, she not only didn't get angry or complain but even replied with shining eyes, "Don't worry, I will definitely get stronger. Even if you abandon me, I will do my best to catch up." Qinshan smiled, reaching out to embrace Lin Mei's delicate and soft waist. "It's nice to hear, but it still depends on your actions. From now on, every night, you have to go out with me to kill. I look forward to seeing how strong you become." Lin Mei was overjoyed, carefully burying her head on Qinshan's shoulder. Her red lips parted slightly, exhaling like orchids, and she whispered closely in his ear, "I can't wait, I'm already looking forward to killing alongside you." Time passed quickly, and another week went by. Due to the sweeping reforms, the profits of the arena increased significantly, and the prospects became increasingly bright. Faced with such a situation, Lin Yuyan was overjoyed. Fortunately, she had believed in Qinshan's method, allowing the beast arena to be revitalized. This way, at the family meeting to be held the day after tomorrow, Lin Yuyan would have ample confidence. Neither that irresponsible father, Lin Qingdong, nor the other scheming relatives could use the beast arena as an excuse to attack her. What has that guy Qinshan been busy with lately? Lin Yuyan muttered to herself. Ever since he had given her advice, he hadn't been coming to the office much. Thinking of this, Lin Yuyan immediately called Qinshan. "Hello, why haven't I seen you? Are you busy lately?" she casually asked once the call connected. Qinshan's deep voice quickly came through. "Not too bad, just working hard on my training, after all, strength is my capital." Lin Yuyan was about to praise him when she heard a sultry voice on the other end. "Hey, be gentle, you're hurting me." The beautiful boss was instantly taken aback, unable to speak for a long time. Is he really training hard? Is the training location on a mattress? On the other end of the line, Qinshan scolded, "Stupid woman, don't make a fuss, what's wrong with me loosening your bones?" After saying this, he pretended nothing had happened and asked Lin Yuyan, "Did the boss call me for something?" "Ahem, it's nothing major." Lin Yuyan couldn't be bothered with so much, after all, Qinshan wasn't her man. "I'm free now, let's find a chance to spar and talk about the family meeting." Qinshan immediately replied, "Sure, I have time this afternoon, shall we meet at the beast arena?" Okay, as long as you're happy. Hearing the woman's sultry call, Lin Yuyen quickly agreed and hung up the phone as if shocked. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain for Qin Chen's lewd behavior. I thought he wouldn't indulge in beauty, turns out all crows in the world are the same. Qin Chen exerted a slight force with his right hand, slapping the soft, perky peach. He scolded, "You've got some guts now, daring to tease me?" "I didn't. I'm really in pain." Lin Mei's tone was quite aggrieved, but the corners of her mouth secretly curled up, as if hiding a mischievous smile. She was wearing a sports tank top and yoga pants, lying straight on the bed, waiting for the next round of bone loosening. The perfect, flawless, alluring body of the young woman was displayed without restraint. "After the bone loosening, you must help me advance to C rank." Qin Chen's expression turned cold as he said lightly, "You've been stuck at D rank for so many years, if you still can't advance, it just means you have no potential." Hearing this threat, Lin Mei immediately froze, no longer daring to be mischievous. She quickly got up, knelt on the soft mattress, and lowered her head, saying, I can definitely do it, please help me loosen my bones." Qin Chen snorted coldly, signaling her to lie down with his eyes. The bone loosening technique he used was a high-end skill passed down from the resistance in his past life. Loosening bones can stimulate the potential of beast transformants and accelerate their advancement speed. The principle is to release the vital energy stored in the bones to help the body break through. But the problem is that the bone loosening technique causes extreme pain to the recipient. It has 3 stages, and with each stage, the pain increases several times. In the resistance, many big shots couldn't withstand the extreme pain of the 3rd stage, often crying out and begging for mercy during the bone loosening. For the young woman, this challenge was indeed too difficult, but Qin Chen was not prepared to go easy on her. After all, Harley Quinn endured all kinds of torture and drug stimulation before she could transform into the Joker's girl. If Lin Mei wanted to become a rebellious and powerful crazy beauty, she naturally had to endure pain that ordinary people could not. Under the intense pain, Lin Mei involuntarily let out a muffled groan. But she reacted quickly, immediately biting down hard on the pillow with her pearly teeth, not allowing herself to make any sound. Seeing this action, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Qin Chen's eyes. Under his training, Lin Mei had become increasingly ruthless, whether towards herself or her enemies. By the time the bone relaxation was complete, the young woman was already drenched in fragrant sweat, her delicate body limp and powerless, unable to lift even a finger. Qin Chen didn't mind at all. He directly helped Lin Mei up, letting her lie in his arms. "Well done, you're becoming more and more like me." Completely different from his earlier cold and ruthless demeanor, Qin Chen actually praised Lin Mei. The method of using a big stick first and then sweet dates, a tactic of capitalists and scumbags, he had mastered to perfection. "Thank you, I can finally be promoted to C level." Lin Mei smiled with great effort. Although her face was full of exhaustion, she was still incredibly bright and stunning. After regaining some strength, the young woman immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to push for C level. As the extraordinary beast power began to fill the room, Lin Mei had already entered the state. "This energy is quite strange, I can't see any clues," Qin Chen said, somewhat surprised. It was clear that the young woman had good potential, but she had just been wasted for too long. The extraordinary energy in the room began to change colors, first to the deepest black, then to pure white, finally settling on rose red. After a while, the energy transformed into petals of rosy red, swirling down from midair. Qin Chen reached out to catch them, but the moment the petals touched his skin, he felt his heart and mind stir. It was an indescribable feeling. In that second, he seemed to see an utterly perfect lover, unable to resist wanting to kneel on the ground and kiss her hem. Qin Chen's mind shook, instantly driving away the beast power that had disturbed his heart. What a terrifying charm, even stronger than a seductive demon. Looking at Lin Mei, who was still in the process of promotion, Qin Chen sighed, "What a great talent, yet she wasted it. If it weren't for me, this woman would surely have been a fool for a lifetime." As the petals gradually dissipated, Lin Mei's phoenix eyes suddenly opened wide. Her eyes were exceptionally enchanting, with a hint of rosy red hidden in her pupils. "I did it!" Lin Mei exclaimed joyfully, immediately getting up to cheer. But the young woman forgot that her body was still in a limp state. So as soon as she got up, Lin Mei fell weakly to the ground. Qin Chen timely supported her fragrant shoulder, pulling the soft and beautiful woman into his embrace. "What extraordinary ability have you awakened?" Lin Mei wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning her pretty face close, and slowly said, "It's called Flower of Confusion, and it can control the enemy's mind." "Are there any drawbacks?" Qin Chen asked. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mei immediately replied, "The enemy must come into contact with the petals to be confused. It feels very easy to dodge." She had no more guard against Qin Chen, readily answering about her fatal weakness. It's okay, I will teach you special techniques in the future to improve the hit rate of the petals, Qin said generously. Hearing this, Lin Mei was overjoyed, murmuring, "You're so nice, how can I repay you?" "Very simple, just be obedient." Qin revealed a meaningful smile and added, "And only listen to me." "Okay, I will be obedient." Although the young woman was a bit confused, she still nodded. In the beast fighting arena, the indoor training hall. This incredibly tall and spacious building was specially prepared for the contestants. When there were no competitions, the contestants would basically come here to train or spar. But today, the training hall would be completely closed, and all contestants were not allowed to enter, because it was to welcome the arrival of the beautiful boss. Lin Yuyan appeared in sportswear, and although not an inch of skin was exposed, her sexy and fiery body curves were still evident. "Why hasn't that guy arrived yet?" Lin Yuyan frowned. Just as she was about to take out her phone to ask, she saw a man and a woman walking in from the venue's main entrance. "Cousin?" Seeing Lin Mei, who was as bright as a flower, Lin Yuyan asked in surprise, "What are you doing here, and why did you come with this guy? What's so strange about it?" "I've been with Qin all week." Lin Mei smiled and explained, "He's been really good to me, taking me out and helping me level up." Are you two dating?" Lin Yuyan asked casually. Lin Mei cautiously glanced at Qin before replying, "Not yet, I'm pursuing Qin, but he hasn't agreed." Seeing her cousin's humble demeanor, Lin Yuyan felt very dissatisfied with someone. She glared at Qin and asked, "What do you mean? Are you deliberately dragging my sister along? A beauty like her is willing to take the initiative, and you still dare not agree? Humph, who is more noble than whom?" Qin teased the beautiful boss, deliberately saying, "Shouldn't I test her? If I let her get me easily, she definitely won't cherish it." This tactic is called striking first. Once a woman has said what she needs to say, she has nothing left to say. Lin Yuyan was exasperated. What kind of person is this? What does her cousin see in him? Alright, let's not ruin the mood. We're just here to spar today. Lin Mei immediately played the peacemaker, saying, "I can't wait. I really want to see Yoyen's combat skills." Hearing her cousin's words, Lin Yuyan had no choice but to calm down and stop dwelling on the matter. "What's your blood value?" Qin asked curiously while taking off his jacket. "Over 4,000, but I haven't exercised for a long time, so it should have dropped a bit," Lin Yuyan replied, also removing her jacket to reveal a black sports tank top. The two of them walked onto the spacious arena, one after the other. "I'll only use 30% of my strength, but don't resist too hard. If you can't take it, just call it off," Qin advised. Lin Yuyan huffed, "Humph, do I need you to tell me? Just don't underestimate me." Seeing the beautiful boss's proud demeanor, Qin smiled helplessly and suddenly transformed into a giant ape. Roar! When the thunderous roar erupted, Lin Yuyan's pretty face turned pale. Only by facing Qin directly could she feel the terror of this guy. "No, I absolutely cannot back down." Forcing down her urge to retreat, Lin Yuyan activated her beast transformation. In the next second, a 10-meter-long green giant python coiled down onto the arena. Its scales resembled bamboo leaves, long and slender, giving off a strange and terrifying vibe. Unlike the white python, the green python was more elongated, exuding a more venomous aura. If the white python was agile and beautiful, then the green python was sinister and enchanting. "Little Ching, you go." Qin specially gave the beautiful boss a nickname. "I'm not Little Ching, take this." Lin Yuyan opened the python's mouth, and its forked tongue hissed wildly. A viscous green liquid suddenly sprayed out from its venom glands. The toxicity of the bamboo leaf green isn't very high, but it belongs to blood circulation poison, which can cause the enemy to bleed profusely, swell all over, and suffer unbearable pain. Therefore, it can only serve as auxiliary venom and cannot achieve a killing blow. Qin smiled slightly, not even using his thunderous power. He quickly stepped forward, dodging the green venom's attack with an extremely agile posture. Then the giant ape rolled on the ground and, in just 2 breaths, reached the front of the green python. Lin Yuyan was taken aback, and the python's tail swung rapidly as it retreated quickly. She didn't expect Qin to be frighteningly fast. She didn't even see his shadow before he had already invaded her territory. He was clearly a 7-meter-tall, nearly 3-ton monster. How could he be so fast? "The first round is over, you lost." Qin slowly stepped back and explained, "Just now, when I was close to you, you hesitated for 2 seconds. And I only need 1 second to seize your vital point." Lin Yuyan felt a bit embarrassed because Qin was not wrong. "No venomous snake poisons like you do." Qin began to help her analyze her mistakes, spraying it openly. "Are you afraid others can't dodge? Then what should I do?" Lin Yuyan had no choice but to follow his words. She did have combat experience, but most of it was bullying D ranks as a C rank. Often, when the venom was sprayed, the opponent would lose half their life. To poison, you naturally need to divert the opponent's attention. Qin Shen imparted his experience. You can attract the opponent's focus through words, actions, and expressions. Then, in an unexpected place, set your poison trap. Lin Yuyan couldn't understand and quickly swayed her python tail, swimming forward. She asked, "What kind of place counts as unexpected?" Qin Shen smiled and pointed to the ground beneath the green python. "For example, the place you are standing on right now has my poison." Lin Yuyan was startled and quickly moved her body, looking down. A small puddle of dark venom was flowing freely on the ground. He had already planned to poison me when he got close? Lin Yuyan was shocked by the truth, and her gaze towards Qin Shen turned fearful. Indeed, a strong person is a strong person. Combat experience is no joke. They strike with lethal moves, always hiding deadly intentions. "Forget it, let's not spar anymore, just help me see my shortcomings." Lin Yuyan immediately lost confidence and called for a stop. However, Qin Shen did not agree. Instead, he comforted her, "We need to spar to find out the shortcomings. If it really doesn't work, let Lin Mei come up, you two sisters can fight side by side." "Cousin, can she fight?" Lin Yuyan was a bit confused. Sister doesn't like bloody battles. She doesn't even dare to watch. Qin Shen sighed helplessly. "How far behind is this proud boss? Your cousin has probably killed more than you recently." "Don't worry, she can definitely do it. As a younger sister, you must believe in your older sister." While saying this, Qin Shen waved to Lin Mei. Upon hearing the call, the young woman immediately ran over happily. "What's wrong? Do you need me to do something? Come up and fight alongside your sister." Qin Shen said slowly, "My requirement for you is, to go all out, no holding back." "Okay, I will give it my all." Lin Mei shrugged off her coat, and in the next second, transformed into a white python, charging onto the vast arena. Unlike her appearance as a D rank, the white python was adorned with rose-red patterns, looking extraordinarily enchanting. Moreover, her snake eyes sparkled like stars, resembling two exceptionally rare rubies. "Sister, you look so beautiful." Lin Yuyan was mesmerized, murmuring. At the moment she saw the white python, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, wanting to get close to her cousin. It should be noted that Lin Yuyan is a woman with normal sexual orientation. If she developed an interest in a female beast, that would be a big problem. "Quickly steady your mind, you mustn't fall in love with your sister." Qin Shen laughed. This was Lin Yuyan's embarrassing moment, something to tease her about in the future. Hearing the laughter, Lin Yuyan finally regained her composure and quickly steadied herself. She was just a step away from wrapping herself around the white python. "It's okay, your sister likes you very much too." Seeing Lin Yuyan's awkward expression, Lin Mei took the initiative to extend her python tail and entwined it with the green python's tail. The young woman smiled and said, "But it's just sisterly affection, I still want to pursue Qin Shen." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan shyly retorted, "Sister, stop laughing. Quickly tell me, what's going on?" "After I advanced to C rank, I awakened the flower of confusion. It can control the enemy's mind, making them sink into love. Of course, my true form carries a part of this charm," Lin Mei explained. Lin Yuyan clicked her tongue, her expression one of surprise. "Both men and women? Indiscriminately? This ability is too powerful." In just a week, her little sister-like cousin had become a promising, exceptionally talented C-level powerhouse. All of this should be credited to that guy, Qin Shen. "How about I ask him for help too?" Lin Yuyan pondered quietly. She had ambition and insight, and of course understood the importance of her own strength. If she could get Qin Shen to guide her, she might have a chance to break through to B-level. "Alright, enough idle chatter before the battle, attack me immediately." Qin Shen clenched his fists, a thunderous growl emanating from his throat. The white python's body trembled, immediately taking on a fierce attacking stance. Lin Yuyan, however, was like a novice, remaining dazed for a full 2 seconds before mimicking her cousin. "Yuyan, cover me, let's attack his lower body." Lin Mei took command, her voice calm and powerful. "Okay." Trusting her cousin, Lin Yuyan's python body moved, instantly arriving at the side of the arena. Hiss! The sisters were surprisingly in sync, and as their overlapping hisses rang out, they almost simultaneously lunged to bite. The white python was in front, while the green python circled on the flank. They slithered quickly along the ground, targeting the giant ape's thick lower limbs. Qin Shen could even see the sharp fangs of the snakes, along with the venom dripping from them. "Too slow, and you've chosen the wrong target." The giant ape let out a low roar and swiftly extended its ape arm. Lin Mei and Lin Yuyan only felt a blur in front of them, and by the time they reacted, their python necks had already been firmly grasped. Like caterpillars on a leaf, they were easily pinched by a vegetable-picking ant, with no ability to resist. Why attack my strongest thigh? Shinshin tossed them back, saying lightly, if this were a real battle, you would have been crushed by me long ago. Lin Mei lowered her head and weakly replied, it was my command. I wanted to attack your lower body to incapacitate your movement. Heh, are you really that fast? Shinshin sneered, you blindly attacked without understanding your opponent's weaknesses, like throwing eggs against a stone. After following me for a week, you still think so naively, it's simply useless. Hearing such harsh criticism, Lin Yuyan couldn't hold back her anger and quickly defended her cousin. Why are you so harsh on my cousin? She has only been training for a week, can't you be a bit patient? Shinshin looked at her coldly and said, indeed, I shouldn't scold her, I should let her be self-righteous and hand over her head to the enemy. After being retorted, Lin Yuyan found herself unable to respond. What she didn't expect was that Lin Mei suddenly shouted, I got it. I should attract your attention, enter your blind spot, and ambush your back. It turned out that the young woman had been contemplating better tactics, completely ignoring Qin Shen's scolding. Or rather, the scolding only excited her more. Looking at the unfamiliar Lin Mei, Lin Yuyan widened her beastly eyes. Was this the soft, weak cousin with a childlike personality? Recognizing mistakes and correcting them is commendable. Qin Shen's attitude softened again. But how will you attract my attention? Like this, Lin Mei shouted, and a surge of beastly power erupted. In an instant, countless rose-red petals began to fall, resembling a heavy snowfall. They were dreamlike and incredibly beautiful, yet concealed deadly intent within their exquisite allure. On the arena, there was no space to evade. A massive beastly body like Qin Shen's was the perfect target for the petal attack. Being able to roughly utilize formations is like graduating from elementary school, Qin Shen said calmly, nodding in encouragement. As the petals flew through the air, he raised his two ape-like hands and suddenly clapped them against the air. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, and a powerful gust of wind instantly blew away the rain of petals, even forcibly changing their direction of attack. Be careful! Lin Mei called out, quickly warning her sister who was nearby. Seeing countless petals rushing towards her, Lin Yuyan's heart trembled, and she hurriedly unleashed her extraordinary beast power. Shattered jade leaves. The green python opened its mouth, and countless sharp bamboo leaves of jade color shot out. When the petals met the bamboo leaves, the two began a violent reaction, ultimately canceling each other out. Huff, huff, Lin Yuyan gasped for breath, feeling a lingering fear. In order to counter the petals, she had no time to control her beast power and had instantly exhausted it. Seeing that the sisters had run out of strength, Qin Shen waved his hand and transformed back into human form. The sparring is over, you both need more training. While handling a D-level opponent is no problem, don't think about taking on a C-level one. Hearing this, the sisters also returned to human form and followed Qin Shen's footsteps, one in front and one behind. The three sat down on chairs to rest for a moment. Please teach me too. Just as Qin Shen took a sip of water, he heard Lin Yuyan say firmly, I can feel that my sister is already stronger than me. Lin Yuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she locked eyes with Qin Shen. Since that's the case, I can't fall behind. Qin Shen smiled and said, of course you can, but you have to pay tuition. I'll pay whatever it costs. Lin Yuyan immediately responded, seeming a bit impatient. To seize great opportunities, one must have sufficient strength. Lin Yuxian was a negative example. He neither knew how to fight nor manage, so when his subordinates were all gone, he could only exit the stage in disgrace. Just a reminder, your sister's tuition is herself, Qin Shen shrugged. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan's face immediately darkened. You still want to have your cake and eat it too? Dream on, you scumbag. The beautiful boss turned her face away, looking quite adorable in her anger. Seeing her sister like this, Lin Mei couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. No man had ever made Lin Yuyan show such an expression. Qin Shen should be the first. Alright, I was just joking with you. Qin Shen didn't tease her too much and said, we are partners on the same boat now. Your strength makes me happy, as long as you listen to my arrangements. Humph, that's more like it. Lin Yuyan turned back and added, but I won't let you suffer. I'll use my personal assets to pay your tuition. Qin Shen nodded, tacitly agreeing, and asked, what special abilities does your extraordinary beast power have? It's called Shattered Jade Leaves. The bamboo leaves are incredibly sharp, exceptionally hard, have extremely high speed, and possess deadly poison that can seal the throat upon contact with blood. Lin Yuyan added, but the beast power consumes too much. I can't use much of it. I see, tomorrow I'll make a simple plan for you, just follow the training on it, Qin Shen promised. Since he had trained Lin Mei, he naturally didn't mind training Lin Yuyan as well. If the sisters became stronger, it would also increase their chances of competing for Shadow City. Speaking of which, the family meeting is coming up the day after tomorrow. Lin Yuyan remembered this and quickly said, "You should come too, consider it a chance to meet your opponents in advance." "Me?" Qinshan pointed at himself, "I don't have the surname Lin, can I attend your family meeting?" Lin Yuyan said nonchalantly, "What does that matter? Just attend as your cousin's boyfriend." Noticing the topic had turned to her, the young woman immediately joined in. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation as she stared at Qinshan's handsome face and said, "Great, I fully support that." A week later, still not having had Qinshan, Lin Mei was already drooling with desire. If the two became a couple, wouldn't they be able to sing and dance every night? Sure, how about you get a little cozy with your boyfriend right now? Qinshan pulled the young woman into his arms, pressing her alluring figure tightly against him. He glared at Lin Yuyan and said in a sarcastic tone, "Please, Lightbulb, take your leave. I want to have a romantic talk with my woman." "You." Lin Yuyan was both angry and embarrassed but couldn't come up with any harsh words. She just wanted to help her cousin, hoping Qinshan would agree to Lin Mei's pursuit sooner. Unexpectedly, this guy took advantage of the situation, mocking her in return, and even doing such ambiguous things right in front of her. "What's wrong? Is it that your cousin looks beautiful when she kisses me, and you can't bear to leave?" Qinshan enjoyed Lin Mei's passionate kiss while taunting the beautiful boss. Whoever dared to scheme against him should be prepared for retaliation. Lin Yuyan's pretty face was already flushed, half from embarrassment and half from anger. She couldn't bear to watch such a scene and quickly covered her eyes, fleeing outside the venue. In Shadow City, Lin family ancestral hall. "Hey, what's up with that Lin Yuyan girl lately? She actually managed to make the arena look quite impressive?" a heavily made-up old woman asked a relative beside her. "I heard she made some innovations, but I don't know the specifics." The middle-aged man replied with some dissatisfaction, "A few days ago, I invited people to watch the matches, but she actually revoked the free privileges for Lin family members. I had to buy tickets to enter the arena with my guests. This girl is becoming increasingly disrespectful to her elders. I must go tell the old lady." The old woman's voice was sharp and piercing, making it uncomfortable to listen to. "Don't worry, she'll get what's coming to her." Another Lin family member leaned in, speaking mysteriously, "The old lady has already prepared a banquet of sorts. Once the old man gets busy, she will teach Lin Yuyan a harsh lesson with family rules." All right, we must go watch the show then." The old woman and the middle-aged man exchanged a knowing smile, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Amidst the curious gazes of the Lin family members, Qinshan and Lin Mei walked hand in hand into the ancestral hall. They were incredibly close, indistinguishable from a couple in love. However, the young man was just too young. To anyone's eyes, it looked like a relationship of a sugar daddy and a sugar baby. "Where did Lin Yuyan go?" Qinshan whispered in Lin Mei's ear. They had entered together with Lin Yuyan, but in the blink of an eye, the beautiful boss had vanished. "She went to submit the accounts. That needs to be approved by Grandpa, so it can't be careless," Lin Mei explained. Qinshan nodded and began to observe his surroundings. "Sister, who is this guy?" A few young boys suddenly appeared, asking while sizing up Qinshan. It was clear they were Lin Mei's younger cousins, likely sent to gather information. "He's my boyfriend, you should call him Brother Qin," Lin Mei introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the boys looked disdainful, especially the leader of the group, who arrogantly raised his chin and looked down on Qinshan. He started to speak derogatorily, "You little punk are here to con my sister, right? If you know what's good for you, get out of the ancestral hall. The Lin family is not someone you can aspire to." Slap! A crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed, startling everyone in the hall. They quickly turned to see that the slap had come from the usually obedient Lin Mei. "Sister, why did you hit me?" Lin Jiahao covered his instantly swollen right cheek, incredulous. "What qualifications do you have to criticize the person I like?" Lin Mei's face was as cold as frost, her tone icy as she scolded, "Was I too gentle with you before, or have you hit your rebellious phase?" At this, the crowd gasped. Was this still the gentle and innocent Lin Mei from before? "Sister, this guy is definitely a con artist. He's about the same age as me, he must be after your money," Lin Jiahao stubbornly insisted. He had never suffered such grievances, but he didn't dare to vent his anger on his cousin, so he had to direct his frustration at Qinshan. Slap! Without saying a word, Lin Mei delivered another slap, leaving Lin Jiahao dazed. Her strength was not small, with just one hit, half of his face swelled up. I remember now, this man is Titan." Someone shouted, "Last time, my dad and I rushed to the entertainment street in the middle of the night and saw him brutally kill a sea-level beastman." Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze towards Qinshan changed, and they quickly began to whisper among themselves. It turned out that this guy was the recently infamous Titan. "What's going on? Dare to make a scene in the ancestral hall? Do you want to be punished by the old man? Lin Changhua entered with a group of siblings, his tone stern. They had just gone to settle the accounts, leaving their younger generation waiting in the ancestral hall. Unexpectedly, these little ones had the audacity to make noise in front of their ancestors' tablets. Second uncle, it's May's sister. Who hit someone? Someone hurriedly came to explain the situation. Hearing this explanation, Lin Changhua was stunned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His precious daughter was extremely well behaved, how could she hit someone? The crowd parted to reveal Lin Mei and Qin Shen holding hands. In front of them was Lin Jiahao, sobbing with a swollen face. Damn, my cabbage has been trampled by a pig? Lin Changhua felt the world spinning and nearly fainted. However, being a C3 level powerhouse, he quickly steadied himself. Mayor, what on earth happened? Lin Changhua hurried forward, asking anxiously. He thought his daughter must have suffered a great injustice to resort to violence. Dad, it's nothing. I was just educating my brother. Lin Mei smiled and pointed at Lin Jiahao, saying, this kid has too much arrogance. He might bring disaster to our Lin family. I suggest letting Grandpa discipline him for a month. Lin Changhua was puzzled. After a few days apart, why did it feel like his daughter had changed her personality? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Mei cleared her throat and addressed everyone. While all the uncles, aunts, younger brothers, and sisters are here, I want to announce that Qin Shen is my boyfriend, and he has another name, Titan. This bold declaration of their relationship left the Lin family members speechless in shock. They couldn't understand how the notorious madman from the Beast Arena could win the heart of the delicate young lady. Lin Changhua was somewhat dazed. Brother Qin had become son-in-law Qin? This guy had never even been a guest at his home, so how did he manage to take his daughter away? Alright, disperse. The meeting is about to start, don't make Grandpa angry. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Mei had taken control of the situation. With just a wave of her hand, she frightened her younger siblings into hiding behind their parents. How does it feel? Is it nice? Qin Shan asked softly. He had remained silent to give Lin Mei more opportunities to shine. MHM. The young woman tightened her grip on Qin Shan's arm and smiled sweetly. So they can be afraid of me too. I can be strong. Qin Shan gazed at her charming face, revealing a comforting smile. Forget it, I'll talk to my daughter after the meeting. Lin Changhua felt a bit bittersweet, like an old father forgotten by his daughter. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside the ancestral hall, signaling the start of the Lin family's annual meeting. Accompanied by the firecracker sounds, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face approached briskly. He wore a tang suit, had kind eyes, and a gentle demeanor, resembling a carefree wealthy man. However, Qin Shen could see the extraordinary qualities of the old man. Calloused hands, a scar at the brow, steady steps, he has the air of a city defense soldier. Lin Mei saw Qin Shen examining her grandfather and quickly introduced, this is my grandfather, Lin Shan. He single-handedly founded Shadow City. I guessed it, your grandfather is indeed an impressive figure, Qin Shen nodded. In his previous life, while working at the reverse scale, he often heard the title of Hidden City Lord. The leader of Star Moon City was called the City Lord, so the leader of Shadow City could only be called the Hidden City Lord. One operates above ground openly, while the other thrives underground. I heard there are guests attending our family meeting today. Is it convenient for the old man to meet them? Lin Chan asked with a smile, hands behind his back. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Qin Shen, eager to see how he would respond. Titan Qin Shen, greetings to Elder Lin. He stepped out of the crowd and respectfully cupped his fist. Not bad, with such looks and character, you indeed match my mayor. Lin Chan nodded at Qin Shen, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The old man didn't engage in idle chatter but addressed the clan members. Let's go, we will hold the meeting in the side hall of the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, the Lin clan members began to pass through the small door on the right side of the ancestral hall one after another. Lin Mei then linked her arm with Qin Shen, leading him toward their destination. To be honest, there were simply too many members of the Lin clan. A casual glance revealed hundreds of adults, and the chattering children were even more numerous. This was an incredibly large family, one of the top aristocratic families in Star Moon City. If I could harness such power, I could push for an A rank ahead of time. Qin Shen thought to himself. In his previous life, it took him 6 years to barely advance to A rank before joining the resistance. The reason was simple, Qin Shen had no money, no resources, and no connections. The reverse scale organization had little profit, and the work they did was all about offending people. How could he possibly accumulate enough money and connections? Moreover, he had offended the higher-ups of the reverse scale, leading to a significant reduction in the resources he should have had. Given his talent, he shouldn't have needed 3 years to advance to A rank. It was just a pity that he wasted his time in the organization. In the side hall of the Lin Ancestral Hall, there was a spacious conference room that could seat 1,000 people. Clearly, Lin Chan hoped for a prosperous family lineage, which is why he had built such a large venue. Following Lin Mei, Xin Shen sat down in the second row of the hall. At that moment, Lin Yuyan, who had been absent for a while, appeared and sat beside him. I heard someone was mocked by a child, Lin Yuyan asked deliberately. Xin Shen nodded and said, fortunately, your sister educated him in time, otherwise, that child wouldn't have had a chance to grow up. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan gave him an annoyed slap. Hey, why are you so murderous? A child said a couple of words, and you want to kill him? I'm also a 216-month-old child, why should I endure such grievances? Xin Shen grinned, looking quite shameless. Lin Yuyan rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking. At this point, Elder Lin Chan had already begun speaking on stage. Most of what he discussed was about the operational status of Shadow City. It is worth mentioning that Shadow City can be divided into 4 parts. First is the black market, which provides endless wealth to the Lin family. Second is smuggling, which helps Shadow City communicate with the outside world. Third is the beast fighting arena, which can help the Lin family supplement their guards and enforcers. However, under Lin Youyan's reforms, the beast fighting arena gradually began to turn a profit. Fourth is the entertainment industry, encompassing all aspects of food, drink, fun, clothing, housing, transportation, and luxurious enjoyment. The entertainment street Qin Shen currently owned had at least dozens more in Shadow City. Speaking of the beast fighting arena, I have to commend Yu Yan. Lin Chan cheerfully pointed at his granddaughter and said, this girl is bold and meticulous. She actually managed to eliminate the problems of the beast fighting arena and give it a new lease on life. Cut it out, anyone could do it, it was just good luck. A strange voice suddenly rang out from the audience. It was Lin Qingdong, the unworthy father. Lin Chan looked at his useless third son and asked lightly, you've been in charge for 5 years, why haven't you achieved anything? Who was it that introduced foreign investment and almost handed the arena over to the foreigners? How can you do such a thing and still have the face to mock others? Lin Qingdong's face stiffened, and he quickly lowered his head. This was his glorious achievement, unexpectedly pointed out by the old man in public. Yuyun, you don't need to pay attention to this fool, Lin Chan comforted his granddaughter, then said, can you share with Grandpa? Lin Yuyun nodded, stood up, and said, actually, all the innovative ideas came from Qin Shen, I was just the executor. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room buzzed with discussion. Qin Shen? Isn't that the madman from the arena? A simple-minded brute with developed limbs, what does he know about management? Lin Yuyun must be crazy, lying to her grandpa just to support her subordinate. Those two must have a complicated relationship. Which man has ever caught her eye? Ha! Isn't that a sisterly rivalry? Qin Shen is now Lin Mei's man. As a formidable figure, Lin Chan would not easily judge right from wrong. He was just a bit curious and asked, did Brother Qin help you innovate the arena? Yes, I have no need to lie, Lin Yuyun replied calmly, not caring about the discussions around her. If I had that kind of ability, I would have started innovating long ago, not waiting until it became difficult. Lin Chan nodded, his granddaughter had a point. He immediately looked at Qin Shen, wanting to find the answer on that guy's face. However, Qin Shen was accustomed to showing a cold face. Even when the beautiful boss was praising him, he remained expressionless, as if nothing was happening. Brother Qin, could you share your thoughts with this old man? Lin Chan invited. That might not be appropriate. Everyone here is a future competitor, and I have to keep secrets for my boss. Qin Shen unexpectedly refused. Lin Chan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. That makes sense, let's talk privately later. Only then did Qin Shen nod and lean back in his chair. Lin Chan glanced at the chattering clansman and slowly began to speak. Fortunately, Brother Qin reminded me, I almost forgot to discuss the main issue. Next, our Lin family will initiate indiscriminate competition. The Lin family has been suffering for too long, with many useless people occupying high positions, and many talents unable to rise. To continue the family's glory, we must apply some pressure on you. Recently, many people came to me complaining that Yuyun disrespects her elders and is greedy by nature. But she is a talent I value highly. If you can't compete, then step aside voluntarily. The Lin family will support you until death. Lin Chan, the Lord of Shadow City, only needed a few words to frighten the clansman into a state of panic. Dad, won't this cause chaos in the Lin family? Lin Qingdong stammered. Lin Chan shot him a glance and sneered, with me here, how could the Lin family be in chaos? Instead of worrying about this, you should think of countermeasures. If your daughter takes away the business, you'll become the biggest joke in the Lin family. Lin Qingdong's face darkened, but he didn't dare to retort. He could only glare fiercely at Lin Yuyun, as if trying to kill her with his eyes. The meeting is about to conclude, Lin Chan said as he waved his hand backward. A young attendant hurriedly approached the stage, holding something. At the end of each annual meeting, I reward the most outstanding descendants. This year is no exception. Lin Chan lifted the red cloth, revealing a treasure on the wooden tray. It was a dark bone, seemingly the tail of some ferocious beast. Xin Shen's heart jolted, and he quickly looked over. He sensed extraordinary energy. This tailbone was likely a treasure of opportunity. Lin Yuyen noticed something unusual about the man beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of confusion. What's wrong with this guy? I've never seen him so excited. On stage, Lin Chan pointed at his most valued granddaughter and said, the best performer this year is Yu Yen, so this piece of the ghostly tiger's tailbone belongs to her. Thank you, Grandpa. I will work even harder. Lin Yuyen hurriedly went on stage to receive her reward. She curiously examined the tailbone, wanting to know why Qin Shen was interested in it. Once back at her seat, Lin Yuyen deliberately shook the tailbone and whispered, do you really want it? It's okay, would you be willing to give it to me? Qin Shen asked casually, his tone flat. Lin Yuyen was taken aback. Why wasn't he excited anymore? She had been thinking of using the tailbone to entice Qin Shen. Of course I can give it to you, but you have to agree to one condition. Lin Yuyen chuckled, as if she was plotting something mischievous. Qin Shen shook his head and said, then I don't want it. You can sleep with it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyen's smile instantly froze. She immediately got angry and said in a low voice, what are you doing? I'm giving you something, and you can't even meet a small request? Her tone sounded quite spoiled, drawing the attention of Lin Mei from the other side. What are you two talking about? The young woman asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. Sister, quickly tell me about your boyfriend. Lin Yuyen explained angrily, I gave him something, and he still has a sour face. I can't bear to talk about him, Lin Mei said with a smile. Qin Shen is just that kind of person, otherwise, how could I like him? Lin Yuyen was speechless. She felt her cousin had become Qin Shen's devoted fan, always siding with him. Fine, can I just give it to you? After stuffing the tailbone into Qin Shen's arms, Lin Yuyen turned her head away in anger. The beautiful boss was becoming increasingly proud, which was indeed somewhat adorable. It was hard to believe that when they first met, he had that cold and sexy mature woman image. If there's something, just say it, Qin Shen said with a faint smile, putting away the tailbone. Only then did Lin Yuyen turn her head back and mumble, I want to ask you to beat up a woman. She's a C2 level expert, and I can't handle her. Why do you want to beat her up? Qin Shen asked, somewhat curious. Lin Yuyen actually had a conflict with a certain female expert, but it seemed they didn't have any deep-seated hatred. Because she's a pervert who keeps bothering me, Lin Yuyen pointed to a spot in the hall. I was harassed again today, so I want you to teach her a lesson. Following the beautiful boss's finger, Qin Shen turned to look. A short-haired beauty with a strikingly handsome face and taut muscles was staring at Lin Yuyen's back. One had to admit, the woman's gaze was indeed somewhat perverted, resembling that of a stalker. What kind of relative is she to you? Qin Shen asked. She's a distant branch, a few years younger than me, so she's my cousin, Lin Yuyen said with some frustration. It's one thing for her to like women, but I'm her cousin with blood ties, and she keeps bothering me like a fly. Lin Mei beside them giggled, it's Wanru again. Who told you to be so nice to her when you were young? She's here to repay your kindness. How do you want me to beat her? Qin Shen asked with a smile. He was amused and wanted to see that muscular beauty. Lin Yuyen lowered her voice and leaned in, saying, Wanru's beast transformation form is the rock giant crocodile. She's tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, just make her feel some pain. Perhaps fearing that Qin Shen wouldn't know how to control himself, the beautiful boss quickly added, just teach her a lesson, you mustn't go too hard. Don't worry, I know how to measure it, Qin Shen smiled and nodded. He looked back at the muscular beauty again, only to find her glaring at him fiercely, with an expression of anger as if she were looking at a rival. It was obvious that she had seen the close conversation between Lin Yuyen and Qin Shen, and was inexplicably jealous. Qin Shen naturally glared back, and in an instant, a fierce killing intent surged like a tide, all directed at Lin Wanru. The latter's face turned pale, and her body instinctively took a step back. But soon, she gathered her momentum and glared back at Qin Shen, returning the fierce killing intent in kind. However, someone suddenly turned away, causing Lin Wanru's gaze to fall empty. This one is a little crazy too. Let's see if we can pull her into the team, Qin Shen pondered. He saw pain, ruthlessness, and madness in Lin Wanru, which was very similar to Duan Feng. The Extermination Stars advanced team needed such crazies. After the meeting ended, everyone got up and left. As he walked, Qin Shen realized he was the only one still moving forward. Lin Mei had been called over by her father for a talk, and Lin Yuyan had been notified to see her grandmother. So Qinshan felt a bit awkward. He neither knew the way nor anyone else. Old Master Lin had made the ancestral hall too large, with winding paths everywhere, and without a guide, outsiders really couldn't find their way out. You can't even find your way, how can you be worthy of being Yo Yan's subordinate? Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from behind. Qinshan turned around to see that it was the muscular beauty Lin Wanru. She strode forward, glaring fiercely at Qinshan, "Stay away from Yu Yan, or I'll kill you." Her voice seemed to have some issue, sounding extremely unpleasant, like the noise made by sandpaper rubbing together. "You, don't you know me?" Qinshan was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand where this person's confidence came from, thinking she could kill him. "Aren't you just some titan? No matter how you put it, you're just a C1 level. I can handle you," Lin Wanru said disdainfully. "Although I can't go to the arena, I can guess your approximate strength." Since Lin Yuyan didn't allow her to enter the arena, Lin Wanru had never seen Qinshan's battles. "I'm just a worker, you don't need to target me." Qinshan began to deceive her, saying, "You know, Boss Lin asked me to beat you up." "Ah?" Lin Wanru was clearly a bit flustered, not expecting her dear cousin to actually deal with her. She was just expressing affection to her cousin. Was that really disgusting? "Anyway, I can't beat you, so why don't we cooperate to put on a show?" Qinshan said with a smile, "This way, I can complete my task, and you also have a chance to gain your cousin's sympathy." Lin Wanru lowered her head, biting her finger in thought. After all, her skin was tough, and it wouldn't matter if she got beaten up. If her cousin saw her miserable state, she might soften. "Alright, what should I do?" Lin Wanru asked in a low voice. This guy's IQ was even lower than Lin Mei's, and he had managed to persuade her with just a few words. "Very simple, first take me out of the ancestral hall." Qinshan said with a smile, "Let's go to the arena and perform this act well." Lin Wanru shook her head like a rattle drum, saying, "Cousin won't let me into the arena. Let's change places? I can take you in, don't worry, Lin Yuyan won't mind." Qinshan promised with a smile. "What position do you hold in the Lin family?" Qinshan casually asked as they walked. He wanted to recruit Lin Wanru into the team, so he naturally needed to understand her background. More importantly, Qinshan wanted to know the weaknesses of this woman, so he could target them. For example, Duan Feng's weakness was love. He risked everything to enter the arena to save his seriously ill wife, fighting until he was bloodied. Thus, Qinshan approached from this angle, actively becoming the savior of the couple. Lin Mei's weakness was innocence. Despite being a noble young lady of the Lin family, her character was too gentle, accepting everything arranged by the outside world without resistance. In fact, deep down, she had long harbored dissatisfaction and rebellion, which Qinshan had drawn out ahead of time. Lin Yuyan's weakness was hatred. Her resentment towards her father was both a driving force and a fatal flaw. Because once she avenged herself, she would instantly fall into confusion, unable to find her next life goal. Qinshan instilled ambition in her, making her covet the power of Shadow City, effectively setting a life goal. This way, he could quietly influence Lin Yuyan's decisions. One could say that Qinshan was playing a grand game, he was the puppet master. Lin Wanru replied hoarsely, "I don't have a position, I'm just a thug in the smuggling team." Hearing this, Qinshan looked at her with curiosity. It was one thing for the Lin family members not to have positions, but why would she want to be an undignified thug? "Don't look at me like that." Lin Wanru gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Not everyone with the surname Lin can be high and mighty. My parents died young, and being able to scrape by in the Lin family is already quite good." "I see, I'm really sorry for bringing up your sad story," Qinshan quickly apologized. TCH, hypocritical, Lin Wanru did not show any gratitude, even rolling her eyes at him. Qinshan smiled and did not take it to heart. It was clear that Lin Wanru had been struggling at the bottom for a long time and had wrapped herself in a thick protective shell. Any kindness from others would be seen by her as a move with ulterior motives. She was like a hedgehog, curling up and facing everything with her sharp quills when confronted with problems. "Speaking of which, I used to be in the physical training team," Qinshan said, trying to make conversation. "Your muscles are not something just anyone can achieve. How long did it take you to train?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru proudly displayed her biceps like a man. She wasn't the type of bodybuilder with grotesque muscles, but rather had a well-proportioned and smooth physique that looked comfortable and gave a sense of security. I started training from a young age. The boys who bothered Sister Yu Yan when we were kids were all beaten into pig heads by me." Lin Wanru seemed to be warning Qinshan, hinting wildly. Qinshan laughed and asked, "Is Lin Yuyan really that good, worth your concern?" Of course, she was the only one who cared about me when we were kids. And she was the only one who saved me. Lin Wanru's mood suddenly darkened as she spoke. However, Qinshan saw a bloodthirsty killing intent in her eyes. It was in extreme anger, as if she had recalled some deeply etched memories. Get lost, don't talk to me. Lin Wanru shook her head and said coldly. Seeing her attitude, Qin Shen did not press further. When looking for a target's weakness, one must not be impatient. He planned to talk to Lin Mei and Lin Yuyan to probe into this girl's past. Coliseum, Qin Shen's office. Ever since he was promoted to the highest confidant, Qin Shen had his own office, directly opposite the boss's office. At this moment, 3 men were playing cards in the office. They were the dog, cat, mouse trio. Why hasn't the captain given us a new mission yet? Dai Hong threw down a pair of kings and complained, I've been so bored these past few days, I can't wait to go on a killing spree. After taking care of Lin Yoshuan's remaining subordinates, they had been given a break by Qin Shen, and they still hadn't returned to work. Be patient, the captain must have his own plans. Duan Feng tossed his cards aside and chose to surrender. Li Zhengde mocked Dai Hong, complaining about a break? I think you're just desperate. So what? I am desperate. Dai Hong shot him a middle finger. Creak. The office door suddenly opened. The 3 were startled and quickly stood up, lowering their heads to greet the newcomer. Because besides the 3 of them, only Qin Shen would enter this office. Hey, why aren't you guys out playing on Entertainment Street? Why are you in my office? Qin Shen asked, somewhat surprised. The 3 quickly looked up, about to explain, but saw Lin Wanru standing by the door. Damn, our captain's good fortune has been disrupted by us. At that moment, this thought appeared simultaneously in the minds of dog, cat, and mouse. See captain, we suddenly have something to attend to, we'll be leaving first. Dai Hong, the most clever among them, casually fabricated a reason and stepped outside. The other 2 quickly followed suit. Since you're here, don't leave. I just happened to have something to discuss with you. Qin Shen shouted, knowing they had misunderstood. Hearing this, the 3 had no choice but to sit back down on the sofa, looking dejected. Qin Shen ignored his teammates and instead started talking to Lin Wanru. To be honest, if it's just about beating you up, Lin Yuyan might not sympathize, because the disturbance you caused her is too severe. Lin Wanru frowned and asked, so were you just lying to me? Be patient, listen to my plan before giving your opinion. Qin Shen said slowly, you have to appear lonely and miserable to gain a bit of pity from the boss. So my idea is, let you have a real fight with the people from the arena. With your C2 level strength, nothing will happen, but the scene of countless crazies attacking a little girl will definitely evoke sympathy. That makes some sense. Lin Wanru nodded, then suddenly asked, but it seems you don't really need to help me. What's your actual motive? It's simple, I want to invite you to join the Dark Guard team. Qin Shen shrugged. He needed to keep Lin Wanru around first, then slowly work on her. Inviting her to join the Dark Guard team was a very tempting trap. No way. Lin Wanru unexpectedly refused. My cousin hates me. If I stick around her all the time, she'll definitely feel uncomfortable. You know others feel uncomfortable too. After internally complaining, Qin Shen quickly promised, don't worry, as long as you obey orders, I guarantee in my capacity as the Dark Guard captain that your relationship will improve. After pondering for a moment, the young girl reluctantly nodded. She simply couldn't resist such temptation. Being able to stay by her cousin's side and do things for her was simply a kind of happiness. Great, get ready, we're about to start the act. Qin Shen smiled and pointed at the 3 teammates, saying, it's your turn to do something, go to the arena and gather people, and give this woman a good beating. Since today was the day of the Lin family meeting, the arena was closed for the day. The contestants either went to have fun or trained hard in the training hall. Hey, did you see the message from Rabid Dog? A sweaty man put down his dumbbells and raised his phone to ask those around him. Yeah, a little girl dares to shout, being C2 is impressive, huh? Someone replied irritably, she actually thinks she can take on 100 people, one spit from each of us could drown her. The contestants gathered around, voicing their opinions. Does she think she's a titan? When I was working in the hunter team, I've surrounded and killed sea-level out of control ones before. Exactly, we must teach her a lesson, don't let outsiders look down on us. Let's go, over 100 people attacking one, we'll definitely win. Rabid Dog promised that as long as we do well, he'll treat everyone to the Entertainment Street. Hee, then we must go. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire training hall became lively. The contestants linked arms, chatting and laughing as they rushed towards the arena. Qin Shen stood alone in the stands, leisurely sipping a drink. He had already informed Lin Yuyan, the beautiful boss was on her way back. All right, almost forgot about the treasure. While the act hadn't started yet, Qin Shen took out the tailbone and whispered, analyze gene. Yinming Tiger Tailbone, possessing Yinming Gene *10, Strength Gene *5, Speed Gene *5, Tiger Stripe Gene *50. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Shen was somewhat shocked. This thing was indeed extraordinary, capable of containing so many genes, surpassing even the thunder leopard skull. Although the tiger stripe gene was considered an impurity, its sheer quantity was enough to serve as Qin Shen's genetic currency. Such rare beast bones were often left behind by powerful out-of-control beings, collectively referred to as beast relic bones. Beastmasters exist between humans and beasts, and cannot possibly nurture such treasures. Only those who have lost their human form and evolved into beasts can use their frenzied vitality to nourish beast relic bones. Ordinary beastmasters can sense the residual beast power from beast relic bones and convert it into their own strength. However, with his genetic system, Qin Shen's utilization rate of beast relic bones was even higher, almost reaching 100%. Use them all, Qin Shen murmured, and the tailbone in his hand began to slowly dissipate. Soon, a hazy black mist appeared out of nowhere, swirling around his body. Netherworld, a more mysterious element than thunder. Qin Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately opened his personal panel. Beastmaster, Qin Shen Beast Transformation Form, Titan Giant Ape Level, C1 Strength, 83 Speed, 70 Vitality, 50/50 Genetic Abilities, Dual Toxin, Hardened Bone Armor, Frenzied Thunder, Body Regeneration, Netherworld Stealth. Extraordinary Abilities, Super Gravity, Titan Body. Closing the panel, Qin Shen began to slowly comprehend. Netherworld Stealth could temporarily transport his body into the netherworld space. That place was disconnected from the real world, unaffected by any external influences. Although the duration was very brief, only a mere 2 seconds, it was enough for Qin Shen to evade most fatal attacks. It was like a golden body hourglass, a life-saving trump card in the game. Even stronger than the golden body, because Netherworld Stealth allows movement, Qin Shen grinned. This way, I can ignore my opponent's deadly moves and launch a counterattack at the first opportunity. After taking a deep breath, Qin Shen looked back at the genetic treasury. He currently had only 240 genetic currency, but the cheapest item in the treasury, the bloodthirsty weasel, cost 300 coins. I'm really broke. I need to find an opportunity to go outside the city. Qin Shen shook his head and sighed. The current beast arena no longer satisfied him. What was the use of killing one at a time? He needed to kill a group to plunder enough genetic fragments. Coincidentally, countless out-of-control beings were wandering outside the city. If he could get out, Qin Shen would surely reap great rewards. To leave the city, I need to obtain a hunting permit, which is another troublesome matter, Qin Shen pondered, but I can use the smuggling channels of the Lin family to exit the city. There's no need to waste time on permits. The hunting team system was established by the Lord of Xingyu's city. It aimed to fill the gaps in the city defense army and create profits for idle beastmasters. However, for unified management, hunters must have permits, otherwise, they would be treated as smugglers. Since Qin Shen chose to forge his own path, he certainly wouldn't follow the rules. As long as he could fend off the beast tide, the city defense army would surely come to curry favor with him. Why did you rush to call me back? Not long after, Lin Yuyan and Lin Mei arrived at the beast arena. Looking at the hundreds of strong men in the arena, the beautiful boss asked in confusion, "Isn't today a rest day? What are they doing?" "Of course, they're here to fight," Qin Shen smiled and explained. "Once I make a move, someone will either die or get injured. It's better to let a group of D-level beastmasters surround Lin Wanru. Such a lesson will surely leave a deep impression on her." Lin Yuyan immediately panicked. "What are you doing? I just wanted to scare Wanru. Do you want her dead? Hurry and make them stop." "They can't stop. That girl is arrogant and has already angered all the contestants." Qin Shen shook his head, directly ignoring the boss's orders. Seeing that someone was disobeying orders, Lin Yuyan was so angry she started stamping her feet. "You don't need to worry, Yuyan. Qin Shen is here watching. He definitely has it under control." Lin Mei comforted. Besides, Wanru is also a formidable expert with such strong defenses. How could a group of ordinary D-levels possibly hurt her? Lin Yuyan could only sigh helplessly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to beat her up." "Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Qin Shen smiled slightly. "You look quite good, but where does your confidence come from to take on 100? The contestants closed in on Lin Wanru, questioning her. They feared Titan because that guy was incredibly strong, reckless, and cruel. But what gave an unknown C2-level beastmaster the audacity to shout in the beast arena? With enough ants, they could even take down an elephant. Oof. Lin Wanru didn't want to waste her breath and directly activated her beast transformation. Boom! A giant crocodile beast suddenly appeared, kicking up countless dust. It was a muddy yellow all over, 10 meters long, 3 meters tall, with a menacingly wide-open crocodile mouth and a tail poised to strike, resembling a prehistoric giant crocodile. Moreover, the giant crocodile was covered in hard stones, forming a unique rock armor. "Wow, this woman is something." The contestants gaped, not expecting their opponent to be a beastified giant crocodile. This was an extremely ferocious beast. Don't panic, follow my lead, let's launch a siege. An experienced contestant immediately shouted. Okay. The big men activated their beast transformations, forming a siege formation that instantly surrounded the giant crocodile. Lin Wanru blared with her beastly eyes and charged fiercely at the contestants. Yuyen sis, I will definitely stay by your side. The battle raged on, while Lin Yuyen outside the arena clenched her fists, seemingly worried about her cousin. Although she disapproved of Lin Wanru's sexual orientation, she still cared for this distant cousin. After all, both had experienced tragic childhoods, and naturally, they would seek warmth in each other's company. Bang! The rock giant crocodile swung its tail, knocking down those who attempted to sneak attack. This creature's strength was not to be underestimated. Ordinary D levels couldn't even last a second against it. Don't be afraid, we have the numbers, just attract her attention. The contestants encouraged each other, deliberately sending a portion of their team to the giant crocodile's front. They began a frenzied assault, fighting for their lives. Although Lin Wanru was protected by her rock armor, she had to expend a lot of energy to defend her vulnerable areas like her eyes and nose. However, another group of contestants had already charged in from the sides. They avoided the thick, powerful tail and attacked the giant crocodile's waist, even attempting to climb onto its back to launch an attack from above. The ability to execute such tactics in a short time indicated that many of the contestants were seasoned hunters. Because when dealing with uncontrollable foes, attracting their hatred was the most basic strategy. Hey, go save her! Lin Yuyen grabbed Qin Shen's arm, urgently shouting. Qin Shen remained indifferent, even calmly saying, look closely, Lin Wanru is no longer the lonely little girl she used to be, she is now a ferocious C2-level beastmaster. Hearing this, Lin Yuyen was stunned. She stared blankly at the center of the arena, where the rock giant crocodile was fiercely battling among the beasts. That's right, Lin Wanru has grown up. Seeing her cousin fall silent, Lin Mei stepped forward and hugged her shoulder, comforting her. I know you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. On the surface, you seem to disdain Wanru, but you actually want her to live well and not get entangled with you. But how can you expect her to let go? Back then, you were the only one who cared for her and saved her. Is it wrong for her to want to repay you? Bang! Before Lin Yuyen could respond, a loud crash suddenly echoed in the arena. The rock giant crocodile was actually flipped over by the crowd, exposing its weak underbelly. This was Lin Wanru's fatal weakness. Ah! Lin Yuyen gasped, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She seemed to see the little girl who had been bullied and hurt many years ago. No one can stop me! Lin Wanru roared hoarsely, suddenly rolling on the spot, kicking up countless dust. It is well known that crocodiles have a deadly rolling technique. However, Lin Wanru used it for defense, preventing her opponents from getting close to her. Don't be afraid, let her roll, let's see who runs out of stamina first. The contestants immediately retreated to avoid being caught in the giant crocodile's wake. As expected, Lin Wanru stopped, panting heavily. After all, this was not a water area, rolling on solid ground consumed much more energy. Go, she has no strength left. The contestants sneered, charging forward with their beastly limbs. Outnumbered, they quickly shattered the rock armor on the giant crocodile. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Wanru's beastly body, and blood dripped continuously onto the ground. Stupid woman, do you submit? Someone shouted while attacking. Lin Wanru wanted to retort but remembered Qin Shen's words, so she quickly said pitifully, I submit, I shouldn't have mocked you. She was just acting, she hadn't even used her extraordinary beast strength. Otherwise, how could the rock armor on her body have shattered so easily? Humph, that's more like it. The contestants showed victorious smiles and stopped their attacks. Let's go to the entertainment street. Let this woman reflect on herself. Ha, this has brought glory to the beast arena. I wonder if Boss Lin will reward us? Why would we need a reward? I volunteered to step in, it has nothing to do with anyone else. They transformed back into human form, chatting and laughing as they left. Soon, only a bloodied giant crocodile remained in the arena. Lin Wanru transformed back into human form and limped toward the exit of the beast arena. She looked utterly pitiful, covered in dirt and wounds, enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. Wanru, where are you going? Lin Yuyen's voice suddenly rang out, stopping the poor girl. Sister Yuyen. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have entered the beast arena. Lin Wanru said hoarsely, bowing to her cousin behind her, I'll leave now and won't disturb you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yuyen felt a pang in her heart, and any thought of disliking her cousin vanished. She quickly stepped forward, took Lin Wanru's hand, and said gently, if you're hurt, don't leave. Stay with me for a few days. Sister Yuyen. Lin Wanru cried with excitement, tears streaming down her face. she hadn't heard her cousin's gentle voice in a long time. In that moment, it felt like returning to childhood. In the distance, Lin Mei walked over, linking arms with Qin Chen. The young woman seemed to have become clever, asking, "This is your arrangement, right? You want them to reconcile?" "I'm not that idle, I just wanted to recruit team members and did it on the side," Qin Chen replied. Lin Mei smiled charmingly and said, "Anyway, the result is the same, their relationship is reconciled. As their sister, I thank you on their behalf." "How will you thank me?" Qin Chen suddenly asked. It was obvious he was teasing the young woman. "Oh, you know." Lin Mei's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scratched Qin Chen's hand. Qin Chen looked at her expressionlessly and whispered, "I like that kind of dark, silky thing, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mei covered her face in embarrassment. "I know, I'll prepare it." Beast Arena boss's office. After reconciling with her cousin, Lin Yuyan was a bit excited and called out to Qin Chen, who was about to go back to sleep. "I need to talk to you about something, don't rush off." Qin Chen had no choice but to sit down across from the beautiful boss. "What is it? Is it about business?" Lin Yuyan shook her head, then nodded, looking quite conflicted. "How should I put it? It's business, but it has nothing to do with the Beast Arena." After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuyan explained, "After the meeting, wasn't I called away by my grandmother? In reality, she came to find me to hold me accountable for her useless son. But I'm used to being unruly, aside from my grandfather and second uncle, I don't give face to anyone. My grandmother was very angry, so she assigned me a mandatory task related to smuggling channels." Hearing the key words, Qin Chen became interested. Smuggling channels. Didn't he just need an opportunity to go out? Lin Yuyan paused and continued, "If this task is done well, the rewards are substantial. But if it's not done well, I would be the sinner of the Lin family." "So, you want me to go?" Qin Chen asked tentatively. The beautiful boss shook her head, "Not exactly. I just want to discuss with you how to handle this task. After all, you are also my trusted aide, and I must ask for your opinion before making a decision." "Then my opinion is definitely, do it." Qin Chen smiled and said, "You're going to fight for power, so why fear being the sinner of the Lin family?" Lin Yuyan was taken aback, showing a look of realization. Right, what was there to be afraid of? A sinner is just a sinner. Besides, she still had the arena as a trump card. "So, are you willing to go?" Lin Yuyan asked hesitantly. She had just said she didn't mean to send Qin Chen, and now she was contradicting herself, which was quite awkward. Qin Chen crossed his arms, a look of difficulty on his face. "The risks of going out are extremely high. Not only are there uncontrolled individuals attacking, but there are also city defense patrols. If I encounter an accident, wouldn't the young lady be left alone in an empty house?" Hearing Qin Chen bring up her cousin, Lin Yuyan rolled her eyes in anger. "Just say it, what do you want?" "It's simple, I want an invitation to the Feng family's ancestors' birthday banquet." Qin Chen finally revealed his true purpose. Lin Yuyan frowned and asked, "Are you going to stir up trouble again?" Although the Feng family is not as powerful as the Lin family, they hold grudges and can easily retaliate. Qin Chen shook his head, "I'm not stirring up trouble, I'm just going to take a look. Last time you went to Tingyuan, you said the same thing." Lin Yuyan was somewhat angry. This guy actually thought he could fool her, not even changing his lies. "Alright then, I am going to stir up trouble." Qin Chen spread his hands and said, "Not daring to stir up trouble is for the mediocre. Beastmasters who want to quickly increase their strength can't just wait for others to hand over resources and treasures." Lin Yuyan huffed, "Then just say it. I'm not refusing. Who told you that you are my quasi-brother-in-law?" "Hey, I love that title." Qin Chen chuckled, "Little sister-in-law, then I'll go take care of your sister, good night." Get out, get out." Lin Yuyan was both shy and angry, hurriedly driving Qin Chen out of the office. The next morning, Lin Mei walked into the office with dark circles under her eyes, supporting her waist and limping. Lin Yuyan felt a bit puzzled. Why did this scene feel familiar? "Sister, did you clean again?" Lin Mei's pretty face flushed, stammering, "No, don't ask too much." She quickly sat on the soft sofa, even putting a cushion behind her slender waist. Seeing this, Lin Yuyan immediately realized, feeling awkward and speechless. "I heard Qin Chen say you want him to go out of the city for a task?" Lin Mei broke the ice and asked, "Is it about channel 105? When it came to serious matters, Lin Yuyan immediately became serious. "Yes, channel 105 has been occupied by uncontrolled individuals, causing our shadow city to lose a large batch of supplies. If the task is successful, that channel will belong to us. But the danger level is also very high." Lin Mei couldn't help but worry. Channel 105 passes through several abandoned cities, and there are countless uncontrolled individuals inside. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan also felt troubled. Qin Chen was now considered her half-brother-in-law, and she had to consider his safety. If a smuggling channel costs my brother-in-law his life, then Lin Mei will become a widow again. You still don't believe me? Qin Shen smiled as he walked into the office and said, I dare to go out because I have absolute confidence. Those mere out-of-control ones are not a threat to me at all. He wasn't just bragging. In his previous life, the Beast Transformers had already summarized the various activity patterns and weaknesses of the out-of-control ones. So after his rebirth, no one understood the out-of-control ones better than Qin Shen. The starry races were the true enemies of Earth, while the out-of-control ones were merely beasts. Such creatures without intelligence could only be dealt with in the early stages. I know you're impressive, but please speak properly, Lin Yuyan said irritably. I've gathered the information, do you need anything else? The beautiful boss handed over a folder, and Qin Shen took it, finding maps, passes, and information on contact personnel, along with a Lin family pendant for identity verification. No need, I can just take Duan Feng with me. Qin Shen closed the folder. Lin Yuyan was a bit puzzled and asked, aren't you bringing the other 2 team members? They could at least help scout the way. Qin Shen shook his head, their combat ability is lacking, they're just a burden. I need to urge them to train. Alright then, let me know if you need anything, and I'll definitely help you out. Lin Yuyan had no choice but to go along with Qin Shen. When are you planning to leave? Tonight, I still have to make it to the Feng family's birthday celebration. Qin Shen smiled. He picked up the folder and walked out of the office. But as he neared the door, he turned back to Lin Mei and said, little fool, don't slack off while I'm gone, or when I come back, I'll make you suffer. Just like last night. Hearing this threat, the young woman's face instantly turned crimson. She quickly nodded, indicating that she would obediently train. Qin Shen smiled silently and disappeared from the office. Sister, do you really like him that much? Lin Yuyan was also puzzled. She always felt that Qin Shen was asking for a beating and couldn't understand what was so likable about him. Lin Mei lazily leaned on the sofa, her long black stockings crossed elegantly. She smiled and said, because he doesn't love me, that's why I like him. What kind of strange reasoning is that? Lin Yuyan was taken aback. Everyone knows I'm beautiful, but he doesn't care at all. Lin Mei played with her wavy hair and slowly explained, the way he looks at me has no trace of infatuation, as if I'm just a doll that can be discarded at any moment. Lin Yuyan immediately showed a look of disdain. She hated such men the most. If she had known, she wouldn't have called that guy brother-in-law. It was really unlucky. But I can feel it, he is different from all other men. Lin Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she seemed a bit excited. He carries the stars and the sea in his heart. He will definitely become someone who looks down on all living beings. Lin Yuyan pouted and said, yeah, I can see that too. This guy has great ambition, but what does that have to do with you liking him? Ambitious people will abandon everything. No, you're wrong, Lin Mei immediately retorted. He is ambitious, but he also has emotions, just deeply buried in the past. Think about it, how can an 18-year-old be so mature? This indicates he has an extremely mysterious past, which has made his nature extremely cold. That makes sense, sister, please continue. Lin Yuyan was captivated and urged her cousin. Because he changed me, I also want to melt the ice in his heart. Lin Mei smiled faintly and said, even if Qin Shen abandons me halfway, it can only prove that I was unlucky and couldn't succeed in the challenge. After hearing this, Lin Yuyan fell into silence. After a while, she finally raised her head and said softly, love-struck brains are really scary. I would never date anyone. Hee, you can't escape it. Lin Mei shook her head, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. The training hall of the arena. This girl is really something. She must have gone easy on us yesterday. Of course, she was all bruised up yesterday, and today she's acting like nothing happened. That guy really let loose. Stop hitting. Why are you hitting so hard when you're a girl? Inside the venue, the contestants' wails echoed one after another. They had been thoroughly beaten by a little girl in human form. Lin Wanru spat on the ground and threw her gloves down. She scanned the venue and cursed hoarsely, useless, not a single one of you can fight. This guy had a strong sense of revenge. Although yesterday's injuries weren't serious, he couldn't swallow his pride without retaliating. Looking at Lin Wanru, who was fiercer than any man, Dai Hung sighed, this is too intense. Are we really going to be her teammates in the future? I have a feeling you're definitely going to get beaten by her. Li Jinda patted his brother's shoulder. Just make sure to keep your mouth shut. Be careful or that girl might explode. Dai Hung scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. With a female Tyrannosaurus added to the Dark Guard team, how was he supposed to keep up? Old Duan, go call Lin Wanru over. I have something to discuss with you all. Qin Shen appeared suddenly behind the three, holding a folder. Duan Feng immediately took his orders and went to call her near the arena. The cat and mouse duo quickly stood up straight to avoid displeasing their captain. How are your levels coming along? Any chance of breaking through to C rank? Qin Shen asked proactively. Li Jinda felt extremely awkward. He was still at E rank, stuck and unable to break through. Dai Hong, aware of his brother's predicament, quickly explained, I'm still a bit short. Maybe in 2 months I can level up. But old Li's situation is a bit special. He's stuck and we don't know why. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Xin Shen asked, puzzled, his tone even more serious. You don't trust me as your captain, do you? Li Jinda panicked and quickly waved his hands in denial. No, Captain, you misunderstood. I can't even get into D rank. I'm really sorry to ask for help. Is face more important, or is strength more important? Xin Shen reprimanded with a blank expression. I see you've been living too comfortably and forgotten the days when you were hiding in the cellar, barely surviving at 18. Li Jinda felt ashamed and lowered his head, not daring to respond. As long as you have the attitude and determination to get stronger, I will help you. But if you don't care, then just be a transparent person in the team. Xin Shen snorted coldly, for Dai Heng's sake, I won't break up your duo, I just hope you don't drag him down. Captain, give old Li a chance, Dai Heng stammered, he's just too introverted and doesn't know how to speak, but, he definitely wants to get stronger. Xin Shen said nothing, just stared at Li Jinda. Captain, please help me, I want a breakthrough, I absolutely won't drag old Dai down. Li Jinda clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he spoke. Very good, I like team members who can admit their mistakes. Xin Shen pointed to a nearby open space, you go over there and start the beast transformation, I'll help you find the reason later. Yes. Li Jinda quickly bowed and ran to the side. At this moment, Duan Feng brought Lin Wanru over. Welcome to the Dark Guard team, but I need to set some ground rules first, Xin Shen said, staring into Lin Wanru's eyes, speaking each word clearly. Lin Wanru looked at Xin Shen and nodded. After all, he had helped her yesterday, so it wasn't unreasonable to set some requirements. First, you are not allowed to express your feelings to your cousin. Xin Shen said slowly, there are many ways to repay her. Blind infatuation will only make her dislike you even more. Okay, I agree. As long as I can protect Sister Yu Yan, Lin Wanru replied decisively. She had also come to understand that there was no way for her to have a future with her cousin. It was better to keep her feelings in check and be a good little sister. Secondly, you must follow my orders, Xin Shen said. I can see that you've gotten used to being idle in the smuggling team, but once you join the Dark Guard, you must obey commands. Otherwise, I'll kick you out. I understand, Lin Wanru replied nonchalantly. After all, her wish had been fulfilled. As long as she could work for her cousin, she was willing to pay any price. Xin Shen paused for a moment and continued, lastly, do not reveal your identity as a member of the Dark Guard. Is it really that simple? Lin Wanru found it hard to believe. She thought Xin Shen would demand more from her. Yes, it's that simple. Xin Shen nodded and added, I need to go out soon, and I have a task for you. Beat up Dai Hong and Li Jinda once a day. Dai Hong, who was nearby, was instantly dumbfounded. He was still thinking of keeping a low profile to avoid being targeted by the female tyrant. He never expected the captain would have Lin Wanru beat them up. Beat them half to death? Lin Wanru became interested. She didn't expect her first task to be so bizarre. Yes, but they can hide in Shadow City. If you haven't caught up with them by midnight, then the day's task will be considered a failure. Xin Shen smiled and promised, I'll be out for about a week. If you can beat them 7 times, I'll help you fix your voice. Yesterday, when he was with Lin Mei, he had specifically asked about it. It turned out that Lin Wanru had her voice ruined when she was a child. A group of Lin family children bullied her and forced her to drink industrial waste, which completely burned her throat. If Lin Yuyan hadn't happened to pass by, the little girl might have ended up as a corpse in the sewer. When it came to her physical defect, Lin Wanru's mood darkened. She stared into Qin Shen's eyes and asked, my voice can't be fixed, Sister Yu Yan has asked many doctors for me. You are a Beastmaster, so of course, I will use Beastmaster methods to treat you, Qin Shen explained, then encouraged her, good luck, I wish you success in your task. Lin Wanru took a deep breath and said hoarsely, thank you, Captain, I will do my best. Dai Hong watched the two, feeling a wave of frustration. Yes, the female tyrant would get rewards for completing tasks, but the targets were him and his brother. I have to hide in the sewer. The female tyrant is so big, she definitely can't get in. Dai Hong thought to himself. The sewer was the brothers' home, the first place they would think of for hiding from debts, escaping disasters, surviving, or even vacationing. Go do your own thing, the task starts counting at midnight, Xin Shen said. Lin Wanru nodded but kept her eyes on the cat and mouse, seemingly trying to memorize their features. Xin Shen walked over to the already beastified Li Jinda and began to observe him closely. This guy's form was that of a plague rat, about 1.5 meters long, with a dark green hue all over. Face me and release an attack, Xin Shen said, crossing his arms. Upon hearing this command, Li Jinda's body trembled slightly. But he quickly acted, and a stream of venom suddenly sprayed from his mouth. Sizzled just as the venom was about to hit Qin Shen, a flash of lightning appeared out of nowhere. It used extreme heat to instantly vaporize the liquid. Feeling the faint beast power within the toxic gas, Qin Shen already had an answer in his mind. Your beast form is quite special. It doesn't rely on blood and energy to advance but instead requires a large amount of toxins. Qin Shen waved his hand, signaling Li Jingde to revert to human form. I'll have Yan Shui transfer some money to you. Go buy some different types of toxins in the black market, and find a suitable opportunity to consume them in beast form. Upon hearing this, Li Jingde was very excited and quickly bowed to Qin Shen. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely strive for C rank. It turned out he wasn't too weak, he just had the wrong training direction. He only needed to consume toxins to become stronger, which was much faster than the conventional blood and energy impact. Dai Hong grinned, feeling happier that his brother's issues were resolved than if he had been promoted himself. Captain, shall we go check out the black market first? Li Jingde became quite proactive, eager to be promoted to D level as soon as possible. Qin Shen nodded and waved his hand casually. Once the cat and mouse, along with Lin Wanru, had left, Duan Feng stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Boss, is there a task you need me to do?" Those three guys were Dark Guard members, while Duan Feng was Qin Shen's true subordinate. This was why Qin Shen only took him out. Yes, go back and tell your wife that we need to leave the city for work this week, Qin Shen said lightly. Wait for me at the entrance of Shadow City at midnight. Okay, I'll head home now. Duan Feng nodded and immediately turned to leave. Although it was extremely dangerous outside the city, he would never refuse Qin Shen's requests. Moreover, there were many opportunities outside the city. If he could happen to obtain one or two, his wife could recover sooner. Strange, where has Wang Miao gone? Looking at the tightly locked door of the Wang family, Director Gao Rui of the Reverse Scale Bureau felt a bit of a headache. Since this week, he had been looking for Wang Miao every day after work. However, that guy seemed to have vanished without a trace. Could it be that he offended some big shot and got captured? Or killed? Gao Rui scratched his head, speculating. Wang Miao had a violent temperament, a terrible temper, and loved to show off, so it was indeed possible he had angered someone powerful. Hey, isn't this our diligent Director Gao? Just as Gao Rui was about to leave, a proud voice rang out behind him. Wang Miao. Gao Rui quickly turned around and asked, "Where have you been during this time?" A man who bore some resemblance to Wang Yan walked out from the shadows, his face full of arrogance, clearly not taking anyone seriously. I made a few friends, Wang Miao grinned. They gave me a good opportunity, so I don't plan to work at Reverse Scale anymore. Gao Rui's expression darkened as he scolded, "Nonsense, do you think you can come and go from Reverse Scale as you please? You signed a confidentiality agreement when you joined." Pfft, a confidentiality agreement? Wang Miao scoffed, saying, "It's just a piece of waste paper. Do you really think the headquarters will send someone to catch me? Director Gao, you should think about how to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful figures surged out from the shadows, instantly surrounding Gao Rui. "You ambushed me?" Gao Rui was shocked. Wang Miao chuckled, "Who told Director Gao to keep looking for me? I just happen to need a token of allegiance, so I'll borrow your head." This guy not only openly defected but also attempted to kill his superior, which was a grave crime. Attack! Send Director Gao to the underworld. Roars erupted. They were all C3 level powerhouses, just a step away from B level. Wang Miao laughed wildly, instantly transforming into an enormous green-eyed bull. This guy was a B1 level expert, known as the Rampant Green Bull. His strength and speed were exceptionally high, and his extraordinary beast power was unique, even capable of challenging higher levels. Though I am B2 level, I don't know how to fight, so I absolutely cannot clash head-on. Gao Rui's expression was serious as he cautiously scanned his surroundings while activating his beast transformation. His beast form was the luminous mysterious butterfly, a powerful support-type beast transformer capable of healing wounds and enhancing attributes for his companions. But the cost was that he had no self-defense capability. In danger, he could only rely on his butterfly wings to fly. Don't let Director Gao take off. Guard the airspace. Wang Miao clearly understood Gao Rui well and had prepared in advance. Gao Rui had no choice but to stall for time with words, "Daring to kill me in Xingyue City, aren't you afraid of attracting a joint manhunt from Reverse Scale and the City Defense Army?" A manhunt? Wang Miao advanced step by step, laughing loudly. "Haha, if I hide underground, can the Reverse Scale catch me?" His beastly hoof suddenly stomped the ground, launching a ferocious charge. The group of C3 level experts immediately responded, surrounding him from all directions. "We must escape." Gao Rui's butterfly mouth swelled up, as if holding something. When the attackers entered a 10-meter range, the flowing like mysterious butterfly suddenly sprayed out, and a dazzling flash erupted in the night. After just 2 seconds of seeing the flash, tears streamed from the beastly eyes of the attackers, and they had to close their eyes due to the extreme pain. Wang Miao closed his beastly eyes and shouted to the sky, "Don't let him fly away, you all guard the airspace." "Wang, brother Wang, we can't see, our eyes hurt too much." Soon, a panicked response came from the air. "Damn it, we activated this guy's trump card." Hearing this response, Wang Miao knew his encirclement had failed. It was all his fault for talking too much. If he had used his extraordinary beast power from the start, how could Gao Rui have escaped? When the flash dissipated, Gao Rui's figure had indeed vanished. "Forget it, if I didn't kill him, there will be other opportunities." Wang Miao returned to human form and sighed, "Immediately follow me to Shadow City, Boss Lin should have arrived." Yes. The attackers once again vanished into the darkness. Wang Miao took one last look at his house and turned to leave. Star Moon City, City Wall. Whoosh! Qin Shen and Duan Feng were walking quickly when a sudden rush of wind sounded above them. The two immediately took a defensive stance, only to find a figure falling from the sky, crashing heavily in front of them. "This is..." Qin Shen frowned and cautiously approached. "Director Gao Rui. How could it be him?" Upon seeing the familiar face, Qin Shen was quite surprised. This guy was his superior in his previous life and had shown him some kindness. "Quickly tell. The reverse scale, Wang Miao has betrayed us." Although Gao Rui was disoriented, he still desperately conveyed the information. Overusing beast power, blood energy depleted. Qin Shen noticed his poor condition and quickly took out a blood energy potion he carried with him, feeding it to him. Revenge for past grievances must be repaid, and kindness from the past must also be repaid, especially for just a small bottle of potion. As the blood energy entered his stomach, Gao Rui's complexion improved significantly, but he remained in a coma. Wang Miao's betrayal. This is somewhat strange. Qin Shen pondered, in my previous life, Wang Miao clearly betrayed the rebels. Why is it happening so much earlier this time? Could it be because of my rebirth, causing a butterfly effect? Thinking of this, Qin Shen's expression became serious. He had two supports, one was his memories from his previous life, and the other was the genetic system. If the memories from his previous life were overturned, then the path ahead would require even more caution. But if that were the case, his growth rate would slow down significantly. I can't rely too much on experience, I still need to be pragmatic, Qin Shen reminded himself silently. At this moment, Gao Rui slowly woke up. He struggled to sit up from the ground, touched the remnants of the potion at the corner of his mouth, and asked, "It should be you who saved me, I am truly grateful." Qin Shen nodded and said, "It was just a small effort. The city defense army camp is 500 meters ahead, it should be very safe there. Could you take me there?" "I haven't recovered my strength and really can't walk alone," Gao Rui said weakly. "I have a badge in my pocket, you can take it, it can exchange for the help of the reverse scale." "Sure, that's a fair trade." Qin Shen helped Gao Rui up, and with his right hand, he casually reached into his pocket and took the badge without hesitation. Kindness is kindness, but if others are willing to offer a reward, he certainly wouldn't refuse. "Old Duan, keep an eye on the surroundings in case there are pursuers coming." Qin Shen spoke and supported Gao Rui as they walked forward. Duan Feng immediately obeyed, following behind the two and constantly scanning the surroundings. They soon arrived at the city defense military camp. Seeing the three approaching, the guard soldiers immediately raised their guns and aimed. "This is a military camp, no entry for civilians. If you do not heed our warning, we will open fire indiscriminately." Hearing the warning, Gao Rui quickly took out his identification and shouted with difficulty, "I am Gao Rui, director of the reverse scale department. I was ambushed in the city and request assistance." Upon hearing this, the soldiers quickly approached. After verifying his identity, they immediately lowered their weapons and saluted Gao Rui. "Director Gao, we apologize for not recognizing you. We will report immediately." Gao Rui waved his hand, not caring, "There's no time for a report. Please take me to see Captain Yang right away. There's a significant crisis in the city." The soldiers looked at Qin Shen and the others, then replied to Gao Rui, "Of course, but we haven't verified the identities of these two." Before he could finish, Qin Shen interrupted, "We are just kind-hearted passers-by and do not need to enter. There's no need for identity verification." Gao Rui quickly expressed his gratitude, "Thank you, young man. I will remember this kindness." Qin Shen nodded and turned to leave. Outside Xingyu's city, with the pass provided by Lin Yuyan, the two of them successfully arrived outside the city. Countless hunting teams had gathered here, forming a remarkably lively temporary camp. Looking for a D-class tough guy to team up and hunt the heart-eating fox group. Are there any C-class beautiful big shots? We are willing to be their little brothers. Hearing the familiar shouts, Duan Feng sighed. I also hunted for a while back in the day, but unfortunately, it was too dangerous outside the city, and my wife wouldn't let me continue. Actually, the out-of-control ones are easy to deal with. This time, you should be able to earn enough for your wife's medical expenses. Xinshen smiled. That would be great. I've been short on money lately, Duan Feng said with some anticipation. Bang! Suddenly, the campfire in the center of the camp was kicked open, drawing everyone's attention. A fierce voice rang out, arrogantly declaring, Monday has arrived. It's time for you to pay the protection fee. Xinshen looked curiously. In the center of the camp stood a group of menacing individuals. There were 7 of them, 5 men and 2 women, 1 C2 level, 3 C1 levels, and 3D levels. Such a powerful hunting team was quite rare, indeed having the capital to be arrogant. I forgot to collect the protection fees from the past few weeks, so you all have to pay up today. The speaker was a burly man who looked somewhat like a team leader. What's going on? You didn't come to collect. Are you blaming us for not delivering it? Exactly, this camp wasn't even built by you. Do you really think you're something special? Get out, get out. The crowd in the camp shouted, showing no respect. Protection fees were inherently a product of unspoken rules. If missed, one shouldn't chase after them. Moreover, that man wanted to collect it all at once. What were the uninitiated hunters supposed to do? Captain, it's been over a month since we last acted. Some people have forgotten our star shatter strength. A flirtatious woman in the team giggled. I think we should teach them a good lesson. The burly man, with a cold face, nodded and said, clearly, this is something that could be resolved with money, yet they insist on risking their lives. Since that's the case, let's kill a few troublemakers to establish our authority. He punched his chest, instantly activating his beast transformation. Roar! A ferocious silverback gorilla appeared with a thunderous crash. It stood 5 meters tall, its body entirely black, except for its back, which was covered in silver-gray fur. This creature had muscles that bulged like a beast, resembling a gorilla version of Tyson, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Seeing this beast form, Xinshen immediately became interested. Gorilla has some relation to the giant ape. Roar! The silverback gorilla bared its sharp teeth and roared wildly. It charged on all fours, instantly pouncing on a man. Is it you who just told me to get lost? The gorilla revealed a sinister grin, and before the man could respond, it swung a powerful punch. Crack! When the crisp sound echoed, the man had already turned into a puddle of mush. And you! The silverback gorilla did not pause. With another leap, it stomped on someone who had just protested. That person was terrified and quickly begged for mercy. I'll pay. Don't kill me. I'll pay double. Heh, at least you know how to be sensible. Upon hearing this, the silverback gorilla immediately tossed the man to its teammate. Make him pay 3 times, and if he can't, gouge his eyes out. Hiss! At this, the entire camp fell into panic, and the beastmasters retreated in fear. This gorilla was too powerful, a C2 level expert, and there was no one in the camp who could handle it. Moreover, it had several formidable teammates, making resistance even more difficult. Who else is unwilling to pay? The gorilla scanned the crowd with disdain, mocking, if you lack strength, just obey. Don't think that because there are many of you, I won't dare to kill you. The crowd fell silent in fear, quickly pulling out their bags to count money. Life was certainly the most important. Wealth and face were all illusions. Boss, what should we do? Duan Feng asked in a low voice, his eyes hiding a fighting spirit. Xinshen smiled and said, first, pay the money, then follow and act as the yellow sparrow. He certainly had no need to act heroically, as hunters were all about backstabbing each other, rarely stepping up for strangers. This was a chaotic world, a world where strength reigned supreme. After paying the protection fee and sending off the shattered star team, the people in the camp immediately sighed and lamented. We just opened shop and are already in debt. I don't even feel like hunting anymore. I've lost my capital. I might as well go home and wash up for bed. This kind of team is really disgusting, treating us like leeks to be harvested. What can we do? It's our fault for not being strong enough. Amidst the hunters' complaints, 2 figures quietly disappeared into the camp. Under the big locust tree, the shattered star team was counting their gains. This wave is great. We made over 20 million. The beautiful woman exclaimed with delight. Hunters indeed made money easily, but their expenses were also enormous. Whether it was living supplies, training resources, or combat gear, all required substantial financial support. Receiving over 20 million in protection fees was already unexpected. The shattered star team's monthly expenses were about 10 million, and this wave just happened to cover 2 months' worth of costs. It's still not enough. We need to buy the fire god cannon, at least another 20 million. Captain Su Yaoyang said calmly, it's the guarantee for entering Jovu City. If we want to dig for treasures, we must buy it. The fire god cannon was a high-tech beast weapon. Developed by the Dome Technology Company in Frostwind City, it could be mounted on a beast's body, unleashing power comparable to a B-level Beastmaster. A cannon that could sweep in all directions and move at high speed was a deadly weapon against out-of-control beast hordes. That thing is really expensive, but the treasures in Johoo City are enticing enough, it's worth the trip. The white-haired man in the team said, "How about we go find the next camp to extort?" Su Yaoyang shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. Hunters communicate with each other, we just extorted a sum, and other camps must have received the news already. What about kidnapping? The beautiful woman suggested, find those who are alone and make their families or teammates pay? Hearing this plan, Su Yaoyang grinned, good one, Black Widow, your mind is truly sharp, but it's very useful, let's do it this way. Tang Minmin smiled charmingly and said, only bad women can empower themselves, good women can only be playthings. Alright, then prepare, we're setting off to find our target. Su Yaoyang waved his hand, signaling the team members to put away the cash. Just as everyone bent down, a terrifying pressure surged toward them like a tidal wave. Enemy attack. As the strongest member of the team, Su Yaoyang reacted immediately. He instantly transformed into a silverback gorilla and roared toward the source of the pressure. But the next second, an even more ferocious and domineering roar charged in from the wilderness. The bonfire under the big locust tree was instantly extinguished by the beast's roar, and the panic-inducing darkness descended once more. Tang Minmin quickly climbed up the big locust tree, straining her spider-like compound eyes to scout for the enemy. When a terrifying ape-like beast over 7 meters tall appeared in her line of sight, the woman known as the Black Widow was so frightened that she fell from the tree. Run! It's a monster! The monster is coming! Tang Minmin shouted incoherently. She even suspected that the ape was an out-of-control creature, as she had never seen a being with such a strong killing intent. Su Yaoyang steadied his mind and whispered, we can't run, it's already here. Hearing this, the members of the Shattered Star team looked up. A towering, massive monster swung its fist down, with thunderous, python-like arms swirling around it. Crack! In an instant, the big locust tree was shattered by the thunderous punch. Countless wooden fragments exploded and scattered everywhere. The Shattered Star team no longer cared about the cash strewn across the ground. As Qin Chen charged in, they quickly retreated to a safe position. So fierce, it can't be just C1 level, you all need to be careful, Su Yaoyang cautioned in a low voice. He could certainly sense the giant ape's level, but based on its performance, this beast was far more ferocious than himself. Old Duan, those 3D levels are up to you. Qin Chen quickly closed in and turned to the massive wolf dog beside him. Duan foam grinned, his beastly limbs pounding the ground as he moved to the flank. I'll definitely tear them apart. Hearing the thunderous sound of the giant ape charging, Su Yaoyang's heart sank. This beast, larger than himself, was astonishingly fast, even surpassing speed-oriented beasts like leopards and sheep. Bat, give me a boost. He shouted angrily, positioning himself at the front of the team. The enormous bat circling in the air immediately unleashed an invisible sound wave toward its captain. This was an incredibly strange energy that seemed to have a strengthening effect. Soon, a crimson aura enveloped Su Yaoyang, elevating his momentum to nearly C3 level. Let me see if you're just bluffing. Facing the towering titan ape leaping toward him, Su Yaoyang gritted his teeth and threw a punch. Bang! As their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted at the center, rapidly spreading outward. The wilderness was even swept by a strong wind, as if a devil was wailing in the darkness. The silverback gorilla trembled all over, its powerful lower limbs seemingly unable to support its massive body. So strong, this power is almost at B-level. Su Yaoyang felt a surge of fear and quickly retreated. If it weren't for his extraordinary beast power, he might have had his arm broken by that punch. Su Yaoyang's extraordinary beast power was called Explosive Force, which allowed him to accumulate power like a timed bomb and deliver it into his opponent's body, waiting for the right moment to detonate. He could not only control his own strength but also convert the enemy's power. That terrifying shockwave just now was actually the explosive force transformed from Qin Chen's power, merely transferred into the air. If Su Yaoyang hadn't converted it in time, he would have been severely injured and fallen to the ground. An interesting extraordinary beast power. Qin Chen grinned and charged forward again. This time, a violent, flickering thunder surged around his body, and a crystalline blue divine light emanated from his beastly eyes, as if a celestial being had descended. Terrifying, could this be his extraordinary beast power? Su Yaoyang dared not face the giant ape any longer and turned to flee. If he knew that thunder was just Qin Chen's ordinary genetic ability, this guy might collapse. Split up and run. We're no match for him. Su Yaoyang shouted to his teammates while sprinting. The 3 C1 level guys reacted quickly, instantly scattering in all directions. But the D-level team members were in dire straits. The path in front of them had been blocked by the black-backed wolf dogs, leaving them no chance to escape. Want to leave? Qin Shen sneered, clenching his right fist tightly. In an instant, overwhelming gravity pressed down, as if a towering mountain was about to topple, determined to crush them to pieces. Bang! The 3C1 level team members instantly fell to the ground, even sinking deep into the wilderness mud. If the gravity continued to increase, they would face being buried alive. Seeing the plight of his teammates, Su Yayan's eyes were about to burst, his heart filled with even greater fear. Because he was also affected by the supergravity, it felt like he had fallen into a swamp, making it incredibly difficult to lift a leg. Master, I am willing to give up all my possessions, just please spare my life. As the giant ape approached, Su Yaoyang immediately knelt down. The gap in strength was too vast, even a desperate fight had become a luxury. The giant ape could easily suppress 4 sea levels with a flick of its power, clearly close to B-level strength. No need, Qin Shen said indifferently. Let you go, and then wait for you to come back for revenge? I don't like such cliched and boring stories. As soon as he finished speaking, the supergravity increased again. Su Yaoyang didn't even have a chance for a final strike. His beastly body was firmly pinned to the ground. He shouted in despair, Master, I won't seek revenge. In the wilderness, the weak are prey to the strong. Everyone who comes out here understands this principle. Do you think I believe that? Qin Shen grinned, raising his sturdy limb and stomping down hard. Power genes plundered *7, explosive genes *10, corresponding genetic abilities can be activated, omnivorous genes *50. Qin Shen didn't rush to use the fragments. Instead, he checked the system warehouse after dealing with the 3C1 levels. The bat only gave a bunch of impure genes, and surprisingly didn't plunder that soundwave enhancement ability. The gecko provided the ability to regrow a severed tail, which matches with regeneration and can be used for fusion enhancement. The wild boar gave a lot of defensive genes, which is quite a rare attribute fragment. Qin Shen now realized that the plundering of the genetic system was probabilistic. For example, the extraordinary beast strength of the silverback gorilla was plundered in one go, but not a single fragment of the bat's extraordinary beast strength was seen. Do I need to wash my face before plundering in the future? Qin Shen complained. After using the fragments, he walked towards Duan Feng. Boss, this woman said she has important information, so I kept her here. Duan Feng pointed at Tang Minmin. It wasn't out of pity. After all, he had already torn apart another female beast transformer. What important information could she have? She just wants to live a little longer, Qin Shen sneered. He could see Tang Minmin's intentions at a glance. This girl was definitely scheming. To save her life, she had transformed into human form early, deliberately exposing her snow-white shoulder, trying to gain sympathy with her beauty. I see, the boss's insight is sharp. Duan Feng bared his canine teeth, preparing to move forward. Tang Minmin was instantly scared out of her wits and hurriedly defended herself. Master, I really want to live, but I do have very important information. The woman repeatedly bowed her head and said, there is a shocking treasure in Zhouhu City, and many hunting teams are preparing to enter there. Our team is the same. We extorted protection fees from the camp to buy weapons. Is this called important information? I could find that out just by visiting a camp, Qin Shen said, somewhat surprised, and asked, do you take me for a fool? Tang Minmin was terrified, shaking her head repeatedly. No, my intel is, Jiu Lake City is currently under the control of a beast king. Its true strength is A rank, but it is deliberately disguising itself as B rank. This is exclusive information obtained at the cost of our captain's life. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen nodded. This is indeed important intel. You're lucky to die without pain. Tang Minmin thought she could escape, her face lighting up with joy, only to be instantly replaced by terror. Sir, please spare my life. I can do anything. She sobbed. I'm willing to be your servant, to work for you like a beast of burden. Unfortunately, I don't want to be a landlord. Qin Shen snapped his fingers, and a thread-thin bolt of lightning shot out. Tang Minmin felt not a shred of pain, yet her consciousness quickly faded. After creating a large pit in the ground, the entire Broken Star team was thrown into the mud by Qin Shen. He did not act out of sympathy, but rather to avoid exposing his whereabouts in the wilderness. Hunters have noses as sensitive as dogs. They can analyze the conditions of the deceased just by seeing the corpses. Therefore, burying the Broken Star team was merely an effective counter-surveillance tactic. Boss, there are a total of 27 million, plus a dozen vials of potions. After scavenging the spoils, Duan Feng approached with 4 or 5 bulging backpacks. Qin Shen nodded and said, let's find a temporary camp to buy some supplies, then head into Jiu Lake City. According to the map given by Lin Yuyen, the rendezvous point of Channel 105 is not far from Jiu Lake City. Thus, Qin Shen planned to complete the mission while also searching for the so-called treasure. He had come out of the city to hunt and seize opportunities, so there was no reason to ignore the existence of Geo Lake City. Although there was an A-rank beast king inside, fortune favors the bold, and Qin Shen enjoyed such challenges. Just think, what incredible treasures could be hidden in a place worthy of an A-rank beast king's occupation? As the sky gradually brightened, a red sun slowly rose. In the wilderness, countless out-of-control beings emerged, ready to hunt for today's food. Among them were packs of vicious wolves, pairs of fierce tigers, and solitary soaring eagles. It could be said that the phenomenon of beastification had returned certain areas of Earthstar to a primitive era, back to a time when ferocious beasts roamed freely, and natural enemies lurked. The only difference was that primitive people hid in caves, while modern people hid behind city walls. There was no essential difference between the two. Qin Shen led Duan Feng, avoiding one large beast horde after another. He was too lazy to waste time hunting E-rank out-of-control beings, as the cost outweighed the benefits. Heading to Geo Lake City was the current goal. After avoiding a group of giant rodents, Duan Feng said in admiration, "Boss, you're amazing, you can actually make the out-of-control beings spin in circles." He had previously worked in a hunting team and understood the hardships and dangers of this job very well. When encountering a large beast horde, hunters would choose to flee immediately to avoid being surrounded. But Qin Shen always remained calm, either making strange sounds or igniting trees to create thick smoke. The beast horde actually changed its direction because of this. It could be said that it was not Qin Shen avoiding the beast horde, but rather the beast horde avoiding Qin Shen. Beast hordes have their own habits. As long as you understand them, you can avoid combat. Qin Shen smiled. If you want to learn, just observe my movements closely in the future. Okay, I will watch carefully. Duan Feng nodded happily. This technique was not simple. It could be considered a hunting manual. If an ordinary team learned it, they could at least make a fortune, and if a high-end team learned it, they would likely be able to move freely in the wilderness. We're just a few kilometers away from the next temporary camp. Let's speed up and go have lunch. Qin Shen issued the command while sprinting forward. Duan Feng shook the package on his back to ensure it wouldn't fall, then immediately followed. To the temporary camp number 9. What do you want? The middle-aged vendor asked lazily while picking his nose. Bang! 2 bulging backpacks were tossed onto the stall, bright red colors peeking out from the seams. Upon seeing this, the vendor quickly got up from his recliner, a look of excitement spreading across his face. Boss, what do you want? Our prices are reasonable, buy more and get more. The vendor's tone and attitude changed instantly, adding a respectful address. I'll take everything here. Is 10 million enough? Qin Shen asked. If it is, don't ramble, just pack it up for me. Hearing this, the vendor nodded repeatedly. Enough, of course it's enough, I'll pack it up for you right away. It was the first time he encountered such a wealthy and straightforward customer. Not only did he not haggle, but he wasn't even willing to chat much. Boss, here are the items you wanted, I've packed everything into the bag. The vendor respectfully handed over the package. After receiving it, Qin Shen asked, you do business here, you must have good information, right? I bought 10 million worth, how about you give me some intel? Of course. What kind of information does the boss need? The vendor nodded in agreement. This deal had earned him quite a bit. He could easily give away 3 pieces of information. How's the situation in Jiuhu City recently? Qin Shen inquired. The vendor scratched his head and said, a lot of people have gathered there, but no one dares to go in. It seems there's a B-class out-of-control person blocking the way. How many people are gathered? Qin Shen asked again. The vendor counted on his fingers and replied after a moment, as far as I know, at least 400 to 500 people. It seems some experts from Frostwind City have also come. After hearing this news, Qin Shen had a rough idea in his mind. Thank you, I'll come back again if I have the chance. Alright, boss, take care, and I wish you a bountiful harvest. Back beside Duan Feng, Qin Shen casually picked up a meat skewer and started eating. They had just split into 2 groups, one to buy supplies and the other to buy food. It's worth mentioning that the temporary camp did not provide cooked food, hunters had to prepare their own meals. Duan Feng, being a man, certainly couldn't cook, so he had to buy some meat for barbecuing. Boss, this pork is so damn expensive, Duan Feng complained, saying, the swindlers in the camp are really making a killing. Qin Shen smiled and explained, this meat comes from the breeding farm in Xingyue City, the journey is long, so naturally, the price is high. Unless you want to eat the meat of an out-of-control person? Duan Feng sighed helplessly and devoured the skewer. Although the out-of-control people had become beasts, their meat was completely inedible. The reason was simple, their blood and energy were exceptionally violent, which not only affected the strength of beast transformers but could even destroy their will. It smells so good, can I have a skewer? Just as the two were eating, a voice suddenly came from behind. A young man approached, his eyes fixed on the skewers, and saliva even dripped from the corner of his mouth. Shinshin felt a bit puzzled. He sensed that this person seemed a bit foolish, as if he had some intellectual issues. "Big brother, can I have a skewer?" The man looked eagerly at the skewer and asked Shinshin. This guy was at least in his 20s but called the 18-year-old Shinshin big brother. It was obvious he was a disabled person. "Sure, you can have a skewer." Shinshin handed one over and asked, "Where are your guardians? Why did they leave you here alone?" The foolish man took small bites of the skewer and timidly replied, "They told me to find food myself. But I get really hungry after transforming, so hungry that I almost fainted. That's why I dared to ask Big Brother for food." Hearing this, Shinshin and Duan Feng exchanged glances. It seemed this fool's situation wasn't very good. He couldn't even get something to eat. "Then you can eat all of this, we're just full." Shinshin was not a complete villain. Doing things as he pleased was his principle. He would help whoever he wanted and kill whoever he wanted, all based on his own mood. The silly man laughed happily, putting down the half-eaten meat skewer and pulling out a crumpled bill from his pocket, handing it to Shinshin. "Big brother is really a good person. I'll give you my salary for this month." Looking at the $50 bill, Shinshin sighed but accepted it anyway. "Eat slowly, if it's not enough, just tell me." After resting for half a day, the two of them set off again, heading towards Johu City. As for that silly man, he left alone after finishing his food. After all, they were just passing acquaintances, and Shinshin didn't pay much attention. As they were about to reach Johu City, the wilderness gradually became lively. Many small teams were setting up camp by the roadside, and hunters were gathered in groups, boasting and chatting without restraint. "When can we get in? I can't wait to dig for treasure. So anxious, do you want to be cannon fodder?" B-class beast kings are not simple, they can take on 100 by themselves. Such good fortune will definitely be taken by the big shots, while we just lick the scraps. It's useless to be anxious. I'm just afraid that if we go late, there won't even be scraps left. As they passed by various tents, Shinshin and his companion finally saw the entrance to Johu City. It was an abandoned modern city, likely deserted for over 10 years. Once, it was a well-known tourist city in Manhwa. Now, it had become a lair for beast kings to dominate. "Big shot, do you need information?" A man with shifty eyes jumped out, likely a professional information dealer. "I have cooperative relationships with many small teams. The news is absolutely true. Buy 2 get 1 free." Shinshin glanced at him and asked, "Stop the nonsense, just give me the price." He preferred straightforwardness when buying things. Ask for the price first. If it's suitable, buy it. If not, walk away. Those long-winded sellers always made Shinshin want to hit someone. The information dealer shrank his neck and tentatively held up 5 fingers. "Big shot, 50,000 for 1 piece, 100,000 for 3 pieces. Hearing this quote, Shinshin said to Duan Feng, "Give him 100,000. The man immediately grinned and began to describe the information he knew. The first piece of news is about the forces in Frostwind City. Professor Lu Wuxin from Showdown Technology Company is conducting experiments near Johu City. He has also brought an elite armed force, which may participate in the treasure hunt in Johu City. The second piece of news is about elite hunting teams. As of today, there are already teams like Xianhuang, Mechanical Puppet, and Lingpa, stationed near Johu City, all of which have a B-class powerhouse. It's worth mentioning that there is a deep conflict between Xianhuang and Lingpa." After finishing the 2 pieces of information, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped. "Big shot, since the third piece is a free gift, you can ask me directly." Shinshin nodded and said, "I've heard that there is a beast king in Johu City. What kind of beast is it, and how strong is it?" "This beast king is called Green-Eyed Toad, and it has an astonishing size, seemingly as wide and tall as a building. Some have seen its true form, and its pair of green eyes is as big as a truck." The information dealer paused and continued, "However, the green-eyed toad has not made a move yet. It just lets the beast horde block the hunters." Shinshin nodded, lost in thought. Seeing his expression, the information dealer wisely put away the money and quickly ran off. "I can make contact with Showdown. If I can get some beast weapons, my temporary combat power will increase significantly." Shinshin silently thought. Showdown Technology Company was a corporate giant on par with Tingyuan Bio. One specializes in beast weaponry, while the other focuses on biological agents, capturing most of the market share in Yanhua. Unlike Tongyuan, which takes a civilian approach, Showdown prefers to collaborate with the City Defense Army. Therefore, it primarily produces standardized weaponry, such as the Fire God Cannon, Hurricane Shoulder Cannon, high-power mechanical limbs, and flexible expandable armor. Ordinary beast tamers cannot afford these weapons, but hunters in various factions are loyal customers of Showdown. As for the elite hunting teams, they are strong contenders for the treasure. Shinshin pondered, Why not deepen the conflicts among them and cut off the possibility of cooperation? Based on experience, elite teams are likely to unite and exclude idle hunters, then slowly fight over the ownership of the treasures. This way, it can reduce uncertainties and minimize the chances of outsiders taking advantage of the situation. The name Xian Huang sounds a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. Xin Chen shook his head and said to Duan Feng, let's first check out the Lin family's rendezvous point. We can't get in here for the time being. Duan Feng immediately grabbed his backpack and quickly followed behind the boss. Following the map, the two soon found the Lin family's rendezvous point. This place could be considered a semi-camp, not large in scale but fully equipped, usually only receiving smuggling teams from the Lin family. I'm the representative sent by the Lin family, you can call me Captain Qin. Upon meeting, Xin Chen handed over the Lin family pendant, as only this item could prove his identity. The manager looked at Xin Chen in surprise. He didn't expect the person sent by the employer to be so young. This was clearly a kid just out of school. Hello, Captain Qin, my name is Li Lian, and I'm responsible for managing this rendezvous point. Manager Li quickly invited Qin Chen and his companion inside, serving them tea and food. Channel 105 has been cut off for almost 3 weeks. Many smuggling teams have perished in beast hordes, suffering huge losses. Li Lian sighed. It's okay, I'm here to resolve this issue. Please tell me about the current difficulties, Qin Chen said confidently. Li Lian hurriedly brought out a map, pointed at various coordinates, and began to describe. There is SC2 level out of control beast here, and after 3 kilometers, there is another C1 level out of control beast. Many beast hordes are also lingering along the entire channel, making it difficult for smuggling teams to advance. Combining the actual situation, Xin Chen immediately deduced the cause. I see, Channel 105 is affected by Jiuhu City. Li Lian was somewhat stunned and asked, is Captain Qin referring to that B-level Beast King? Yes, because the Beast King occupies Jiuhu City, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Those out-of-control beasts originally holed up in the abandoned urban area had to flee. Channel 105 is not far from Jiuhu City, so it has become a new territory for those out-of-control beasts. Isn't that even harder to deal with? Li Lian's face showed bitterness as he sighed. The B-level Beast King drives away the out-of-control beasts, and the out-of-control beasts want to drive away our smuggling teams. Xin Chen smiled and comforted him, just kill them all, at least it can maintain stability for several months. Captain Qin, but there aren't many people in the smuggling team, and their strength isn't strong enough, I'm afraid. Li Lian said anxiously. If the smuggling team were to be wiped out, he, a mere manager, couldn't bear the responsibility. The smuggling team just needs to focus on smuggling. Leave the channel clean up to me. Xin Chen patted Li Lian's shoulder and stood up to leave the room. He never considered using the smuggling team. His and Duanfeng's hunting efficiency was already high enough. The scorching sun blazed, and high temperatures enveloped the wilderness. A giant hippopotamus rested in a shallow puddle, occasionally opening its massive mouth to yawn. It was a full 8 meters long and nearly 3 meters tall, looking from a distance like a heavy-duty truck. The most striking feature was its incredibly thick layer of scale armor. The surface was covered with green moss and mud, and sharp spikes grew from it. This served as both armor to protect the hippo and a weapon to kill enemies. The Iron Spike Hippo belongs to the C2 level of uncontrollable beings. Its defense is extremely strong, and its speed and strength are also considerable, with almost no weaknesses. Recalling memories from his past life, Xin Chen said, instead of fighting head-on, we must engage in close combat and not give it enough distance to charge. We also need to be careful of that massive mouth. The hippo's bite force is incredibly powerful, and even iron bones would shatter under a single bite. What should we do? Duan Feng squinted, keeping a close eye on the target in the waterhole. They were currently ambushed behind a small sand dune, about 300 meters away from the Iron Spike Hippo. We need to end this quickly, so we have to attract its attention and aim for a single strike. After thinking for a moment, Xin Chen said, you distract it from the side, and once it locks onto you, run away immediately. Duan Feng nodded and said, my speed can barely keep up with you, boss. If I give it my all, it shouldn't be able to catch me. Whoosh! In the next moment, a 2-meter-tall black-backed wolf dog leaped over the sand dune and quickly dashed toward the Iron Spike Hippo. The hippo, enjoying a drink, playfully sprayed water into the air. Before the droplets could fully fall, a beastly roar suddenly erupted from its right side. It was a sound of intimidation, as if squeezed from its throat. The hippo instantly erupted in rage, rising abruptly from the waterhole. How dare an unseeing beast disturb its leisurely enjoyment? It must be torn apart and swallowed. Roar! The Iron Spike Hippo roared, its 4 sturdy legs pounding the ground fiercely, even sinking the earth beneath them. It was gathering momentum to charge, determined to crush the wolf dog. Seeing the plan succeed, Duan Feng turned and ran, his speed instantly reaching its limit, fast enough to leave only an afterimage. But the iron spike hippo thundered after him, like a high-speed armored vehicle at full throttle. Wherever it passed, trees toppled, the ground cracked, and even the air was thrown far behind. So fast! Duan Feng was startled. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to accelerate again, even beginning to burn his vital energy. Suddenly, a blood-red mist erupted around the wolf dog, its speed skyrocketing, leaving the C2-level iron spike hippo far behind. The gap is too great, I should help him advance to sea level when I get the chance. Watching this scene, Xin Shen muttered to himself. Duan Feng's potential was actually very high, but his advancement speed had slowed down considerably due to taking care of his wife. If he were sea level now, he wouldn't need to burn his vital energy to escape. It's important to know that burning vital energy and consuming it are not the same. The former extracts all the vital energy in an irreversible way, the latter follows the rules of vital energy circulation, allowing for continuous use. To burn vital energy at the slightest disagreement only shows that Duan Feng is a ruthless person, a mad dog. It's my turn to strike. After the hippo had chased for a distance, Xin Shen activated his beast transformation and charged in that direction. Thunder, as thick as a python, swirled around him, and the air crackled with sounds that made one's ears ache. The iron spike hippo hadn't even had time to turn around when its sensitive area was struck hard from behind. First came the intense pain of a powerful blow, followed by a burning sting like fire. This was the terrifying damage caused by thunder. Roar! A deafening scream erupted across the wilderness. Caught off guard during a high-speed charge, the hippo couldn't stop in time and crashed heavily to the ground. Without a word, Xin Shen used supergravity to crush down, preventing this creature from retaliating. Then, he struck the hippo's cheek with all his might, forcibly opening that massive bloody mouth. Phew! In the next moment, the giant ape rudely spat, the saliva landing precisely in the hippo's mouth. Of course, don't think that Xin Shen is humiliating it. He just wants to use dual toxins to drain his opponent's vitality. Roar! The intense pain from its sensitive areas and the terrifying toxins infecting its mouth instantly sent the hippo into a berserk state. Its eyes turned blood red, and the surrounding beastly power surged, almost breaking through the suppression of supergravity. Berserk is useless, just obediently die. Taking advantage of the opponent not yet getting up, Xin Shen's thunderous fists struck like a torrential storm. Just as the hippo was about to open its massive mouth to bite, it had several beastly teeth smashed by the giant ape. And it didn't stop there, its eyes were struck by lightning the next second, blood streaming out. The cries of pain and screams echoed through the wilderness once more. So strong! Duan Feng, watching from a distance, murmured to himself. He was indeed amazed by Xin Shen's strength, able to suppress a berserk hippo. After entering a berserk state, the uncontrolled would ignore their own injuries, intending to take their enemies down with them. But Xin Shen rendered the hippo completely powerless to resist. In comparison, he seemed more like the one in a berserk state. I have plundered defense genes *7, speed genes *3, strength genes *3, iron thorn genes *5, can be used to enhance my own genetic abilities. Xin Shen thought, use them all. The mysterious power of the system instantly manifested, silently enhancing the Titan giant ape. With a thought, the personal panel appeared in his mind. Beast Transformist, Xin Shen Beast Transformation Form, Titan Giant Ape Level, C1 Strength, 100 Speed, 85 Defense, 40 Vitality, 5,800 Genetic Abilities, Dual Toxins, Iron Thorn Armor, Berserk Thunder, Body Regeneration, Nether Stealth. Extraordinary Abilities, Super Gravity, Titan Body. My strength has actually broken 100, reaching the average attributes of B-level, Xin Shen sighed. Even when grappling with B-level powerhouses, he now felt fully confident. The Iron Thorn armor ability can only be considered a bonus. Although it increases defense and adds sharp thorns, it's still not proactive enough. After summarizing his gains, Xin Shen waved to Duan Feng. After we clear another beast horde, we'll head back to the rendezvous point. Xin Shen said lightly, I need to advance to C2 level, and I'll help you advance as well. Hearing this, Duan Feng was overjoyed. If he were to cultivate on his own, it would take at least another week to advance. Thank you, boss. Is there anything I need to prepare? Duan Feng asked. Xin Shen looked him over and suddenly had an idea. How about this, in the upcoming battle, you continue to burn your vitality until you exhaust all your accumulation. I'll help you take a path of desperation leading to survival. The night deepened, and the wilderness quieted down once more. Xin Shen sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing his attention on his entire body's vitality. The transition from C1 to C2 level also required enduring inhuman pain, but for Xin Shen, this was already commonplace. He furrowed his brow, and a tremendous beastly power surged from his body, the strong vitality circulating within. Soon, the energy dissipated, and the room returned to calm. Shinshin opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing forth. He had successfully advanced to C2 level. With my current strength, dealing with B-level powerhouses might be a bit challenging, but below B-level, no one can withstand my onslaught. Of course, to compete for the secret treasure of Jiuhu City, Shinshin still needed to accelerate his cultivation. Those elite hunting teams all had B-level powerhouses. To snatch food from their mouths, he needed at least the strength to deal with B-level opponents. After resting for a moment, Shinshin called out to the outside, "Old Duan, come in, it's time to help you advance." I'm coming." A weak voice came from outside, as if it belonged to a critically ill patient with little time left. Duan Feng struggled to lean on a wooden stick, stepping into the room one slow step at a time. His face was pale, his cheeks deeply sunken, and there was no life in his eyes, as if his time was short. It was clear that this was the consequence of his depleted vitality and blood, a state that was extremely dangerous. "Sit down and drink this vial of potion," Shinshin said, handing over a bottle of strange liquid that seemed to be his own concoction. Duan Feng looked up and couldn't help but hesitate. What would happen to his wife at home if he accidentally lost his life? After some thought, Duan Feng still took the potion and poured it into his mouth in one go. Since he chose to follow Qin Shen, there was no need to be suspicious. Trusting the boss was trusting his own judgment. "It will hurt a lot, so be mentally prepared," Qin Shen reminded him. Hearing this, Duan Feng quickly sat down, clenched his fists, and braced himself for the impending pain. Hiss! After the scream was suppressed, only the sound of trembling breaths remained in the room. Duan Feng was drenched in cold sweat, his body starting to tremble uncontrollably. This guy was indeed ruthless. In such pain, he could still remain silent. "This potion will further squeeze the vitality and blood within you, but once it is completely depleted, it will immediately replenish you," Qin Shen explained. "Whether you can activate your special potential depends on whether you can endure." This was also a technique of the resistance, called burning blood. Unlike the bone loosening technique, burning blood had a very high failure rate but also a great potential for reward. It could even change the form of extraordinary beast power, making it stronger. To illustrate with an example from Qin Shen's past life, that guy was an auxiliary beast transformer before reaching sea level, and logically, he would only awaken auxiliary extraordinary beast power. But after enduring burning blood, he awakened an extraordinary beast power called Storm Surge, which retained the auxiliary ability of speed enhancement while gaining powerful offensive capabilities, thus transforming into an offensive beast transformer. Duan Feng was already skilled in direct combat. If he could endure burning blood and advance to sea level, his gains could surpass those of Qin Shen's comrade. Puff! The tiny blood vessels on Duan Feng's body burst open, crimson blood flowing out and instantly soaking his clothes. Did he fail? Qin Shen wondered. He felt the beast power rising steadily, but Duan Feng's condition was not optimistic, making it difficult to judge success or failure. "You were a hero guarding the earth in your past life. Don't let me down," Qin Shen thought to himself. He still had confidence in Duan Feng. After all, those who could advance to A level had excellent potential and extreme luck. "Boss. Huff. I succeeded." After a long while, Duan Feng gasped, his tone revealing excitement despite his exhaustion. "Congratulations, you finally stepped into the extraordinary realm." Qin Shen smiled and asked, "What beast power did you awaken?" This was what he cared about most, as extraordinary beast power represented Duan Feng's future development direction. "It's called Blood Invasion." Duan Feng wiped his face and excitedly shared, "With it, I can plunder the blood of my enemies to strengthen and heal myself. In addition, I can manipulate the blood around me to launch energy attacks." Qin Shen nodded, praising, "That's a very good ability, perfectly fitting your relentless fighting style." Duan Feng's extraordinary beast power in his past life was Frenzy, which was neither strong nor weak. With such mediocre beast power, he could still advance to A level, showing how strong his potential was. Now possessing top-tier beast power, this guy's future was even more unpredictable. "Go rest, we need to continue clearing the beast horde tomorrow morning," Qin Shen said. Although his subordinate had achieved good growth, he had no reason to be overly excited. To deal with the starry expeditionary army, one Duan Feng was far from enough. Early in the morning, under Li Lian's watchful gaze, Qin Shen and the others headed to Channel 105 once again. "Since you've been promoted to sea level, let's split up to improve our efficiency and save time for the treasures of Jiuhu City," Qin Shen said to Duan Feng after thinking for a moment. "Alright, boss, I'll head west." After a night of rest, Duan Feng had fully recovered and even seemed more spirited than before. After clearing the beast horde, try to gather their corpses. I have a great use for them, Qin Shen instructed before swiftly darting east. Duan Feng also activated his beast transformation and ran westward. It's worth mentioning that the black-backed wolf dog was no longer black. Its fur had turned a crimson red, resembling a creature born from the blood pool of hell. If one had to make a comparison, Duan Feng looked very much like the zombie dogs from Resident Evil, sending chills down one's spine. However, in the world of beasts, the more ferocious the appearance, the less likely anyone would dare to provoke it. I'm just 300 fragments short, and I can exchange for a gene worth 1,000. After plundering a beast horde for gene fragments, Qin Shen began to tally them up. Attribute fragments must not be touched, they are my guarantee of strength. Special fragments are even harder to come by, let alone using them as currency. I can't even gather them all. Looking at the piles of beast corpses, Qin Shen felt a bit frustrated. He felt as if he were playing an online game, needing to exhaust his efforts to grind for equipment. Forget it, let's see what's worth exchanging first, Qin Shen consoled himself as he opened the gene treasury. There were many genes worth 1,000, and after picking and choosing for half a day, he finally selected 3 that were most suitable. Blazing Flame Ant possesses ultra-high temperature flames capable of melting steel. Human-faced Owl has enormous wings that allow it to soar through the sky. Siren Sea Demon possesses soul-capturing magic sound that can disrupt the enemy's blood flow and interrupt the circulation of beast power. Indeed, you get what you pay for, Qin Shen thought to himself. Compared to the Titan gene, the abilities provided by these 1,000-value genes were quite ordinary, or rather, lacked any distinctive features. I possess the violent element of thunder. Fire is temporarily of no use. Qin Shen first ruled out the Blazing Flame Ant gene. As for the ability to fly, I do want that. It can enhance mobility and increase combat methods. Qin Shen scratched his head, suddenly feeling something was amiss. But my giant ape form is too massive, relying on just a pair of wings, I might not be able to fly. At least 2 pairs of wings are needed. After thinking for a long time, he ultimately set his sights on the Siren Sea Demon. Disrupting the enemy's blood flow and beast power is indeed a clever move, it's decided. With a clear goal in mind, Qin Shen quickened his pace in clearing the beast horde. As the sun began to set, a song echoed across the wilderness. It seemed to come from the vast ocean, yet also felt like it originated from a bottomless abyss. It was so light and yet so eerie, like a girl's whisper, like a demon's murmur. Bang! Only after the uncontrolled ones collapsed did Qin Shen realize he had stopped singing. The Siren Sea Demon and its soul-capturing magic sound were indeed as legendary as rumored. When the uncontrolled ones heard the magical sound, the raging blood within them would instantly stagnate, leading to irreversible internal injuries. Thus, it could be inferred that when beast transformers faced the magical sound, they too would suffer internal injuries. Humans have wisdom after all, the soul-capturing magic sound must be used as a surprise move. Otherwise, if beast transformers are on guard, covering their ears and retracting their beast power, the song would become ineffective. Qin Shen muttered to himself as he walked westward. He now needed to plunder the fragments from the beast horde that Duan Feng had killed, just like harvesting vegetables. TSK, they've all turned into dried corpses. Looking at the countless shriveled beast corpses in the wilderness, Qin Shen shook his head helplessly. After gaining extraordinary beast power, Duan Feng had taken one after another without feeling tired. Don't call him a mad dog anymore, he might as well be called a vampire. After casually plundering the gene fragments, Qin Shen continued westward. He needed to find Duan Feng and then check the entrance to Jiuhu City. After 2 days, that group of hunters should have found a way in, right? Roar! A fierce roar suddenly echoed from a distance, sounding like a bear's growl. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes, dropped to all fours, and rushed towards the source of the sound at full speed. He was mainly worried that Duan Feng might encounter a powerful out-of-control beast. Given that guy's temperament, he would likely try to fight back. Get lost, you stinky dog, or we might just kill you. Feng Yuxuan pointed at the blood-colored wolf dog not far away and scolded arrogantly. This girl, though she looked quite charming and delicate, spoke in a rude and overbearing manner, like a spoiled young lady. Behind her was a group of young, handsome boys who joined in the insults. Get out of here, stupid dog. You can't handle us. Disgusting, this dog looks like it's infected with a virus. Seeing the blood-colored wolf dog remain unmoved, Feng Yuxuan immediately ordered the big man beside her. Dichi, tear him apart for me. Yes, miss. The man, as strong as a bear, immediately bowed his head in response and stepped forward. He suddenly stomped the ground and transformed into a 6-meter-tall black giant bear. Surprisingly, countless metal fragments swirled around the giant bear, as if they were a manifestation of its extraordinary beast power. Related to metal? Duan Feng observed coldly and immediately assumed a defensive stance. This giant bear was C2 level, not weak at all, and its aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary beast transformer. Last warning, Get out quickly, these beast corpses belong to me. Relying on the giant bear's protection, Feng Yuxuan shouted recklessly. She had come out to hunt and play with her friends today but had found nothing after searching for a long time. By chance, she discovered a lone wolf dog hunting, and under her companion's encouragement, she felt the urge to seize it. After all, her Feng family was powerful, and in Xingyue City, her words carried weight. A mere idle hunter couldn't stir up any trouble. Alright, since that's the case, I'll let you have it. Duan Feng wasn't foolish. Although he was a fierce fighter, he could still discern the situation. With a C2 level giant bear present, and the apparent strength of that group of young masters and ladies, blindly fighting alone would only lead to his demise. TCH, stupid dog, just get lost already, you're wasting my breath. Feng Yuxuan rolled her eyes, her pretty face full of sharpness, making one want to punch her. Duan Feng shook his head and turned to leave. He needed to go back and discuss with his boss what kind of revenge would be satisfying. Watching the back of the blood-colored wolf dog, the giant bear quickly lay down and said, "Miss, please let me go kill him to avoid future troubles." This guy clearly had experience, knowing that one must eliminate the roots of trouble and never let go of an enemy with grievances. Go ahead, I find that guy ugly anyway." Feng Yuxuan paused for a moment and casually agreed to the request. After all, he was just a beast transformer she had killed before. A few years ago, she even burned down a building, and so many people died, yet no one dared to seek revenge. Now, she was merely seizing a pile of spoils. Did that dog have the guts to come back and kill her? However, since Dichi had taken the initiative to request it, Miss Feng would naturally agree. After receiving the order, the giant bear immediately dashed off. As the most loyal guard of the Feng family, he had to consider the young lady's safety. Hunters were always mysterious, each with their own tricks and hidden cards. If that wolf dog had a powerful backing, wouldn't it be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Holding onto the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go, the giant bear quickened its pace. By the time Qin Chen arrived at the source of the sound, Duan Feng was fiercely battling a black iron giant bear. So it's a beast transformer, not an out-of-control one? Qin Chen finally understood. It wasn't that Duan Feng was aggressive, he was just entangled with other beast transformers. At this moment, the blood-colored wolf dog was being pressed and beaten by the black iron giant bear, retreating step by step, its defeat already apparent. However, when the Titan giant ape appeared, the black iron giant bear quickly reduced its strength, wary of a sneak attack from the giant ape. This allowed Duan Feng to breathe a sigh of relief, no longer in such a desperate situation. I am a guard from the Feng family of Xingyue City, currently pursuing an enemy. I kindly ask Brother Ape not to interfere. This guy actually regarded Qin Chen as a passing strongman and even specifically stated his identity. After all, the Feng family had a great reputation, which could indeed intimidate some people. Oh, so it's the Feng family guard, my apologies. Qin Chen smiled and suddenly asked, but how did my people become the enemies of the Feng family? Dichi was about to exchange pleasantries when he suddenly realized the implication of the latter half of the sentence. This wolf dog and the giant ape were in cahoots. Boss, 1 kilometer to the west, there's a group of young masters and ladies, they are the masters of this giant bear. Duan Feng suddenly shouted. Qin Chen nodded and said, then you keep him busy, I'll go meet the younger generation of the Feng family. After saying that, the giant ape dashed away. Seeing this scene, Dichi was extremely anxious. He had lost all fighting spirit and only wanted to rush back to protect the young lady. But the wolf dog surged with a torrent of scarlet blood energy, unexpectedly blocking the giant bear's path in advance. Don't rush, that was just a warm-up, now let's have another round. Duan Feng grinned, his beastly eyes filled with brutality. Taking out her phone, Miss Feng turned her back to the pile of beast corpses and began to take selfies. You all come and take pictures too, so we can show off when we get back and see who dares to look down on us. Feng Yuxuan waved to her companions. Although she was the young lady of the Feng family, she was often mocked as a vase by the offspring of other wealthy families in high society. So this trip was partly for fun and partly to add some impressive experiences to her repertoire. How about this, let's take a group photo with our backs to the beast corpses. Her followers eagerly gathered around Feng Yuxuan. They displayed proud smiles and even raised their middle fingers to the camera. Feng Yuxuan didn't mind such crude and rude gestures at all, she even joined in. Click, as the camera shutter clicked, a large group photo was saved. Feng Yuxuan eagerly opened the large image, ready to edit it before posting it on social media, when she suddenly sensed something was off. A huge shadow appeared vaguely in the photo. She turned around abruptly, only to find the area behind her empty. There wasn't even a bird in sight. Yuxuan, what's wrong? You look a bit off, a gentle and handsome boy approached. He was Feng Yuxuan's #1 admirer and the most favored. Feng Yuxuan handed him her phone and whispered, "Can you take a look? Is there something wrong with this photo?" As she spoke, a gust of cold wind swept across the wilderness, making everyone shiver involuntarily. "It can't be some kind of monster, right?" The boy glanced at the photo and casually said, "I think it's just a lighting issue. If such a large creature were nearby, we would have noticed it long ago." Feng Yuxuan didn't respond, her expression somewhat unnatural. If she had known, she wouldn't have let Diqi chase that dog, leaving her unprotected now. "Yuxuan, don't be afraid. We are all C1 level beast morphers. Even if we encounter a rogue, we can still fight back." The boy smiled and reassured her. As for other hunters, they would definitely give the Feng family face and wouldn't dare to provoke us. Just as his words fell, a sudden change occurred. Boom! After a thunderous roar, the boy's body suddenly exploded. Limbs scattered everywhere, blood spraying like rain. "Ah!" Feng Yuxuan screamed, her delicate body collapsing to the ground, nearly fainting. She was closest to the boy and was drenched in the blood that splattered towards her. Such a bloody and terrifying scene, how could a noble young lady endure it? At this moment, an enormous ape beast slowly emerged from the underworld space, crashing down beside this group of wealthy young heirs. The massive shadow in the photo was, of course, Qin Chen. He activated the underworld stealth from 100 meters away, slipping into the underworld space, and then moved at super speed, silently approaching his target. This was a technique Qin Chen had just devised. As the underworld space was not connected to reality, any commotion occurring inside would not reach the outside world, perfectly concealing his figure and footsteps. To the outside world, there was only a vague shadow floating in the air. The giant ape glared at the crowd, letting out a thunderous low roar. Who was a member of the Feng family? Faced with such a terrifying beast, the young men were already paralyzed with fear, having no mind to answer the question. They sat dumbfounded on the ground, even forgetting to activate their beast transformation. This was how the heirs, lacking combat experience and always living in an ivory tower, could not imagine the terrifying dangers of the wilderness. Death often comes in an instant. Looking at this group of little rabbits, Qin Chen shook his head and suddenly pressed down with his right hand. A tremendous, invisible gravity descended from the sky, causing the young men to fall one after another into the pool of blood. Some were forced to chew on dirt, while others fell headfirst onto the mangled corpse of a beast, utterly miserable. "I will ask again, who is a member of the Feng family?" Qin Chen's voice was cold, filled with killing intent. "Your lives are in your own hands. She is the second young lady of the Feng family. The rest of us are just followers." Some, unable to withstand the intimidation, seemed to mentally collapse and blurted out Feng Yuxuan's identity. Staring at the blood-soaked, trembling girl, Qin Chen asked, "What is your relationship with Feng Shuwen?" Before the main character could respond, the followers hurriedly chimed in. "Feng Shuwen is her grandfather. She is the most favored person in the Feng family." It was clear that this group wanted to sell out their master to save themselves, desperately trying to curry favor with Qin Chen. What Feng family, what young lady, now their own lives were the most important. "I see, thank you for telling me so much." Qin Chen nodded but instantly increased the gravity. "Let me give you a quick end. Don't be so eager to cooperate with the enemy in your next life." Before the followers could react, their bodies quickly deformed and broke under the pressure of gravity, turning into pools of blood and mud. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yuxuan felt both fear and relief. The fear was because she was the only one left alive while her companions had all died. The relief was because this group had just betrayed her and met a tragic end, allowing her to vent a great deal of resentment. Feng Yuxuan cautiously raised her head and asked, What do you want me to do?" "I can contact my grandfather immediately and have him prepare the money you need." After all, she was a noble young lady and quickly guessed Qin Chen's general purpose. Killing all the followers and leaving only her behind was clearly a plan to extort the Feng family, right? If money could save her life, the Feng family would definitely not be stingy. "Don't be so clever, just be a hostage honestly." Qin Chen's expression was emotionless as he ordered, "For the time being, you are not allowed to ask me any questions." The giant ape reached out its large hand and grabbed the young lady from the ground. Feng Yuxuan was terrified, her delicate body trembling violently, yet she dared not make any move of resistance. "Get away, you get away from me!" The black iron giant bear roared in anger, its attacks becoming increasingly frantic, even showing numerous flaws. "Your young lady is definitely dead, stop struggling." Duan Feng laughed heartily, deliberately using words to disturb his opponent's mind. Hearing this, Diqi became extremely agitated, filled with anxiety. He pounded his chest, and the beast power within him surged wildly. The surrounding grass and trees were blown askew by this overwhelming energy. Black iron giant. Swish, the metal fragments swirling around the giant bear instantly coalesced, transforming into a sharp giant blade 5 meters long. It floated in midair, like a guillotine suspended above. I will chop you, slice you, and smash you to pieces. The black iron giant blade tore through the air in an instant, cleaving towards Duan Feng with a fierce strike. Bang! The blood-colored wolf dog was uncontrollably sent flying, its body crashing heavily to the ground. It was left with no intact flesh, crimson blood gushing out as if it were free, instantly soaking the earth. So strong, I underestimated him. This guy's combat power has at least doubled since he got the black iron weapon. At this moment, Duan Feng's body began to tremble uncontrollably, utterly unable to stand. He could have healed himself through blood invasion, but ever since the giant bear summoned the black iron blade, he could no longer find an opponent, let alone suck blood from them. Swish! The black iron blade adjusted its direction again, aiming its tip at the blood-colored wolf dog, gathering power as if it wanted to pierce its target. De Qi glared fiercely at Duan Feng, and with a sudden swipe of his paw, he thought, as long as he killed this dog, no one would stop him from saving the young lady. Whoosh! The black iron blade lunged through the air, slicing through it with a piercing roar. Faced with such a deadly move, the severely injured Duan Feng was already unable to dodge. He murmured, I wonder if the boss will help me heal Xiaoju. I hope I haven't picked the wrong person. Buzz! Suddenly, the rushing black iron giant fell sharply towards the ground. The beastly power and gravity around it collided, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Seeing this scene, Duan Feng struggled to turn his head. It was only when the massive beastly shadow appeared that he finally felt at ease, drowsily squinting his eyes. You've hurt my people like this, have you thought about how you're going to die? Qin Shen casually tossed Feng Yuxuan aside and used supergravity to firmly suppress her. He walked step by step towards De Qi, his arms flashing with violent thunder. De Qi's beastly eyes were filled with rage as he responded word by word, the one who will die is you. Dare to touch my young lady, and you will face relentless revenge. He certainly knew how powerful the giant ape was, but who didn't have a trump card? They had to exchange a few blows. At worst, he could trade injuries for injuries and escape back to Xingyue City with Feng Yuxuan. As long as they returned to the city, the Feng family would unleash a net of revenge. For instance, they could mobilize the city defense army to mark the giant ape and the wolf dog as criminals. In that case, they would have nowhere to run, unable to survive in the Yanhua kingdom forever. Heh, quite confident, Qin Shen sneered, let me show you what the gap looks like. As soon as his words fell, thunder roared to life. Two extremely thick bolts of lightning slithered like giant pythons, charging towards De Qi. They intertwined and spiraled in the air, gradually merging into a single, astonishing force. Black Iron Giant. The giant bear pounded its chest again, and the giant blade that had fallen to the ground instantly disintegrated, turning back into metal fragments. But in the next moment, they fused again, surprisingly forming a black iron giant shield. Block for me! De Qi roared, summoning the giant shield to defend in front of him. The thunderous pythons arrived as expected, crashing violently against the black iron giant shield. In an instant, the sky changed color, and an invisible energy rapidly spread in all directions. So strong! De Qi's muscles tensed, beastly power surging forth, all used to reinforce the black iron giant shield. If he relaxed even a little, the shield would not hold. Can you block the thunder? Can you block me? Qin Shen's voice suddenly echoed in the air. De Qi looked up sharply, only to see the giant ape leaping towards him. It raised its right arm, the black spikes at the elbow aimed at the enemy, launching an incredibly fierce elbow strike. Boom! When the black spikes collided with the black iron giant's shield, a sound erupted in the wilderness like the tolling of an ancient temple bell. Even Duan Feng, who was on the verge of fainting, was startled awake by the noise. Crack! After the loud sound, the next thing that followed was the sound of the black iron shield shattering. This is called breaking the surface with a point. Qin Shen sneered, swinging his left fist in response. De Qi was still in shock from the shattering of the giant shield and couldn't react in time, getting knocked back several steps by this punch. You can't possibly be C2 level. The giant bear covered its swollen face, saying in utter shock, you are definitely B level, you've definitely hidden your strength. Among C levels, no one could break his black iron giant shield, which was the result of De Qi's repeated tests. The giant ape easily shattered the shield with a single elbow strike, which could only mean he was a B level powerhouse. Heh, your knowledge is still too limited. Qin Shen mocked as he pursued. His legs were wrapped in thunder, moving at incredible speed, and in just a breath, he was back in front of the giant bear. Without the shield, I still have my blade. De Qi shouted angrily, as metal shards once again coalesced into a giant blade. But this time, the giant blade was much shorter, only 2 meters long. I see, as long as I break your giant weapon, I can deplete your metal shards. Qin Shen discerned the clue. When he shattered the black iron giant shield, countless metal shards fell to the ground, no longer swirling around the giant bear. It seemed that these shards, which could coalesce into weapons, were indeed consumables. Dichi's gaze froze, and unease grew in his heart. His opponent had discovered his weakness so quickly, and the upcoming battle would surely be very passive. Whoosh! A black iron long blade slashed fiercely at the giant ape's chest. But Qin Shen did not dodge or evade. At the moment he was about to be injured, a bone armor covered in spikes appeared on his surface. Clang! The black iron long blade was instantly deflected, and the blade was chipped from the collision with the spikes. Dichi gasped, retreating again to create distance from his opponent. He had no idea how many abilities the giant ape still had. First there was thunder and gravity, then spiked armor for defense, and his own strength was astonishing. He seemed to have no weaknesses at all. What do you want? As long as you are willing to let the young lady go, our phone family can definitely satisfy you. By now, Dichi had lost his fighting spirit and could only show weakness. If it weren't for the young lady still in Qin Shen's hands, he would have definitely turned and run. You, a mere guard, have no say. It's better for you to die sooner. Qin Shen said, but I can promise you that Miss Feng won't die, because she is my important bargaining chip. There's no need to be so ruthless. We can sit down and talk about anything. Dichi was still unwilling to give up, continuing to try to communicate. The Feng family is powerful, with strong experts everywhere. How can you alone contend? It would be better to sit down and negotiate. Whether it's money or treasures, the family head will not be stingy. You must know, the young lady is the family head's most beloved granddaughter. Hearing this, Qin Shen smiled faintly. Of course I want to negotiate, but the initiative can only be in my hands. Enough with the nonsense, it's time to send you on your way. Dichi's face turned ashen, and he could only summon the black iron long blade to his front, taking a fighting stance. This giant ape was unyielding and impossible to communicate with. It seemed today would only end in a desperate fight. Roar! Dichi did not want to sit and wait for death, raising the long blade and striking first. Facing such a powerful opponent as the giant ape, merely dodging would lead to a slow death. It was better to confront the challenge head-on and seek survival in the gaps. I quite like this ability to condense weapons from black iron. I hope to plunder it later. Qin Shen thought to himself as he faced the giant bear head-on. The two giant beasts engaged in close combat, each blow landing with a thud, every move drawing blood. Every time Dichi swung his blade, Qin Shen would immediately retaliate with two punches, making it a fierce exchange. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Dichi was merely putting up a desperate resistance. His black iron long blade continuously shattered and reformed, becoming shorter and shorter, until finally, the black iron long blade turned into a broken blade, only half a meter long. You forced my hand. Dichi roared, his voice laced with despair and unwillingness. He suddenly plunged the black iron broken blade into his own chest, once again channeling his beastly power. The broken blade instantly disintegrated, countless metal fragments emerging, burrowing into the giant bear's body like ants. Is this your trump card? Qin Shen cautiously stepped back a bit, wary of Dichi's sudden outburst. He watched as the muscles on the giant bear began to writhe violently, its dark fur falling off in clumps. In less than 3 seconds, this creature transformed into a terrifying, hairless metal monster. It was hard to say if it even resembled a bear. It might not even be a carbon-based life form anymore. So it's a metallized torso, but it seems to have significant side effects. After a brief analysis, Qin Shen summoned thunder once more, channeling it into his ape-like arm. Metal has conductive properties, perhaps the thunder would have a miraculous effect? As long as I seriously injure the giant ape, the young lady should be able to escape, right? Dichi took a deep breath, prepared for a do-or-die situation. He was a loyal guard trained by the Feng family since childhood. Even if it meant his own death, he absolutely could not let anything happen to the young lady. Boom! The metal monster suddenly pushed off the ground, charging forward with the intent of mutual destruction. Its speed was incredibly fast, seemingly several times quicker than before it had been metallized, leaving Qin Shen momentarily stunned. Super gravity! Qin Shen had no choice but to press his palm down, using immense gravity to slow the monster's charge. The ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, rapidly sinking. But the metal monster reacted with remarkable agility, actually predicting the situation in advance. It leaped high against the supergravity, jumping over the sunken ground, and lunged forward with a ferocious bite. At this point, Qin Shen's supergravity had reached its limit and could not be increased further. He could only unleash two violent thunder serpents, striking at Dichi. Bang! To everyone's surprise, the metal monster was completely unaffected by the thunder. It merely stomped on the ground, and the thunder energy flowed along its metal limbs into the earth, dissipating to nothing in an instant. You have no tricks left, do you? Dichi's tone was somewhat excited as he roared, then it's my turn to strike. Metallization allowed him to temporarily break through the limitations of carbon-based life forms, rendering him immune to ordinary energy. However, the cost was death. A storm of attacks came crashing down, and Qin Shen could only evade the onslaught, using his iron-spiked armor to block the lethal blows. Yet, he still sustained numerous injuries. Fortunately, his body had regenerative abilities, allowing him to recover quickly. Seeing this scene, the flickering hope in De Chi's heart was extinguished once more. The duration of metallization was not long. If he could not seriously injure the giant ape, he would have to depart early. It's impossible. How do you have so many abilities? De Chi roared madly, his attacks growing fiercer with each strike. He had no way out. He could only gamble, betting that Qin Shen's trump card was empty. Time's up. I'm done playing with you. Qin Shen's eyes glinted with mockery as he clenched his right hand, activating explosive force. This extraordinary ability, derived from the captain of the Shattered Star team, could accumulate power into a massive surge, hidden within the opponent's body, waiting for the right moment to explode. Bang bang, a series of loud explosions erupted from within the metal monster. De Chi was filled with terror as he felt an immense force rampaging within him. When did it even get inside? Could it have been during the struggle with the giant ape's body? Boom! The explosive force detonated violently, shattering the metal monster's body into pieces, scattering them everywhere. The setting sun had just dipped below the horizon, but the last rays of light showed no mercy to De Chi. In the final moments of his life, he exerted his last bit of strength and shouted at Qin Shen, "Don't hurt my lady. Don't hurt her. Indeed, O loyal guard. Let me help you dig a grave," Qin Shen said looking at the chaos around him. Although it was a life and death struggle, he had no ill feelings towards De Chi. Instead, he felt a bit of respect. Because until his death, this guy never begged for mercy nor betrayed the Feng family. If I had such a comrade back then, would I have to die so miserably? Qin Shen suddenly recalled the tragic circumstances of his past life and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to recruit De Chi. This guy was incredibly steadfast, devoted to protecting Feng Yuxuan, which directly conflicted with Qin Shen's plans. Dying for one's beliefs might just be his fate. Power Gene *5, Speed Gene *5, Black Iron Gene *10, can activate related genetic abilities, Black for Gene *50. The system prompt interrupted Qin Shen's thoughts, and he quickly used the genetic fragments. Pretty lucky, this way, I also have a combat weapon now. Looking at the swirling metallic fragments around him, Qin Shen focused his mind. Black Iron Giant Soldier, able to draw high-quality fragments from metal and condense them into soldiers. The more refined the weapon style, the more beast power consumed during control. 1 ton of metal can only draw 100 grams of fragments? Qin Shen was quite shocked. This ability, while incredibly powerful, was also extremely costly. If he wanted to condense Black Iron Giant Soldiers anytime and anywhere, he would have to accumulate fragments regularly. Drawing them in the heat of battle was simply unrealistic. As for the weapon style, it has to be a plain stick to minimize beast power consumption as much as possible. Qin Shen chuckled to himself, thinking, a monkey with a stick, imitating the great sage, huh? After burying De Chi, Qin Shen walked towards Duan Feng. How's your condition? Do you need me to catch a few out-of-control ones for you to drain? Duan Feng shook his head and grinned, no need, boss. I just drank a blood-boosting potion and have recovered quite a bit. I can just drain a few on the way back. Alright then. Qin Shen nodded and pointed at Feng Yuxuan, saying, I have great use for this woman. Can you help me think about how to arrange for her now? The treasure in Zhuhaching is very important. It's not suitable to take her there. Duan Feng frowned and pondered. How about we hide her and take her away after we finish our business? That works. Is there a suitable place in the wilderness? Qin Shen asked. When I was a hunter, I came across a secret cave that was almost unreachable. Duan Feng provided a location. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen made a decision. In that case, let's go to that cave and hide this woman first. Looking at the dark, damp cave, Feng Yuxuan trembled in fear. She had been afraid of the dark since childhood and had claustrophobia. Now, having to stay in such a terrifying cave was worse than death. Miss Feng, please come in. This cave will be your residence for a while. Qin Shen waved his hand. Feng Yuxuan tentatively took 2 steps but couldn't overcome her inner fear. With red-rimmed eyes, she turned and pleaded, can we change to another place? I'm really afraid of the dark, so scared I could die. Just tough it out. After this, you won't be afraid anymore. Qin Shen was a strange person, having no sympathy for women at all. Despite the girl's tearful plea, he simply shot back with a suggestion to toughen up. Seeing Feng Yuxuan still not moving, Duan Feng couldn't help but scold, no bargaining. Either go in or die. Woo-woo. Feng Yuxuan was frightened by him, tears uncontrollably streaming from her beautiful eyes. She carefully groped her way into the cave, finding a relatively clean corner to squat down, seemingly to feel a bit of security. From now on, you'll be in charge of her. Anyway, there are many experts in Johor City, and your strength isn't enough to get involved, Shin-chan said to Duan Feng. Just let her eat, drink, and sleep normally, ignore any other requests. I'll bring supplies later. Duan Feng nodded in agreement, as that was exactly what he was thinking. He had just been promoted to sea level, and entering Johor City would only make him a burden to the boss. Can you come and take care of me? A weak voice suddenly emerged as the two were talking. Feng Yuxuan ran out of the cave, looking at Qin-chan with pleading eyes. Can you take care of me? I promise I'll be very obedient and won't cause any trouble. Is there any difference? Qin-chan asked curiously. Feng Yuxuan looked at him timidly but didn't dare to say the reason. Duan Feng sneered and explained to Qin-chan, this girl cursed at me before, she's probably afraid I'll take revenge on her now. Will you take revenge on her? Qin-chan deliberately asked in front of Feng Yuxuan. If she weren't important, I would have cut out her tongue by now. Duan Feng laughed coldly and said, but since the boss wants to use her, I won't let anything happen to her. After hearing this, Qin-chan said to Feng Yuxuan, now you can rest assured, you're safe for the time being, and no one will lay a hand on you. Feng Yuxuan had no choice but to run back into the cave and squat down. The fear of revenge was one aspect, she was even more afraid that Duan Feng would have improper thoughts about her. Compared to the fierce uncle, a young and handsome guy like Qin-chan was much better. Even if he touched her, the young lady could more easily accept it psychologically. After delivering the supplies to the cave, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin-chan had no time to sleep and immediately rushed to Johor City. He heard from the contact point that a small team had already entered the interior of Johor City. It should be an elite team, ordinary hunters wouldn't have such capability, Qin-chan speculated in his heart. At this moment, the entrance to the abandoned urban area was already crowded with people. Hunters were excitedly stopping to watch the city. Is the mechanical puppet that strong? They actually took the lead and entered first. Are you kidding? Their team is full of rich second-generation kids, armed from head to toe with high-tech gear. Of course, they're strong. I saw them buy things last time. They cleared out a temporary camp's resources in just 10 minutes, and the money flowed out like water. Sigh, people can't be compared. Pay-to-win players are truly invincible. Listening to the discussions around him, Qin-chan was also surprised. A group of rich second-generation kids could actually form an elite team. It seemed they had really put in the effort. Are there any solo brothers? Let's team up and go in together. A loud voice shouted from the crowd, trying to gather hunters without teams. Many people gathered around, wanting to ask for a general situation. This kind of temporary team-up was quite normal, although you couldn't fully trust temporary teammates, at least you had company, and you could help each other during the adventure. However, Qin-chan had no thoughts of joining and even walked a bit further away. Joining a temporary team, hiding one's strength, playing the fool to eat the tiger? He didn't like such cliched plots, they were as boring as an old lady's nagging. Why not find elite partners if you had strength? With this thought in mind, Qin-chan walked towards the Dome Company's camp. Stop! What do you want? 2 armed guards blocked Qin-chan in front of the tent. They were elite guards trained by the Dome Company, specifically responsible for protecting Professor Lu Wuxin. I want to see your Professor Lu, Qin-chan said straightforwardly. Please help me notify him, thank you. The guards were somewhat baffled and quickly refused. Sorry, Professor Lu is busy and cannot receive outsiders. Please leave. Then please tell him that I can load the super heavy artillery. Qin-chan suddenly said. The 2 guards immediately became serious upon hearing this. They had followed Professor Lu for a long time and naturally knew some insider information. The super heavy artillery weighed a full 3 tons and was usually set up for ground use. But this young man actually claimed he could load it. It was simply absurd. Wait a moment, I will report this. The guard, unable to make a decision, immediately turned and entered the tent. They certainly would not underestimate Qin-chan, as everyone in the wilderness had their own abilities. Soon, the guard came out. They put away their firearms and gestured, little brother, Professor Lu has agreed to see you, please come in. Thank you. Qin-chan was very polite. As he walked into the tent, a foul smell of machine oil hit him. Qin-chan rubbed his nose and looked at the bald old man not far away. The old man was fiddling with several dark parts, getting oil all over his body and face. Hello, Professor Lu, my name is Qin-chan. Qin-chan took the initiative to introduce himself. Lu Wuxin did not look up, twisting screws while asking, you say you can load the super heavy artillery? Is that true? It's true. My beast form is a giant ape, which is just the ideal candidate for loading the artillery. Qin-chan smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin put down the parts in surprise. He raised his head and asked, How do you know the artillery is designed for primate beasts? Because the core concept of loading the artillery is to become a mobile turret, which includes not only horizontal movement but also vertical movement. Only primate beasts can accommodate that. Xin Shen spoke with confidence. The standard armed force in the resistance was the artillery, which he had grown tired of using in his past life. Lu Wuxin was taken aback for a moment, then slammed the table. Damn it, none of my students are as smart as you, always thinking about loading the artillery onto lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards. Can they even do that? They don't have the capability, you know. The size of lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards is insufficient. Forcing them to load the artillery would only weigh them down. Xin Shen smiled and said, weapons need to be tested in real combat, and designers must personally engage in battle to understand battlefield needs. Right, that makes sense. I need to let them go out hunting instead of staying in the lab becoming bookworms. Lu Wuxin agreed with Qin Shen's statement. He casually pulled over a chair and invited Qin Shen to sit down. Where are you from, and what brings you to see me? Qin Shen sat down and said, I am from the Lin family in Xingyue City, here to discuss cooperation with Professor Lu. The Lin family. Oh, the one known as the aristocracy of Shadow City. Lu Wuxin suddenly realized. Although he was from Frostwind City, he had heard of the Lin family's reputation. After all, Old Master Lin had long established business in Frostwind City. Does the Lin family want to get involved in the treasures of Johou City? Lu Wuxin asked curiously. Logically speaking, the Lin family preferred smuggling businesses and rarely competed for treasures. The reason was simple: smuggling channels were very fragile. If enemies targeted them deliberately, it could lead to huge losses. So the Lin family simply gave up on treasures to reduce the possibility of enmity, remaining as spectators. After all, the vast majority of secret treasures would eventually flow into the black market of Shadow City. Not really, I only represent myself. Qin Shen smiled and explained, I'm just here on a business trip, joining in the fun and making some extra money. Lu Wuxin nodded. He could understand Qin Shen's approach. Being young and already possessing C2 level strength, he certainly wouldn't want to live under someone else's roof. Since it's a cooperation, what do you want? What can you offer me? Although Lu Wuxin seemed like a scatterbrained scientist, he was actually a major shareholder in Dome Technology, with considerable strength and vision. I want to work with Professor Lu to explore treasures. Qin Shen straightforwardly said, in return, I can help you test the beast weaponry, such as the mobile siege cannon. Upon hearing this term, Lu Wuxin was taken aback and jumped up from his chair. How do you know of its existence? Did you steal our company's secrets? The mobile siege cannon was the latest weapon developed by the Dome. The samples shown to the City Defense Army were still stored in the warehouse. How did this kid get wind of it? Professor Lu, please don't panic. If I had stolen the secrets, how could I possibly show them to you so openly? Qin Shen smiled slightly and took out the badge of the Reverse Scale Organization. To be honest, I have a good relationship with Director Gao from Xingyue City, and by chance, I came across some related information. Hearing this explanation, Lu Wuxin approached with some skepticism to observe. Only after confirming the authenticity of the badge did he feel relieved. The Reverse Scale was indeed a special department of the Yanhua Kingdom, and it was normal for them to have access to the secrets of corporate giants. As long as there were no internal traitors or competitors stealing secrets, the Dome could accept it. The Reverse Scale really is something. They manage others so well but are a mess themselves. Lu Wuxin still felt some dissatisfaction, but his complaints had shifted to the Reverse Scale Organization. Qin Shen put away the badge, and surprisingly, he felt no guilt at all, acting as if nothing had happened. Gao Rui, far away in Xingyue City, had inexplicably become the scapegoat. I have a question: if we are fortunate enough to obtain the treasure, how should we divide it? Lu Wuxin sat back down and asked the sensitive question. Throughout history, how many partners have turned against each other due to unequal distribution? Qin Shen smiled and expressed his thoughts. Of course, it should be distributed according to the contributions made during the treasure hunt. Professor Lu is a straightforward person and surely won't take a cut of my earnings. Good, based on your trust in me, we can reach a cooperation, Lu Wuxin decisively agreed. I would like to visit your Professor Lu, please inform him. Outside the tent, another beautiful woman arrived. She resembled a celestial being, cold and stunning, standing apart from the world. While others could be admired from afar but not touched, she was someone one wouldn't dare to even look at closely. She was like a goddess carved from ice, beautiful to the extreme yet cold to the extreme. Miss Xianhuang, our Professor Lu is still receiving guests, please wait a moment. The guards surprisingly recognized this cold beauty and were very respectful. Oh, does Professor Lu have other guests? Lu Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. During this time, it should have only been her visiting Lu Wuxin. Yes, the guest is a young boy who just went in 10 minutes ago. The guard revealed some information in response to the goddess's confusion. In that case, I'll just wait here for a while. Lu Qing crossed her arms and stepped aside. Before long, the tent door opened. Qin Chen and Lu Wuxin were engaged in a lively conversation, walking out while closely exchanging ideas. They were discussing the combat strategies for the Fire God Cannon and the possibility of fully armed beast transformers. Of course, this was a topic Qin Chen intentionally brought up to instantly capture Lu Wuxin's attention. When facing a weapons expert, one should naturally discuss the topics he was most interested in. Professor Lu. Lu Qing was about to step forward to speak, but inadvertently made eye contact with Qin Chen. Why does this boy have such a heavy aura? Why does this woman's face look so familiar? In an instant, both of them had questions arise in their minds. So it turns out Miss Xianhuang has arrived. I apologize for not hosting well. Lu Wuxin interrupted their thoughts. He first apologized to Qin Chen, then turned to Lu Qing and said, Miss Xianhuang, I'm afraid I won't have time to communicate with you today. I have important matters to attend to. Alright, then I won't disturb Professor Lu any longer. Lu Qing slightly nodded, turned around, and walked away with her long legs. As she walked, she suddenly glanced back, but her beautiful eyes were unfocused, not knowing exactly who she was looking at. Professor Lu, who is that? Qin Chen asked curiously. Lu Wuxin casually explained, she is the captain of the Xianhuang team, named Lu Qing. She came to find me to purchase a batch of special weapons, but the price hasn't been settled yet. Lu Qing. Qin Chen pondered carefully, his memory beginning to resurface. In my previous life, the first hero to die on the battlefield was Lu Lingming, and his daughter seemed to be named Lu Qing. Just as he recalled some details, Qin Chen was puzzled again. Where had he seen Lu Qing before, and why did she seem familiar? Xianhuang. Extremize Xianhuang. Qin Chen clapped his hands, finally finding the key memory. He had seen Lu Qing's appearance in the glorious battle reports of the resistance. That was something that happened on the northern battlefield. Lu Qing had charged alone onto the warships of the starry races, using the power of extreme ice to destroy the entire fleet, at the cost of her own life. Such a heroic sacrifice was naturally reported for a long time, which is why Qin Chen, who was on the southern battlefield, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Lucky me, I encountered a female hero. I'll try to contact her and see if there's a chance to recruit her to intercept the starry advance team. Qin Chen secretly resolved. Miss Xianhuang is indeed stunningly beautiful. Seeing Qin Chen lost in thought, Lu Wuxin sighed, it's just that she is naturally aloof and hard to approach. I don't know who will eventually win her heart. Qin Xiaoge, do you need me to help you get in touch? The old man clearly misunderstood. He thought Qin Chen, like other young men, was enchanted by Lu Qing. Qin Chen shook his head, indicating he didn't need it. He looked at the bustling crowd and murmured to himself, with the myriad races not yet perished, what is home? At the entrance of Jiuhu City, the number of hunters was increasing, many of whom had rushed over at the last minute. The treasures of Jiuhu City had been rumored to be extraordinary, making the hunters restless. What if they got lucky and stumbled upon something? Wouldn't that mean a chance to turn their fortunes around? I heard the treasure inside is the spine of a divine dragon. Whoever obtains it will be invincible. Nonsense, where's the divine dragon? The treasure is clearly an alien warship, the kind that can travel faster than light. If it can travel faster than light, would it still crash to the ground? Don't exaggerate, the treasure is just a giant sword made of beast bones, as seen by my seventh uncle's friend. Listening to the increasingly absurd rumors, the young girl Kong Linglong was bewildered. She quickly turned to her captain and asked, Sister Qing, what exactly is the treasure inside? Lu Qing glanced at her and said, I don't know either, but it definitely won't be an interstellar warship. Since it can attract the green-eyed toads, the treasure must be related to beast remains, Zhang Jinggan interjected. Based on the rumors, I estimate that this beast remains is quite large. He was the strategist of the Xianhuang team, skilled at analyzing battle situations and uncovering enemy weaknesses. I really think it could be the spine of a divine dragon. Kong Linglong blinked her big eyes and said, Look, Sister Qing is in the form of a Xianhuang beast, maybe someone else is in the form of a divine dragon? Silly girl, the captain underwent a transcendent transformation, turning from a bird into a phoenix. But who could transform into a divine dragon? Another beautiful woman in the team spoke up. She hugged Kong Linglong and deliberately messed up the girl's hair. Ah, Sister Shirshir, don't mess up my hair. Kong Linglong struggled to resist but ultimately lost. Blushing, she leaned against Chu Shirshir's embrace, stubbornly arguing, pythons can turn into dragons, right? And there's the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Pythons can indeed, but there has never been a successful case left behind. Zhang Jingyan said, if there really are the bones of a divine dragon inside, then the ones fighting for the treasure won't be us, but those A-level powerhouses. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Shanwang team fell silent except for Lu Qing. A-level powerhouses are no joke. They either serve as city lords or command military defenses, each one a force to be reckoned with. Alright, let's prepare to enter Jiuhu City. Lu Qing scanned her team and slowly issued the command. Yes, Captain. The 7 immediately became serious and began checking their supplies and equipment. SKRRT suddenly, several screeching brake sounds echoed nearby. The hunters turned back curiously, only to find a convoy of heavy trucks. Each truck was towing a long cargo container, emblazoned with the logo of Dome Technology. Lu Qing narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked in that direction. She saw Professor Lu walking alongside a heavily intimidating young man, appearing to have a good rapport. Dome is really wealthy. To compete for the treasure, they actually brought a truckload of armed forces. With direct fire coverage and artillery sweeping the ground, the blue-eyed toad won't stand a chance. Watching countless armed personnel unload from the trucks, the hunters expressed their envy and jealousy. They had to scrimp and save just to buy one, treating it like a family heirloom. Others, however, had company supplies, even using them as consumables. It's infuriating how some people have it so easy. Pointing at a large, dark box, Lu Wuxin said, "This is the super heavy fire god cannon. I just transferred it from a nearby testing ground, and I hope you can make good use of it. Don't worry, Professor Lu, it might just be the key to slaying the Beast King." Qin Chen grinned. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin exclaimed, "You have quite the ambition, wanting to slay the Beast King. But that aligns perfectly with my intentions. If we can obtain the Beast King's corpse, we at Dome can show off in front of Ting Yuan." Although Dome and Ting Yuan are not in the same industry, both are looking to acquire each other to monopolize the market. However, due to the obstruction of the reverse scale, the acquisition and merger efforts have been unsuccessful, leading to animosity between the two companies. "Professor Lu, let's not chat too much, we should head in," Qin Shan reminded as he watched the hunters surge into Jiuhu City. "All right." Lu Wuxin quickly turned back, signaling the guards to clear the way. Roar! The thunderous roar of a beast echoed as a giant ape nearly 8 meters tall descended with a crash. Wow, that's really huge. Lu Wuxin was stunned. He had guessed that Qin Shen's beast form would be massive, but he never expected it to be so magnificent. No wonder it could carry the super heavy cannon. Qin Shen extended a finger, instantly piercing the wooden box, then skillfully grabbed the super heavy fire god cannon and mounted it on his back. Countless metal clasps automatically closed, securing the cannon, which was equivalent to 16 gun barrels, firmly onto the giant ape's back. The rotating gun barrels emitted a chilling cold light, and the beast power conversion device quickly recognized the user. Temporary user, Qin Shen, you have been granted combat permission for the fire god cannon. Qin Shen twisted his neck and said to Lu Wuxin, "Professor Lu, are you satisfied with my beast form?" "Very satisfied, extremely satisfied, you're simply the best test subject." The old man was overjoyed, nearly dancing with excitement. He had searched for countless beast transformers before, from monkeys to gorillas, but they were not strong enough to carry heavy equipment. Today, he finally saw the ideal beast form, and Lu Wuxin even wanted to shout, "Life is without regrets. Test all angles." Qin Shen paid no mind to the old man's excitement and instead used voice control to operate the fire god cannon. The 16 gun barrels began to spin wildly, and the 16 gun bodies moved back and forth at various angles. Testing complete, status good. Upon hearing the voice report, Lu Wuxin finally calmed down. Qin Shen has great potential, I need to find a chance to win him over. If he can join the dome, my arm tests will be much easier. Surrounded by guards, the old man pondered as he walked. Although dome technology is filled with talent, the Beastmasters have always been inferior to Ting Yuan. As a top-tier force, it must have strong individuals to hold the fort and enough talent reserves. Qin Shen is very suitable as a reserve candidate for a strong individual. If I can successfully win him over, the dome will have some assurance for the next 10 years. What would a young man his age like? Beautiful girls, luxury cars and watches, or large sums of cash? Lu Wuxin muttered softly, I have a few beauties among my students, why not let them befriend Qin Shen? That giant ape is a bit strange. Zhang Jingyan suddenly said as they walked, he is clearly only C2 level, yet his aura is exceptionally strong, feeling almost on par with you, Captain. Lu Qing nodded gently in response, indeed, this boy has a heavy aura of death, as if he were an invincible veteran. I've only seen that in my father. Hearing the captain's words, Kong Linglong curiously looked back. She stared at the towering giant ape, her delicate body inexplicably shivering. It feels like he could turn me into minced meat with one punch. This girl had a strange thought process, actually wondering if she would be killed by the giant ape. Chu Shishir laughed helplessly, What are you thinking all day? With so many of us here, how could you get hurt? Oh, I was just imagining, Kong Linglong said with a hint of pride. We must always stay alert, any hunter could become our opponent. Sure, you need to learn from me. Chu Sure pinched her little round face and said, alright, I'll learn from you. Listening to the teammates' banter, Lu Qing looked back at the giant ape and said to Zhang Jing'an, find a chance to get to know him and probe his relationship with the dome. Yes, Captain, Zhang Jing'an nodded in agreement. The sun was about to rise, and the roars of beasts gradually echoed through the city of Jiu Lake. Hearing this sound, the hunters quickened their pace, swiftly heading towards the city center along the abandoned streets. A golden light surged from the city center, shooting straight into the sky, visible to everyone within 100 miles. Clearly, the treasure was right there. Moreover, judging by the brilliance, its rarity was extremely high, worth fighting for with all their might. If I could get such a treasure, I would definitely book all the clubs in Shadow City. Look at your ambitions. Young people shouldn't be so lustful. You'll end up dead in bed sooner or later. TCH, isn't being lustful part of being young? Stop arguing. Do you feel the ground shaking? Hearing this, the hunters quickly fell silent and focused on feeling. They discovered that the ground beneath their feet was trembling at a strange frequency. The beast tide is coming. An experienced person shouted at the top of his lungs. The hunters were startled and hurried to run towards the buildings on either side of the street. Such actions could likely lead to them being surrounded by the beast tide, but only by going upstairs could they avoid the first wave of impact. When thousands of uncontrollable beasts swept in, individual strength became negligible. No one wanted to be the fool trying to stop a car with their arms. The giant ape bent its legs slightly, gathering strength to jump, using both hands and feet to instantly climb to the rooftop. However, his weight was too great, and he quickly made the low building precarious. Xin Shen had no choice but to find another tall building, deliberately holding back some strength to keep himself stable. Lu Wuxin and the dome guards hid in a nearby mall. They had communication devices to stay in contact with Xin Shen. Professor Lu, I've found a hiding spot, Xin Shen casually said. The communication device quickly responded, we've found them too. Let's regroup after the first wave of beasts passes. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke through, a massive tide of beasts surged onto the streets, instantly covering the wide pavement. Their eyes glowed red, drool dripping from their mouths, as they charged forward in a frenzy, their hooves trampling everything in their path to pieces. Watching this scene, the hunters were filled with dread, not daring to make a sound. Such a colossal tide of beasts should only appear when the out-of-control ones are attacking a city. The city of Jiu Lake had been abandoned by humans. Was it really worth it for the Beast King to lead so many out-of-control ones to occupy it? Goodness, how can there be such a massive tide of beasts near Star Moon City, and the city defense army isn't doing anything? Someone couldn't help but complain. If they attacked Star Moon City while the city defense army was unprepared, it could very well lead to the city's destruction and loss of life. Looking at it this way, the treasure actually saved Star Moon City. It drew all the attention of the green-eyed toad away. Someone sighed. Listening to the discussions, an exceptionally handsome man quietly left. He quickly descended the stairs and arrived at the hiding place of the Spirit Soul team. After reporting the hunters' views one by one, Bai Xingzhou said, Brother, the scale of this beast tide is unusually large, we can't leave for a while. Oh, then let's not leave for now, let others be the cannon fodder, Bai Xinghe said nonchalantly. This guy was even more handsome than his brother, like a beautiful man who had stepped out of a classical mural. Just as Bai Xingzhou was about to speak, a soft and enchanting touch came from behind him. Sensing the alluring fragrance, he helplessly said, Sister-in-law, it's early in the morning, don't play around. Oh, you're still so unromantic, the woman said, releasing her grip and immediately diving into Bai Xinghe's embrace. She was stunningly beautiful, with a charming demeanor, and her cool attire couldn't hide her fiery figure. Since we can't leave, let's start having fun and finish what we didn't complete the night before. Shinya lightly brushed her red lips, her movements extremely enticing. She acted like a vixen, her demeanor flirtatious, always stirring the hearts of men. Bai Xingzhou scratched his head and said irritably, do as you please, just don't ask me to join. After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Behind him, a breathy sound soon followed, as if unwilling to wait even a second. On the high-rise, Xin Chen was observing the types of beasts. There are more amphibious out-of-control ones, and they are stronger than the others. They should be the direct descendants led by the green-eyed toad. If we want to eliminate the Beast King, we must remove its direct descendants to lessen the pressure in battle as much as possible. Lost in thought, Xin Chen suddenly recalled exclusive intelligence he had obtained from a scheming woman in the Shattered Star team. Why is the green-eyed toad disguising itself as a B-class? Is it fishing for something, or does it have some unspeakable secret and can only show weakness? Xin Chen couldn't figure it out for a while. Because in his memory, no matter how powerful a Beast King was, its intelligence wouldn't be that high. They could only use the instinctual thinking abilities of beasts to survive and fight. Roar! Suddenly, a giant elephant on the street became agitated. Soon, the other out-of-control beasts in the tide also began to stir. They let out urgent and violent roars towards the high-rise where Qin Shen was. What's going on? Have I been discovered? Qin Shen was startled. Boom! The massive tide of beasts suddenly changed direction, charging straight towards him. Forget it, I won't run, let you see what a meat grinder looks like. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen steeled his heart and suddenly stood up from the rooftop. The 16 gun barrels behind him began to rotate and warm up, producing a thunderous roar. Fire! Qin Shen shouted angrily, and the voice control system responded instantly. The 16 gun barrels quickly flipped over, emerging from the giant ape's shoulders, waist, and other parts, beginning to automatically lock onto shooting targets. The overwhelming beast power surged into the transformation device, then exploded out of the gun's muzzle in the form of bullets. Bang bang bang, the violent gunfire echoed through the streets, even drowning out the roars of the beast tide. The first wave of rampaging out-of-control individuals didn't even have time to react before being torn into bloody fragments by thousands of bullets. The bullets fell like a sudden rain, forming a barrage of fire in the air. Hearing the gunfire, the hunters were shocked, peeking out from their hiding spots to observe. The giant ape stood atop the building, shooting down at the beast tide from a high vantage point, with not a single out-of-control individual able to approach alive. Looking closely, it exuded an aura of one man holding the pass. 10,000 men cannot open it. Damn, that's really fierce. Facing the beast tide alone, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. The hunters began to discuss, their words filled with admiration for the giant ape. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. What are you bragging about? Isn't it all thanks to the fire god cannon? With such powerful weaponry, I could do it too. The crowd showed disdain, quickly rebutting. The fire god cannon uses the user's beast power as ammunition. If you went up, you'd probably exhaust your beast power in 30 seconds. Exactly, the giant ape has been shooting for almost 2 minutes, and the fire god cannon hasn't stopped. Do you have that much beast power? Under the collective attack, the man looked very embarrassed but still stubbornly retorted, even if he has enough beast power, he still relies on the fire god cannon for output. Only by not borrowing external power can he prove his strength. Just as his words fell, the violent gunfire suddenly ceased. The man showed a look of wild joy, saying, I told you, the giant ape can't hold on any longer, it's about to be crushed by the beast tide. Come over and see for yourself. Others are in a forced cooling state because of the fire god cannon and have to stop shooting, the hunter said irritably. The man immediately rushed to the window to observe closely. Due to continuous firing, the 16 barrels of the fire god cannon had turned red hot, and it had to wait for the temperature to cool down before it could be used again. Faced with such a crisis, the giant ape remained calm. He even disarmed, throwing the fire god cannon off the rooftop, and leaped downwards. Boom! When the massive ape hit the ground, a deafening sound spread through the streets. Its arms surged with dazzling lightning, seemingly ready to fight the beast tide alone with its beastly body. Some people are incredibly brave, while others are just stubborn. Seeing this scene, the hunters mocked sarcastically. The man smiled awkwardly, shrinking his neck and daring not to speak. Regardless of whether the giant ape could withstand the beast tide, just the courage to fight alone was worthy of everyone's respect. Do you think he can make it through? After the mockery, the hunters began to discuss again. The cooling system of the fire god cannon probably needs 3 minutes. If the giant ape can hold on, it can start shooting again. 3 minutes is indeed a bit difficult. Everyone sighed. Those targeted by the beast tide either had to endure or flee. But this was Geo Lake City, filled with out-of-control individuals, and other districts also had beast tides. If the giant ape attempted to escape, the pursuing out-of-control individuals would only increase until they alerted the Beast King. Inside the abandoned mall, Lu Wuxin was filled with excitement, pacing back and forth in his hiding place. The fire god cannon seems tailor-made for him. How could there be such a perfect match? The old man had just witnessed Qin Shen's display of power and could hardly contain his excitement. We must recruit him into the dome. I can help him design exclusive weaponry. Watching the ecstatic professor, the guards felt very helpless. They quickly approached and asked, Professor, shouldn't we support Mr. Qin? His situation is not looking good. Yes, you all go quickly, the entire 3rd and 4th teams mobilize. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin snapped back to reality and hurriedly issued orders. If Qin Shen died in the beast tide, all his beautiful plans would be ruined. Yes. The named guard team immediately left their hiding place to support Qin Shen. In a building overgrown with weeds, the Xianuang team was observing outside. Zhang Jing'an said, Captain, I think we can go support him. Oh, why? Lu Qing casually asked. Zhang Jingyan explained, if we provide timely help, we should be able to gain his favor, and then establish a relationship with the dome. The more allies we have, the greater our chance of eliminating the spirit soul. Mentioning the spirit soul, the Xianhuang team members all showed expressions of disgust. Lu Qing paused for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go support him, and you all stay here. After saying that, she jumped out of the window. Watching the captain's back, Zhang Jingyan sighed. Their grudge with the spirit soul had to start from a year ago. At that time, Xianhuang had just become an elite team. The established strong team, Spirit Soul, took the initiative to express goodwill and even invited them to a social party. Lu Qing, being from Frostwind City, was unaware of the Spirit Soul's terrible reputation and could only nod in agreement. When she brought her team to the venue, they were met with a chaotic and indescribable scene that made one feel nauseous. The young girl Kong Linglong was so frightened that she cried on the spot, even developing a psychological shadow. Every time she saw a couple kissing, she would feel sick and gag. That night, Lu Qing collapsed the house where the party was held. From then on, the two elite teams held a grudge against each other. The giant ape is incredibly strong and fierce. I wonder if he has a team? Xu Shishir muttered to herself. Compared to other elite teams, Xianhuang was likely the smallest in number and urgently needed fresh blood. There shouldn't be any, he is clearly in a cooperative relationship with the dome, Zhang Jingyan analyzed. But someone like him is very difficult to recruit, he definitely wouldn't be willing to be subordinate. Looking at the tall giant ape in the distance, the Xianhuang members fell into deep thought. Super gravity, Qin Chen whispered, and an immense, invisible gravity suddenly descended. Unlike the previous use of suppressing enemies, this time the super gravity felt more like a domain. It formed an enormous circular area around the giant ape, with almost no blind spots. All the uncontrolled individuals that rushed into the gravity field were slowed down in the next second, forcibly interrupting their charge. This was Qin Chen's trump card for facing the beast tide. Without the advantage of charging, the beast horde was nothing more than that. A pair of thunderous giant fists swung wildly among the beasts, sending one uncontrolled individual flying every 2 seconds. While, suddenly, countless beautiful ice crystals fell from the sky. They took the shape of hexagonal snowflakes, with razor-sharp edges, symbolizing extreme cold. I come to assist you. A clear, cold voice rang out, prompting Qin Chen to look up. In the sky, a fantastical ice-blue divine bird was circling. Its wingspan was a full 9 meters long, and each feather resembled an ice crystal snowflake, inscribed with mysterious patterns. Its tail emitted a 5-colored divine light, resembling the auspicious divine bird phoenix from a mountain and sea scroll. As the ancient saying goes, the male is the phoenix, and the female is the, carrying the power of extreme ice and entering the extraordinary realm, it could be called, Extreme Ice Xianhuang. As the Xianhuang spread its wings, the falling ice crystals accelerated. They were sharp as blades, easily piercing through the bodies of the uncontrolled individuals, even severing their heads. Additionally, the ice crystals that landed on the ground could trigger the spread of extreme ice, freezing the limbs of the uncontrolled individuals, preventing them from continuing their charge. Thank you, Miss Xianhuang, for your help, Qin Chen shouted to the sky. His beast power was indeed running low, and if no support arrived, he would have to consider fleeing. Mr. Qin, we are here to support you too. From a distant high-rise, a group of armed beasts joined the battle. It was clear that they were the Dome's guard team that had come to provide support. Countless flashes of fire erupted, and the streets once again echoed with the roar of gunfire. With this, Qin Chen's pressure in battle was halved once more. He only needed to deal with the vanguard of the beast tide now, as the center had been sealed by extreme ice, and the rear was under heavy fire. If the giant ape can hold out against the vanguard, won't it be able to break this wave of beast tide? So impressive, is this what it means to be strong? To dare face the beast tide alone now, what will he do in the future? I can't even imagine. In the buildings, the hunters began to discuss again. Listening to the admiration, Bai Xingzhou revealed a hint of envy in his eyes. His dream was to become a towering figure, earning the respect and cheers of everyone. Unfortunately, his older brother was too unruly, with a lifestyle too wild, causing him to bear a terrible reputation. Forget about being respected, as long as he wasn't pointed at, Bai Xingzhou would be grateful. I need to remind the giant ape not to let his sister-in-law bother him, Bai Xingzhou pondered. Xingyu was very strong, both she and Bai Xingha were B-level powerhouses, known as the White Fox couple. But this couple's way of playing was too open, often inviting outsiders to join, leading to a notorious reputation. A manly figure like the giant ape would definitely catch Xinya's eye. Qin Chen quickly climbed to the top of a tall building and reloaded the fire god cannon. At this moment, the gun barrel had completely cooled down. In the next second, 16 tons of fire swept out, tearing apart all targets in front of him. The ground was littered with remnants and corrupted blood. The entire street seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse, harvesting the lives of countless out-of-control beings. As the gun barrel emitted white smoke, the beast tide had already dissipated. Xin Shen did not relax. Instead, he spoke into the communication device. Professor Liu, we need to move quickly, or the beast tide from other districts will come here. If it weren't for his exposure, Xin Shen wouldn't have acted at all. Because the beast tide was endless, the next wave would always be larger and more ferocious. Alright, let's head to the city center immediately, Lu Wuxin replied almost instantly. Miss Xianuan, you should also move quickly, more beast tides will soon flood in here, Xin Shen reminded, looking up. Lu Qing responded with an and immediately spread her wings to fly away. She wasn't good at socializing and didn't know how to say polite words, so she appeared cold and difficult to get along with. Xin Shen didn't mind, as strong individuals certainly had their own personalities and didn't need to fuss over such things. He stretched his ape-like arms and quickly leaped between the buildings. Seeing this, the hunters activated their beast transformation and began to move out as well. Although they didn't understand the reason, following the giant ape would surely not lead to any major mistakes. Killing the beast tide has actually earned me over 2,000 impurity fragments. On the way, Xin Shen looked at his gains, and his mood improved significantly. I don't need to buy new genetic powers for now, let's see if I can gather 5,000 to exchange for something good. Watching himself grow stronger bit by bit, Xin Shen felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he was still far from A level, it was much better than wasting time in his past life. As long as he could break through to B level next month, he could run to the Aoya Kingdom and eliminate that starry advance team, buying more time for Earth to develop. Why did Lu Qing come to help me? Xin Shen suddenly thought of that cold goddess and mused, there should be two possibilities. One is that she wants to recruit me, and the other is that she wants to get closer to the dome. That's fine, we can use each other, and I'll have the chance to pull her to the Aoya Kingdom as a muscle. The communication device suddenly rang, and Lu Wuxin's voice came through. Xin Shoga, are you interested in joining the dome? The old man was straightforward, directly stating his purpose. The Lin family cannot stand in the light, although they have the nickname of Shadow City, it is difficult for them to appear in formal occasions. On the other hand, Showdown technology is different, it is the tax star of Frost City, having received multiple awards from the city lord, and holds a significant position throughout Yanhua. This is a typical case of elevating one while stepping on another, clearly indicating that the forces loyal to Qin Shen are not strong enough. As long as you are willing to join, I guarantee that the company will pour various resources into you, helping you to advance to B level. To enhance his persuasiveness, Lu Wuxin began to lay out the conditions. As long as you perform well, you will have exclusive armaments, a guard team, and even company shares. Oh, and you will be provided with beautiful assistants who are not only academically excellent and highly educated but also gentle in personality, and not just one. Hearing such generous conditions, Qin Shen smiled and said, Professor Liu, these conditions are indeed very tempting. However, I currently have my own plans and am truly unable to split myself. He did not join Shadow City to become a mere worker, he aimed to seize power, such as using the ghostly smoke to command the Lin family. If he went to Chong Dome to become a daily clock-in employee, wouldn't that be repeating the same mistake? A top-tier force versus a high-paying position, an ambitious person would certainly choose the former. Don't! Please think it over, many conditions we can discuss slowly. Lu Wuxin was anxious, he never expected Qin Shen would refuse him. How could there be young people who do not like beautiful assistants? Professor Liu, many things cannot be forced, we can definitely keep in touch and cooperate in the long term, Qin Shen suggested. Lu Wuxin sighed, he knew this person was resolute and hard to persuade. Alright, then let's be friends for now, there is still plenty of time. Qin Shen smiled and replied, good, I hope to maintain a friendship with Professor Liu. Boom! As they spoke, a tremendous wave of sound erupted from the direction of the city center, seemingly caused by the power of a transcendent beast. The huge noise even spread throughout the entire urban area, driving the beast tide into a frenzy. Professor Liu, I guess it's the commotion caused by the mechanical puppet, they are the first team to enter and should have reached the city center by now, Qin Shen said slowly into the communication device. In the city center of Jiuhu City, Changhua Building is the iconic structure of this city, but after being abandoned for more than a decade, it has finally reached the end of its life. A giant toad, over 60 meters tall, simply knocked its head lightly against the 100-meter building, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Bang, smoke billowed, and stones scattered. The entire city center was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud of dust, reducing visibility to 2 meters. Yet beneath the dust, a 10-person team was moving quickly. Strangely, each of them had a gray-black mechanical sphere fixed to their beastly bodies, about the size of a human head. Awesome, this is so thrilling, Yang Lu exclaimed excitedly. He had just accomplished a significant feat under the leadership of his captain, awakening the blue-eyed toad. What's so thrilling about this? It's just a beast king, Miao Zishuan scoffed, saying, the captain once led us to infiltrate the city defense army camp. That was truly heart-pounding. Hearing the words of the beautiful senior, Yang Lu was stunned. He had only joined the team for a month and was unaware of the previous glorious deeds. The city defense army camp was a forbidden zone. As long as they caught an illegal intruder, they would execute them on the spot without reporting it. So thrilling. I want to challenge it too, Yang Lu exclaimed after regaining his senses. Upon hearing this, Captain Yi Ting said, don't worry, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Our team is all about risking our lives. If it's not a thrilling project, I wouldn't bring you here at all. Ha, the captain speaks well. Indeed, our brother Yi is an old hand at seeking thrills. The team members all agreed with Yi Ting and burst into laughter. The atmosphere of this team was quite strange. They had formed a hunting team just to seek thrills. Perhaps, the rich second generation all enjoy extreme sports. After indulging in a life of luxury for too long, they need life and death dangers to stimulate their brains. Alright, hurry and hide, find a good spot to watch the show, Yi Ting said. Let those cannon fodder face the Beast King head-on, we'll be the fishermen. After saying this, he accelerated first, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The team members quickly followed, disappearing into the thick fog. By the time Qin Shen and the others arrived at the city center, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, scorching the urban area, and the hot air made it hard to breathe. The green-eyed toad. Lu Wuxin gazed into the distance and soon spotted the massive creature. It was entirely a deep green, covered in unsightly black bumps, but what was most striking were its beastly eyes. Those green eyes were larger than a truck, occupying at least 3/5 of its head, making one's heart race with fear. Anyone with a fear of large objects might not sleep well for days. At this moment, the Beast King lowered its head, staring intently at the ground, seemingly in a daze. The scorching sun did not seem to bother this amphibious creature, as it was a B-class Beast King, capable of ignoring environmental effects. B3 level strength, just one step away from A-class, indeed difficult to deal with, Lu Wuxin sighed, his expression somewhat regretful. He had previously thought about exterminating the Beast King, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, most of that thought had dissipated. Such a powerful creature would still require the city defense army to handle it. With their current numbers, they had no way to start. Qin Shen, let's just look for the treasure and try to avoid a direct confrontation with the Beast King, Lu Wuxin said to the giant ape beside him. Qin Shen scanned the surroundings and replied, I'm afraid some people don't want us to have it easy. It was clear that the green-eyed toad had been awakened by someone, as evidenced by the collapsed buildings. So, who was the culprit? Were they dead, escaped, or hiding? Qin Shen quickly ruled out the first two possibilities, as there were almost no signs of battle at the scene. When facing death, beast transformers would not simply stand by. Are you saying it's the mechanical puppets? Lu Wuxin was taken aback. Right, the Dome Squad took a full hour to reach the city center. What were the mechanical puppets doing during that time? As the first team to enter the city and the first to arrive at the city center, they would never give up on the treasure. The answer was becoming clear. If they hide, we'll hide too, and see who the final fisherman is. Qin Shen said. That makes sense, an eye for an eye. Lu Wuxin nodded in agreement and quickly called the guards to relay the hiding orders. Just as the team was preparing to act, a powerful aura spread from nearby. It's a B-class powerhouse, and not just one. Qin Shen frowned and immediately aimed the fire god cannon in that direction. If the other party had ill intentions, they would face a storm of bullets. Who is approaching? Please state your name immediately. The guards shouted, trying to probe the other party's information. Tap tap, a series of light footsteps approached, and two enormous white foxes appeared first in their line of sight. Behind them followed a few beasts, likely team members. Hello, we are the Spirit Soul Squad, just passing by. The male fox spoke human words, its voice very pleasant, even more magnetic than a radio host's. Qin Shen looked coldly and said, passing by? As B-class powerhouses, can't you sense our presence? The safe distance between squads is 100 meters, you've crossed the line. Ah, Bai Xinghao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly laughed. No wonder my wife has her eyes on you, your reaction is quick. Upon hearing this, everyone from the dome was dumbfounded. Dude, can you really say such things? Your wife is so honest. Many people have their eyes on me, your wife is nothing special. Qin Shen's expression was emotionless, yet he controlled the fire god cannon to begin preheating. The B1 level can't withstand the fire god cannon. Do you want to be the doomed lovebirds under its muzzle? He's so fierce, I really like him. Hearing such a blatant threat, Xin Yufei was not afraid at all. Instead, a glimmer sparkled in her beast-like eyes. Bai Xinghe first smiled indulgently at his wife, then turned to Qin Shen and said, "Brother, we mean no harm, we just want to invite you to the party." The dome guards could hardly contain themselves, wanting to laugh but unable to. They turned their backs, trying to suppress their expressions, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Bang bang bang. Surprisingly, the fire god cannon suddenly roared to life. Bullets swept toward the entire Spirit Soul team like a net. Damn, this guy is serious. Seeing the storm of bullets approaching, Bai Xinghe was startled. He immediately unleashed his extraordinary beast power, a mist enveloping him as he protected his wife and teammates, escaping in an instant. Although both were B-level powerhouses, facing the fire god cannon at close range, they could only flee. But after the Spirit Soul team's figures vanished, an ethereal, charming voice floated over. "Little brother, see you later. Love you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shen snorted coldly and slowly stopped shooting. "Qin, little brother, are you okay?" Old Lu asked tentatively. The harassment from the Spirit Soul team was indeed excessive, and he worried Qin Shen might fall for their provocation. "Just a little interlude, I'll settle the score with them another day." Qin Shen looked at the blue-eyed toad and said, "Now, we need to compete with the mechanical puppets." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the other hunters finally arrived in the city center. Lacking the strength of an elite team, they couldn't freely navigate through the beast tide in the urban area and had to proceed cautiously, arriving a bit later. "Hey, where did those experts go?" The hunters were quite surprised to see the blue-eyed toad lost in thought. Without strong fighters dealing with the Beast King, how could they pick up the scraps? "What if we flip the table?" someone suggested. "Those strong ones might want us to be cannon fodder." "If that's the case, let's provoke the Beast King and make the situation even more chaotic." This dangerous idea wasn't wrong. After all, fortune favors the bold, and the more chaotic the scene, the more opportunities to pick up scraps. "Right, the strong ones must be hiding, we won't let them be at ease." The hunters nodded in agreement, chattering and offering suggestions. Although they weren't teammates, they chose to band together because only by doing so could they get a share in the treasure hunt. "Everyone use ranged attacks, we'll shoot and run." Someone took charge. Boom! Hundreds of hunters simultaneously summoned their extraordinary beast power, colorful energy flying toward the blue-eyed toad. They wobbled in midair before plummeting rapidly, bombarding the Beast King's back. But after a series of attacks, the blue-eyed toad remained unscathed. Yet anger sparked in its eyes, and it slowly turned around to roar at the already deserted street. Roar! Accompanied by the Beast King's roar, the ground trembled with high frequency. Countless foul, muddy waters surged from the ground, and pipes in the low buildings burst, spewing out equally foul-smelling liquid. In just 5 minutes, the city center's square transformed into a marshland. Aside from the tall buildings, there was no place to stand nearby. At a glance, the water level was even 2 to 3 meters deep, and those objects soaked in the corrupt water began to corrode slowly. The Beast King was indeed terrifying. With just a single roar, it turned the city center into a perilous realm. Seeing this scene, the hunters couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Luckily, they had climbed up the tall buildings in time, otherwise, they would have been submerged by the corrupt water. "Look over there, isn't that glowing?" Someone with sharp eyesight suddenly pointed and asked from a distance. The hunters all looked over, and the next moment, their eyes widened in shock, exclaiming repeatedly. Because beneath the Beast King, there was a dazzling golden light. Under everyone's gaze, the green-eyed toad grabbed the golden light and inserted it into a nearby tall building. It was clear that the golden light was the hidden treasure of Geo Lake City. The Beast King didn't want it to be eroded by the corrupt waters, so it inserted it into the tall building, away from the water's surface. Everyone squinted hard, finally managing to see the full appearance of the treasure. It was a 3-meter-long bone, entirely golden, elongated in shape, and at first glance, it looked like a giant gold bar, just magnified hundreds of times. It really is a beast's relic. This thing is definitely worth a fortune. Sell it? Only a fool would sell. With this relic, you can surely become a powerful being. After all this talk, does anyone know its origin? What kind of formidable creature could leave behind such a precious relic? The bone is so long, which means its owner was quite large. Maybe it was a giant elephant. Amidst the discussions, many hunters quietly left, heading towards the golden light. On the rooftop of the office building, looking at the blinding golden light, Lu Wuxin clicked his tongue repeatedly. Having lived for over 50 years, it was his first time seeing such a treasure. "Shaoli, does our company have any relevant records?" Lu Wuxin asked the captain of the guard beside him. Li Qing shook his head and replied, "There shouldn't be any. I just checked the company database." Even the founders left no information about such treasures. The old man couldn't help but sigh, looking somewhat confused. Professor Lu, we don't need to get hung up on its identity, let's get our hands on it first. Shinshin interjected, get ready, the people in the shadows should be moving soon. He certainly knew the identity of the golden bone, but there was no need to tell outsiders. This beast relic was called the golden serpent spine bone, and its owner was just one step away from transcending and transforming into a dragon. Unfortunately, he died halfway, buried beneath Geo Lake City, and it was only now that the green-eyed toad had unearthed it. Lu Wuxin paused for a moment, then turned to the guards and said, everyone, listen up, stay alert to your surroundings. If you spot any other teams, open fire immediately to intercept. After the treasure appeared, the various teams would no longer be friendly. If you don't guard against an intercept, others will turn around and harm you, annihilate you. However, the Dome team had a significant advantage. They had the largest number of members and the most powerful firepower. Ordinary teams wouldn't dare provoke them. Only teams like the Mechanical Puppets, which were heavily funded, would dare to compete with the Dome. Elite teams like Xin Huang and Lingpa, which relied on individual strength, generally preferred to deal with the out-of-control rather than face the might of beastly armaments. Screech! A deafening shriek suddenly erupted in the city, startling everyone into covering their ears. Some weaker individuals even turned pale with fear, their legs trembling. Above the city, a creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle spread its wings in mid-air. It shot through the air like an arrow, instantly slicing through the atmosphere, heading straight for the golden bone. Watching this scene, Xin Chen frowned and murmured, is that beast form? A griffin? Whoosh! The griffin flipped and spun in the air, swiftly darting past the massive body of the beast king. It moved incredibly fast, its form agile, leaving a trail of brownish-yellow light in the air. Seeing the little fly daring to provoke it, the green-eyed toad was exceptionally furious. It suddenly turned around, opened its massive mouth, and countless thick, long tongues shot out like vines, surging towards the griffin. The Beast King was indeed the Beast King. Once it launched an attack, it was an extremely dangerous kill. The griffin suddenly folded its wings, adjusted its head position, and rapidly plummeted towards the ground. Such a nonsensical action just happened to evade the Beast King's tongue attack. The thick, long tongues crashed violently against the distant buildings, shattering countless stones and steel bars. Just a second before plunging into the corrupt water, the griffin suddenly flapped its wings and soared back into the air. Good control, a promising talent, Xin Chen rarely praised. As a former A-class powerhouse, his vision was not low. Seeing the tongue attack miss, the green-eyed toad was even more furious. Just as it was about to spit out corrupt water at the griffin, a group of flying beastmen charged in. These reckless fellows, with a gamble mentality, flew right under the Beast King's armpit, aiming straight for the golden dragon's spine. As a result, the Beast King had no choice but to abandon the griffin and unleash a torrent of corrupt water at the group of desperate attackers. It was like a dam bursting. With a casual spit, over 10 tons of corrupt water came crashing down. Splash! The group was drenched from head to toe, their beastly skin rapidly rotting. They were knocked down by the immense impact, tumbling into the water below. Heart-wrenching screams echoed, but soon vanished without a trace. What terrifying corrosive power! Lu Wuxin was utterly shocked at this scene. Do you think this corrupt water can be stored and used as a special bomb? Old Lu, being a weapons expert, immediately thought of turning this new phenomenon into a weapon. Without the beast power of the green-eyed toad, the corrupt water would just become ordinary dirty water, Chen casually explained. What a pity, Lu Wuxin lamented, saying, I thought the armored ant swarm near Frostwind City could take it down. Upon hearing this term, Chen's expression tightened. The armored marching ants were a major pest of the current age. They were large, averaging about a meter in length, with extremely high defense, completely covered in heavy armor, making them nearly impossible to deal with. When the ant swarm came charging, almost no object could obstruct their march. Why not lure the green-eyed toad near the ant nest and let them fight it out? Since it wasn't a good time to seize treasures, Chen casually suggested. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin's eyes lit up. Hey, that actually has some feasibility. The old man slapped his thigh and said, a toad eating ants is only natural. Chen smiled, then we have to leave it a way out. He indeed wanted to eliminate the green-eyed toad and seize its genetic fragments. But after hearing about the ant swarm near Frostwind City, his thoughts changed. Wouldn't mutual destruction be more in his interest? How to lure the Beast King over is also a problem. We need to think it through. Lu Wuxin sighed. Chen comforted him, so let's focus on the treasure first. There will always be a way. Bang! The conversation was suddenly interrupted by the roar of gunfire. Professor Lu, the mechanical puppet squad has appeared, Li Qing hurriedly reported. He had just given the order to fire and was now able to report. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin and Qin Chen quickly looked to the right front. A group of ferocious beasts carrying mechanical spheres was being heavily suppressed in a narrow alley. Well done. Qin Chen grinned and said, Professor Lu, you continue to suppress them, I'll go seize the treasure. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time because only by suppressing the mechanical puppets, which were also armed, could he safely compete for the treasure. Alright, go ahead. Lu Wuxin nodded. Super gravity. Qin Chen once again used the gravity field from before, enveloping himself in a circular area. He suddenly leaped down from the building, and the immense gravity instantly pushed the corrupt water aside, revealing the uneven ground, just right for landing. Since the water was formless, it naturally flowed in other directions when subjected to gravitational pressure. The corrupt water created by the green-eyed toad had no effect on Qin Chen at all. Thus, wherever the giant ape went, the corrupted water scattered like the sea needing the Dragon King. The hunters were dumbfounded. Could it be done like this? They suddenly gained courage and rushed towards Qin Chen's direction. Swish! Suddenly, ice crystals filled the sky. Seeing the giant ape join the battle, the Xian Phoenix divine bird could no longer hide. It burst out from a clock tower, instantly soaring into the sky, then quickly dove towards the golden dragon spine. On the other side, two white foxes manipulated the hazy mist, their massive beastly forms actually floating low in the air. They resembled the fox spirits and fox demons from Strange Tales, as if riding the clouds. At this moment, except for the mechanical puppets suppressed by firepower, all the hunters were sprinting in the same direction. Tat tat tat. In the alley, the members of the mechanical puppets were awkwardly hiding behind cover, not daring to show their heads. Outside, bullets rained down and enemies loomed above. Even if their team wanted to counterattack, they had to find an opportunity. Damn it, we're being targeted. Niao Zishuan cursed angrily. Why are the dome people dealing with us? That old man Lu Wuxin is really arrogant. I'll have my dad complain about him when we get back, Ko Hao said irritably. His father was a top investor in Frostwind City, holding a significant amount of dome shares, and had a high position in the company, always able to give Lu Wuxin a piece of his mind. Yi Ting paid no attention to his teammates' complaints and took the opportunity to throw out the mechanical sphere on him. The sphere rapidly ascended along the building, suddenly transforming into a well-structured drone in midair. Inside, it concealed hundreds of tiny gun barrels, densely packed like a honeycomb grid. In 3 seconds, you will throw out the puppets in different directions, and we will start our counterattack, Yi Ting commanded. Hearing this, Yang Lu asked in confusion, Captain, are we using the puppets now? What about when facing the Beast King? Do not contradict my orders. Yi Ting glared at him, his attitude very cold. You are a newcomer, this will not be repeated. Yang Lu felt extremely awkward, quickly disassembling the device and following his teammates to throw it out. 12 mechanical puppets simultaneously took to the air, transforming into small unmanned combat drones. Some carried firearms, some were equipped with mini-bombs, and others had sonic weapons. This was the specialized armament customized by Yi Ting. Only their team and the entire Yanhua could be equipped with it. The name of the mechanical puppets came from this. Their team relied on drones to assist in combat, often able to create a situation of many against few. Fire! Watching the puppets ascend to the height of the enemies, Yi Ting immediately issued the command. Boom boom! With the detonation of several mini-beast power bombs, the firepower of the dome team was instantly halved. Under the surprise attack of 13 drones, the guards had to divert some of their energy to defend themselves. Yi Ting's gaze sharpened, and he shot out, quickly passing through the increasingly sparse firepower net. You stay and continue to counterattack the dome. I will go for the treasure. Yes. Qin Chen sprinted rapidly, creating a thunderous sound on the street. He was just 300 meters away from the base of the building with the golden dragon spine. However, the blue-eyed toad had already sensed the giant ape's approach. It opened its mouth wide, and a long tongue shot out. Furious thunder! Qin Chen clapped his palms together, summoning thunder from thin air. A bolt of lightning as thick as an adult man's waist thundered towards the long tongue. Crackle! The extremely high temperature of the lightning instantly charred the long tongue, and many of the thinner tongues were even severed. Roar! The Beast King let out a cry of pain, quickly retracting its thousands of long tongues. Then, it stomped the ground with its toad foot, causing the surrounding corrupted water to churn violently, forming waves over 10 meters high that surged towards the giant ape. Even if the supergravity is turned up to the maximum, it can't offset such a high tide of corrupt water. I might as well just shuttle through, Qin Chen whispered, charging forward without dodging or evading. The giant ape was instantly submerged by the tide of corrupt water, its nearly 8-meter-tall body disappearing from everyone's sight, never to reappear. Witnessing this scene, the hunters chasing from behind were utterly shocked. No way, this guy was just so cool, how could he be taken out by corrupt water? Ha, turns out he was just putting on a show, I thought he was really strong. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He didn't even get hurt when facing the Beast Tide, he can't die from a regular move of the Beast King. You all love to create legends. What kind of big shot can he be? Just to show off. This is the true face of the hunters. When alive, they call you a strong man, but once you're dead, they label you a show-off. People always have a sense of jealousy. Floating in the air, Lu Qing was very puzzled. She certainly didn't think Qin Shen would die, but as a B2 level beast transformer, she couldn't sense that guy's presence at all. Where did he go? Forget it, the remains are more important. Lu Qing muttered to herself, her gaze turning towards the building next to the Beast King. In the next moment, that golden light vanished right before her eyes. Seeing such a scene, Lu Qing was completely shocked. Someone actually managed to seize the treasure first. How did they do it? Beside the building, the giant ape slowly reappeared, with golden ashes floating beside it. It turned out that just before the tide swept in, Qin Shen had used phantom stealth. He not only avoided the damage from the corrupt water but also sprinted silently for over 300 meters. As for climbing the tall building, that was a specialty of primate beasts. In the last half second of phantom stealth, Qin Shen instantly ascended several dozen meters. Then it was the credit of the gene system, which quickly decomposed the spine, helping its master seize powerful genes. Golden Dragon Spine, possessing 20 shining gold genes, 5 dragon genes, 10 strength genes, 10 speed genes, and 200 dragon blood genes. Roar! The moment it sensed the disappearance of the secret treasure, the emerald-eyed toad let out a furious roar. It suddenly charged towards the building, as if it had the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Since phantom stealth had just ended, there were no other means to evade damage, so Qin Shen had to climb up rapidly to avoid the Beast King's deadly charge. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and the building swayed precariously, showing signs of imminent collapse. To stabilize his position, Qin Shen tightly grasped the window ledge of the building, desperately thinking of an escape route. My remaining beast power can't support the gravity field anymore. Below is all corrupt water, I can't jump down easily. Qin Shen first looked down, then raised his head to the sky. Not far away, a griffin and a dark phoenix were circling in the air. Miss Dark Phoenix, please help me, I know where your father is. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen shouted to the sky. Hearing this, Lu Qing was taken aback, then flew away in a rush. One of her purposes in forming the hunting team was to find her father, Lu Lingming. As the former lord of Frostwind City, he had mysteriously disappeared a year ago. Although she couldn't discern whether Qin Shen's words were true or false, Lu Qing still chose to lend a hand. The extreme ice dark phoenix spread its wings and waved, and a storm of ice crystals suddenly descended. In just a few seconds, they caused the temperature in the city center to drop below zero. Large areas of corrupt water instantly froze, no longer able to churn freely. Although it had a strong corrosive power, corrupt water still couldn't resist the change in physical properties. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shen suddenly leaped away from the building that was about to collapse. Crack! The ice blocks formed from the corrupt water were still crushed by the giant ape, its 2 ape feet completely submerged in the corrosive liquid. Qin Shen let out a painful groan, quickly pulling out his legs and flipping over to stand up. Roar! Suddenly, a shadow that blocked out the sun loomed overhead, and a torrent of air howled behind him. Without a second thought, Qin Shen took off running, even using the most extreme speed he had since his rebirth. Boom! The massive body of the Beast King descended from the sky, shattering the ice where Qin Shen had been. Under the terrifying impact, the thawed corrupted water surged up, even raising waves dozens of meters high. Like fleeing an avalanche, Qin Shen found himself racing against the giant wave. He fled, it pursued. This guy runs so fast. Lu Qing marveled at the speed of the giant ape while freezing the corrupted water ahead to create an ice path. 30 meters to go. Qin Shen gritted his teeth and accelerated, suddenly leaping towards the nearest building. Thud! To his surprise, a wild boar as large as an elephant suddenly appeared nearby. A mere monkey dares to snatch my treasure? It glared at Qin Shen with a vicious glint in its beastly eyes, its mouth wide open, exhaling a dangerously dark mist. Iron spike bone armor. Qin Shen was midair, with no place to gain leverage, and could only brace himself with the bone armor against the ambush. Bang! The giant ape finally leaped onto the rooftop, evading the pursuit of the corrupted water wave. But in the next moment, the dark mist followed closely, instantly invading his body. The iron spike bone armor provided no defense whatsoever. What a strange power! Qin Shen quickly began to sense it. After the dark mist entered his body, it started to rapidly devour his beast power, like a sponge soaking up water. I still need to escape the city center. The Beast King is the greatest threat. Unable to resolve the dark mist for the time being, Qin Shen chose to continue fleeing. Of course, he had already run out of the corrupted water's influence and no longer needed to create an ice path. Roar! Seeing the thief of its treasure escape, the green-eyed toad howled at the sky, seething with rage. In the next second, it jumped wildly in place. Instantly, the ground trembled violently, the corrupted water surged recklessly, and the surrounding buildings began to sway precariously. Waves of shock rippled outwards, and Johuu City was hit by a terrifying earthquake. This was the wrath of the Beast King, capable of destroying a city in an instant. The hunters were filled with terror, turning to flee. Their faces were not only swollen from the giant ape's blows, but their lives were also in imminent danger. Sky Dome Team, evacuate the city at full speed. Lu Wuxin quickly issued the order. He suddenly transformed into a golden-haired giant monkey, leading the guards in a mad dash outward. The old man had originally planned to send Li Qing for support, but he never expected Qin Shen to be so ferocious. It was one thing to snatch the treasure alone, but he had even managed to escape from the Beast King's pursuit with ease. How does Qin Shen know the whereabouts of Lord Lu? Isn't he from Xingyue City? With heavy doubts, the old man quickened his pace. Damn it! After regrouping with his team, Yi Ting couldn't help but curse. That guy clearly fell for my black llama, yet I don't know why he could still escape. Could it be the power of that golden bone? Niao Zishuan speculated, such a mystical treasure might possess special abilities. Hearing this analysis, Yi Ting's expression finally softened. As the heir of a top-tier family, he couldn't allow himself to fail in any aspect. But if it were an irresistible factor, it would be somewhat easier to accept psychologically. After we escape Johuu City, we need to surround and kill that monkey. Yi Ting's tone was icy, his killing intent seemingly at its peak. Yes, Captain. The team members responded in unison. The devouring power is getting stronger. Qin Shen was sprinting through the city, but a sense of emptiness and pain surged within him. The dark mist had nearly consumed all his beast power, even leaving no remnants in his bones. Use the shining gold gene. A beam of light burst forth, and countless brilliant golden patterns appeared on the giant ape's skin, contrasting with its black fur, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ability has automatically strengthened, forming the Black Gold Giant Soldier? Although he had gained enhanced abilities, Qin Shen couldn't feel happy, as the dark energy within him still lingered. Use the Dragon Gene! Qin Shen roared again. Accompanied by the system's response, a burst of golden light radiated from the giant ape. Vaguely, it seemed as if a phantom dragon was coiling and rising from his spine. Roar! Qin Shen howled, his voice unexpectedly mixed with a faint dragon's roar. A mass of dark energy suddenly erupted from the giant ape's mouth, then dissipated into the air. Noticing that his beast power was beginning to recover, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to flee at full speed. He's really so handsome, look at those muscles, those golden patterns. I'm about to be dazzled. Suddenly, a charming voice rang out above him. Qin Shen's expression darkened, his muscles tensed, ready to confront any threat. However, he had little confidence, as his beast power had not fully recovered, making it impossible to activate the fire god cannon. Brother, we meet again. Bai Xinghe smiled, but his words carried an underlying threat. Are you willing to join our party now? It was clear that if Qin Shen did not agree, the Spirit Soul team would resort to force. Are you too? A bit out of your minds? Qin Shen sighed. This couple was not focused on fighting for treasures but was instead crazily inviting him, which was truly hard to understand. Shinya smiled seductively and said, life is short, enjoy it while you can. This wilderness is full of slaughter and conflict, don't you want to relax a bit? Yeah, we have a lot of experience as a couple, we can definitely make it fun for you. Bai Xinghe interjected. Hearing this, Bai Xingzhou, who had been lingering behind, became anxious. He quickly stepped forward to advise, brother, there's an earthquake happening here, and the Beast King is chasing us. Isn't this the wrong time to discuss such things? What do you know? I'm just waiting for this opportunity to negotiate. Bai Xinghe sneered and said, he either agrees to us or dies in the city of Wine Lake. Bai Xingzhou was completely speechless. Such a sinister and ruthless scheme was merely to force someone into that kind of vulgar affair? This guy was truly beyond redemption. Qin Shen checked his internal beast power and said lightly, then you can make your move and see who will prevail. Not afraid of strong enemies. So cool. Shinya giggled, stepping into the mist to launch an attack, while Bai Xinghe followed closely behind. The overwhelming momentum of the two B-rank powerhouses combined, crushing forward like a mountain. After all, the Beast King was still lurking behind, eyeing the giant ape. They had to exert their full strength. But this was exactly what Qin Shen had anticipated. He struggled to steady himself on the ground, beast power surging into his throat, and suddenly began to sing to the sky. Soul-capturing demon sound. A beautiful melody, originating from the siren sea monster, unexpectedly emanated from the rugged giant ape's mouth. In an instant, the two white foxes froze, the mist beneath their feet dissipating into thin air, causing them to fall from mid-air. Not only that, but Shinya also spat out a mouthful of blood, her momentum instantly deflating. She was simply too excited, the internal flow of her blood and beast power was too intense, so upon hearing the song, she suffered a severe backlash. Boom! After interrupting the two powerhouses' attack, Qinshen did not hesitate and turned to flee. Because the soul-capturing demon sound was the only power he could currently wield. Bai Xinghe, concerned for his wife, chose not to pursue Qinshen. He merely glared at the giant ape's retreating figure, his right claw quietly tightening. Finally out! Qinshen breathed a sigh of relief and ran towards the camp of the Sky Dome Company. He needed to rest for a while, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle those elite teams. After all, with the Golden Scorpion's spine gone, those who covet treasures will definitely come looking for him. As for the Beast King, there's no need to worry for now. If it couldn't kill Qinshen in the city center, it would be even less likely to do so outside. That guy isn't very smart and has many ways to avoid it. About half an hour later, the camp outside became lively. The hunters who had just escaped didn't dare to rest for a moment and hurriedly began to withdraw. Who knows when the Beast King and the Beast Tide will come out? Besides, with the treasure gone, what were they still doing here? What a loss, we didn't get anything and lost 2 team members. Our captain is dead, we'll have to find a new team now. That giant ape is really outrageous, suddenly appearing to snatch treasures and then disappearing without a trace. All the gains went to him. It feels like there's going to be an elite team in the wilderness. We'll have to avoid them in the future. The hunters sighed and quickly left the place. Lu Wuxin hurried into the tent with the guards, and only after seeing Qinshen's figure did the old man feel relieved. Is everything all right, Brother Qin? Lu Wuxin asked with concern. Qinshen shook his head and replied, I'm fine, I just exhausted my beast power. By the way, what about that golden bone? Lu Wuxin was very curious. The golden bone was 3 meters long and not easy to carry. Could it be that Qinshen hit it? To be honest, it has turned to ashes. Qinshen feigned a look of regret and said, I don't know what happened. As soon as I touched the golden bone, all its power surged into my body. Is that so? Lu Wuxin frowned and said, in that case, the distribution of benefits between us could get complicated. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the Dome. He couldn't just let Qinshen work for free, could he? Professor Lu has worked hard, so I certainly won't be ungrateful. Qinshen said sincerely, why don't you make some requests, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. Lu Wuxin scratched his head and said, that's fine then, at most, I'll cover the expenses for this trip personally and won't ask the company for reimbursement. Because if he sought reimbursement from the company, he would have to hand over the gains from this operation. The Dome was a profit-making organization, it couldn't just burn money for no reason. As for requests, I certainly want to recruit you, but you probably wouldn't be willing. Lu Wuxin sighed and said, how about this, you can have a nominal position in my lab, and when I have arm testing needs, I'll invite you over. This request wasn't excessive, and Qinshen immediately nodded in agreement. The Dome provided him with the Fire God cannon and blocked the mechanical puppet, so he deserved at least a third of the credit. Lu Wuxin was indeed a straightforward person. He didn't force Qinshen to join the company and even covered the expenses out of his own pocket. This showed that the old man was indeed worth Qinshen's time. Now that we've settled our discussion, what about those elite teams? Lu Wuxin's expression turned difficult as he said, they won't easily let go of the golden bone. When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll cover it. Qinshen said, at least the Xianhuang team won't let me get into trouble. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin suddenly remembered the scene that had occurred in the city center. Qinshen had used the whereabouts of Lord Lu as a reward to gain Lu Qing's help. Therefore, before receiving the reward, the Xianhuang team wouldn't let him be harmed. Just then, a guard's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Professor Lu, Miss Xianhuang has come to visit. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Qinshen and Lu Wuxin exchanged glances and stood up to go outside. Where is my father? Upon seeing Qinshen, Lu Qing hurriedly stepped forward to ask. She had been searching for her father for a year but had found no trace, and she was truly anxious. Qinshen waved to the cold goddess, this is classified information, if outsiders hear it, your father might be in danger. Then let's have a private chat. Lu Qing took a deep breath, suppressing her anxious emotions. She turned to Lu Wuxin and said, Professor Lu, may I borrow the tent for a moment? The old man certainly wouldn't refuse, even personally helping them open the door. Your father is imprisoned in the underground lair of Donghu City. As soon as they entered the tent, Qinshen threw out this piece of news. Lu Qing's breath caught, and she quickly asked, isn't Donghu City in the north? How could my father be captured there? Miss Lu, I've already revealed information about your father's whereabouts, Qinshan said. So the questions you're asking now require an additional purchase. Hearing this, Lu Qing frowned. She coldly said, just tell me what you need. It's simple. When someone attacks me later, I hope Miss Lu can lend a hand, Qinshan said, staring into the cold goddess's beautiful eyes. Lu Qing suddenly realized that this guy was afraid of being besieged after snatching the golden bones. She thought Qinshan had many trump cards. I agree to this condition, but please answer my question quickly. Lu Qing did not hesitate. Qinshan nodded and said, your father was lured to Donghu City. The conspiracy behind this is related to the position of the city lord. You can check the military camp in Fingshuang City. A year ago, what exactly did they do? In his previous life, Lu Lingming's disappearance was a shocking case in Yanhua, and Qinshan, having become a high-ranking member of the reverse scale organization, naturally understood the details of the case. Are you saying the current city lord is a suspect? Lu Qing showed an incredulous expression, murmuring, that's impossible, he is my father's only student. Qinshan chuckled, siblings, parents, and children can turn against each other. What does a teacher-student relationship count for? The power of a great city is enough to drive people mad and make them resort to any means. However, I advise you not to act rashly. Your father couldn't break this situation, and neither can you now. Qinshan said this not out of pity. He was just afraid Lu Qing would act impulsively, rushing to Donghu City to save her father and end up losing her life for nothing. If that happened, it would reduce the manpower available to intercept the Star Team's advance squad. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Chang wasn't naive, she wouldn't act blindly. After all, he was the captain of an elite team and had experienced many schemes. Ka. Suddenly, the sound of numerous firearms being loaded came from outside the tent, likely a preemptive warning from the guards. Qinshan glanced at Lu Cheng and turned to walk outside. Professor Lu, could you please have that monkey gentleman come out to chat? Yi Ting's tone was laced with mockery. He referred to the giant ape as a monkey just to ridicule Qinshan and vent his anger. Lu Wuxin frowned and said, how can you speak like that? Is there no courtesy? You 13 bodyguards can put on a show in front of others, but what are you trying to do in front of me? He was now standing with Qinshan, so he certainly couldn't let outsiders mock his partner. You old man think you're something, huh? Kohao stepped forward, snarling, when I get back, I'll have my dad remove your position. Lu Wuxin looked at him as if he were an idiot, clicking his tongue and saying, only Yi Ting in your team seems like a person, the rest are all more foolish than the last. Go find your father, or maybe your dead grandfather. After saying that, he suddenly waved his hand. All the guards raised their weapons in unison, aiming their guns directly at Kohao. You dare to kill me? The foolish boy pointed at himself in disbelief. What's there to be afraid of? You're not even the heir of the Ko family right now, Lu Wuxin laughed and said, the company executives all know your dad has dozens of sons outside, losing you is nothing. Hearing this, Kohao was stunned, he really didn't know his father had so many illegitimate children. Cough. Seeing the situation becoming awkward, Yi Ting had no choice but to speak up, Professor Lu, we just want to have a chat with that person. Lu Wuxin was about to respond when the tent door beside them opened. I'm out, what do you want to talk about? Qinshan asked expressionlessly. At that moment, Lu Qing also walked out of the tent, standing beside him. It was clear that she was making her stance known to outsiders. Of course, we want to discuss the ownership of the golden bones. Are you sure you want to take that thing away? Yi Ting's eyes showed some wariness towards Lu Qing, but more so a threat towards Qinshan. Whoever gets it, it's theirs, there's no name engraved on the golden bones, Qinshan said lightly. By the way, let me tell you, it is turned to ash, and you will never be able to seize it. Yi Ting certainly did not believe Qinshan's words, a beast's bone that large would take at least a week to absorb. With that attitude, you'll die a very ugly death. Yi Ting suddenly activated his beast transformation, turning into an enormous pitch-black wild boar. If you don't hand over the golden bones, I will pull out your bones one by one, making you wail beneath my feet. This wealthy young master was clearly enraged and was already thinking about how to torture Qinshan. The members of the mechanical puppets also activated their beast transformations, directly taking an offensive stance in the dome camp. 13 mechanical puppets soared into the air, transforming into unmanned drones, all aiming at Qinshan's body. Hand over the golden bones, and you can leave intact, Yi Ting said confidently. But the next second, a drone, emitting black smoke and almost in pieces, crashed right in front of him. Following that, damaged mechanical puppets fell from the sky, even landing on the heads of the team members. What's going on? Yi Ting was utterly shocked, looking up. A brownish-yellow griffin was circling in the air, attacking the mechanical drones furiously. It was like a sparrow hunting flies, highly efficient, destroying 6 drones in an instant. Get him down. Yi Ting's eyes were about to burst, cursing loudly, "Damn beast, how dare you destroy my armament." The other mechanical puppets instantly turned their guns, starting to fire at the griffin with all their might. Unfortunately, that creature was incredibly fast, seemingly dancing in the air, making it impossible for the puppets to aim at it. So many bad guys, Big Brother is really hard at work. The griffin muttered to itself, "Then I'll help him swat some flies." It dove down again, its powerful eagle claws instantly crushing 2 mechanical puppets, while its lion paw kicked another drone away. And it didn't stop there. The griffin's massive wings flapped rapidly, summoning a howling wind that sent the remaining mechanical puppets tumbling. This entire series of actions was completed in just 2 or 3 seconds. When the gale subsided, the drone swarm fell to the ground, no longer capable of continuing the fight. Seeing this, Yi Ting was furious, spewing a large amount of black gas that surged towards the sky. "Quick, get away, the black gas will devour beast power," Qin Chen quickly reminded. Although he didn't know why the griffin attacked the mechanical puppets, it had helped him reduce the opponent's combat power, so he felt he should show some gratitude. The griffin nodded, its wings suddenly shaking, and its figure vanished over 100 meters away. The black gas chased for a long time but still failed to hit its target, slowly dissipating in the air. "Now, can you still handle the dome's armament?" Old Lu laughed heartily. Once the drone swarm was lost, Yi Ting had no firepower to counter the guard team. They would face at least 5 artillery cannons with their flesh and blood beast bodies. Yi Ting took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger. He glared fiercely at Qin Chen and turned to leave with his team. The threat of armed firepower was just one aspect. The greater threat was actually the Xianhuang team led by Lu Qing. The mechanical puppet could never take on 2 opponents alone, as that would only lead to a pointless death. The spirit squad has no thoughts about the golden bone, but they do have thoughts about me. Watching his opponent leave, Qin Chen pondered, "That couple would love for me to be alone, so I can only travel with the Dome Squad or the Xianhuang Squad." "Professor Lu, we can continue discussing our previous plan," Qin Chen explained. "The largest water source nearby is the Wine Lake. This habitat is as important to the Beast King as the Golden Bone. It won't leave Wine Lake City for a short time." The old man suddenly realized, he had been puzzled as to why the green-eyed toad didn't chase out of Wine Lake City. It turned out it couldn't bear to leave that water-rich territory. But without the Golden Bone, how do we lure it out of the city? Lu Wuxin scratched his head. The Golden Bone was originally a key item in a series of plans, but unfortunately, it had been used up by Qin Chen in advance. "I have a method, but it requires 2 weeks to prepare in Xingyue City," Qin Chen said. "So during this time, we need someone to keep a constant watch on the situation in Wine Lake City." After a moment of contemplation, old Lu said, "I can send a small team to guard the area and report back at all times." "That would be perfect," Qin Chen smiled and said, "How about this? Professor Lu goes back to Frostwind City to make arrangements, and I return to Xingyue City to prepare. We'll meet here in 2 weeks. By then, you can bring more weapons, and I'll help you test them all." "Alright, let's keep in touch more on our phones." Speaking of weapon testing, Lu Wuxin became excited and quickly took out his phone to exchange contact information with Qin Chen. Watching the Dome Squad retreat, Lu Qing suddenly asked, "Why are you and Professor Lu so close?" He used to have quite a strange temper. "Because I have a high utilitarian value, so he treats me kindly," Qin Chen replied straightforwardly. For him, Lu Wuxin's utilitarian value was equally high. Lu Qing frowned, stepping away with long strides, but Qin Chen's voice called out from behind. "Miss Lu, may I accompany your squad for a while?" "Why?" She turned around, her tone quite cold. Qin Chen shrugged and said, "Because of the spirit squad, their captain has a problem with his head and has been annoying me for a long time, so I want to find a team to travel with to avoid their harassment." Hearing this, Lu Qing's expression softened. Perhaps it was due to a shared enemy, she directly said, "Then come along. Our squad will go to a nearby camp for supplies." "Thank you, Miss Lu," Qin Chen replied politely. Night fell, and Camp 13 was bustling with activity. The hunters gathered together, eating, drinking, and chatting freely. "Have you heard? Yi Ting wanted to trouble the giant ape and ended up running away with his team in disgrace?" "Ah, I know about that. All those puppets were scrapped and are still lying outside Wine Lake City. The 13 protectors have turned into the 13 cowards. Yi Ting really cracks me up. Yi Ting thinks the whole world is his father. He can't beat the giant ape but still acts tough. This is what the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. What happened in the afternoon had spread throughout the wilderness by nightfall. What a pity for Miss Meow. She looks like a celestial being but insists on following that show-off Yi Ting. What's Miao Zixuan compared to my goddess Lu Qing? Does anyone really like that ice queen?" Indeed, just seeing Lu Qing's gaze makes me feel weak. But the best is the Bodhisattva Shinya. Her husband is quite generous. As they chatted, the topic inevitably turned to women. The hunter's eyes sparkled with interest. Qin Shen casually roasted skewers of meat, occasionally flipping them over. The fragrant aroma wafted from the sizzling barbecue, making one's appetite surge and saliva flow. Kong Linglong felt a bit greedy and hurried over. She asked, as if trying to make conversation, "Qin Shen, you're only 18, how can you be so impressive?" Kong Linglong was already 20 and had spent a year in the wilderness, yet she couldn't match even a finger of Qin Shen in battle. Maybe it's talent. Qin Shen smiled, not answering directly. He deliberately picked up a few skewers of meat and stuffed them into Kong Linglong's hands. "Be careful eating, don't burn yourself." "Thank you, big brother, you're so nice." Kong Linglong laughed happily, grabbing the skewers and starting to feast. She didn't expect Qin Shen to be so friendly, like a neighborly older brother, even though she was older than him. "Who's hiding over there?" Zhang Jing'an suddenly stood up, shouting towards a dim corner. His perception was extremely sharp. He had already warned before Qin Shen and Lu Qing noticed anything unusual. "Gug!" A strange sound responded to Zhang Jing'an. The members of the Xianhuang team surrounded the area, only to see a man with a strange expression crouched in the grass, holding his head with both hands, seemingly very scared. "Hey, aren't you that?" Qin Shen suddenly remembered an encounter from a few days ago. This man was the fool who had asked him for food back then. "I know this person, let me talk to him," Qin Shen explained to the Xianhuang team members. Upon hearing this, they relaxed their guard and returned to their spots to eat. "Haven't you found anything to eat?" Qin Shen squatted down, curious. The man shook his head like a rattle, quietly saying, "No, there are too many people here, I didn't know where to eat, and then I smelled the barbecue." "It's okay, I'll treat you to a meal." Qin Shen felt a bit helpless. He had quite a connection with this guy. "By the way, I still don't know your name?" "I'm called Fool, that's what everyone calls me." The man looked up, his eyes a bit dazed. Qin Shen sighed and asked, "What do you think your name should be?" "Feather." The man suddenly laughed. "I have a lot of feathers when I transform, I really like feathers." "Then you can be called AU from now on, let's go eat." Qin Shen invited him. The man happily nodded and quickly got up to follow. Watching AU desperately stuffing meat into his mouth, Kong Linglong's expression was a bit strange. She cautiously approached Qin Shen and whispered, "Big brother, has this gentleman been hungry for several days?" "Maybe, his family doesn't treat him well," Qin Shen explained simply. "Ah, that's too pitiful. I'll go get him some drinks so he doesn't choke." The little girl, being kind-hearted, hurried off to get something. AU struggled to swallow a large piece of meat and asked, "Big brother, will those bad people come back?" Qin Shen was taken aback by this nonsensical question and quickly replied, "What bad people?" "The ones who wanted to hurt you. I even knocked down their flies." AU said while eating meat, "If they come back, I'll still help big brother." Are you that griffin?" Qin Shen was stunned. AU nodded blankly. He didn't understand why big brother reacted so strongly. This guy exudes a frenzied aura after beast transformation, but when he turns back into human form, he loses all momentum. "No wonder I didn't recognize him." Qin Shen pondered, "How about, we recruit him?" Although AU's intelligence level was only that of a 7-year-old, his combat talent was astonishing. When facing the Beast King, the Griffin had already shown extraordinary potential. Such a good seedling would be perfect for joining the resistance team. Thinking of this, Qin Shen asked, "AU, are you willing to come with me?" "Come?" AU looked up in confusion. "Where is big brother taking me? I mean, do you want to join my team?" Qin Shen said sincerely, promising, "As long as I have food, you will never go hungry." "Okay, then I won't have to starve anymore," AU replied happily and readily. But not long after, he seemed to remember something and said dejectedly, "Big brother, I eat a lot, really a lot. My sister always scolds me for eating too much and tells me to go find food myself." "Sister?" Qin Shen's expression tightened as he asked, "Is she your biological sister?" AU quickly shook his head. "No, my sister is the one who found me." "Then do you want to follow her or me?" Qin Shen asked. Upon hearing this, AU put down the skewers and hugged his head and thought, "My sister always scolds me for being a burden." After a moment, AU timidly asked, "Big brother, if I leave, will my sister stop losing money?" "Yes, you're right." Qin Shen smiled and said, "As long as you leave them, your sister won't lose money." "That's good. I can finally make my sister happy for once." AU became happy again and said, "I'll go say goodbye to her later." Qin Shen nodded, "You should eat your fill first, and then I'll go with you." "Why hasn't that fool come back yet?" The tattooed man cursed as he looked into the distance, "Every day running out to scavenge, and I still have to go find him. If you don't let him go out, will you buy meat for him?" The woman leaning against the tree said irritably, he can eat enough food for the whole team in one meal, how can I afford that? TCH, who doesn't know your calculations? The tattooed man scoffed, cursing, our whole team relies on that fool to survive, one job he does is enough for us to live comfortably for a month. How could he not have money to buy meat? Meanwhile, someone buys luxury goods every day and dresses up extravagantly in the wilderness, who are you trying to impress? Who the hell are you talking about? The woman, caught off guard, jumped down from the tree in anger. The tattooed man grinned menacingly and shouted, I'm talking about you. Do you think you can covet the treasures of Johoo City? Just to show off in front of the 13 protectors, you made us lose all our money. Are you still dreaming of being a rich lady? The woman's face turned red with anger, but she had no strength to refute him, because she indeed had her own motives for leading the team to Johoo City. Sister, I'm back. Ayu's voice rang out from not far away. The woman, frustrated and looking for a place to vent her anger, immediately scolded, all you do is run around, you damn fool. I'm sorry, sister. Ayu won't make you angry anymore. Ayu? The woman was somewhat puzzled. She had never heard the fool refer to himself like that. Shinshin stepped out from the shadows and said lightly, just to inform you, he will be my team member from now on. Dream on. The woman instantly became furious, I picked him up, he's my property. Who the hell do you think you are? The tattooed man was about to throw a punch but suddenly saw Qin Shen's face. He was immediately frightened, his legs trembling, and he quickly pulled the woman back. I've seen this man before. He's from the dome. The woman impatiently shook off his hand and cursed, so what if he's from the dome? Does that mean he can take our team member? Get lost, the fool is mine. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp slap echoed, and a bright red handprint appeared on the woman's right cheek. The tattooed man trembled all over, roaring, you stupid woman, he is a giant ape. The woman was stunned by the big man's slap, and in her daze, she only heard the words, giant ape. Lynchy, I'll say it again, this man is a giant ape. He is a big shot who can snatch treasures from the Beast King. The big man's voice trembled. If you say one more word, we will be crushed like the beast tide. The woman finally reacted. She had seen the giant ape display its power in Johoo City. I'm sorry, big shot. Please take care of the fool. You, thank you as your sister. She quickly bowed in apology, her attitude having made a complete turnaround. Shinshin looked at her coldly and said, when it's time to part, you start putting on an act. Where were you before? You enslaved the disabled without a shred of shame. Have you become so beastly that you no longer want to be human? The woman hurriedly bowed and apologized. You're right, big shot. I was momentarily confused, bewitched. Seeing her like this, Shinshin didn't want to waste any more time and said, Ayu, we need to go. Say goodbye to your sister. Okay. Ayu stepped forward, took the woman's hand, and said, Sister, I'm going to leave with Big Brother. You won't lose money anymore, and you won't be angry because of me. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. The woman forced a smile, managing a rather ugly grin. She waved at Ayu, her figure appearing somewhat desolate. Big Brother, will sister be happy in the future? On the way, Ayu suddenly asked. He seemed a bit down, likely due to parting from someone familiar. Qin Shen replied, she will. She has her life, and you have yours. Maybe in the future, I can take you to see the sky. The sky? Ayu asked curiously, but I can fly after I transform. Oh, I didn't explain clearly. The place I'm talking about is where you can see the stars, and even touch them, Shinshin said leisurely. He looked up at the sky, and endless motivation surging within him. Since the myriad of stars and races could descend upon Earth, could he also descend upon other planets? Could he roam the starry sky? Great! Besides feathers, I also really like stars, Ayu grinned. Shinshen's expression shifted, and he asked, how about this? From now on, your full name will be Xingyu, and your nickname will be Ayu. That sounds nice. He revealed a childlike innocent smile, repeatedly murmuring, my name is Xingyu, my nickname is Ayu. Miss Lu, we part ways here. Early in the morning, Shinshan brought Xingyu to say goodbye. After recruiting Xingyu, there was no need to avoid the Spirit Soul team anymore. At worst, he could have Xingyu fly him away. Those two white foxes couldn't catch up to the ultimate speed of a griffin. As for winning over Lu Qing, now was not a good time. If he were too enthusiastic, it would only raise the suspicions of this cold goddess. It was better to feign indifference and let Lu Qing come to him for help. After all, only Qin Shen knew the whereabouts of her father. Do you know any other news about my father? Lu Qing asked after a moment of silence. Qin Shen nodded, of course, but I need some compensation. He deliberately framed their interaction as a business deal, aiming to lower Lu Qing's guard. If he offered information for free, it would only invite her suspicion. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Lu Qing took an ice blue metal hairpin from her hair and handed it to Qin Shen. This thing can represent my identity and can exchange for the full support of the Xinhuang team. A very good reward. Qin Shen took the hairpin and whispered, the more of your old subordinates you recruit, the safer your father will be. I recommend you first find Granny Chen Hongmen, as your father has great kindness towards her. Upon hearing that name, Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. The old lady mentioned by Qin Shen is not simple. She is the underground giant of Frostwind City, a figure on the same level as Lin Chan from Shadow City. Thank you. Lu Qing had no more doubts about Qin Shen's words. His knowledge of the relationship between her father and the old lady clearly indicated he was someone in the know. Goodbye, Miss Lu. Qin Shen waved his hand, goodbye to all the brothers and sisters of Xianhuang. The members of the Xianhuang team smiled and waved back at him. They had exchanged contact information with Qin Shen last night, and there would surely be opportunities to meet again in the future. Qin Shen seemed so friendly, completely unlike a cold and ruthless powerhouse. Kong Linglong sighed. Zhang Gingyan felt a bit helpless. The little girl was still too young, completely unaware of the murderous aura surrounding Qin Shen. Linglong, you'll know when you go to the big tree on the east side of the camp later, Chu Shishir sighed. A person like Qin Shen definitely has countless faces, he's only showing you his friendly side. Kong Linglong was a bit confused and asked, is that true? What's on the east side of the camp? Before Chu Shishir could respond, a group of eager and hurried hunters rushed past them, running frantically toward the east. Damn, that bitch is dead? She still owes me money. In the dark, damp cave, Feng Yuxuan was devouring bread in large bites. This once elegant and dignified young lady had developed a bad habit of wolfing down food during these days of captivity. There was no choice, she was just too hungry. Duan Feng strictly limited her food intake to prevent her from having any leftover energy to resist, only providing barely enough to survive. But Feng Yuxuan was at an age of abundant vitality, and her energy consumption was very high, so she was always starving. I really want to eat caviar. Feng Yuxuan thought of the luxurious food at home while gnawing on the bread. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto the bread, making her look utterly pitiful. Hey, clean up, we can leave now. Duan Feng's voice came from outside the cave. During this time, he had hardly entered the cave, and even the food was thrown in from outside. Because he had a beloved wife at home, Duan Feng didn't want to be with any other woman. Hearing this, Feng Yuxuan froze. She quickly wiped her tears and ran outside, but not before finishing the bread. Finally, I don't have to stay in the cave anymore, she thought joyfully. As long as I'm not in that pitch-black place, I can go anywhere. Watching the dirty girl walk out of the cave, Qin Shen deliberately asked, how has Miss Feng been lately? I've been doing well, and eating. Well, Feng Yuxuan said timidly. She didn't dare to anger Qin Shen, so she lied without hesitation. We're going back to the city soon, the living conditions will improve, but you still can't go home for now. Qin Shen said, you can only return to being the little princess of the Feng family after your grandfather and I have discussed things. Feng Yuxuan quickly nodded, shrinking back as she said, yes, I will be obedient, I will do whatever you say. What a good child. Put on this cloak, we're getting ready to go back to the city. Qin Shen casually tossed her a gray cloak. Feng Yuxuan didn't dare hesitate and quickly put on the cloak, covering her face. Boss, what about the matter with Channel 105? Duan Feng asked. Qin Shen pointed to Xingyu, who was eating a drumstick behind him, and smiled, on the way here, Xingyu and I cleaned up the channel. Impressive. Duan Feng looked at Xingyu, secretly guessing at his strength. Anyone who could be recruited by the boss and travel with him must be very talented. The four of them left the cave and headed toward Star Moon City. Star Moon City, City Gate. Feng Yuxuan, female, 18 years old, height 1.65 meters tall, fair-skinned and beautiful. The eldest daughter of the Feng family went missing a week ago and has yet to return. Anyone with information about her whereabouts, please contact the Feng family for a generous reward. Contact information. Qin Shen finished reading the missing person notice and turned to ask, Miss Feng, did you sneak out without telling your family? Feng Yuxuan, hiding under her cloak, quickly nodded. She regretted it deeply. If she hadn't only brought a group of friends and a single guard out of the city, how could she have been captured? But this is good, the Feng family hasn't realized you're kidnapped yet. Qin Shen chuckled as he led the three through the city gate. It was broad daylight, and the city defense forces weren't conducting strict checks. With the Lin family's pass, Qin Shen and the others smoothly entered the city. Boss, are we heading straight back to Shadow City now? Duan Feng asked in a low voice. He hadn't bathed in days and felt very itchy. Qin Shen shook his head and said, I'll go report back. You should go home and keep your wife company. She must be worried sick without any news from you, which isn't good for her recovery. Thank you, boss. Duan Feng was very moved. He could feel Qin Shen's sincerity. Go on. Qin Shen smiled and waved to Feng Yuxuan. Miss Feng, could you come here for a moment? The girl timidly approached, just about to ask what was the matter when a wave of tingling pain surged through her mind. She wanted to scream for help, but her body went limp and she collapsed directly onto Qin Shen. Get some good sleep, there are some things you can't know for now. Qin Shen retracted the lightning that lingered at his fingertips and hoisted the unconscious Feng Yuxuan over his shoulder, just like carrying a pig. Xingyu, come with me, we're going home, Qin Shen called back. Okay, little Yu is coming. Xingyu tossed aside her snacks and hurriedly followed. On the way back to Shadow City, Qin Shen opened his personal panel. Beast Shifter, Qin Shen Beast Shifting Form, Titan Giant Ape Level, C2 Strength, 111 Speed, 93 Defense, 52 Vitality, 70-23 Genetic Abilities, Dual Toxins, Iron Spikes Armor, Berserk Thunder, Body Regeneration, Nether Stealth, Explosive Force, Soul Capturing Melody, Black Gold Giant Soldier. Extraordinary Abilities, Super Gravity, Titan Body, Dragon Ape Transformation. The Black Gold Giant Soldier needs no further explanation, it is a strengthened version of the Black Iron Giant Soldier. Qin Shen can now obtain metal fragments from materials like iron and gold, greatly enhancing his absorption efficiency, and the destructive power of the Black Gold Giant Soldier has doubled. More importantly, the metal fragments are not easily consumed. As long as Qin Shen absorbs a certain amount, they can self-generate. The golden patterns on the giant ape's skin also have magical effects. They can sense metals in the surrounding environment and possess specific defensive capabilities, such as weapons made of metal having most of their damage offset by the golden patterns. As for the Dragon Ape Transformation, this ability is quite remarkable. Normally, the genetic fragments Qin Shen plundered from others would only transform into ordinary genetic abilities, but the dragon fragments brought a new extraordinary ability. Dragon Ape Transformation, Dragon Might for offense, Dragon Scales for defense, capable of soaring in the sky and diving into the sea. Truly worthy of being an extraordinary ability, Qin Shen exclaimed, from now on, all my attacks will carry Dragon Might. How can ordinary beast shifters contend with that? However, the flying ability is a bit exaggerated. The golden dragon hasn't even transformed into a true dragon yet, how could it fly for long? It's only good at swimming. He roughly sensed that if he used Dragon Ape Transformation, he could stay airborne for about 3 minutes, while his swimming time could reach an hour. Not bad, if I can't solve my opponent in 3 minutes of flying, it means they're just too strong. Flying for another 10 minutes wouldn't help. Qin Shen had a very open-minded perspective. After all, he possessed a genetic system, with limitless potential for the future. There would always be opportunities to fly freely. I need to find a young woman to get some gold, so I can make my black gold giant stick. Qin Shen carried Feng Yuxuan and, with Xingyu, walked into Shadow City. Stop! The captain is back! Li Zhengde, with a bruised face, shouted loudly, quickly saving Dai Hong, who was being beaten up. Lin Wanru scoffed and had no choice but to stop, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Today was the last day. As long as she subdued the cat and mouse, her mission would be successfully completed. Unfortunately, Qin Shen had returned early. Welcome back, Captain, Dai Hong stammered. His face was swollen from the beating, making it very painful to speak. Qin Shen chuckled and asked, how many times did you get beaten? Dai Hong, with a mournful expression, held up 6 fingers. This week had been torturous. The first thing he and Li Zhengde did every morning was to escape. But Lin Wanru was even worse. She didn't sleep at all, relentlessly chasing after them to beat them. I suddenly remembered, the deadline for the mission is tonight at midnight. Qin Shen looked at Lin Wanru and reminded her. Ha ha, you're all doomed. Hearing this, Lin Wanru let out a hoarse laugh and charged forward again. Damn it, run! The cat and mouse shouted in unison, desperately running outside. Seeing such a strange scene, Xingyu asked in confusion, brother, are they playing cat and mouse? Yes, in the future, little you can join in and be the cat, Qin Shen replied with a smile. Yay! I love playing games. Xingyu cheered excitedly. Qin Shen pushed open the door to the office, only to find his young woman sitting in the boss's chair. Lin Mei was handling some business and looked up when she heard the sound. She was overjoyed and quickly got up to hug Qin Shen. You're back. I missed you so much. After checking Lin Mei's training progress, Qin Shen smiled and said, so you really listened to me? Your strength has improved a lot. Of course. I promised you I would only listen to you. Lin Mei didn't mind the sweat on Qin Shen and pressed her pretty face against his chest, feeling his warmth. Where's Lin Yuyan? Why are you sitting in her place? Qin Shen wrapped his arms around the young woman and sat down in the boss's chair. Since the boss wasn't around, it should be fine to borrow her seat for a rest. Lin Mei naturally sat on the man's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck as she explained. So much has happened in Shadow City while you were gone this week. First, my uncle, who ran away from home, returned. He has become a B3 level powerhouse, equal in strength to my grandfather. Qin Shen's eyes darkened as he asked, so he came back to vie for power? The young woman nodded. Yes, it was because he and my grandfather had conflicting opinions that he left home in anger. Now that he has returned to Shadow City, it can be said that Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all. Ah, I see. Qin Shan inexplicably smiled. He couldn't wait for external forces to stir up the situation in Shadow City, as only then would he have more opportunities to seize power. This was the strategy of fishing in troubled waters. My third uncle has allied with my uncle, and they are forcing my grandfather to confine Yuyan, accusing her of disrespecting her elder brother and father. Lin Mei sighed and said, they also want to take over the beast fighting arena, but I took over in advance as the second boss, preventing their scheme from succeeding. Hearing this, Qin Shan patted the young woman's pert bottom. He laughed, little fool has become smart, that's worth praising. The sensitive area being touched made Lin Mei's pretty face flush. She spoke in a soft, charming tone, I learned from you, of course I can become smart. Then let's go to the hotel tonight, I'll reward you well. Qin Shan was a strange person. Every time he was involved in ambiguous situations, he always wore a blank expression, as if he were unwilling. However, as someone who had experienced it firsthand, Lin Mei naturally knew about Qin Shan's ferocious demeanor. The colder he was during the day, the wilder he became at night, almost like a human-shaped beast. Why not go to your place? Lin Mei pressed closely against Qin Shan, whispering, it has your scent, and I particularly like it. Ahem. Qin Shan cleared his throat and said, it's not convenient to go to the residence with others around. He had left Feng Yuxuan there and had Xingyu keep watch over her. He couldn't just put on a live show in front of others, could he? That would be teaching kids the wrong things. Oh, then I'll hurry and finish my business. Lin Mei didn't ask who it was, because she knew that if she wanted to stay by Qin Shan's side, she couldn't be too foolish or too clever. Rest for a night, and tomorrow we'll go rescue Lin Yuyan. Qin Shan said lightly, we need to use the arena as a base to take the entire Shadow City. Hearing the murmurs beside him, Qin Shan suddenly opened his eyes. After confirming it was safe, he let out a sigh of relief and sat up. This was a remnant of the wars from his past life. Whenever he was startled awake, Qin Shan would immediately check his surroundings. Kicking aside the scattered clothes, Qin Shan got up to drink some water. You're awake, was last night comfortable? A sultry whisper reached his ears, and that warm, soft body pressed tightly against his back. Qin Shan smiled faintly and replied, not bad, the fatigue from being out is gone. I'm very happy too, I can only find joy when I'm with you, Lin Mei murmured as she leaned on Qin Shan's shoulder. That's good, hurry and tidy up, we're going to rescue Lin Yuyan. Qin Shan patted the young woman's head and added, by the way, can you help me get some gold? I need to enhance my combat power. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei began to think. After a moment, she said, I have a lot of gold bars stored in the bank, and most of the gold sold on the black market belongs to my father. How much do you need? I can definitely help you get it. Qin Shan was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew Lin Mei was wealthy. He just didn't expect her father to possess so much gold that it could supply the black market. First, get your gold bars. If it's not enough, we'll ask your uncle for help. Qin Shan didn't treat himself as an outsider at all, directly asking for everything from the young woman. Okay, I'll notify the bank right away, Lin Mei said happily. Because Qin Shan referred to her father as uncle, wasn't that proof of their close relationship? Little fool, so obedient, come give me a kiss. Muah. Lin family ancestral hall. Watching his granddaughter read, Lin Chan was somewhat curious and asked, Yuyan, why aren't you anxious at all? Your uncle is coming on strong, and even I, your grandfather, feel somewhat helpless. Lin Changfeng is just a nouveau riche. Once he gains power, he starts to flaunt it, but he won't last long, Lin Yuyan said disdainfully. She had no good feelings for the other elders of the Lin family, only her second uncle and grandfather were worthy of respect. Besides, once Qin Shan returns, this situation will naturally be resolved. Lin Yuyan closed her book and said confidently. Although she was confined to the Lin family ancestral hall, she had heard some rumors. Dozens of kilometers away in the wilderness, there was a titan giant ape that shook the world. Although Qin Shan performed well, is he really worth your trust? Lin Chan was somewhat curious. He certainly knew about Qin Shan's experiences in the wilderness. After all, the Lin family's smuggling channels were spread outside the city, and any information could be quickly sent to the old man. Grandfather, please trust my judgment. Lin Yuyan said word by word. Lin Chan could only nod. He really wanted to chat with Qin Shan, but unfortunately, he hadn't found the opportunity before. This kid can gain the trust of Yuyan and win the heart of Mayor. Could it be that he has an overwhelming charm? Dad, please hand the arena over to Yuxian. A voice suddenly came from outside the ancestral hall. It was Lin Qingdong and his son. Behind them was a man with a defiant gaze, seemingly not weak in strength. This woman has already been confined, and the arena is currently leaderless. Someone must manage it. Lin Qingdong pointed at Lin Yuyan. He spoke as if addressing a mortal enemy, unwilling even to say his daughter's name. Who says it's leaderless? Mayor is managing just fine now, Lin Chan said leisurely, lifting his teacup. Lin Qingdong looked disdainful and replied, that foolish girl can manage nothing. It's good enough if she doesn't sell herself. You better not let your second brother hear that. You can insult him, but don't insult his daughter. Lin Chan's tone turned cold as he reprimanded. Mayor is indeed a bit naive, but what about your son? He can't even hold on to a street of entertainment and still dreams of controlling the arena? Hearing his grandfather's mockery, Lin Yuxian felt extremely embarrassed. He indeed had no abilities, but like father, like son, he could only blame his father for being useless. Ahem, old Master Lin, you're mistaken, the defiant man suddenly spoke. Those who achieve great things only need to be good at using people. Hands-on bosses will wear themselves out. So, you think you're capable? Lin Chan asked with a half-smile. Those familiar with him knew this was the state he was in just before he got angry. Of course, I am Wang Miao, serving under old Master Lin, currently responsible for assisting young Master Yuxian. Wang Miao chuckled, even making eye contact with Lin Chan. Perhaps he had a powerful backing, which made him fearless. Oh, your brother is the one who died on the entertainment street, right? Lin Yuyan suddenly spoke, her expression somewhat teasing. She had learned this mocking technique from Qin Shen, hitting the opponent's most painful spot right from the start. You! Upon hearing this, Wang Miao's eyes were about to burst, veins popping on his forehead. This was his most painful matter. He had originally planned to give Wang Yan a surprise. He never expected that after entering Shadow City, he would learn of his brother's tragic end. You wait for me, I will definitely kill the Titan in front of you. Wang Miao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for old Master Lin's arrangements, he would have rushed over for revenge long ago. Yes, Lin Yuyan, you won't be arrogant for long. To bolster his side's momentum, Lin Yuxian spoke up. The vast majority of the elders have reached a cooperation with Uncle. The arena will eventually be mine. Hearing this, Lin Chan's expression turned somewhat ugly. This was because Lin Changfeng had promised the Lin family not to seize their assets, thus gaining the support of the vast majority. What was originally intended to stimulate the vitality of the clan was instead used by old Master Lin to win hearts. If it weren't for Lin Chan's considerable prestige, that group might have directly elected Lin Changfeng to take over. In this world, all are bustling for profit, all are bustling for gain. A young voice rang out from outside the ancestral hall, and everyone turned to look. Qin Shen was speaking as he entered the hall with Lin Mei. The Lin family can ally with you for short-term benefits, but they can also leave you for their safety. Qin Shen first exchanged a glance with Lin Yuyan, then addressed Lin Qingdong and his son. If they can't even survive, will they still think of standing by your side? This was a blatant threat and a ruthless way to break the deadlock. Lin Chan felt something was off. This kid actually dared to threaten the Lin family members in front of him, the head of the Lin family? But it didn't matter, some branches needed to be cleaned up. Lin Chan, after all, was a hero who had established Shadow City, and he still had some resolve. With you as trash, you think you can ruin our grand undertaking? Wang now became furious and actually swung a punch at Qin Shen. I'll kill you now, to avenge my brother and to honor the banner of our great cause. Qin Shen let out a cold laugh and quickly retreated outside the ancestral hall. Bastard Wang Miao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today's new grievances and old grudges will be settled together. Hearing Qin Shen's insults, Wang Miao shouted angrily and fiercely activated his beast transformation. A massive blue bull, as strong as a tank, thundered down, crushing the floor tiles beneath it. It charged into the street outside the ancestral hall and let out a long, resounding roar. A wave of damp mist quickly spread, making the ground extremely slippery. If pedestrians were not careful, they would fall flat on their backs. Today, we rise to slaughter the bull and honor the banner. Qin Shen clenched his right fist tightly, and a titan giant ape roared into existence. Its entire body was adorned with brilliant golden patterns, radiating divine light that made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. In the next moment, a massive black staff, entwined with golden patterns from end to end, quietly appeared. Seeing this scene, the pursuing old man Lin Chan was quite astonished. He actually summoned such a high-intensity weapon, at least doubling his combat power. Lin Chan had been around for many years and had seen many elemental weapons, but none were as strong as Qin Shen's black gold giant staff. Bang! The giant staff was incredibly heavy, just a slight impact against the ground shattered the bluestone tiles into dust. I'll use your Bull Demon King to test my golden cudgel. Before Wang Miao could react, Qin Shen had already grasped the black gold giant staff and swung it down with a roar. The air was instantly torn apart by the giant staff, producing a piercing shriek. How can a C2 level be this strong? Wang Miao felt a surge of doubt, but his gaze grew even more defiant. I am an unparalleled genius, unmatched among my peers, let alone against a C level. He opened his mouth wide, his beastly power surging wildly, and a torrent of water rushed towards Qin Shen. It was as if countless high-pressure water guns were firing simultaneously, and this torrent had an unparalleled impact. Boom! The black gold giant staff collided with the torrent of water, producing a deafening explosion. Qin Shen's strength suddenly surged, and he used the giant staff to forcibly split the water flow, instantly weakening its impact. But that wasn't the end. Lightning suddenly flickered on the giant staff, racing along the torrent of water back towards Wang Miao. Damn it! Seeing the lightning attached to the water, Wang Miao quickly severed his connection with the water flow to prevent his beast body from being affected. This guy possesses the power of thunder, which indeed counters my extraordinary strength. Wang Miao fixed his gaze on the giant ape, quickly thinking, I must trap him. I absolutely cannot let him get close. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that Qin Shen had thrown the giant staff, intending to smash the torrent blue bull to death. So arrogant. Let's see if I can't take your weapon. Wang Miao snorted coldly, and water vapor began to swirl around him. Two massive hands suddenly sprouted from either side of his beast body. Upon closer inspection, they were entirely made of water, clearly a result of the torrent's power. Dad, this is Wang Miao's trick. I've seen it several times. The blue bull's giant hands can definitely crush the titan. Seeing his ally show strength, Lin Yuxian finally felt a bit more confident and quickly explained to his father. Lin Shengdong took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in his heart. That's good, but don't let that kid steal the spotlight again. Bang! The giant hands firmly grasped the black gold giant staff, rendering it immobile. Wang Miao laughed wildly. Sea level is just sea level, casually tossing away a weapon. Now that it's in my hands, what can you do? I don't know where your confidence comes from, daring to grab it? Qin Shen said lightly. With a thought, the black gold giant staff suddenly exploded. Bang! Countless metal shards swept through like a storm, ruthlessly slicing into the blue bull's beast body. Seeing this scene, Lin Shengdong and his son were left speechless, staring blankly for a long time. They looked like clowns, their expressions comically absurd after being slapped in the face. Wang Miao cried out in pain, quickly retreating. By the time he finally escaped the metal storm, his beastly form was already a bloody mess. Qin Shen casually waved his hand, and the metal fragments flew back to him, reassembling into a black gold giant staff. He gripped the giant staff, taking large strides as he approached the raging blue bull. Wang Miao, you're still as foolish and arrogant as before. What nonsense are you talking? Did we know each other before? Wang Miao retreated in pain, but his mouth remained defiant. Qin Shen said nothing, his mind filled with memories of his comrades who had been brutally killed in his past life. On the day the myriad races descended, Wang Miao had secretly betrayed humanity. Using his position as a rebel officer, he slaughtered soldiers until the entire legion was wiped out, only to be discovered by humanity. Qin Shen was one of those soldiers, but he had been borrowed by headquarters in advance and had escaped the deadly hands. In fact, the rebels had many opportunities to repel the myriad races. However, people like Wang Miao, treacherous and cunning, killed one batch only to have another come, dragging humanity into the abyss of war. Treachery and rebellion, blood staining the mountains and rivers, humanity in decline. In this life, Qin Shen would not spare Wang Miao, nor would he spare them all. He would sweep away the evil of Yanhua and slaughter the myriad races. Wang Miao, you deserve to die. The giant ape roared, its voice filled with overwhelming rage. The onlookers were shaken by this roar, left with lingering fear. The next moment, supergravity descended with a thunderous crash, pressing down on the raging blue bull like a towering mountain. The black gold giant staff expanded several times, transforming into a massive black gold pillar, thunder raging on its surface, containing explosive power within. It was clear that Qin Shen intended to deliver a fatal blow to avenge the blood feud of his past life. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Miao was filled with terror. How had he fallen to such a fate when he still had many tricks left to use? Get away from me, I will not lose. Wang Miao's beastly power surged around him, desperately resisting the gravity. Countless torrents of raging water surged forth, but before they could rise, they were suppressed to the ground by the gravity. The giant ape waved its hand, and the gravity increased several times again, causing the raging blue bull to crash down. Bastard, go to hell and join the myriad races, I will send them down too. Qin Shen whispered. The black gold pillar crashed down, the surrounding air exploding with a deafening sound. Stop! A voice of authority suddenly rang out, as if a powerful figure had arrived. If you dare to kill him, you will die too. Hearing this, Qin Shen scoffed, his arms bursting with power. Boom! The giant pillar fell, shaking the earth, and blue beast blood slowly oozed out from beneath it. Power Gene *5, Speed Gene *3, Bullhide Gene *50, Raging Gene *3, collect 10 water element fragments to activate gene abilities. Damn it, you dare to kill my people in front of me. Lin Chengfeng was extremely furious. Just as he was about to strike down Qin Shen, his concealed old father stepped forward. My dear son, do you want to compete with your father? Lin Chan said, arms crossed, with a half-smile. After witnessing Qin Shen's one-sided slaughter of Wang Miao, the old man had developed an interest in talent. Such a good seed must become his Lin family's son-in-law. Father, are you going to stop me? Lin Chengfeng's tone was cold, his gaze fixed on Qin Shen. Lin Chan smiled without speaking, nodding his head. Humph. Seeing his father's demeanor, Lin Chengfeng let out a heavy breath. Fine, since that's the case, I'll spare this kid's life for now. There will be a time for him to act alone. Hearing this, Qin Shen shouted loudly, well said, everyone has their time to act alone, I do. And so do your wife and children. This is a blatant threat. Since Lin Chengfeng wants to kill him when he's alone, Qin Shen will target the other's wife and children. Bullying the weak. Who can't do that? You! Lin Chengfeng's eyes surged with killing intent, and the surrounding beastly power roiled, causing a howling wind. It seems you don't want to live, provoking me twice. Lin Chan was also puzzled. He had clearly stepped in to protect, so why did Qin Shen have to say more? He couldn't really want to fight his eldest son, could he? Sister, what's going on? Lin Yuyan asked Lin Mei. He doesn't seem like the usual Qin Shen? The young woman thought for a moment and said, I feel he's very angry and wants to vent his fury. But there's no need to fight Lin Chengfeng, right? After all, he's a B3 level powerhouse. Lin Yuyan really couldn't understand. Lin Chengfeng shrugged off his windbreaker and said to Lin Chan, Father has also heard, this kid wants to harm your daughter-in-law and grandson. I must eliminate the future threat. Sigh. Lin Chan sighed and turned his head away. With the conversation having reached this point, he had no excuse to stop it. He could only blame Qin Shen for being too arrogant. Poor Mayor finally found a boyfriend, and now she's going back to being single. The old man muttered as he slowly walked toward the ancestral hall. He certainly didn't have high hopes for Qin Shen, as Lin Chengfeng's strength was formidable and his abilities very special. He could only wish that the kid wouldn't die too miserably. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly erupted. It sounded like thunder, steady and deep. Lin Chan paused, quickly turning to look back. Upon seeing this, his old face showed a look of shock. Was that a dragon's roar just now? Lin Mei tentatively asked her cousin. Lin Yuyan had fallen into a daze, completely not hearing her sister's question. Not just her, but most of the Lin family members nearby were the same. My goodness, how could a dragon appear on a gorilla? Yeah, it's really strange. Isn't it only our snake python beast form that has a chance to transform into a dragon? This kid is hiding his true strength. At this moment, golden light radiated around Qin Shen, with countless dragon scales faintly visible on his skin. The most eye-catching was the illusory dragon coiling around the giant ape's spine. Dragon ape transformation. It was relying on this extraordinary power that Qin Shen had the confidence to challenge Lin Chengfeng. You've hit the jackpot, actually obtaining a trace of dragon blood. Lin Chengfeng said, somewhat enviously, why not hand it over? If it can help me transform into a dragon, I will spare your life. Qin Shen tightly gripped the black gold giant stick and said calmly, do you think I'm using this power just to show off? As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ape shattered the ground and leaped into the air. He held the giant stick with both hands, striking down with the force of thunder. Lin Chengfeng's gaze instantly turned cold, and he quickly activated his beast transformation. A blood-red giant python slithered into view. It was over 20 meters long, its body thick as a pillar, with a cold, triangular snake eye. It was an extremely terrifying venomous python. Hiss! The blood-red giant python let out a skyward hiss, its thick tail whipping down like a steel whip. Bang! The black gold giant stick was actually shattered by this tail whip, turning into countless fragments. After all, Lin Chengfeng was a B3 level powerhouse, significantly stronger than Qin Shen. With such a fragile weapon, you shouldn't embarrass yourself by using it. Lin Chengfeng sneered and continued to lash out with his tail. His extraordinary beastly power was suffering prison. As long as the opponent was hit, they would endure endless pain. This included triple torment of the body, mind, and spirit, often instantly shattering the opponent's will, reducing them to lambs for slaughter. In the next second, the metal fragments rapidly reassembled, and the black gold giant stick returned to Qin Shen's hand. Explode! Facing the impending lash of the whip, Qin Shen did not dodge or evade, merely whispering a word. Bang! The tail of the blood-red giant python was suddenly struck aside by an inexplicable force, crashing heavily onto the ground. The nearby Lin clan members were so frightened that they panicked and fled. Watching the commotion was truly dangerous, one could easily be caught in the crossfire. What's going on? Where did this force come from that knocked my tail aside? Lin Changfeng felt the intense pain in his python tail and was completely bewildered. Clearly, he had shattered the giant club, so why was he the one suffering in the end? The truth was simple. Qin Shen had used explosive force. The power generated when the giant club collided with the whiptail was all funneled into his opponent's tail. To lower Lin Xingfeng's guard, Qin Shen had even deliberately allowed the black gold giant club to shatter, creating a false impression of weapon fragility. I just used a little trick to make your tail temporarily unusable, Qin Shen mocked. I thought you were some kind of expert, but it turns out you just took some expensive potions to forcefully boost yourself. In his past life, through countless wars, Qin Shen had honed a sharp eye. Just one exchange was enough for him to see Lin Xingfeng's shortcomings. A truly formidable B3 level expert would notice something was off the moment the explosive force entered their body. It was clear that Lin Changfeng was not that kind of person. Even until the explosive force detonated, he still couldn't grasp the truth. Clearly a failed attempt at hasty growth. Boring. Fighting with a weakling like you was simply a waste of my time. As Qin Shen released the dragon ape transformation, he self-deprecatingly said, I actually revealed my trump card because of you, what a damn shame. Lin Changfeng was furious, shouting, what are you pretending for? It was just a clash. If you have the guts, come again, I can crush you with my blood pressure as SC2. Yes, you're right, I certainly can't fight you for long now, Qin Shen chuckled and said, but I have helpers, you can't kill me. Lin Changfeng's eyes narrowed sharply as he shouted, arrogant. Then I'll kill you first, and then your helpers. The blood python slithered forward at high speed, reaching 20 meters away from Qin Shen in just 2 breaths. TSK, the young master of the Lin family is actually an unfilial son trying to kill his father. Qin Shen even reverted to his human form to face the blood python directly. Old man, your family education isn't very good. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive dark python descended with a thunderous roar, its overwhelming mist obscuring the sky, as if a demon had emerged. It coiled in front of Qin Shen, howling fiercely at the blood python. Lin Changfeng, get the hell out of here, Shadow City is still under my control. Seeing this, the blood python came to a sudden halt. It roared, Father, do you really have to protect this arrogant brat? Is your grandson not more important than this guy? Ha, don't give me that. Lin Chan roared, if you really want to protect your wife and children, hurry home and guard them, I will persuade Qin Shen. As long as I'm here, you can't touch him. Good, very good. Lin Xingfeng's eyes turned fierce as he decisively reverted from his beast form and turned to leave with his subordinates. He knew that now was not the time to confront his father. Once the situation was settled, he would slowly settle the score. Watching his uncle leave, Lin Mei hurried to Qin Shen's side. She leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, are you still angry? Is your mood any better? Qin Shen was somewhat puzzled. How did the young woman know he was in a bad mood? He was indeed filled with rage as he recalled the tragic plight of humanity in his past life. Thus, killing Wang Miao did not relieve his anger. He wanted to fight Lin Changfeng to vent his frustrations. However, that guy was not much of a threat. Although he was at a higher level, Qin Shen could easily toy with him using his combat experience, rendering the fight meaningless. Because if you play too much with rookies, you'll become one yourself. Much better. If someone is willing to play a flute piece, my mood will improve even more, Qin Shen said. I know, Lin Mei's ears turned red, like a shy girl. When the dual charm of a young woman and a mature lady appears in the same woman, she is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. On the other side, the old man released his beast form and walked over slowly. He glared at Qin Shen and said irritably, why are you provoking that unfilial son for no reason? Isn't it something you enjoy seeing, old man? Qin Shen laughed and said, this time, my provocation has revealed Lin Xingfeng's weakness. Hearing this, a hint of appreciation appeared in Lin Chan's eyes. Qin Shen was indeed capable, having guessed his thoughts. Currently, the greatest source of turmoil in Shadow City was that unfilial son, Lin Changfeng. He was powerful and ambitious but knew how to hide his light and bide his time, staying low-key. Usually, he only sent his subordinates and other Lin family members to communicate, making it hard to find his weaknesses. If it weren't for Wang Mao's intervention in the ancestral hall today, he might not have shown up at all. As a father, Lin Chan couldn't directly test his son, for the day they fought would be the day chaos began. Only Qin Shen, as an outsider, was most suitable to provoke him. He was neither a member of the Lin family nor lacked the strength to protect himself, which allowed him to probe Lin Xingfeng's weaknesses. It could be said that before provoking that guy, Xinshen had already thought of an escape route. Mayor, hurry and bring Xiao Kong in. Your grandpa has been wanting to chat with him for a long time, Lin Chan said cheerfully, even using a more affectionate term. After all, Xinshen was his granddaughter's boyfriend, so it was only natural to be a bit closer. After saying this, the old man walked towards the ancestral hall, humming a little tune, in high spirits. It seems grandpa really likes you. Lin Yuyan sighed. I've never seen anyone gain grandpa's favor like this. Xinshen smiled and said to the beautiful boss, because your grandpa knows that I am the same kind of person as him. What kind of person? Lin Yuyan was a bit confused. Xinshen didn't respond to her and walked alone towards the ancestral hall. I think he and grandpa are both heroes, Lin Mei murmured. Lin Yuyan looked at her cousin helplessly. I know your boyfriend is impressive, but he doesn't deserve the title of a hero, does he? Grandpa at least controls Shadow City. What does Xinshen have? Xinshen is younger than grandpa. He's only 18 now. Can you guess where he'll be in 10 years? Lin Mei shrugged. Lin Yuyan was left speechless and could only complain. You must have lost your mind over Xinshen, always leaning towards him. I'm happy, I just love listening to him. Xiao Kong, how does it feel to be on a business trip in the wilderness? Lin Chan picked up his teacup and casually asked. Xinshen shook his head and said, to be honest, I don't have much feeling. I just think the Lin family's layout in the wilderness is a complete mess. Hearing such a blunt criticism, the old man's brow twitched unnaturally. What do you mean? He wasn't angry, just curious. Smuggling has always been managed by your uncle Changhua. Is there a problem? Xinshen took a sip of water and explained, the trouble with Channel 105 isn't that big, it just lacks capable people to solve it. The manager at that connection point, Manager Li, is too weak. Once a crisis arises, he can't handle it at all. Xiao Kong might not know, but managers are basically commercial talents. Without their guidance, the smuggling plan would fall apart, Lin Chan explained cheerfully. Young people always have some things they can't stand, that's normal. Indeed, without their guidance, Channel 105 wouldn't have been blocked for a whole month. Xinshen smiled faintly and said, clearly, if we mobilize the smuggling teams at the surrounding rendezvous points, we can quickly clear the beast horde. But to avoid taking responsibility and making mistakes, they would rather do nothing. After hearing this, Lin Chan furrowed his brows tightly. How could such a terrible situation exist? Why didn't the second son report this to me? After thinking for a moment, the old man said to his granddaughter, Mayor, quickly call your dad over, Grandpa needs to ask him something. Lin Mei obeyed and got up to leave. Watching this scene, Lin Yuyan felt somewhat speechless. What was Xinshen doing? Picking a fight with her future father-in-law. In that case, does Xiao Kong have any good methods? Lin Chan asked Xinshen again. Suppressing military power with culture is certainly not feasible, Xinshen said slowly. Leadership cannot be entrusted solely to those in charge. We can dismantle part of the smuggling teams and have them join the management. Only by balancing both culture and military can we see results. Indeed, the smuggling teams have been operating in the channels for years. With rich experience, they can provide combat power for the management and also prevent them from inaction. Lin Chan said cheerfully, Xiao Kong is truly talented, strong in combat and proficient in management. Are you interested in coming to work for me? This was clearly an attempt to poach his granddaughter's partner. The old man was quite cunning. Grandpa, you mustn't take Xinshen away. The arena still needs him to guard it. Lin Yuyan exclaimed anxiously, getting up to shout. Ha ha, are you that reluctant to part with Xiao Kong? Lin Chan laughed heartily. Hearing such a misunderstanding, Lin Yuyan felt both angry and embarrassed, and had no choice but to sit back down. Old man, I am loyal. Since I have followed Boss Yuyan, I will naturally not change my allegiance, Xinshen said with a smile. Moreover, you two are united against a common enemy. It doesn't matter who I serve. Right, united against a common enemy. Lin Chan instantly put away his smile and became serious. May I ask, what exactly is that unfilial son's weakness? Xinshen smiled without answering, leisurely sipping his tea. Lin Chan remained calm and did not urge him. Lin Xingfeng's strength is quite unusual. He is not a traditional B3 level powerhouse, Xinshen explained. He must have taken expensive potions, suddenly boosting his strength from B1 to B3, which is why that guy lacks relevant combat experience. But I can't feel it. His external performance is even stronger than mine, Lin Chan said, half convinced. If he really took potions, he should have symptoms of weak vitality, right? Xinshen shook his head and smiled. Old man, you still underestimate the power of technology. It is advancing rapidly, and biotechnology is making great strides. For example, Teng Yuan Company has many unknown secrets. Are you saying that unfilial son has colluded with Teng Yuan? Lin Chan's eyes narrowed. This was a very dangerous situation. If the legitimate son of the Lin family allied with external forces, Shadow City would not only lose face but could also face the danger of a regime change. That's what the old man said. It has nothing to do with me, Qin Shen laughed. Conversations between smart people often only need to touch on the surface. Lin Chan took a deep breath. He already felt a heavy crisis. Perhaps, the downfall of Shadow City was just a moment away. As for Qin Shen's words, Lin Chan would naturally find someone to investigate their truth. He only needed to find out where Lin Changfeng had been before, and everything would become clear. Shao Kong has really helped me a lot. Lin Chan laughed again and said, as an elder, I must reward my granddaughter's husband. Hearing this, Lin Mei's face turned slightly red. So quickly recognized by Grandpa, she felt both happy and shy. Lin Chan then got up and quickly walked into the side room of the ancestral hall. Moments later, he returned to the group and handed Qin Shen a diamond-shaped badge. This is the blood alert device I customized last year at the Dome. It can detect B-level beastified individuals in the surrounding environment and issue warnings in time, Lin Chan explained. The unfilial son will definitely cause you trouble, but with this device, you won't have to fear ambushes anymore. Thank you, old man. I really like this reward, Qin Shen said without hesitation, taking the diamond-shaped badge with both hands. If Lin Changfeng wanted to launch a sneak attack, given the level difference between the two, Qin Shen truly wouldn't sense it. But with this device, that guy wouldn't be able to pull any tricks. Lin Yuyan looked a bit envious and pouted, Grandpa, you're really something. When I wanted this badge last year, you wouldn't even let me see it. Why are you giving it to Qin Shen now? Hee, if you can find a boyfriend as capable as Shao Kong, I would give it to him too, Lin Chan said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, seemingly hinting at marriage. This girl was already 27 and hadn't even been in a relationship, completely focused on her career. As the head of the family, Lin Chan certainly had to urge the younger generation to reproduce. Lin Yuyan was immediately put on the spot and didn't dare to continue speaking. She could only silently complain, all the guys around me are either weird or unattractive. Besides Qin Shen, there isn't a decent one. Why am I even mentioning Qin Shen? Seeing her cousin's awkward expression, Lin Mei covered her mouth and chuckled. Dad, what do you need me for? Lin Chunhua walked into the ancestral hall. He first glanced at his daughter and niece, then shot a look at his future son-in-law, and finally focused on his father. Heir, you're doing well in the smuggling department, Lin Shan said with a smile. Seeing his father so happy, Lin Chunhua quickly humbly replied, it's all thanks to Dad's guidance. I've just done some trivial things. Put. Lin Yuyan couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Did her cousin not explain the situation to her second uncle? That really put her dad in a tough spot. Come, go with Dad to the side room, and you can pick some rewards for yourself, Lin Chan said with a half-smile, placing a hand on his son's shoulder and leading the bewildered Lin Chenghua away from the ancestral hall. You're doing well. How does the bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat I made taste? Dad, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Hearing the screams coming from the side room, Lin Mei felt quite embarrassed. When she went out to make a phone call, she was only thinking about what to eat with Qin Shen tonight and sent her father a brief message saying, Grandpa is looking for you. Lin Chenghua limped over to his daughter, but the pain made it hard for him to sit down. He helplessly said, Mayor, next time Grandpa looks for me, you must explain the situation. As a doting father, Lin Chenghua certainly wouldn't get angry with Lin Mei. Even after getting beaten, his attitude towards his daughter remained gentle. Okay, Dad, I'll pay attention next time, Lin Mei quickly replied. Lin Chenghua looked at Qin Shen and sighed, Shao Qin, next time there are issues related to smuggling, you can come to me first. The old man is busy with a lot of things, it's best not to disturb him. Okay, uncle, today was just an accident, Qin Shen smiled and said. Seeing that the old man hadn't appeared, Lin Chenghua continued, I heard from Mayor that you need a large amount of gold. I'll send a batch to your residence, remember to receive it. Thank you, uncle. I will work hard, Qin Shen stood up to express his gratitude. Lin Mei really hadn't made a wrong choice, both father and daughter were wealthy tycoons. Just get along well with Mayor, I don't ask for anything else. Lin Chenghua smiled and waved at his daughter, saying, Mayor, help your dad a bit, I'm not walking very well. Hearing this, Lin Mei hesitated for a moment. She first looked at Qin Shen, and after receiving an affirmative response, she stepped forward to support her father's arm. This scene was completely witnessed by Lin Yuyan, leaving her utterly shocked. Why did her cousin care more about Qin Shen? Is this the side effect of being in love? Lin Yuyan pondered, it's too terrifying, I absolutely don't want to fall in love. After being released from confinement, the beautiful boss of the arena finally returned to her office. Looking at the lovey-dovey couple, Lin Yuyan quickly rummaged through her drawer and pulled out a bank card. She tossed the card to Qin Shen and said irritably, "This is your reward for clearing the channels. Hurry up and take my sister away. Stop showing off your affection here. How much is on this card?" Qin Shen loosened his hold on the young woman and picked up the bank card. 80 million. Lin Yuyen took a lady's cigarette and said, "Channel 105 now belongs to our arena, and the profits and resources from it will be distributed by us in the future. So this 80 million is your well-deserved reward. The boss is really generous." Qin Shen put away the bank card and smiled. "I just happen to need supplies to prepare for my promotion to C3 level. This is truly a timely help." "Very good. The higher your strength, the more confident we will be." Lin Yuyen took a deep drag from her cigarette. Qin Shen stood up and snatched the cigarette from her red lips, saying, "Don't smoke. It's bad for your health and even worse for your blood circulation." Before she could react, Qin Shen had already taken Lin Mei and left the office. "Oomph, who asked for your advice? My name has smoke in it. I was born to smoke." The beautiful boss was quite displeased and stubbornly lit another one. However, after thinking for a long time, she ultimately extinguished the cigarette. That night, Qin Shen listened to several flute pieces, feeling melancholic and reluctant to leave. Fortunately, he was resolute and did not get lost in it. "Did you have fun last night?" Lin Mei hugged Qin Shen from behind, smiling as she said, "If you get angry again in the future, I'll continue to help you." Qin Shen smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Is there anything you want? I'll go to the black market to buy supplies later and bring you a little gift." Since Lin Mei had to go home to visit her father, she couldn't accompany him shopping. "Just buy some clothes you know I like." Lin Mei playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Whatever you buy, I'll wear. Then you'll have to work even harder in the future." Before heading to the black market, Qin Shen first returned to his residence to check the situation. Miss Feng seemed to have resigned herself to her fate, with the window wide open, and she showed no signs of escaping. The girl was sitting on the sofa watching TV, as if she had made this place her home. Xingyu was guarding the room with snacks, making sure that no one could enter except for Qin Shen. "It's not a good idea to keep her here. I need to find a suitable place." Qin Shen didn't talk to Xingyu and the girl, simply grasping the situation before heading to the black market. "According to my memories from my past life, the beast blood boiling potion from Tingyuan should be about to be released, right?" He thought as he walked. "This stuff is not simple. If I can get a batch, it will definitely save me a lot of effort." The beast blood boiling potion was created by the genius biologist Fan Gaojie. It can ignite and boil the hidden blood energy within a beast's body, allowing the user to achieve a significant enhancement. The effect of this potion is quite similar to a combination of the bone loosening method and the blood ignition method, and it does not cause pain. The only drawback is its high price. I don't need to follow the rules and buy it. I might as well learn from that unsolved case back in the day and find an opportunity to seize their transport truck. Qin Shen made a simple plan in his mind. Because Ting Yuan's shocking scandal would soon be exposed. So by that time, whether it was to fish in troubled waters or to act openly, no one would care about the disappearance of a truck. The major robbery case from his past life became an unsolved mystery for 10 years precisely because of this. With that batch of beast blood boiling potion, I won't have to spend extra money during my B-level phase. Qin Shen had a long-term vision. Even before he promoted to C3 level, he was already planning for B-level. "Boss, how much for this batch of blood-boosting potions?" He walked up to a small stall and directly inquired about the price. 10 million for the whole lot, no bargaining, the stall owner said without looking up, focused on a video on his phone. Qin Shen felt it wasn't worth that price and turned to leave. The stall owner initially didn't pay much attention, but when he casually looked up, he realized something was off. "Holy crap, isn't that Titan?" His exclamation stirred the surrounding vendors into action. "Where is he? Where's our Titan brother? Titan is back? Wasn't he rampaging in the wilderness?" He Lao San didn't have time to chat with others and hurriedly caught up with Qin Shen. "Big shot, wait. If you're buying, I'll give you a 50% discount." Qin Shen was a bit puzzled and stopped to ask, "Why such a big discount for me?" He Lao San's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Because I'm your fan. I've watched every match of yours in the arena." "I see, thank you for your support." Qin Shen didn't expect this turn of events and decided to chat with He Lao San. "To be honest, my combat power is too high now, and I won't have many chances to compete in the future. Because starting from C rank, the battles between beast masters turned into clashes of extraordinary beast power. Such matches are not very entertaining, far less thrilling than the close combat of D and E ranks. Therefore, the arena basically doesn't set up C rank stages. One reason is that tickets won't sell, another is that it's hard to find competitors, and third is the limitations of the venue. Moreover, Qin Shen had also taken on a management role, so there was no need for him to struggle in competitions anymore. "It's okay, as long as the big shot can dominate in the wilderness, we're very happy. Lao-san handed over his phone, explaining, there's a team in the wilderness that specializes in filming large-scale battles, and they just happened to capture your prowess in Jiuhu City. I've watched it several times. Looking at himself facing the beast tide in the video, Qin felt speechless. This was a covert recording. Could he sue them for infringing on his portrait rights? Forget it, as long as they don't invade my privacy. Qin returned the phone. Let's go, I'll buy that batch of potions. Alright, thank you, big shot. Lao-san was overjoyed. This was a successful fan encounter for him, and he couldn't wait to brag to his friends. Titan brother, I love you. Welcome, Titan big shot, we'll give you a 50% discount. We're offering a 30% discount here. Who do you look down on? I love Titan brother the most, I'll give it away for free. As Qin walked over, the surrounding stall owners cheered. To express their fervent admiration for Qin, they even started a discount competition. Big shot, most of the people here are your fans. We even formed a fan group with thousands of members. Lao-san saw Qin looking a bit dazed and quickly explained. Is that video really that good? Qin shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Lao-san nodded vigorously, his expression exaggerated, facing the beast tide, 1 against 10,000, isn't that scene thrilling enough? Not just in our Shadow City, even up in Star Moon City, they're sharing your video. Qin truly hadn't expected that a casual act would lead to his fame. Everyone, please be patient. Once I finish buying this batch of items, I'll take a group photo with you all. Qin quickly accepted the reality. Upon hearing this, the stall owners happily returned to their stalls, waiting for Qin to come over. At the entrance of the black market, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners surged in. They had proud expressions and seemed to carry an air of arrogant nobility. Mr. Lin, what are those people saying? Bruce, sporting a small mustache, asked with confusion, quickly inquiring in broken Chinese. Lin Yuxian replied respectfully, it seems they are competing for customers, with stall owners undercutting each other, and some even offering free items. Free? Hearing this, the strong men beside Bruce's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly their favorite $0 purchase? If it can be done in euro, can it also be done in yenhua? Mr. Bruce, we want to go take a look. The strong men's hands itched a bit, and they quickly asked the boss. Bruce stroked his mustache and said elegantly, go ahead, see what good things this black market has. Lin Yuxian then realized that this group of foreigners actually wanted to snatch things from the black market vendors. But before he could speak to stop them, the burly men suddenly rushed out. You foreign devils, with dirty hands and feet, you wanna rob things in broad daylight, huh? Just after Qin finished paying, a commotion erupted behind him. He turned around to see several white men grabbing goods from other stalls. What's going on? Qin was quite puzzled and hurried over to investigate. FUC*. After being punched in the face by the vendor, one of the strong men began to curse angrily. He suddenly smashed the item in his hand onto the ground, seemingly wanting to activate his beast transformation. Qin certainly wouldn't let him harm his fans. A flash of lightning struck his fingertips and hit the guy hard on the right leg. Bang! The foreigner stumbled and fell to the ground, his teeth shattered, blood pouring from his mouth. Good! The vendors cheered for Qin. In order to fight alongside their idol, they quickly rushed forward to beat the fallen white man mercilessly. Stop it! Stop it! Lin Yuxian rushed over and shouted loudly. I am Lin Yuxian, anyone who dares to make a move again will get out of Shadow City. Hearing this, the vendors had no choice but to stop, but before leaving, they spat at the white man in anger. Seeing this scene, Bruce's face turned ugly. He was a noble from Euro, with royal blood flowing through his veins. Where did he not receive respect? Yet his subordinates were treated like this in a foreign land. Mr. Lin, is this your way of hospitality? Bruce tightened his coat and said lightly, I am not very optimistic about our future cooperation. This was a blatant threat, forcing Lin Yuxian to handle the matter properly. Mr. Bruce, please wait a moment, I will find out what happened. Lin Yuxian had no choice because his uncle had instructed him to treat these foreign nobles well. Now that trouble had arisen, he could only grit his teeth and deal with it. These foreign devils came up and robbed my things, and they say it's free? If I were to give something away, it would be to the Titan boss. Who do they think they are? Foreigners are like this, overly self-aware, thinking the whole world is their territory. Ha! I just kicked that thing of his. Now he's going to be cut off from his descendants. The vendors laughed wantonly, completely unafraid of being held accountable. Since it was the foreigners who broke the rules first, the Lin family would never ruin their own reputation. Are these guys the helpers Lin Chengfeng invited? Qin thought to himself, they are quite strong, and it seems their backing is not small. I need to find an opportunity to test them. If Lin Chengfeng continued to bring in external forces, the chaotic situation in Shadow City would further escalate. At that time, the factors Qin Shen needed to consider would also increase. Why did you all jump in to beat him up? Couldn't you just call the black market guards? Lin Yuxian really couldn't find fault with the vendors, so he could only nitpick. Blaming the victim's legitimate defense was simply shameless and despicable. Alright, then when I beat you later, don't resist, just wait for the guards to come. Qin Shen stepped out of the crowd and said lightly. Thunder swirled around his arms, constantly exuding a dangerous and deadly aura. Lin Yuxian was startled, his eyes filled with fear. Why do you have the right to hit me? I haven't provoked you, I'm just seeking justice for the noble guests. Oh, foreigners are esteemed guests, and we black market vendors are not guests of Shadow City? Qin Shen's tone was mocking as he said, please understand one thing, we are all serious people here to do business in the black market, not your little brothers to be summoned at your whim. This was a heart-wrenching remark, easily stirring dissatisfaction among the black market vendors towards the Lin family. If Lin Chan heard this, the instigator Lin Yuxian would definitely face a beating. When have I ever summoned them at will? Lin Yuxian was anxious and quickly replied, you have ill intentions, trying to sow discord between us and the Lin family. Qin Shen sneered, then don't play double standards. The foreigners you brought smashed everyone's goods, so hurry up and compensate. As soon as these words were spoken, the vendors were outraged and began to shout. Yes, compensate. Smash 1, pay 10, that's the rule set by your Lin family. If you dare to default, I'll set up a stall at the Lin family ancestral hall. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Lin Yuxian hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. Alright, I'll compensate, all the losses today will be borne by me. He didn't dare to escalate the matter. After all, Lin Chan was still the head of the family, and dealing with a grandson was a piece of cake. Watching his underling pay the compensation to the vendors, Lin Yoshuan's heart was bleeding. Ever since he abandoned the entertainment street, he had no source of income left. Now, what he was paying out was all his hard-earned savings. Today we've made a fortune, let's go give Titan a shout-out later. Boss, I've made enough today, this whole stall of goods is a gift for you. We'll give it away too. Today we vented our anger, consider it a thank you to Titan. Before Lin Yoshuan's heart could bleed dry, the vendors turned around and presented gifts to Qin Shen. Since that's the case, I won't be polite, let's have a meal together later, just to make friends. Qin Shen said cheerfully. With fans being so enthusiastic, why should he be shy? Seeing this scene, Lin Yuxian gritted his teeth, feeling furious. To have someone borrow flowers to present to Buddha right in front of him was truly a slap in the face. Before he could finish his anger, a cold voice came from behind him. I see Mr. Lin has no sincerity, our cooperation can be postponed. Your subordinate is in the wrong, what can I do? Lin Yuxian complained as he turned to chase after him. Mr. Bruce, let me explain. Mr. Lin, who was that young man just now? Bruce asked in the luxurious club. He is my sister's subordinate, known as Titan, and he is very strong. Lin Yoshuan's eyes turned, and a scheme formed in his mind. He deliberately said, Titan is the youngest powerhouse in Shadow City, unmatched among his peers. That's nonsense. A burly man with a bruised face interrupted him, scolding, if I hadn't been ambushed, I could have kicked his head off. Mr. Buck, Titan can kill opponents 2 levels higher. That just happened yesterday. Lin Yoshuan's expression was somewhat strange. Hearing this, the foreigners were momentarily stunned. Being able to defeat 1 level higher was already impressive. What kind of monster could defeat 2 levels? Mr. Lin, what exactly do you mean by deliberately revealing this information to us? Bruce's expression was calm as he said, it seems you Yanhua have an old saying, enhancing others' ambitions while diminishing your own prestige. My meaning is simple, please do not provoke Titan, as it is easy to bring trouble upon yourselves. Lin Yoshuan's expression was sincere, but his tone was somewhat off. Hearing this, Buck's face turned red as he shouted, bring trouble upon ourselves? Just watch me stuff that guy's head into his own ass. Don't get excited, I'm just giving everyone a reminder. Lin Yuxian quickly comforted him, saying, Titans usually only operate near the arena, so it's hard for you to encounter them. The arena, huh? I must tear that place down. Buck cursed, his expression quite displeased. Seeing his goal achieved, Lin Yuxian secretly laughed in his heart. He looked at Bruce and respectfully said, please take a rest for a while, I will go prepare lunch as an apology. Then I will trouble Mr. Lin, Bruce replied with a neutral expression, giving him a slight nod. Once Lin Yuxian left the private room, the anger on Buck's face instantly vanished, as if the person who had just been furious was not him at all. The big man scoffed, saying, this guy is so stupid, does he really think I would fall for his tricks? If he were smart, he wouldn't have been sent to be a host. Bruce chuckled. I actually have high hopes for that Titan gentleman. Being able to kill an opponent 2 levels above him must mean he has great potential. Well, it seems the Titan's extraordinary beast power is thunder. After being hit by him, my whole body went numb, and I completely lost the ability to resist. When he spoke of this, Buck's emotions showed no fluctuation. He didn't care at all about the experience of being beaten. "You've worked hard. Your bonus this month will be doubled," Bruce said with the tone of a British gentleman, very elegant. After this test, I feel that Lin Chengfeng still needs to be evaluated. His influence is not as high as we imagined, and he is not very suitable for long-term cooperation. It turned out that the zero-cost purchase was just a ploy to test the partner. "Boss, why don't we get in touch with Lin Chengfeng's opponent?" Buck suggested, rubbing his bruised face, "like that Titan gentleman? That's a good idea, he might become our new friend." Bruce nodded and suddenly called out behind him, "Lania, go chat with Titan. You young people should have a lot in common." "Uncle, Lania understands," a light and agile female voice floated over. "Goodbye, big shot." After the meal, the fans waved goodbye to Qin Chen, each one beaming with joy. This chance encounter with Qin Chen, along with a photo and an autograph, was something they could boast about in their fan group, sure to make others envious. "Goodbye, let's get together again when we have the chance," Qin Chen smiled in response. Once everyone had left, he turned to look at the mountain of potions. "It turns out that managing a personal image has its benefits. The fans have really helped me out," Qin Chen sighed. He had originally come to the black market to shop, and now he had spent little money but already obtained the necessary supplies. "In that case, I might as well make the name of Titan even more resounding." Qin Chen pondered, building a reputation and increasing influence will also help with the plan to resist the myriad races of the stars. Arena Dark Guard Team Training Room. While Qin Chen was on a business trip, Lin Yuyan built a spacious area specifically for the Dark Guard team to use. Today, Captain Qin specially notified all team members to gather at this venue. "Let me introduce, this is Xingyu, he will be a member of our team from now on." Qin Chen introduced him and reminded everyone, "Xingyu is still a child, so you should be a bit more patient and friendly with him." Looking at the dazed Xingyu, Lin Wanru showed a hint of pity in her eyes. She wasn't a fool who would be bullied, so a truly foolish person would surely be bullied to death. "Captain, I am willing to take care of him." The young girl raised her hand, clearly stirred by sympathy for Xingyu. "Very good. I hope you get along well." Qin Chen nodded and then brought up another topic. "By the way, you have completed the task I assigned. This ethereal bird's throat bone is your reward." "Why is it this?" Lin Wanru felt a bit disappointed and asked, "Didn't the captain say he would help me treat my voice?" Qin Chen threw the beast's throat bone over and explained, "As long as you absorb all the vital energy from this throat bone, you'll have a new voice. This is the treatment plan I mentioned for beast transformation." Hearing this, Lin Wanru quickly caught the throat bone and carefully stroked it. "So it can be done this way, thank you, Captain." Finally getting the chance to treat her voice, the young girl couldn't be happier. Qin Chen then looked at Dai Hong, frowning as he said, "Old Dai, why haven't you advanced to sea level yet?" Dai Hong hurriedly stepped forward and replied, "I've been too busy running away lately to practice." "Then there's no choice, prepare for bone loosening." Qin Chen said flatly, "The upcoming mission requires everyone to be involved, and there's no time for you to train." Dai Heng's face stiffened. He didn't understand what bone loosening meant, but it felt somewhat terrifying. "Captain, what about me?" Li Zhenda quickly asked, "Do I need to loosen my bones?" He and Dai Hong were like brothers, so he certainly wouldn't stand by. They shared joys and sorrows, and it wasn't just empty words. Qin Chen shook his head, "You don't need to, just supplement the beast's toxins. If the toxicity is high enough, it could even take down a strong opponent." "Okay, Captain, I will do my best." Li Zhenda had no choice but to throw a sympathetic glance at Dai Hong. "Lie down and endure the pain." The more indifferent the captain's tone, the more nervous Dai Hong felt. "It hurts, but I've felt pain before." After a mental struggle, Dai Hong lay down on the ground of the venue. Qin Chen grasped his shoulder blade and began to exert force. "Ah!" Dai Hong let out a piercing scream, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. This excruciating pain of bone and flesh separation was something an ordinary person could hardly endure. "Oldly, stuff his mouth." Qin Chen shouted, "If you can't even endure the first stage, you're even worse than a woman." Li Zhengda hurriedly rolled up a towel and stuffed it tightly into his brother's mouth. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey the captain's orders. Dai Hong bit down hard on the towel, his body trembling violently from the pain. "Think about the days living in the sewers. If you don't strive to become stronger now, are you just waiting to go back when you're old?" Qin Chen's tone was stern and cold. "I want to become strong." Dai Hong bit the towel, desperately whimpering. Qin Shen didn't respond, his movements becoming faster and his strength gradually increasing. He felt a bit curious. What would Dai Hang's extraordinary beast power be without the opportunity of the thunder leopard skull? Huff, huff. Dai Hang lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, his breathing very heavy. The bone loosening method was truly unbearable. During the third stage, he even fainted several times. But after enduring the pain, Dai Hang felt the boiling vital energy, and the shackles of his level had been broken. Hurry and breakthrough, after loosening the bones is the best time. Qin Shen took the towel handed over by Duan Feng and wiped his hands. Okay. Dai Hang forced himself to muster his spirit and began to advance. Dark shadows swirled around him, and a cold, eerie wind suddenly blew in. Everyone except Qin Shen couldn't help but shiver. This power is somewhat similar to the underworld, but more inclined to coldness, Qin Shen observed with his arms crossed. If the underworld is an existence beyond the real world, then the shadows are extremely cold entities within the real world. Swish, the dark shadows surrounding Dai Hang suddenly erupted, rushing towards the shadows of the others. It's related to shadows. It seems very suitable for assassination. Qin Shen led the team to retreat. He wasn't afraid of these shadows, he was just worried that interfering with them would affect Dai Hang's advancement. After driving everyone back, the shadows immediately returned to their master's side. It was like a loyal guardian, protecting its master in the shadow world. Half an hour later, Dai Hang slowly opened his eyes, and a flicker of ghostly light burst forth. Captain, I've leveled up. He shouted boisterously, my extraordinary beast power is called Ghost Shadow. Qin Shen clapped in encouragement and smiled as he asked, so what can it do? It can conceal my form and fight alongside me, Dai Hang explained excitedly. I can move through the shadows of objects. As long as I'm not affected by energy waves, I can sneak into any place without restraint. Qin Shen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he praised, that's a great ability. From now on, you should specialize in assassination. In his past life, Dai Hang, who obtained the skull of the thunder leopard, was a straightforward, strong attacker, but in this life, he was destined to become a partner in the shadows with Li Zhengde. Alright, everything is ready. I'm going to issue a mission. Qin Shen clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the team members. Besides me, the Dark Guard team currently has 2 C2 level members, 2 C1 level members, and 1 D level member. This force should not be underestimated, and each of you has unique trump cards. Your combat power can still be further assessed. Lin Chengfeng forcefully intervened in Shadow City, causing about 70% of the Lin family branches to align with him. We must take the initiative to turn the tide. So in the coming time, you need to uncover the scandals, dirt, and weaknesses of those branches. If anyone obstructs you, eliminate them quietly, just like we dealt with Lin Yuxian back then. Yes. The team members responded eagerly. Xingyu didn't understand but nodded along with the others. The mission starts tomorrow morning. Duan Feng will be in charge of on-site command. If anyone can't handle it, call Xingyu to take action. If that's still not enough, come find me. Qin Shen waved his hand. The group turned to leave, leaving Xingyu standing there in a daze. Brother, what exactly is you going to do? He scratched his head, asking in confusion. Qin Shen smiled and said, of course, it's to deal with bad people. If you encounter difficulties, just fly back to find your brother immediately. Okay, you understands. Xingyu grinned and hurried after the other team members. After everyone left the venue, Qin Shen leisurely moved deeper inside. He pushed open a heavy door and unlocked the second door's combination lock, entering a well-equipped room. Inside, Feng Yuxuan was hugging a pillow, intently watching television. In this state, she looked less like a hostage and more like she was on vacation. Ahem. Qin Shen deliberately cleared his throat. Hearing a man's voice suddenly emerge from the room, Miss Feng was startled and hurriedly covered her face with the pillow. But upon seeing it was Qin Shen, she quickly calmed down, which was quite strange. Are you going to electrocute me again? Feng Yuxuan asked timidly, because when she was moved from Qin Shen's residence, she had also been electrocuted beforehand, which brought her psychological trauma. Qin Shen shook his head and said, I'm not here to electrocute you, I just want to chat. We've met so many times, yet we haven't gotten to know each other. Okay. Feng Yuxuan surprisingly seemed a bit excited, but she quickly realized it was inappropriate and timidly said, well, what do you want to know? Qin Shen didn't let this detail slip and curiously asked, you seem very happy, why is that? I don't know, it just feels like whenever you appear, I feel a bit happy. Feng Yuxuan's voice grew softer until it was barely audible. Could it be Stockholm Syndrome? Qin Shen thought to himself. During the kidnapping process, hostages develop a psychological dependence on their captors, even cooperating, assisting, and sometimes falling in love with them. Looking at it this way, Feng Yuxuan really fits this symptom. But that's good, her current state is very beneficial for Qin Shen. Miss Feng, have you heard of the Deathmark Soul banner? Qin Shan asked gently, sitting across from the young girl. Feng Yuxuan pondered for a long time before shaking her head. This thing is likely in your grandfather's possession. Can you help me recall if there is any relevant information? There was a hint of temptation in Qin Shan's words. It is a pure black banner made from beast bones and hides. Feng Yuxuan fell into deep thought again, and seeing her furrowed brow, it seemed she genuinely wanted to help Qin Shan. My grandfather has a secret room that he never lets anyone enter. Feng Yuxuan rested her chin on her hand and said, but I almost barged in once. A lot of dark gas rushed out. I'm really afraid of the dark, so I turned around and ran without seeing what it was. Can you describe that gas? Qin Shan's eyes lit up. I remember the black gas was mixed with some white mist. It looked just like souls from a horror movie. Feng Yuxuan suddenly became excited, as she had found a key memory. Very good. Thank you very much, Miss Feng. You've helped me a lot, Qin Shan said with a smile. Now he knew that the target treasure was hidden in Feng Shuwen's secret room. Those soul-like gases were indeed the signature feature of the Deathmark Soul banner. It was just a small effort on my part. Feng Yuxuan hadn't been praised in a long time, and now that she felt a bit shy. This silly girl still didn't realize that she had just put her grandfather in a difficult position. Is there anything you want, like food or toys? I can bring them in for you, Qin Shan said as he stood up. I don't want anything. It's just that when I'm alone, it's really boring, Feng Yuxuan said, her face flushed, as if hinting at something. Hearing this, Qin Shan raised an eyebrow, his gaze somewhat playful. It seemed that even if he made some excessive requests, Feng Yuxuan would not refuse. But Qin Shan was never that kind of person. He wouldn't change his attitude because of beauty, even if the other party was a charming young lady. I understand. I'll bring you a little cat later, have fun playing with it. Qin Shan chuckled and turned to leave. Feng Yuxuan hesitated, her hand reaching out but not daring to say more. Her eyes were filled with disappointment as she murmured, I don't want a cat, I want. Recently, Shadow City has been a bit tense, and the Lin family members, who used to act recklessly, have become less active, as if they were hiding from something. The bar and club have also lost their lively atmosphere, as there are no more full bookings by the young masters and ladies of the Lin family, and the freeloaders who voluntarily acted as the atmosphere group have stopped coming. Instead, the beast fighting arena is thriving because Qin Shan has introduced a lottery system. As long as you buy a ticket, you have a chance to win a signed autograph from the Titan boss, and even have dinner with him while watching the events. For fans, this is a great opportunity to get close to their idol, and they absolutely cannot miss it. For the wealthy, this is a very novel experience. Making friends with Qin Shan would be even better. Thus, a spectacle appeared at the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Many people bought 100 tickets at once just to have more chances to win. They not only bought for themselves but also brought their families and friends along, creating an incredible frenzy. This is the fan effect. Star idols are meant to earn this kind of money. As the highest combat power of the beast fighting arena, Qin Shan stayed at the base camp. He had been training Lin Mei and Lin Yuyan these past few days, working hard to improve the sisters' combat abilities. The results were quite good. Lin Yuyan, with years of accumulation, had already touched the edge of C2 level. Lin Mei had mastered the techniques taught by Qin Shan, improving the hit rate of the bewildering flower. The two sisters also learned to coordinate their combat, becoming increasingly in sync, able to last at least 10 rounds under Qin Shan's command. Xiao Cheng, bring a bottle of water for your brother-in-law. After guiding the young woman, Qin Shan waved to Lin Yuyan. The beautiful boss shot him a resentful glance and tossed him a bottle of water with annoyance. She scolded, if you call me Xiao Cheng again, I'll deduct your salary. Qin Shan chuckled and said, you and your sister, one in green and one in white, don't you think it fits that legendary story perfectly? If that's the case, do you want to be Su Xian? Lin Yuyan scoffed. Qin Shan looked down at himself and asked curiously, am I not worthy of being Su Xian? I think I'm quite handsome. Handsome. Yes, but he's a delicate scholar, and your aura doesn't match at all. Looking at Qin Shan's stylish figure, a hint of blush inexplicably appeared on her face. I think Su Xian isn't just a delicate scholar, he's known as a grassroots hero, surely he has some skills, Qin Shan said with a smile. Lin Yuyan reacted quickly, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. If you tease me again, I'll tell my sister. Go ahead, guess which side she'll take. Qin Shan finished the water in one go. I really don't know what's so good about you that makes my sister so devoted. Lin Yuyan rolled her eyes but couldn't help revealing a hint of charm. Qin Shan stretched his neck and smiled, you can definitely give it a try, only through practice can one gain true knowledge. He realized he shouldn't waste this handsome appearance. If he could win Lin Yuyan's heart, he would surely save a lot of energy later. Cao Cao dared to hold the emperor hostage to command the lords because he held the power of the court. So he needed to capture Lin Youyen's heart to be the true puppet master behind it all. Hearing such straightforward teasing, Lin Youyen didn't react with her usual shyness and anger. Instead, she cautiously glanced at her cousin. After confirming that Lin Mei wasn't paying attention, she playfully hit Qin Shen. "What are you saying, you greedy, shameless man, wanting to embrace both sides? How shameless?" Qin Shen shook his head and said lightly, "I'm not a shameless man, I'm just a bad man." Oof. Lin Youyen huffed, no longer speaking to him. But the blush on her pretty face seemed to reveal some unusual thoughts. Ding dong, a message alert broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Youyen took out her phone and her eyes lit up with joy. She looked up at Qin Shen and said, "Lin Chengfeng really can't hold on anymore. He's going to soften up to grandpa now." "Great, let's go watch the show together." Qin Shen extended his right hand to the beautiful boss. Slap. Lin Youyen swatted his hand away and pouted, "Brother-in-law, you need to be mindful, I'm your little aunt." After saying this, she turned and walked out without looking back. Really quite tsundere." Qin Shen laughed and called back, "Mayor, we should go, hurry and wipe off your sweat." "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Qingfeng's residence. "Big brother, those guys are really damn cowardly. They clearly agreed to ally with us, but suddenly changed their minds." Lin Chengdong complained to his older brother with a grim expression. Listening to this, Lin Chengfeng remained expressionless. He leisurely smoked his cigar and murmured, "Third brother, don't be so anxious. I did catch the old man off guard before. But after all, this is his territory. Once he regains his composure, he will definitely come after us." "Big brother, I know all that. It's just that those two-faced people have turned to Lin Youyen again, and our influence has shrunk instantly. The situation is quite dire," Lin Chengdong sighed. Lin Chengfeng nodded, acknowledging his younger brother's concerns. During this time, countless clansmen turned to Lin Youyen, seeking information but often met with closed doors. "I've arranged to meet with Uncle Qi. We can ask him what's been going on lately?" Lin Chengfeng dialed the number, switched to speakerphone, and placed the phone on the coffee table. "Uncle Qi, it's Chengfeng. I'd like to understand some situations." "Oh, it's Chengfeng," came an aged voice from the other end, sounding quite weary. "There have been quite a few confusing matters at home, so you'd better ask quickly." "All right, may I ask, has that girl Lin Youyen been in contact with anyone?" Lin Chengfeng inquired. Sigh, "No." Uncle Qi is puzzled too. "That girl is so ruthless and steady. She really has a bit of your father's demeanor," the voice replied. Hearing this, Lin Chengdong and Lin Chengfeng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "What exactly has she done?" Lin Chengfeng pressed on. "Either she's digging up everyone's old dirt, or she's resorted to murder. Your cousin Long Chang's favorite mistress was drained of blood right before our eyes." After hanging up, Lin Chengdong's face turned as dark as coal. His daughter was truly formidable. With just one ruthless strike, she easily dismantled their side's power. "There's no other way, let's go pay our respects to the old man," Lin Chengfeng said, showing a bit of a heroic demeanor. "But after we get through this, we must start our counterattack." Knock, knock, knock. When Qin Shen and the others arrived at the ancestral hall, a large group of people was already kneeling on the ground, desperately bowing to the ancestral tablets. Some had blood on their foreheads from the repeated bows, yet they continued without care. Clearly, these people had come to repent before Lin Shan. As long as the old man didn't call it off, they had to keep bowing. "After doing such despicable things, how dare you come to see your ancestors?" Lin Chan's tone was severe as he scolded. "I, Lin Shan, have lived a life of pleasure and vengeance, yet in the end, I've raised a bunch of bottomless pests like you. It's truly a disgrace." The crowd shrank back, not daring to respond. "First, seventh brother, you're 10 years younger than me, how did you become so muddled?" Lin Chan pointed at his youngest brother and scolded, "You can stoop to such things? You've driven your own son to death, you're quite the good father." "Second brother, I didn't. That woman seduced me first." The gray-haired Lin Yu quickly defended himself. "She seductively invited me for sweet soup, and I couldn't resist." Hearing this, Lin Chan's anger flared even more. "Third brother, take him to the side room and slap him." "Understood, second brother." A burly, bald old man stepped out beside the old man. He lifted Lin Lao Chi as if he were a chick. "Seventh brother, don't resist, otherwise, third brother might lose control," the old man said with a cold smile. "Spare me. I was wrong. Lin Yu, nearing 60, cried out like a child, but no one responded to his pleas for help. Watching Uncle Qi being taken away, Lin Chengfeng's lips twitched. He realized the old man intended to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, severely intimidating his unfilial son. "Lin Xuanqing, Lin Xianwei, you two colluded with external forces and betrayed the Lin family's secrets." Lin Chan pointed at the pair of twin brothers, his tone icy. Considering your grandfather's past contributions, I'm giving you a chance to end this yourselves." Hearing this, the twins wept bitterly, their bodies going limp with fear, unable to even crawl. They choked out, "Second granduncle, we know we were wrong. Please spare us a way out." Lin Chan picked up a teacup, gently blowing on it, completely ignoring their pleas for mercy. Seeing the head of the family silent, the twins could only turn to Lin Changhua for help, saying, "Uncle Changhua, please persuade Grandpa heir. We once arranged a marriage for mayor." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Chenghua's expression darkened. If he hadn't been deceived back then, how could he have married his daughter to such a timid man? Whoosh! A surge of overwhelming beastly power suddenly erupted, and 2 rose-red petals floated away. The brothers' eyes glazed over, their minds clouded, and they suddenly got up and ran wildly outside. Bang bang! Sounds of crashing came one after another, and everyone turned to look. They saw 2 figures crash violently into a stone pillar, blood flowing everywhere. "Grandpa, you are still too merciful." After swiftly killing his 2 cousins, Lin Mei said to the old man. Lin Changhua was shocked. Is this really his daughter? She kills without batting an eye. Mayor is right, Grandpa is getting old and not ruthless enough, Lin Chan sighed. Hearing the head of the family speak, the clansmen quickly bowed their heads, hoping to save their lives. "You all have not had it easy during this time, you should have guessed who was behind this." Lin Chan said, "Then I won't hide it anymore. Yu Yan, come and settle the score with them, see how much it takes to offset their foolishness." "Okay, Grandpa." As Lin Yan walked towards another side room, she casually tossed out a line. "Those who want to destroy the evidence, line up to come in." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly got up to run. In the entire ancestral hall, only Lin Chengdong and Lin Chengfeng remained kneeling. Qin Shen glanced at the 2 brothers and then at his future father-in-law. The personalities of the 3 brothers are completely different. I really don't know how Lin Chan raised his children. Lin Changhua was somewhat puzzled. What kind of look is this from his future son-in-law? Does he want him to kneel too? He, Lin Heir, is a good son and listens to his father. "Third brother, among all the children, you are the most favored. Now that you are acting recklessly, what exactly do you want?" Lin Chan asked. I. Lin Chengdong struggled to find his words for a long time. Before Lin Chengdong could answer, the old man turned to his eldest son. "Eldest, among all the children, you are the most talented. You ran away from home back then, and now you've come back to kill. Who exactly is helping you?" "Father, I'm almost 50. I must have encountered a few benefactors, right?" Lin Chengdong said calmly. "Weren't you also able to leave the city defense army because you met a benefactor back then?" Qin Shen's brow twitched, he had not guessed wrong. Lin Chan was indeed someone who had left the city defense army. "Impudent, you still want to compare with me?" Lin Chan scolded coldly. "If it weren't for me nurturing you, for the financial support I provided, do you think you could achieve anything? If your surname weren't Lin, would Tingyuan Company still support you?" This statement was like a thunderclap. Even the usually composed Lin Chengfeng showed a look of shock. How did the old man know that Tingyuan had supported him? He always acted secretly, leaving no trace. Where had he slipped up? Seeing his eldest son's uncertain expression, Lin Chan sighed in disappointment. "I was actually trying to trick you. I didn't expect you to really rely on Tingyuan. Chengfeng, you have disappointed me too much." Upon hearing his father's confession, Lin Chengfeng's expression turned cold again. He slowly stood up from the ground and said, Father is indeed impressive. I hope that on the day Shadow City falls, you can still be this impressive." This made it clear, Lin Chengfeng was determined to go all the way. "Then let's see who the winner is between us father and son." Lin Chan picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped his tea. Lin Chengfeng sneered and turned to leave. When he reached the door of the ancestral hall, he stopped again and turned back to ask, "Father, I lost the first round, but can you tell me how you guessed it? Guys like you who only know how to get high shouldn't ask so many questions. Be careful, you won't be able to sleep tonight," Qin Shen suddenly said. Lin Chengfeng's pupils constricted, and he understood in his heart. It seemed that his first target had to be Qin Shen. After driving Lin Chengfeng and Lin Chengdong away, the old man asked in confusion, "Shao Kahn, why did you expose yourself? That guy's counterattack won't be easy." "It's fine, I'm confident," Qin Shen replied with a faint smile, explaining, "Let him focus on me, and Yu Yan can quickly expand its business. Besides, I have a plan to drive the tiger away and swallow the wolf." Star Moon City, Feng family. The manor was brightly lit and decorated, filled with a festive atmosphere. It seemed like they were celebrating some grand festival, with celebrities and distinguished guests coming and going. "I've already given you the invitation, you could have come by yourself. Why did you make us bring you?" Lin Yuyan was wearing a wine-red evening gown today, which highlighted her long, fair legs, making her the sexy goddess of the banquet. Lin Mei was not to be outdone, her alluring figure hidden beneath a beige-embroidered silk cheongsam, causing guests to turn their heads repeatedly in admiration. "I won't cause any trouble today, I just want to participate in the banquet honestly," Qin Chen whispered. "I come from a poor background and don't understand the ways of high society. You two are young ladies, so just teach me a bit." Hearing this, Lin Mei covered her mouth and chuckled. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have taught you some last night." "Ha, with your personality, do you even need to follow the rules?" Lin Yuyan seemed to understand Qin Chen well. This guy was used to being unrestrained, how could he care about the intricacies of high society? Qin Chen smiled but said nothing. "Are those two ladies from the Lin family? They truly are first-class beauties. I heard they are both single. Is there anyone brave enough to pick a flower? I'll give it a try." Feng Qingze, holding a champagne glass, walked towards Qin Chen and the others. After seeing Lin Yuyan at Tingyuan, he had been somewhat distracted, always thinking about finding another opportunity to meet her. Today happened to be his grandfather's birthday, and the venue was at the Feng family manor, so Feng Qingze finally had the courage to approach her. "Hello, Miss Lin, I'm Feng Qingze. Welcome to my grandfather's birthday banquet," Feng Qingze said with a smile. He didn't seem unpleasant, his attitude was confident and generous, and he was quite handsome. However, Lin Yuyan was not an ordinary woman. She looked at Feng Qingze with curiosity and then asked Qin Chen, "Hey, is this what flirting is? It's so strange, why did he suddenly come over to talk?" This girl usually had a strong presence, and hardly any man dared to approach her, so her experience was extremely lacking. Feng Qingze was caught off guard, and his smile stiffened a bit. "You're good-looking, so it's normal for others to strike up a conversation," Qin Chen said lightly. "Could you not ask such questions in front of me? It's quite impolite. Cut it out, do you think I'm very rule-abiding?" Lin Yuyan pouted and had no choice but to say to Feng Qingze, "Mr. Feng, my sister, brother-in-law, and I have some matters to discuss." All right, Miss Lin, make yourself at home. "I won't disturb you," Feng Qingze said, realizing his attempt to flirt had failed, and the target was unwilling, so he had to leave. But he was also quite curious, that young guy was actually Lin Yuyan's brother-in-law? "What are you doing? I called you here to teach me etiquette, and now I'm the one reminding you?" Qin Chen said, somewhat speechless. Lin Yuyan casually replied, "Do you really think I don't understand? I'm just putting on an act, I don't want to be disturbed." "No wonder you haven't been in a relationship at 27, Qin Chen teased. "You!" Lin Yuyan clenched her delicate fist, seemingly wanting to hit him. But in the end, she still let go of his hand and murmured softly, "Since you just complimented me on my looks, I won't hit you this time." In the reception room, Feng Qingze sighed. Seeing him like this, his friends all spoke up to comfort him. "Qingze, it's perfectly normal for a pickup to fail, don't take it to heart. It's all Lin Yuyan's fault for having poor taste, don't belittle yourself." Creak, the door to the reception room was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man walked in. He was wearing a suit that didn't quite fit, with a dark tattoo visible on his neck, completely out of place among the elegant young masters. "Brother Chen Kaishan, long time no see." The young masters all stood up to welcome him, seemingly quite close to the big man. "Thank you, brothers, for the invitation. I just rushed back from outside the city and didn't have time to get a tailored suit," Chen Kaishan explained helplessly, pointing at his suit. No worries. Brother Chen is a hero of the wilderness, you don't need to mind our formalities," someone said while pulling him to a seat, comforting him. Chen Kaishan smiled gratefully, this group of young masters was easy to get along with and never looked down on his identity as a hunter. "Brother Chen, have you seen that Titan giant ape in the wilderness?" Someone pulled out their phone and said, "This video is really popular in Xingyue City, we've watched it several times." Chen Kaishan glanced over, and sure enough, the phone was showing footage of the beast tied in Jiuhu City. "I led the team in and watched the whole process up close." Upon hearing this, the young masters gasped in surprise, even the sighing Feng Qingze was drawn in. Their brother Chen was truly impressive, he had managed to enter Jiuhu City and watch the giant ape fight up close. "Let me tell you a secret, what the giant ape did afterward was even more terrifying," Chen Kaishan shared, speaking mysteriously. "Deep in the city center, there is a beast king that is dozens of meters tall, guarding a treasure that shines with golden light. No one dares to come within a step." However, the giant ape appeared. It silently took the treasure away, it was simply miraculous. And under the Beast King's fury, it retreated effortlessly. It was like taking a stroll in Jiuhu City, casually grabbing the treasure. "Awesome!" The young masters clapped and cheered. They had watched the beast tied video for so long, but they hadn't expected the events that followed to be even more exciting. Seeing their excited expressions, Chen Kaishan secretly smiled. This group of silver-spooned young masters loved to hear him tell stories about the wilderness. Their friendship was actually built through these storytelling sessions. The wilderness is that fun? I want to give it a try. Indeed, the city is particularly boring, everything feels dull. The young masters complained, their carefree wealthy lives leaving them unable to find meaning in life. Chen Kaishan didn't respond, he knew he couldn't lead them astray. If this group of young masters really went to the wilderness and something happened, their elders would tear him apart. Qingze, you seem a bit down, Chen Kaishan said, focusing on the young master phone. You were always the most enthusiastic when I shared stories before. Brother Chen, don't mind him, this guy is lovesick and has turned like this after a failed pickup, someone explained. Chen Kaishan said incredulously, do you even need to pick up? In the wilderness, as long as a man and woman exchange a glance, they can just go off and have some fun. This guy's words were rough but not wrong. The wilderness was fraught with danger, leaving no time for romance. Come on, big brother will take you to make an effort. How can you easily give up on pursuing a girl? Chen Kaishan pulled Feng Qingze up and said, no matter who is by her side, no matter how high her status, you must bravely express your feelings. Brother Chen will always support you. Feng Qingze was deeply moved and said, alright, Brother Chen, please take me to try again. The atmosphere was charged, and the young masters began to cheer, let's go together, let's go together. They surrounded Feng Qingze and walked back toward the venue. Is that the girl? She really is beautiful. Qingze, why don't you talk to her about the wilderness? A young lady who rarely leaves her boudoir should be interested in that. After spotting the target for small talk, Chen Kaishan offered a rather unreliable suggestion. After all, he was just a hunter in the wilderness. What did he know about flirting? His previous girlfriends had all just exchanged a glance before getting together. Really? Feng Qingze hesitated. What if she dislikes me? Chen Kaishan pushed him. So what if she dislikes you? It won't cost you a piece of flesh. Take the chance while no one is around her. Okay. Feng Qingze mustered his courage and strode forward. Qin Chen and Lin Mei had just come out of the restroom when they found the banquet scene in disarray. Guests were all crowding toward the same direction, seemingly to watch some commotion. Lin Yuyan, don't go too far. Qingze meant no harm. Why do you have to humiliate him? Hearing that name, Qin Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly led the young woman over. In the center of the crowd stood Lin Yuyan, looking innocent. In front of her, the young master of the Feng family was actually covering his face and sobbing, crying heartbreakingly. What happened? Qin Chen stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Lin Yuyan looked helpless and leaned in to explain, this guy came to flirt with me again and insisted on sharing wilderness stories, so I mocked him a bit. Who knew such a big man would be so fragile and start crying? Qin Chen was somewhat speechless and pressed. What did you say? Did you hit a sore spot? I said I don't like guys like him, all weak and delicate. As she said this, Lin Yuyan's ears turned slightly red. I only like those who are strong and domineering. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly and said, go to your sister, I'll handle this. All right. Lin Yuyan hurried toward her cousin, feeling quite pleased. It felt great to have someone standing in front of her, she was finally not alone. Don't go. Someone pointed at Lin Yuyan's back and scolded, no matter what your identity is, you should apologize to Qingze. Qin Chen slowly turned around and said, Yuyan speaks without thinking, I'm really sorry about that. And who are you? Another young master frowned and said, let Lin Yuyan apologize herself. Does she think she's still a child? Exactly, she insulted someone and still wants to evade responsibility. Is this how the Lin family educates their descendants? No wonder they can't rise to the surface, they can only be the kings of rats underground. Qin Chen scanned the crowd and said lightly, I'm her brother-in-law, is there a problem with me standing in for her? As soon as he said this, the young masters all showed mocking expressions. Brother-in-law? You, a kid who hasn't even grown out of his milk, can be someone else's brother-in-law? A child is just a child, merely a kept toy, and he actually took it seriously. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. The Lin family is really something, living underground for so long has made their brains dull. Brother Chen, please step in and teach him a lesson, we can all share the burden. The young masters turned their gaze to Chen Kaishan, their tone full of expectation. Their big brother was a C3 level hunter, and his team was about to become an elite squad, with quite a reputation in the wilderness. Be big shot. Chen Kaishan, who had been silent, suddenly lowered his head, his attitude extremely respectful. He ignored the young master's words, not hearing them at all. Because Chen Kaishan had seen Qin Chen transform into a giant ape with his own eyes, that scene was still fresh in his memory. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Chen had just turned his back to him, Chen Kaishan would have recognized his identity long ago. The young masters were all stunned. Who exactly was this guy that made their brother Chen show such respect? Qin Chen frowned and asked, have you seen me? Was it in Jiuhu City? Yes. I saw the Big Shots battle in Johor City. Today is really my lucky day to meet you, Big Shot, Chen Kaishan said with a forced smile. He wasn't stupid, his foundation was the hunting team, not this group of young masters. If he provoked Qin Shan and the man went to the wilderness to wipe out his team, who would he turn to for justice? Big Shot, let me handle things here, Chen Kaishan quickly promised. I absolutely won't involve you. You can't handle things here, Qin Shan said coldly. Yu Yan's words are unrestrained, only targeting one person, but this group is targeting the entire Lin family. Don't they need to give me an explanation? Hearing this, Chen Kaishan felt a chill run down his spine. It was all his fault for not recognizing Qin Shan's identity sooner, allowing the young masters to mock him too much. What are you? What is the Lin family even worth? The young masters laughed in anger, their faces twisted in rage. This is Xingyue City, the Lin family has no authority here. Chen Kaishan's eyes were frantic as he quickly turned to dissuade them. Stop talking. He is the Titan giant ape you all admire. His strength is immense. What's a giant ape? Just a clown for entertainment, they scoffed. Clearly, the young masters were genuinely furious and no longer cared about the giant ape's identity. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the lights in the entire venue went out in an instant. Following that was the ear-piercing sound of light bulbs bursting, sending the guests scrambling in panic. I don't cause trouble, but trouble comes to me, Qin Shan said calmly after unleashing the thunder. No problem, then let's make a scene. Lin Mei revealed a dangerous smile. We will always stand by your side. Lin Yuyan also smiled seductively and said, let's take this opportunity to show the ground forces our muscles and let them see the power of the Lin family. Lin Yuyan, are you crazy? Someone shouted. This is the Feng family, do you dare to act here? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Yuyan replied coldly. My grandfather hasn't come up in a long time, and you young ones have forgotten his might? Bang bang bang, as soon as she finished speaking, violent thunder roared out, shattering the banquet tables and chairs. Fine wines and exquisite dishes scattered everywhere, turning the venue into a complete mess. Go for it, suppress those three. The Feng family's guards rushed over, protecting the guests while surrounding and attacking. The three of them quickly burst out of the villa and, in front of everyone, transformed into their beast forms. Black gold patterned giant ape, mesmerizing patterned white python, jade leaf patterned green python. Roar! The three giant beasts howled to the sky, startling everyone present into pale faces. What a strong aura! I've never seen such terrifying giant beasts. The giant ape is strong, but why is the Lin family's girl so fearsome? She has a bit of the old man's fierce aura. Is the Lin family going to take action against the Feng family? The Lin family is ambitious. After unifying the underground forces, now they want to step onto the surface. Once they retreated to a safe area, the guests immediately began to whisper among themselves. These people were prominent figures in Xingyue City, and compared to the squabbles among the younger generation, they were more concerned about the changes in power dynamics. If the Lin family intended to attack the Feng family, the major forces would need to plan ahead and place their bets early. This is the Feng family estate. No one is allowed to act recklessly. Immediately revert from beast form and surrender. The guard captain shouted sternly at the three. Qin Shan ignored him, raising his right hand as the black gold giant staff slowly materialized. Boom! The giant staff slammed down, instantly shattering the marble floor beneath it. The dense cracks spread all the way to the feet of the guards, scaring them into retreating hastily. Wow! So strong! The guards exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts sinking with fear. They had watched the Beast Tide videos several times, but never expected to face the protagonist from the videos one day. This person was a fierce warrior who fought against the Beast Tide alone, sending them, a group of guards who usually just followed the young masters and mistresses around to show off. To confront him was like sending them to their deaths. What are you panicking for? Charge together. This is the Feng family's territory. The captain of the guards shouted angrily. One by one, his subordinates retreated, leaving him utterly humiliated. They knew that behind them were the prestigious families of Xingyue City, and their shame would be felt throughout the entire city. Do you think we're as foolish as Qi? Someone muttered quietly, I'm here to make money for the Feng family, not to die. The captain, furious, grabbed the man's collar. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Caught in the act, the man immediately shrank back, not daring to speak further. So you're all afraid of dying, huh? None of you dare to charge, right? The captain roared, instantly transforming. Accompanied by a piercing wolf howl, a massive gray-black coyote appeared before everyone. It drooled menacingly, roaring at its subordinates, if you can't stop them, I'll bite you to death. Under the threat, the guards had no choice but to activate their beast transformation and charge towards Qin Shan and the others with gritted teeth. Aside from this gray wolf, the others are not strong at all, Lin Mei said lightly. After a period of hard training, the young woman had raised her standards significantly. She was no longer the naive and foolish woman of years past. Lin Yoyen's snake-like eyes also glimmered with a strange light as she specifically told Qin Shen, "You don't need to intervene yet. Let me and my sister try it out in battle. Go ahead, if you can't handle it, come find me." Qin Shen nodded slightly. He never needed ornamental characters. If it weren't for their decent talents, he wouldn't have bothered to teach them at all. In his eyes, women like Feng Yuxuan were nothing more than first-rate decorations. She was weak in combat, inept in handling matters, and her personality was a complete mess. So even if that girl had developed a case of Stockholm Syndrome, Qin Shen wouldn't bother with her. Two python beasts slithered out, moving at incredible speed, appearing from a distance like a stream of bluish-white satin swirling on the ground. The guards were horrified, scrambling to dodge, yet they were still overwhelmed by the combined assault of the sister duo. Some attempted to bite the white python but had their teeth shattered by Lin Mei's tail. Others tried to claw at the green python but were corroded by Lin Yoyen's deadly poison, their beast limbs rotting away in an instant. Before long, the guards were all severely injured and collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Seeing this, the captain was consumed with rage, throwing his head back and howling, charging forward fiercely. Flower of confusion, leaf of shattered jade. With two delicate shouts, endless rose-red petals fell from the sky, and sharp green jade leaves shot out. The entire path of advance was sealed off. Not only could they not continue their attack, but the opponents had no place to hide either. Earth Walk. The gray wolf's face showed horror as it quickly unleashed its extraordinary beast power. Its massive body sank into the ground as smoothly as if it had fallen into water. The rose-red petals could not penetrate the surface and could only disperse helplessly. The green jade leaves attempted to damage the ground but, due to their limited number, ultimately failed to break through the surface. This ability is quite suitable for assassination, Qin Shen said lightly. He stomped his beast foot down, and the power of the giant ape surged through the ground fissures with a thunderous roar. Boom! The gray wolf hadn't even reacted before being hurled into the air by a tremendous force, crashing heavily in front of the green python. Hurry up and defeat him, the Feng family members should be coming out soon, Qin Shen said, glancing thoughtfully at the upper floors of the villa. After hearing the reminder, the two python beasts began to beat the gray wolf furiously. Behind the window on the 5th floor of the villa stood an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Although his expression was displeased, he showed no intention of stopping the chaos in the manor. Has that old bastard Lin Chan gone mad? Coming to trouble me for no reason. Feng Shouwen sighed and speculated, Yuxuan hasn't been found yet, and the younger generation is causing trouble again. Life is getting harder by the day. Could it be that thing really has a curse? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken it in the first place. Seeing the captain of the guard being beaten half to death, the young masters looked extremely grim. They hurriedly said to Chen Kaishan, Brother Chen, can you lend a hand? As long as you can drive these three away, our families are willing to offer a generous reward and ensure your safety. Chen Kaishan was in a difficult position, muttering, it's not that I don't want to help my brothers, it's just that the opponents are too strong. Let alone driving away three of them. If I can last 5 rounds in front of the giant ape, that would already be a stroke of luck. Is he really that strong? Feng Qingze asked in confusion. He looks like a C2 level, it feels a bit exaggerated. A confident and steady voice suddenly sounded behind everyone, Qingze, you are not wrong. The beastification level does not represent real combat power. Only after engaging can one judge the strength of the enemy. Brother Yuling, you're here. Feng Qingze's face lit up with joy as he quickly turned around. He saw Feng Yuling striding over from the crowd, exuding a powerful aura, also a C3 level beastifier. Being at the same C3 level, this man's aura was much stronger than Chen Kaishan's, almost on par with Qin Shen. You are a well-known hunter, yet you don't even dare to make a move against the enemy? Feng Yuling looked at Chen Kaishan, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. The big man looked awkward and could only say, my combat power is average, I truly have the will but lack the strength. I ask Brother Feng to take action and quickly end this farce. Ha, coward. Feng Yuling sneered and quickly walked towards Qin Shen. I am Feng Yuling, a private in the city defense army. You ruffians, surrender quickly. Feng Yuling. Sounds like that girl's older brother. Looking at the approaching opponent, Qin Shen shouted, Meyer, you two can come back now, just protect yourselves from here on. The two python beasts immediately stopped and quickly crawled back to the giant ape's side. This guy looks quite strong, but still not as good as you, Lin Mei evaluated seriously. Her heart was entirely with Qin Shan, so of course, she had to speak up for her man. Lin Yuyen nodded in agreement and added, this guy is actually just a private. It seems the Feng family has invested quite a bit of resources in him. I will make him submit and show the might of the Lin family. Qin Shan roared, raising the giant stick and sweeping it away. Seeing the giant stick coming, Feng Yuling's expression remained unusually calm. He clenched his right fist, instantly beastifying, and a terrifyingly large yellow wasp leaped into the air. It was a full 5 meters long, resembling a supergiant variant among insects. The most striking feature was the stinger glimmering with toxic light, hanging like a sharp sword at the wasp's tail. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Void Stinger. Old Master Feng's beast form is also this. Yuling is indeed the legitimate grandson, he perfectly inherited his grandfather's beast form. Now the giant ape is going to suffer. The Void Stinger can traverse space, its speed is extraordinary, truly hard to catch. Right, the big guy will definitely be toyed with by Yuling, brute strength alone won't do. Swish! The black gold giant stick swept in, creating a sharp sonic boom that made everyone cover their ears. Feng Yuling's beast power surged, and his figure suddenly vanished, easily dodging this attack. The next second, the sound of rushing wind rapidly echoed from the giant ape's right rear. Qin Shen let out a low roar, twisting his waist like a monkey, and once again swept his giant staff horizontally. This time, thunder swirled around the staff, and a terrifying thunderclap erupted from it. Swish! The giant staff swung through the air again, but Feng Yuling did not appear behind him. Too slow, is this all you've got? A mocking voice came from the air. Qin Shen sneered and said, "How do you know I'm not testing you?" Feng Yuling, hidden in the shadows, was startled and quickly summoned his beast power to protect himself. Super gravity. A vast, invisible gravity pressed down, causing the ground to begin to sink irregularly. Feng Yuling felt an immense weight suddenly added to his back, making it extremely difficult to flap his insect wings, unable to maintain flight. Is this his extraordinary beast power? It seems I underestimated him. Void walking. As his extraordinary beast power emerged, the giant wasp instantly vanished from the shadows. When it reappeared, he was already 30 meters away from Qin Shen. Gravity suppression, specifically targeting winged creatures like you. Qin Shen sneered, "If you can't fly, do you still have the guts to approach me?" Feng Yuling's expression darkened as he said, arrogant. The gravity field is indeed powerful, but how long can you maintain it? As long as I keep pulling, you'll eventually exhaust yourself and die. Pulling? I'll knock you down with one punch, and then we'll see how you pull. Qin Shen stomped the ground, his beastly form leaping high. Boom! Thunder wrapped around him, and brilliant golden patterns shone brightly, almost making him look like a celestial being descending to annihilate the world. What a dazzling light! How can the giant ape be so handsome? Feng Qingze murmured. Hearing him say such a thing, the young masters glared at him, cursing, "Qingze, we're all venting for you. Why are you still speaking for the enemy? Don't get it mixed up, the giant ape is the enemy now, not your idol." Feng Qingze felt extremely awkward and quickly said, "I remember, he is the enemy, not the idol. Why do you have so much power?" Feng Yuling furrowed his brows, dodging while questioning. Thunder, gravity, giant weapons. Each one is a top-tier ability, and they are all concentrated in you? Qin Shen relentlessly pursued, saying, "The more beast bones you have, the more abilities you possess. Aren't you the young master of the Feng family? Don't you understand that spending resources makes you stronger?" Impossible, absorbing beast bones requires a lot of time. The stronger the ability, the longer it takes. Feng Yuling would not believe Qin Shen's words and immediately retorted, "You're still young, even if you started absorbing on the day you awakened your beast form, you couldn't have absorbed so many abilities." Feng Xiaoshe, humans do have limits. Qin Shen sneered, "But there are always extraordinary individuals who can break those limits. Let me refresh your understanding and show you what a genius looks like." Boom! A thick bolt of thunder suddenly exploded, splitting into countless lightning serpents. They spread outwards, forcibly sealing off the surrounding space. As long as there were fluctuations of beast power energy, it would immediately trigger a large-scale chain reaction of thunder. "Now, can you still jump in the void?" Looking at Feng Yuling, Qin Shen asked lightly, "There are thunder traps in the distance and a gravity field nearby, you can no longer pull." Feng Yuling, being a soldier of the city defense, had a resolute character and would not easily admit defeat. He took a deep breath, a fierce killing intent rising in his eyes. "Since pulling won't work, let me launch a strong attack to kill you." Void Wasp Stinger. In an instant, the space underwent massive distortion, and countless transparent spikes slowly emerged. They aimed at the giant ape and began to plummet rapidly. Crackling, this was the sound of the thunder traps being triggered, but they only neutralized part of the Void Wasp Stingers and did not completely stop the enemy's killing move. Such a fast spike, several times faster than my jade leaf. Watching this scene, Lin Yuyan suddenly felt a bit anxious. That guy won't get hurt, right? He's so powerful, he should be able to protect himself. Gravity cannot act on energy, I must find another way to break this killing move. Qin Shen thought rapidly in his mind, the Iron Thorn armor cannot fully protect me, and I must keep the Nether Stealth and Dragon Ape transformation as escape cards, so the only thing I can use is that. Woo! A mesmerizing song from the sea suddenly emanated from the giant ape's throat, a soul-stirring melody echoing throughout the entire manor. Put! Sounds of spitting blood came from the crowd, and even the sisters watching from the side were no exception. The magical sound did not distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone who heard this song would inevitably suffer from the chaotic surge of blood and beastly power. Puff in midair, Feng Yuling was the most severely injured, his chest covered in blood. His void beast sting was forcibly interrupted, and all his beastly power suddenly reversed, causing serious internal injuries. What you just said to me, I now return in full. Qin Shen tightly gripped the black gold giant stick, mocking, Feng Xiaosher, is this all you can do? You reckless brat, dare to hurt me. Feng Yuling roared, extreme fury igniting in his insect-like eyes. Void Bee attack. As the beastly power boiled, the surrounding space began to twist rapidly. Endless swarms of bees surged from the void, as overwhelming as a tide. They were completely transparent, only the size of a finger, but when gathered in groups, their momentum became extremely impressive. Buzz buzz buzz. An irritating buzzing sound erupted from the swarm of bees. The onlookers' faces turned grim, brows furrowing, seemingly affected by the buzzing. Die for me! Feng Yuling roared hoarsely. He completely disregarded his internal injuries, flapping his wings and commanding the swarm to launch a fierce attack. Countless points of light flickered in the air. Upon closer inspection, they were all the sharp stingers of the bees. Facing the sky full of poisonous bees, Qin Shen showed no intention of dodging. He shouted to the sky, Old Man Feng, if you don't come out now, I might just go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of bees also surged out from the villa. They were larger, more numerous, and their momentum was several times stronger than Feng Yuling's. Bang! The two swarms of bees collided violently, and the swarm controlled by Feng Yuling was instantly annihilated. Grandpa, what are you doing? Feng Yuling was dumbfounded. Why did his grandfather intervene to stop him? The onlookers were equally puzzled and began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that the giant ape has extraordinary potential, and Old Man Feng has taken a liking to him? Maybe it's Lin Chan putting pressure on him, forcing the old man to back down? I think that's very possible. Lin Chan has been underground for so long, his strength is already unfathomable. The old man with white hair and a youthful face slowly walked out of the villa, standing before everyone. He ignored his precious grandson and instead asked Qin Shen, you dare to cause a ruckus at my birthday banquet, and still have the audacity to ask me to intervene? Old Man Feng should have noticed by now. Qin Shen chuckled, if I wanted to kill your grandson, it would be as easy as pie. I just have something to say and don't want to tear our faces. Hearing such arrogant words, Feng Yuling was burning with rage, but with his grandfather present, he dared not act recklessly and could only force himself to suppress his anger. Feng Shouwen could not refute Qin Shen's words because his own grandson truly could not compare to this kid. Just a single soul-stirring song could severely injure Feng Yuling, indicating that Qin Shen had many more trump cards. What do you have to say? Feng Shouwen asked, if you cannot convince me, the three of you will have to stay in the Feng family and wait for Lin Chan to come and take you away. It was clear that this was a threat. After all, his birthday banquet had been ruined, and he felt some resentment in his heart. Today we are causing a scene at the banquet for two reasons. Qin Shen stared at Feng Shouwen and slowly said, first, it is to defend the Lin family's reputation. Someone has spoken disrespectfully, repeatedly humiliating the Lin family, while the Feng family, as the host, remains indifferent. May I ask if Old Master Feng wishes to go to war with the Lin family? Upon hearing this, the young masters' faces turned very ugly. They were the younger generation, unaware of the Lin family's past glory, so they mocked without restraint. They did not expect that the giant ape's strength was so formidable that it could force the head of the Feng family to step forward. Feng Shouwen shook his head, denying, the conflicts among your younger generation need not involve the two factions. Chang Zhe, come over and apologize. You caused trouble just by flirting with a girl, you really disappoint your grandfather. After all, it was their side that provoked first, and the Feng family was in the wrong from the beginning. Yes. Feng Changzhe quickly responded, feeling extremely aggrieved. He turned to Lin Yuyen and said, Miss Yuyen, I shouldn't have disturbed you. I apologize to the Lin family, I'm truly sorry. The young masters, seeing this, had no choice but to apologize to Qin Shen and the others. If Old Master Feng went to complain to the elders of each family, they would definitely face a beating when they returned. And the second matter? Feng Shouwen asked lightly, crashing my birthday banquet is not something that can be easily brushed aside. Qin Shen transformed back into human form and walked forward without fear, The second reason is to seek justice for Yuxian. Upon hearing this name, the faces of the Feng family changed. Feng Shouwen could no longer maintain his composure and quickly asked, "What did you say? Do you know Yuxian?" "Of course, she and I are close friends and often keep in touch." Qin Chen began to fabricate lies, expressing his dissatisfaction. "While she was missing, your Feng family held a grand birthday banquet, and putting up a few missing person posters was considered a serious effort to find her?" Feng Shouwen was somewhat stunned. He never expected that Qin Chen would have a connection to his granddaughter. "Yuxian always described to me the love her family had for her, but it seems now that your affection for her is merely a facade." Qin Chen, emotionally charged, scolded, "Yuxian is so delicate and lovely, yet you want to train her as a tool for family marriage. As her close friend, I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Feng Yuling, her older brother, quickly retorted, "We love Yuxian dearly, how could we send her off for a marriage alliance?" Qin Chen sneered, "Then how do you explain this lavish birthday banquet? With the energy and manpower to host a banquet, why not mobilize everyone to search for Yuxian? You clearly do not value her." This was, of course, an act. Qin Chen deliberately played the role of a naive young man, summarizing today's commotion as a righteous fury for a close friend. Holding a birthday banquet does not hinder rescue operations. The Feng family has been sending people to search. Feng Shouwen could only helplessly explain to Qin Chen. Qin Chen coldly shook his head. "No need for you to bother, I will find Yuxian myself." You have news of Yuxian?" Feng Shouwen keenly caught the implication in his words and quickly said, "Xin Xiaoge, please come inside for a discussion, I will explain things to you properly. I am Yuxian's grandfather, and I certainly care about her." "Alright, then I will trust you one more time." Qin Chen crossed his arms and followed Feng Shouwen into the villa. After the two left, the surrounding guests erupted in chatter. "What's going on? Old Master Feng just let the troublemaker go so easily? He is a close friend of Miss Feng. He came specifically to seek justice today, so how could old Master Feng hold it against him? Tisk tsk, really impressive, crashing the birthday banquet and still managing to leave unscathed. Hey, did you record the video? Post it online later, it should get a lot of views." The sisters transformed back into human form, standing in place and waiting. "When did this guy get involved with Miss Feng?" Lin Yuyan asked, puzzled. Lin Mei shrugged and said, "He's quite charming, it's normal for him to have a few close female friends." Hearing her sister's words, Lin Yuyan was stunned. "Qin Chen is your man, aren't you jealous? If I can have a place in his heart, I would be very satisfied, why would I care about so much else?" Lin Mei sighed, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. "Qin Xiaoge, it's not that I don't trust you." In the villa, Feng Shouwen invited Qin Chen to sit down and continued, "But can you prove your relationship with Yuxuan?" Qin Chen snorted coldly and pulled out his phone to search for photos. "Here, this is a photo of me and Yuxuan having fun together, take a look." The old man squinted at the phone, and indeed, there was a photo of the two, his granddaughter hugging a cute little cat, her gaze fixed on Qin Chen's handsome profile. Feng Shouwen, being astute, immediately sensed something was off. In the photo, there was a hint of affection in his granddaughter's eyes, even a suggestive glimmer. What exactly is the relationship between this girl and Qin Chen? Just as the old man was about to scrutinize the photo, Qin Chen snatched the phone away. "Old Master Feng, I've already proven myself. What exactly do you want to discuss with me?" Qin Chen feigned impatience. Feng Shouwen chuckled and asked, "Does Qin Xiaoge have any news about Yuxuan? Please let me know. I will do my utmost to search for her." "No, your wealthy family has too many schemes. I can't disclose anything casually." Qin Chen replied sarcastically, "It might just be one of your Feng family's descendants who, out of jealousy for Yuxuan's favor, tricked and abducted her." Hearing this, Feng Shouwen quickly waved his hands in denial. "Impossible, our Feng family is united, we would never harm our own." "Ha!" Qin Chen sneered coldly, seemingly mocking. Seeing his uncooperative demeanor, Feng Shouwen thought for a moment and promised, "How about this? As long as Qin Xiaoge provides a clue, I am willing to gift you a piece of beast relic. You're really up to something, I absolutely won't fall for it." Qin Chen acted more and more like a passionate youth. "Giving such an expensive gift is nothing but an attempt to buy me off, to silence me with resources, you might as well give up on that." Feng Shouwen felt a bit helpless and explained, "Qin Xiaoge has misunderstood, I am very grateful for what you've done for Yuxuan. Although it was a bit reckless, it is enough to prove your friendship. So this piece of beast relic is a gift from the Feng family, hoping you will continue to keep in touch with Yuxuan." "I see." Qin Chen's attitude softened, "I do have some clues about her whereabouts." Finally getting to the point, Feng Shouwen leaned in to listen intently. "Not long ago, I went on a business trip to the wilderness and happened to hear some news. Xin Shen's eyes shifted, beginning to weave a tale. Rumor has it that Tingyuan Company is conducting inhumane experiments. They seem to be abducting young people who have just awakened their beast forms. Those with high potential but low strength are the perfect targets for abduction. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuwen gasped. His granddaughter perfectly fit this description. Her beast form was a honeyed flower bee, a decent support-type beast master, but her actual combat power was very low, with almost no ability to protect herself. Are you saying that Tingyuan Company has abducted my granddaughter? Feng Xiuwen confirmed again. Xin Shen shook his head and said, I'm just speculating, you need to investigate personally. Even if Tingyuan is the culprit, they wouldn't do the abduction themselves. A company this large would definitely have a few hidden hands to do the dirty work. Feng Xiuwen nodded, agreeing with Qin Chen's assessment. It seems I need to investigate those hidden hands to see if they have indeed engaged in abduction. Tingyuan would never be foolish enough to use people from Xingyue City for their tasks. They should be secretly hiring outsiders. Qin Chen said slowly, whoever has recently arrived in Xingyue City, whoever has secretly colluded with Tingyuan, is the most suspicious. This was the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, and the target Qin Chen aimed at was already clear. Qin Xiaoge has thought this through. I didn't realize this point for a moment, Feng Xiuwen praised, then promised. The Feng family will immediately launch an investigation. We will definitely rescue Yushuan, so please rest assured, Qin Xiaoge. Qin Chen felt quite relieved and said, with old Master Feng's promise, I can relax a lot. I will definitely compensate the Feng family for the losses incurred today. Ah, you're being too polite. Feng Xiuwen kindly pulled Qin Chen and said, you are worried about Yushuan's safety. It's understandable to act impulsively. Some small losses are nothing to worry about. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became extremely harmonious. Grandpa, what exactly did he say? Where is Yushuan? Upon seeing Feng Xiuwen come out, Feng Yuling hurriedly asked. The old man shook his head and said, I have already made arrangements, don't ask too much. Feng Yuling was bewildered. What kind of charm did Qin Chen use on the old man? Feng Xiaosher, didn't you have a good fight today? Qin Chen deliberately stepped forward and asked with a smile. Feng Yuling snorted coldly, you know it well, if it weren't for Grandpa stopping me, I would have knocked you down already. You are as stubborn as Yushuan, but she is much cuter than you, Qin Chen said dismissively. You! Feng Yuling gritted her teeth and shouted, but inadvertently triggered her internal injuries, causing her face to twist in pain. I will go to the City Defense Army camp in a while, we will have another chance to fight then. After leaving this remark, Qin Chen turned and left. Under the incredulous gazes of the guests, he left the Feng family estate unscathed, accompanied by the Lin sisters. Feng Yuling took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. She had indeed underestimated Qin Chen today, but next time in their duel, she would be fully prepared. Yuling, next time you face him, you must not be anxious, keep a stable mindset, Feng Xiuwen said lightly. Feng Yuling quickly nodded, Grandpa, I remember. By the way, don't have too much conflict with him, your sister seems to like this kid, Feng Xiuwen said somewhat helplessly. He didn't pursue Qin Chen's responsibility, which was also for the sake of his granddaughter. Put. Hearing this, Feng Yuling momentarily lost her composure and spat out a mouthful of blood. This brat dares to steal my sister? Xingyue City, Qin family ancestral home. Qin Chen pushed open the door and entered his own house first. The Lin sisters followed in with great interest, eager to see what the Qin family ancestral home looked like. Let's rest here for the night, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow morning, Qin Chen said as he poured a glass of water for each of them. Okay, then my sister and I will stroll around the city tomorrow, Lin Yuyan said, wrapping her arm around her cousin's shoulder and giggling. Qin Chen turned to leave, only leaving behind one sentence, Meyer, you don't need to use the flute tonight, you and Yuyan can sleep in the guest room. I understand, Lin Mei replied, her pretty face slightly flushed. Lin Yuyan, confused, asked blankly, sister, what does use the flute mean? You will understand later, don't ask so much now. Flame monkey arm bone. Back in the bedroom, Qin Chen took out the beast bone that Feng Xiuwen had insisted on giving him. First, establish a good relationship with the Feng family, then slowly plot for the Death Seal soul banner. Acting too hastily often leads to unforeseen changes. Start analysis. With the command given, the gene system quickly extracted the gene fragments from the bone. Speed gene *3, reaction gene *2, flame gene *5, 10 fragments accumulated, can activate related gene abilities. Qin Chen casually scattered the ashes outside the window and then activated the fire ability. When he exterminated Wang Yen back then, he had obtained 5 flame fragments, and today he just happened to gather them all. Heart fire eruption. The flame is born from the heart, capable of increasing the speed and strength of group targets by 20%. and gaining a certain degree of impact resistance enhancement, lasting for 10 minutes. So it's a supportive ability, and the effect is indeed good. Shinshin sensed the ability within him, his tone somewhat joyful. A 20% boost to group attributes is enough to instill despair in the opponent. The attribute enhancement of this ability is actually average, but its strength lies in the group amplification. Because 3 people are a group, and 300 people are also a group. When countless legions all receive a 20% boost, even the myriad races of the stars must temporarily avoid their edge. Moreover, Shinshin still has the possibility of further enhancement. His black iron giant rod has been upgraded to a black gold giant rod, and his hardened bone armor has been enhanced to iron thorn bone armor. Who knows, heart fire eruption might transform into some divine fire eruption. It seems I need to look for specific targets. Those with fire or thunder can be materials for enhancing my abilities. Shinshin lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. You're pulling my hair. Early in the morning, Shinshin was awakened by Lin Mei beside him. The young woman had come over in the middle of the night, saying she was used to Shinshin's embrace and had to be with him to fall asleep. Didn't I tell you to sleep with you, Yen? Shinshin said somewhat displeased. You woke me up once in the middle of the night, and now you're waking me up again. Seeing him like this, Lin Mei immediately lowered her head to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, I won't do this again. Is an apology useful? Shinshin said lightly, old rules, old punishments, you know how it is. The young woman's face flushed with 2 shades of red as she slowly turned away. You have to be gentle, I still want to go shopping later. Knock knock knock. Lin Yuyen had been sitting in the living room for quite a while, growing impatient, so she ran to knock on the door. Sister, are you up yet? Didn't we agree to go shopping? We'll get up soon. The voice from behind the door was suggestive. Lin Yuyen shivered, goosebumps rising all over her body. Clearly, she ran over in the middle of the night. How can they still be at it? Does Shinshin have such good stamina? Click, the door suddenly opened, and a wave of ambiguous warmth rushed out, hitting Lin Yuyan's face. She quickly covered her eyes, fearing she might see something strange. Peeking behind the door, huh? Next time, I'll pull you in, Shinshin said as he walked out. I'm off to do something. You two take your time shopping and return to Shadow City by yourselves. Lin Yuyen, blushing, retorted, who was peeking? You shameless. Hurry up and go, don't disturb me and my sister. Shinshin raised the cup of water on the table and drank it all, laughing, little Ching, it was you who disturbed us. After saying that, he turned and left the house, not giving Lin Yuyen a chance to retort. Lin Yuyen was so angry her mouth was dry, and just as she was about to grab a cup of water to quench her thirst, she found it completely empty. Damn it, that guy actually drank all my water. Although his wealth had long surpassed 100 million, Shinshin still bought a portion of soup dumplings from a roadside stall for breakfast today. He didn't take a taxi, just leisurely walked towards Ting Yuan Company. The major heist was about to happen, and Shinshin needed to get to the truck containing the beast blood boiling potion before the criminals did. Today, he was just here to scout the location. It really is a very subtle feeling. Looking at the bustling street, Shinshin chuckled self-deprecatingly. In my past life, I worked hard to solve cases, but in this life, I've taken a completely opposite path. Back then, he was the embodiment of justice, a nemesis of evil. After 5 years of hard work in the reverse scale organization, Shinshin personally apprehended countless criminals. But after experiencing the betrayal of his comrades, his innocent heart died along with his physical body. Diligence could not save the earth, only unscrupulous means could contend with the myriad of races. The defenses are indeed tight, but it won't be long before you face shareholder protests and consumer complaints, Shinshin thought quietly as he gazed at Ting Yuan Company in the distance. Once the scandal broke, he would act immediately to seize the truck. If time allowed, he would delve into the mysterious 17th floor to uncover the truth behind it all. Click! Just as he was pondering, a blonde beauty suddenly sat down across from Shinshin. She had a high nose, enchanting blue eyes, and her golden hair flowed smoothly, 2 small strands intertwining like a delicate crown atop her head. It was clear she was not a descendant of Yanhua, but a European beauty. Hello, Mr. Shin, my name is Lanaya. You know me? Shinshin frowned. I don't recall having any friends from Europe. Lanaya smiled slightly, like a fairy from a fairy tale. In Star Moon City, is there anyone who hasn't heard of the name Titan? No need for such nonsense. What do you want with me? Shinshin asked indifferently. Lanaya was somewhat surprised. Why was this person so indifferent to her? Her training in the organization had always earned her perfect scores in flirting. I see, Mr. Shin has some thoughts about Ting Yuan Company. Would you be interested in joining our organization? Lanaya, having received professional training, quickly adjusted her strategy once her beauty ploy failed. Qin Shen picked up his slightly cool coffee and asked curiously, "May I ask, what is the name of your organization?" Cinderella. Lanaya spoke in Latin, but Qin Shen could still understand, because Cinderella was Europe's ace organization, identical in nature to the reverse scale. Having once been the director of the reverse scale, Qin Shen certainly understood the Latin name of his old rival. Qin Shen stared into her sapphire blue eyes and asked word by word, "So, you want me to betray my country? What Lin can offer you, Cinderella can offer too, even several times more." Lanaya quickly stated enticing conditions upon sensing something was off in Qin Shen's tone. "To betray my country now, does that mean I'll have to betray the stars later?" Qin Shen sneered, slowly standing up. "If I hand you over, how much will the reverse scale reward me?" "Mr. Qin, please calm down," Lanaya said in a fluster. "It's just a simple collaboration, absolutely not involving national interests." She did not have the strength to confront Titan directly. If she angered her opponent, her life could be at stake. "Sounds nice, but it still can't hide the fact that you are a European agent." Qin Shen grabbed Lanaya's slender wrist and pulled her towards the cafe exit. Qin, will not allow malicious outsiders to wreak havoc on my Yanhua land." Lanaya suppressed her unease and quickly explained, "Mr. Qin, is it really necessary to be so extreme? You have an old saying, leave a line for others, so you can meet again in the future. There are many wealthy European merchants in Star Moon City. With just a word from me, they can provide you with countless resources." Qin Shen stared into Lanaya's beautiful eyes and casually remarked, "You're a bit foolish, exposing your accomplices so easily. Is your agent training score 0? Hearing this, Lanaya felt both angry and anxious. She was indeed young and inexperienced, but was it really necessary to be looked down upon? The two of them were tugging at each other, resembling a couple in a quarrel, quickly attracting the attention of passers-by. "Bro, your foreign girlfriend is so beautiful, don't argue with her. Communicate well, young man, don't be so stubborn. What conflicts can't be resolved?" "Exactly, the young lady is pretty and lovely, just bear with it as her boyfriend." Seeing the bystanders trying to mediate, Lanaya's beautiful eyes turned, and she immediately climbed up the pole. "Brother, just forgive me, I promise I won't make you angry again." Her voice was melodious and charming, her appearance pitiful, like a lost little fairy from a fairy tale, easily stirring others' protective instincts and sympathy. "Wow, this girl speaks Mandarin really well, she must have studied hard for you. With that alone, you should forgive her." In this situation, Qin Shen remained calm, intertwining his fingers with Lanaya's. The blonde beauty's expression stiffened, realizing something was off. She tried to shake off the man's large hand, but due to the force suppressing her, she couldn't break free at all. A smile appeared on Qin Shen's face as he said to the onlookers, "Thank you all for the reminder, I will communicate well with her." "You're right, I shouldn't lose my temper with my girlfriend." The bystanders smiled in relief. "Go make up, we won't disturb you any longer." "Don't go." Watching them disperse, Lanaya felt even more anxious. She didn't expect Qin Shen to act even better than she did, easily sending the onlookers away. "Baby, we should go home now," Qin Shen said, each word carrying a cold undertone. Being misunderstood by the bystanders was indeed a trivial matter, but he was vengeful. Anyone who dared to scheme against him would face retribution. "Mr. Qin, we can still talk." Lanaya's voice trembled, sounding as if she might cry. "If you like me, I can also offer myself." This girl clearly had no experience, because a truly skilled female agent would never feel shy over such matters. "Heh, do you think Qin is a lecher?" Qin Shen pulled her towards the direction of the reverse scale organization. "Once you enter the territory of Yanhua, you must accept the outcome of being captured." "Mr. Qin, please don't do this." Lanaya pleaded desperately. "Money, potions, beast remains, even me. As long as you don't report me to the reverse scale, all of these will be yours." Her uncle had a very important mission. If it failed, Lanaya would be the sinner of Cinderella. Seeing the blonde beauty finally soften her attitude, Qin Shen let out a cold laugh, small bolts of lightning flickering in his hand. "In that case, you should take a nap. Don't worry, you won't become a captive of the reverse scale, you'll only become my captive." Lanaya gasped. Just as she was about to activate her beast transformation, her delicate body went limp. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was herself collapsing into the man's arms. So tight. Lanaya groggily woke up, only to find herself tightly bound by ropes, her body soft and powerless, unable to activate her beast transformation. She was in a secret room, with no windows, no light, only a small air hole left in the door. "Mr. Qin, where are you?" Lanaya shouted loudly. She had undergone closed training, so she wouldn't be afraid of such an environment. After shouting for a long time, Lanaya's throat was dry, and there was still no response from outside the door. "Since he didn't hand me over to the reverse scale, It means this man must want something. Lanaya stopped shouting and began to think quietly. I can pretend to cooperate, gather more advantageous information, and perhaps even have a chance to win him over. Why aren't you responding to that woman calling you? Feng Yuxuan timidly asked. The young lady never expected to have a neighbor so soon, and from the sound of it, she could tell it was a first-rate beauty. Was Qin Shen someone with strange preferences, specifically abducting pretty girls? To deal with a spy, you have to starve her for a few days first. While munching on the chips in the young lady's arms, Qin Shen casually said. Hearing this, Feng Yuxuan widened her beautiful eyes. Is this news? Something I can hear? Qin Shen smiled and said, Yuxuan, we are good friends now. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Ah. Feng Yuxuan let out a delicate cry, her pretty face slightly flushed. She didn't expect Qin Shen to call her such an intimate name and to say that she was his good friend. That woman is a spy sent by Europe, trying to sabotage our Yanhua's development. Qin Shen deliberately made the matter sound very serious. Now, only the two of us know her identity and whereabouts. Feng Yuxuan felt a bit excited and asked, only us two? Yes, just you and me. Qin Shen wore a meaningful smile and said, so, Yuxuan, could you help me with something? Sure. The young lady wouldn't hesitate any longer. She had subconsciously relied on Qin Shen for a long time. Because people can be tamed, when all survival resources are bestowed by others, the mind will be subtly enslaved. I want you to scold her. The task Qin Shen proposed was very strange. Feng Yuxuan was stunned. Scold? Scold her for what? She was indeed a spoiled young lady, having spent too much time with her friends, developing a sharp tongue. But Feng Yuxuan didn't want to curse in front of Qin Shen. She also wanted to maintain her ladylike image. Because this woman is a spy, with a tough disposition, ordinary questioning won't pry open her mouth. Only long-term mental humiliation might break through her psychological defenses. Qin Shen smiled, but his words were extremely shocking, almost like a demon. This was a special tactic of the reverse scale organization to deal with enemies. When facing a spy, one must never show mercy. No matter how beautiful the opponent is, they are still a scorpion with a poisonous sting. Yuxuan, this is helping me, and it's also helping Yanhua, so please don't feel any psychological burden. Qin Shen said lightly. Hearing this kind of inducement, the young lady nodded seriously. I will do my best. I am willing to help you. In the next 2 days, Qin Shen personally witnessed Feng Yuxuan's prowess. This young lady was just like the annoying villain in a TV drama, scolding Lanaya thoroughly, humiliating her from head to toe. At first, Feng Yuxuan felt a bit awkward, but under Qin Shen's constant encouragement, she simply let go. Miss Lanaya, how have you been feeling these past 2 days? After sending Feng Yuxuan back to her room, Qin Shen stayed in the secret chamber. The blonde beauty looked haggard, her lips cracked, and her eyes were filled with a lost expression. The filthy words were truly terrifying. She had never suffered such a mental blow during her training in the Cinderella organization. Mr. Qin, what do you want? Lanaya asked softly. Her voice trembled along with her delicate body, seemingly very frightened. Tell me your true identity and your mission. Qin Shen sat in a chair, looking down at Lanaya. Lanaya hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to withstand Qin Shen's terrifying gaze. She whispered, my name is Lanaya Yolanda. I am a level 3 spy of the Cinderella organization, and my mission is to win over Qin Shen. Who is your superior, and where are they now? Qin Shen asked. Lanaya shook her head, not answering. Her identity and mission were not classified information. Revealing them was one thing. If she leaked her uncle's information, she would truly become a traitor. Looking at the stubborn appearance of the blonde beauty, Qin Shen smiled faintly and unexpectedly blurted out in perfectly enunciated Latin, the crystal shoe is not here. In the next moment, Lanaya's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had uncovered an incredible secret. How do you know the secret code? Because I am an external member of Cinderella. Qin Shen began to deceive her again. He quickly helped Lanaya up and said, Agent Lanaya, congratulations on passing my trust test. Is that true? Lanaya's mind was a bit hazy. The situation had flipped again, leaving her unsure of whom to trust. Of course it's true. There are too many eyes in Star Moon City. I must take you to a safe house. Drawing on his memories from his past life, Qin Shen began to disguise himself as an Euro agent. The pressure from external forces on the reverse scale is becoming increasingly severe, so I had to test you to prevent exposure. Listening to his explanation, Lanaya asked skeptically, then what's your code name? Night Owl. Qin Shen shrugged and said confidently. There really was an Euro agent named Night Owl in Star Moon City, whose disguise was that of an ordinary office worker from Yanhua, and in his past life, he had personally arrested him. Lanaya sighed in relief. When she and her uncle arrived at Yanhua, she had indeed seen this code name on the contact list. But upon further thought, it seemed too coincidental, didn't it? The person she wanted to recruit was actually already a colleague in the organization? The person who has been cursing you these past few days is the granddaughter of the Feng family in Star Moon City. Xin Shen didn't give her much time to think and said, that girl has been in my custody for several weeks now and has become a hot potato. Help me think of how to deal with her to maximize the organization's interests. Seeing Xin Shen so eager, Lanaya involuntarily began to think for him. She hadn't slept for 2 days and nights and had been tormented by foul language, leaving her in a very poor mental state. Xin Shen was seizing this opportunity to disguise himself as an Euro agent and use this identity to gain her trust. How about using her to threaten the Feng family to provide us with operational convenience? Lanaya forced herself to perk up and said slowly. Xin Shen shook his head and replied, I can't expose my identity, there are still many plans to carry out with the Lin family. Then let my uncle handle it, he has a wide network and can help you. Lanaya's eyelids were about to give in. Initially, when she was tense, she didn't feel sleepy, but after Xin Shen revealed his agent identity, she relaxed a bit, and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over her. Your uncle is? Xin Shen's eyes lit up as he asked softly. It's Uncle Bruce, he's in Shadow City. Lanaya mumbled before she fell into a deep sleep. The blonde beauty never expected that the secret she wanted to keep would be revealed to Xin Shen like this. Bruce, he should be the one Lin Yuxian received, right? Xin Shen slowly laid Lanaya down. So Lin Changfeng is colluding with Euro agents, should I notify the reverse scale? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and muttered to himself, this information is best used for a decisive strike at a critical moment. There's no need to rush to reveal it. When Lanaya opened her sleepy eyes, she found herself lying on a soft and comfortable big bed. Ah, that guy wouldn't do anything to me. The blonde beauty quickly lifted the blanket and, after finding nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. The dark chamber had been replaced with a cozy little room, and there was food and a note on the bedside table. Lanaya quickly picked up the note and read, Agent Lanaya, you cannot leave here for the time being, as the reverse scale organization has discovered your whereabouts and is searching the entire city. Please patiently wait in the safe house. I will return after dealing with the young lady of the Feng family. Ah, is he really one of the organization? Lanaya was quite distressed. Although Qin Shan understood a lot of the inside story, she always felt something was off. Let's eat something first, I'm about to starve. With the aroma of food wafting through the air, Lanaya's stomach began to grumble. Breathing in the fresh air of Star Moon City, Feng Yuxuan felt a bit excited. She never expected Qin Shen would take her out. Could it be a date? The combination of a bad boy and a rich girl really felt like a romance novel. But the next moment, Qin Shen said something unexpected. Yuxuan, let's part ways here, you can go home now. The initial kidnapping of Feng Yuxuan was just a whim of Qin Shen's and wasn't part of the original plan. Letting her go now was merely a way to change the location of the chess piece. Why? As a hostage, Feng Yuxuan surprisingly asked this, making it seem as if Qin Shen was abandoning her. Is it because I'm not as pretty as that foreign woman? Do you dislike me now? Her beautiful eyes turned red as she sobbed and asked. Qin Shen smiled and said, how could that be? It's just that I've had a change of heart. What do you mean? Feng Yuxuan looked at Qin Shen with a pitiful expression. She even reached out to grab the hem of his shirt, afraid he might suddenly run away. We are already good friends, I certainly can't use you to threaten your family. Qin Shen smiled and said, go tell your grandfather that the one who kidnapped you is Qin Shen from Shadow City. I won't. Feng Yuxuan quickly refused. Grandpa is very narrow-minded, he will definitely kill you. Qin Shen feigned curiosity and asked, isn't it good to kill me? I've imprisoned you for so long, you should hate me. I don't hate you, Feng Yuxuan explained softly, if you hadn't kidnapped me, I might have been harmed by others in the wilderness, you were protecting me. It was clear that this girl was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome in its late stages. She would actively find reasons for Qin Shen, helping him explain his excessive actions. So that's how you think, then that's fine, anyway, you're free now, you can go wherever you want, Qin Shen shrugged. Feng Yuxuan sniffled and said, I want to follow you. Every time I'm with you, I'm especially happy. No way, your grandfather is looking for you, he's very anxious, Qin Shen said. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxuan couldn't hold back her tears again. Please don't abandon me. I can do what that foreign woman can do. I really like you, I dream about you every night. Seeing her tear-streaked beauty, Qin Shen could only say, you can come find me anytime in the future, after all, we are good friends. Really? Feng Yuxuan asked while wiping her tears, then I'll go home to see Grandpa first, and then come find you. Of course it's true, Qin Shen nodded. But what should I tell Grandpa? Feng Yuxuan was troubled again. Grandpa will definitely ask who kidnapped me, and I can't say it was you. Qin Shen grinned and said, Then let's make up a story for him, like, a huge blood-red python kidnapped you and your friends. Feng Yuxuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly committed the story to memory. After sending Feng Yuxuan off, Qin Chen returned to the arena. Lin Yuyan was looking for him everywhere. Her expression seemed a bit anxious. What's wrong? Qin Chen asked curiously. The beautiful boss took a deep breath and explained, Lin Qingfeng's counterattack has come. He ordered Ting Yuan to strengthen supervision and lock down the channels for the drug supply. So, the black market can no longer be maintained? Qin Chen was somewhat surprised. This move cut off most of the black market's drug supply directly. Yes, now only a few shops under Lin Chengfeng can sell Ting Yuan potions. Other vendors in the black market are struggling to survive. Lin Yuyan sighed. Ting Yuan is not the only company producing potions, but its product quality is the best, and its reputation is unmatched. Other manufacturers need to transport their potions from other cities, which is extremely costly and yields very low profits. Without the potions flowing from Ting Yuan, the black market vendors would soon be left out in the cold. Once the vendors' interests are harmed, the profits that the Lin family draws will also plummet. Who manages the black market? Qin Chen asked. Lin Yuyan pushed open the office door and said, It's my great-uncle Lin Fo. He has a very reclusive personality and only listens to my grandfather. A reclusive person can manage the black market? Qin Chen was puzzled. Doesn't he need to deal with the merchants? My great-uncle is in charge of the muscle, my great-aunt handles the business, Lin Yuyan added. Qin Chen nodded and said, Then let's bring some gifts and go meet my grandparents right away. You haven't married my sister yet, so don't be so familiar. Lin Yuyan said irritably. My great-uncle hates men like you who are all talk. Be careful not to get beaten up. Qin Chen chuckled and asked, Do you dislike me? Humph. Lin Yuyan turned her head away proudly, mumbling, I won't tell you. As they entered the courtyard, Qin Chen saw a group of muscular men with bulging muscles and fierce faces. They were exercising, casually lifting hundreds of pounds of barbells or squatting with tires taller than a person, looking like a devilish muscle team. Brothers, I'm here to see my great-uncle, Lin Yuyan called out casually. Upon hearing this, a bald man stopped exercising. He smiled and said, Go ahead, grandparents have been sitting in the living room since early morning, probably waiting for you. Lin Yuyan nodded slightly and walked toward the villa. Just as Qin Chen wanted to follow, he noticed something was off in the atmosphere. The group of muscular men suddenly put down their equipment and slowly surrounded him. Do you need something from me? Qin Chen asked calmly, his expression unchanged. The bald man grinned, Nothing much, we just want to see what a titan looks like. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? Bro, don't target him. Lin Yuyan noticed Qin Chen hadn't followed and hurried over to defuse the situation. The bald man waved his hand and said, We're not targeting him, just a bit curious. The video of you causing a ruckus at the Feng family the other day has already spread. I want to ask how he defeated Feng Yuling? Very simple, just don't let him fly around aimlessly, Qin Chen replied nonchalantly, his tone somewhat boastful. That guy's speed is just average. With a little effort, I can catch up. The expressions of the other men darkened because they had once been defeated by Feng Yuling, and now they were being shown up by a young man. Lin Han rubbed his bald head and chuckled, You're quite interesting, no wonder Mayor likes you. I'm Lin Han, the eldest grandson of this branch. If Brother Lin has time, come to the Beast Arena and we can chat slowly then. The other party was very friendly, and Qin Chen certainly wouldn't give him a cold shoulder. Lin Han nodded, gesturing for his brothers to clear the way, and then threw out a piece of news. Uncle Chengfeng came by the day before yesterday, but he was chased out by my grandfather. I remember there was a footprint on his backside. Ha ha ha. The big men laughed, adding, and Uncle Chengdong, he and his son were directly thrown out by grandfather. It was so satisfying. Lin Fo was indeed that irritable, no one could suppress his temper except for the head of the family. Don't worry, brothers, one day, they will roll out of Shadow City. After Lin Yuyan dropped a sentence, she took Qin Chen's hand and walked towards the villa. Is it comfortable? Qin Chen suddenly asked. Lin Yuyan was a bit confused. What do you mean by comfortable? What are you talking about? Holding my hand, is it comfortable? Qin Chen raised their tightly clasped hands. Mayor said my hands are very warm. What do you think? Ah. Lin Yuyan quickly shook off the man's large hand, a blush instantly appearing on her pretty face. She had just wanted to pull Qin Chen away, but unexpectedly, while walking, she forgot to let go. Don't get me wrong. I just did it by accident. The beautiful boss didn't dare to look Qin Chen in the eye and turned her head to mumble. Oh, I see. Qin Chen smiled faintly, his tone carrying a different meaning. Just as the two were talking, a kind-looking old lady walked out of the villa. She looked at the two with a smile and said, Being young is great, you can play and fool around freely. Grandma! Lin Yuyan cast aside her shyness and quickly called out to the old lady, "Come in and have some tea." The old lady waved her hand to the two. "I just love chatting with young people." Entering the villa, they found a muscular old man with a dark face and no hair sitting on the sofa in the living room. He was Lin Fo, whose authority and seniority were only beneath the family head, Lin Chan. "Third grandpa, Yu Yan has come to see you." Lin Yuyan put down the gift in her hand and slightly bowed her head to Lin Fo. "Good." Lin Fo was usually reclusive and not fond of talking. Instead, he stared at Qin Shen, his eyes revealing a strange dislike. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Qin Shen." Qin Shen also sensed Lin Fo's unknown hostility but met his gaze without being servile or overbearing. "You are a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you will be a great threat in the future." Lin Fo said astonishingly, "Although I am not good at socializing, I can see that you are more vicious than our Lin family's python." "Isn't the Lin family using me precisely because of this?" Qin Shen said without changing his expression. "A timid and fearful snake king cannot dominate the jungle." "Humph." Lin Fo snorted coldly. "I hope you can restrain yourself a bit. Third grandpa, Qin Shen is Mayor's boyfriend, and they have a good relationship. He definitely won't act recklessly." Lin Yuyan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lin Fo looked at her and sighed slightly. All right, we need to unite now and cannot have internal strife." The old lady took out a pile of account books and said, "Currently, the most vicious one is that Chung Feng kid. He is trying to collude with Tang Yuan to swallow our Shadow City. Let me describe the situation. The profits from the black market have plummeted because other brands' potions have no sales, and customers have all gone to Chung Feng." Hearing this, Lin Yuyan frowned and thought, "Can we widen the smuggling channels to reduce the transportation costs of other brands' potions?" The old lady shook her head and said, "It wouldn't make much sense. Even if we lower the costs, the profits that merchants can get won't be high. Because the customers have long been spoiled by Tang Yuan, they won't even look at potions of poor quality." "Ahem." Qin Shen lightly coughed and said, "Since Tang Yuan has cut off our potion sources, we need to find a way to break the deadlock from them." "What do you mean?" Lin Yuyan asked curiously. Qin Shen explained, "Those supporting Lin Chengfeng definitely won't be the entire Tang Yuan company, but certain members of the management." The old lady pushed up her glasses and asked, "How do you know?" "Because any channel for potion outflow is gnawing at the interests of the shareholders." Qin Shen explained, "Shareholders won't allow their dividends to be harmed, and they won't let Lin Chengfeng dominate alone. This counterattack should only be the management's behind-the-scenes maneuver, and they very likely kept the shareholders in the dark. So, we need to expose the truth to the public and let the internal strife begin in Tingyuan?" Lin Youyan's mind sparked, and she immediately guessed what Qin Shen was thinking. "Yes, since they want to incite chaos within the Lin family, we will use their own tactics against them and create chaos in Tingyuan as well." Qin Shen added, "We can hold an unprecedented grand competition at the Beast Arena, inviting all major forces from Xingyue City to participate. They all hold shares in Tingyuan to varying degrees. At that time, we will reveal the actions of the management in front of everyone." "Hold a competition?" The old lady seemed puzzled and said, "To attract the attention of the entire city, we need a sufficiently sensational gimmick." Qin Shen pointed to himself, confidently stating, "I am the gimmick. Have you heard? Titan is setting up a challenge at the Beast Arena. Whoever defeats him can take his place." "Pfft, it's just a marketing ploy. How many people at his level can actually beat him? You don't understand, do you? The arena he sets up is for no-holds-barred combat. As long as you have enough connections, you can even bring a group of strong fighters to gang up on him. If that's the case, there really is a chance of winning." In the streets and alleys of Xingyue City, beast masters gathered to discuss this news. They were all eager, calling friends and allies, wanting to showcase their skills in the arena. If they could replace Titan, wealth would come rolling in, rewriting their destinies in one fell swoop. The major forces also received invitations from the Lin family one after another, preparing to set off for the event. Since Lin Chan hadn't shown up for a long time, the heads of various families wanted to meet their old rival and probe his strengths and weaknesses. Feng family manor. "Grandpa, I've already taken leave from the military camp. Let me go to Shadow City this time," Feng Yuling said anxiously. Feng Shouwen shook his head. "No, Yuxuan just escaped a few days ago. You need to take good care of her." But sister is fine." Feng Yuling mumbled, "She eats well and sleeps well. She doesn't look like someone who has been abducted at all." "Humph, the culprit who abducted her hasn't been found yet." Feng Shouwen snorted coldly and scolded, "You are an officer in the city defense army. Instead of thinking about helping your sister take revenge, you're thinking about causing trouble for others. If Yuxuan gets angry with you, I won't help you." Although she had been abducted, his granddaughter had no injuries and no psychological scars. She was just infatuated with Qin Chen, constantly talking about how great he was. Hearing this, Feng Yuling felt a bit annoyed. He couldn't stand his sister mentioning that brat all day long, which was why he wanted to find an opportunity to vent his frustration. Now that Qin Chen had set up the challenge, how could he miss it? Go see what Yuxuan is doing. If she gets unhappy, I'll come after you. Feng Shouwen casually dismissed his grandson. Sigh, I understand, Grandpa. Feng Yuling had no choice but to leave the study with his head down. Just as he closed the door, a small hand pulled him over. Brother, do you want to go to Shadow City? Feng Yuxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if she had some plan in mind. Feng Yuling numbly nodded and said, Grandpa won't let me go, so I can only stay here with you. I have a way, but brother has to agree to my conditions. Feng Yuxuan smiled, resembling Qin Chen a bit. You can't have a conflict with Qin Chen, you can't interfere with my conversations with him, and you have to help us cover up. Feng Yuling was a bit speechless and said, I'm going to Shadow City to fight Qin Chen. If you don't let me fight him, why should I go? Sparring and fighting are not the same. I won't oppose you exchanging combat experiences with him. Feng Yuxuan said casually, anyway, Grandpa will let me go. If you don't agree to the conditions, you'll just have to stay at home obediently. Only in front of Qin Chen does Miss Feng act cute and charming, obedient and sensible. At all other times, she remains that willful and headstrong little princess. Alright, brother promises you. Feng Yuling had no choice but to respond. A triumphant smile appeared on Feng Yuxuan's face as she leisurely walked towards the study. Lin Qingfeng's residence. What's going on here? Lin Qingdong scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, the black market crisis is getting worse, and instead of looking for supplies, they're holding some ridiculous competition? Could it be that they're using this opportunity to stimulate the black market business? Lin Yuxian offered a perspective. Listening to the conversation between the father and son, Lin Qingfeng slowly said, things won't be that simple. A black market without supplies is useless no matter how much you stimulate it. They might be looking for help from external forces. That would be funny. Lin Qingdong showed a disdainful smile and said, they previously blamed us for siding with Ting Yuan, and now they're doing this kind of thing. Lin Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, call over all the experts you know, let them infiltrate the competition teams, and it would be best if Qin Chen dies on his own stage. Right, that way, Lin Yuyan will have nothing to say, she won't even find a target for revenge. Lin Yuxian said excitedly. He had been slapped in the face by Qin Chen several times and couldn't wait for that guy to die sooner. I happen to know a private in the city defense army. I heard he has some conflicts with Qin Chen recently. Lin Yuxian took out his phone, revealing a sinister smile. Xingyue City, Reverse Scale Division. Gao Rui looked at the invitation in confusion and asked, This must be sent to the wrong place, right? Shadow City is inviting me to watch the competition? If the Reverse Scale organization is the stronghold against evil, then Shadow City is the stinking ditch that harbors it. The Lin family inviting the director of Reverse Scale to watch the competition is like a mouse inviting a cat over. It's absurd. The stylishly dressed beauty, Mu Siyue, shook her head and said, Director, it has your name on it, they specifically invited you. This is really strange. What is the Lin family up to? Cao Rui was somewhat baffled. Last time they sent over Wang Miao's corpse, claiming to help us eliminate traitors, and now they're sending someone to invite me. Maybe the Lin family wants to clear their name and stop going down the wrong path? Mu Siyue speculated. Gao Rui shook his head, not agreeing with this viewpoint. Once a wealthy family gets involved in darkness, it's hard to shake it off. Unless they cut off their ties and clean up all related industries. But Shadow City has never been clean. It was born to harbor the evils of Xingyue City. Mu Siyue nodded. I understand. So what is the director's decision? Of course we should go. I've been leading the Reverse Scale Division for a few years now, and this is the first time I've received an invitation from the Lin family. Let's treat it as an investigation. Gao Rui said as he put the invitation into the drawer. Mu Siyue quickly noted down the itinerary and said, Director, I've organized the information on Titan and sent it to your email. Hey, you're quite efficient. Gao Rui smiled and casually opened the email. But the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. His expression instantly stiffened. This guy, isn't he the one who saved me that night? While the outside world was bustling, Qin Chen had already returned to his residence, preparing for his promotion. To be safe, he needed to reach C3 level before the competition started. My current combat power is on par with B1 level, even facing B2 level experts, I can easily protect myself. Qin Chen drank a bottle of his homemade potion and began to mobilize the energy and blood within him. Once I promote to C3 level, my combat power will rise another tier, allowing me to contend with B2 level. The raging energy and blood began to burn, and a tremendous beastly power instantly filled the entire room. That's right, Qin Shen used the most brutal blood-burning technique on himself, burning his vital energy completely clean, and then turned the situation around from the brink of despair. A non-human growl escaped from Qin Shen's throat, his muscles rapidly swelling, even the veins standing out prominently. It hurt, it definitely hurt, but it was nothing compared to the pain of betrayal. Every time Qin Shen thought of his comrades who died tragically in his own gruesome end, an endless rage surged within him, suppressing the physical pain fiercely. Swish, the beast power in the room instantly surged back into Qin Shen's body, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from him. C3, achieved. Beast Transformist, Qin Shen Beast Transformation Form, Titan Giant Ape Level, C3 Strength, 140 Speed, 121 Defense, 80 Vitality, 9100 Gene Abilities, Dual Toxins, Iron Spike Armor, Berserk Thunder, Body Regeneration, Nether Stealth, Explosive Force, Soul Capturing Melody, Black Gold Giant Soldier, Heartfire Eruption. Extraordinary abilities, Super Gravity, Titan Body, Dragon Ape Transformation. Closing the personal panel, Qin Shen pondered. Defending the arena is a long-term battle, requiring a sufficiently fast recovery speed of beast power. My offensive and defensive capabilities are complete, but I lack a means to recover beast power. I can only look for it in the gene treasury. He currently had over 3,000 gene coins, originally intending to save up to 5,000 to buy something good. However, with the urgent need for new abilities, there was no need to save anymore. Anyway, I still have to go to Frostwind City to clear out the Iron Arm ant swarm in a while, and I can still accumulate fragments then. With this thought, Qin Shen opened the gene treasury and began to browse carefully. There were quite a few genes at the 3000 tier, mostly strange creatures recorded in various civilizations. For example, the black wind bear monster, Peepa scorpion, and white-haired mouse from Eastern mythology, the minotaur and stone bat from Western legends. They were not ranked by the strength of their legendary status, but purely priced according to the strength of their gene abilities. After searching for a while, Qin Shen finally locked onto a gene, dandelion worm. This gene possesses the ability of insect species parasitism, allowing me to condense the insect species with beast power and implant it into the target's body. It can both mark the enemy's location and absorb beast power, transferring it to me. As Qin Shen read the description, he exchanged for it. After a flicker of light, he grasped this ability. Genes at 3,000 coins are indeed different. Although they can't fight directly, their auxiliary abilities are top-notch. Qin Shen couldn't help but praise. My abilities are now comprehensive enough to handle this arena match. Dai Hong, sipping a drink, said somewhat dejectedly, "Why didn't the captain bring us along for such a big event? Bring you along to die?" Li Zhenda retorted, "The captain has to face the city's top experts. We wouldn't just be a burden, we might not even survive a second." Then I'll go be a cheerleader, cheering for the captain," Dai Hong said stubbornly. "Go wash your face. You still want to be a cheerleader? Don't disgust our captain." A voice full of vigor suddenly rang out, causing Dai Hong to quickly adjust his posture. The female Tyrannosaurus had arrived, and he didn't want to get beaten. Lin Wanru poured a drink and said lightly, "We are shadow guards, we can't expose our identities. If you dare to mess up the captain's plan, I'll be the first to beat you to death." Okay, no more jokes," Dai Hong quickly said. "The captain is your great benefactor, and also my great benefactor. I definitely won't mess up the plan." "That's more like it. Just watch the captain's performance when the time comes." Lin Wanru nodded. Since her throat was healed, her attitude towards Qin Shen had improved a lot, almost treating him as her second most important benefactor. "Actually, I always feel that the captain is a bit arrogant." Li Zhengde mustered his courage and asked, "With so many experts in the city, what if they engage in a wheel battle and deliberately exhaust the captain's stamina?" "Oldly, you still don't understand the captain," Duan Feng explained. "There are many experts in Xingyue City, but that doesn't mean they will all participate in the competition. First, the B3 level strong ones are the leaders of various factions, with high status and won't lower themselves to participate, they will only be spectators. Secondly, the B2 level experts are the elite figures of the major factions. Even if they participate, they will only spar with the captain, keeping it light. They have their pride and won't fight to the death with the commoners. Finally, there are the B1 level and C3 level beastmasters. They are the true enemies the captain has to face. You've watched the Beast Tide videos a few times. Do you think the captain would be afraid of them surrounding him? Li Jingde suddenly understood, so as long as there are no enemies above B2 level, the captain is invincible. Exactly, so trust him. Duan Feng smiled and added, "Hurry and buy some food and drinks. I'll bring your sister-in-law over tomorrow to watch the match together." "Alright, old Dai and I will go later." Li Zhengde grinned. Looking at the room full of people, Lin Wanru felt a strange sensation in her heart. She had been lonely and friendless before, living a cycle of escorting supplies, drinking, sleeping, escorting supplies. But now, she had new benefactors, new teammates, and a new life goal. This kind of life is really good. Lin Wanru drank her beverage, silently reflecting. Welcome to the Guardian battle. Brilliant lights converged at a point, and Dian stood in the center of the arena, passionately shouting into the microphone. He was the star host of the Xingyue City TV station, specially invited to host this unprecedented event. Whoa! A wave of passionate horns sounded in the arena, like the battle song of desert cavalry charging forward. The audience was incredibly enthusiastic, their faces filled with excitement as they rose to cheer. Titan invincible, Titan invincible. Many people dressed in black and gold jackets shouted in unison. It was clear they were true fans of Qin Shen, not only purchasing expensive tickets to enter but also wearing matching support outfits. Dian raised his left hand to signal the audience to calm down. He pretended to be mysterious and asked, "Our Xingyue city has produced a genius young man. He is only 18 years old but has quickly grown into a C3 level strongman. He faced the beast tide alone in the wilderness and even snatched treasures from the Beast King, escaping unscathed. Who do you think he is? A host is a host, deliberately building suspense to reignite the atmosphere. Titan, Titan, Titan." As a result, even the non-fans in the audience began to shout in unison. The entire arena was deafening, the shouts rising like waves. Seeing this scene, the major factions were extremely shocked. They hadn't expected Titan's influence to be so great. Today is the day Titan sets the stage. Dian's tone was passionate as he introduced, anyone can challenge the stage, regardless of origin, age, or level. You can use any means during the competition because this is a no-rules fight without referees or supervision. Good. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in fervent shouts. This was the match they wanted to see, bloody enough, thrilling enough, and brutal enough. Dian paused, waiting for the audience to calm down before continuing. To be honest, I've hosted many competitions, but this is the first time I've seen such rich and enticing rewards. As long as you defeat Titan, you will receive 300 million in cash, 5 pieces of high-level beast bones, and 5% of Tingyuan's shares. As soon as the rewards were announced, the entire arena was in an uproar. This is an overwhelming fortune. 300 million in cash goes without saying, and high-grade beast bones are a valuable but rare commodity, one can't even buy them if they wanted to. This time, they brought 5 pieces. Especially the last of the Tingyuan shares. Anyone holding 1% can live worry-free for life just from dividends. The Lin family made a move for 5%, which should be all the Tingyuan shares they held. Has the Lin family gone mad, putting out so much money to hype up Titan? Hype? They're making money. Do you know how much the tickets for this event sold for? How much can tickets earn? The audience is just double what it usually is. Full, the electronic tickets sold online went nationwide. The money has long flowed into their pockets like water. Do you even understand the value of Titan? In the audience, countless discussions erupted, some in awe, others envious. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man with a large belly frowned deeply. Back then, I wanted to pay a high price to acquire shares, and Lin Chan was the first to oppose it. Why is it so easy to bring them out now? Lin Changfeng felt a bit restrained and said, "Mr. Chang, my father might be looking to exchange for help from other forces. These shares should be the payment." "Oh, then send someone to kill Titan and take that 5% of the shares." Cheng Xiaoming said slowly, "The shareholders meeting has too much control. I must hold more shares and have more say." It was clear that this guy was the Tingyuan executive behind Lin Changfeng. "Understood, Mr. Chang, I won't let you down." Lin Changfeng's attitude was very humble. After all, Cheng Xiaoming was the benefactor who would help him make a comeback, and he absolutely could not be negligent. Dang dang dang! A series of urgent bells rang out madly. Upon hearing this sound, the audience collectively held their breath and closed their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fervor, eagerly wanting to see that rising star. A young figure walked out from backstage, instantly enveloped by 10 beams of spotlight. "Titan is here, invincible!" The fan group shouted first, among them were old and young, men and women, all cheering for Qin Shen in unison. So handsome, even without such high strength, he could do well just based on his looks. Indeed, and that model-like physique, I'm drooling. The wealthy ladies whispered among themselves, men like Qin Shen were exactly their heart's desire. Looking at the sea of people, Qin Shen felt only a soaring battle spirit. He was used to grand scenes and wouldn't feel nervous. After all, nothing could compare to a sky full of interstellar battleships. Today was just a small arena battle. He would control the situation and thoroughly establish Titan's reputation. Qin Shen stepped down with his right foot, and a tremendous beastly power surged forth. The black gold ape beast descended the next second and roared angrily at the crowd. Titan is here, who dares to fight me? Everyone was stunned by this roar, and the arena fell into a rare silence that lasted for 5 seconds. But soon, the noisy discussions erupted again. So domineering, a real man should be like this. My heart is racing so fast, my legs are a bit weak. I want to become such a strong person in the future, it's truly impressive. Qin Chen looked around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the audience, and asked lightly, are there so many cowards in Xingyue City? I have entered the arena, where are the challengers? The audience could hardly wait to see the match and shouted in unison, where are the challengers? Where are the challengers? The shouts soared to the sky, deafening. The Cave Heaven team is willing to take the lead. The entrance for the contestants slowly opened, revealing a fierce hunting team before everyone. There were 5 of them, all rugged men, looking very formidable. We missed the chance to face you back in Zhouhu City. The leading man slowly said, today we must witness the might of the Titan. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them transformed into giant leopards with varying fur colors. They lined up from left to right, instantly forming an attacking formation. 5 leopards, are you brothers? Qin Chen asked curiously while summoning his black gold giant stick, and you're all C3 level, quite impressive. We 5 brothers advance and retreat together, naturally maintaining consistent strength. The black leopard spoke human words and was the first to spit out a thick, pitch-black liquid towards Qin Chen. Take this. Negative energy. Upon seeing this, some in the audience began to shout. I've seen this move in the wilderness. It can invade the bodies of beast transformers and dissolve their organs at incredible speed. What a vicious ability. I thought these strong men would fight fairly. The wilderness never adheres to martial ethics. As long as you can survive, what does it matter if the ability is treacherous? Let's see how the Titan responds. I think the Titan is so large that it should be hard to dodge this move. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning surged around the giant ape, the crackling sounds drawing everyone's attention. He swung his giant stick, and dazzling golden light radiated in all directions. Ziz, the negative beast power had just entered a 5-meter range around Qin Chen when it was tightly enveloped by the flashing lightning. They even formed a ball of lightning, wildly dissipating the negative energy within. Good technique. The lightning's adhesive power is strong enough to completely restrict the movement of the negative beast power. In the VIP room, a mysterious old man nodded in praise, saying, this kid is quick-witted, he figured out the best solution so fast. The middle-aged man beside the old man looked puzzled and asked, couldn't he just dodge the negative energy? Why waste lightning to restrict it? Fool, the flying speed of the negative beast power is relatively slow. It clearly sacrifices speed for tracking ability. If you dodge once, you'll have to dodge a second and third time. The old man's expression was quite disappointed as he said, I told you to watch and learn, but you never listened to me. The middle-aged man felt a bit awkward and had to turn his gaze back to the arena. Whoosh! Amidst the flashing golden light, Qin Chen took the initiative to strike. His speed instantly reached its peak, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages. Second brother, you attack too. The black leopard roared angrily, turning to spit out negative energy behind him. The giant ape's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already run behind them. I see. The fully crimson giant leopard opened its mouth, spewing forth endless flames, the air distorted by the intense heat. Bang! The negative beast power was actually knocked away by a single strike, bouncing back towards the black leopard. Not only that, but Qin Chen also swung his giant stick through the raging flames towards the other 3 leopards. He possessed the Titan body, which allowed him to reduce high damage when facing elemental energy. Mere flames could hardly singe a few hairs. Seeing this, the red leopard was dumbfounded. Although its red fire couldn't be said to be the strongest, it was at least a well-known presence in the wilderness. How could the Titan simply ignore it? As the giant ape charged towards them, the other 3 leopards immediately activated their extraordinary beast powers. Hoof! Qin Chen sneered, abruptly twisting his steps, easily dodging the 3 attacks while forcefully changing the direction of his giant stick's sweep. Bang! While the red leopard was still pondering how the giant ape could ignore its red fire, its beast body was suddenly struck by immense force, violently thrown away. Damn it! The black leopard roared and quickly charged at Qin Chen. He was experienced and could tell at a glance the power of that last strike. His second brother would at least have 3 ribs broken, and the internal injuries were even harder to estimate. Impressive, resolving an opponent in less than 20 seconds. Cut it out, Titan is just warming up. If he goes all out, he could take care of all 5 of them in 20 seconds. He has figured out the feint. The opponent's reaction speed simply can't match his strike speed. A cheer erupted from the audience, as this was Titan's impressive start. The commentator, Diane, exaggeratedly said, Mr. Red Leopard has already fallen and is spitting blood. he is the first casualty of this arena battle. Let's give him a round of applause to congratulate him on his new achievement. Ha ha ha, still a limited edition achievement. The audience burst into loud laughter, clapping sporadically. Hearing the mockery from outside the ring, Red Leopard couldn't steady his mind and spat out another mouthful of blood. Damn it! I was only distracted for a second, and he seized the opportunity. We can now see that Black Panther, under the cover of the other three, has successfully closed in on Titan. It seems he wants to initiate a close combat. Diane kept a close eye on the situation in the arena, explaining to the audience, this move is really not wise, as Titan is huge and has a significant advantage in close combat. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted in the arena. Qin Shen had tightly grabbed Black Panther by the neck and was smashing him down onto the ground, even cracking the hard surface. Get lost! Qin Shen suddenly threw Black Panther away and kicked in midair, sending him flying towards his injured second brother. Bang! The two injured leopard beasts collided, both letting out a wail. Nice! In less than 10 seconds, Titan has taken down another opponent. Diane exclaimed, speaking into the microphone, Mr. Black Panther has paid a heavy price for his poor decision-making. It's truly a pity. Pfft, the audience quickly booed, mocking Black Panther's foolish actions. This is hilarious. If he had just used his beast power honestly, he could have lasted a bit longer. This is what you call overestimating oneself. Qin Shen planted the black gold giant stick on the ground and slowly looked at the remaining three leopard beasts. Your big brother and second brother are both seriously injured. How about I make it easier for you and let all 5 of you share the hardship? No, no, no. The 3 leopard beasts quickly retreated, saying, our team has already experienced your strength. We surrender in this arena battle. With the most experienced leader and second-in-command heavily injured, if they resisted stubbornly, they would meet the same fate. Hearing this, Qin Shen nodded. You guys are quite agreeable. I won't go too hard on you. Alright. Thank you for your mercy, big boss. They quickly transformed back into human form and helped their 2 brothers up. If you're free next week, come visit Camp No. 9. Qin Shen casually said before the Cave Heaven team left. The layout in the wilderness should begin soon. This team isn't bad. Black Panther nodded with difficulty. Thank you for your appreciation, big boss. We will definitely go. The first arena battle took less than 2 minutes. The winner is Titan. Diane excitedly announced into the microphone, this was an easy warm-up match. 5C3 level strongmen couldn't do anything against our Titan. Next, who wants to be the second challenger? The audience cheered again. Although the first match wasn't very exciting, it was understandable for a warm-up battle to be a bit bland. They were more looking forward to the upcoming offensive and defensive showdown, as those greedy individuals were already itching to move. I'll come and have a go at you. A young figure suddenly stood up from the VIP seats, sounding somewhat disdainful. The Cave Heaven team is a bunch of cowards and fools. You are also a name-dropper. I will show you what a true strongman is. Facing such provocation, Qin Shen curiously asked, may I ask, who are you? I am Wu Ziqing from the Wu family, the leader of the No. 7 group of the City Defense Army's Reserve Corps. Wu Ziqing said proudly, clearly a rich kid who had never been beaten up. The Reserve Corps is the new recruit training department of the City Defense Army, where many wealthy young men are sent for rigorous training to lay the foundation for their future development. Feng Yuling is one of those promoted from the Reserve Corps and has successfully attained the rank of corporal. So you're just a team leader? I thought you were some kind of corporal officer, Qin Shen retorted. His words not only mocked Wu Ziqing but also affected a certain young master of the Feng family. Feng Yuling was about to stand up and curse but was forcibly held back by his sister. Brother, you promised me, Miss Feng said in a soft tone. Feng Yuling was furious and quickly whispered, hey, he's provoking you, brother. Who exactly are you a sister to? Just bear with it. Besides, he's not targeting you, Feng Yishuan said, blinking her beautiful eyes and casually comforting him. Seeing his sister's double standards, Feng Yuling could only vow in his heart, I'll beat that guy to death later. On the other side, Wu Ziqing was already red-faced with anger from Qin Shen's words. I am the team leader of the Reserve Corps, and you are just a stinky thug from an underground force. Where do you get the courage to mock me? What's wrong with being a thug? Qin Shen shrugged and said, your ancestors also started from the mud, who is more noble than whom? As soon as these words came out, Wu Ziqing was completely enraged and jumped directly from the VIP seat into the arena. Dare to insult the Wu family, I will crush your skull. Roar! A beastly roar that could shake the mountains echoed, buzzing in the audience's ears, leaving them deaf for several seconds. Before Qin Shen appeared a majestic giant lion. Its fur was gray, its throat bones protruding, and it exuded a strange aura. My friend Feng Yuling has already attained the rank of corporal. Qin Shen deliberately disturbed his opponent's focus. As a fellow C3 level, why are you still in the reserve corps? When did I become his friend? Although Feng Yuling was a bit confused, he was still quite pleased. This kid finally said something sensible. I'll go easy on him when I beat him later. Wu Ziqing's eyes flared with anger, seemingly hit at a sore spot. What does it have to do with you? Go die! The giant lion roared to the sky, its beastly power stacking up, and the surrounding air instantly stagnated. This was a sign before the release of a powerful move. Wu Ziqing was coming in with deadly intent. The entire audience held their breath, eager to see what this guy was going to do. Qin Shen gripped his black gold giant stick, assuming a defensive stance. His opponent trained in the city defense army, so his combat skills were certainly qualified. He couldn't treat this like dealing with a hunter. Lion's heart shock. Wu Ziqing roared, and overwhelming beastly power surged forward. In an instant, countless sound waves burst forth from the lion's mouth, rushing towards Qin Shen at incredible speed, impossible to evade. You roar. I roar too. Seeing this, Qin Shen refused to back down and directly unleashed his soul-devouring melody. The two giant beasts did not engage in close combat nor exchanged beastly power blows but instead unleashed sound waves of different effects to strike their opponent. When Wu Ziqing heard the vast ocean-like song, his internal energy surged, and the beastly power wildly reversed. On the other side, Qin Shen also faced the impact of the lion's heart shock, his heart racing rapidly, seemingly about to stop. It can actually affect my heart. This ability is a bit perverse. Qin Shen endured the discomfort within and struggled against the influence of the lion's heart shock. Wu Ziqing spat blood but still laughed maniacally. With the lion's heart shock, you are undoubtedly doomed. Wait for your heart to fail. Ha, you are foolishly naive. Qin Shen thought for a moment and then punched fiercely at his own heart, countless bolts of thunder crazily drilling into his chest. If I wasn't sure, how could I easily take your move? Bang bang bang. One punch, two punches, three punches. The heart of the giant ape, which was about to stop beating, was forcibly reactivated by the thunder. Witnessing such an astonishing scene, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The Titan had actually performed a very crude cardiac pacing technique on himself, using immense strength and thunder to forcibly activate his heartbeat, dismantling the effects of the lion heart shock. Seeing Qin Shen safe and sound, Feng Yuxuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly said to her brother, I told you, Qin Shen will definitely not fail. You're right, this guy really is tough. Feng Yuling said, stunned. Perhaps only Qin Shen would dare to use thunder to perform cardiac pacing on himself. If he didn't control it well, his heart could very well explode. To be able to be so ruthless to oneself is definitely a top-tier potential stock. The mysterious old man sighed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly leaned down and asked, should I go make contact with him? No rush, he is a hidden dragon, and one day he will soar. Shadow City cannot hold him. In the center of the arena, Qin Shen revealed a terrifying smile. Wu Ziqing, I am safe now. It's your turn to struggle in your death throes. Impossible, how could the Lionheart shock be so easily broken? Wu Ziqing roared, his eyes filled with suspicion. My extraordinary beast power has never failed. How could you withstand it? Qin Shen coldly laughed and said, never failed. That only shows you have too little combat experience. Swish. As he spoke, the giant ape had already swung its massive club, entwined with serpentine lightning, its attack unmatched. You filthy thing from the sewers, dare to attack? Watch how I slaughter you. The young master of the Wu family narrowed his eyes, his beastly form dodging back, but his mouth spat out a slender bone blade. The bone blade was originally only a dozen centimeters long, but upon contact with the air, it instantly enlarged into a 2-meter-long giant blade. Clang! It hovered in the air, slashing upward, actually rebounding the black gold giant club. Seeing this scene, the audience was astonished. Beast relic! This is definitely a beast relic. Wow, he actually brought out such a treasure to fight in the arena. Won't he be robbed by others? If Wu Ziqing can survive, I'll go follow him for a while. The beast relic is actually another way to utilize beast remains. Because the time required to absorb beast remains is too long, the strong have collectively developed the method of bone relic creation, which means giving up on absorbing the power of the remains and instead crafting the beast remains into weapons imbued with divine abilities, allowing the wielder to unleash their power. However, the threshold for bone relic creation is quite high, requiring extremely complete top-tier beast remains, which ordinary forces cannot afford. The Death Imprint soul banner that Qin Shen had long coveted was made from the wingbone of the Bat King. Wu Ziqing is in trouble. He exposed the beast relic in front of everyone, and he will surely face heavy assassination attempts in the future. Feng Yuling clicked her tongue in admiration. Feng Yuxuan propped her chin and said, then I hope he dies in the arena, just in time to leave the beast relic for Qin Shen. Hearing his sister's words, Feng Yuling frowned and asked, Wu Ziqing was quite nice to you when you were young, why do you wish for him to die? That was in the past, now that he dares to insult Qin Shen, he deserves to die. A trace of malice and resentment flashed in Feng Yuxuan's eyes, startling even her own brother. How has Qin Shen influenced Yuxuan like this? I need to confront him about it, Feng Yuling pondered silently. The mighty elephant bone blade. So this beast relic, known for its ultimate brute force, has fallen into the hands of you, a reserve soldier? Relying on his memories from his previous life, Qin Shen quickly recognized the origins of the beast relic. Wu Ziqing was somewhat suspicious and quickly asked, You actually know it? What exactly is your identity? This bone blade was secretly crafted by someone his father entrusted, and it was one of the trump cards of the Wu family. Due to Wu Ziqing entering the military camp and occasionally training outside the city, his father handed him the bone blade for self-defense. Titan, clearly just an underground thug, why could he see through it at a glance? My identity is simple, that is, the one who will kill you and seize your treasure. Qin Shen sneered, and the giant stick in his hand suddenly grew several times larger, instantly transforming into a black gold giant pillar. Boom! The giant pillar, charged with thunder, pressed down with the force of a landslide. The brilliant golden light and the crystalline blue lightning reflected off each other, illuminating the arena as if it were a fairyland in broad daylight. Wu Ziqing was startled by the sudden attack and hurriedly activated the bone blade to counter the giant pillar. He himself stomped fiercely on the ground, using the giant pillar to conceal his figure, and attacked Qin Shen from a strange angle. Today, I will step over your corpse and ask everyone, who is the true young genius? Do you deserve to be called a genius? Qin Shen's right arm shook, and he suddenly hurled the black gold giant pillar into the air, forcing it to entangle the bone blade with all its might. Meanwhile, he faced the enemy barehanded, turning to meet the challenge. Bang! The lion's claw and the ape's fist collided with a thunderous crash, sending a wave of force exploding from the center. Qin Shen reacted extremely quickly. As soon as the fistfight ended, he seamlessly closed in on the enemy. Hiss! The black-red spike on his elbow instantly pierced into the giant lion's shoulder, leaving a blood hole about 5 centimeters wide. Ow! Wu Ziqing cried out in pain. His defense was decent. How could he be so easily pierced by an inconspicuous black spike? Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Shen pursued the attack. He first turned his head to dodge the giant lion's bite, then unleashed a heavy punch charged with thunder. Bang! The thunderous sparks exploded, and the left side of the giant lion's face was already charred and swollen, a sight too gruesome to behold. Damn it! Wu Ziqing was in agony, and the beastly power surged in his throat again. If I use lion's heart shock one more time, I don't believe you can still be fine. Explode! Qin Shen did not dodge, merely whispering. The giant lion, which had been poised to attack, suddenly leaned back and fell over, as if struck by an invisible uppercut. Did you see that? Why did the giant lion suddenly fall? It must be that Titan's momentum was too strong, scaring that guy down. It can't be that mystical, it was just an attack left by the giant ape that exploded inside the opponent with a delay. In the audience, there were both naive newcomers and sharp-eyed experts, and through their conversation, the doubts in the match were clarified. This guy actually has abilities I've never seen before. Feng Yuling was puzzled. Could it be that Qin Shen could absorb bones continuously for 24 hours? Back in the arena, Qin Shen grabbed the giant lion by the neck, his right fist striking like lightning. Every punch he threw was like a heavy artillery shell, unmatched in power, quickly turning the giant lion into a grotesque sight, more terrifying than a hellish demon. Ow! Being beaten so brutally by Qin Shen, Wu Ziqing's head was already spinning. He wildly swung his massive lion claw but couldn't even touch a single hair on Qin Shen. Seeing such a critical moment, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up from the VIP seats. Young master, quickly use the bone blade, don't fight him in close combat. The man shouted desperately, his expression anxious. The Wu family had only sent him, the steward, to accompany Wu Ziqing to the meeting, clearly not giving much face to the Lin family. Hearing the steward's loud call, Wu Ziqing suddenly woke up. Beastly power surged around him, seemingly trying to push the giant ape away. But Qin Shen's steps were steady. He immediately countered with beastly power, his large hands still firmly gripping the opponent's neck. You dog, get away from me! Wu Ziqing was anxious, cursing loudly. He vaguely sensed the killing intent from the giant ape and just wanted to escape quickly. Qin Shen immediately retaliated with a punch as a response. This strike was charged with the most violent thunder, igniting even the fur on the giant lion with the heat of the lightning. Mighty elephant force slash. Wu Ziqing was taken aback, quickly activating the relic. The bone blade, entangled with the black gold giant staff, immediately cleaved through the air, emanating an endless aura of immense power. The ability of the barbarian elephant bone blade was singular, summarized as a buildup for a single strike. The longer it fought, the more power coiled around the blade, and when it struck, it was like countless wild giant elephants charging forward, with no object able to withstand it. Oh no, Titan can't turn in time. This strike can only be blocked by someone above B3 level. Titan is in danger. It won't happen. I believe in Titan. Even if he can't block it, he will definitely be able to dodge. One of the characteristics of beast relics is that they are extremely difficult to evade. When they activate, you either shatter them head-on or use your own beast relic to counterattack. I didn't expect that in just the second match, the giant ape would die under the blade. Defending the arena is simply a joke. The audience murmured, their hearts in their throats. Bang! The thunderous punch struck the giant lion's temple first, knocking Wu Ziqing into a daze. Listening to the howling wind behind him, Qin Shen's expression was unusually calm. His arm muscles bulged, and the giant ape's divine power surged forth, lifting the unconscious giant lion over his head and blocking it in front of him. Swish, the bone blade, wielding the power of a wild beast, swung down, but in the next second, it severed its owner's head. Staring at the blood-spraying headless beast body, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Master! Master! The steward of the Wu family looked panicked, his legs already weak and powerless, falling from his seat. With his own master dying in the arena, his fate would surely not be any better. Titan is invincible. After the silence, the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Borrowing your knife to kill you, truly worthy of Titan. So decisive and efficient. When he says he'll kill you, he means it. Our brother Titan never talks nonsense. What a decisive and talented young man. The commentator, Diane, echoed throughout the arena, it's a pity that Mr. Wu died under his own beast relic. Let us mourn for him. The audience laughed heartily, showing no respect for the deceased. They were not saints. Those who came to watch the match were all seeking bloody thrills. Instead of mourning for Wu Ziqing, they would rather reward Titan. Winning 2 matches in a row, Titan remains unscathed. Who can rival him? Diane passionately spoke into the microphone. The exciting match will continue shortly. The staff needs to clean the arena, so please wait a moment. Carrying the now shrunken bone blade, Qin Shen quickly walked backstage. Lin Mei hurriedly draped a towel over him, softly asking, "Did your heart hurt when you took that hit from him just now?" While others were concerned about whether Titan could win, only the young woman cared about whether Qin Shen was happy or in pain. Qin Shen took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, not painful or itchy." Hearing this, Lin Mei breathed a sigh of relief, getting up to massage his shoulders and relax his muscles. Qin Shen squinted his eyes, enjoying a moment of peace. Power Gene *3, Speed Gene *3, Heartquake Gene *4, can enhance related abilities. Gray Fur Gene *50 has been acquired. Recalling the system prompt after Wu Ziqing's death, Qin Shen decided to use the Heartquake gene for enhancement. Soul-shattering melody. Enhancing the song can cause enemies to suffer from blood agitation, beast power backlash, and heart failure simultaneously. In the past, the soul-shattering melody could only be released when the enemy attacked for maximum effect, but now, the Heartquake melody has heart failure capabilities, and releasing it actively isn't bad. I've gained an additional offensive move. With the enhancement complete, Qin Shen picked up the bone blade to examine it. Although it's a good item, I don't use blades, so there's no need to keep it. Gene System, Begin Analysis. The bone of the barbarian elephant leg possesses Barbarian Strength Gene *10, can activate Gene Ability, Strength Gene *10, Speed Gene *2, Long Hair Gene *200. Activate. Qin Shen thought to himself. After a flicker of dim light, he gained a new gene ability. Barbarian Elephant Power Slash, can accumulate power during battle and then unleash a strike with extreme brute force. Once the power slash is unleashed, it is like a herd of barbarian elephants charging forward, unstoppable among peers. Not bad. I can release this ability in the form of a hand blade or arm blade, very suitable for a finishing move. Qin Shen pondered further, silently thinking, I already have more than 10 gene abilities, and some of the power hasn't even had a chance to be used. If only I could combine them. Ding ding ding. The bell rang urgently, reminding the champion to enter the arena quickly. Mayor, go prepare some food for me. I'll be back to eat later, Qin Shen said as he stood up. Beastmasters expend a lot of energy during battles, and eating is a great way to replenish it. Lin Mei nodded quickly and picked up the towel from the man's shoulder. I'll have someone bring it right away. You just focus on the match. In the VIP section, the Wu family steward was protesting vehemently. Titan killed my young master. Doesn't your Lin family need to give an explanation? Explanation? Lin Fo sneered and said, your young master went down to the arena himself. No one forced him. The arena is a place where fists and feet have no eyes. and life and death are determined by fate. What does it matter if one Wu Ziqing dies? Although he lacked confidence, the Wu family's steward still mustered the courage to speak harshly. Our Wu family is not to be trifled with. Titan must pay with his life today. The Wu family had risen as a new power in Xingyue City in recent years, and their relationship with the Lin family was quite ordinary, even looking down on the Shadow City hidden underground. Ha ha ha. Hearing this harsh talk, others from different factions laughed. A small Wu family dares to threaten the Lin family. Old man Lin Fo, are you being too low-key? Humph. Lin Fo showed dissatisfaction and waved his hand, shouting, throw this guy out and inform the Wu family to come collect the body. The steward was grabbed by the guards, but he shouted loudly, my young master is a member of the City Defense Army, he has died unjustly, and the Reserve Corps will definitely come looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Fo indeed felt a bit troubled. The City Defense Army generally does not cooperate with noble families, being an independent force in Xingyue City, and Qin Shen had killed a reserve soldier in front of the entire city, making it impossible to evade responsibility. Seeing Lin Fo's change in expression, the Wu family's steward suddenly gained confidence. Titan killing my young master is a provocation to the Reserve Corps. Our Wu family will report the truth to the City Defense Army and ensure the culprit faces justice. The City Defense Army and the Lord's Office are the top forces in Xingyue City. No other noble family, no matter how large, could compare to them. Although Lin Chan was known as the Hidden City Lord, he still could not be compared to the former two. Shut your mouth. Wu Ziqing is just a reserve soldier, not even officially enlisted. Why should he use the City Defense Army's name to make a fuss? Feng Yuling suddenly stood up. It was clear that this was Feng Yuxuan's strong request for her brother to speak on Qin Shen's behalf. The Wu family's steward was startled and quickly said, reserve soldiers are still soldiers. Does the City Defense Army not care about new recruits? Faced with such a retort, Feng Yuling was instantly left speechless. After all, he himself was a junior officer. He couldn't possibly tarnish the City Defense Army's reputation, could he? You are mistaken. I am just clearing out deserters for the City Defense Army. Qin Shen slowly walked out from backstage and shouted at the VIP section. The first rule of the Reserve Corps Manual, third item, any new recruit who leaves the camp without permission is considered a deserter. Your young master, in order to participate in this arena match, actually chose to desert the camp. As a law-abiding citizen of Xingyue City, what is wrong with killing an enemy? The steward of the Wu family was somewhat flustered and quickly defended himself. What are you talking about? My young master clearly took leave. He is definitely not a deserter. It is now mid-September, a critical time for the training of reserve soldiers, and no new recruits are allowed to take leave, Qin Shen shouted sternly. On what basis does your young master leave the camp? Is his superior instructor surnamed Wu? Upon hearing this, the steward's face turned pale, his hands and feet went weak, clearly struck by the truth of the matter. Using connections and backdoor dealings was a major taboo in the City Defense Army. Once exposed, the individuals involved would face military trial, and the related forces would suffer severe punishment. Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape, this is living evidence. Qin Shen pointed at the Wu family steward. Yes. The guards quickly escorted the man away. Thus, the originally murderous Qin Shen transformed into the exemplary citizen Qin Shen who was combating deserters. The distinguished guests exclaimed in excitement, even clapping sporadically. The Titan was not only incredibly strong but also had exceptional eloquence, easily clearing his name. How does Qin Shen know the new recruit manual? Feng Yuling muttered, I can't even memorize that thing, yet he can recite it like a treasure. Welcome back to the defending championship. Seeing Qin Shen return to the center of the arena, Diane immediately shouted into the microphone. The Dongtian team has surrendered with their tails between their legs, Mr. Wu has already met his demise. Who will be the third challenger? Wu! The audience erupted in fervent cheers, continuing to hype up the arena battle. Titan is the #1 in the world. No one in Xingyue City can compete. That's over the top. The B-class and above experts haven't even made a move. Why is Titan #1? What does it matter to you? If you have the guts, go snatch treasure from the Beast King. Some even began to argue, and a fight broke out, throwing punches and kicks like rowdy spectators at a football match. Let me give you a try. Feng Yuling suddenly stood up. Qin Shen grinned and said, come on, let's spar a bit, just to thank you for your just words earlier. Don't get me wrong, it's just my sister asking me to step in. Feng Yuling jumped down from the VIP seats. To be honest, you really have guts to challenge the whole city. Do you know how many experts are in the City Defense Army? Feng, as a lower officer, do you count as one of those experts? Qin Shen chuckled. After a moment of thought, Feng Yuling said seriously, I can only count as half, so I advise you to hold back a bit. the experts in the army just don't have the time to participate. Thanks for the reminder, but the arena match has already started, so we must finish it. Qin Shen smiled. Perseverance is also one of the characteristics of an expert. Do you think I'm right? That makes sense. You have commendable courage, but I will definitely defeat you. In an instant, Feng Yuling activated his beast transformation, and a gigantic wasp appeared before the audience. Compared to the day of the birthday banquet, the wasp's aura had risen to another level, just a step away from advancing to B class. You've made great progress during this time. Qin Shen deliberately asked, is it because you wanted to compete with me that you trained so hard? Feng Yuling's face darkened, and he cursed, don't be so full of yourself, take this. Although Qin Shen guessed correctly, Feng, being a person who valued face, would certainly refuse to admit it. Void walking. The giant wasp vanished without a trace, causing the entire audience to look around, trying to locate this guy's position. Where did the wasp go? Could it be fleeing before the battle? Feng Yuling is at least a lower officer, he can't be afraid to fight, this is just his extraordinary beast power. I watched the video of the last ruckus at the Feng family birthday banquet. I think Feng Yuling should have grasped some combat insights this time, and he is very likely to win. Qin Shen held a giant stick and surprisingly closed his eyes in front of everyone. What are you doing, looking down on me? Feng Yuling's frantic voice echoed from the void, clearly enraged by Qin Shen's act of closing his eyes. I was just listening to your voice. Qin Shen smiled faintly, and suddenly thrust his giant stick fiercely towards the 7 o'clock direction. What the hell? Feng Yuling was startled by the sudden precise attack, his tone a bit panicked. How did you know I was here? Qin Shen remained silent, lifting his stick again, pointing it directly above his head. You guessed it again? Feng Yuling's tone grew increasingly shocked. The first time he was guessed, he could say it was just luck, but the second time was no small feat. Walking through the void was supposed to be a silent teleportation, absolutely undetectable. What method did Qin Shen use for such precise positioning? With no other choice, Feng Yuling revealed himself and curiously asked, can you tell me how you did it? Having someone crack the extraordinary beast power was no small matter. It could easily be exploited by a deadly rival, so he needed to understand the situation quickly and fill the gaps. That's a secret, I only tell my friends. Qin Shen opened his eyes and chuckled. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Yuling immediately started coughing, lowering his voice. We're friends, aren't we? Didn't you say that to Wu Ziqing? When in need, one must lower their tone. Feng Yuling was always someone who could bend and stretch. What are you saying? I can't hear you clearly. Qin Shen touched his ear. Feng Yuling took a deep breath and shouted, Old Qin, let's continue sparring. It's been a long time since I fought with you, and I really miss it. This guy was quite the actor, immediately pretending to be very familiar with Qin Shen. The audience was a bit confused. There had clearly been friction before they started fighting, so why did it suddenly change? So they are good friends. Then there's no need to watch this match, it must be a friendly spar. Our Titan brother is impressive, even the city defense army's lower ranks come to curry favor. The Feng family is no small force, being able to befriend their direct heir, Titan really has connections. Fans are fans, always able to praise Qin Shen in any situation. Can you tell me now? Feng Yuling pretended to attack and quietly asked. Qin Shen nodded and said, when using void walking, don't flap your wings. That thing vibrates in the void and emits a strong tremor frequency. Ha? Feng Yuling looked confused and said, impossible, I've never heard that. Qin Shen smiled faintly and said, of course, you can't hear it. Currently, I'm the only one who can. In his past life, he had encountered a group of formidable enemies from the Void Star and learned how to counter void powers from them. So before the myriad races descended, Qin Shen was the king of void understanding on Earth. That's ridiculous, why is that? Feng Yuling really didn't know what to say. He had finally found a decent opponent, only to discover that this guy had mastered a technique that specifically countered him. Forget it, I'm not fighting anymore, you're just too good at countering me. It's really disgusting. Feng Yuling instantly reverted from his beast form and turned to leave. Qin Shen waved and laughed. Yuling, remember to invite me to your house as a guest, we are good friends. Feng Yuling stumbled and said irritably, got it, got it. He had originally thought of teaching Qin Shen a lesson, but now he was entangled by this guy, feeling like he was losing out. Yuxuan, don't get too close to that guy in the future. Back at the VIP seats, Feng Yuling quickly advised his sister, Qin Shen is cunning and sinister, it's easy for him to drag you into trouble. Feng Yuxuan stared at him and said seriously, I actually like Qin Shen's cunning side, don't you think that's very charming and cool? She was someone who had truly felt Qin Shen's cold and ruthless nature, having been kidnapped for a long time herself. No one understood Qin Shen's cunning better than she did. Sister, are you sick? Feng Yuling was dumbfounded. He had given such advice, yet his little sister showed no gratitude, as if Qin Shen were her real brother. I am already an adult and can distinguish right from wrong, Feng Yuxuan said. Qin Shen is my close friend, and no one can change that. Feng Yuling thought for a moment and said, the problem is, he has a girlfriend, the first beauty of the Lin family. You have no chance at all. Hearing this, Feng Yuxuan's mood immediately dropped. It's okay, at least we are still good friends. Back in the arena, Qin Shen was already engaged in battle with a hunting team. Having witnessed Wu Ziqing's tragic death, this team was very respectful, constantly referring to him as Brother Titan, we are your fans. After all, one should not kill those who come with a smile. Qin Shen had no choice but to severely injure them and drive them all off the stage. The audience was thrilled, although no one had died. Titan's methods were extremely ruthless, almost every punch drew blood, every strike broke bones. After fighting 10 matches in a row, Qin Shen remained unscathed. The audience inside the arena was like a tsunami, showering him with increasingly generous rewards. So fierce, 10 consecutive battles without even a breath of fatigue. What is this? The beast tide is 10 times more dangerous than the arena matches, yet he remains uninjured. These are just C3 level opponents. Is there no B-level powerhouse willing to give it a try? Titan being invincible at his level doesn't mean he can fight above his rank. Diane stood up from the commentary booth and spoke into the microphone. To be honest, I have lived in Xingyue City for so long, and this is the first time I have seen such a brave young genius. Titan has achieved 10 consecutive victories. Who can break his record and win the huge reward? No one. The fans shouted in unison, their voices like a tsunami. Such immense charisma is hard to come by, even those singing and dancing rap stars cannot compare. This guy has incredible potential, should we try to poach him? In a corner of the VIP section, several mysterious figures began to discuss. The Lin family has given him a significant position. If we want to win him over, it will take a lot of resources, someone reminded. Right, I heard the Lin family even sent out their first beauty, clearly trying to recruit Qin Shen as a son-in-law. Someone joked, let's forget about our granddaughters, they simply can't compete. Hearing this, a chubby man said, Lin Chan has a sharp eye, ordinary geniuses cannot earn his favor, so Qin Shen will definitely not be someone who is swayed by beauty. We should find an opportunity to present him with beast bones and beast weapons and see if he is tempted. A young man who is not swayed by beauty, could he be swayed by power? Someone questioned. When I was young and full of vigor, my mind was filled with frivolous thoughts, always trying to show off in front of pretty girls. Haha, that's why you can't be a genius. It's settled then, let's band together to recruit him, and we can share the benefits later. In the VIP room, Lin Qingdong hung up the phone and quickly walked up to Chang Xiaoming. Mr. Chang, the person I invited has arrived, he will definitely kill Qin Shen. Click, Chang Xiaoming played with a metal lighter and asked, do you think we can recruit Qin Shen? I quite like his charisma. If he could endorse our company, sales should increase a bit. Mr. Chang, I have fought against Qin Shen. This person has a resolute character and a calm mind, making him very hard to persuade. Lin Qingdong certainly did not want to let Qin Shen go easily. This guy had ruined his plans, and he had long since hated him to the bone. Chang Xiaoming looked up, his eyes filled with disdain. There are no people who can't be persuaded, only benefits that aren't substantial enough. Aren't you a living example? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingdong's expression darkened. This was implying that he was selling out his father for personal gain, even going so far as to oppose his father and sell the family business to outsiders for a chance to rise again. Go ahead and try. Women, money, status can all be given to him, even power can be given to him. Chang Xiaoming was a businessman, always prioritizing profit. Hearing this made Lin Qingdong uneasy. He had accepted power, drinking the mysterious potion given by the Tingyuan expert, instantly rising from B1 to B3. If Qin Shen also got this opportunity, his own position would be precarious. A young man with unlimited potential versus an increasingly aging middle-aged man, everyone knows who to choose. Seeing that he had been silent for a long time, Chang Xiaoming had his suspicions and comforted him. Qingdong, don't worry. We are old friends who have known each other for many years. One prospers, all prosper. One suffers, all suffer. Yes, President Chang. I will contact that powerhouse right away and ask him to show mercy. Lin Qingdong took a deep breath and said respectfully. Watching his figure fade away, Chang Xiaoming sneered, selling out his father has made him lose his mind. After drinking that potion, how long do you think you can live? Titan, I come to fight you. A voice like thunder echoed from the entrance, drawing the attention of the audience. Who goes there? Qin Shen's expression grew serious, he actually felt a bit of pressure. It seemed this opponent was not weak, and his aura was quite impressive. I have no name, but those who die at my hands call me the Howling Moon Evil Wolf. Upon hearing this, some knowledgeable audience members showed shock. It's him. This guy is the murderer from Xingyue City. Hey, is the person from Reverse Scale here? The fugitive you have a bounty on has appeared. Who is this guy? Why does he look so pretentious? Titan actually lured out a serial killer. This is definitely a merit. In the VIP section, Cao Rui was somewhat restless. The evil wolf was a murderer they had been hunting for 3 years, who had not shown up until today in the arena. Director, should we call someone over? Mu Siyue had already taken out her phone. Cao Rui pondered for a moment and said, "This is Lin's territory. If our people force their way in, it might cause conflict, which would be counterproductive to capturing the fugitive. How about this, you have the brothers stand by near the entrance of Shadow City, ready to act at any time." Understood. Mu Siyue immediately got up and left her seat. Cao Rui focused on the two in the arena, thinking, I wonder if Titan can withstand the evil wolf's onslaught. That guy has killed quite a few young geniuses. So it's you. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. If it were an unknown powerhouse, he would have to be more cautious. But the Howling Moon evil wolf was an old acquaintance. In his previous life, he had hunted him down several times, ultimately being killed by a single punch to the heart. You know me? The lean man slowly stepped out of the shadows. His face was covered in scars, his eyes dark, resembling a psychopath from a horror movie. Qin Shen chuckled, we won't know each other until you die here. The evil wolf revealed a sinister smile. When I pull out your bones, I wonder if you'll still be able to shout? Come. Qin Shen beckoned him with a finger, activating his beast transformation first. Iron Spike's armor, Black Gold Giant Staff, Berserk Thunder, Super Gravity. The 4 abilities appeared simultaneously, causing the Titan Giant Ape's momentum to increase several times. I've killed many like you, they all screamed terribly before they died. The evil wolf howled at the sky, his chilling and terrifying roar sending shivers down the audience's spines. In the center of the arena stood a massive wolf beast, its body silver white with black patterns entwined. At first glance, it appeared quite formidable, but upon closer inspection, one could tell it was a cruel and violent beast, shrouded in a sinister aura, with its beastly eyes revealing a perverse excitement. Moon Nightmare. The evil wolf unleashed a surge of power, a tremendous energy rising upwards, and astonishingly created a moon at the top of the underground arena. This bright moon was chillingly cold. It symbolized neither reunion nor longing, but rather death. You're still the same as ever. Qin Shen chuckled, yet in his hand, the thunderbolt struck towards the cold moon with extreme ferocity. The Moon Nightmare was the evil wolf's signature skill. It could suppress all creatures under the moonlight, plunging them into terrifying illusions, even leading them to self-harm and death. Qin Shen had to destroy the cold moon in time to prevent it from affecting his mind. Faced with this scene, the evil wolf cruelly smiled and suddenly unleashed the light of the Moon Nightmare, instantly shattering the thunderbolt. Fall into your most terrifying memories. He concentrated all the moonlight, enveloping only Qin Shen. The giant ape paused, its eyes suddenly vacant, clearly trapped in an illusion. Damn, Titan is in trouble now. No, Titan, wake up. C3 level is just C3 level. Facing such an established B-level powerhouse, he has no power to fight back. Titan is still too arrogant. What gives him the right to face a B-level powerhouse? This is going to be interesting. If the Lin family gives the prize to the evil wolf, does that count as aiding a fugitive? Some spectators had a very subtle attitude. When Qin Shen was not struggling, they praised him wildly. Now that he faced difficulties, they immediately began to mock. Sensing the wind and shifting, that's how it is. Go, Titan! Go, Titan! The fans continued to cheer as always. They wouldn't back down because of this little predicament. Stop shouting, your idol is about to die. Hurry up and find someone else to worship. Some couldn't stand seeing Qin Shen being adored and started to make sarcastic remarks. Bang! Responding to this guy was a punch from a beautiful female fan. Then, other fans rushed over to beat him up, angrily cursing. Go back and tell your son that his dad is about to die. Hurry up and find a new dad. The chaos in the audience was quickly quelled, and everyone's attention returned to the arena. Although Qin Shen had fallen into an illusion, the evil wolf did not rush to kill. Before the match, he had received a call from an old friend, saying to let Titan off the hook. Easily controlled by the Moon Nightmare, not as strong as the last person I killed, the evil wolf said with a lack of enthusiasm, somewhat complaining. Brother Qingdong really is something. Someone like this isn't worth my effort. Oh, so you're Lin Qingdong's man. A ghostly voice suddenly echoed behind the evil wolf. He was startled, scanning the surroundings, only to find that the giant ape had already vanished. Wasn't he under my Moon Nightmare? How did he suddenly disappear? The evil wolf frowned and immediately summoned his beastly power, letting the cold moonlight shine brightly. The cold light of the Moon Nightmare descended from the sky like countless sharp blades, seemingly able to easily pierce through any creature. Boom! The ground was violently shattered by the cold light, kicking up countless flying sand and stones, yet the giant ape's figure still did not appear. The evil wolf's gaze was cold as he growled, "Titan, how much longer can you hide? The entire arena is filled with my moon nightmare's cold light. Once you show up, you'll fall into the illusion again. Hee, you're a bit too confident." A figure suddenly appeared behind the evil wolf, his right arm raised like a blade, with wild strength swirling around it. "You're just a despicable pervert. You should have fallen into hell long ago." Swish! With a slash of the arm blade, blood gushed forth, and half of the evil wolf's body was cleaved apart by the brute force. Qin Shen, when he finally made his move, shocked everyone with a single strike that severely injured his opponent. Damn! What a cool slash! So he was just building up strength, truly cunning and calculating. A single strike can leave a B-level powerhouse half dead. I don't know who else can face him? The audience's attitude flipped again, wildly praising Qin Shen. Watching this ridiculous display, the fans were even more disdainful. They had always believed that Qin Shen was invincible and would never waver. Impossible. Why? The wolf's voice emitted a rasping sound, clearly indicating that his life was nearing its end. He still had many abilities left to unleash. Why was he so severely injured? "I know you too well, so my first move is a guaranteed kill," Qin Shen chuckled. "In my past life, you died from a heart strike. In this life, let me help you change your method of death. How about decapitation?" "Impossible, I won't die." The wolf struggled desperately, but the wound on half of his body gushed blood, causing him to gradually lose strength. Qin Shen didn't hesitate. With a swing of his arm, he instantly severed the wolf's head. He had indeed fallen into an illusion, but his past experiences facing the wolf were so rich that he broke free from the control in less than a second. Then he used phantom stealth, instantly appearing near the wolf, waiting for the right moment. It is worth mentioning that the underworld space is very magical. Its flow of time and laws of reality are completely different. As soon as Qin Shen entered the underworld space, the force of his barbaric strike had already built up at an incredible speed, reaching its peak. He immediately seized this opportunity and struck with thunderous force, injuring the wolf with a single blow. These two seemingly unrelated abilities perfectly complemented each other, giving Qin Shen another lethal technique. Silent stealth and extreme brute force strikes. This was a combination that any opponent would fear. What a joke, the wolf is dead. Just returning from a phone call, Mu Cus saw the mutilated wolf corpse in the center of the arena. Her pretty face was filled with shock as she murmured, "Did I just make a pointless call?" Titan acted too quickly. "Well done." Gao Rui suddenly stood up, clapping his hands with excitement. "The wolf is finally dead. It's truly a relief." The reverse scale was never a rule-abiding organization. For criminals like the wolf, they would prefer to execute them on the spot. If they simply captured the wolf alive, the reverse scale would have to conduct a trial and imprisonment, a lengthy process that would only prolong the demon's life. Qin Shen looked at Gao Rui and loudly asked, "Director Gao, I heard there are rewards for taking down fugitives. What can I get for eliminating the wolf this time?" "You definitely won't be shortchanged. We can discuss it privately," Gao Rui quickly replied. Even if Qin Shen didn't mention it, he would still offer a reward, as it was a great promotional tactic to boost the residents of Xingyue City's enthusiasm for fighting crime. Qin Shen nodded and turned to walk backstage. Staff members rushed into the arena to begin clearing the broken wolf corpse. Lin Chengdong was dumbfounded, murmuring, "What happened? The wolf was actually killed in 2 strikes?" He had known the wolf for 2 years. That guy had always been a powerful presence. Although he was only B1 level, many B2 level fighters needed to avoid his edge. A mere C3 level could actually kill the wolf in an instant. This guy's potential was terrifying. As expected, he is the talent I have my eye on. His combat power is truly astonishing. Cheng Xiaoming took a deep puff of his cigar and said lightly, "Hurry up and bring him to our company. I remember a beautiful girl from the PR department came. Why not let her give it a try? You fought really well," Lin Yuyan said with a smile. "Grandpa is discussing important matters with the heads of various families. The results should be coming soon." Qin Shen ate while saying, "Let the old man hurry up. There aren't many experts participating in the arena competition, and I'm not finding it very interesting." He always pursued high-quality combat. Battles that ended in a single strike or were easily won did not help him accumulate combat experience. This is just like a game. After playing with Black Iron players for a while, you will unconsciously blend into this tier. "How strong are you really?" Lin Yuyan asked curiously. "Why do you always seem so at ease? Can you even take on B3 level?" Qin Shen took the fruit that Lin Mei had peeled and bit into it hard, saying, "Probably around B2 level, just a bit low on health." This wasn't a secret, any B-level powerhouse could tell, and there was nothing to hide. "That's pretty impressive. You really live up to my expectations." Lin Yuyan almost let her true feelings slip. She quickly covered her mouth and turned her head away from Qin Shen. Lin Mei showed a strange smile and deliberately asked, "Live up to what?" Ahem, ahem. Lin Yuyan said awkwardly, "You really live up to being my brother-in-law, you're amazing, totally worthy of my sister." If she had spoken her mind in front of her cousin, they probably wouldn't be able to remain good sisters. Yu Yan is being very dishonest. Lin Mei leaned close to her sister's ear and said softly, "Sister won't mind, just say what you think boldly." No, absolutely not. Lin Youyan's neck turned red all the way to her ears as she waved her hands in denial. This tsundere appearance was quite cute, especially on her mature figure. Qin Shen wiped his mouth and said, "Alright, let's get to the point. After this incident, I need to go out for a while to handle some business in Frostwind City." "Ha?" Lin Yuyan looked puzzled. "Frostwind City is far away. Won't you be gone for a long time?" Qin Shen nodded, "Yes, so this time I will take Mayor with me." Hearing this, the young woman was extremely excited. When Qin Shen had gone on a business trip before, she had really wanted to go along, but since her man hadn't mentioned it, she didn't dare to ask. Lin Yuyan felt a strange sense of loss and said softly, "Well, you have to take good care of my sister. She has never been out of the city." "Of course, you can rest assured," Qin Shen said lightly, "I will also take the Shadow Guard team with me to train." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan felt even more disappointed. If even her cousin Wanru was going out, wouldn't she be left with no one to talk to in Shadow City? It turned out that until now, she was still alone, and no one truly cared about her. Seeing the expression of the beautiful boss, Qin Shen smiled and said, "I just remembered, it seems there's still one spot left for going out. I wonder who I should invite to join?" Lin Mei covered her mouth and chuckled. She knew Qin Shen would play a prank, deliberately making her sister feel down. "You!" Lin Yuyan finally reacted, angrily saying, "The beast arena can't do without me. I don't care to go out." Qin Shen pretended to be helpless, shrugging and saying, "Then I'll just randomly find a beautiful fan to take out for a trip." "No way!" Lin Yuyan instinctively protested. She was even more anxious than Lin Mei, as if she were the hostess. Seeing Qin Shen's puzzled gaze, Lin Yuyan stammered, "I'll let you like you will definitely cheat. I need to help my sister keep an eye on you. So I want to join the outing team too." "Alright, you're the boss, you decide." Qin Shen chuckled and added, "But once we leave the city, everything will have to follow my arrangements because the wilderness is very dangerous." "Humph, I understand." Lin Yuyan still had that tsundere look, but there was an undeniable joy in her beautiful eyes. The evil wolf only dropped 3 moon nightmare shards, which can't unlock new abilities. As Qin Shen walked into the arena, he pondered, "I can only keep them for now and see if they can be used as enhancement shards." When the Titan appeared, the audience cheered once again. Although it was already 2:30 in the morning, their enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. The match was quite bloody, fully stimulating the brain's nerves, leaving no room for drowsiness. "Before we start, I need someone to answer a question," Qin Shen said. This statement, amplified by the arena's microphone, instantly spread throughout the Colosseum, silencing everyone. "Mr. Lin Chengfeng, may I ask why your black market shop is selling the latest potions from Tingyuan?" After fighting all night, Qin Shen finally revealed his true purpose. The entire defending battle was actually a setup for this question. He had to expose the collusion between Lin Chengfeng and the upper echelons of Tingyuan in front of the entire city. The audience was somewhat confused and began to discuss among themselves. Isn't it normal for the black market to sell Tingyuan potions? That was in the past, now there are hardly any vendors selling them, only people from Lin Chengfeng's side have the goods. Looks like it's a big internal struggle. Lin Chengfeng walked out from the VIP box, his expression somewhat strange, arrogantly asking, "I am the legitimate son of the Lin family, what qualifications do you have to question me?" Qin Shen sneered and said, "I am not talented, I have just accepted the appointment from the Tingyuan shareholders meeting to investigate the smuggling case. I am not speaking to you as a subordinate of the Lin family, but as a special consultant of the shareholders meeting." Lin Xingfeng's expression changed, and he quickly looked towards the VIP seats. Lin Chan was chatting and laughing with the heads of various families, indicating that the shareholders meeting had reached a consensus. "Mr. Lin, please immediately explain the source of the Tingyuan potions in your shop," Qin Shen demanded sharply, his momentum quite fierce. He employed the interrogation techniques of the reverse scale organization, using a fierce aura to gain the upper hand. "Are you crazy?" Lin Chengfeng quickly approached, lowering his voice to ask, "If this matter is exposed, the entire black market will be doomed." "Don't worry, the only one who will die is you," Qin Shen said. "That executive behind you cannot withstand the entire shareholders meeting." Hearing this, Lin Chengfeng gritted his teeth and pressed on, "If you bring the smuggling case to light, how will the black market survive? Do we have to perish together?" The shareholders' meeting is on our side, why fear there won't be a way out? Qin Shen patted Lin Chengfeng's shoulder and smiled. Think about it, will that executive push you out as a scapegoat? Lin Chengfeng was startled, his expression turning very ugly. Chang Xiuming was merely the executive president, he had limited influence over the shares and could not play a key role in the company's major decisions, still bound by the shareholders' meeting. The leakage of potions was a serious act that could severely damage the company's interests, likely leading to Chang Xiuming's dismissal. By then, without a backing, how would he contend with his father? There's no need to be so absolute, we still have room for negotiation, Lin Chengfeng whispered. I can reopen the potion supply and restore the black market to its original state. Qin Shen shook his head, interrupting him, it's too late, you should prepare to face failure. You! Lin Chengfeng was furious, his veins bulging, fists clenched. He wished he could kill the young man before him to relieve his pent-up hatred. Chengfeng, quickly reveal the person behind you. Lin Chan slowly stood up, speaking calmly. We, the shareholders' meeting, need to cleanse the pests within the company, you shouldn't resist. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly interrupted Lin Chan's words, startling everyone. Lin Chengfeng suddenly knelt on the ground, his face extremely twisted, as if in unbearable pain. What happened? Qin Shen squinted, sensing an extremely frantic aura, like a wild beast out of control. Kill! Kill you! All of you! Lin Chengfeng howled to the sky, suddenly transforming into a beast. A blood-red giant python slithered out, like a beast from hell. Its serpent eyes were a deep crimson, indistinguishable from those of a rampaging monster. Is this the side effect of the mysterious potion? To be controlled by someone, Qin Shen retreated, having no intention of engaging. After all, Lin Chengfeng was a B3 level powerhouse, there was no need for him to take risks. Let the strong deal with the strong. Yuxuan, is this the blood-red giant python you mentioned? Seeing Lin Chengfeng's beast form, Feng Yuling quickly asked her sister. He had been searching the city for a long time and had not found any trace of the blood-red giant python, only to unexpectedly see its true form today in Shadow City. Miss Feng suddenly recalled the story she had concocted with her family and quickly nodded, saying, yes, yes, yes. This giant python is the one that kidnapped me. She finally understood why Qin Shen had fabricated such a strange story, it was to leverage the Feng family's power against the enemy. However, she felt quite pleased to be used by Qin Shen, as it was a form of indirect assistance. Hearing his sister's affirmative answer, Feng Yuling immediately stood up and said to his grandfather, Grandpa, that blood-red giant python is the culprit that kidnapped Yuxuan. I see. Feng Shouwen immediately looked at Lin Chan and demanded, Old Lin, your son kidnapped my granddaughter, how do you explain this? Lin Chan replied calmly, if he wants to kill me, do you think he would fear the Feng family? Then when I kill him later, don't you dare interfere. Feng Shouwen's tone was icy. The old man sighed and said, do as you wish, he has completely gone astray. I will consider him as not my son. The old man's tone was somewhat desolate, although Lin Chengfeng was unfilial and disloyal, he was still blood-related, and it was impossible not to feel sorrow. The blood python glared at Qin Shen, a violent killing intent surged towards him. It spoke in a broken human tongue, Qin Shen, I will kill you. First. Ha, just you? As Qin Shen spoke, he quickly retreated towards the VIP seats. Lin Chengfeng, affected by the mysterious potion, had fallen into an extremely violent state and could not confront him directly. Purgatory. The blood python roared in rage, a thick, powerful tail whipped down with tremendous force. The air erupted with a tearing shriek, causing the audience to grimace and cover their ears. They had come to watch a contest, but how had it turned into an internal conflict of the Lin family? Shao Kong, let's deal with him, you hurry and evacuate. A misty fog surged out, and a dark, monstrous python blocked Qin Shen's path. Additionally, a 10-meter-tall void giant bee soared into the air, its presence quite imposing. Old Feng, when was the last time we collaborated? Lin Chan casually asked. It was 30 years ago, we were still quite young then, Feng Shouwen chuckled and said, I never expected that when we fought side by side again, we would be dealing with your son. Lin Chan sighed and said, I feel ashamed for not raising him well. Let's act together and subdue this scourge quickly. Alright. The two powerhouses joined forces to block the blood python and engaged in a fierce battle. Mr. Qin, may I have a word with you? While Qin Shen was watching the fierce battle of the three giant beasts, a voice came from behind him. He turned to see a person dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an extraordinary aura, likely from some powerful family. What is it? Qin Shen asked curiously. The person quickly approached and lowered their voice, saying, we would like to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Qin, it would be even better if we could become friends. Sure, please go ahead, Qin Shen nodded in agreement. He followed the person into the VIP passage, only to find several others waiting inside. "Hello, Mr. Chin, we are members of the Transportation Association." The man first introduced their identities and then said straightforwardly, "We invited Mr. Chin here this time because we would like to hire you as the spokesperson for our association." The Transportation Association is a business alliance formed by a group of transportation tycoons, monopolizing the transportation business in the southern region of Manhwa. However, this association operates discreetly, never seeking the limelight, and the general public is even unaware of their existence. "Spokesperson?" Shin-chan smiled and asked, "I wonder what you see in me." A chubby man slowly replied, "Of course, it's Mr. Chin's strength and reputation. You are well known in the wilderness, able to intimidate many hunters, which is a great help for our transportation business. In the wilderness, hunters have always been lawless. Apart from the city defense army, any force would suffer harassment from hunters. The Lin family is a vivid example. They occasionally send gifts to elite teams to prevent their smuggling channels from being disrupted. The Transportation Association suffers greatly from hunters as well. Every transportation route always has a few rogues watching, and when they run out of money, they come to extort a sum, making life unbearable. Hunters are nomadic and prefer guerrilla warfare. Once they encounter a large-scale attack, they scatter and flee, making it impossible to achieve any results. As long as Mr. Chin is willing to stand for our Transportation Association as a welcome gift, we will immediately present you with a self-propelled firepower robot, the chubby man said earnestly. The beastly armed device he mentioned is not simple. It is equipped with a Vulcan cannon, thermal tracking missiles, and many other weapons. More importantly, it can walk on its own and autonomously track targets, equivalent to an intelligent assistant for Beastmasters, with a market value that has risen to 100 million. The reward is good, but there's one question. Shin-chan asked lightly, "Will you interfere with my actions? I have my own plans and do not wish to be arranged by others." The chubby man quickly shook his head, explaining, "Of course not, as long as you do not cooperate with our competitors, everything else is up to you." "Very well, then I agree." Shin-chan nodded. The other showed expressions of joy and stepped forward to shake his hand. "Welcome, Mr. Chin, we will prepare the contract immediately and find a suitable time to sign with you." "Good, I look forward to good news." Shin-chan smiled slightly and then said to the chubby man, "Manager Tian, I need to go to Frostwind City soon. Does your association have relevant transportation routes?" Tianhua quickly replied, "Of course, the second largest business of the association is intercity transportation. Whether it's a special car or a special plane, we can prepare it. In that case, please help me book a 16-seat special plane, departing next Monday," Shin-chan said. He needed to rush to Johor City to meet Lu Wuxin, so he naturally had to borrow transportation. If he relied solely on walking, it would take at least 3 days. Okay, I'll note it down," Tianhua nodded. "Your son is quite fierce." Feng Shouwen gasped, "This guy is like an uncontrollable beast king, really tricky." Lin Chan endured the severe pain in his body and replied, "He was only B1 level before, but after taking the mysterious potion from Ting Yuan, his strength has surged. We've all trained step by step to get here, and now he can catch up just by drinking a bottle of medicine. It's really ridiculous." After a moment of venting, Feng Shouwen asked, "What should we do now? Your son hits so hard, I can't dare to confront him directly. How about letting Shin-chan give it a try?" After hesitating for a long time, Lin Chan spoke up. He had just been hit by Lin Changfeng and had endured the pain for a long time. If he couldn't resolve the opponent, he would be knocked out from the pain, and he could only try a dead horse as a live horse doctor. "Old Lin, are you out of your mind?" Feng Shouwen was somewhat surprised. "You actually want your granddaughter's husband to go to his death? They are a whole major level apart. Shin-chan's abilities are incredibly strange, even I can't see through them. How could he possibly die?" Lin Changfeng couldn't hold back any longer and shouted towards the VIP seats, "Xiao Kong, hurry over to help. Old Feng and I will protect you." "Coming." Upon hearing Lin Chan's call, Shin-chan bid farewell to the people from the Transport Association. He suddenly jumped into the arena, instantly transforming into a titan giant ape. He had initially planned to slack off, but since the boss had spoken, he could only put in some effort. At worst, he could ask Lin Chan for a bit more reward as compensation for his help. "Brother Chin, do you have any good strategies?" Feng Shouwen asked. The blood python's attacks are fierce, each strike infused with the extraordinary beast power, Purgatory, making it difficult to launch a frontal assault. While observing Lin Changfeng, Shin-chan replied, "The blood python has fallen into a state of frenzy due to the potion. We can completely restrain its movements and let the potion attack its body from within." Lin Chan nodded. "That's indeed a method. The three of us working together should be able to limit its actions. Just as he finished speaking, the blood python let out a hiss. Its body was saturated with beast power, even condensing into liquid that dripped onto the ground. Sizzle, the beast power liquid seemed to be highly toxic, corroding several large holes into the arena floor. Void Bee Assault. Feng Shouwen was the first to strike, the surrounding space instantly warping as endless void bees surged forth. Bind it! Old Feng shouted, attack its vital points with all your might. The swarm of void bees obeyed the command and immediately rushed towards the blood python's snake eyes. That was the only exposed weakness of Lin Changfeng, and they could only target it for the attack. I'm coming too! Lin Chan flicked his snake tail, and a vast mist suddenly appeared, transforming into countless eerie figures. They wore ancient battle armor, wielding long spears and swords, their faces gaunt and twisted, resembling the ghostly soldiers of the underworld. Yellow Spring's soldier formation, charge! With the giant python's roar, a snake's shadow rose behind the ghostly soldiers, greatly enhancing their momentum, making them comparable to C3-level beast warriors. In an instant, thousands of bees soared in the air, while countless ghostly soldiers charged on the ground. Their target was singular, the increasingly frenzied blood python. Qin Shen gripped his black gold giant staff tightly, while his left arm quietly gathered strength. If one listened closely, they could hear a distant, vague sound of wild elephant trumpeting. Purgatory is a great ability, I must have it. Qin Shen silently thought. If Lin Changfeng didn't possess the power of purgatory, the two old-school powerhouses would have long since killed it head-on, and there would be no need for such a drawn-out struggle. This shows how valuable the power of purgatory is. It makes enemies wary and reluctant to launch a direct attack. Just a light strike could inflict triple pain, as if one were in the depths of hell. No matter how powerful a master, they would not wish to endure such suffering. Boom! Watching countless bees and ghostly soldiers rush in, the blood python violently whipped its tail, exploding all the bees flying in the front row. But the swarm that followed rushed to its face, disturbing its snake eyes. The ghostly soldiers also climbed onto the blood python's beastly body, starting to slash fiercely. Just like that, it seems that as long as we bind it, the potion will be able to kill it on its own. Feng Shouwen muttered excitedly. Whoever dared to kidnap the precious granddaughter of the Feng family must meet a tragic end. Qin Shen casually glanced at him and then said to Lin Chan, old man, hurry and evacuate the audience. I suspect this guy will counterattack before it dies. Right, we need to get the audience out. Lin Chan endured the intense pain and shouted towards the VIP seats. Third brother, quickly disperse the crowd. This battle will take some time. Understood. Lin Fo immediately directed the guards to persuade the audience to leave the arena. Damn, I still want to see the Titan in action. We bought tickets, why should we be forced out? Some spectators were so bold as to fear that the world would not be chaotic enough, actually refusing to leave. Boom! As if to confirm the danger, the blood python suddenly broke through the encirclement of the swarm bees and shadow soldiers, charging towards the audience. With this, the spectators dared not speak, terrified and fleeing in all directions. You wretch, come back! Lin Chan was taken aback and hurried to chase after it, but his speed was a bit slower than Lin Changfeng's, and he couldn't even touch the tail of the blood python. This is bad. If the guests suffer casualties, the Lin family's reputation will plummet. Lin Fo also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately activated his beast transformation, using all his strength to pursue. Don't kill me, I don't know anything. A few women in the audience, scared to the point of weakness and unable to escape, were holding their heads and crying, even begging the irrational blood python for mercy. Dragon transformation. At this critical moment, a dazzling golden light of dragon scales shot out. The majestic dragon roar echoed throughout the beast arena, causing the blood python's movements to pause. It was because of this pause that the two brothers, Lin Chan and Lin Fo, were able to catch up to the blood python, pulling it back into the arena and saving the group of women from a certain death. Well done, Shao Kong. Lin Chan laughed despite the intense pain. If it weren't for that crucial dragon roar, those women would have been devoured by the python, and the Lin family's reputation would have suffered a severe blow. It's just species suppression, I did it casually, Qin Shen said lightly. Although the flood dragon had not yet transformed into a true dragon, it already possessed a faint dragon might, which was still a superior bloodline for the python beast, having a suppressive effect. Lin Fo looked at Qin Shen, and a terrifying suspicion arose in his heart. If dragon might has a suppressive effect on Changfeng, it will similarly affect our entire Lin family. If Qin Shen betrays us, the consequences would be unimaginable. I need to find an opportunity to talk to my second brother. We must guard against this kid. Because Qin Shen was present, Lin Fo did not voice his thoughts but secretly made a decision. Stop chatting, quickly entangle him, my void swarm bees are about to die out. Feng Shouwen shouted. Coming, coming. Lin Chan quickly turned back, continuing to command the shadow soldiers to entangle. Before long, Lin Qingfeng's momentum indeed began to wane, his speed and strength significantly decreased, and he couldn't even defeat the shadow soldiers. The side effects of the potion are kicking in, he can't hold on any longer. Feng Shouwen laughed loudly, revealing the stinger of the bee. Old Lin, I'll ask you one last time. If I want to kill him now, will you stop me? Sigh. Looking at the blood python struggling in pain, Lin Chan sighed deeply. I won't stop you, but please give him a quick end. There is no greater tragedy in the world than a father killing his son or brothers turning against each other. But as a ruthless hero, Lin Chan would not show any mercy. If Lin Chengfeng did not die, the entire Lin family would perish. Alright, as an old friend of 30 years, I agree to your request. Feng Shouwen flew quickly, murmuring, those who touch the Feng family shall be killed without mercy. As the saying goes, the green snake's saliva, the yellow wasp's stinger, both are among the deadliest poisons. So when the stinger pierced in, the blood python's body shook violently, and its life force began to rapidly drain away. In its final moments, Lin Chengfeng finally regained consciousness. He let out a series of mournful cries, his tone extremely tragic. Dad, I'm so cold, my head hurts so much. Lin Chan's tears streamed down, large drops flowing from his snake-like eyes. At over 70 years old, he had to personally send his son's life away, which was truly the greatest sorrow in the world. Others are white-haired people sending off black-haired ones, but he was a white-haired man killing a black-haired one. Chengfeng, Dad will see you off, go peacefully. Lin Chan choked up, nearly losing his voice. The blood python suddenly turned over, using its last bit of strength to say, the one who deceived me is Cheng Qiuming. The voice abruptly stopped, and this man from the shadowy city of turmoil was completely declared dead. Cheng Qiuming, so it was the dead fat man, Xin Shen thought to himself. That guy was also a scoundrel in his previous life. When facing the myriad races of the stars, he actually volunteered to be the translator and even brought out the data from the gene bank, allowing the enemy to develop gene toxins specifically targeting the human race. This was an act of genocide, utterly inhumane. Returning to reality, the great battle had come to an end, and the arena returned to calm. Feng Shouwen released his beast transformation, patted Lin Chan's shoulder, and comforted him. Old Lin, you still have 2 sons, there's no need to be so sad. Look at me, none of my sons are alive, yet I'm still cheerful. Hearing such a bizarre consolation, Lin Chan was left speechless. He could only wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said firmly, I will definitely seek revenge on Cheng Qiuming. The turmoil of the Lin family and the death of Chengfeng will all be blamed on him. That's simple, we can just remove Cheng Qiuming from his position and capture him to torture him. Feng Shouwen nodded. He was a veteran of the shareholders' meeting, and his words carried weight. If we really want to catch that fat man, you two should set off now. Xin Shen suddenly said, if we wait any longer, that guy might flee in fear of punishment. Right, Cheng Qiuming must have guessed that his identity has been exposed. Feng Shouwen and Lin Chan reacted simultaneously, their expression somewhat urgent. We absolutely cannot let that guy escape, he holds a lot of secrets about Ting Yuan. We need to call the shareholders meeting and capture him as soon as possible. Watching the 2 old men leave, Xin Shen leisurely walked over to the blood python's corpse and began to observe it closely. What are you looking at? Lin Fo's cold voice came from behind. Xin Shen didn't turn around and said, I want to see if there are any unusual external manifestations of Lin Chengfeng, so that I can detect it in time when I encounter someone else who has taken the mysterious potion. This was, of course, a lie. He just wanted to plunder gene fragments. Humph, I see. Lin Fo snorted and also began to observe. Plundered power fragments *5, speed fragments *5, blood toxin fragments *5, suffering prison fragments *10, can activate related gene abilities. This time he was lucky. Xin Shen immediately plundered the abilities he had been longing for. He quickly activated the ability and focused on feeling it. Suffering prison, all beings suffer, the world is like a prison. All attacks can attach the power of the suffering prison. Upon hitting the opponent, the enemy will experience endless torment, including physical, mental, and psychological aspects. So it needs a constant supply of beast power. Once the beast power is cut off, the pain will disappear. Xin Shen thought, it can actually work in conjunction with parasitic insect species, one inflicting pain and the other absorbing beast power, perfectly forming a cycle. Seeing his expression somewhat excited, Lin Fo seemed to misunderstand and quickly asked, did you discover something? He had been looking for a long time but found no abnormalities in the blood python's corpse. He only felt it was somewhat similar to the out-of-control beings in the wilderness. No, I just remembered something happy, Xin Shen casually replied. I'll soon be able to take a vacation with Mayor, and I'm quite happy about it. He certainly knew that Lin Fo held hostility towards him, so he didn't intend to engage in deeper conversation. TCH, go away, don't stand here and block my view. Lin Fo waved his hand irritably. He thought Qin Shen had some profound insights, but it turned out he was just playing dumb. Alright then, I'll trouble old Lin to wrap things up. Lin Yuyan's office. Sister, we need to toast to our victory. Lin Yuyan said with a beaming smile, quickly bringing over 2 glasses of red wine. Lin Mei reached out to take one, smiling as she said, aren't you waiting for Qin Shen? Hey, let's drink first. Lin Yuyan said with a teasing tone, we'll pour more when he comes back. Do you think I'll have less to drink because of him? Alright, let's have a toast. Lin Mei clinked her glass with hers and elegantly sipped the rich wine. To be honest, it feels like a dream. Lin Yuyan put down her glass and propped her chin on her hand, saying, a few months ago, I was about to be eliminated from the management, and now I can directly participate in the family's major affairs. Of course, Lin Mei said, gently stroking her sister's hair. Have you thought about who you met? Someone as talented as Qin Shen would shine wherever he goes. Lin Yuyan nodded and said, fortunately, I have good judgment to have found Qin Shen in the arena. Without him, I wouldn't know how to deal with that father-son duo. You now control quite a few industries, so you can take your revenge however you want. Lin Mei patted her sister's hand and said seriously, I will follow Qin Shen in the future. The future of Shadow City depends on you. Follow? Lin Yuyan was a bit surprised and quickly asked, is Qin Shen leaving here? Lin Mei smiled faintly, he hasn't mentioned it, but I can tell. For Qin Shen, Shadow City is too small, and Starmoon City is also too small. After hearing this, Lin Yuyan felt a bit flustered, something in her heart felt uncomfortable, as if she was about to lose something. Find a better man to help you with your work, don't tire yourself out. As she said this, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Mei's beautiful eyes, as if she was plotting something. I don't like them. Lin Yuyan's mood dipped, and she murmured, let's talk about it later. Dating is all about fate, and you can't rush it. You're right, fate is important. If you miss it, the next one will be better. Lin Mei casually said, there are plenty of men, he's not the best one. Qin Shen is pretty good. Lin Yuyan, still feeling down, blurted out her true feelings. I didn't mention any names, how did you know I was talking about him? A smile appeared on Lin Mei's face. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyan realized and felt a blush spread from her neck to her cheeks. I was joking. I meant, Qin Shen as a brother-in-law is pretty good. The proud boss stammered in her defense. Click, the office door suddenly opened. Qin Shen walked in with a curious expression and asked, I think I heard someone secretly praising me. Mayor, was it you? Nope. Lin Mei shook her head with a smile, but her gaze shifted to the right. Qin Shen exaggeratedly said, oh, then I know who it is. Lin Yuyan covered her eyes and mumbled, you're the biggest contributor to defeating Lin Changfeng. It's normal for me to praise you a bit, right? That's true. Qin Shen sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. Seeing that he wasn't being playful anymore, Lin Yuyan tentatively asked, Qin Shen, what are your future plans? If Qin Shen really chose to leave Shadow City, Lin Yuyan wouldn't know what to do. She realized she was very dependent on Qin Shen and wanted to hear his advice on many matters. Qin Shen looked at her in surprise and asked, isn't it just to help you gain power? Lin Changfeng is dead, but you still have many competitors. What I mean is, after you gain power, what will you do? Lin Yuyan asked softly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen realized that Lin Mei and her sister must have said something. Of course, I'll go out. Qin Shen said lightly, don't you want Shadow City to expand? His plan was to make Shadow City his base, turning it into a superpower independent of the reverse scale and the city defense army. In his previous life, Qin Shen had been disgusted by the upper echelons of the reverse scale more than once, and he frequently encountered interference from connections within the rebel army. He needed to have an independent force to efficiently advance his plans. This way, when facing the myriad of starry races, Qin Shen would not be at a disadvantage. That's great, Lin Yuyan said, somewhat excited. It turned out that Qin Shen wanted to expand the Lin family, not change allegiances. Lin Mei was also a bit surprised because, in her mind, Shadow City was not worthy of her man. How could a mere underground force restrain a potential dragon? Qin Shen patted the young woman's hand and promised the two sisters, don't worry, Shadow City will keep rising. Thank you, Qin Shen. Lin Yuyan's attitude was sincere as she immediately thanked him. If Lin Chan and Lin Fo were present, they would surely scold Qin Shen for his wolfish ambitions and reprimand their granddaughter for being naive and foolish. Because this guy clearly had the intention of occupying the nest of the magpie, and if he really expanded Shadow City, his achievements would overshadow the master, and power would instantly shift. Unfortunately, Lin Yuyan was a proud and foolish girl, and Lin Mei was a lovesick young woman. The two sisters had long been enchanted by Qin Shen and could no longer discern the conspiracy. The next morning, Xin Shen was awakened by a phone call. He removed the young woman's delicate arm from his body and turned to get out of bed. "Hello, who is this?" Xin Shen asked, looking out at the plants outside. "This is Gao Rue." The voice of Director Gao came through the phone. "I'm near the entrance of Shadow City. Let's meet and discuss the reward for taking down the fugitive." "Hold on, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Xin Shen turned to the sleepy Lin Mei and said, "Mayor, I have some matters to attend to. Please help me gather the Dark Guard team and get them ready to go out." "Okay," Lin Mei replied while getting out of bed, her thin silk nightgown barely covering her alluring figure. "You should step up your training. Yu Yan has already advanced to C2 level. As my first disciple, you can't fall behind," Xin Shen said, looking at the graceful beauty. Lin Mei felt a bit shy and murmured, "I get tossed around every night and can't even get enough sleep. How can I have the energy to train?" "The higher your strength, the less you fear being tossed around." Xin Shen stepped forward and patted the beauty's curvy figure. "If you want to follow me, you have to give it your all." "I understand, you go take care of your business." The young woman covered her sensitive areas and quickly offered him a kiss. "Director Gao, did you not sleep all night?" Xin Shen asked in surprise. The middle-aged man standing in front of him looked utterly exhausted, with bloodshot eyes. "No choice, I spent the whole night coordinating, helping to catch people from the Tingyuan shareholders meeting." Gao Rue rubbed his temples and said, "Economic crimes, of course, fell under the jurisdiction of the reverse scale organization. Moreover, Cheng Xiaoming had mastered a mysterious drug that significantly increased strength while causing a loss of rationality. This was a threat to public safety, and the reverse scale had to intervene, whether they wanted to or not. So why does Director Gao still have time to find me?" Xin Shen asked, somewhat curious. "Sigh, since I was up all night, I might as well finish the job." Gao Rue shrugged and said, "Cheng Xiaoming was actually in the beast arena last night, but he took advantage of the blood python going out of control to slip away alone, and he hasn't been found yet." "I see." Xin Shen nodded. "Let's get to the point. The sooner we finish, the sooner Director Gao can rest." Gao Rue waved his hand behind him. Mu Siyue walked up with a notebook and said, "Mr. Qin, our reverse scale has a bounty of 10 million for the Howling Moon Wolf, along with a magnetic propulsion booster." Looking at the long-legged beauty in work attire, Xin Shen suddenly fell into deep thought and did not respond for a long time. Gao Rue frowned. Could this guy be a lecher who had taken a liking to his assistant? Mu Siyue was also a bit puzzled. She had investigated Xin Shen's background and knew that his girlfriend was the most beautiful woman of the Lin family. No matter how good-looking she was, she couldn't compare to her. "Mr. Qin, are you not satisfied with such a reward?" Mu Siyue asked softly. Xin Shen came back to his senses and said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought. The reward is quite good, but I don't need funds or beast weapons at the moment. Can I exchange it for something else?" He wasn't distracted by beauty, he had simply seen his ex-girlfriend and couldn't help but recall the past. Indeed, Mu Siyue was his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, and they had a relationship that was both a sibling romance and an office romance. However, on the eve of the arrival of the myriad races, they reached an agreement to part ways peacefully, each dedicating themselves to different battlefields. With a body of 7 feet, he had pledged himself to the country, and it was no longer possible to pledge himself to her. Later, this girl died on the secret transport route, brutally killed by the enemy. It wasn't until he had wiped out the myriad enemies in that area that Qin Shen dared to visit Mu Siyue's grave to pay his respects. Gao Rue breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, you can propose anything, we will do our best to meet your request." "I want an exit permit to go abroad." Qin Shen made a strange request. After the phenomenon of beastification occurred, Yanhua began to strictly control its borders. Anyone or any organization attempting to enter or exit the country without permission would be considered a mortal enemy and could be shot on the spot. This was a tough measure to protect the homeland, as special organizations from other major countries had always been interested in Yanhua's technological power. "Where do you want to go?" Gao Rue casually asked. "An exit permit is not easy to obtain, it requires a long review process." "Sorry, that's personal privacy, hard to disclose," Xin Shen replied. If the reverse scale were to participate in the extermination of the Starry Sky Advance team, the efficiency would indeed be much higher, but that would put Qin Shen under the scrutiny of the reverse scale's higher-ups, dragging him back into the turmoil of power struggles. "Alright, I'll do my best to help you," Gao Rue said helplessly. Qin Shen was not only a good citizen who had shot down a fugitive but also the savior of his director Gao. He couldn't let the man down. "As a good citizen, I have one more thing to report." Before Gao Rue could turn around, Xin Shen continued, "The agents of the Cinderella organization have infiltrated Xingyue City. I asked Director Gao to capture them immediately." "What?" Gao Rue was shocked. His arch-rival organization had infiltrated Xingyue City, and he was completely unaware. He was truly failing as a director. Their leader is named Bruce, disguising himself as a European businessman investing in Shadow City, Xinshan said. With Lin Qingfeng's death, this group of agents has lost their protection and should be preparing to evacuate. Mu Siyue pointed at the entrance of the beast arena, staring blankly as she asked, "Is the person Mr. Xin mentioned one of them?" Xinshan turned to look and found a group of white men carrying luggage walking out of Shadow City. Their expressions were calm, as if nothing had happened, but the calmer they were, the more suspicious it felt. Only professionally trained agents could maintain emotional stability after their partner had met a tragic end. "Yes, that's them," Xinshan nodded. Gao Rui didn't have time to think further and immediately shouted into the communicator, "Arrest this group of Europeans." In an instant, a group of well-trained reverse scale members surged out. They wielded specialized weapons and began firing smoke bombs at the group of European agents. A large cloud of beastly power-laden smoke suddenly exploded, enveloping the agents before they could react. This was the Beastification suppression smoke, which could prevent A-grade and below inhalers from activating Beastification for a short time. Then, the reverse scale members transformed into fierce beasts, quickly rushing into the smoke and firmly suppressing the group of hostile agents. "What are you doing?" Bruce shouted desperately. "We are the European merchants, partners of Tingyuan Company. I strongly protest your violent actions." Xinshan squatted down and said, "Mr. Bruce, there are all agents here, you don't need to act anymore. The reverse scale can easily pry your mouth open." Seeing this scene, Gao Rui's expression was somewhat strange, as if he were the director of the reverse scale? Why was Xinshan acting like one of their own? Bruce began to shout, "You are slandering me. I am just an honest businessman. Why do you have to label me as an agent? An honest businessman wouldn't send a beautiful agent to contact me," Xinshan said. "Fortunately, I have a firm mind. I cut down that woman to see through your conspiracy." Hearing this, Bruce's eyes widened in shock. His niece was actually dead? No wonder Lanaya hadn't contacted them for so long. It turned out she was killed by this damned man. By the way, Li Qixin, the HR manager of Whaley Advertising Company, is also an agent of their organization, codename Night Owl, Xinshan said. Bruce was utterly shocked. Night Owl's identity had also been exposed. That guy was a dark line, known only to him and Lanaya. "Thank you, we will go arrest him." Gao Rui took a deep breath and shook hands with Xinshan to express his gratitude. "I didn't expect you to detect hostile agents. Are you interested in joining us?" Xinshan shook his head. "The Lin family is more free. Besides, I am an underground enforcer, with a lot of blood on my hands." "Well, everyone has their own aspirations. I can understand that," Gao Rui nodded. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take the European agents away. "Miss Siyue, may I have your contact information?" Xinshan suddenly called out to Mu Siyue. The beautiful woman in work attire looked a bit curious. "Do you know me? How could you call my name so easily?" Xinshan smiled and said, "I have read on intelligence investigation and countermeasures and greatly appreciate its viewpoints, so I wanted to befriend the author." "I see, thank you for your appreciation," Mu Siyue realized, so this young powerhouse also had an interest in academic research and had actually read her paper. She quickly took out her phone and added Xinshan as a friend. "Siyue, goodbye. Mr. Xin, goodbye. Lanaya, you must leave Xingyue City as soon as possible." Xinshan hurriedly walked into the closed room, his tone very urgent. "What happened?" The blonde beauty looked confused. She was still thinking about when to meet her uncle. "Your uncle's group has been captured by the reverse scale organization, and I almost fell into their trap too. Fortunately, I managed to slip past using a scapegoat." Xinshan began to weave a story. "This is bad. What about my uncle's plan?" Lanaya immediately panicked. Xinshan anxiously said, "Right now, no plan is important. You need to return to Europe quickly and ask the organization to send more personnel. But the Tingyuan plan is crucial. If we can seize the compound No. 9 agent, our organization's strength will greatly increase." Perhaps influenced by Xinshan's anxious emotions, Lanaya directly revealed their real plan. "So that's what it's called, Compound No. 9. Xinshan understood in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he deceived, "How about this? I will stay behind to continue observing Tingyuan and look for an opportunity to rescue Mr. Bruce. You return to Europe for help as soon as possible." "Okay." Lanaya nodded. "I suspect there is a mole in Cinderella. It should be them who leaked the information, which led to Mr. Bruce's capture," Xinshan specifically instructed, "so be sure not to reveal our plan. I am the only contact person in Xingyue City." Lanaya took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand. Go, take the west gate, the security there is lax," Xinshan reminded. "Don't worry, after I activate my beast transformation, my movements will be very discreet. No one should be able to find me," Lanaya said as she activated her beast transformation. Unlike the usual transformations that increase size, Lanaya surprisingly shrank into a small bird no bigger than a palm, looking incredibly fast. Spirit hummingbird. Qin felt a bit astonished. This beast form was no simple matter. After advancing to A rank, it would become the fastest creature on Earth. Even the ultra-high-speed radar of interstellar warships couldn't lock onto it. "Night Owl, I'm off, you take care," Lanaya said before instantly transforming into a streak of light and flying away. Qin glanced at the cozy little house and then stepped out. He had gone to great lengths to act, all to make Lanaya a pawn. Who said an undercover agent had to infiltrate from the outside? It was perfectly fine to develop a foolish undercover agent from within the organization. Next, it's about Frostwind City. The Emerald-Eyed Beast King, the Iron-Armored Ant Swarm. They will be the materials for me to enhance my combat power. And the Dome Technology Company will be the springboard for my plans in Frostwind City. If I can obtain the key armaments, it will be even more certain to eliminate the Starry Vanguard team. During the weekend before his departure, Qin quickly handled a few matters. First was the aftermath of the defending championship battle. Although the match didn't reach its conclusion, the audience at least enjoyed the show, and there weren't many requests for refunds. To further improve the reputation, Lin Yuyan simply opened the Beast Arena, allowing everyone to watch the matches for free this weekend. As a result, the already faint discontent vanished, and the residents of Starry Moon City were still discussing Qin record of consecutive victories. The video of the defending championship battle also surged to the second place in website rankings, with the first place naturally held by the long-standing Beast Tide video. The second matter was Qin visit to the Feng family. With Lin Chengfeng, who had taken the blame, now dead, Feng Shouwen reopened the birthday banquet. As the rising star of Starry Moon City, a friend of Miss Feng, and the benefactor who helped the Feng family seek revenge, Qin naturally became the center of attention at the banquet. After the distinguished guests congratulated the old master Feng on his birthday, they all gathered around Qin, showering him with warmth and trying to set him up with introductions. Seeing that scene, a certain junior officer turned green with anger. He was clearly the genius of the Feng family. After the banquet, Qin established a good relationship with the Feng family. After all, it's easier to deal with familiar faces. Perhaps in the future, when he takes the Death Seal Soul banner, the cursed and tormented Feng Shouwen might even say thank you. The third matter was simple. He took the time to sign an endorsement contract with the Transportation Association. Qin received a hefty endorsement fee and a self-propelled firepower robot. Notably, the spokesperson had the privilege of free travel, being able to book 3 flights a month, which was quite a nice benefit. The fourth matter was to enhance the combat power of the Shadow Guard team. Throughout the weekend, Li Zhengde was supplementing toxins, striving to break into C rank. He was the weakest member of the team, with almost zero combat capability. To make up for this shortcoming, Qin had Lin Yuyan release the Shattered Jade Poison, and he himself unleashed dual toxins, causing Li Zhengde to faint from the poison. However, after waking up, this guy immediately advanced to C rank. The extraordinary beast power he awakened was deadly poison, capable of detonating all toxins on an enemy. The more types of toxins, the stronger the killing ability. Moreover, the explosion of deadly poison could spread to the surroundings, affecting a large area. With this, Li Zhengde also gained combat capability. But Qin still had some concerns, as the team lacked a support-type beast transformer. The only ability to enhance teammates was still his own Heartfire Fury. For example, the dog, cat, and mouse trio was responsible for flanking harassment, gathering intelligence, and assassinating targets. Xingyu was in charge of aerial maneuvers and providing support at any time. Lin Wanru was responsible for the frontal charge and protecting her teammates. Everything else is complete, but they are missing a support role for enhanced healing, which cannot be considered a qualified team. As a major general of the resistance, Qin has very strict requirements, and his plan is to go abroad to eliminate the enemies of the stars, so he cannot afford to be careless. Therefore, he can only pull Feng Yuxuan over for now. Although this girl isn't very smart, at least she is a support-type beast shifter, so she can be useful for the time being, and he can replace her with better teammates later. Miss Feng has no complaints about this. She is eager to follow Qin around, hoping that someone might develop feelings over time. Vroom vroom vroom, the rotors of 2 combat helicopters roared as they began to take off for escort. Of course, Qin and the others were on a comfortable and stable small passenger plane, but there were many uncontrolled raptors circling in the wilderness sky, so they needed the combat helicopters to clear the way. "This is my first time on a plane," Dai Heng said excitedly, looking out the window. He grew up in a village, and after becoming an adult, he encountered a beast disaster and moved to Xingyue City to make a living, so he never had the chance to fly. In this wasteland era, being able to board a plane is already a sign of great wealth. In fact, Lin Yuyan and Feng Yuxuan, two young ladies from wealthy families, had also not flown many times, as the wilderness is extremely dangerous, and every trip carries more risk. "Brother, it's so high here," Xingyu exclaimed happily while leaning against the window. "When I usually fly to this height, my wings get sore, and I get really hungry, so I can't go any higher." Xinshin smiled lightly and said, "When we arrive at Camp 9, little you can switch to the helicopter and try flying higher." "Okay." Xingyu nodded eagerly. Duan Feng also took out his phone to record a video, saying, "I'll send this back to my wife to see. Once she gets better, she can fly in the sky." His wife's beast form is a white dove, but due to half-beast syndrome, she grew wings on her back, which not only prevented her from flying but almost caused her death. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuyan was quite curious. Before Qin Shen arrived, she had interacted with Duan Feng and thought he was a bloodthirsty madman, but unexpectedly, he was a man deeply in love with his wife. It seems her boss is not competent, he doesn't even understand his subordinates. She then turned her gaze to the quietly reading Feng Yuxuan, feeling a bit puzzled. Miss Feng is known as a domineering young lady in Xingyue City, having done all sorts of bad things. How is she now turned into a refined lady? Could it be that she is putting on an act for someone? While she was pondering, the plane began to descend. Qin Shen's first destination was Camp 9, where he had arranged for many hunters to meet during the arena battle. As the passenger plane landed in the open wilderness, the hunters in the camp looked on with curiosity. Which rich person is coming to our place? It can't be the mechanical puppets, can it? Their team is known for being foolish with money. Chartering a plane isn't out of the question. When Qin Shen stepped off the passenger plane, the hunters suddenly realized it was the Titan boss coming to meet them. They quickly surrounded him, some of them still bandaged and leaning on crutches, yet they moved quickly. "Hello, boss, our Dongtian team is all here. The Tiger Crazy team is also all here. The Black Flag team is ready." The hunters reported their situations in a flurry, seemingly eager to show off in front of Qin Shen. "Very good, thank you all for coming here despite your busy schedules," Qin Shen said lightly. "I don't like to waste words, so I'll get straight to the point. There are more and more elite teams in the wilderness, how are you all managing?" This statement was like cold water poured into boiling oil, instantly causing an uproar among the crowd. They began to complain, "Boss, you don't know? Those elite teams are like locusts, treating us like chives, coming in to harvest one after another." Exactly, the newly promoted elite teams are even more greedy, completely lacking the kindness of the old strong teams. "I heard it was that guy Yiting who did it. He funded many teams and required them to regularly hand over their harvests. It's just like being a vampire." After hearing this, Qin Shen nodded. The situation was indeed as he had expected. Because in his previous life, at this time, the hunters in the wilderness had started to band together for warmth, forming emerging forces. "I'm sure everyone is unwilling to submit to the power of the rich young master," Qin Shen said lightly. "I propose we establish a large-scale hunting legion." Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat astonished. It turned out the boss had come to them with this idea, which was quite surprising. Just think about it, Qin Shen himself was one of the top young geniuses in Xingyue City, with an immeasurable future ahead, and becoming an A-class powerhouse was just around the corner. Moreover, he had the Lin family from Shadow City backing him, and had countless connections with the Feng family. With a Titan as a support, there was no need to fear the threats from the 13 guardians of Frostwind City. "I agree." The captain of the Dongtian team, Xiang Mo, was the first to raise his hand in support. He was the Black Panther that Qin Shen had once thrown down. Seeing the looks from the crowd, Xiang Mo explained, "Titan boss has a formidable reputation and great strength. With him in charge, our teams won't have to be bullied by Yiting." "Right, they band together to bully us, so we should band together to fight back." Another captain was persuaded and quickly raised his hand in support. "Yiting has 13 forces behind him, but our Titan brother has greater talent and higher charisma. We definitely have the strength to fight back." "I support it too. Yes, that dead wild boar Yiting really thinks he's the overlord of the wilderness. He was once at a disadvantage under Titan brother. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. That guy stormed in to settle accounts with Titan brother, but ended up leaving a pile of broken weapons and ran away in disgrace." Soon, the captains were all raising their hands to show their support. They were all people who had been beaten by Qin Shen and had unwavering faith in his combat power. "Very well, thank you all for your cooperation." Qin Shen began to describe his plan, saying, "The power operation of the Hunting Legion is very simple. Each of your team leaders has voting rights, and decisions will be made based on the principle of majority rule." Hearing this, Xiang Mo asked with some confusion, "Boss, what about you? As the leader of the hunting legion, you should be responsible for leading. The other captains were also curious, everyone else would be eager to grasp power, but Qin Shen was directly delegating authority, allowing them to discuss decisions among themselves. I have too many things to consider, and I can't manage everything. Qin Shen simply explained, to ensure the legion continues to develop, it cannot rely on a single person, it needs to have the ability to self-regulate and operate independently. He also had to lay out plans in Xingyue City while constantly keeping an eye on the enemies from the starry sky. If he divided his energy to manage the legion, it would likely lead to chaos. Moreover, Qin Shen did not trust this group of hunters, it was better to let them develop on their own for a while, and when the time was right, he could make plans then. How about this? I propose that the leader has one veto vote. Xiang Yamo thought for a moment and said, we are all hunters making a living in the wilderness, and our vision is not long enough. We need a leading figure to guide and supervise us, so we won't go astray. Yes, we will definitely struggle against Jiting, we still need the leader to lead us. Some had already begun to refer to Qin Shen as the leader. Qin Shen nodded and said, in that case, minor matters can be decided by the legion on its own, but major issues will be brought to my attention. Yes, Commander, the captains replied in unison. There's one more thing. Qin Shen said, I have reached a partnership with the Transportation Association, so our legion's first task is to eliminate those unruly hunters who repeatedly extort and blackmail, in exchange for rewards from the Transportation Association. The commander is impressive, everyone exclaimed. The Transportation Association is the lifeblood of the entire southern region of Yanhua. All goods rely on their fleets for transport, and all personnel movement must use their planes and trains. Without the Transportation Association, the major cities in the south would become isolated, and the various powers would be like trees without water. In this case, the 13 protectors of Frostwind City would be nothing, they could try to operate without the Transportation Association's fleets. With just the support of one association, Qin Shen could rival the 13 powers of Yiting. The commander is indeed the commander. Yiting definitely didn't expect the Transportation Association to get involved. That wild boar is probably still dreaming of being the overlord of the wilderness. Xiang Yamo clapped and laughed. The captains also laughed, feeling a bit of hopeful anticipation for the future. And one more thing. Qin Shen took out a Lin family pendant and said, the Lin family smuggling camp will provide you with convenience. You just need to show this pendant and mention my name. Of course, if the Lin family camp asks for your help, do your best to assist them. Wow! The captains were shocked again. After years of struggling in the wilderness, it was their first time establishing a connection with the Lin family. It should be noted that the Lin family places great importance on the smuggling industry and never allows outsiders to interfere, yet they were now opening their camp to them. All of this was brought about by the 18-year-old young commander. Commander, if you have anything else to say, please do so now, Xiang Yamo said with a wry smile. You throw out a shocking piece of news, and we all jump in surprise. It's not good for our hearts. Right, don't scare us, the captains agreed. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen shook his head and said, no, you all communicate among yourselves and explain the situation to your respective team members. I have other matters to attend to, contact me by phone if you have any questions. Okay, goodbye, Commander. Everyone waved their farewells. After handing the Lin family pendant to Xiang Yamo, Qin Shen turned and boarded the passenger plane. Watching the plane ascend rapidly, Xiang Yamo suddenly remembered something important. Oh no, what is our legion's name? I forgot to ask the commander. Damn, I really did forget about that. It wasn't entirely their fault. Logically, Qin Shen should have taken the initiative to establish a name since he was the founder of the legion. Let's temporarily use the commander's name. Xiang Yamo suggested, Titan Hunting Legion. It sounds quite imposing. I think that works. There are videos of the commander all over the internet. Using Titan as the legion's name is perfect for making a name for ourselves. Then it's settled. After deciding on the name, one captain suddenly whispered, by the way, do you want to go see what's happening? Xiang Yamo and the others were very curious and asked, what do you mean? You might as well explain it clearly. The passenger plane is heading towards Zhouhu City. The person said mysteriously, and there's a beast king in Zhouhu City. What the hell? Everyone suddenly reacted. Let's go, let's immediately take our team, set the legion rules on the way, and head to Zhouhu City. Right, we can't miss the moment when our commander shows his might. Outside Zhouhu City. Teacher, can that person you mentioned really help us test the siege giant cannon? A young man wearing thick glasses asked. Lu Wuxin didn't even lift his head and replied, nonsense, if he can't be tested, why would I bother bringing the equipment here? Around them was a large crowd of dome guards, and in the center of the open space stood an enormous container, seemingly filled with some important equipment. Junior brother, you still don't trust the teacher's judgment? A tall, intellectual beauty said slowly. Qin Shen has been incredibly popular online recently. His giant ape beast form is simply the best test subject. Haven't you seen it? Wang Quanyao shook his head and explained, I've been busy with experiments lately and haven't been online much. Although it's a giant ape beast form, the siege cannon is so heavy and large, how could he possibly carry it? If Qin Shen can carry the super heavy Vulcan cannon, he can definitely use the siege cannon, Lu Wuxin said firmly. If there are any flaws, I'll modify it according to his physique. Hearing this, the two students were somewhat shocked. Their teacher was known for his stubbornness and confidence in his inventions, and they didn't expect him to be willing to alter the equipment for a beastman. Teacher, a transport association's aircraft is approaching. Another student ran over to report to Lu Wuxin, they are flying the Lin family flag. I wonder if they are the ones we are waiting for. Lu Wuxin smiled and said, yes, Qin Shen is one of the Lin family, let's go greet them. Professor Lu, long time no see. Qin Shen smiled and shook hands with Lu Wuxin. It's been 2 weeks, and you've gotten stronger. Lu Wuxin patted Qin Shen's arm and joked, you really are a young genius. I wish I could recruit you to our company. Then I need to be on guard. Qin Shen laughed heartily, walking side by side with the old man towards the entrance of Zhouhu City. Lin Mei and the others followed behind them, casting curious glances around. What was the method you mentioned last time to lure the Beast King? Lu Wuxin asked. Qin Shen looked towards the desolate Zhouhu City and said, it's simple, the first step is to destroy the water source of Zhouhu City. How to destroy it? Lu Wuxin asked, somewhat puzzled. Although the area of Zhouhu had shrunk significantly without human maintenance, it was still a bottomless swamp. Poison it, turn Zhouhu into a toxic lake. Qin Shen explained, the Beast King isn't afraid of toxins, but its beast horde can't withstand the erosion of toxins. Once the horde suffers heavy casualties, it will have to find a new water source. That's indeed a method, but it's a bit slow. It takes time for toxins to erode the beast horde. Lu Wuxin frowned. Qin Shen nodded and said lightly, so we move to the second step, bombing. Hearing these two words, Lu Wuxin was startled. This guy was really bold, wanting to bomb at the slightest disagreement. Isn't the siege cannon right here? Qin Shen turned to look at the huge container. Let's test its power on Zhouhu City. How do you know that's the siege cannon? Wang Quanyao, who had been listening, asked curiously. Qin Shen casually replied, I can only say it's intuition. Heavy weaponry has always resonated with me. This was, of course, a dismissive answer meant for outsiders. The truth was simple. In his previous life, Qin Shen's standard equipment was a siege cannon, something he was all too familiar with. He had blown up countless interstellar warships and bombed numerous warbases, earning him the nickname, the terrifying bombing ape. Alright, since it's all a test, let's use the Beast King to see its power. The old man nodded, then raised a question, but what will we do after the bombing? With the water source polluted and the habitat destroyed, the Beast King will have no choice but to leave this place. Qin Shen said, when the time comes, I will use the power of that golden bone to attract its attention and pull it near the iron-armored ant nest. Lu Wuxin was somewhat surprised and said, but the ant nest is not close. You're going to attract the Beast King alone and travel such a long distance. The danger level is extremely high. I have absolute confidence, Professor Lu, so please rest assured. Qin Shen smiled faintly. In that case, I will have them prepare right away. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wuxin waved his hand, signaling the guards to start unlocking the container. Qin Shen then turned to his team and said, bringing you out is not for leisure but for high-intensity combat training. Li Zhengde, your task is to contaminate the water source and release toxins as much as possible, using extraordinary beast power to expand the toxin's impact range. Duan Feng, your task is to assist and protect Oli, avoid the beast tide as much as possible, and get him to the Jiu Lake area quickly. Dai Heng, your task is to detect the Beast King's position and report its movements to me at all times. Lin Wanru, your task is to attract the attention of the beast horde from the front and create disturbances in another direction to cover the actions of the other three. A series of tasks left Lin Yuyan quite surprised. So this is how the Shadow Guard team operates. She had never interfered with their management and truly did not know their operational methods. If there are no objections, let's set off immediately. Qin Shen's tone was very indifferent. Yes. The four quickly responded and rushed towards the interior of Jiu Lake City. Breaking up the cat and mouse combination was just to maximize their individual abilities. Dai Heng possessed the ability of Ghost Shadow, skilled at hiding and not easily detected. If Duan Feng were to scout, he might be trampled to death by the Beast King in one encounter. It was only after the four figures disappeared that Qin Shen pulled Xingyu over. He whispered, Xiaoyu, fly over Jiu Lake City and keep an eye on Duan Feng and Li Zhengde. If they are surrounded by the beast tide, fly down to rescue them. Okay, Xiaoyu understands. Xingyu nodded, suddenly transforming into a griffin, her wings shaking as she soared into the sky. This arrangement also had its reasons. Lin Wanru's beast form was a rock giant crocodile, tough-skinned, and with strong defensive power, so there was no need to worry about her safety. Dai Hong could hide in the shadows, and as long as he didn't act recklessly in front of the Beast King, he wouldn't be in danger. Only the Bloodhound and Poison Mouse lacked life-saving abilities and needed someone to look after them. After all, Qin Shen was there to train the team, not to send them to their deaths. Qin Shen, they haven't even reached C3 level. Is it too risky for them to enter Geo Lake City like this? Lin Yuyan was somewhat worried. Qin Shen glanced at her and said, my team members each have their trump cards. Fighting above their level is not a problem. As the boss, you need to trust my decision. Of course I trust you. Lin Yuyan muttered softly, I just don't know them well. More and more hunters gathered nearby, watching Qin Shen and the others while chatting idly. What are they up to? They must be dealing with the Beast King. Can't you see everyone on the dome is fully armed? Let's make a bet. I think Titan can take down the Beast King within an hour. It can't be that fast, I bet 3 hours. Pfft, only a fool would bet with you. I'm just readying my camera to record the video. Roar! A terrifying beast roar echoed from the east side of Geo Lake City. It was Lin Wanru's provocative sound, aimed at attracting the beast tide. Lin Yuyan, worried about her cousin's safety, unconsciously clenched her fists and bit her red lips. Soon, the sound of the beast tide surged within Geo Lake City, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Are you that worried about her? Seeing the beautiful boss in this state, Qin Shen said, the rock giant crocodile has exceptional defensive power, even I can't break through it immediately. I know. I'm just afraid Wanru isn't careful enough. Lin Yuyan murmured. Qin Shen nodded and said, alright, you three go support her. This was directed at the three young ladies, Lin Yuyan, Lin Mei, and Feng Yuxuan, without a hint of tenderness. Remember, just distract the beast tide, don't try to confront them head-on. Qin Shen instructed. He didn't plan to go along. He saw it as an opportunity for the sisters to undergo a trial. Okay. Lin Yuyan was eager to try. She had already been promoted to C2 level and had long wanted to practice her skills. Yuxuan, just listen to Mayor's commands, Qin Shen specifically told Miss Feng. Feng Yuxuan quickly replied, don't worry, I will definitely listen to Sister Mayor. Contact me if there are any problems. Qin Shen patted the young woman's hand and whispered. Got it. Once outside, Lin Mei no longer had that coy demeanor. Instead, she appeared somewhat cold and elegant. Watching the three women delve into the city of Zhouhu, Lu Wuxing curiously asked, Qin Shen, are you really that confident in letting them go in? Old Lu now understood why Qin Shen was not tempted by the beautiful assistant. It turned out he already had 3 beauties by his side, and he did not indulge them at all. In the Beastification apocalypse, there is no gender difference, Qin Shen said lightly. Everyone is a beast. Males can kill females, and females can retaliate against males. If they don't have the power to protect themselves, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Well said. The intelligent beauty Ruanin clapped and laughed. We are all beasts. There's no need for different treatment. Qin Shen nodded at her but did not continue speaking. The container equipped with the siege cannon was still unlocking, as it had multiple intricately designed mechanical locks that required meticulous input of unlocking commands. This was a protection for the siege cannon. If anyone attempted to forcibly seize the weapon, the mechanical locks would execute a self-destruction program, completely sealing the container. If the lock was violently broken, the siege cannon would be destroyed along with the container, leaving the taker empty-handed. About half an hour later, the unlocking process of the container reached its final step. Lu Wuxing placed his palm on the smart lock. With a beep, the door lock of the special container was completely unlocked. A dramatically designed massive weapon appeared before Qin Shen. It was entirely silver-white, resembling a space shuttle's turbine engine, with a deep muzzle and precise structure. At a glance, one could tell it was a world-destroying weapon. Old friend, long time no see. Qin Shen silently thought as he stepped forward and stroked the surface of the giant cannon. When the cold touch reached his brain, he suddenly recalled a war from his past life. The enemy in that war came from the Divine Star. They were powerful, capable of transforming into starry beasts radiating divine light at any moment, making them extremely formidable opponents. Qin Shen led his legion and fought fiercely against the enemies from the Divine Star for 10 days, barely holding the line at an extremely heavy cost. In a critical moment, all the legion's officers proposed they would stay behind to cover, while Qin Shen would lead the remaining forces to retreat to avoid being completely annihilated by the enemy. Accompanied by 55 loud booms, Qin Shen and the others safely withdrew. The 5 officers who stayed behind had their photos featured in the glorious battle report. Those 55 booms were sounds Qin Chen could never forget. Because a B3-level Beastifier could only activate the siege cannon 10 times at most. Logically, the 5 officers could only manage 50 times. In their final moments, they detonated the cannon with their beastly bodies, delivering 5 more booms to the enemy. What's wrong? Old Lu's voice broke Qin Chen's train of thought, pulling him back to reality. It's nothing, just recalling some past events. Qin Chen shook his head and casually said, help me load it up. Once my team comes out, we can bombard the Beast King's lair. Alright, what are they doing over there? Yi Ting frowned, pointing at the crowd gathered in the distance. Miao Zixuan looked up, a bit surprised, and said, I see the dome's emblem. Is Lu Wuxin here to conduct experiments again? That old man is also interested in the Beast King? Yi Ting's expression darkened. Ever since the magic puppet drones were destroyed, their 13 guardians had hardly made an appearance, relying instead on the hunting teams under their command to supply their harvests. Now that they had finally regrouped and were preparing to hunt the Beast King, they encountered people from the dome. Forget him, our plan continues. Yi Ting said, no matter how big the dome is, it can't compare to our 13 families' power. As long as we compete fairly, he has no excuse to turn against us. Brother Yi, the problem is we can't compete. Someone spoke up, the dome is fully armed, and without the magic puppet drones, our firepower is simply no match. Yi Ting shot that person a glare and coldly said, who said we can't do it without the magic puppets? I've customized a self-propelled firepower robot that can suppress them. Hearing this term, the team members became excited. Brother Yi is amazing. With the firepower robot, even if the opponent uses a super heavy artillery cannon, it won't help. Is that the one worth 100 million, but with many purchase restrictions? I remember there are only 3 in Frostwind City, one in the Lord's Mansion, and another taken by the Transport Association. Yi Ting nodded and explained, yes, it's a limited edition weapon. I put in a lot of effort to get it, just to deal with the Beast King. Roar! Suddenly, a wild beast's roar erupted from the crowd in the distance, interrupting their conversation. Someone quickly looked over and exclaimed, Brother Yi, it's the Titan, the one who took the golden bone. I see, let's take this opportunity to take down that monkey as well. Yi Ting revealed a sinister smile. Buzz! The beast power conversion device behind Qin Chen began to operate rapidly, emitting dazzling blue light. This was the pre-use debugging program, needed to confirm the user's beast power type. Lu Wuxin looked a bit confused and asked, I haven't even explained how to use it, how can you just jump right in? The city siege cannon was a confidential project of their laboratory, and they hadn't even produced a manual yet. All weapons in the world are interconnected. I have a high level of comprehension, so it's normal for me to learn quickly. Qin Chen smiled. Ruanin pondered and asked, is this what it means to integrate knowledge? Yes, if Professor Lu were to operate an unfamiliar weapon, I believe he would also quickly understand it, Qin Chen said. His words were quite sophisticated, subtly praising Lu Wuxin while rationalizing his own extraordinary level of knowledge. Arrogant. A cold snort suddenly rang out from the crowd. Are you saying you can be compared to Professor Lu? Everyone turned to see the 13 guardians of Frostwind City appearing beside them. The one confronting Qin Chen was not Yi Ting, but the socialite goddess Miao Zixuan. What's wrong with me being compared to Professor Lu? What does it have to do with you? Qin Chen said lightly, you're surrounded by a bunch of good-for-nothings, so you can't stand to see a young genius, can you? Are you looking for death? Miao Zixuan said, a bit exasperated. She had only said one sentence and was met with a furious retort, and her friends were also mocked. Zixuan, there's no need to argue with someone like this. Yi Ting's expression was calm as he said, young geniuses are all nonsense. If they can't survive, who will remember them? From what you're saying, the 13 guardians are here to interfere with us? Lu Wuxin stepped forward, curious, and asked, aren't you all enjoying yourselves in Frostwind City? What are you doing here in Wine Lake City? Are you here to mourn those 13 magic puppet drones? This old man is quite infuriating when he talks, always finding the other party's sore spots with his sarcastic remarks. Yi Ting's face darkened, and his gaze became fierce. He stepped forward and pointed at Jiuhu's city, saying, last time, Jingu was taken from us because I was careless. But this time, our team will definitely take down the Beast King. Do as you wish, anyway, I have the latest giant cannon on me. Anyone who tries to obstruct our actions will witness its power. Qin Chen aimed the siege cannon at Yi Ting and said flatly. From his demeanor, it seemed he wasn't joking or trying to intimidate. Is that all the firepower you have? Yi Ting's teammates began to murmur behind him. Yi Go, show him the robot and let him know what real power is. Showing off in front of the master? Lu Wuxin's expression was somewhat exaggerated as he asked in surprise, you think you can compare firepower in front of me, an armed professor? The old man waved his hand, and the surrounding guards immediately raised their firearms, while nearby beast armored units began to respond swiftly. Ka. In less than half a minute, the guards had locked onto all positions of the mechanical puppet squad. Such a scene made the onlookers exclaim in excitement. Yiting fled in panic last time, and now he dares to come looking for trouble again. It's quite amusing. Don't underestimate the 13 protectors, they have ample financial resources, and who knows what kind of armaments they might have brought. I agree, although Yiting isn't a good person, he's not a fool either. He dares to seek trouble with the dome, so he must have some backing. Maybe this is the Titan's chance to take a hit? Bullshit, our captain will definitely beat Yiting up. Yiting looked at the giant cannon on Qin Shan and suddenly pressed a button. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air suddenly echoed from the distant horizon, like the deafening roar of a supersonic fighter jet creating a strong sonic boom. What the hell is that? Why does it look like a person is flying in the sky? The hunters looked up at the sky, gasping in astonishment. Boom! A pitch-black figure descended from the sky, crashing down to the ground and kicking up countless dust. It stood 2 meters tall, equipped with numerous high-quality weapons, yet it didn't appear bulky or heavy. It resembled a humanoid mech from a sci-fi movie. I am the autonomous robot, Hei Wuchang, reporting to my master. The robot not only had an intelligent voice but even bowed to Yiting. Very good, you arrived quickly. Yiting smiled faintly and turned to Lu Wuxin, saying, Professor Lu, you should know about autonomous firepower robots, right? This is the masterpiece of your old rival, Professor Wunan. There are only 3 of them in the entire Frostwind City. Lu's face stiffened, and he couldn't find the words. His research direction was completely different from Wenan's. Lu's armed forces focused on auxiliary enhancement, while Wen's emphasized automation and flexibility. The former was for fire support on the front lines, while the latter leaned towards executing special operations. Autonomous firepower robots, though their name sounds plain, are extremely powerful. Protecting specific targets is just a basic function. They can also execute special assassinations, intelligence reconnaissance, and other tasks. My siege cannon is not weaker than the robot. When it came to professional fields, Lu Wuxin certainly wouldn't back down. Yiting's smile was dismissive as he said, Hei Wuchang can make sharp turns in flight. Can your old cannon even catch up to its shadow? The atmosphere instantly became tense, with the fully armed dome team on one side and the Hei Wuchang robot on standby on the other. It was hard to tell who would be the victor in this confrontation. This is troublesome. I've seen videos of firepower robots rampaging. They are incredibly fast, and ordinary beast transformers can't catch up, let alone the beast armored units that can't lock onto them. Are you talking about last year's suppression of the rebellion in Frostwind City? Yes, that's the one. I remember the code name of that robot. It seems to be called Mangpa. Isn't it just a robot? Look, the captain isn't tearing it apart. Indeed, you guys have been going on and on about robots, and I'm tired of hearing it. This world belongs to Beastmasters, all combat power ultimately returns to the Beastmasters. Yiting led his team step by step toward the entrance of Jiuhu City. Hei Wuchang cleared the way for them, fully armed, resembling a humanoid tank. Xinshen, why aren't you speaking? Miao Zishuan sneered coldly, weren't you quite talkative when you were cursing just now? Now you're mute? Xinshen replied, sorry, after I turned into a giant ape, my hands are too big, and it's a bit difficult to press buttons. His words were vague, and Miao Zishuan couldn't understand their meaning at all. Yiting furrowed his brows, sensing something, and looked up. Boom! Another figure fell from the sky. Dust flew everywhere, causing this group of rich kids to cough violently. I am the self-propelled robot, Bai Wuchang, reporting to my master. An intelligent voice rang out amidst the swirling dust. Hearing this voice, everyone was dumbfounded, all looking toward the dust-filled area. In the yellow dust, a silver-white mechanical figure stood tall. It was identical in form to Hei Wuchang, only differing in color. Xingyue City is a bit far from here, so it arrived a little late, please forgive me. Qinshen said, now that Hei and Bai Wuchang have met, shall we have a firepower standoff? Upon hearing this, Yiting was furious, glaring fiercely at Qinshen. The team members looked even more awkward. They had been pretending to be imposing under the captain's authority, but unexpectedly, Qinshen summoned a firepower robot without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Old Lu laughed heartily, seemingly delighted to see the embarrassment of the 13 protectors. The laughter quickly spread to the onlookers around, who began pointing and commenting on the mechanical puppet. Titan is just Titan, isn't it just a robot? He immediately got one. How can this guy Yiting be so funny? Still wanting to be the overlord of the wilderness? He's simply a wilderness clown. Last time he got slapped by Titan, and this time he comes to offer his face again. Does this guy have a masochistic tendency? The captain is impressive. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. just calling a robot can solve the problem. Miss Meow, why aren't you speaking? Qin Shen asked, feigning curiosity. He enjoyed using others' words to retort, as such sarcasm was highly effective. Miao Zixuan's face darkened from the blatant mockery. Her fists were tightly clenched, her silver teeth gritted, as if she wanted to bite Qin Shen to death. Damn, I can't take it anymore. A chubby young master shouted angrily, Brother Yi, let's fight him. Extraordinary beast power is the real strength. Aren't they just a bit more armed? Yes, this chubby gentleman speaks well. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen picked up on his words. In life, one should act decisively in matters of vengeance. If there's a grudge, it should be settled on the spot, not left overnight. It's just some guns, at most, it would blow the bones to bits. The chubby guy was choked by this remark, unable to speak for a long time. Let's compete fairly, shall we? Yiting did not heed the chubby guy's words but softened his attitude. The Beast King is right here, let's each show our skills. Whoever can slay it gets to claim it. Qin Shen shook his head and said, we invited the Beast King as a guest, it can't die for now. So you can't have any ideas about it. Damn it! Miao Zixuan was quite furious, exclaiming, what right do you have to be so domineering? Does Jiuhu City have your name on it? Qin Shen sneered and said, if an ordinary hunting team were standing here, wouldn't you drive them away? Is it acceptable to be domineering toward ordinary folks but not toward rich kids? What kind of reasoning is that? Miao Zixuan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The mechanical puppet was indeed used to being domineering, sometimes forcibly purchasing camp supplies, even if it meant wasting them rather than leaving them for other teams. I hope some people don't take themselves too seriously. When you come to the wilderness, you have to put aside your identity as a young master or young lady. Qin Shen said, I've investigated you, you're from the Lin family. Yiting suddenly said, what would happen to you if the Lin family's assets in Frostwind City suddenly disappeared? Qin Shen's tone was somewhat strange as he asked, do you think this can threaten me? Not to mention how much profit he had created for the Lin family, just the merit of eliminating Lin Shengfeng was enough to offset the meager assets of Frostwind City. Moreover, he was still Lin Chan's prospective grandson-in-law. Even if he made a mistake, would the old man teach him a lesson? It was more likely that Lin Mei would go and act cute, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. Damn it, one doesn't fear, the other doesn't fear, let's see if you fear death. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the team. A certain rich young master was clearly enraged, losing his rationality and directly activating his beast transformation, lunging at Qin Shen. He was a pampered young master, with poor emotional control, unable to tolerate the mockery. I'm not afraid of death, but I can send you to die. Qin Shen whispered, immediately activating the siege cannon on his body. The radar targeting system instantly locked onto the charging beast, and a brilliant light gathered at the cannon's mouth, the terrifying energy even stirring the air, producing a deafening roar. No! Yiting and the others finally reacted. This guy really dared to kill their 13 family's people. Too late, he's already dead. Qin Shen smiled coldly, his eyes holding a hint of cruelty. Bang! A dazzling round energy projectile was fired from the cannon, instantly piercing through the beast, which was staring blankly, leaving a huge blood hole in its chest. Boom! The shell landed in a distant uninhabited area, producing a deafening explosion. A rolling wave of heat rushed towards everyone present, making them all feel the terrifying power of the cannon. Yes, it took just the penetrating power of the cannonball to kill a C3 level beast transformer, without even using the explosive power. You dare to kill my people? Yiting was furious, his fists tightly clenched, even the muscles on his arms bulging. I dare to kill you too, want to give it a try? Qin Shen said expressionlessly, aiming the cannon at Yiting and the others. The 13 wealthy families? To him, they were just a group of merchants. As a man who had fought against the myriad races of the stars, his perspective had long risen to a cosmic height. Retreat! Hearing the hum of the cannon pre-starting, Yiting turned and left. The opponent had firepower robots and siege cannons. No matter how they fought, it would be their team that suffered losses. Although he was very reluctant to see his teammates die tragically, blindly throwing themselves into danger was not a rational decision. Captain Yi, remember to recruit another team member when you get back, otherwise, you'll only be able to call yourselves the 12 Guardians, Qin Shen shouted at the backs of those rich young masters, instantly ramping up the sarcasm. Since the enmity was already established, a few more taunts could vent some frustration and disturb the opponent's mindset. Miao Zixuan's delicate body stiffened, almost turning back to fight Qin Shen to the death. However, she ultimately held back her anger and quickly caught up with her teammates. That idiot Yiting has been slapped in the face again. Titan is really impressive. I remember this is the first time the mechanical puppet team has lost a member, right? Not really, someone left the team voluntarily before, and Yi Ting later replaced them with a newcomer. So today is the first time a team member has died. After being forced to retreat twice, let's see how Yi Ting remains arrogant. The hunters began to discuss enthusiastically, even animatedly. Because when Qin Shen was not in the wilderness, Yi Ting was simply rampant, harvesting them all. Now this guy had taken a hit from Qin Shen, and the hunters couldn't express how satisfying it was. "Captain, I've spotted the Beast King." The intercom suddenly crackled to life, and Dai Heng's voice came through. "This guy has really big eyes, they're even bigger than a camper. Wait, why is it staring this way?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone in the dome turned to shock. Could it be that he had been discovered by the Beast King? For ordinary beast transformers, being targeted by the Beast King would spell disaster. After all, not everyone is as formidable as Titan. Qin Shen's tone was calm as he asked, "Old Dai, are you in any danger?" "Not for now, I'm hiding in the shadows and haven't revealed myself." Dai Hong thought for a moment and said, "The Beast King might have sensed my beast power fluctuations, which is why it's looking in this direction." "That's good, keep an eye on it," Qin Shen instructed. "What position are you currently in?" "City center, it's all stinky water here." Dai Heng's tone was somewhat disdainful as he said, "The Beast King has been hunting down the out-of-control ones. With a flick of its tongue, it can take down several wild beasts." "I see, I understand now. Keep lurking." Qin Shen ended the communication. Lu Wuxin looked somewhat puzzled and asked, "Logically, the Beast King wouldn't prey on its own beast horde. Why is the green-eyed toad so indiscriminate?" "That's right, I've studied this for a while. Although the out-of-control ones have lost their reason, they still retain their wild instincts. No matter how brutal they are, they wouldn't turn on their own kind," Ruanin said, frowning. Qin Shen gazed towards Johou City and explained, "Because the Beast King has suffered internal injuries and urgently needs to replenish its vitality, these beast hordes are likely materials it has specially gathered for that purpose." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused. "Mr. Qin, how do you know it has internal injuries?" Wang Quanyao adjusted his glasses and asked tentatively, "Could it be from when you snatched the treasure?" Very few had direct contact with the Beast King, and Qin Shen was the only one who had easily escaped from its subordinates. Not exactly, because the Beast King's true strength is A-level, but due to its internal injuries, it has dropped to be 3-level, Qin Shen said lightly. This information was revealed by the Black Widow of the Shattered Star Squad. At first, Qin Shen didn't fully believe it, but after multiple experiences, he had deduced the true reason for the Beast King's hidden strength. It had suffered internal injuries and had to lower its power, which is why it was frantically consuming flesh and blood to replenish what it needed. In this light, that golden dragon spine should be the treasure the Beast King used to restore its strength, but Qin Shen had intercepted it, causing the Beast King to turn its attention to the beast horde. "It's actually A-level," Lu Wuxin and the others exclaimed. "The gap between A and B levels is not small. An A-level city lord has the capability to suppress all beast transformers in an entire city. Because once one advances to A-level, they gain the ability of gigantification. This allows A-level powerhouses to increase their beast form by dozens of times, with a continuous supply of beast power, the duration of which depends on personal talent. In his past life, Qin Shen's gigantification allowed him to transform into a giant ape over 200 meters tall, making even the King Kong from movies seem small in comparison. Having obtained the genes of the Titan divine race in this life, Qin Shen's future size is even more unfathomable. Perhaps one day, he could stand among the cosmos, looking down upon all beings on Earth. A-level powerhouses are terrifying, and A-level beast kings are even more so. A city lord can guard a city, while they can crush a city with even greater ease. Because the Beast King is already immensely large, if it activates gigantification on top of that, it would instantly become a colossal creature. An A-level Beast King would require at least 2 A-level powerhouses to suppress it. Seeing the panic on everyone's faces, Qin Shen reassured them, "Don't worry, it can't return to A-level, after all, its only hope has been taken away by me." "That's good. If the Beast King could unleash A-level power, we would have to pack up and go home immediately," Lu Wuxin said, still feeling a lingering fear. He actually developed feelings for an A-level Beast King, which was truly a sign of not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Beep beep beep, the communicator rang again, this time with Duan Feng's voice coming through. "Captain, we have already contaminated the water source. Due to the good flow of the Wine Lake's water, the toxins will quickly spread throughout the entire urban area." Qin Shen thought for a moment and then asked, "Ask Old Li if he has any toxins that can make the out-of-control ones thirsty, to speed up the herd's drinking of the contaminated water." Li Zhenda's voice quickly came through, "Captain, I have such toxins, but they require some time to release." "Alright, you all look up at the sky and call Xingyu down," Qin Shen said. The two hiding by the wine lake were stunned and quickly looked up. A lithe black shadow was circling above them, seemingly on guard. "The captain is really considerate, actually letting Xingyu protect us," Li Jinda said with a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Throughout the entire infiltration process, he had been on edge, but now knowing that Xingyu was nearby, his tense heart relaxed. Duan Feng nodded, jumped out from their hiding place, and made a crossed hands gesture in the sky, which was their team's exclusive signal. Soon, the brown-yellow griffin swooped down, but it also attracted the attention of many out-of-control ones. "Captain, Xingyu has come down, but the out-of-control ones have also spotted us." Li Zhengde quickly reported the situation. "Let Xingyu take you flying and release the thirst-inducing toxins from the air." Qin Shan issued the task order. Upon hearing this command, Duan Feng immediately pulled Li Zhengde and started running. "Ayu, take us up!" Li Zhengde shouted. Xingyu tilted his eagle head, looking somewhat dazed, but his movements were not slow at all. With precise claws, he grabbed his teammates, spread his wings, and soared back into the sky. The out-of-control ones chasing after them roared in anger, but due to their lack of flying ability, they could only rage helplessly on the ground. "Qin Shan, when do you think we should launch the bombing?" Seeing Qin Shan turn off the communicator, Lu Wuxin stepped forward to ask. "In half a day, I suppose. The toxin needs some time to spread. Once most of the herd is poisoned, we can bomb, which will increase the chances of the Beast King coming out," Qin Shan explained, saying, "The best expectation of the entire plan is to lure the Beast King out alone, without the interference of the Beast Tide, making it easier to pull its actions. That's why I wanted to contaminate the wine lake." "I see, if we only use armed bombing, it would instead cause the herd to swarm out," Wang Quanyo said, slapping his palm, suddenly enlightened. Ruanin thought for a moment and then asked Qin Shan, "Shouldn't we let the four ladies withdraw now? After all, the contamination operation at the wine lake has been completed, and there's no need to continue holding back the beast tide." Qin Shan glanced at her, his eyes showing some approval. "Yes, Miss Ruan is quick-witted, truly worthy of being Professor Lu's top student." "Thank you for the compliment," Ruanin smiled slightly. Qin Shan then spoke into the communicator, "Meyer, you four can withdraw now, try to shake off the beast tide." "Okay, we'll be back soon." The voice of the young woman came through. "Are you all right?" Qin Shan asked the four girls who were chatting and laughing. Lin Yuyan said excitedly, "We're fine, it was really fun inside. If you hadn't let us out, I could have played with the beast tide a bit longer. Without Wanro holding back most of the herd, how could we be so relaxed?" Lin Mei pinched her cousin's cheek, frowning as she said, "You still want to continue playing? Have you considered Wanru's feelings?" Lin Yuyan felt a bit embarrassed and could only lower her head in silence. As a C2 level, the difference between her and Lin Wanru was too great, almost like the gap between a security guard and a soldier. "Sister Meyer, I'm fine, as long as Yu Yan is happy." Lin Wanru immediately came out to speak on her behalf. She was willing to die for Lin Yuyan. What did it matter if she was a little tired? Hearing this, Lin Mei could only look at Qin Shan, her expression somewhat helpless. "Alright, let's rest for now," Qin Shan said. "There will be plenty of opportunities to train in the future, I just worry you won't be able to handle it." Time passed slowly, and the sun began to set in the west. The surrounding hunters chose not to leave. Instead, they made a fire to cook, keeping an eye on Qin Shan's movements while drinking beer and eating skewers, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Since there was no time to hunt today, they might as well stay and watch the show. Who knows, they might capture a classic scene of Titan Brother and gain likes online. Over on the dome side, they also started cooking. Lu Wuxin had brought quite a few supplies, even moving over a gas stove, seemingly eager to have a feast in the wilderness. The delicious aroma of the food made Feng Yuxuan's stomach growl. She had used a lot of energy and beast power in the city today and was already starving. However, having been kidnapped before, Miss Feng had developed a strong sense of endurance and stubbornly held back her hunger without saying a word. "Yuxuan, you don't look so good," Qin Shan said, noticing the pale-faced girl. He handed her a bottle of milk. "Dinner will be ready soon, drink some milk first to replenish your sugar." "Thank you." Feng Yuxuan's eyes lit up with joy as she quickly took the milk and started drinking. Compared to her hunger, she cared more about Qin Shan's actions. "I want milk too." Lin Yuyan suddenly piped up, "Sister, bring me a bottle." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Qin Shan to hear, seemingly on purpose. Lin Mei smiled at the corner of her eye and casually tossed a bottle over, saying, "You just had a bag of fruit, why do you want to drink something?" "I just have a craving, okay?" Lin Yuyan replied like a child, half pouting and half being stubborn. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanru was somewhat taken aback. Having lived alone since childhood, she had learned to read people's emotions easily. "Why does my sister sound a bit jealous?" Lin Wanru was extremely shocked, thinking, could it be that she likes the captain? What will Mayer do? The little girl fell into a dilemma, unsure whether to help her sister pursue true love or to help her cut off a doomed relationship. As the sun set, steaming dishes were placed on the makeshift dining table. Lu Wuxin hurriedly invited Qin Chen and the others to take a seat, even asking the students to bring a few bottles of fine red wine. "I don't really know what good wine is, I just brought a few bottles from home," the old man Lu said straightforwardly, admitting, "I've spent my life dealing with mechanical parts, so I have no taste. You young people, help me try it." Lin Mei took a small sip and smiled. "Professor Lu has quite the taste, right off the bat. It's 1992 Xiaoying. Before the wasteland, it was an extremely precious red wine. I didn't expect there would still be collectibles left after the wasteland." "I see, I didn't know the background of this thing," Lu Wuxin said, somewhat surprised, and quickly took a sip. He smacked his lips awkwardly and said, "I can't tell good from bad, it just tastes bland to me. Foreign wine is like that. We have plenty of fine wines on the land of Yanhua, so Professor Lu need not worry," Qin Chen comforted. Only then did Lu Wuxin burst into hearty laughter, saying, "That makes sense. I've drunk erguotu my whole life, no need to pretend to be elegant with red wine. Speaking of erguotu, it reminds me of my childhood." Lu Wuxin suddenly sighed, seeming a bit melancholic. "Why not share with us?" Qin Chen asked curiously. "I heard the professor experienced the world before the wasteland. What was it like back then? I am now 68 years old, I wonder if I will see peace on earth before I die." Lu Wuxin gazed into the distant night and began to recount. Before the wasteland, the earth was orderly. Although there were frictions among people, overall it was relatively harmonious. At that time, I was still a tender child, carrying my backpack to school every day, returning home to listen to my parents' teachings. In my childhood, I often thought about the end of the world, chaos everywhere, so I wouldn't have to study anymore. I never expected that one day, the dream would actually come true. The neighbor's grandmother suddenly turned into a bloodthirsty beast, biting her grandson to death right in front of me. Of course, there was no need to go to school anymore, as the streets were filled with the uncontrollable. My parents and I hid in the house, afraid to light a fire, afraid to boil water, and we ended up eating raw flour for 3 whole months. Qin Chen took a deep breath and sighed. Indeed, it was an incredibly cruel apocalypse. It must be hard for those living in the city today to imagine that era. "Ah, you're right. Only the elderly over 60 know about the past of that time." Lu Wuxin shook his head and sighed. Feng Yuxuan was a bit curious and quickly asked, "Professor Lu, how did you manage to escape later?" "Well, later, a powerful individual discovered a way to control the beastification, giving the survivors the strength to fight back." Lu Wuxin grinned and said, "I remember when my father first activated his beastification, it scared my mother so much that she grabbed a stick to hit him. I can still dream of that scene, a giant monkey with a red bottom being chased by a housewife wielding a wooden stick. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, dissipating the originally heavy atmosphere. Things got much better after that. The survivors gathered again, and city-states rose from the ground. We were not defeated by this beastification disaster. Lu Wuxin suddenly felt a surge of heroism and said loudly, "Thousands of years have passed, and the people of the land of Yanhua have never given up. Floods, droughts, plagues, and beast disasters are merely stones on the path forward. Whatever stands in our way, we will push it aside with all our might. What we cannot push aside, we will smash with united strength. What we cannot smash, we will find a way to bypass." The young people around were deeply moved by Lu's words, a surge of indescribable emotion rising within them. "Yes, our goal is the stars and the sea." Qin Chen smiled and took over Lu Wuxin's words. "No difficulty can hinder our progress, disasters cannot, and neither can enemies." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The twinkling stars in the night sky seemed to be the destination humanity was heading towards. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Wuxin invited Qin Chen for a walk nearby. "Qin Chen, what do you mean by enemies?" The old man had long harbored doubts and chose to ask privately. Qin Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Before answering that question, I want to ask if Professor Lu has ever suspected the cause of the beastification disaster?" "Of course, when I was young, I thought it was a virus weapon created by other countries," Lu Wuxin casually replied. "But later I learned that they were worse off than Yanhua, so I let that thought go." Qin Chen pointed to the sky and said, "Actually, this is a conspiracy against the entire Earth. Our enemies come from the cosmic stars." "Aliens?" Lu Wuxin was somewhat surprised. Scientists had proposed theories like the beastification reversion theory and human-beast evolution theory, but no one had ever suggested the alien conspiracy theory. After all, with the current level of technology, humanity still cannot detect the existence of extraterrestrial life. The enemy claims to be the myriad races of the stars, an invading army composed of countless advanced civilizations, Qin Chen elaborated. They not only possess extremely high technology but can also transform into terrifying monsters. For example, the star beasts of the God Star, the hell beasts of the Demon Star, and the ancient alien species of the Sea Nightmare Star. Lu Wuxin's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment of daze, he asked, "How can we prove their existence?" Although he didn't think Qin Shen was talking nonsense, it was hard to believe such fantastical claims at the moment. The Kingdom of Aoya. Qin Shen said lightly, "A star envoy team will soon arrive there. They are the vanguard of the enemy invading Earth. And I will be the one to break the vanguard." He revealed this information to Lu Wuxin, actually hoping to win over the old man. After all, if he needed to borrow the dome's forces, he had to find a partner in advance. Old Lu furrowed his brows in thought, seemingly analyzing the credibility of this news. "I really need Professor Lu's help because this is the first step to saving Earth," Qin Shen said straightforwardly. Old Lu had worked hard all his life, wanting nothing more than to return to a peaceful era, which aligned with the plan to save Earth. "Of course, I personally am willing to support you," Old Lu nodded and added, "but if you want further support from the dome, you need to provide relevant evidence for the higher-ups to see. Those guys are all businessmen, they won't be moved without benefits." Qin Shen grinned and said, "One of my purposes for going to Frostwind City is to gain the dome's support." "Alright, once we get to Frostwind City, we can discuss this further," Lu Wuxin said. "Now let's deal with the Beast King. If we can take it down, it will be easier to negotiate with the company." "Professor Lu, please," Qin Shen gestured. This old man was indeed a good partner because he didn't even ask where Qin Shen got the information. Once such secrets are brought to light, suspicion inevitably arises between partners. Sometimes, playing dumb is more meaningful than digging for the truth. "Captain, the toxin has been released." As soon as they landed, Li Zhenda excitedly ran over to report. "When we came out, there were already large numbers of out-of-control individuals thirsting for water, rushing to the wine lake." Qin Shen nodded and smiled. "Well done, you all go eat first." Hearing this, Xingyu quickly transformed back into human form and joyfully ran towards the temporary dining table. However, Li Zhenda looked a bit troubled and tentatively asked, "Captain, how is old Dai doing?" He and Dai Hong were close friends, even closer than brothers, so he naturally worried about that guy's safety. "Don't worry, he won't be in any life-threatening danger," Qin Shen explained. "I've already sent Bai Wuchang over. You've seen the firepower robot. It will definitely protect your brother well." "Alright, thank you, Captain." Li Zhengde finally felt relieved. Bai Wuchang had once taken on 5 opponents and defeated them all, so its strength was assured. "Professor Lu, I can currently only operate the siege cannon 5 times. After all, I need to reserve some beast power to pull the target." Qin Shen turned to Lu Wuxin and said, "So when I start the bombardment later, please have the guards fire as well. Rest assured, they will cooperate fully." Lu Wuxin nodded, his eyes showing some excitement. He had been looking forward to seeing the cannon display its might for a long time. "Captain, the Beast King is starting to get restless." Dai Heng's voice came through the communicator. "A large number of beasts have fallen. It seems to have angered it." "Good, we will start bombarding the target in 10 minutes, Qin Shen said. "You need to retreat quickly to avoid being affected." Dai Hong was a bit stunned and quickly replied, "Captain, with my speed, I can't possibly get out in 10 minutes. Run with all your might, exhaust all your beast power, consider it a speed training." No matter when, Qin Shen always thought about training his team, even in the 10 minutes before the action began. Dai Hong naturally didn't know there were robots protecting him, so without replying, he immediately started to run wildly. Roar! Although it had noticed the little fly, the Beast King had no intention of chasing it down. The beast horde under his command inexplicably fell victim to a deadly poison, collapsing one after another, which left him furious, yet he had no idea who to take revenge on. Ghost Shadow! A massive black cat leaped swiftly between the abandoned buildings, its shadow suddenly engulfing it, then fleeing rapidly with its master. Dai Hong could move within the shadows, somewhat similar to Qin Shen's nether stealth. However, the shockwave from the beast's power would scatter the ghost shadow. It could only be used for movement and stealth, unable to evade lethal attacks at all. Only a few seconds left. I wonder where old Dai has run off to? Li Zhengde wiped the sweat from his brow. Qin Shen glanced at his watch and coldly shouted, "Prepare for bombing." He had already transformed into a giant ape, equipped with a siege cannon, and the beast power conversion device on his back was fully charged. The dome guards activated their beastly armaments, aiming their guns and cannons at the urban area of Johou City. 3, 2, 1, fire. At Qin Shen's command, countless flashes of fire erupted in the dim wilderness, illuminating the faces of the surrounding hunters. The most violent energy and the brightest light came from the massive cannonball flying at the forefront. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a silver-white figure emerged, carrying the large black cat. "Thank you, Captain, for saving my life." Dai Hung said, nearly in tears. He had barely managed to escape, almost closing his eyes to await death, when he was effortlessly rescued by Bai Wuchang, escaping from the jaws of doom. You need to strengthen your speed training. Next time, Bai Wuchang won't be here to protect you, Qin Shen said. Once the sound of the bombing ceased and the smoke cleared, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiuhu City. In just the first round of bombing, countless skyscrapers had turned to ruins. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the ruins of the city, instantly rippling across the wilderness. The surrounding hunters frowned, hastily covering their ears. Second round of bombing, fire. It felt as if they had returned to the battlefield of a past life, with Qin Shen commanding the dome guards like a general. With a wave of his hand, another round of fiery volleys shot into the sky. The air filled with smoke, and countless energy shells streaked across the night sky like meteors, rapidly descending toward their target. Boom boom boom. Thunder erupted from the ground, and countless high-rise buildings in Jiuhu City collapsed, spreading dust and debris outward like a smog storm. Still not willing to come out? Qin Shen murmured. He raised his left arm, and the guards behind him immediately assumed a ready-to-fire stance. Third round of bombing, fire. With the third round of earth-shattering bombardment, the enormous figure of the Beast King finally appeared. However, only a small group of out-of-control creatures followed it. Roar! The green-eyed toad bellowed angrily at Qin Shen and the others, and thousands of long tongues shot out from its bloody mouth, like a rain of spears. All units retreat! Faced with the Beast King's wide-ranging attack, Qin Shen remained exceptionally calm. While everyone else stopped and retreated, he alone carried the siege cannon, charging toward the Beast King. Is this guy crazy? Does he think he can stop a moving train with his bare hands? Someone shouted in disbelief. He's a whole level off. Where does he get his confidence? You don't understand. Titan never does anything without certainty. Nether stealth. Just as the long tongue was about to pierce the giant ape, Qin Shen vanished without a trace. But in less than 2 seconds, he reappeared less than 10 meters from the Beast King. In just a few seconds, Qin Shen not only evaded the long tongue attack but also closed the distance to his target. Bang! The siege cannon seemed to have been fully charged long ago. The moment the giant ape appeared, it had already fired. The Beast King's eyes widened in shock as it hurriedly retracted its long tongue. But the next second, a high-energy shell swiftly shot into its bloody mouth and exploded violently within its body. Roar! The emerald-eyed toad let out a piercing scream, blood gushing uncontrollably from its massive mouth. Upon closer inspection, its jaw had been blown open, revealing a deep wound, and half of its mouth was torn apart. Damn, that's impressive. Stuff a heavy cannon in its mouth and blow it up at close range. Even the Beast King can't withstand that. With great skill comes great courage. Our captain is truly fierce. The hunters stopped running, pausing to discuss. The giant ape struck successfully and immediately retreated, not greedy for another hit. After all, Qin Shen wasn't trying to kill it. He wanted to draw its hatred and lead it to the iron-armored ant nest. The Beast King was drenched in blood, its eyes instantly turning crimson. A tremendous beastly power surged within its gaze, and the surrounding sand and stones were swept up as if caught in a small storm. Finally willing to use your trump card? Looking at those giant eyes, Qin Shen smiled faintly. But you should use it on the iron-armored ants. He turned and ran wildly, not giving the Beast King a chance to unleash its fury. At the same time, a phantom of a dragon slowly emerged from the giant ape's spine, the pure power fully displayed before the Beast King's eyes. Roar! Sensing the same aura as its former treasure, the Beast King became even more furious. It turned out that the one who had injured it today was the little thief who had stolen its golden bones back then. Old grudges and new enmities had to be settled together. The Beast King retracted its beastly power, leaping high into the air, its massive body soaring dozens of meters as it chased after the giant ape. Sis, do you think Qin Shen will be okay? In a small passenger plane, Lin Yuyan looked out the window anxiously. Lin Mei stared at the figure running wildly across the wilderness and comforted her. Don't worry, if he dares to do something like this, he must have his own plans. But running like this, Qin Shen must be getting tired, right? Feng Yuxuan chimed in, her expression even more worried. Hearing this, Lin Mei sighed. She certainly felt for Qin Shen, but no one could dissuade that guy. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanru was somewhat dumbfounded. The captain could actually make 3 stunning young ladies worry about him. He was truly a top-tier heartthrob. Click, 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 the communicator suddenly rang, and surprisingly, Qin Shen's voice came through. Mayor, you all need to fly to Frostwind City immediately and help me contact Captain Lu Qing of the Xianuang team. Ask her to come out of the city to help. Lin Mei quickly picked up the communicator and replied, got it, just be careful. Don't worry, even if I run for a few more hours, I still have the strength to mess with you, Qin Shen laughed. There are young ladies around. Don't say such things. Lin Mei scolded playfully. She inadvertently glanced at Feng Yuxuan, only to find that the young lady had already buried her head in shyness. No more talking, please get Miss Lu out of the city as soon as possible. After saying that, Qin Chen hung up the communicator. Lin Mei didn't hesitate and immediately instructed the pilot to head to Frostwind City at full speed. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken the passenger plane. Lin Yuyan sighed. Now that they had to fly to Frostwind City early, she wouldn't get to see Qin Chen display his prowess. Teacher, is this guy really C3 level? In the off-road vehicle, Wang Quanyao looked at the giant ape running in the distance, puzzled. Of course, you're B-level yourself, can't you tell? Lu Wuxin casually replied. Wang Quanyao scratched his head, confused. I don't understand. I've never seen such a bold guy. Clearly, he's a whole major level below, yet he dares to provoke the Beast King. Ruanin smiled. Others are renowned young geniuses. How could they be easily seen through by you? Wang Quanyao was left speechless. He was a genius himself, but he was a genius in weaponry, lacking much experience in actual combat. Alright, no more idle chatter, stay alert to your surroundings. Lu Wuxin said in a deep voice. Qin Chen mentioned to me earlier that he is worried those guys from Yiting might secretly interfere and need our help to keep an eye on things. Understood. The students responded one after another. What is he trying to do? Miao Zixuan stared at the giant ape that was running wildly, her beautiful eyes filled with both anger and confusion. It seems he wants to take the Beast King somewhere? Someone in the team analyzed. Yiting withdrew his gaze and said solemnly, in that case, we shouldn't let him succeed. It would be best to use the Beast King's hand to get rid of this monkey. Should I dig a few pits on his path? A team member suggested. This guy's beast form is a steel claw armadillo, and he digs holes at incredible speed, having trapped quite a few hunters. Sure, you dig the holes to slow down Qin Chen's progress. Yiting nodded in agreement and added, the rest of you should interfere secretly, forcing him to confront the Beast King. I want to see what else this monkey can do to turn the tables. Have you heard? Someone is walking a blue-eyed toad in the wilderness. Are you kidding? The Beast King isn't a dog, how can it be walked? But the one walking it is a titan. In the southern wilderness, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly. After hearing this intel, countless hunters rushed over, eager to catch a glimpse of the titan. Insect species parasite. The giant ape suddenly scattered something that looked like willow fluff behind it, all of which clung to the Beast King. Due to the enormous size of the blue-eyed toad, it didn't even notice these tiny fluffs and continued its relentless pursuit. Feeling the Beast King's power continuously flowing into him, Qin Chen smiled and said, what a great power bank. The reason he dared to pull the Beast King alone was that the parasite could absorb beast power, and the blue-eyed toad was equivalent to a large mobile energy reservoir. Boom! The ground ahead suddenly collapsed on a large scale, sending clouds of dust flying towards Qin Chen, forcing him to brake and change direction. There's a ghost. Qin Chen was startled, and his speed increased sharply. Due to the sudden break, the Beast King instantly closed the distance between them, disrupting the walking the dog operation. Qin Chen, since you are unwilling to compete fairly, let's play dirty. A giant wild boar appeared in the distance, its tone cold and its gaze filled with resentment. Black Yama. It opened its bloody mouth wide, and a dark mass of beast power shot towards the giant ape rapidly, resembling a fierce and terrifying skull. Back in Zhouwu City, Qin Chen had fallen for this trick before. It could quickly devour the beast power within the target, leaving them powerless to resist, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even though Qin Chen was absorbing the Beast King's power, he couldn't match the speed at which Black Yama devoured it. Black Gold Giant Soldier. Metal shards rapidly assembled, and a giant stick slowly materialized in Qin Chen's hand. He swung the stick fiercely, smashing it towards the skull's shadow. Want to break my attack? Dream on! Yiting's mind stirred, directing Black Yama to fly upward swiftly, easily dodging the giant stick strike. Not getting a hit didn't anger Qin Chen, he simply increased his speed again. The biggest threat right now was still the Beast King. Yiting could only be considered a pesky fly. Black Yama Chimera. With a furious roar, the skull's shadow split into two, then into four, charging at Qin Chen from four different angles. They resembled vengeful spirits come to claim lives, and anyone who glanced at them would be filled with dread. Soul-shaking demon sound. While running wildly, Qin Chen shouted out a magical song. He controlled the sound waves, directing them all towards Yiting. Only by counterattacking could he instill fear in his enemy. Simply taking hits would only embolden his opponent. This sound wave is too fast, I can't dodge it. Yiting's brows furrowed, his face showing difficulty. But he still didn't give up on the attack. Instead, he accelerated Black Yama's flight speed. Not bad, just as ruthless as me. Qin Chen smiled coldly, and violent thunder surged around him, forming an enormous lightning barrier. Although the barrier couldn't completely negate the attack, it at least delayed the invasion of the Black Yama. Bang! When the Black Yama collided with the lightning barrier, the sound wave of demonic music quickly struck the giant pig beast's body. Vitality, beast power in reverse. The heart is rapidly failing. Yiting felt the state of his body, his eyes filled with shock. This power is truly terrifying. It can actually affect 3 aspects. Boom! Several violent shells smashed down, exploding near Yiting. This was not fired by Qin Shen, but by the dome guards. Mr. Qin, let us hold Yiting back. You continue to distract the Beast King. Wang Quanyao, carrying a lightweight fire god cannon, shouted to Qin Shen while firing at full force. Okay. Qin Shen unleashed all his beast power, and the lightning barrier exploded, instantly sending 4 Yama phantoms flying. Then, the lightning transformed into thin snakes, pursuing and entangling the Black Yama, preventing them from getting closer to Qin Shen. Seeing this situation, Qin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to hold onto the Beast King's hatred and quickly moved towards his destination. Damn it! Yiting endured the discomfort in his heart and turned to run. Lu Wuxin thought for a moment and commanded, "Chase after him, this guy will definitely interfere with our actions, so let's entangle him." Yes. Looking at the ruins of Jiuhu City, Bai Xingzhou seemed a bit dazed, murmuring, "Brother, look at this is Qin Shen's handiwork. Don't bother him in the future. If he tears his face and strikes, our team won't be able to handle it." Bai Xinghe scratched his head and replied helplessly, "I didn't know his growth speed was so fast, and that he has such a good relationship with the dome. Ignorance is no excuse. It's fine, I'll go apologize later. Qin Shen is so strong, he should have a broad mind, right?" Shenya shrugged. Bai Xingzhou said irritably, "You might as well forget it. You'll definitely end up bothering him again after a couple of words." Shenya smiled awkwardly and didn't respond to her brother-in-law. Although the couple was open-minded, they weren't fools. With Qin Shen's fame and strength, and the powerful backing he had, bothering him would be pure stupidity. Such a person still needs to be befriended. Bai Xinghe stroked his chin and mused, "He's young and might be quite innocent, fond of pure and innocent love. Why not introduce my little cousin to him?" Shinya nodded, fully agreeing with her husband's suggestion. "Is that all you think about, matters of men and women?" Bai Xingzhou said helplessly, "Not everyone covets beauty. Can we give the Titan a little respect?" He greatly admired Qin Shen and had even joined a fan group privately, so he certainly didn't want his brother and sister-in-law to embarrass themselves. "Brother Xinghe, I just heard some news." A female team member ran over excitedly, panting as she said, "The Titan has established a hunting legion, seemingly to deal with Yiting's forces." Upon hearing this, Bai Xinghe's expression showed some surprise. Qin Shen's judgment is surprisingly strong. Yiting's side has just begun to rise, and he has already thought of a countermeasure. Truly a remarkable person. Shenya sighed. "So let's hurry and catch up, and find an opportunity to apologize to him," Bai Xingzhou suggested eagerly. Bai Xinghe shook his head and said, "No rush, let's first talk to the people in the Legion and build a closer relationship. Then you all take your time, I'm going to see Qin Shen fight," Bai Xingzhou said anxiously. Several brothers in the fan group had asked him to shoot a video, and since the Lingpa team was already late, he couldn't delay any longer. Alright, you go take a look first," White Star River casually said. "If you can communicate with Qin Shen, remember to say a few good words for my brother and sister-in-law. We're only a few dozen kilometers away from the Iron Arm ant nest." Qin Shen gasped for breath as he looked back. The Beast King was still relentlessly pursuing him, completely unconcerned about its injuries. Perhaps in its eyes, only by killing Qin Shen could it dissolve its hatred. Along the way, the destruction caused by the green-eyed toad was considerable. Large swaths of land were upheaved, countless plants and trees crushed to death, and even the passing beast herds suffered. They were bitten by the Beast King and swallowed whole, leaving no remains behind, turning into blood food to replenish its strength. Such a terrifying scene left the pursuing hunters trembling with fear. If the Beast King was so terrifying, how powerful must the one walking it like a dog be? Thinking of this, the hunters from other cities realized a fact: Titan was not just a name without substance, but a true master with real skills. They had always thought Qin Shen was just a figure propped up by Star Moon City, scoffing at the Beast-Tide videos. Now, witnessing the scene of the Beast King being walked, they could finally understand the might of the Titan giant ape. If only he were from Light Chasing City. We've been looking for strong individuals to join us. A small city dares to come out and make a name for itself. Have they asked us in Yaolong City? A powerhouse like Titan should develop in a big city. What's a place like Yaolong City, known for its militarism, worth? Titan should go to South City. What does it mean to be the southern center? This group of hunters actually began to argue fiercely, wishing for Qin Shen to settle in their city-states. Most of them had a mentality of admiring the strong, revering those with great renown. Stop arguing. Does anyone know where Titan is taking the Beast King? Someone quickly raised the question. This is the jurisdiction of Frostwind City. Is he planning to use the city defense army to kill the Beast King? Someone speculated. Roar! The Beast King's furious roar interrupted the discussion. It was agitated, and the anger stirred by Qin Shen seemed to fade a little, as if sensing something. You've been running for so long, you must be hungry, right? Qin Shen whispered, I'll serve you a feast soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed several bolts of lightning, striking fiercely at the Beast King's wounds. Ow! The green-eyed toad cried out in pain, its fury reignited. It leaped forward, charging at Qin Shen with the force of a mountain. Phantom stealth. The giant ape vanished in an instant, and when it reappeared, it was already several hundred meters away from the Beast King. We've arrived. Looking at the distant mountains, Qin Shen grinned. After running for several hours, he had finally brought the Beast King to the Iron Arm ant nest. Buzz, the siege cannon began to operate rapidly, startling the Beast King, which instinctively dodged to the side. It had experienced a close-range bombardment before, and had some lingering shadows in its heart. However, this time, the cannon was not aimed at it, but at the mountain range. Fire! With Qin Shen's command, the cannon roared to life. A high-energy shell, resembling a shooting star, traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air before crashing into the mountains. Boom! With a deafening sound, the mountains collapsed, and rocks flew everywhere. Zizzes! A sound that made one's teeth ache quickly echoed in the deep mountains, dense and numerous, like mosquitoes. It's the Iron Arm ant swarm. They've hollowed out the mountain. The hunters exclaimed in shock. Countless Iron Arm ants emerged from the mountains, disturbed from their dreams by the cannon fire, and they were determined to devour everything outside their nest. Run! Don't get swallowed by the ant tide. What is Titan trying to do, provoking the ant tide? The Iron Arm ants were the most troublesome existence in the wilderness. Once the ant swarm appeared, all creatures had to retreat. Enjoy the feast, I hope you can eat to your heart's content. Qin Shen smiled slightly, his beastly form floating up and instantly disappearing into the night sky. This was the flying ability of the dragon ape transformation, and it was also his trump card for escape. Roar! The Beast King was furious, spraying corrosive water into the sky. Although it was futile, at least it allowed him to vent his emotions. Sizzle! Several iron-armored ants were drenched in the falling corrosive water, letting out piercing screams. The entire ant swarm immediately changed direction, marching towards the Beast King. The tide of ants surged, causing the ground to tremble, and the surrounding hunters didn't dare to make a sound, fearing they would attract the attention of the swarm. Roar! The green-eyed toad let out a roar, spewing out more and thicker corrosive water. Humans dared to offend it, and a group of ants actually dared to look down on its royal might? It had to devour the ant swarm to relieve its anger. I understand now. Titan wants to use the Beast King to eliminate the iron-armored ant swarm. What a bold move, neither side is easy to deal with. Everyone marveled, fearing that only Qin Shen would dare to take such a dangerous action. What's the situation? As soon as he got out of the off-road vehicle, Lu Wuxin asked Qin Shen. Mission accomplished, the Beast King is already entangled with the ant swarm. Qin Shen smiled and asked, what about you guys? Lu Wuxin shook his head, his tone somewhat regretful. Yiting has too many trump cards. We really couldn't catch up, but at least we drove him away. It's okay, I'll kill him later, Qin Shen said. Hearing this, Wang Quanyao frowned. This guy's killing intent was too strong, making it hard for a researcher like him to adapt. Yeah, that Yiting really deserves to die. Lu Wuxin nodded and added, once the Beast King and the ant swarm are both injured, we can reap the rewards, and it won't be in vain for this period of preparation. Everyone, immediately cover your heads and squat down. A harsh shout suddenly came from afar, carrying a sense of show-off. Qin Shen squinted and saw a group of uniformed city defense soldiers. Standing beside them was a beautiful woman, none other than Miao Zixuan from the Mechanical Puppet Squad. Professor Lu, it seems Yiting has brought reinforcements, Qin Shen said. Lu Wuxin's expression was not good, replying, how disgusting, actually calling the city defense army. If they dare to take our credit, I will definitely turn against them. Just adapt to the situation. Anyway, the Beast King and the ant swarm will be fighting for a long time, Qin Shen said expressionlessly. A young officer walked over with his hands behind his back, scolding everyone. Did I tell you to cover your heads and squat down? Are you deaf? This is the wilderness. Wang Quanyao said righteously, it's not a military camp, why should we obey your orders? The young officer sneered, pointing to the distant mountains. Disturbing the ant swarm has already threatened the safety of Frostwind City. The city defense army has the right to arrest you. We have already reported to the Lord's mansion. The operation to clear the ant nest is legal. The young officer interrupted him, impatiently saying, "Don't talk to me about the Lord's mansion. I say you are the thugs endangering Frostwind City, and you are. Are you trying to frame us?" Lu Wuxin asked in a deep voice. "Frame?" The young officer sneered, saying, "The Beast King was brought here by you, and the ant nest was destroyed by you. There are many witnesses here. Do I need to frame you? Don't use a chicken feather as an arrow." Qin Shen said flatly, "The Beast King and the ant swarm do not threaten Frostwind City. You have no right to detain us." Hearing this, the young officer shifted his gaze to Qin Shen. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes as he said, "You are the Titan? Spouting nonsense in front of me, do you want to roll into a military prison?" Although Qin Shen was a member of the Star Moon, the City Defense Army indeed had the power to imprison once they entered Frostwind's jurisdiction. "You can try." Qin Shen glanced at him. Wei Zhu was enraged by that gaze and shouted, "Dare to provoke the city defense officer? Seize this madman!" Crack! The soldiers behind him immediately raised their guns and moved forward, ready to capture Qin Shen. But the dome was not to be trifled with. With Lu Wuxin's command, the guards confronted them. "Are you going to defy military orders?" Wei Zhu's face darkened as he threatened, "No matter if it's the dome or some damn titan. Whoever dares to resist the city defense army will face a nationwide manhunt. You don't represent the city defense army." Qin Shen suddenly turned to Miao Zixuan and said, "During patrol, wandering around with a delicate beauty, some people don't seem to follow the rules either." "You're talking nonsense, I'm just a witness." Miao Zixuan quickly distanced herself. Wei Zhu was indeed her hired help, but this relationship could not be exposed in front of outsiders. "Who knows?" Qin Shen chuckled, his words laced with sarcasm. Wei Zhu's face darkened, and he reprimanded, "Slandering an officer is a serious crime. Charge!" He took a step back, and the soldiers beside him rushed forward. Seeing this scene, the dome guards did not dare to fire first. They had no choice but to form a human wall, blocking in front of Qin Shen. Thus, the two forces were once again at a stalemate. "Zixuan, this guy isn't as easy to scare as you said?" Wei Zhu whispered. Miao Zixuan pouted, unconcerned, and replied, "I misjudged. I thought this guy would be scared of the city defense army at such a young age." In reality, Yi Ting had only sent her to stir up trouble. Capturing Qin Shen was a pretense, while creating chaos was the real goal. "It's fine, even if he's not afraid, I have ways to deal with him." Wei Zhu revealed a sycophantic smile and quickly promised Miao Zixuan. He had been patrolling when he heard the goddess's call and immediately brought his team to help. Miao Zixuan's eyes held a hint of disdain, but she smiled and said, "Thank goodness for you, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Wei Zhu felt immensely pleased. Yi Ting was nothing. Although that guy was wealthy, there were still things he couldn't accomplish, and the goddess Zixuan still needed his help. "What are you surrounding our captain for? I've long heard that the quality of the Frostwind City Defense Army is lacking, and now seeing it, it's true. Clearing the ant nest is a great achievement. These guys came just in time, they must be here to steal the credit." The hunters quickly noticed the two forces in a standoff and surrounded them. Qin Shen's hunting team was eager to help their captain. They were numerous, effectively surrounding the city defense team. "Captain, all the teams in the Legion are here. As long as you give the order, no matter who it is, we will strike without hesitation." Xiang Mo patted his chest and said. Qin Shen replied calmly, "Don't be so rebellious, we are law-abiding citizens, only doing legal things. But if someone wants to use power to oppress and do unjust things, we will fight to the end." "Good, the captain speaks well. Fight to the end, retaliate against those who use power for personal gain. This guy's number is 102,948, let's report him to the City Defense Army together." The Legion members immediately responded, and the protests were incessant. Seeing this scene, Wei Zhu's face darkened. He had just promised the goddess, and in the blink of an eye, he was being roasted by the hunters, which was truly embarrassing. "You don't understand the crisis regulations of Frostwind City at all, you're just a bunch of rabble." Wei Zhu pointed at Qin Shen and shouted. He recklessly led the Beast King to the outskirts of Frostwind City and alarmed the ant swarm. These two charges alone are enough to convict him. "Then what crime do you say it is?" someone immediately questioned. "Definitely the crime of obstructing dating, ruining the officer's mood, that's indeed a heinous crime," Xiang Mo sarcastically retorted. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Qin Shen also began to laugh. This group of hunters under his command was truly talented, their words pleasing to the ear. "Are you looking for death?" Wei Zhu roared in fury, pointing at Xiang Mo and cursing. "Daring to insult an officer, I can throw you in prison, and leave you there to die. Oh, what great authority you have." Xiang Mo laughed heartily. "What is my crime then? Is it the crime of speaking the truth? You sought death time and again, I will not let you go. Wei Zhu was completely enraged, transforming into a brown-yellow hedgehog in an instant. Its massive body was covered in over a meter-long sharp spines, each one incredibly sharp, radiating a chilling light in the night. We're both C3 level, am I supposed to be afraid of you? Xiang Mo sneered, immediately transforming into a pitch-black giant leopard. A swirl of dark beastly energy circled around him, releasing an extremely dangerous aura. The atmosphere on site became tense to the extreme, a great battle on the verge of breaking out. In terms of numbers, Qin Shen's side had the advantage, not only with the assistance of the dome guards but also countless hunting teams supporting them. On Wei Zhu's side, there were only 15 soldiers. Although they were strong, they could not possibly match an entire hunting legion. Stop! A clear voice suddenly rang out from the sky, breaking the deadlock. Everyone looked up and saw ice crystals falling from the sky. The Xian Phoenix descended, transforming into a celestial beauty. She wore a sharp military uniform, exuding a heroic demeanor and an unparalleled aura that left the men dumbfounded. Miss Lu, long time no see. Qin Shen waved to greet her. Lu Qing nodded at him, then turned to Wei Zhu and coldly asked, Wei Zhu, why are you here instead of patrolling? Captain, I. Wei Zhu quickly transformed back into human form, but he stammered and couldn't find the words. He couldn't understand why the captain would be out of the city in the middle of the night. This guy was entrusted by a wealthy family to disrupt our normal hunting operations. He even attempted to use the authority of the city defense army to illegally detain my friend Qin Shen. As the oldest and most respected person present, Lu Wuxin immediately spoke up to accuse. Hearing this, Lu Qing's expression turned cold. Corporal Wei, do you have any explanation for such an accusation? Captain, I didn't. Wei Zhu stammered, they posed a threat to Frost City. I was just conducting a routine check. Lu Qing asked expressionlessly, where is the threat you speak of? Wei Zhu pointed at the Beast King, who was fiercely battling a swarm of ants in the distance, and said anxiously, they lured the green-eyed toad over and used explosives to destroy the ant nest, causing the swarm to mobilize. Is that even a threat? With the entire camp mobilized, how long can the Beast King hold out? Lu Qing frowned and scolded, I see you are using your power to bully others. As a city defense officer, you abandoned your post and bullied civilians. What else is there to say? Hearing such a severe reprimand, Wei Zhu felt his scalp tingle and dared not respond. Your position as squad leader has been revoked. Disarm immediately and return to the barracks for punishment. Lu Qing's tone was icy. Yes. Wei Zhu dared not defy the order, grimacing as he removed his shoulder insignia and weapons, handing them over to the soldiers. The rest of you, escort him back to the city without error. Lu Qing issued the order to the soldiers. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, a graceful figure quietly slipped away. Watching Wei Zhu's retreating figure, the hunters couldn't help but cheer. Xiang Mo even shouted sarcastically, Officer, I'm waiting for you to send me to prison. Don't forget about this. Hearing this, Wei Zhu stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. He shot Xiang Mo a glare before quickly leaving. When did you become the captain? Qin Shen asked curiously. Lu Qing looked at him with a strange expression and asked, didn't you ask me to investigate at the city defense army camp? Qin Shen then remembered the suggestion he had made to Lu Qing back then and helplessly said, well, you're quite impressive, getting in so quickly. Don't misunderstand, I already had sufficient military merit, I just hadn't taken the position of camp leader before, Lu Qing replied. My father despises connections, and as his daughter, I certainly can't take the back door. Qin Shen gave her a thumbs up and praised, a tiger father has no dog daughter. Miss Lu truly has the demeanor of the ancient heroines. Lu Qing ignored his flattery and asked, you asked me to leave the city just to get me out of trouble? Of course not, I didn't expect there would be pesky little flies bothering us. Qin Shen shook his head and explained, I wanted you to leave the city to discuss cooperation. What cooperation? Lu Qing became interested. She knew Qin Shen had secrets and might be able to save her father, to achieve merit and hold power. Qin Shen smiled. Lu Qing, as always, was not fond of talking and only showed a puzzled expression. Qin Shen pointed at the Beast King and the ant swarm, slowly explaining, the credit for clearing the ant swarm is not small, it can help you go further in the military. I don't need it. Lu Qing coldly refused, stating firmly, this goes against my principles, claiming military merit falsely is an extremely serious mistake. However, Qin Shen was not surprised at all, as he had already guessed Lu Qing's possible reaction. Who said I wanted you to claim it falsely? He spread his hands and said, even if the Beast King and the ant swarm are both heavily injured, someone still needs to finish them off. At that time, you would have truly participated in this operation. Lu Qing was silent for a moment and asked, why give the credit to me? What do you want? Qin Shen smiled and said, I want you to come with me. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face showed an extremely confused expression. Could it be that this young boy in front of her was also a lecherous man coveting her beauty? Before Lu Qing could voice her rejection, Qin Shen added, "Come with me to a place to slay the future enemies of Earthstar." What enemies? After the misunderstanding was cleared, Lu Qing quickly posed a question to ease the awkward atmosphere. She was almost ready to give him the cold shoulder. Qin Shen did not explain immediately but insisted, "You agree first, and then we'll talk. If you don't agree, I can't disclose the information." "Alright, then I agree to this cooperation." Lu Qing nodded in response. Investigating her father's disappearance required very high authority. She had to work hard to raise her military rank and enter the power center of Frost City as soon as possible. Clearing the ant swarm and slaying the Beast King. These two achievements combined were quite impressive. "Welcome to our team." Lu Wuxin came over from behind, cheerfully saying. Professor Lu is also. Lu Qing was somewhat surprised. This stubborn old man who loved to study weapons had actually joined Qin Shen's mysterious operation. What kind of enemy were they dealing with? We'll discuss the specifics once we get into the city. Qin Shen pointed at the Beast King. First, let's deal with this guy to prevent outsiders from stealing the credit. Alright. Hearing this, Lu Qing had no choice but to suppress her curiosity and quickly headed towards the Beast King. Large numbers of armored ants fell, their shells completely eroded by corrosive water, and the ground was covered with foul-smelling green blood. Due to the heavy casualties, the number of armored ants could no longer form a tide. It was clear that the situation was dire. The Beast King was also in bad shape, its mouth wound severely torn, even cracking up to its chest, as if it had been slashed in front of someone. That was the wound Qin Shen had blown open earlier, which the armored ants had crazily attacked as a weakness, causing the Beast King immense pain. Due to massive blood loss, its emerald eyes had lost their luster, and the Beast King's body swayed unsteadily, leaning this way and that. Both sides suffer, and the fisherman profits. Looking at this scene, Wang Quanyao couldn't help but sigh. No matter how powerful the out-of-control beasts were, they were merely mindless animals. Although they occupied 60% of the land on Earth, one day they would be pushed back by humanity. Is it time to strike? Lu Qing asked tentatively. Qin Shen nodded and said, "I'll hold them off. You prepare a large-scale killing move. Aim to take out the Beast King and the remaining ant swarm in one blow." Chirp! The Xianhuang divine bird spread its icy wings and soared into the sky. The Beast King's massive body shook violently as it instinctively looked up. A tremendous beastly power rose from the Xianhuang, and countless ice crystals appeared out of thin air, forming a terrifying extreme ice storm in the air. Roar! The green-eyed toad panicked, letting out an incredulous roar of anger. It had once been an A-class Beast King. How could it be driven to such a desperate situation by humans? It had to escape, to flee to a desolate place where no one could reach. Bang! The next moment, a black gold giant pillar, 30 meters long, came crashing down. Thunder swirled around the pillar, resembling a mythical artifact, its power astonishing. This was Qin Shen's full-force strike, first the maximum length of the black gold giant weapon, then the ultimate power of the raging thunder. He had also ignited his heartfire and added explosive force and other genetic abilities to the giant pillar. It could be said that with this strike, there was basically no B2-level creature that could survive. The Beast King's body was too massive and had suffered severe injuries, making it impossible to dodge. Ow! It watched helplessly as the giant pillar smashed down on its wound, uncontrollably letting out a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, the extreme ice storm in the sky began to descend rapidly. Buzz! The power of the bitter prison began to take effect, and the Beast King's eyes quickly revealed a look of pain worse than death. With a successful strike, Qin Shen quickly retreated. He had only come to hold the Beast King back, preventing its escape, and did not want to face the overwhelming pressure of the extreme ice storm. Although Lu Qing was a B2 level powerhouse, when fully unleashed, she could match a B3 level. Being able to become a camp leader at the age of 25, her immense potential played a significant role. Crack! The crystal blue extreme ice instantly covered the Beast King's torso, with the first to freeze being its gaping, bloody wound, the blood coagulating layer by layer into overlapping blood ice. Roar! The Beast King writhed in unbearable pain, its massive body crashing down. It rolled back and forth on the ground, trying to alleviate its multiple pains, shattering the ice crystals on its body. Each time it rolled, the ground trembled, sending shivers down the spines of the hunters. The remaining armored ants were also completely frozen by the extreme ice, their vitality rapidly declining in the cold, soon unable to make a sound. Qin Shen was not idle, he had already begun to scavenge the fragments of the insect corpses scattered on the ground. There were over 1,000 armored ants here, mostly C1 level out-of-control creatures, making for a very considerable haul. Perhaps ignited by the threat of death, the Beast King struggled to rise, enduring the intense pain, its green eyes wide open. A tremendous beastly power gathered around its eye sockets, and the surrounding air instantly stagnated, as if it were accumulating some deadly move. The target of this killing move was not the Xianuang divine bird in the sky, but the Titan giant ape leaping among the insect corpses. It was clear that the Beast King had the idea of taking Qin Shen down with it. Be careful! Lu Qing saw everything clearly from the air and quickly shouted a warning. Qin Shen looked up, and a thick green beam of light was already shooting towards him. This attack was extremely terrifying, instantly igniting the gas along its path, and the surrounding space began to twist violently, far beyond the might of a B-level creature. This was the final killing move of an A-class Beast King. Underworld Stealth. Qin Shen remained calm, merely whispering a phrase. In the next moment, the giant ape's figure vanished into the underworld space, disappearing from the real world in an instant. Bang! A green light beam shot through the air, crashing down on the dilapidated ant nest and completely destroying it. Seeing this, the Beast King revealed an unmistakable sense of loss in its eyes. After letting out one last weak cry, its massive body was entirely covered by the extreme ice. Looking at the ice-encased giant beast, the hunters were in awe. Wow, this is the first Beast King to be killed by a private force, right? It really is. In the past, it was always the city defense army that dealt with the Beast Kings. I didn't expect Titan to bring a small team from the dome and enlist the help of an officer to wipe out both the Beast King and the ant nest. This is quite a military achievement. Do you think Titan will go on to further his training in the city defense army? How could he endure the hardships of military life? He will definitely dominate in the wilderness. The crowd began to discuss, casually speculating about Qin Shen's future path. Is it dead? Qin Shen asked curiously, looking at the massive ice block before him. Lu Qing shook her head and said, after all, the Beast King is a Beast King. Its life is incredibly tenacious. It can't be killed just by cold. It should have entered a state of winter hibernation, close to death. To avoid any long-lasting dreams, let's deal with it quickly. Qin Shen summoned the black gold giant stick, lightning instantly swirling around it. He couldn't wait to harvest the Beast King's genes. This guy would definitely yield an incredibly rich bounty. You don't need to take action, just stand back, Lu Qing said calmly. She lightly raised her jade hand, and the extreme ice beast power surged forth. The ice covering the Beast King began to spread inward, transforming into sharp ice spikes that easily pierced through the Beast King's head. As blood soaked into the extreme ice, the life of the green-eyed toad came to an end. Gain 20 power genes, 15 speed genes, 20 corruption water genes, 10 green-eye genes, can activate related gene abilities, 1000 toad blood genes. Listening to the system's report, Qin Shen even thought he had misheard. Setting aside the ability fragments, just the 1000 impurity fragments were an incredibly generous reward. Notably, he had just harvested over 4000 fragments from the armored ant swarm. With this, he had exactly 5000 fragments, enough to exchange for a decent gene in the treasury. The corruption water gene belongs to the water element fragments and can merge with Wang Miao's rampant wave gene. The green eye should be the Beast King's strongest ability. I wonder what kind of power it can provide me. Qin Shen silently thought, commanding the system to use the fragments. Source of Decay summons raging waves on flat ground, corroding all enemies encountered. This counts as a large-scale killing move, perfectly compensating for my shortcomings in group attacks. Qin Shen thought to himself, I've already collected the 4 elements of thunder, fire, water, and metal. Perhaps in the future, I can gather all elemental abilities. In battles, beast transformations sometimes use elemental relationships to suppress enemies. For example, using water to extinguish fire, or metal to chop wood. If he could gather elemental abilities, he would have no weaknesses in this regard. Breaking illusions with green eyes, the eyes are unafraid of illusions and can see through the action trajectories of any object. After infusing beast power, it can also launch long-range energy strikes. After sensing it, Qin Shen was very surprised. Because breaking illusions with green eyes was classified by the system under extraordinary beast power, it was not a simple gene ability. This ability is divided into 2 aspects. One is passive, allowing me to see the action trajectories of objects. For example, with Yi Ting's Black Yen Luo, I can identify their strange flight paths and dodge in advance. The second is active. That green light beam just now was incredibly powerful. Without the phantom stealth, I wouldn't have been able to dodge the shot at all. It's simply a fierce killing move. After a simple analysis, Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit delighted, even smiling slightly. Lu Qing looked at him and curiously asked, "Are you daydreaming?" This guy stared at the Beast King's corpse for a long time, even showing a mysterious smile, which was quite strange. Ahem, I just remembered something happy. Shin quickly concealed his expression and shouted to Lu Wuxin not far away. Professor Lu, the Beast King is dead, let the people from the dome come over quickly. The Beast King's corpse was quite valuable and certainly could not be discarded casually. It was both a tangible proof of military merit and an object for scientific research. Alright, I'll notify the company right away, Lu Wuxin said with a beaming smile, hurriedly instructing his students to make the call. He then quickly walked up to the massive ice block and began to admire it closely. Only by looking at it up close can one truly feel the terrifying reality of the Beast King. The old man Lu sighed and said, "You've both worked hard. I will prepare a celebration banquet in the city." At 3:30 a.m., the elite troops of the Dome Company arrived at the wilderness site. Looking at the ground covered with insect corpses and frozen beast bodies, they were shocked, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. After giving a few orders, Lu Wuxin led Qin Shan and the others towards Frost City. As for the green-eyed toad, it had been fully taken over by the Dome Company, ensuring its safety and preventing it from being snatched away by other forces. A small passenger plane landed outside the city, where Lin Mei and others had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Qin Shan appear, several beauties and members of the Shadow Guard team hurriedly approached. "Captain, is the Beast King dead?" Dai Hong asked curiously. Qin Shan nodded and smiled. Of course, that guy had low intelligence and has already died along with the ant swarm. "The captain is amazing," Li Zhenda flattered. "You've made a major kill of the Beast King. The Titan name is going to be hot again." However, Qin Shan shook his head and said, "The one who killed the Beast King is Captain Lu. You can't put all the credit on me." This was agreed upon with Lu Qing. She joined the enemy suppression operation, and Qin Shan helped to secure military merit. Hearing this, everyone looked at the stunning beauty with a mix of surprise and envy. She was young, had not only been promoted to be 2-level but had also become a battalion commander. Qin Shan interrupted everyone's thoughts and said to Lin Mei, "Mayor, you did well, notifying Captain Lu to leave the city in time, which helped us out." Lin Mei smiled, "I just did a small thing. I still have to thank Miss Lu for her cooperation." Lu Qing glanced at the young woman and then at Qin Shan, feeling a bit curious. The age gap in this sibling relationship is quite large. I wonder how they got together. Liking gossip is a nature shared by most girls, and even the reticent Lu Qing was no exception. Lu Wuxin yawned and said, "I old man can't keep up with you young people. Let's not chat outside the city anymore. Let's head back to my place to rest." "Alright, then I'll trouble Professor Lu." Qin Shan smiled. That night, Qin Shan and the others stayed at Lu's villa. Lu Qing returned to the military camp, agreeing to come back the next day to discuss plans in detail. Splash, the man turned off the shower, casually putting on a bathrobe. The muscular physique reflected in the mirror hinted at the terrifying power hidden within him. "You must be exhausted today?" Lin Mei turned on the hairdryer, helping Qin Shan dry his hair while softly asking, "I'm really not tired. Do you want to verify it?" Qin Shan chuckled. Lin Mei shook her head, shyly saying, "No, you must have some way to make me beg for mercy." Little fool has learned to be smart. Qin Shan turned his head and laughed. "You actually know to avoid danger in advance?" Lin Mei turned off the hairdryer while laughing. "I'm your woman, of course, I have to get smarter." "In that case, I have a task for you." Qin Shan pulled her into his arms and said slowly, "Go help me contact Grandma Chen Hongman and ask her to help find a fruit." "Are you talking about that iron-blooded lady?" Lin Mei asked. She had heard of Chen Hongman from her grandfather. This old lady was a legendary figure in Frost City and was already 80 years old. "Well, what I'm looking for is called the Clear Soul Fruit. It's a raw material for high-end potions." After Qin Shan briefly explained, he asked, "Do you have confidence in finding its whereabouts?" Lin Mei nodded and replied, "Although I don't know what that thing is, asking me to find old lady Chen means she must have information about the target." Hearing this, Qin Shan smiled, "Very good. You really have become smarter." "Of course," Lin Mei replied proudly. "Remember to bring the Shadow Guard team along. This way, you can train their combat abilities and also develop your leadership skills," Qin Shan said. Over this period, he had increased his trust in Lin Mei and was preparing to let her get involved in some plans. After all, Lin Mei had kept her promise to Qin Shan, to only listen to him. "Alright, I understand." Lin Mei agreed and then asked, "What about Miss Feng? She's not one of us, is it suitable for her to act together?" Qin Shan replied lightly, "This girl is my pawn, just take her along, think of it as playing with a child. She relies on me, so she shouldn't leak the plan." Lin Mei was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, "Am I your pawn then?" "The world is like a chess game, and all beings are pawns." Qin Shan smiled and tempted. "In chess, some pieces are pawns, and some are queens. What do you want to be?" Lin Mei took a deep breath, wrapped her jade arm around Qin Shan's neck, and kissed his cheek. She murmured, "I want to be your queen." That night, the drywood caught fire, and spring feelings surged. The next noon, Xin Shan and the others were invited to the villa's dining room. "Try my old partner's cooking," Lu Wuxin said cheerfully, pointing at the table full of delicious dishes. Xin Shan looked at the kind-eyed old lady and smiled. Old Lady Lu is indeed impressive. She has made delicious dishes from various cuisines. "You're overpraising me, Xin Xiaogu. You all eat first. The kitchen is still simmering soup." The old lady smiled kindly and walked away from the dining room. Xingyu looked eagerly at the table of food, his mouth watering uncontrollably. "These are just home-cooked dishes. In a few days, I'll have the company hold a celebration banquet, and then we can drink to our heart's content." Lu Wuxin chuckled. Xin Shan nodded and said, "That works too. I can make more friends at the banquet. Everyone, dig in." Lu Wuxin smiled and quickly urged everyone, "You are all young, eat freely, don't mind this old man." Xingyu beamed with joy and immediately grabbed a big chicken leg to munch on. Seeing him eat so heartily, the others also developed a good appetite and began to feast. Xin Shan, sipping the erguatu that Lu Wuxin had poured for him, quietly asked, "Professor Lu, do you think I can obtain the usage rights for the shipborne quantum energy cannon?" Hearing this, Lu Wuxin looked somewhat surprised. The weapon Xin Shan mentioned was the brainchild of the founder of the dome. Not to mention ordinary forces, even the city lord's mansion and the city defense army did not have the qualifications to equip it. It was a custom weapon for the Manhwa National Defense Army, and it could only be used during multinational wars. Basically impossible. Lu Wuxin replied softly, "That thing has extremely high permission requirements. We simply don't qualify." Upon hearing this, Xin Shan was not discouraged but calmly said, "It can shoot down interstellar fighters." Lu Wuxin was taken aback. This was clearly a hint. If they could obtain alien technology, the dome would usher in explosive technological breakthroughs. At that time, the entire Earth would have to rely on the dome company. If that's the case, the company might. Lu Wuxin didn't finish his sentence. Xin Shan grinned, "They're all businessmen, as long as there's profit, they could even sell the rope to hang themselves." Lu Wuxin coughed lightly and whispered, "What you said isn't wrong. I've been in the company for over 30 years, yet I still can't fit into their circle. My original intention in designing weapons was to hope for peace on Earth. Yet they look forward to even greater disasters, as that's when they can sell arms. So, they will definitely not miss the opportunity to let the dome reach its peak." Xin Shan said, "Please help me arrange a meeting with the relevant senior executives. I need to talk to them." After saying this, he downed the liquor in his cup, the fiery sensation exploding in his mouth. "Alright, I'll schedule it for after the celebration banquet." Lu Wuxin nodded. After lunch, Lin Mei took the others out. She planned to make a high-profile visit in the name of the Lin family, to meet that iron-blooded woman and find a suitable outcome for her man. Bai Wu Chang would follow them secretly to ensure their safety. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Qing arrived at the Lu family villa. "Can you tell me now?" she asked curiously upon seeing Xin Shan. "What exactly is the enemy you mentioned?" Xin Shan pointed to the sky and said, "They come from outer space, part of the alliance army of various cosmic races." Lu Qing was astonished, her beautiful eyes wide open. After a moment, she frowned and asked, "Where did you get this information?" Hearing this, Lu Wuxin was somewhat bewildered. So Lu Qing knew there were enemies in the starry sky. She asked, "Where did you get it?" instead of, "What proof do you have?" "Before my father went missing, he left me a letter," Lu Qing explained. "He said the Beastification disaster is likely a conspiracy from extraterrestrials." "No wonder, Mr. Lu Lingming." Xin Shan smiled and said, "Your father has been promoted to A level for a long time. He clearly discovered some clues. It's a pity some people didn't want him to investigate further." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing clenched her fists, her brows furrowed in anger. Her father dedicated himself to the country, working tirelessly, yet was deceived by treacherous people at a critical moment. In 6 days, the Aoya nation will welcome the first Star Advance team. Xin Shan began to describe the situation. They will build fortifications there, constructing the first war base to provide a foothold for the subsequent invading army. Lu Qing snorted coldly, "Then let's go kill them and shatter their beautiful dreams." Her words were filled with killing intent, rivaling even Xin Shan during battle. "That's exactly what I intend to do. I've been working hard on the plan." Xin Shan said, "Once I promote to B level, I will set off immediately." Lu Qing nodded and asked, "How long will it take?" "The military camp is currently quiet. I can leave at any time." 5 days. Xin Shan provided a number. "As long as I obtain the key items, promoting to B level will be a natural outcome." Lu Wuxin interjected, "Do you need my help to speed up the process? It could also leave more time for the plan." Xin Shan shook his head and said, "No need, Professor Lu. You just need to persuade the company's senior executives, others will handle the rest." Lu Wuxin responded with an "oh," lifting his teacup to drink. "I'm a bit curious, why don't you collaborate with the reverse scale on such a major matter?" Lu Qing suddenly asked. Clearly, collaborating with the organization would eliminate many troubles, yet Qin Chen insisted on planning independently, which was indeed puzzling. Mr. Lu's initial thought is the same as yours. Qin Chen chuckled and said, "There are too many moles. Rather than trusting them, it's better to trust oneself." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin was secretly astonished, nearly choking on his tea. It turns out that many people on Earth already know about the existence of the Alien Legion, and even have made deals with them. On the first day after the Beastification disaster occurred, the myriad races of the stars began to monitor Earth. Qin Chen spoke in a calm tone, narrating as if telling a story. They silently infiltrated, reaching agreements with certain ambitious individuals, preparing to turn the planet beneath our feet into a colony. Damn it! Old Lu cursed angrily. He had lived through peaceful times and detested the disasters on Earth. Now that he knew the truth, he was naturally furious and frustrated. Is there any way to root out those traitors? Lu Qing quickly asked. Qin Chen shook his head and said, "The traitors are deeply hidden and hold high positions. With our current identities, acting rashly could easily lead to us being framed as enemies of Earth. Human traitors, definitely human traitors." Lu Wuxin was so angry that he tugged at his beard, cursing, "I've worked hard for decades to design our armed forces, yet some are secretly betraying humanity." Faced with such a predicament, Lu Qing clenched her fists, filled with indignation. Her father had taught her since childhood to protect the home and fight for humanity. She never expected that the alien enemy's lackeys had already been lurking for so long. The biggest traitor is the Speaker of the Global Alliance, Fayed. That guy accepted alien technology modifications and forcibly extended his life by 50 years. Qin Chen recalled a fragment of his past life memories to share with the two. The entire migration of the Oya people was proposed by that old ghost, aimed at clearing land for the Starry Vanguard. After hearing this news, Lu Wuxin let out a heavy sigh. The Global Alliance is an international peace organization that mediates conflicts between major powers and sometimes mobilizes forces to cooperate in eliminating high-level beast kings around the world. Yet the head of this peace organization had actually sided with the myriad race's enemies decades ago. If only my father were here, he would surely have a way to break the deadlock. Lu Qing said softly. Seeing her like this, Qin Chen said, "So we need to increase our voice, both to save your father and to suppress the influence of the human traitors. The counteroffensive is the first step in resisting the enemy." Lu Qing nodded and asked, "Can I bring the Xianhuang team? They are trustworthy partners and have great synergy with me." "No." Qin Chen shook his head in refusal, saying, "The fewer people who know the plan, the better." He could trust Lu Qing because this girl had been a heroine in her past life, and her character was reliable. But he had not deeply understood the members of the Xianhuang team, so he could not trust them lightly. "Then fine, I'll go with you myself." Lu Qing did not press the issue. As the discussion about the plan wrapped up, Lu Wuxin spoke up, "Miss Lu, you should come to the celebration banquet too. With the city defense officers on stage, Qin Chen will gain more investment from the company's higher-ups, which will benefit our plan." "Okay, I'll be there." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. On the third day of entering Frostwind City, the celebration banquet arrived as scheduled. Looking at the luxurious decor and the bustling crowd, Qin Chen smiled and said, "Professor Lu, your company is really wealthy." Today, he wore a designer suit and had styled his hair, giving him a somewhat noble demeanor. Lu Wuxin helplessly said, "Those executives just love this kind of thing, always thinking about making the company famous. But they will be disappointed today. This banquet is only for me to make a name for myself." Qin Chen casually remarked. This was agreed upon with Lu Wuxin. To gain support from the dome, it was best to elevate Qin Chen first. Among the nameless pawns and dazzling new stars, the company executives would surely invest in the latter. "Hello, Professor Lu." A beautiful lady greeted Lu Wuxin with a smile, her alluring gaze glancing unnaturally at Qin Chen. "Hello, Mrs. Yi." Lu Wuxin politely smiled and returned her greeting. "This young man is the famous Titan, right?" The beautiful lady extended her jade hand towards Qin Chen, her attitude very friendly. "I am Dai Xinlan, the wife of the chairman of the Yi Group." Qin Chen shook her hand and said lightly, "I am Qin Chen, a small fry from the Lin family." "I heard that, Mr. Qin had some conflicts with our Tinger, and I would like to apologize to you here." Dai Xinlan slightly lowered her head, looking quite sincere. Now it was Qin Chen's turn to be stunned. Dai Xinlan was clearly just a beautiful woman in her 30s, how could she be Yi Ting's mother? That guy was already 27 or 28. She is Yi Ting's stepmother, and there are conflicts of interest between them. You might want to try to befriend her, Lu Wuxing immediately reminded him in a low voice. Only then did Qin Shen react, quickly smiling and saying, Madam Yi cares deeply for her son, and I certainly understand. However, I still hope to hear an apology from Mr. Yi himself. Dai Xinlan nodded and said, Alright, I will try to discuss it with Tinger. Crack. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass came from not far away. The three turned to look and saw Yi Ting glaring at them. It turned out he was so furious that he had crushed a champagne glass with his bare hands. It seems Mr. Yi is still quite unconvinced. Qin Chen chuckled. Dai Xinlan said, I'm really sorry, I will communicate with him properly. Please excuse me for now. Watching the beautiful lady's retreating figure, Qin Chen smiled and said, the old man of the Yi family really knows how to play. He actually found a stepmother for his son who was the same age. These powerful people are all like this, none of them are proper, Lu Wuxing complained. If humanity is led by these guys, they would probably surrender to the myriad races on the first day. Step. A stunning beauty walked in at the entrance of the venue, attracting the attention of many guests. She wore a fitted long dress, although it didn't reveal much skin, one could still feel her unparalleled sensuality, like a delicate and exquisite snow lotus slowly blooming in the venue. Miss Lu is indeed a beauty. Qin Chen praised. Lu Qing whispered, this is my second time wearing a dress and high heels, I'm still not used to it. She had originally wanted to come in military uniform but thought it would leave a bad impression, so she asked the members of the Xianhuang female team to help her choose an outfit. Unexpectedly, her figure was so good that everything looked sexy on her. Then let's take our seats, I will help you with any issues, Qin Shen gestured. Lu Cheng nodded and walked with him towards the banquet seats. It was only after sitting down that Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief, quickly taking her small handbag off her shoulder, as if she had passed a difficult hurdle. You've worked hard. You could have come in casual clothes, Qin Shen couldn't help but say upon seeing her like this. Lu Qing shook her head, although I don't like banquets, I still understand some etiquette. If my behavior isn't proper, those upper-class people won't accept you into their circle. As long as it helps with the plan, wearing a dress and high heels is nothing. Hearing this, Qin Shen smiled with satisfaction. This girl had a high level of awareness and a straightforward personality, no wonder she could become a hero of the Earth Star. Qin Shen, could you come out for a moment? A woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Qin Shen turned around and was surprised to see his old rival, Miao Zixuan. Zixuan, where did you run off to the night before last? He feigned surprise and shouted, why did you run away after doing that to me? Upon hearing this, the nearby guests immediately became interested, casting curious glances. What does Titan have to do with Miao Zixuan? Could he be a rival of Yi Ting? From that last sentence, it seems like Miao Zixuan started and then abandoned him. Rumors spread instantly, and Miao Zixuan was furious. Why did this guy have to speak so ambiguously? Gritting her teeth, she said, come out for a moment, Yi Ting is looking for you. I'm not going. Qin Shen shook his head, he did something wrong, let him come find me. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests became even more excited. It seems Miao Zixuan has let Qin Shen down, and Yi Ting, as the third party, wants to mediate. I never expected that young Master Yi from Frosty City would do something so disgraceful. The rumors grew more numerous, and even Miao Zixuan couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to retreat first. Soon, Yi Ting approached with a dark expression, pulling a chair to sit beside Qin Shen. Lu Qing, who usually disliked dealing with wealthy heirs, glanced at him and then went back to playing on her phone. Qin Shen, the conflict between us can be resolved through combat. I hope you won't interfere with our Yi family's affairs, Yi Ting said in a low voice. It seemed that his conflict with his stepmother, Dai Xinlan, was very intense. The beautiful woman had only spoken a few words to Qin Shen, yet it had raised his alertness. Qin Shen scoffed and said, since you have family matters, stop showing off in the wilderness. Hurry up and give up your territory. Yi Ting suppressed his anger and said quietly, I came with sincerity, don't be too arrogant. Is the so-called sincerity just coming over to threaten me? Qin Shen said nonchalantly, I originally had no energy to deal with you, but since you came to threaten me, I will retaliate. Hearing this, Yi Ting's eyes sharpened. Tomorrow, I will have a good talk with Madame Yi about how to educate children. Qin Shen smiled slightly and mocked, to be honest, your mother is really beautiful. You're asking for death. Yi Ting exploded in anger, raising his hand to strike at Qin Shen. That remark not only slapped his face but also tarnished the reputation of the Yi family. Slap. Qin Shen raised his hand to block, and they began to grapple with each other. The surrounding guests were shocked. They hadn't expected the conflict between the two to escalate so violently, tearing their faces at the banquet. Heroes struggle at the beauty's gate. Yi Ting is at least a genius of our young generation in Frosty City. I didn't expect him to make a mistake in this regard. Like father, like son, his father, Yi Qin, is the same. But angering the Yi family, Qin Chen will definitely not have a good outcome. Yeah, he's just a small fry from the Lin family, with an ordinary status. Lin Chan definitely won't fall out with the 13 wealthy families for him. Listening to the absurd discussions around him, Yi Ting became even more furious. He said to Qin Chen word by word, "Clean your neck, you can never think of leaving Frosty City. Then let's see who will win this battle." Qin Chen sneered. "Yi Ting, let go of me." Dai Xinlan approached the two, her face cold as frost, and said, "Causing trouble at the Dome celebration banquet, do you want to embarrass our Yi family?" Her attitude was intriguing. Instead of defending her stepson, she was protecting an outsider. Yi Ting glared at her fiercely and muttered, "You traitorous wretch, you will die too." It was clear that he and his stepmother had become sworn enemies. "If you don't let go, I will inform your father and let him see for himself the vile behavior of his eldest son," Dai Xinlan said fearlessly, her voice stern. Hearing this, Niao Zixuan quickly grabbed her boyfriend's arm and softly advised, "Yi Ge, there are too many people here, let's retreat for now." Yi Ting let out a cold snort, forcefully shaking off Qin Chen's hand, and walked out of the venue without looking back. Niao Zixuan glanced at Qin Chen before immediately chasing after her. "I'm really sorry, Ting's personality is a bit volatile, and I apologize on his behalf," Dai Xinlan said with a slight bow, looking genuinely sincere. However, Qin Chen saw through the woman's deep intentions and replied coldly, "Even if you apologize 10 times, Yi Ting will still harass me. There's no need to repeat pleasantries." Dai Xinlan was taken aback for a moment and could only say, "Please, Mr. Qin, stay a moment after the banquet, I would like to discuss privately with you." Qin Chen thought for a moment and nodded nonchalantly. Dai Xinlan slightly bowed again and turned back to her seat. "This woman wants to use you," Lu Qing said, resting her chin on her hand, suddenly speaking up. Qin Chen chuckled and said, "Of course I know, because I want to use her too." Hearing the unreserved response, Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she could only complain, "You schemers really have dirty hearts." About half an hour later, the celebration banquet officially began. The executives from the Dome gradually arrived, each delivering lengthy speeches. They mostly praised Lu Wuxin's achievements and boasted about the strength of the Dome Company. As for Qin Chen and Lu Qing, these executives didn't mention them at all. After all, the two of them were from other factions, and there was no need to waste words on flattery. It was enough to compensate them privately later. However, this led many guests to look at Qin Chen with disdain. "So Titan is just a sidekick. I thought he really had the ability to deal with the Beast King. Someone filmed him pulling the Beast King. That can't be fake, right? What do you know? Professor Lu wants to promote him, so he will definitely help create momentum. Editing videos is something anyone can do." Listening to the excessive discussions around him, Lu Qing looked at Qin Chen, only to find he showed no emotional fluctuations. "Why aren't you angry at all?" Lu Qing asked curiously. "Logically, at your age, you should be the most easily stirred up. As the ancients said, the meat-eaters are petty and cannot plan far ahead." Qin Chen chuckled, crossing his arms and said, "Most of the people here are short-sighted, why should I bother with them?" As he said this, he didn't lower his voice at all, immediately drawing the angry glares of the guests. "Arrogant brat, how dare you say we are meat-eaters? Indeed, a crude person from the wilderness, not fit for the grand hall. What a thing, can't even look in the mirror, yet dares to judge us?" Hearing Qin Chen being insulted, Lu Wuxing glared fiercely at those people, telling them to shut their mouths. At the same time, an invitation rang out from the stage. "Next, let Professor Lu share his experience of defeating the Beast King." The rotund executive smiled. The guests had no choice but to refocus, applauding and expressing their warm welcome. Lu Wuxing could no longer hold back, rushing to the podium in a single leap and snatching the microphone. "Before sharing my experience, I have a suggestion for our company executives." Lu Wuxing had a stern expression, glaring at the old-timers. "If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. How could you elevate me to the status of the Beast King's nemesis?" The smiles of the executives froze instantly, as this was completely different from the speech they had agreed upon. "The celebration banquet was requested by me, but it is not for me," Lu Wuxing said seriously. "I have long reported the relevant action records to the company. Why are there still people maliciously distorting the facts? The heroes who defeated the Beast King and cleared the ant nest are my good friends Qin Chen and Lu Qing." The executives were somewhat flustered, hurriedly exchanging glances with Lu Wuxing. This celebration banquet was meant to showcase the strength of the Dome Company. As for Qin Chen and the others, they could easily compensate them privately later. Lu Wuxing directly stated the truth, making the situation very awkward. It is easy to imagine that the stock price of Cheongding might drop several points. After venting his anger, Lu Wuxing sarcastically remarked, Some people don't believe my words, even ignoring the recorded video at the top of the website. All I can say is that these people are indeed short-sighted and lack judgment. Faced with such ridicule from a well-known professor, the guests immediately showed awkward expressions. Lu Wuxing glared at them and continued, Qin Shen single-handedly brought the Beast King from Jiuhu City to the vicinity of the Iron Ant Nest, a distance of over 100 kilometers. May I ask, who among you can achieve such a feat? What surprises me is that, in the face of an extraordinarily talented new star, none of you have the intention to befriend him. Instead, you look down on him with disdain. This ridiculous celebration banquet can just as well not be held. After saying this, Lu Wuxing snorted coldly, threw the microphone back into the arms of the chubby executive, and left the stage on his own. The entire venue fell into an extremely awkward atmosphere, with the executive's expression stiff and the guests feeling incredibly embarrassed. I sincerely apologize, the person who wrote the speech was negligent and maliciously downplayed the achievements of Mr. Qin and Miss Lu. We will immediately dismiss him to express our sincere apologies. A few senior executives conferred for a moment and quickly brought out a scapegoat. The chubby executive on stage smiled broadly and invited Qin Shen, Mr. Qin, could you please come up and share with everyone? Qin Shen smiled slightly and stood up to go on stage. He took the microphone handed to him by the chubby executive and slowly said, before sharing, I would like to apologize to everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked somewhat astonished. They had thought Qin Shen would wildly ridicule them in revenge for their disdain. I am still young and maybe a bit impulsive, please do not take my inappropriate words to heart. Qin Shen smiled and said, everyone here is a leader in the industry, busy with countless matters, and it is normal to occasionally overlook something. Hearing such praise, the guests all smiled, and their attitudes instantly turned 180 degrees. Indeed, the renowned Titan has a broad mind. We really did overlook things. Being so abrupt with Brother Qin, of course, he would be angry. He clearly made no mistake but still gives us a way out. It is truly thoughtful. We must prepare gifts and personally apologize to Brother Qin. Speaking is an art, sometimes retreating can lead to great progress. Qin Shen came to make a name for himself, not to tear faces. As long as he gave the guests a way out, they would naturally change their attitudes and start to praise Qin Shen. Feeling the atmosphere ease instantly, Lu Wuxing revealed a smile of success. His task was to play the bad cop, first bringing the atmosphere to its lowest point, then letting Qin Shen suddenly raise it. This is the technique of raising after lowering. Lu Qing felt somewhat helpless and sighed inwardly, truly full of schemes, always calculating. After the atmosphere calmed down, Qin Shen began to share the details of the entire operation. His voice was magnetic, with a rhythmic tone, like an incredibly seasoned storyteller, quickly capturing the guests' attention. After the Beast King and the Ant Swarm were both severely injured, my good friend Miss Lu Qing began to show her prowess. Qin Shen smiled and said, everyone should know that Miss Lu is the newly appointed captain of the City Defense Army and also the youngest captain, with immense potential and strength. With her taking action, the severely injured Beast King and the Ant Swarm simply cannot resist and will die instantly. Good. The guests applauded and cheered. Indeed, she is the pride of Frostwind City. Her first move collaborates with the Titan to achieve double military merit. A tiger father has no dog daughter. Perhaps the position of City Lord will fall to Miss Lu in the future. This is the mutual admiration between geniuses. They might just be a match made in heaven. Hearing such strange remarks, Lu Qing was left speechless. With her frosty demeanor, how could she possibly spark rumors and gossip? Looking at Qin Shen, who was eloquently speaking on stage, Lu Qing propped her chin and thought, this guy is surrounded by so many beautiful women, he clearly is a playboy. What I want is that pure and innocent love found in comics. No one would know that this so-called cold beauty, the Xianhuang fairy, a ruthless female officer in the military, was actually an introverted otaku in private. She particularly loved reading comics left behind from the wasteland era, with a collection of thousands of comic books at home. The so-called frosty demeanor was merely a facade to hide her introverted nature. Qin Shen glanced at the dazed Lu Qing but did not let her speak on stage. Instead, he shifted to another topic. What concerns me is that during the entire operation, there was an elite hunting team that resorted to unscrupulous means, plotting against us, even trying to kill us. Upon hearing this, the guests turned their gazes toward the 13 prominent families. They had long heard about the intense conflict between Qin Shen and the mechanical puppet team, but they never expected it to be brought to light so directly. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh suddenly stood up, cursing loudly, "How dare you say that? My nephew was shot through the heart by you and died on the spot." Qin Shen looked at him with a strange expression and asked, "If I didn't kill him, should I wait for him to kill me?" There were many witnesses who can confirm that the mechanical puppet team struck first. "What are you?" How dare you compare yourself to my nephew? The middle-aged man was getting increasingly agitated. A lowly pawn like you should just obediently die at our hands. Such unreasonable and inappropriate words made many frown, casting disdainful glances at him. I'd like to ask, your nephew is dead, yet his father didn't come to the venue to seek revenge, nor did he accuse me of any crimes in the city. Why are you, as his uncle, so anxious? Qin Shen's expression grew even more peculiar as he deliberately asked, could it be that there is some unknown secret behind this? The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and beads of sweat actually appeared on his forehead. He cursed, don't try to change the subject. As his uncle, is it wrong for me to seek justice for my tragically deceased nephew? Of course not, after all, blood is thicker than water. Qin Shen chuckled, his sarcasm palpable. This time, the way people looked at the man changed, becoming very intriguing. You're spreading rumors, this is blatant slander. The middle-aged man panicked, his anger turning to shame as he said, Qin Shen, just wait. I will ask the family head to take revenge. You won't be able to leave Frost City. After saying this, he immediately grabbed his suit jacket and left the venue without looking back. It seemed like he had been exposed for a scandal and had to flee in embarrassment. The guests stifled their laughter, managing not to show it. I didn't expect everyone to be so hospitable. In just a short banquet, 2 people are already unwilling to let me leave Frost City, Qin Shen joked as he looked at the other prominent families. I wonder if anyone else wants to keep me here. Mr. Qin, rest assured, the Yi family will definitely ensure your safety. Dai Xinlan raised her hand to signal and made a direct promise. With her many conflicts with her stepson, she would naturally take the opposite stance. Since Yi Ting wanted to kill Qin Shen, Dai Xinlan would protect him, even using the Yi family's power to do so. The representatives from the other 11 families, seeing such a stance, shook their heads in denial. None of their families had lost anyone, so there was no need to tear their faces with Qin Shen. After all, the ones in charge of the prominent families were not the team members but their parents and grandparents. Maintaining harmony was the way to prosperity. Since that's the case, my sharing has come to an end. Thank you all for listening. Qin Shen smiled and slowly walked down from the stage. The guests applauded one after another, their eyes betraying no hint of concealing their admiration for him. At such a young age, he can navigate the powerful families with ease, turning conflict into harmony with just a few words. This young man is a prime potential stock. After the clinking of glasses and the mingling of toasts, the celebration banquet came to a successful end. As Qin Shen walked out of the restroom, he saw a graceful figure standing outside. The beautiful Lady Dai Xinlan crossed her arms, smiling as she looked at him. Qin Xiaoge, can we have a chat now? Why is the lady in such a hurry? Qin Shen gazed into her eyes and asked lightly, Yi Ting is still your stepson, don't you need to conceal anything? Dai Xinlan laughed, he's already thinking of murdering his mother and killing his kin, do I still need to pretend to be magnanimous? Hearing this, Qin Shen nodded, go ahead, what do you want to discuss with me? Xinlan wants to make a deal with Qin Xiaoge. Dai Xinlan said slowly, as long as you can temporarily drive Yi Ting out of Frost City, preventing him from returning for a month, 3 pieces of high-grade beast bones will be yours. Qin Shen shook his head and replied, we are not familiar enough to do business. I only like to associate with friends. This woman was clearly not a good person. To get the reward from her hands, one might have to pay a greater price. Dai Xinlan was taken aback for a moment and said, after this deal, won't we be friends? It seems Lady Yi has underestimated me. Qin Shen chuckled, you should focus your energy on others. I have no time to get involved in the Yi family's internal strife. Dai Xinlan frowned, seemingly not expecting Qin Shen to react this way. After pondering for a moment, she whispered, is Qin Xiaoge not satisfied with the conditions I offered? You should know, not everyone can immediately produce 3 pieces of high-grade beast bones. Even if you give me 10, it's useless. I don't need them for now. Qin Shen waved his hand and turned to walk towards the venue. He was heading to Aoya country in 5 days. Where would he find the time to deal with Yi Ting? If he got deeply entangled in the Yi family's internal conflict, he wouldn't be able to extricate himself for a while. As for Yi Ting, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him upon his return. Watching that tall figure walk away, Dai Xinlan's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of urgency. This person is surprisingly unyielding, the power of the wealthy families doesn't intimidate him, and the generous reward doesn't entice him. Without his help, the task's progress will be delayed again. Dai Xinlan lightly bit her red lip, contemplating, since he won't take the initiative, I'll escalate the conflict. Back? Lu Qing casually asked, are you going to talk to the dome next? Qin Shen nodded and smiled, yes, Professor Lu has already arranged it. In half an hour, the founder of the dome should invite me over. Hope the negotiations go smoothly. Lu Qing murmured, then turned her gaze to Qin Shen, frowning as she asked, why do you suddenly smell like perfume? It's quite pungent. She rarely dressed up and didn't need to use perfume, so she was somewhat sensitive to strong scents. Oh, it should be Dai Xinlan's perfume. I just chatted with her for a bit, Xin Shen explained casually. Are you planning to make a move on her? Lu Qing suddenly asked. With your looks and demeanor, it should be easy for you to win over such a woman, right? Hearing this, Xin Shen was taken aback. Did Lu Qing see him as that kind of playboy? Did you misunderstand something? Xin Shen smiled helplessly. That woman is full of schemes. I don't have time to compete with her. Besides, I'm not someone who covets beauty. Lu Qing showed no emotional fluctuation, just curiously said, I thought someone your age would like to chase women. After all, you're accompanied by 4 beautiful ladies of different charms. Xin Shen shrugged and said, one is my teammate, one is my friend, one is my sister-in-law, and only one is my girlfriend. Sorry, I misunderstood. Lu Qing felt a bit awkward and quickly apologized. Although she was an introverted homebody, her curiosity was quite strong. She had simply made the mistake of jumping to conclusions, wrongly accusing her friend of being a flirt. Xin Shen smiled and didn't mind. Lu Qing thought for a moment and asked, I'm a bit curious, how did you and Miss Lin Mei end up together? It happened naturally, like water flowing into place. Xin Shen casually fabricated a story. To be honest, he had no feelings for Lin Mei, it was more about cultivation and utilization. Or rather, since his rebirth, Xin Shen had not felt any emotions at all. Even when he saw his ex-girlfriend Mu Siyue, he merely reminisced about the past. Before the destruction of the myriad races, Xin Shen would not reveal his true feelings. This way, even if he faced betrayal again, he would not feel pain. You have such a big age difference. Will there be conflicts during your relationship? Lu Qing asked curiously. Although she had read many romance comics, she had never experienced a real relationship, making her a complete theorist. Xin Shen was happy to chat more with Lu Qing, so he said, to be honest, I met her because of conflicts, but after we got together, we had no conflicts at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She marveled inwardly, how impressive, it's just like a scene from a comic. Are you very curious about love? Xin Shen casually asked, why not think about talking about it? Lu Qing quickly came back to her senses and replied, the situation in Manhwa is dire, with my father missing, how can I consider romantic matters? Hearing this, Xin Shen could only give her a thumbs up. Everyone has their own aspirations, but I admire your choice. This girl, like his former self, possessed a pure heart. Lu Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of happiness. Whether it was her father or outsiders, everyone wanted her to date and marry early. But now, finally, someone recognized her choice. Xin Shen, come here. In the distance, Lu Wuxin waved his hand, interrupting the conversation between the two. It seemed the founder of the dome had arrived. I'm going to negotiate. Why don't you head back to the military camp first? Xin Shen said as he stood up. Lu Qing was about to nod in agreement but then inexplicably said, it's fine, I'll wait for you to finish negotiating. Xin Shen nodded and said, that's good, it makes it easier for us to discuss later. Watching his departing figure, Lu Qing murmured to herself, why am I so inconsistent in my feelings? It's so strange. In the luxurious reception room, several elderly men with long beards sat, all over 80 years old. They were dressed elegantly, full of spirit, and exuded a faint air of authority, clearly long-time high-ranking individuals. Xin Shen, I heard you have a big project and want to collaborate with us at the Dome? Asked an old man with 2 small mustaches. That's right. Xin Shen smiled and said, this is a project that could change the earth, only the bravest of visionaries can profit from it. So, what is it? Asked another old man with a pale face and no beard. It's called Civilization Collision. Xin Shen pointed to the blue sky outside the window and said word by word, in the universe, there have always been advanced civilizations enslaving lower civilizations, but this time, I want to seize the technology of alien civilizations. The founder's eyes sharpened, and they exchanged glances. After a moment, the pale-faced old man slowly said, please begin describing your plan. I'm sure you all know about the existence of aliens, so I won't elaborate too much, Xin Shen said lightly. The Oya Kingdom will welcome a starry advance team. They pilot interstellar fighters and control countless high-tech weapons. If someone can eliminate them, the technological products of those advanced civilizations will become their spoils. Upon hearing this, the old man with the mustache stood up abruptly. The kingdom of Aoya is so far from Manhwa. Where did you get this information? How can you verify its authenticity? Xin Shen smiled slightly and said, the Dome Company should have its own satellites, right? They can take a look at the current situation in Aoya. There should be many unknown machines there, working hard to mine resources in preparation for the arrival of the advance team. We will verify your words. A chubby old man murmured, but assuming the so-called Star Advance team appears, who can defeat them? Xin Shen pointed to himself, confidently saying, I. You? The old man with a little mustache frowned, puzzled. You're not even B-class. What confidence do you have to deal with alien enemies? The old man with a pale face and no beard added, we old folks have all seen aliens. Their average strength is very high, and there are almost no weaklings. It's simply impossible to defeat them. That's because you don't dare to resist, Qin Shen said. This was very straightforward, instantly angering the old men. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? You haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare to mock us? Xiao Lu, what kind of person did you bring here, so arrogant? Lu Wuxin, referred to as Xiao Lu, looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected Qin Shen's words to be so sharp, actually scolding the founders. Not daring to resist means being a coward. Did I say anything wrong? Qin Shen pressed on, coldly smiling. Everyone here knows better than I do how the dome was founded. Your company's core technology, the beast power conversion device, could not have been developed with the technology level of Earth back then. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxin was completely stunned. Wasn't the beast power conversion device invented by the founders? When he first saw the conversion device, he was amazed by humanity's endless creativity. He never expected. Xiao Lu, grab him. We absolutely cannot let this guy go. The old man's furious attitude seemed to confirm Qin Shen's words. After learning the truth, Lu Wuxin was somewhat dazed, unable to react for a long time. In such a tense atmosphere, Qin Shen, however, grinned and loudly asked, do you want to redeem yourselves? As long as you invest in me, I can bring the alien enemies and alien technology right before you. The old men, who had just been furious, suddenly fell silent. They actually tilted their heads in thought, seemingly moved by Qin Shen's words. The old man with a little mustache suddenly walked towards Qin Shen, sizing him up while asking, I still have that question. What confidence do you have to deal with them? I can fight above my level. Once I advance to B-class, there will be no opponents below A-class. Qin Shen said forcefully. Not enough. The old man with a pale face suddenly shouted, your potential is high, but you still can't face alien enemies. Qin Shen seemed to have anticipated this, smiling. One of my companions is the daughter of Lu Lingming. May I ask, is that enough? Upon hearing this, the old men were all taken aback. You actually managed to persuade her? The fat old man asked. Lu Qing's strength is extremely high, and her potential is very great. Even the heads of ordinary forces cannot surpass her. If she were to unleash all her trump cards, perhaps only the current city lord could suppress her. No wonder Qin Shen was so confident. It turned out he had already found a helper. Qin Shen shrugged and smiled. Miss Lu Qing is willing to trust me. What do you think? How about this? Give us some time. We need to verify the situation in Aoya and discuss our decision, the old man with a little mustache said. Qin Shen nodded, turned, and walked towards the reception room. However, as he neared the door, he turned back and said, I hope you won't keep me waiting too long, because Tang Yuan is also very interested in this operation. The old men's faces turned very ugly. They were actually threatened by a young brat. However, the other party had taken the initiative, and the old men were reluctant to tear their faces. Once Qin Shen left, the old man with the little mustache looked at Lu Wuxin and asked, Little Lu, how do you know this person? Old Wang, I met him during the wilderness experiment. Lu Wuxin paused and said, Qin Shen is bold and meticulous, ambitious, and he has very high potential, as well as an extremely firm character. I even feel that his potential is higher than Lu Qing's. Such a talent, haven't you tried to recruit him for the company? The old man with a pale face and no beard said coldly. 68-year-old Lu Wuxin felt like a little child under pressure and quickly explained, Old D, you can't wrong me. I've tried to recruit him multiple times, using money, beauty, status, everything. But he has grand ambitions and remains unshaken. Alright, I misjudged you, Old D said lightly. If he were part of our company, the investment matters would be much simpler. We could throw in any amount of money and resources. It's a pity he doesn't share our goals, and changes could easily arise, the fat old man added. Lu Wuxin quickly defended Qin Shen, Old Zhao, we can treat this investment as a hiring action, hiring Qin Shen to seize alien technology. This way, we pay him and receive the goods, and there won't be too much entanglement between us. The chubby old Zhao shook his head and said, Little Lu, you still underestimate the value of alien technology. A simple beast power conversion device could make our dome a giant. Other more advanced technologies will change the entire Earth. Therefore, we must ensure absolute certainty. Lu Wuxin sighed. He could no longer persuade the founders and could only see how Qin Shen's luck would turn out. Give him two options, either join our company or die in Frostwind City. Someone suggested. No, extremes lead to opposites. If we push him too hard, we will gain nothing, someone immediately retorted. Invite him to be our spokesperson, announce it widely, let him share in the glory and the losses with the dome. Someone proposed a compromise. Watching the old partners argue endlessly, old Wang made a phone call to his confidant, activate the dome satellite and observe the situation in Aoya country. After about 10 minutes, a gasp came from the other end of the line. Old Wang, a large number of unknown objects have appeared on the ground in Aoya country, suspected to be intelligent machinery. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin breathed a sigh of relief. Old partners, stop arguing. Old Wang stood up with his phone and said, Xin Chen was not wrong, Aoya country is about to face alien enemies. I propose we hire him as a lifetime spokesperson. Agreed. I agree. Agreed. What's the situation? Seeing Xin Chen return, Lu Qing quickly asked. It should be stable, they are considering specific decisions. Xin Chen smiled. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. With the support of the dome's armed forces, we will have more confidence in dealing with the aliens. Ding! A phone ringing suddenly interrupted their conversation. Xin Chen took out his phone, and the screen displayed Mu Siyue's name. Hello, Miss Siyue, what can I do for you? He asked in a deep voice. Mr. Xin, the exit permit that Director C helped you process has come through. Mu Siyue's voice paused before continuing. However, you need to come in person to collect it. Only after verifying your fingerprint and iris will it complete the entire application process. Xin Chen responded, okay, I will return to Xingyue City in a few days. Please let Miss Siyue and Director Gao know. Thank you. You're welcome, Mu Siyue replied in a businesslike manner. After hanging up, Xin Chen said to Lu Qing, the exit permit has come through. Once I have the documents in hand, we can head to Aoya country. Speaking of which, what mode of transportation should we use? Lu Qing suddenly asked. The Oya Kingdom is located in the southern hemisphere, separated from Yanhua by a vast ocean, and taking an international ferry would take too long. A large transport plane. Xin Chen explained, I have a partnership with the Transport Association, and we can easily rent a transport aircraft to send personnel and related equipment over. Hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes showed a hint of shock. She certainly knew the reputation of the Transport Association, but she never expected Xin Chen to have any connection with them. How long ago did you start planning this? Lu Qing asked, bewildered. Xin Chen smiled and said, about 2 months ago. That was when I had just awakened my beast transformation. 2 months ago. Lu Qing frowned and murmured, your growth rate is incredibly fast, isn't it? You've reached near B level in just 2 months? Xin Chen waved his hand and said, that's nothing. In the face of the myriad races of the stars, no matter how fast I grow, it won't be enough. The strong among them can extinguish worlds with a breath and shatter stars with a snap of their fingers. Have you encountered such terrifying beings? Lu Qing asked, puzzled. Where could an 18-year-old boy have obtained such secret information? Maybe. I saw them in a dream. Xin Chen casually replied. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Qing decided not to press further. Everyone has secrets, and she was no exception. As Xin Chen's partner and friend, she knew to keep her distance and not pry too much. Ding! Another phone rang, and Xin Chen curiously took out his phone. In just a few minutes, he had received 2 calls. This time, it was Lin Mei calling. Mayor, what's wrong? Xin Chen asked softly. I found the whereabouts of the fruit, but Old Lady Chen wants to see you. Lin Mei explained the situation. Xin Chen was a bit taken aback and asked, see me? Does she know me? She specifically asked for you by name. I thought you two had been in contact, Lin Mei said uncertainly. Alright, I'll come over as soon as I'm done here, Xin Chen replied. A hesitant voice came from the other end of the line. What's wrong? Xin Chen smiled and encouraged, you can tell me anything you want, don't hold back. Lin Mei took a deep breath and explained, these days, a man has been harassing us, so I had the team beat him up. It seems like I've caused you some trouble. What do you mean? Xin Chen asked, curious. The man's surname is Yi, and he's from the Yi group. Lin Mei sighed and explained, we acted publicly, which made old lady Chen very unhappy, and it might be difficult to get that fruit now. Xin Chen chuckled and said nonchalantly, it's just a small matter, not a big deal. I'll hurry over, you take care of yourself. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Mei said happily. Watching Xin Chen hang up, Lu Qing curiously asked, what happened with your girlfriend? Nothing major, just beat up someone from the Yi family and upset old lady Chen, Xin Chen replied with a smile. Lu Qing was left speechless. This was what he called nothing major. They had just provoked 2 major forces in Frostwind City. The Yi family was the leader among the 13 noble families, and with a wave of their hand, countless conglomerates would respond. Shen Hongmin was the old Buddha of the underground forces, with many disciples under her, and her methods of dealing with enemies were extremely ruthless. In such a precarious situation, Xin Chen actually said it was no big deal? I'm calling the Xianwang team over to help right now. If anything happens to you, our plan will be ruined. Lu Qing quickly took out her phone. but Qin Shen snatched the phone from her hand and said, "Don't worry, we don't need anyone else to handle this, just come with me." "Alright then." Lu Qing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She was now partners with Qin Shen, and of course, she had to consider his safety. Moreover, this man knew about her father's whereabouts. To hire me as a lifelong spokesperson? After returning to the reception room, Qin Shen asked curiously, "What does that mean?" Old Wang said lightly, "The Civilization Collision project is of great importance, and we hope you can maintain a close relationship with the Dome. Of course, if you are willing to join our company, that would be even better. The Dome will continuously invest in you," Old D added. Hearing such tempting conditions, Qin Shen chuckled. Changing allegiances is out of the question, endless resources come with endless responsibilities. I prefer to keep my fate in my own hands. Once he took control of the Lin family, it would be Qin Shen's decision, but joining the Dome would mean obeying these old men who were half buried in the ground. Old D glared at him fiercely, perhaps thinking that Qin Shen was ungrateful. "Let's talk about the spokesperson contract." Qin Shen smiled and said, "What do I need to do, and what will I gain?" "To represent our company in armed matters and refuse invitations from the Dome's competitors," the chubby old Zhao simply explained. "As compensation, you will receive lifelong benefits and privileges. The better the Dome develops, the more you will gain." Qin Shen nodded and replied, "The conditions are good, anything else?" Old Wang slowly said, "As long as the Civilization Collision project succeeds, you will have a share of the research results brought by alien technology." "Very well, here's to a pleasant cooperation." Qin Shen smiled as he stood up and shook hands with the old men. "I'd like to ask, can the Dome announce my spokesperson status to the entire city within an hour?" After shaking hands, Qin Shen made a strange request. The old men were somewhat puzzled but nodded, saying, "That's simple, in half an hour, your human image and beast form will appear in various advertising spaces throughout Frost City." Red City. Bang bang bang, countless bizarre figures were reveling in the underground night scene, dancing to the frenzied rock music, their colorful hair swaying in the air, and patterned clothes strewn all over the ground. This was the underground of Frost City, the dark side of Frost City. It doesn't feel as good as Shadow City. Watching the chaotic scene, Dai Hong, sitting by the window, complained. "Indeed, at least Shadow City gathers the madmen in the arena," Duan Feng said while drinking plain water. "But the madmen in Red City are all out of their cages." Li Jinda, while stopping Xingyu's curious movements, said, "To be honest, I can't tell at all that kind old lady is the leader of the madmen." "Oomph, isn't our Lin family head the same?" Lin Wanru interjected. "They're all old monsters who like to hide daggers behind smiles. The captain is better, he kills without hesitation." "No nonsense," Dai Hong sighed. "That old lady loves to play riddles and keeps us confined here, it's so boring." Since Chen Hongman crippled the Yi family's men, she had not allowed them to leave this clubhouse, clearly waiting for Qin Shen to come to their rescue. Lin Yuyen coughed and said, "What are you talking about? If we encounter an enemy like Qin Shen, do we still have a chance to reflect here?" Dai Hong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Boss, it was my mistake." Lin Yuyen certainly wouldn't hold a grudge. She just turned to her cousin, "Sister, when will Qin Shen arrive?" "He'll come after finishing his business, he will arrive before tonight," Lin Mei, who was resting with her eyes closed, casually replied. Lin Yuyen rested her chin on her hand and murmured, "As long as Qin Shen informs our family and lets Grandpa take action, the old lady will have to give some face. It's not that simple, we are outsiders and can't suppress the local tyrants." Lin Mei opened her beautiful eyes and shook her head at her sister. Hearing this, Lin Yuyen immediately felt troubled. If she had known, they should have just endured it a little longer, at least until they left Red City before taking action. Now that Qin Shen had gotten into such a big mess, she felt uncomfortable inside. "How about I ask my grandfather for help?" Feng Yuxuan, who had been rather inconspicuous, suggested softly, "My family has business dealings with Red City, maybe we can talk." Lin Mei was very pleased with her attitude and said gently, "Yuxuan, it's good that you have this intention. Unless absolutely necessary, there's no need to trouble your family." If they asked the Feng family to resolve this matter, the Lin family would lose face. Because asking a guest to step in to solve a problem would imply that the Lin family was incompetent. Every move of a wealthy family must consider its image. "Boss, sister-in-law, come quickly and take a look." Dai Hong, sitting by the window, suddenly exclaimed, "Why is the captain on the billboard?" Upon hearing this, the three beauties quickly walked over and gazed out the window. They saw Qin Shen and the Titan giant ape appearing on the various LCD screens around Red City. It was an advertisement that featured clips from the Beast Tide and Beast King videos, with deafening sound effects and blood-pumping visuals that instantly caught the attention of the crazies in Red City. "What kind of advertisement is this? It looks a bit like a blockbuster." The Dome Company is also starting to go for the common people. They didn't like marketing before. Wow, isn't that Titan? He actually became a spokesperson? So it wasn't just bragging. Someone who can be noticed by the dome is no ordinary person. Sis, what? What's going on? Lin Yuyan was somewhat shocked. Lin Mei shook her head in confusion and said, I don't know either, he never told me how he became a spokesperson. Wow, and not just an ordinary spokesperson. Dai Hung, with sharp eyes, quickly read the small text in the lower right corner of the advertisement, the only lifetime spokesperson of the dome, Mr. Qin Chen. Li Zhengde laughed heartily and said, the captain is amazing. Isn't this the treatment of a top star? Brother is on TV. Xingyu exclaimed excitedly, clinging to the window and shouting at the LCD screen. Perhaps too excited, he almost fell out, but fortunately, Duan Feng was quick to pull him back. The people in the room were both shocked and happy. Before they could calm down, the door to the private room was pushed open. A group of professional bodyguards in black suits moved quickly, instantly standing in various corners of the room. Xiaomei, how is your boyfriend so closely related to the dome? An elderly lady with a kind face slowly walked into the room and sat down on the soft sofa. She moved with agility and elegance, and her face showed no signs of aging, which was truly astonishing. Grandma, my boyfriend is young. Lin Mei feigned calmness and smiled lightly. He just likes to act mysterious in front of me, hiding surprises. Such a nonchalant expression made Chen Hongmin look at her with admiration. Since it's almost mealtime, why not join me for dinner? The elderly lady chuckled and invited Lin Mei and the others. Everyone was taken aback. Their meals had been brought by attendants during this time, but now they were being invited by the elderly lady. The turning point of all this was because Qin Chen appeared in the advertisement. It is our honor to have dinner with you, Grandma, Lin Mei replied with a smile. By the way, can Qin Chen make it to dinner? The elderly lady continued. I have high hopes for him and have wanted to meet him for a long time. Lin Mei nodded. Don't worry, Grandma, even if he can't make it for dinner, he will at least make it for supper. After receiving a positive response, Chen Hongmin laughed happily. Then you all rest. When dinner is ready, someone will take you over. Okay, Grandma, take care, Lin Mei slightly bowed. After Chen Hongmin walked out of the room, the suited bodyguards instantly retreated like a tide. Does the captain count as strategizing from within the tent, winning from 1,000 miles away? Li Zhengde chuckled and said, he took on an endorsement outside Hongcheng and helped us get out of trouble within Hongcheng. Well said, I'll give you a raise this month. Lin Yuyan didn't know why she felt so pleased, but whenever she heard others praise Qin Chen, she couldn't help but feel delighted. Boss, I can say something too. Dai Hong was anxious and quickly added, the captain is simply a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, a rebirth of Zhang Liang. Although your flattery is a bit over the top, I'm happy, so everyone gets a raise. Lin Yuyan waved her hand generously. However, Lin Wanru didn't seem very happy. Instead, she sighed, fateful entanglement, fateful entanglement. Stop, the car came to a steady halt. Looking at the red city gate that resembled the entrance to a ghostly realm, Qin Chen stepped out of the car. This is my second time here, and Hongcheng is still so nauseating, Lu Qing said as she walked over from the other side. This is the dark side of Frostwind City, a place meant to harbor filth, Qin Chen said lightly. Let's go, we need to meet old lady Chen together. Excuse me, is this Mr. Qin Chen? As soon as they stepped through the gate, a suited man emerged from the shadows. That's me, Qin Chen nodded. The suited man slightly bowed and gestured invitingly, saying, my lady has prepared dinner, and we hope Mr. Qin will honor us with his presence. Lead the way, Qin Chen replied expressionlessly. The suited man's expression froze, seemingly not expecting such a cold attitude from the other party. But after a moment's thought, he proceeded ahead, beginning to guide Qin Chen and Lu Qing. What exactly do you plan to do about this? Lu Qing whispered. She had thought Qin Chen would communicate nicely with old lady Chen, but now it seemed this guy had come with a confrontational attitude. Use benefits to entice, use power to pressure, Qin Chen replied with 8 words. Lu Qing frowned and asked, where's the benefit, where's the power? Destroy the Yi family, let Hongcheng reap the rewards, that's the benefit, Qin Chen said. The dome behind me represents the power. Hearing this explanation, Lu Qing was left speechless and quickly asked, are you crazy? Why are you still thinking about destroying the Yi family? The grudge has long been established, I have to confront the Yi family eventually, Qin Chen smiled and said, might as well treat them as chips to sell off in exchange for the old lady's reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was somewhat at a loss for words. Was Qin Chen too confident? The Yi family was at the height of their power, how could just anyone destroy them? As they spoke, they arrived at the most luxurious villa in Hongcheng. Mr. Qin, please come in. The suited man opened the door but had no intention of entering himself. Qin Chen and Lu Qing exchanged glances and quickly walked inside. With their strength, There was no place in Frostwind City they couldn't go, so they naturally didn't need to worry about safety. After following the maid around for a while, they finally arrived at a grand dining room with an ancient style. Old Lady Chen was chatting and laughing with Lin Mei and others. Upon seeing Qin Chen, she immediately waved with a smile, "Qin, little brother, come take a seat, let's have a good chat." Hearing this, Lin Mei and the others finally reacted and looked on with joy. Qin Chen had finally come to save them. "Oh, little Cheng is here too, you should take a seat." Upon seeing the stunning beauty behind Qin Chen, Chen Hongmin seemed a bit surprised. She had no idea about their relationship, so her attitude towards Qin Chen became a bit more amiable. "I've met the old lady," Lu Qing slightly nodded and pulled out a chair to sit down. However, Qin Chen made no response and directly sat at the table across from the old lady, facing Lin Mei. Chen Hongmin frowned, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and asked, "It seems that Brother Qin has some opinions about the old lady?" "Heh, the old lady has my people under house arrest, and I can't have an opinion?" Qin Chen sneered, "I am particularly protective. Whoever dares to touch my people, I will retaliate against them." Chen Hongmin chuckled and asked, "So how do you plan to retaliate?" As the revered matriarch of Hongchang, known as the Iron-Blooded Lady, she had experienced countless crises and difficulties in her life. How could she fear others' threats? Moreover, the one threatening her was just an 18-year-old pawn. "If my people are crippled, then I will take Hongchang as compensation to appease the Yi family's anger," Qin Chen said as if he were talking nonsense, actually speaking so boldly in front of the Lord of Hongchang. "Are you tired of living?" Chen Hongmin narrowed her eyes, asking in a tone full of threat. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became very tense, and Lin Mei and the others didn't dare to make a sound, let alone eat. Even Xing Yu sensed something was off and didn't dare to swallow the mouthful of meat. Lu Qing was about to speak up to dissuade them when she saw Qin Chen and the old lady laughing together. "You kid has good acting skills, you can actually play along with me. The old lady is indeed a performing artist, look at how scared they are." The two laughed heartily, leaving the others present in a state of confusion. "So the tense atmosphere just now was all an act?" "Continue eating, I was just joking with the old lady, don't take it to heart," Qin Chen casually called out to everyone. Chen Hongmin nodded and explained, "That scene just now was actually from a movie I shot when I was young. But at that time, I played the role of Xiao Mei." She pointed to Lin Mei on her right. "I see." Lin Mei smiled and said, "You are indeed a professional performing artist, you can handle any role with ease. He, no need to flatter me." Chen Hongmin slowly stood up and said, "You all take your time eating, I will have a serious talk with Brother Qin." Looking at the view outside the open balcony, Chen Hongmin said lightly, "Hongcheng has always been a chaotic place, fighting and brawling are common. But if you pick the wrong person, it won't be so easy to resolve." "Who exactly is that person?" Qin Chen asked. "Yi Ku, the younger brother of the head of the Yi family," Chen Hongmin explained. "This person is ambitious yet incompetent, a useless one, but he has a good wife, who is the sister of the current city lord." Qin Chen nodded, "No wonder the old lady wanted to detain my people, it turns out they provoked someone they shouldn't have. In Hongchang, they still have a way out, but once they leave Hongchang, I will be powerless," Chen Hongmin said slowly. With that, the truth was revealed. The old lady was not trying to hold Lin Mei and the others accountable, rather, it was a protective house arrest. "Where is Yi Ku now, and what is his condition?" Qin Chen thought for a moment and asked a question. "He is staying in Hongcheng for recovery, he must be planning to extort a large sum from me," Chen Hongmin said with a bitter smile. "As for his condition, he was crippled that day and can no longer be a man." Qin Chen smiled and said, "Then I need to pay him a visit and seek the victim's forgiveness." Chen Hongmin was somewhat puzzled and said, "You weren't like this in the wilderness, even a domineering titan would bow to others?" No, I will make him forgive me in a physical way," Qin Chen explained. Chen Hongmin shook her head. "You still want to escalate the conflict? I won't agree to that. The old lady knows about my feud with Yi Ting, right?" Qin Chen smiled and said, "I will have to face the Yi family one day, the conflict will only grow if not addressed. It's better to take the initiative and strike first." Chen Hongmin asked in surprise, "You little brat are also eyeing the Yi family?" "Of course, I am very envious of the wealth of the top aristocracy," Qin Chen said. "Ha, what an ambitious fellow." Chen Hongmin paused and said, "So what do you have to deal with the Yi family?" "I have the dome," Qin Chen chuckled. Chen Hongmin was taken aback for a moment and said, "Will they protect you?" Although the Yi family can't compare to the dome, the combined power of the 13 noble families can still pose a threat. So what if there are many of them? If we strike with the force of thunder, can they react in time? Qin Chen's face was full of confidence. "What about the city lord? How will you handle him?" Chen Hongmin asked the most critical question. "He is not Lu Lingming, I can't get any face from him." Qin Shen pointed to Lu Qing in the dining room and smiled. When the tiger father is not around, the tiger daughter can still be fierce. You want Xiao Qing to deal with the city lord? Chen Hongmin frowned. What kind of joke is that? How can a girl like her contend with the might of the city lord's mansion? Qin Shen said, the city defense army is not the city lord's private army. If she develops in the military camp for a while, she will be able to deal with someone. It seems you have planned this all along. Since that's the case, I'll trust you once, old woman. After thinking for a moment, Chen Hongmin said, ever since the Yi family became the top noble family, their arrogance has grown. I've long wanted to bring them down from the clouds. That's right, the Yi family is incompetent and unworthy of standing at the peak of the clouds. Qin Shen echoed, let's pull them down. Red City Rehabilitation Center. This used to be an exclusive nursing home for old lady Chen, but now it has been occupied by an outsider from the Yi family. The man was munching on an apple in bed, his eyes brazenly surveying the pretty nurse. As he watched, he seemed to remember something and suddenly became agitated, throwing the apple away. Damn woman, get the hell out. The little nurse was immediately frightened and hurried out of the ward. Damn it, they actually crippled me. Yiku cursed bitterly, I must make that group suffer, especially that foul-mouthed woman. The situation was actually quite simple. He was fooling around in Red City and happened to encounter Lin Mei and others. Under the control of his lower half, Yiku thought about abducting them, but unexpectedly, the other party was fierce and directly crippled him. If it weren't for Chen Hongmin's people arriving in time, he might have died on the spot. Creak, the ward door was pushed open again. Yiku didn't even lift his head, roaring, I told you to get out, how come you're back in here? Do you believe I'll tear you to pieces? Mr. Yi, your injuries are not healed yet, you shouldn't get too angry. Hearing the voice of a strange man, Yiku looked up in confusion. Who are you? How did you get into my ward? He is Qin Shen. Chen Hongmin walked in from outside. Yiku was momentarily stunned, quickly searching his memory. Qin Shen. Qin Shen. You are that Qin Shen? Soon, the man's expression turned ferocious. Your woman crippled me, now kneel down and kowtow to me, and castrate yourself. If you do, I'll spare your life. He, mister. You really knows how to joke. Qin Shen laughed heartily and said, since that's the case, I'll sing a song for you. Before Yiku could react, he heard a strange sound wave emanating from Qin Shen's throat, flooding into his ears. The man quickly covered his chest, letting out a painful groan. The weakened version of the soul-shaking demon sound was an excellent ability for tormenting people. Besides that, it seemed Qin Shen had more tricks up his sleeve. He stepped forward and gently tapped Yiku's shoulder with his finger. The guy suddenly fell to the ground, trembling violently, his face contorted and twitching. The weakened version of the bitter prison was a top-tier torture technique. In less than 10 seconds, Yiku began to foam at the mouth, his eyes turning white, clearly on the verge of fainting. Buzz. Seeing this, Qin Shen cut off the supply of beastly power. Still so foul-mouthed? He asked with a smile, like a demon. You motherfucker, go die. Yiku shouted in agony, drenched in sweat, actually attempting to activate his beast transformation. Qin Shen let out a cold laugh, supplying beast power once more. The triple pain instantly knocked Yiku down again, causing him to fall to the ground, his convulsions now more frequent than before. Crash, bang. Items in the hospital room were knocked over by Yiku, crashing to the floor with a loud noise. A few young nurses outside, startled, rushed in, only to be waved away by the old lady. I won't be cheap anymore. Yiku clutched his head with both hands, rolling on the ground in agony. Qin Shen smiled and instead increased the intensity, raising the level of the torture power again. A shrill scream, like that of a slaughtered pig, erupted in the hospital room. Chen Hongmin frowned and asked, don't kill him, he still has some use. Don't worry, the torture power specifically targets pain. He can't die even if he wants to, Qin Shen explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiku charged towards the wall. Tormented by triple pain, he truly preferred to die. Unfortunately, the torture power suddenly jolted, causing him to collapse to the ground again, unable to move. Seeing this, Qin Shen finally stopped supplying beast power. The pain receded like a tide, and Yiku lay helplessly on the ground. His face was pale, and sweat had soaked through his hospital gown, as if he had been caught in a heavy rain. Mr. Yi, can you speak properly now? Qin Shen asked. Yiku's breathing was extremely weak, he couldn't even muster the strength to nod, let alone speak. Although he didn't respond, Qin Shen continued to talk to himself. As the saying goes, the one who flirts first is cheap. You harassed my woman first, so breaking you is just retribution. If you still want to retaliate, then I'll just have to torture you to death. No, don't. Please don't. Yiku weakly replied, clearly terrified of the torment. Oh, it seems Mr. Yi is willing to forgive us, Qin Shen said with a smile. Truly a magnanimous person, I admire you. But please, Mr. Yi, hurry and leave Red City. If you don't go, my guilt will never dissipate. Hearing this, Yi Ku nearly spat blood. Is this really how one seeks forgiveness? And talking about guilt, how hypocritical. I can't move. Yi Ku dared not retort, as he didn't want to endure any more pain, only able to intermittently express his physical condition. Don't worry, Red City has a professional bodyguard team. Getting Mr. Yi out of here is a piece of cake. Qin Shen waved his hand, and immediately a group of suited men rushed in from outside. Throw Mr. Yi out of Red City. Upon hearing this, Yi Ku nearly went mad. Sending him back to the Yi family would be fine, but throwing him out of Red City, onto the main road, what about his face? I want to see who dares to throw him out. A delicate voice suddenly shouted from outside. Qin Shen turned to look and saw the beautiful Lady Dai Xinlan. Behind her was a dignified matron, her face filled with extreme anger. The shout just now had come from this matron. Old Lady Chen, are you being too excessive by allowing others to bully the men of the Yi family? Dai Xinlan glared at Qin Shen first, then turned to the old lady and asked. He harassed a guest on my territory and even attempted extortion. If I don't kill him, that would be giving your Yi family face, Chen Hongmin said, her anger imposing. Realizing her own momentum couldn't overpower the old lady, Dai Xinlan had no choice but to turn her ire towards Qin Shen. It's you again. First, you provoked our Ting, and now you're bullying my little brother. Do you want to go against the Yi family? It was clear that ever since Qin Shen had rejected Dai Xinlan's invitation, this beautiful lady had changed her strategy. Of course, I want to go against the Yi family. Qin Shen chuckled and said, if I can destroy Yi Ting's support, wouldn't that be wonderful? Dai Xinlan's expression was dark, and she said with hatred, a little brat thinks he can shake the foundation of the Yi family. It seems you really don't plan to leave Fingshuang City alive. Xinlan, who exactly is this guy? The elegant lady behind her asked in a low voice. He is the titan who has been showing off in the wilderness recently, and he has a grudge against Tinger, Dai Xinlan explained briefly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miaoling nodded and shouted at Qin Shen, so you're just an arrogant hunter. The Yi family is a major taxpayer in Fingshuang City, what right do you have to touch it? Madam means, having money is the way to go? Qin Shen tilted his head and asked, with money, one can do whatever they want, right? Zhang Miaoling was puzzled and frowned at him. You shouldn't slander us without evidence. Our Yi family is innocent. When have we ever done anything wrong? Dai Xinlan retorted. Qin Shen pointed at Yi Ku, who was collapsed on the ground, and slowly said, Yi Ku harassed and entangled my woman, and Yi Ting publicly threatened my life. I am now filing a legal lawsuit against your Yi family as the ambassador of the Cheongdong brand. Zhang Miaoling was momentarily stunned. She thought her husband had been bullied. She didn't expect that Yi Ku had initiated the trouble. Dai Xinlan scolded, Yi Ku's crimes don't warrant such punishment. You used extrajudicial means to deal with him, how should that be accounted for? Qin Shen showed a puzzled expression and asked, what evidence do you have to prove that my people crippled him? There are so many brave men in Hongcheng, when they see injustice, of course, they will rush to help. You. Nonsense. Yi Ku, who was collapsed on the ground, had pale lips and trembled as he pointed at Qin Shen, seemingly wanting to accuse him of lying. Unfortunately, when Qin Shen glanced at him, he immediately played dead, not daring to say another word. You see, even Mr. Yi can't remember the situation clearly, Qin Shen shrugged. Dai Xinlan was furious. She certainly knew the man in front of her was lying. Because she had been called by Yi Ku, she was already aware of the details of the incident. But now, Qin Shen was playing dumb, clearly refusing to take responsibility. Dai Xinlan had no choice but to look at old lady Chen and said, Old lady, this is your territory, there should be cameras, right? Please retrieve the recordings from that day. Alas, how unfortunate. I'm getting old, my speech isn't as good, and my subordinates are getting lazier. The equipment in Hongcheng has been under repair for almost a month and still isn't fixed. Chen Hongmin sighed and said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Dai Xinlan finally understood. The old lady was on Qin Shen's side. Don't expect to get anything useful from her. How could she use the excuse of being old? Who doesn't know the value of the old Buddha of Hongcheng? Let's put aside the previous matter for now. I want to ask, why is my husband collapsed on the ground? Zhang Miaoling asked coldly, and why did you throw him out? Even if he made a mistake, treating a member of the Yi family like this is very inappropriate, isn't it? Qin Shen did not answer directly. Instead, he turned and asked, Mr. Yi, can you explain to your wife? Yi Ku was stared at by his devilish gaze for 2 seconds and quickly grabbed the bedpost to sit up. Lingling, I accidentally fell out of bed. Qin Chen Was just joking with me. The man forced a very stiff smile and lied. After all, I'm a member of the Yi family, how could I be thrown out? Upon hearing this, the two ladies knew they couldn't confront Qin Shen anymore. If the person involved didn't tell the truth, how could they possibly regain their dignity in Hongcheng? Mr. Yi has a great sense of humor. He really looks like a comedian. Qin Shen laughed while clapping his hands. Yi Ku was so frightened that his body trembled, and he tightly hugged the bed leg, not daring to say more. Take him, we're leaving. Zhang Miaoling snorted coldly, and her attendants immediately rushed into the hospital room, carefully helping Yi Gu to sit up. Mr. Yi, may we meet again by fate. Qin Shen waved his hand from behind, hinting, let's keep in touch, just use the secret method we discussed earlier. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu went limp, and his attendants quickly supported him to prevent him from falling. No, I don't want to be tormented anymore. Yi Gu was on the verge of tears but dared not speak. Qin Shen was threatening him, telling him to keep quiet, or else the pain would return. Zhang Miaoling looked at Qin Shen suspiciously, then turned to Dai Xinlan and said, Xinlan, let's go first and settle accounts with them later. Alright, you go ahead, I'll be right there. Dai Xinlan replied, I want to have another round with this brat and see what gives him the courage to oppose the Yi family. Once Zhang Miaoling and her group left, Qin Shen was the first to ask, does Mrs. Yi have anything else to say to me? Dai Xinlan glanced at the old lady beside her but received no response. It was clear she wanted to talk to Qin Shen privately. You little girl are quite something, trying to kick me out. Shen Hongman chuckled, fine, I'll leave some space for you young people. After saying that, she took her suited bodyguards and left, deliberately closing the hospital room door behind her. A lonely man and a woman alone in a room, isn't that inappropriate? Qin Shen asked in surprise, Mrs. Yi has a family, she should avoid any misunderstandings. Humph. Dai Xinlan shot him a glance, pulled out a lady's cigarette from her small handbag, and placed it between her red lips. I haven't said anything, yet you, a young man, are so concerned, acting like an old man. Seeing her completely opposite attitude, Qin Shen smiled, so it turns out the lady was just putting on a show for her family? Is that a problem? Dai Xinlan exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, when interests are at stake, I could perform 100 more acts without issue. What do you mean? Qin Shen asked, puzzled, I want the Yi family to perish, but that doesn't seem to align with your interests, Mrs. Yi. Dai Xinlan smiled seductively and asked, guess why I married an old man? Qin Shen remained silent, seemingly wanting her to tell the story herself. With my looks, 99% of men would be smitten. Dai Xinlan laughed, as long as I beckon with my finger, they would come running like dogs to kneel before me. Qin Shen interrupted her, saying, I feel like you are not as good as my girlfriend. The beautiful lady's expression froze, and the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Sorry, I tend to speak my mind, please continue, madam. Qin Shen apologized. Dai Xinlan shot him an annoyed glare and said directly, continue my foot, I just want a scheme for the Yi family's fortune, which aligns perfectly with your thoughts. I didn't expect the madam to be so ambitious, not weaker than a man. Qin Shen casually flattered. Humph, there isn't a good man among them, of course, I can compete. Dai Xinlan scoffed and added, when I asked you to deal with Yi Ting, I wanted to take the opportunity to infiltrate the Yi family group, but someone didn't appreciate it. I really couldn't get away, it was unavoidable, Qin Shen explained. Dai Xinlan scoffed, so now you have time to deal with the entire Yi family? Who said I was going to act immediately? Qin Shen said curiously, I still have to finish my business first, then come back to destroy the Yi family. Right now, I'm just doing some groundwork to prepare for the future actions. Dai Xinlan exhaled another puff of smoke, frowning as she said, destroying the Yi family isn't a big deal, are you planning to save the world? Hee hee, who knows? Qin Shen chuckled. Since you've made your stance clear, I'll extend the invitation again, how about we take down the Yi family together? Dai Xinlan lifted her jade neck and stared into Qin Shen's eyes. Sure, but how do we split it? Qin Shen took a deep breath and slowly asked. Seeing his action, a glint flashed in Dai Xinlan's eyes, and she smiled, of course, it's a 70-30 split. I've been operating within the Yi family for many years and can instigate a massive upheaval. While you just need to focus on dealing with Yi Ting. Is that all the task you're giving me? Qin Shen asked, puzzled. Do you look down on me, madam? Dai Xinlan exhaled a puff of smoke and laughed. How could that be? You are the renowned titan, destined to achieve greatness beyond the city lord. Who would dare to look down on you? Then why do you want to poison me? Qin Shen suddenly grabbed Dai Xinlan's arm, instantly snatching the cigarette from her fingers. Ah! Dai Xinlan exclaimed, trying to break free from the man's grip. Unfortunately, her strength was too insignificant to budge Qin Shen even a little. The Tianzhao brand cigarette, a beast-bewildering poison, Qin Shen said sharply. You are not from Yanhua. You're talking nonsense. What? Dai Xinlan's expression stiffened as she hurriedly defended herself. I am the eldest daughter of the Dai family, a legitimate Yanhua person. This thing is only possessed by the royal family of the Sunwheel Kingdom, Qin Shen said, holding up the cigarette. But, so you're not really Dai Xinlan, but Xinyuxinlan. Hearing this name, the beautiful woman's body stiffened, clearly struck by the truth. Now tell me, what is your true identity? How long have you been infiltrating Yanhua, and what is your mission? Qin Shan asked habitually. This was the process he followed when capturing spies in his past life. Dai Xinlan's eyes were anxious, not knowing what to do. Who knows how Qin Shan discovered the poison and saw through her spy identity? If you don't speak, I'll hand you over to the reverse scale, Qin Shan said calmly. They are quite skilled at torturing people. You might never see the cherry blossoms blooming in your hometown again. Dai Xinlan caught the key point and quickly asked, as long as I tell you, you won't inform the reverse scale? Of course, I am very ambitious. If you have value to me, I won't hand you over, Qin Shan said expressionlessly. After a moment of silence, Dai Xinlan finally spoke. I am Xinyuxinlan, a decoy for the royal family of the Sunwheel. A decoy? Is that a twin substitute for the royal heir? Qin Shan asked curiously. This knowledge was something he learned by chance in his past life, and he was a bit unclear now. Yes, my sister is the true heir, attending royal events. I am the decoy, shielding her from disasters, Dai Xinlan said heavily, clearly recalling an unpleasant past. Then how did you get out? How did you even become a spy? Qin Shan was somewhat puzzled. Logically, a decoy should never leave the true heir's side, always helping to ward off calamities. Because she died. When she said this, there was a hint of relief in Xinyuxinlan's beautiful eyes. The death of the true heir means the severing of the bloodline. I was supposed to be buried with her, but someone intervened to save me and sent me to infiltrate Yanhua. Qin Shan was somewhat speechless and asked, you and your sister are twins, looking exactly alike. Why doesn't the royal family use you to replace her? Xinyuxinlan gave a self-deprecating smile and said, they have a bizarre verification method. I am not qualified to be the true heir. That's ridiculous, what feudal remnants? Qin Shan shook his head in exasperation. Xinyuxinlan paused and then said, I have been infiltrating Yanhua for 5 years, and my mission is to collect wealth and deliver it to my savior. How dare you steal from Yanhua? Truly audacious. Qin Shan sneered coldly. Who is your benefactor? I need to settle the score with him. Xinyuxinlan shook her head in confusion. I don't know either, he has never shown his face. No matter if it's saving me or issuing a task, it's all done through others. Qin Shan felt a bit helpless. He was still thinking about extorting a sum. He didn't expect the mastermind to hide so well that even the agents didn't know their boss's identity. Will you hand me over to the reverse scale? Dai Xinlan asked in a low voice. She had always disguised herself well, but unexpectedly stumbled at the hands of a little man. No, I still need you to stir up trouble for the Yi family. Qin Shan released her arm and said, but regarding the division, you should know how to handle it, right? You 7. I 3. Xinyuxinlan said with a mournful face, feeling helpless. Ahem. Qin Shan lightly coughed, seemingly dissatisfied. The beautiful lady quickly waved her hand, explaining, it's not that I'm greedy, it's what that person wants. If I hand over too little, he will definitely notice. Then let him notice. If he has the guts, let him come to Yanhua and see if I won't chop him up. Qin Shan said nonchalantly. Xinyuxinlan became anxious, grabbing Qin Shan's hand and pleading, please, I don't want to die. If I survive, I can make money for you. This lady, after being exploited by the mysterious person, was now to be exploited by Qin Shan again, which was quite pitiful. Qin Shan stared at her and resolutely shook his head. Xinyuxinlan bit her red lip, her voice trembling as she said, I have no marital relations with Yi Qin. He fell under the bewitching beast's poison and has never touched me. If you want, I can offer myself to. Are you crazy? Qin Shan scolded, I told you, you're not as pretty as my girlfriend, so don't use your looks as a bargaining chip. Hearing this, Xinyuxinlan burst into tears, looking pitiful with tears streaming down her face. Then what do you want me to do? If you won't let me report back, it would be better to kill me now. Qin Shan smiled and seduced, it's simple, you pledge allegiance to me, and I'll help you escape that person's control. Pledge allegiance to you? Upon hearing this, Xinyuxinlan stopped sobbing and asked with a puzzled expression, what do you want me to do? She thought Qin Shan would make other excessive demands, but unexpectedly, he only wanted her loyalty. Qin Shan stared into her watery big eyes and said word by word, I want you to seize the national treasure of the Sunwheel, the 8-headed bone. Impossible. Upon hearing this term, Shin Yuxinlin was actually so frightened that she sat on the bed. Her red lips trembled as she slowly said, "No one can touch the 8-headed bone, except the Emperor. If we kill the Emperor, won't we have a chance?" Shinshin said lightly, "Don't worry, the plan to seize the 8-headed bone is still to come. Right now, you just need to nod. Or shake your head." He was urging Shin Yuxinlin to make a decision quickly, either join his side or die. But the beautiful lady timidly raised her head, only to see Qin Shen's extremely indifferent gaze. "There's no but, they treated you like that, don't you want to retaliate?" Qin Shen said, "Why should you be a fake child from birth? Why should they decide your fate?" This statement was very persuasive, causing Shin Yuxinlin to fall into deep thought instantly. After a while, she slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of vengeful determination. "Lord Qin Shen, from now on, Xinlan is willing to pledge allegiance to you. Just wait, the Yi family will crush you sooner or later." Dai Xinlan angrily walked out of the rehabilitation center, not forgetting to turn back and scold Qin Shen. Her acting was quite good, her pretty face flushed, her delicate body trembling, as if she had just had a fit in the ward. The long-waiting Zhang Miaoling quickly comforted her, "Xinlan, don't waste time on their turf, let's go out and find help." "Humph." Dai Xinlan glared fiercely at Qin Shen and said, "For Sister Miaoling's sake, I'll let you live a few more days." Although she is the sister-in-law, Zhang Miaoling's status is far superior to that of the former, so they both refer to each other as sisters. Qin Shen chuckled and said, "I look forward to the thunderous methods of the Yi family, I just hope it won't be all noise and little rain." "Humph." Dai Xinlan did not respond further, only taking Zhang Miaoling's hand and turning to leave. Watching the two noble women depart, Chen Hongmin spoke up, "What will you do next?" "Of course, I will enhance my strength. I hope the old lady can lend me the clear soul fruit." Qin Shen turned and said, "I will be leaving Frostwind City in a few days for some business, and when I return, it will be the time of turmoil for the Yi family." Old Lady Chen nodded and said, "The fruit can be given to you, but you must also give me something in return. If you stand me up, I need some compensation." "Who would dare to play tricks on you, old lady?" Qin Shen laughed, "But to show my sincerity, I am willing to offer a set of bone-loosening technique, which can enhance the basic vitality of beast transformers, commonly used for training subordinates. Will that satisfy you, old lady? Is this method simple? Are there any side effects?" Chen Hongmin became interested. Qin Shen explained, "It's very simple, an ordinary person can learn it after watching a few times. There are no side effects, just that the process can be a bit painful." "Alright, let's use this for the exchange." The old lady laughed, "The old partners who started with me back in the day can no longer keep up. I indeed need to cultivate more newcomers. Then please find a venue and some manpower, and I will teach them on the spot," Qin Shen said. "Ah!" A scream erupted in the venue as Dai Hong collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Indeed, he had become the guinea pig for the captain's teaching and had endured the bone-loosening technique once again. "Did you all remember?" Qin Shen took a towel, wiped his hands, and addressed the onlookers. "The movements and points just now actually follow a pattern. As long as you repeat them, you will master them quickly." The crowd shook their heads in confusion. They had just been drawn in by Dai Heng's painful screams and missed many techniques. Qin Shen felt a bit helpless and had to let Dai Hong crawl aside. "Old Duan, you come be the teaching tool. This guy just knows how to scream, which is too distracting for the lesson." Without a word, Duan Feng took off his short sleeves and quickly lay down on the ground. Compared to Dai Hong, old Duan was a real tough guy. He had endured even more painful, blood-burning technique, back then without uttering a sound. This time, pay attention, if you dare to get distracted again, all of you will be sent to the dungeon to shovel dung. Chen Hongmin's stern voice came from the side, scaring everyone into trembling, not daring to blink. "Damn, doesn't he feel pain? Why doesn't he scream at all? Did you see the blood-colored tattoos on him? This guy must be a tough character, the kind who can still leisurely urinate even when the sky is falling. Then isn't his captain even more fierce? Someone who can tame tough characters must be even tougher, right? Aren't you just stating the obvious? He is a titan, even the 13 guardians can't do anything to him." I heard a giant creature appeared in the wilderness, called the Titan Hunting Legion, which has gathered over 100 small teams, numbering over 1,000. Wow, no wonder the old lady wants to cooperate with him. This guy is both a spokesperson for the dome and the leader of the Hunting Legion. Qin Shen wiped his hands and smiled, "Old Duan, it seems you are about to break through. The boss is amazing, just one move helped me advance." Duan Feng, ignoring his sore body, immediately sat cross-legged. After his last promotion to sea level, he had been stuck at a bottleneck, but unexpectedly, just by being a teaching tool today, he directly surged to C2 level. Seeing this scene, everyone showed expressions of surprise. The effect of the bone loosening technique was surprisingly quick. Just after completing it, one could advance. Chen Hongmin was also a bit surprised. She had thought the bone loosening technique was a training method that required practice and accumulation, but it turned out to be a breakthrough technique specifically designed to break through level constraints. Looking at it this way, the value of this set of skills was quite high, even enough to buy several clear soul fruits. Xin Chen, I can see your sincerity, Elder Chen said with a cheerful smile. Reciprocity is essential to establish a strong friendship, Xin Chen replied with a smile. The bone loosening technique held great value for major powers. However, for him, it had little value left. It was better to release it as a bargaining chip for cooperation. This could be considered an investment because the stronger Hongqing became, the easier it would be for him to deal with the Yi family. Did you remember this time? The elder switched to a stern expression and questioned her subordinates. We remembered. Everyone quickly responded. In fact, recording the technique and watching it repeatedly was the best teaching method. But recordings could easily leak, and the elders certainly didn't want the bone loosening technique to be spread outside. This was a valuable thing she had obtained. Very well, then you all start practicing immediately, pair up and experiment with each other, Qin Shen said. The expressions of the crowd stiffened, but they quickly got to work, some lying down, some getting to it. Soon, screams echoed throughout the venue, a cacophony of wails and cries. Qin Shen, this is the clear soul fruit you wanted. With the elder's words, a suited bodyguard presented a wooden tray holding 3 golden fruits. I, Chen Hongmin, have always believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances, the elder chuckled. You, young man, are full of sincerity, and as an elder, I cannot be stingy. These 3 clear soul fruits are yours. Xin Shen was a bit surprised and smiled. Elder, you truly are generous. I admire you. One must give to receive. Hongchang and Frost City have coexisted for decades because of this saying, the elder said. Qin Shen took the tray of fruits and said, in that case, I will graciously accept them and wish for our friendship to last. Go on, your strength is what matters, let these little brats figure it out themselves. The elder waved her hand. I should be able to return in about half a month, please be prepared, elder, Qin Shen said softly. With a word from me, I can command Hongcheng, the Yi family is already in my grasp. The elder exuded a commanding presence, showcasing the spirit of a fierce matriarch. Alright, I take my leave. Outside the gates of Hongcheng, looking at the bright moonlight, Lin Mei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had been under house arrest for 2 days and felt quite stifled. Where are we going now? Lin Yuyan asked. While calling Lu Wuxin, Qin Shen explained, of course, we're going back to Professor Lu's house. I still need to discuss plans with him. What exactly is the plan? Lin Yuyan asked curiously. You're always so mysterious and never say anything. Qin Shen shook his head and said, each has their own role, you are the boss, so focus on management. It's better not to inquire about the specific actions to avoid unnecessary worry. Hearing this, the team members felt a bit tense. How could an employee speak to the boss like that? It could easily lead to conflict. But unexpectedly, Lin Yuyan actually smiled happily. Alright then, I won't ask, you go ahead and do your thing. Dai Hong was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. The captain was indeed the captain, managing to make the boss obedient, truly a model for workers. Lin Wanru pouted, her eyes filled with disdain. She couldn't be bothered with this entanglement anymore, let it be however it may. Lin Mei smiled helplessly, she certainly knew what her sister was thinking, but she was quite pleased with the outcome. Qin Shen told me to mind my own business, he must be worried about me getting tired. He really cares about me. Lin Yuyan continued to daydream happily. This woman also likes Qin Shen. Feng Yuxian glanced at Lin Yuyan, silently muttering in her heart, the 2 sisters have the advantage of numbers, I need to find a helper. Professor Lu, we've finished the matters here, please send a car to Hongcheng to pick us up, Qin Shen said into the phone. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a dark and violent energy smashed down from the sky. Qin Shen's eyes sharpened, and beastly power surged forth. Swish! The ground erupted with a tremendous wave, a deadly corrosive water forming a massive curtain that firmly intercepted the black energy mass. This was the source of decay, the signature ability of the green-eyed beast king. Enemy attack! Seeing this scene, Dai Hong shouted at the top of his lungs. Soon, everyone reacted and quickly activated their beast transformation. However, Qin Shen did not rush to transform into a giant ape. Instead, he shouted at the distant shadow, come out, why are you lurking like a cockroach? Heh, I'm a cockroach. The figure of the 13 guardians slowly emerged from the shadows, and the leader was none other than Yi Ting, the eldest son of the Yi family. He sneered and asked, then what about you, hiding and lurking like a sewer rat? Please don't overestimate your importance, do you think I'm worth hiding from? Qin Shen chuckled, I've already declared war on the Yi family, what are you even worth? Keep cursing. Among the 13 guardians, there were those with fiery tempers who roared, "You talk a big game, if you have the guts, come face us head on, and we'll make sure you die a painful death." "Are you a street thug?" Qin Shen asked in surprise. "A prestigious family actually raised someone like you? You bastard!" The man exploded with rage, beastly power surging around him, clearly about to activate his beast transformation. But Yi Ting reached out to stop him and said to Qin Shen, "I have to say, your declaration of war against the Yi family is quite unbelievable, even somewhat admirable." "Oh, do tell," Qin Shen said, somewhat curious. "Our alliance of the 13 families is unbreakable, yet a lucky pawn like you dares to provoke us directly. I must say, that takes fearless courage." Yi Ting's tone shifted as he coldly laughed, "But the one who will always fail is you. How would you know if you don't try?" Qin Shen replied, "Royal power is not eternal, and wealth is hard to keep. Just wait and see, I will lead the Yi family to crush you into dust." Yi Ting snorted coldly and led his team into the darkness. It was clear that the conflict between Qin Shen and Yi Ting had escalated into a conflict between Hong Chang and the Yi family. Rather than engage in a meaningless battle, it was better to prepare well and lay the groundwork for the confrontation between the two major forces. "So, the Yi family has clashed with Hong Chang?" In the villa, old Lu asked curiously. "Yes, the momentum of the 13 families' alliance is too great. Old Lady Chen couldn't sit still," Qin Shen explained briefly. Lu Wuxin responded with an "oh" and didn't inquire further but turned to discuss another matter. "The founder has agreed to our armed application. The shipborne quantum energy cannon is in our hands." "That's good. I didn't expect those old men to be so straightforward," Qin Shen said with a smile. Lu Wuxin chuckled and explained, "They are extremely enthusiastic about alien technology. Now that there's a chance to seize it, of course, they will do everything they can. It is said that this quantum cannon is the company's backup defensive armament and does not require an application to the National Defense Army. We can just hide it when the time comes, and use it freely once we leave Yanhua. Everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind." Qin Shen stood up from the sofa. "Tonight I can advance to B level, a day earlier than planned. Professor Lu, hurry up and get your luggage ready." "Okay, I've been waiting impatiently." Lu Wuxin laughed heartily and shouted upstairs, "Wife, help me pack my clothes." In a room with tightly closed doors and windows, only Qin Shen sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out a clear soul fruit, bit into it fiercely a few times, and swallowed it whole. Immediately, he closed his eyes and focused, beginning to channel the beast power and blood energy within him. In an instant, the sounds of ape roars and dragon chants intertwined and reverberated, shaking everyone in the entire villa. "The captain is about to advance. If the captain can defeat AB2 level at C3, then at B1 level, he can surely defeat AB3 level?" The crowd lost all sleepiness and gathered outside their rooms to chat. At that moment, a system notification sound rang in Qin Shen's ears. "Gene reassignment function unlocked. A new system function has actually been unlocked?" Qin Shen muttered to himself, analyzing, "The gene vault was unlocked when I advanced to C level, and gene reassignment is unlocked at B level. So, when I advance to a level, will I unlock related functions as well?" After thinking for a moment, he began to understand the so-called gene reassignment. Choose 2 genetic abilities and randomly transform them into a new ability. The strength of the new ability must be greater than the sum of the reassigned abilities. Upon reading this, Qin Shen suddenly realized he happened to have some redundant abilities that he rarely used as his strength increased. Now, with the 2-in-1 reassignment function, he could maximize integration and optimization, allowing Qin Shen's strength to advance further. Dual Toxin, Iron Spiked Armor, begin reassignment. Without hesitation, Qin Shen immediately experimented with the first 2 powers he had obtained. The toxins had become useless to him, he hardly used them in daily life, and opponents would not fear the weak toxicity. Although the iron spiked armor had high defense, Qin Shen already had a replacement ability, namely the Dragon Ape transformation, which covered his entire body with dragon scales that were more effective and had higher defense. Rather than letting them sit idle for a long time, it was better to reassign them. Reassignment complete, obtained genetic ability, Death Warrior. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Shen quickly felt the new ability. Can control up to 3 beast corpses in battle. The Death Warriors will launch a frenzied attack for a certain period, unyielding and relentless. After the duration ends, they will also self-destruct, causing widespread damage. After reading the system description, Qin Shen was somewhat astonished. This ability was incredibly powerful. Not only could he kill enemies, but he could also command their corpses to fight, making it very suitable for dealing with the Star Expeditionary Team. What a huge gain! Qin Shen laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. He casually summoned his personal panel to check his related attributes. Beast Shapeshifter, Qin Shen Beast Shapeshifting Form, Titan Giant Ape Level, B1 Strength, 214 speed, 198 defense, 98 vitality, 12364 genetic abilities, frenzied thunder, body regeneration, nether stealth, explosive force, soul-shocking melody, black gold giant soldier, heartfire eruption, insect parasite, savage elephant strength slash, bitter prison, source of decay, death warrior. Extraordinary abilities, super gravity, titan body, dragon ape transformation, breaking illusions blue eyes. My strength and speed have surpassed that of ordinary people. Regular B-level beast shapeshifters cannot compete with me at all. Qin Shen lay on his bed, muttering to himself, only geniuses like Lu Qing are qualified to battle with me. Star Expeditionary Team, are you ready to face death? In the vast, boundless space, 3 silver-white shuttle-shaped warplanes were traveling at super high speed. Their target was that blue planet. Inside the main warplane. Damn Papalazzi, how dare he put my name on the expeditionary team's list without permission? Complained a humanoid creature with 6 pairs of eyes. Lamu, don't you want military achievements? Another multi-legged creature asked in confusion. Earth is just a wasteland civilization, very easy to invade, it's practically a free gift of merit. Upon hearing this, Lamu's 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously showed disdain. Only cowards would accept handed-out military achievements. For us Star Warriors, that is a great humiliation. The expression of the multi-legged creature was somewhat unpleasant, and it took a long time to speak. Seeing a teammate with a face like they had eaten feces, Lama sneered and said, "Sorry, I'm not targeting you, I am saying that everyone present is a coward. You're looking for death." A roar exploded in the cockpit, and a stone monster over 3 meters tall approached from the back of the aircraft. It glared at Lama with its tiny single eye and bellowed, "What the hell are the battle stars? If you have the guts, compare yourselves to us Rock Mountain people." Lama smirked, "Let's skip that, fighting with a fool, I'm afraid my IQ will drop." The stone monster was furious and suddenly swung a hard stone arm at him. "Stop!" A cold voice came from the speaker. Hearing this, the stone monster quickly changed its attack direction and struck fiercely at the air. Lama dared not say more and hurriedly lowered his head to sit down. Ka! The cockpit door slowly opened, and a man with an ethereal demeanor stepped out. He resembled the elven race from Earthstar mythology, with a handsome face and tall stature, most strikingly characterized by his extraordinarily long elven ears. "Lamu, I hope you can calm down." The elven man's voice was very magnetic, and his way of speaking was peculiar, almost like singing. Earthstar is indeed a low-level civilization, but according to the records of the Alliance Army, the creatures on that planet possess an extremely strong sense of resistance. You have many opportunities to showcase your skills, such as killing them until they surrender. Upon hearing this, Lamo asked in surprise, "Captain, is there such a good thing? Doesn't the Alliance Army need cheap labor anymore?" "Yes." Orem nodded and explained, "The Alliance Army recently conquered a planet where the creatures have strong reproductive capabilities and exceptional endurance, making them excellent labor resources. Therefore, there's no need to leave too many creatures on Earthstar." "Great, great, great." Lamo stood up excitedly, "I will definitely kill them until they are terrified, until they kneel and beg for mercy." The battle stars live on a harsh planet, competing for survival against endless towering beasts. Under these conditions, they have developed a bloodthirsty, warlike, and murderous nature. The infamous Battlestar Corps within the Alliance Army gathers the most brutal and terrifying elite battlestars, whose only form of entertainment is slaughtering colonized planets. "Very well, I hope you can shine brightly." Orem nodded and added, "However, I do not want to hear any mocking voices directed at teammates. If anyone commits this again, I will throw them into a black hole." Lamu's excited expression instantly froze, and he quickly lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Captain, I will manage my mouth better in the future." "I hope so." Orem's expression was indifferent as he turned and returned to the cockpit. Lama wiped the sweat from his chin and cautiously sat back down. What could make the crazy battle stars so fearful? Perhaps only the Star Council. The Star Council does not merely refer to a group of people but to the star races with the right to deliberate. For example, the Celestial Star, the Demon Star. Captain Orem is a powerful figure from the Illusionary Spirit Star, a race with very high authority, equivalent to elders in the Alliance Army, truly the nobility among nobility. Moreover, Orem is also a genius among the Illusionary Spirit race, with immense strength and a record of one person annihilating a star. Although that planet was incredibly weak, merely a primitive civilization, Orem's actions were still quite astonishing. In the cockpit, Orem coldly issued orders, increase power, proceed at full speed. "Have you handled everything over at the military camp?" Early the next morning, seeing Lu Qing in casual clothes with a backpack, Qin Shen hurriedly approached to ask, "Don't worry, I've taken a long leave, someone will be acting as the camp leader." Lu Qing said casually. Qin Shen nodded and said, that's good. Let's head to Xingyue City to get our documents and set off before midnight tonight. Since everyone is here, let's get going. Lu Wuxin, dressed in a windbreaker, looked like an athletic old man from a mountaineering tour group. Xinshen smiled and said, alright, we'll take a plane out of the city. I haven't been to Xingyue in a long time. Looking out at the blue sky through the window, Lu Wuxin smacked his lips and said, the last time I went was 3 years ago when Tingyuan held some kind of expo and launched a batch of bizarre potions. Those biological madmen dare to research anything, even using live subjects for experiments. It's truly heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, everyone except Qin Chen showed expressions of surprise. Professor Lu, is that true? Dai Heng asked curiously. A big company like Tingyuan would dare to do such disgraceful things? Lu Wuxin curled his lip, disdainfully saying, the bigger the organization, the more problems it has. The dome is the same, but at least it's cleaner than Tingyuan. The founder of Tingyuan is notoriously ruthless. If it can make money, he would even kill his own son to show you. Goodness! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Xinshen took a sip of his drink and smiled. No matter how ruthless a person is, they can't save a collapsing building. Tingyuan doesn't have much time left. Lu Wuxin showed a strange expression and asked, are you saying Tingyuan is going to die? Yes, their internal scandals should be exposed soon, Xinshen said slowly. The collapse of a building often happens in an instant. Then, can I tell my grandfather to withdraw his shares early? Feng Yuxuan raised her hand to ask. Xinshen chuckled and said, why withdraw shares? When Tingyuan falls, the shareholders will indeed lose some dividends, but they can divide the inheritance even more. A fallen giant can sustain countless lives. I see. Feng Yuxuan widened her beautiful eyes and murmured, Xinshen, you really see things clearly. Lu Wuxin stroked his beard and whispered, then I need to let the dome prepare and get the Xingyue City branch plan ready as soon as possible. At this point, Xinshen called the team members over. Before we set off tonight, you have one more task. Xingyue City, Reverse Scale Division. Good morning, Director Gao. Xinshen walked into the director's office with ease, leaving the person behind him dumbfounded. This guy seemed to know every door and every turn in reverse scale, as if he had worked here for a long time. Why are you here so early? Gao Rui asked, looking bewildered. He had just clocked in and hadn't even warmed up his chair yet. Desperate for verification, the situation is urgent. Xinshen chuckled and pulled up a chair to sit down. Gao Rui looked at him suspiciously and said, I feel like something's off with you. What's off? Xinshen asked curiously. You know so much about agents, and your abilities are so high. Gao Rui said slowly, yet now you're in a hurry to go abroad. It's hard not to suspect your true identity. Does Director Gao think I'm a foreign agent? Xinshen laughed helplessly. How many agents in this world would dare to walk into your office so openly? Who knows? It's not like there haven't been cases like that. Gao Rui shrugged and added, can you reveal some information about what you're going abroad for? After all, that permit is guaranteed in my name. If you go off to do something bad, I'll have to take the blame. Xinshen thought for a moment and said, I can tell you, but if you listen, you have to come with me. Gao Rui was a bit confused. He didn't expect Xinshen to be so straightforward, but this request was a bit strange. Why do you want me to go with you? Gao Rui asked. Are you really an agent, trying to trick me into selling out? Xinshen shook his head and said, you're overthinking it, I just need your help. Director Gao is the most powerful auxiliary beast master in Xingyue City, and my team happens to be lacking such a role. People love compliments, and Gao Rui was no exception. He chuckled, flattery, I'm not the most powerful. That said, with your strength, you should be invincible below A rank. Why do you need my help? Xinshen replied calmly, because I need to deal with beings from beyond. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui was taken aback. After 3 seconds of silence, he asked, You mean aliens? Yes, Xinshen nodded. With a confirmed answer, Gao Rui immediately got up to close the window and carefully locked the door. He turned around and asked seriously, where did you get this information? It was clear that as the director of the reverse scale, Gao Rui was aware of the existence of extraterrestrial enemies. I can't disclose my sources, everyone has their secrets, Xinshen said. I see that Director Gao also takes this issue seriously, so why not join me and help eliminate the enemy? Gao Rui hesitated and said softly, in light of you saving my life, I'll share an insider tip. Some high-ranking members of the reverse scale want to make contact with aliens and coexist peacefully. If you act now, you'll face unimaginable opposition. Xinshen smiled slightly and asked, setting aside orders from above, what are your thoughts, Director Gao? Me? Gao Rui frowned and said, of course, I want to defend Earth and prevent alien invasion, but what nonsense! The reverse scale isn't built by those who are all talk and no action. The grounded members are the soul of this organization. Xin Shen exclaimed, coexisting peacefully? They must be thinking of becoming lackeys for the aliens. As the director of the reverse scale, you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Gao Rui was stunned by this young man, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Gao, the words you said to me in my past life, I'm returning them to you. Xin Shen thought to himself as he watched Gao Rui's struggling expression. In his previous life, he became the director at just over 20, thanks in no small part to Gao Rui. Their relationship could be described as both mentor and close friend. Notably, after stepping down as director in his past life, Gao Rui immediately joined the resistance and became a staunch radical, vowing to drive away the alien enemies. This was completely different from his meticulousness during his tenure at the reverse scale. Where are you going? Gao Rui asked hesitantly. Xin Shen grinned, to Aoya country, to kill the Starry Sky Advance team. When are we leaving? Gao Rui scratched his head and asked, I still need some time to handle things here. Xin Shen casually replied, we'll set off tonight, the work at the reverse scale can be handled by Siyu, she'll manage it well. Hearing this, Gao Rui's expression turned a bit strange, and he couldn't help but ask, are you close with Xiaomu? Her abilities are indeed impressive, but she lacks relevant experience. She'll be fine, trust my judgment, Xin Shen smiled. In his previous life, when he was the director, the branch was basically managed by Mu Siyu, and it was run very efficiently. Aren't you dating someone? Gao Rui frowned, looking somewhat displeased. Xiaomu's father and I are good friends, don't even think about making a move on her. What are you thinking? Xin Shen laughed helplessly, my relationship with Siyu is purely academic, it has nothing to do with romantic feelings. Gao Rui scoffed, you think I wasn't young once? The more you interact, the more feelings will develop. Ha! Xin Shen smiled without responding. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the office, followed by Mu Siyue's voice. Director, Ting Yuan has reported a case. A truckload of medicines worth hundreds of millions has been stolen. Gao Rui was taken aback and hurried to open the door. He was just preparing to go abroad, and yet such a serious incident had occurred in Xingyue City. After entering the office, Mu Siyue glanced at Xin Shen, but before she could greet him, she was immediately bombarded with questions from Gao Rui. What exactly happened? Isn't Ting Yuan busy dealing with shareholders lately? How could there be a theft case? Gao Rui looked puzzled. Mu Siyue handed over a document and said, there have always been many people trying to take advantage of the situation, it just so happens that someone succeeded today. When did this happen? Gao Rui asked while flipping through the documents. About an hour and a half ago, a truck carrying expensive medicines was hijacked by a mysterious gang. They were incredibly fast and coordinated, even Ting Yuan's guards didn't react in time, Mu Siyue briefly described. Gao Rui sighed and turned to Xin Shen, saying, you should head back for now, I'll try to resolve this case before I leave. How about I give you some advice before I go? Xin Shen said with a smile. Although Gao Rui was somewhat confused, he nodded in agreement. You could look for the shareholders' weaknesses, they were tricked by Ting Yuan's management, and they might feel vengeful. Xin Shen said earnestly, for instance, if they sell the medicines, wouldn't they recover their losses? Gao Rui nodded, saying, that makes sense, they lost a lot on the stock price, and it's indeed possible they might resort to crime. Of course, this is just my personal speculation, how to solve the case still depends on you. Xin Shen smiled, waved at the two, and turned to leave the director's office. Ting Yuan is trash, give me back my hard-earned money. Ting Yuan is utterly heartless, conducting live experiments, it's a thoroughly unscrupulous company. Down with Ting Yuan! Down with Ting Yuan! Countless residents were waving flags and shouting outside Ting Yuan building, their anger palpable. Xin Shen stood at a distance, arms crossed, watching leisurely. Boss, I'm back. Duan Feng's voice came from behind, everything is intact, and the team members are unharmed. Well done, keep it up, Xin Shen smiled, since there's still time, hurry home and spend some time with your wife, we're going abroad tonight. Alright. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Xin Shen slipped a bank card into his pocket. There's 40 million in there, you five can split it, consider it a bonus for this business trip. Thank you, boss. Duan Feng touched the bank card in his pocket, smiling, getting this money will surely make Lao Dai and Lao Li ecstatic. Good days are still ahead. Xin Shen said lightly, when we return from abroad, I'll have even more money and resources for you. I trust the boss. Duan Feng smiled and said, then I'll head home first. Alright. Xin Shen nodded. The major robbery that occurred in Xingyue City this morning was actually a task he had assigned to the Dark Guard team. The theft of the beast blood boiling agent was originally part of Xin Shen's plan, he just had the team members do the work for him. It's a pity I don't have time to go to the 17th floor of Ting Yuan building, I'll check it out when I return. Xin Shen shook his head and turned to leave. As the saying goes, a centipede, even when dead, does not stiffen. Although Ting Yuan was mired in scandal, it could still operate normally internally, making it unsuitable for rash infiltration. If there was a chance to return, Xin Chen would definitely take a look. Feng family manor. Grandpa, can you help my friend with something? Feng Yuxuan asked nervously, testing the waters. Feng Shouwen put down the newspaper in his hand and said cheerfully, "Of course, how do you want Grandpa to help? He is going to fight, and there may be danger." Feng Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "Can Grandpa lend him some beast relics for protection?" Feng Shouwen was a bit curious and asked, "Who is Qin Chen going to deal with?" Feng Yuxuan shook her head and said blankly, "I don't know, but the enemy must be very powerful." Coming to ask Grandpa for help today was actually her own decision, and Qin Chen didn't even know about it. Since it's Yuxuan's request, Grandpa will certainly agree. Feng Shouwen nodded and casually asked, "I wonder what type of beast relics Qin Chen wants. Can we give him the most powerful ones?" Feng Yuxuan suddenly remembered something Qin Chen had said and quickly added, "I saw a flag in your secret room last year. It looked very impressive. Can we lend that flag to him?" Feng Shouwen was somewhat speechless and explained, "Yuxuan, that flag is very precious. I put a lot of effort into acquiring it, and it cannot leave the Feng family casually. But it's just gathering dust in the secret room. It would be better to lend it to Qin Chen for battle." Feng Yuxuan was a bit unwilling and pouted, "Grandpa, Qin Chen is my best friend. If something happens to him, I would be heartbroken. Please help him." No, I can lend him other things, but the flag absolutely cannot be let out." Feng Shouwen firmly refused. "Humph." Feng Yuxuan suddenly stood up, very angry, and said, "Then I will go with Qin Chen, sharing his joys and sorrows. If he dies, I will die with him." Young Miss Feng was still so arrogant, throwing a tantrum at the slightest disagreement. Perhaps only Qin Chen could handle her. "Oh dear, don't be angry." Seeing his granddaughter getting upset again, Feng Shouwen felt a dull pain in his temples. "Why don't you invite Qin Chen over? I can at least have a chat with him, right? Qin Chen, do you have time to come to our house?" Feng Yuxuan was hiding in her room, speaking on the phone with a somewhat humble tone. "What's the matter?" Qin Chen asked curiously. He was on his way back to Shadow City when he received young Miss Feng's phone invitation. "Although I can't go out with you, I really want to help you." Feng Yuxuan said softly, "Don't you want that flag? I just mentioned it to Grandpa." Qin Chen was a bit taken aback and asked, "Did you expose my intentions?" No. Feng Yuxuan quickly denied it and briefly described her conversation with Grandpa. It was clear she was afraid Qin Chen would misunderstand her. "I see, thank you, Yuxuan." Qin Chen smiled and said, "We really are good friends." Hearing this, young Miss Feng felt incredibly happy, then hurry over. "If you can get the flag, your actions will be more secure." "Okay, I'll rush over right away," Qin Chen replied. In fact, he hadn't expected things to develop this way. He had originally planned to destroy the Feng family and seize the Death Seal Soul banner. But Feng Yuxuan, this pawn, had played an unexpectedly significant role, even allowing Qin Chen to achieve his goals effortlessly. "Ahem." Qin Chen coughed and asked the old man beside him, "Old Master Feng, I've been waiting for almost 5 minutes. Why haven't you said a word?" Feng Shouwen had a grim expression and glared at him, saying, "I want to see what kind of charm you have hidden in you." "What do you mean, old man?" Qin Chen said helplessly, "I am straightforward and don't want to be falsely accused." "Falsely accused?" Hearing this word, Feng Shouwen began to grumble loudly. "You've enchanted my Yuxuan to that extent, and you still say I'm falsely accusing you?" Qin Chen showed a puzzled expression and asked, "What happened to Yuxuan? We just finished a trip. I didn't notice anything wrong with her." "Don't play dumb with me." Feng Shouwen is also an old fox. He could see at a glance that Qin Chen was changing the subject. "I ask you, did you ask Yu Xin to borrow something from me?" Faced with the stern questioning, Qin Chen shook his head. "I didn't know about this at all. It was only when Yu Xin called me just now that she mentioned it." Feng Shouwen showed a skeptical expression, clearly not believing Qin Chen's words. "If the old man doesn't believe me, then I have nothing more to say." Qin Chen stood up and said, "Without external help, I can still achieve victory. Farewell." After saying that, he walked towards the villa's exit. "Stop!" Feng Shouwen suddenly called out to him. Qin Chen slowly turned around and asked, "Is there anything else, old man?" "If Yu Xin is angry, I can help persuade her." "Persuade?" Feng Shouwen sneered, "My precious granddaughter cannot be persuaded by anyone, and you, a little brat, are so full of confidence? Don't think you can leave. If we don't resolve this today, she will definitely make a scene." Is the old man overly doting on his granddaughter? Qin Chen was somewhat speechless. Such a pampering and indulgent education style is bound to raise a willful little princess. "I enjoy pampering her. What business is it of yours?" Feng Shouwen took a sip of tea and said, Brat, have you ever heard of the Deathmark Soul Banner? What is that? Qin Chen feigned ignorance. If he admitted to knowing it, it would surely raise suspicion. It was better to play dumb. It is a powerful beast relic that even A-level experts covet, Feng Shouwen said casually. Now I am willing to lend it to you, but there are a few conditions. Qin Chen became interested and asked, may I ask, what are the conditions, old man? First, you must sever ties with the Lin family and join the Feng family. Feng Shouwen said expressionlessly. Second, you must break up with Lin Mei and marry my granddaughter Yu Xian. He. Qin Chen laughed and said, so the old man wants to recruit a son-in-law, no wonder you're willing to offer a secret treasure. Feng Shouwen snorted coldly and said, that's right, if you want the treasure, you have to come in as a son-in-law. I don't need to sell myself for a beast relic. Qin Chen shook his head and said, old man, there's no need to waste time, you should think about how to appease Yu Xian. Feng Shouwen huffed and said, the Feng family is not inferior to the Lin family. The status and resources you have there will only be greater here. Your future children with Yu Xian could even inherit the entire Feng family. Because Yu Ling is going to develop in the military, the family business will only fall to Yu Xian. What an incredibly tempting offer. Qin Chen chuckled, but I refuse. Upon hearing such a straightforward answer, Feng Shouwen's expression quickly darkened. He growled, brat, are you being ungrateful? Does the old man want to resort to coercion? Qin Chen sneered, don't think of being a son-in-law as some kind of advantageous deal, although I am young, I have my own abilities. Then tell me, what abilities do you have? Feng Shouwen asked, suppressing his anger. Qin Chen replied calmly, isn't the Feng family recently suffering significant losses in the wilderness? The black-hearted business of human trafficking should be unsustainable now, right? Feng Shouwen's pupils constricted as he pressed, how do you know about this? Because I instructed the Titan Hunting Corps to specifically target black-hearted businesses. Qin Chen said word by word, especially human trafficking. You! Feng Shouwen clenched his fists, furious. He thought he could easily handle this young man, but he didn't expect to be provoked by Qin Chen's few words. By the way, my strength has also improved quite a bit. If the old man intends to make a move against me, it's best to think it through first, Qin Chen said. This series of actions is actually telling Feng Shouwen a fact. Qin Chen is no longer a nameless nobody with little power, his personal strength is formidable, and he has the support of the Lin family, the Dome, the Transport Association, and the Hunting Corps. Inviting him to be a son-in-law indeed carries a hint of disdain. Very well. You really are capable. Feng Shouwen took a deep breath and surprisingly managed to suppress his anger. Such patience is truly not something an ordinary person can possess. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed and said, the treasure can be lent to you, but you must treat our Yu Xuan better in the future. Qin Chen shrugged and replied, she and I are good friends, of course I will. Treat her as well as you would a girlfriend. Old Feng said irritably, you can't just have her on one side and ignore the other, that wouldn't be an insult to you, would it? Is the old man so open-minded? Qin Chen was somewhat surprised. As Feng Shouwen walked towards the villa, he said, who told Yu Xuan to like you? As long as she can be happy. Come with me, let's go get the Death Seal Soul Banner. Wait here. As Feng Shouwen spoke, he swiftly entered the secret chamber. Qin Chen crossed his arms and patiently waited. Soon, the old man returned, holding an incredibly dark flag. This is the Death Seal Soul Banner. It has the ability of infinite curse of death, so use it carefully. Feng Shouwen shoved the flag into Qin Chen's hands and reminded him. Qin Chen deliberately showed a puzzled expression and asked, does it have any side effects? The side effects are quite significant. Feng Shouwen said slowly, hands behind his back, every time you use it, your luck will drastically decrease, and even the most unlikely misfortunes can come true, like choking to death while drinking water. I see, then I need to consider using it. Qin Chen smiled as he put away the flag, saying, thank you for your help, old Feng. When I return victorious, I will surely reward you. Pfft, do I need your little trinkets? After dropping that line, Feng Shouwen walked back to the living room, go upstairs and say goodbye to Yu Xuan, don't let her worry. Qin Chen nodded and stepped up the stairs. Welcome, please come into my room. For the first time inviting an outsider into her boudoir, Feng Yuxuan felt a bit shy and timidly asked, is there anything else I can help with? Qin Chen shook his head and smiled, thank you, this is already enough. Okay. Feng Yuxuan thought for a moment and asked, when do you think you will be back? I can come to pick you up then. Qin Chen replied, about half a month or so. If the task is completed easily, I might return earlier. I'll bring you a gift then. Miss Feng lowered her head, her mood seeming a bit down. Qin Chen curiously asked, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? I just feel a bit sad. Feng Yuxuan said softly, my strength is too low, I can't go out with you. Hearing this, Qin Chen smiled and said, I'm going to do something big this time. Even if your strength were sufficient, I wouldn't take you out. It's too dangerous. What about the two sisters from the Lin family? Are they not going either? Feng Yuxuan mustered her courage to ask. Right, they aren't going either. Qin Shen patted the girl's shoulder and comforted her. Train well at home. Maybe there will be opportunities in the future. With such a response, Feng Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was just afraid of being left behind alone, causing her relationship with Qin Shen to grow more distant. With the Lin sisters not going, she felt much better. Okay, I will ask Grandpa for guidance and try to improve my strength as much as possible. Miss Feng showed a smile and said, I will wait for your triumphant return at home. Seeing her mood improve, Qin Shen stood up and said, then I'll take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. I'll contact you when I have the chance. But before he could finish speaking, the corner of his clothes was tugged. Can you hug me? Feng Yuxuan looked at Qin Shen and murmured, I kind of missed the time when you kidnapped me. Qin Shen didn't expect this girl to have such a strange request, but he still opened his arms and said, of course, but this is just a hug between good friends. Feng Yuxuan beamed with joy, not even wearing shoes, standing barefoot on the ground. She carefully leaned her head in and wrapped her arms around Qin Shen's waist. This is the warm feeling. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room quickly rose, as if something could happen at any moment. Alright, I have to go. Qin Shen suddenly spoke, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Feng Yuxuan's face showed a barely perceptible disappointment, but she forced a smile and said, okay, bye. Qin Shen ruffled her hair and turned to walk out of the room. Just a fleeting moment. Time soon reached midnight, and the Shadow Guard team had gathered near the entrance of Shadow City. Brother Duan, where exactly are we going? Dai Hong kicked at the stones underfoot, asking casually. Duan Feng, with a travel bag on his back, replied, we need to go abroad. But the captain hasn't told me where specifically. Going abroad is fine. I've never left Yanhua in my life. It's time to see the world, Li Jinda said, also carrying a large bag filled with potent toxins bought from the black market. This was a request from the captain, asking him to prepare various types of poisons, seemingly to be used on enemies. Why is the captain late today? Dai Hong wondered. He's usually the most punctual person. Lin Wanru stretched her neck and casually said, he has to deal with two women from the Lin family, so naturally, it will take longer. Do you think the captain is single like you? That's true. Dai Hong scratched his head and sighed. It seems that having too much charm can also be a burden. I might as well be a loser. Li Jinda scoffed, as if you have a choice. I don't know who was flirting with girls at the club this afternoon, being treated like a nouveau riche bumpkin. What's wrong with being nouveau riche? Dai Hong huffed, I am a nouveau riche. Now that I have so much money, can't I splurge a little? Duan Feng advised in a tone of someone with experience, don't just think about enjoyment. Saving money to improve your strength will never be a loss. He had spent his money on his wife's medical treatment, with only a small portion used for self-improvement. If it weren't for his wife's burden, Duan Feng's advancement speed wouldn't be slow at all. But everyone has their own aspirations. He was willing to sacrifice for his loved one. Don't worry, brother Duan, I'm just indulging a little this time. Dai Hong nodded and said, I won't forget the hard days of the past. Old Li can supervise me, and I absolutely won't fall. Well said, others should have this awareness too. Qin Shen clapped his hands as he walked out of Shadow City. The team members immediately lined up in front of him, waiting for new orders. This operation will be very dangerous, but if you survive, you will gain endless rewards, Qin Shen said softly. Yes. The team members were all excited, even the confused Xing Yu was no exception. Now follow me out of the city and board the large transport plane. Qin Shen waved his hand, and the team members followed closely behind him. Reverse Scale Division. Xiaomu, this case is up to you. I have to go on a business trip. Gao Rui quickly grabbed his coat and instructed his assistant. Mu Siyue was a bit puzzled and asked, your itinerary doesn't have any business trip items? Ahem, I'm on a secret mission. Gao Rui coughed and said, I've already appointed you as the acting director in the system, so you better do well. Director. Before Mu Siyue could ask for clarification, Gao Rui skillfully pushed open the window and leaped down. In the next moment, a massive luminous butterfly shot into the sky, flying towards the outskirts of Xingyue City. At exactly 1 o'clock in the morning. Watching Gao Rui arrive, panting, Qin Shen shouted to the driver, our people are here, prepare for takeoff. Understood, Mr. Qin. The driver began operating the complex system and announced over the intercom, there will be turbulence during the ascent of the transport aircraft. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Soon, the enormous transport aircraft skimmed over the runway and soared into the sky. It wasn't until they were flying steadily that Lu Wuxin pointed at Gao Rui and asked, Qin Shen, who is this kid? He is Gao Rui, the director of the Reverse Scale Division, a B2-level auxiliary beast master, and a helper I specifically invited. Xinshen casually replied, let's all get to know each other, from now on, we are teammates. Lu Wuxin nodded and said to Gao Rui, I am Lu Wuxin, a professor of dome armament, responsible for the armed supply and fire support for this operation. Gao Rui was somewhat surprised. Xinshen had actually invited the renowned Professor Lu, which was quite impressive. I am Lu Qing, the captain of the Xianuang team and also the commander of the Iron Character Camp in Fengshuang City, responsible for the main offensive in this operation. Lu Qing spoke quickly, finishing her introduction in one breath. After hearing this, Gao Rui was stunned. As the director of the Reverse Scale Division, he had close ties with his colleagues in Fengshuang City and certainly knew Lu Qing. This girl had such a special identity and formidable strength, yet she was also recruited by Xinshen. And these few are? Gao Rui turned his gaze towards the Dark Guard team members, his tone somewhat hesitant. They are my team members, Xinshen smiled. I see. Gao Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't big shots, or else he would have felt quite pressured. While we have this time, let me explain the specific plan. Xinshen called everyone over and said, we are heading to the Aoya Kingdom to eliminate a group of enemies from outer space. They are very powerful and highly alert, so we need to engage in guerrilla harassment to first undermine their rationality. Upon hearing this, the team members gasped. They never expected they would be dealing with aliens. They could only blame Xinshen for keeping the information so well hidden, not telling them until they boarded the plane. How many enemies are there? Gao Rui asked. Xinshen held up 3 fingers and said, a structured advance team is generally divided into 3 parts, the left team, the middle team, and the right team. Each part has 10 members, totaling 30 people. 30 people. That could form a platoon. Lu Qing, being a battalion commander, was somewhat sensitive to this aspect. Xinshen said lightly, don't apply our Earthling concepts to aliens. The Star Alliance army has traversed countless star systems and destroyed thousands of civilizations. They are enemies, and formidable ones at that. Lu Qing nodded, falling into deep thought. They will choose a location in the Aoya Kingdom to build a warbase. Xinshen took out a map of the Aoya Kingdom and pointed to a coastal point, saying, so we shouldn't rush into a strong attack. It's best to use repeated harassment tactics to wear down their fighting spirit. Li Jinda raised his hand and asked, Captain, so the toxins I brought are for them? Xinshen nodded. However, Lu Wuxin was curious and asked, do aliens also fear Earth toxins? Their biotechnology should be quite advanced, right? Professor Lu is correct. Any race that can join the Star Alliance army has a very strong physical constitution. Not to mention toxins, even radiation might not necessarily harm them. Xinshen smiled and said, but I don't want to poison them to death, I just want to disturb them. Because many toxins aren't highly toxic, but their effects are extremely disgusting. Those aliens also need to absorb energy and excrete waste, just in a way that's different from our eating, drinking, and excreting. The endless toxins will make them irritable, thus accelerating the erosion of their rationality. I see. Lu Wuxin suddenly understood. Toxins can be understood as things that make one feel nauseous. For aliens, they could be sludge or feces. Gao Rui looked at Xinshen with a speechless expression, thinking he was the straightforward type who would fight back if challenged. He didn't expect Xinshen to be so cunning. So when will we use the quantum cannon? Lu Wuxin asked. When the enemy is too preoccupied with their own troubles, we'll use the quantum cannon to destroy their aircraft, leaving them with no way to escape to the sky or the ground. Xinshen said calmly. At this point, he opened the intercom and spoke to the pilot, land near Frost City later, I need to load heavy cargo. The ship-mounted quantum energy cannon had already been quietly transported outside the city by the Dome Company, just waiting for the transport plane to pick it up. Understood, Mr. Qin, came the response from the intercom. The large transport plane quickly began to descend, and the dome guards on the ground immediately responded, escorting the quantum cannon to the landing point. By the time the transport plane took off again, the nearly 10-ton quantum cannon was securely locked in the cargo hold. Accompanying it were countless high-quality weapons produced by the Dome. It was clear that the founders had invested heavily. They poured so many resources into Xinshen just to enable him to seize alien technology. Mr. Qin, we are about to fly out of the national border. Please prepare the passcode. The National Defense Army will verify it via radio, the pilot suddenly reminded over the intercom. Xinshen took out his exit permit and replied, got it, I'll head to the cockpit right away. 2 fighter jets, emblazoned with the characters Yanhua, quickly approached, positioning themselves on either side of the transport plane. Please present your passcode immediately, or we will consider you enemies. Our passcode is Tenshkax22134, destination is Aoya country, Shinshin said into the radio. Code verification successful, wish you good luck. The verification process ended swiftly, and the 2 fighter jets vanished into the clouds. Without the passcode, Shinshin and his group would have faced an onslaught from the Manhwa Air Force within 5 minutes. The reason Shinshin went to such lengths to obtain the permit was to avoid trouble. He wasn't strong enough to ignore the National Defense Army. Finally safe to leave the country. Standing in the cockpit, Shinshin quietly reflected on the dark night sky. After 2 months of hard work, the time for testing has finally come. Old rivals, I've been looking forward to this. This time, I will definitely secure enough development time for Earth. Aoya country. 3 interstellar fighter jets landed steadily, scattering the nearby out-of-control beasts in fear. The first to step out of the fighter jet was Oroum, wearing a gas mask, his blue eyes scanning everything under the night sky. This place is quite nice, you can start the slaughter now. Roar! In the already abandoned coastal area of Aoya, a chilling wail suddenly echoed. Countless out-of-control beings encountered a sudden massacre, all falling into pools of blood. Captain, we've discovered a group of intelligent beings. The Bloodied Lamb, a member of the Star Warriors, said excitedly. They are hiding in underground caves, and Rock Repair just happened to notice them. Oroum frowned, muttering to himself, according to the relevant data, humans on this continent should have evacuated long ago. How can there still be remnants left? The main task of the advance team is to build a warbase. If they are discovered by the Earthlings too early, it will be detrimental to the implementation of the plan. After thinking for a moment, Oroum commanded, left and right teams stay here, the squad come with me. Lamb, you lead the way, we need to capture that group of humans. Yes. Lamb was overjoyed, quickly wiping the blood from his 6 eyes and turning to head west. Oroum, fully armed, quickly followed behind. In the dim cave, the flickering firelight cast long shadows of the survivors. They were the remnants of Oya, who had missed the large evacuation a year ago and had to flee underground, becoming wanderers of the wilderness. Brother, are there people coming from the surface? Are they here to save us? An 8-year-old girl asked timidly. The blond boy beside her shook his head and said, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Barbara. A group of strange creatures has flown down from the sky, and they don't look like good people. Maybe they are angels? The little girl, unaware of the impending crisis, even felt a glimmer of hope. The boy sighed, wrapped his arms around his sister's head, and whispered, Barbara, when danger comes, you must not look back, just keep running. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently, saying, I will keep up with you, I won't fall. Calamai did not respond to his sister's words because he knew what kind of danger they were about to face. Last night, he had climbed to the surface to scout. Those terrifying creatures had descended from outer space. They were bloodthirsty, brutal, and treated the uncontrollable as toys. If the human survivors were discovered by them, the outcome would surely be dire. Little Calamai, take this piece of bread and share it with your sister. A disheveled, pale-faced man handed over a piece of dark bread. Calamai hesitated, not reaching for it immediately, and asked, Uncle Jang, isn't this your ration for today? The dirty man smiled helplessly and said, I won't live much longer. The bread is better left for you 2 siblings. Uncle Jang, what's wrong with you? Barbara asked with concern. I don't know, my body just feels terrible. Jang was quite optimistic, smiling as he said, we've kept each other company for so long, it's time to say goodbye. You two must live well and leave this hell on earth. Calamai took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Uncle Jang, we will. Is there anything we can do for you? No need, I have nothing left. Leaving this world is rather a relief. Jang chuckled, but inadvertently triggered a coughing fit, covering his mouth as he coughed violently. Barbara quickly helped pat his back, trying to ease his pain. Thank you, little Barbara. Although the 8-year-old girl had little strength, Jang managed to stop coughing. He took a deep breath and weakly asked, Calamai, you are already an adult this year, right? The boy's expression was very heavy, but he still nodded. Then you can awaken your beast transformation. Jang said with difficulty, in that case, even without me, you two will have some ability to protect yourselves. Hearing this, the boy's nose tinged with sadness, and tears streamed down his face. Whether in the beast tide or during the survivor battles, Uncle Jang had always protected the 2 siblings, who had no blood relation to him. But now, he was going to die in this dark, underground cave. Don't cry, you are already an adult. You must have the courage to face your fate. Jang comforted while extending his hand. Little Calamai, hold my hand. I will give you the remaining beast power to help you awaken your beast transformation. In addition to using mechanical devices for awakening, beast transformers can also assist in awakening through the infusion of beast power. However, this is not a method that ordinary beast transformers can use. Without sufficient beast power to support it, Random infusion could very well lead to one's demise. It was clear that Chang Er was determined to sacrifice himself. He wanted to use the last flicker of his life to illuminate the future of the Kurami siblings. "Uncle!" The boy cried out, his voice choked with sobs, gripping the broad, sturdy hand with trembling hands. Beside him, Barbara also began to weep, and the sorrow of the siblings instantly infected the survivors in the cave. They looked on with indescribable grief, yet could only watch helplessly as their companion died. "This is my last beast power, Kurami," Chang Er growled. Swish! A pure surge of beast power flowed through his palm, completely pouring into the body of the golden-haired boy. "Uncle Chang!" Kurami screamed with a heart-wrenching cry. The man managed a difficult smile, closing his eyes in a sense of relief. Is this their hiding place? Looking at the extremely harsh environment, Orem couldn't help but frown. The people of the illusionary spirit star loved cleanliness. There was never any dust or filth on their home planet. Now, seeing large amounts of human excrement, he felt somewhat nauseated. "Captain, I sense them with whispers of the rock mountain. This group is definitely hiding inside." The rock creature, Yensho, reported in detail. Orem waved his hand and casually said, "In that case, you and Llama go down together, and don't let any human escape." "Yes, Captain, I guarantee to complete the mission." Lamu, being a battle maniac, readily agreed. Yensho felt a bit troubled because his body was made of rock. If he accidentally got contaminated, it would be hard to clean. "Do I need to ask you to go down?" Orem threatened as he distanced himself from the cave entrance. "No need for you to worry, Captain, I'll go down right away." Yensho dared not disobey the order and quickly shrank his body, jumping towards the cave. This was the talent of their rock mountain people. They could change their size at will. Even in beast transformation, they could adjust their size by adding or reducing rock mass. Boom! Just a minute after they went down, a deafening sound echoed from the cave. "Yensho, report the situation in the cave immediately." Orem, feeling puzzled, shouted into the communicator. "Captain!" Yensho's anxious voice came through the communicator. "Lamo has gone crazy. As soon as we saw the humans, he attacked me like a madman." Orem incredulously asked, "Was it the humans who attacked?" While dodging Lamu's frenzied attacks, Yensho replied, "I don't know. All these humans are below C-class. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have extraordinary abilities. It could be a problem with the cave itself." Orem thought for a moment and said, "Then hurry up and come back. Lure Lamu out to take a look." "Okay, brother, are they aliens?" Little Barbara, hiding behind Camilla, asked fearfully. The golden-haired boy nodded, his voice trembling as he said, "Yes, I'm going to take you to escape. Don't cry." Barbara will close her eyes. "If I close them, I won't be scared." The little girl was shaking with fear but still spoke bravely. Yensho glanced at the survivors and turned to run outside the cave. Lamu, with 6 pairs of red eyes, roared and immediately chased after him, disappearing in an instant. Seeing the two leave, the survivors, who had been trembling, finally dared to cry out loud. "It's over, we're going to die. They must be here to kill us. Monsters! Monsters! That man has 6 pairs of eyes." Kurami gritted his teeth and quickly took a ring from Uncle Chang's hand, placing it in his inner pocket. "Uncle, we have to escape, there's no time to bury you. May we meet again in our next life." After a quiet farewell, Kurami hoisted his sister onto his back and ran toward the deepest part of the cave. There was a secret passage there that allowed children to slip through to another exit. "Brother, what about those people? Aren't they going to run away?" Looking at the survivors who were wailing and in despair, Barbara couldn't help but ask. "Only God knows their fate." The boy's gaze suddenly became resolute as he said, "Our fate must be written by ourselves. Only then can we honor Uncle Chang." After saying this, he took his sister and squeezed into the dim, lightless rock passage. Buzz buzz buzz. The transport plane successfully landed on an incredibly flat piece of land. As the rear door slowly opened, Shin Chan and the others stepped onto the soil of the Aoya kingdom. Dust swirled in the air, and the abandoned city was ravaged by the endless yellow sand, having long lost the brilliance of modern civilization. Tsk tisk, it's really desolate. Li Jinda looked around inside. "This place is even more barren than my hometown village. I haven't seen a single out-of-control person all day." The Aoya kingdom is vast and sparsely populated. Even with the Beastification disaster, the number of out-of-control individuals won't be many. Plus, with last year's mass evacuation, there are practically no people left here, so of course, it will be desolate, Lin Wanru explained. After all, she was a member of the Lin clan and had received some basic education, so she understood international geography to some extent. "I see." Dai Hung pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Can I claim a piece of land here?" "No one wants it anyway." He and Old Li were farmers' sons with no grand ambitions. Having a piece of fertile land would satisfy them. Lin Wanra shot him a glance and said, "Who are you going to get to help you farm in this wasteland? I can't believe you even thought of that." Dai Hong smiled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed to speak. Lu Qing looked at Qin Shen and asked, "What's the next plan?" Qin Shen pointed to the transport plane and smiled. "Of course, we establish a temporary camp centered around the transport plane. We need to prepare for a protracted battle. Logistics cannot be neglected. Right, to fight a war, we need to stock up on supplies first." Lu Wuxin strongly agreed, saying, "Without logistics, we can't achieve anything significant." Qin Shen patted Gao Rui's shoulder and smiled. "So, the logistics work will be entrusted to the most experienced manager, Director Gao." Gao Rui looked helpless but nodded in agreement. He wasn't good at combat, so managing logistics was also a contribution. Under Director Gao's command, the Shadow Guard team members began to get busy. They needed to scout the nearby terrain, delineate a warning area, and take the first step in establishing the temporary camp. "You stay here and keep watch. I'll go check the situation at the relevant locations," Qin Shen said to Lu Qing. "The enemy should be here, we can't keep dawdling." Lu Qing nodded. "Be careful, and let me know if anything happens." Bang! Karami was kicked to the ground, and the now-conscious Lamo stomped heavily on his back. The golden-haired boy spat blood but kept shouting, "Barbara! Run, don't look back! Run?" Lama sneered cruelly, "You can't run, so where can she go? Watch me tear her to pieces." The Warstar people were born in their adult form, having no childhood, so they felt no sympathy for any young creatures. To Lamu, the little girl was just a smaller version of a human toy. "If you want to hurt her, you have to kill me first." Calamy didn't know where he found the strength, suddenly hugging Lam's leg and opening his mouth to bite down fiercely. However, the skin of the Warstar people was incredibly tough, not to mention human teeth, even a plasma blade couldn't easily break through. Bang! Lam looked at Calamy as if he were an idiot, kicking him away with his right foot, sending him flying 5 meters. Torturing prey is also one of the Warstar people's hobbies. Lam licked his lips and grinned, "I just love seeing you in such pain. Bad guy, you. Don't hurt my brother." A tender voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lam turned around to see Barbara, trembling, holding a small knife and pointing its blade at him. "You humans have such low intelligence. When faced with danger, even beasts know to run away. Why don't you run?" Lam raised his arm, sneering, "A foolish and weak creature like you doesn't deserve to live in this world." Buzz, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from above, startling Lam, who quickly retreated, instantly activating his beast transformation to prepare for an unknown enemy. His beast form was a 6-eyed giant beast, resembling neither a tiger nor a wolf, likely based on some monster from the Warstar. "Who is it?" Lam roared in shock, trying to scare out the hidden enemy. "I am the one sending you to your end." A deep voice echoed in Lam's ear, like thunder. Swish! A gigantic ape beast emerged from the shadowy space, unleashing the already charged mighty elephant slash with a swing of its right arm. The energy was so immense that it caused the void to shatter slightly, creating a sharp, piercing wind. Watching this scene, Lam was filled with terror, his 6 pairs of giant eyes wide open. Mighty elephant slash! The handblade, like a charging giant elephant, slashed down, stirring up an endless cold wind that stunned Lam's face. The Oya Kingdom was located in the southern hemisphere, in stark contrast to the fiery Huagui in the northern hemisphere, and it was currently in the coldest winter. Lam's beastly power surged, his 6 pairs of giant eyes straining to open, and overwhelming energy gathered at a single point, even igniting the fragments of the void. 6-point annihilation. 6 beams of light intertwined, forming an enormous energy pillar. It was like a concentrated cannon on an interstellar battleship, capable of shattering its target to pieces with a single strike. Qin Shen smiled coldly, a blaze igniting in his chest. With the enhancement of heart fire blooming, his speed and strength surged, and his presence became even more formidable. The giant ape did not dodge or evade, raising its hand blade and charging straight at Lam. "So you're a fool, daring to clash head-on with my annihilation power, you'll regret it." Seeing his opponent so reckless, Lam let out a slight sigh of relief. He had almost thought he was going to die, but thankfully, his opponent was a fool with little combat experience. Swish! In the next moment, the mighty elephant slash cleaved through the 6-point annihilation light, splitting it into 2 incomplete beams. It was as smooth as a legendary sword slicing through bamboo, cutting from top to bottom without any pause. Bang! Lam, unable to react in time, was sent flying by a single slash, light green blood spraying like a fountain all over the ground. It dripped onto the earth, instantly producing a sharp sizzling sound. This was because the blood of the Warstar people was corrosive, capable of inflicting terrible damage on objects outside the Warstar. "I actually miss you Warstar people," Qin Shen said with a faint smile. "After all, you are the easiest to kill." The Warstar people were brutal and bloodthirsty, easily getting carried away in the heat of battle, and were notorious for their recklessness throughout the entire Alliance army. It is worth mentioning that this race has never produced a single deserter. Even when faced with irresistible natural disasters and monsters, they would still fight until their last breath. Lamuk spat blood, staring in disbelief at the giant ape. You actually know my race? Are you one of the descendants of Earthlings? The descendants are, in fact, humans who secretly ally with the Star Alliance military. They eagerly anticipate the arrival of aliens, even willing to betray humanity and sell out Earth. Their goal is simple: this group of descendants wants to become the kings of humanity. Even if the price is to become the dogs of aliens, they would not hesitate for a moment. The intelligence of the Warstars is just low. How could the descendants dare to kill their masters? Shinshin sneered, summoning a black gold giant staff with his right hand. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground, swinging his arm to deliver a powerful blow. The surrounding air was instantly shattered by the tremendous force, emitting a piercing and terrifying shriek. Come on, either I die or you die. Although Lamuk was severely injured, his fighting spirit soared even higher. The Warstars are such peculiar beings. While other races fight for survival, they survive to fight. As long as they can have a good fight, even if they die the next second, they would willingly accept it. Seeing Lamuk trying to rise and resist, Shinshin coldly smiled and whispered, "Purgatory." Ah! In an instant, endless pain engulfed Lamuk's entire body. His muscles began to spasm, his bones started to ache, and his skin felt intense burning. Beyond the physical pain, his mind began to unravel, memories twisted, and faces of the creatures he had slaughtered appeared in his mind. Those were the beings he had once killed. The final type of pain struck at the psychological level. Endless regret, sorrow, and fear surged like a tide, dragging Lamuk into an emotional abyss. The ability of Purgatory is remarkable for its adaptability. Its power level depends on the target. When the target is an ordinary Earthling, the pain is somewhat lighter, not easily shattering their consciousness. However, when the target is a strong-willed alien, it enhances its power, customizing a unique pain experience for the alien. To put it simply, Purgatory is like an experienced executioner, proficient in all forms of torture in the world. Bang! Shinshan raised the black gold giant staff and smashed one of Lamuk's hind legs. He asked in a low voice, "Who is leading your team?" Lamuk endured the horrific pain but tightly shut his beastly mouth, offering no response. Compared to Purgatory, the pain of having a beast limb broken was nothing. Moreover, he had to protect the honor of the Warstars. He would never become a traitor or a deserter. You don't think you're that important, do you? Shinshin sneered, his fingertips shooting out a violent thunder. They burrowed into Lamuk's 6 pairs of eyes like maggots. The strongest part of you Warstars is your eyes, but the weakest part is also your eyes. Shinshin said lightly, in your next life, it's best to only have 1 pair. Bang bang. Lamuk, tormented by pain, had no ability to resist. Each pair of eyes exploded one after another, oozing countless sticky fluids. Roar, the 6-eyed giant beast let out a mournful howl, gradually losing strength and vitality. Power genes plundered *15, speed genes plundered *15, hardskin genes plundered *10. Ignoring the system prompt, Shinshin crouched down to examine the corpse of the 6-eyed giant beast. Let's turn this guy into the first Death Soldier. Maybe it can bring a surprise to the advance team. Shinshin said as he extended his hand. A grayish energy quickly burrowed into the giant beast's corpse. The next second, the once dead Lamuk staggered to his feet. In those 6 pairs of hollow eyes, a grayish shadow had already filled them, clearly influenced by the Death Warriors. This guy is only B1 level, he definitely can't harm the Vanguard team leader, it's better to. Shinshin thought for a moment and commanded, your task is, find the right Vanguard team and kill the logistics personnel. Generally speaking, the left team is responsible for reconnaissance, the middle team for combat, and the right team for logistics. Since the goal is to wear down the enemy's fighting spirit, it is essential to first disrupt their logistics points. Without supplies, the Vanguard squad would be hamstrung, making it easier for Shinshin to deal with them. After hearing the order, the Death Warrior Lamu nodded blankly and turned to run east. With only an hour of duration, it would be good if he could kill a few logistics personnel, Shinshin thought to himself. He certainly wouldn't have high expectations for a corpse. Lamu was essentially cannon fodder, just enough to slightly annoy the Vanguard squad. You. Hello? A sudden childish voice came from behind. Shinshin looked down and saw a timid little girl holding up a wilted white flower towards him. What does this mean? Shinshin frowned and asked. He could speak some Oya language and could communicate simply with the little girl. Facing the terrifying giant ape that stood 10 meters tall, little Barbara was somewhat breathless. She took a deep breath and timidly said, "Thank you for saving me and my brother. This is a flower for you." An 8-year-old child didn't understand any complexities, she only knew to give away the best thing she had. Alright, I'll accept it, Shinshin said, extending his broad palm and speaking lightly. Barbara was a bit happy and quickly tiptoed to gently place the small white flower on the ape's palm. Thank you. Karami limped over and deeply bowed to Shinshin. Although he didn't know who this terrifying giant ape was, it had saved the lives of the siblings, so he certainly had to express his gratitude. Shinshin glanced at the boy and said coldly, I just did it casually. I'll give you 10 seconds, hurry and leave. Okay. We'll leave right now. Karami looked somewhat panicked, quickly taking his sister's small hand and turning to walk west. He had seen countless unpredictable people in the wilderness, who would kill at the slightest disagreement. This giant ape was powerful enough to easily slaughter aliens, making it a formidable being that should not be provoked. As for clinging to its leg or anything like that, Karami didn't even dare to think about it. Once a powerful being was angered, living might be worse than dying. Come back. Before the siblings could walk far, Shinshin's shout suddenly came from behind. Karami shrank his neck and cautiously asked, Do you have any other business? Tell me about your recent experiences. Shinshin said while reverting from his beast form. The earlier act of driving the siblings away was actually a simple test. If someone stubbornly refused to leave, he would eliminate the witnesses of the recent battle. Only obedient and sensible people had value. Without the deterrent of the giant ape's size, the Karami siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde boy cleared his throat and said, Sir, we escaped from the survivor cave. That group of aliens wanted to capture us, so I took my sister through another passage. But unexpectedly, they still discovered our trail. That six-eyed man was the one chasing us. Shinshin nodded thoughtfully and asked, Besides the six-eyed man, have you seen any other aliens? Yes. Karami nodded and said, Among them, there was a rock monster and a man dressed extravagantly. Oh, right, his ears were pointed. Pointed ears, extravagant clothing. Shinshin fell into thought, silently noting, either a demon star person or a phantom star person, that guy should be the vanguard team leader. At this time in his past life, Shinshin was still an intern at Reverse Scale, completely unaware of the specific intelligence. He only remembered that the kingdom of Aoya was the starting point of the Allied forces' invasion of Earth. So now he could only gather information bit by bit, slowly understanding the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Seeing Shinshin lost in thought, Kalami had no choice but to turn her gaze to her younger sister. Brother, does it hurt? Barbara puffed out her cheeks and blew on the wound on her brother's arm. Is it cool now? Does it not hurt anymore? Thank you, Barbara. Kalami forced a bitter smile, enduring the excruciating pain as he patted his sister's head. I have a question. Shinshin suddenly looked at Kalami, his eyes becoming very sharp. You're just an E-rank. How could you escape from a B-rank beastman for so long? Kalami's breath quickened instantly, hurriedly shielding his sister behind him. Logically, the six-eyed man could kill you in just one breath. Shinshin asked coldly, What exactly did you do? I used my own power. Seeing Shinshin pressing him, the blonde youth turned pale with fear and quickly shouted the truth. Shinshin showed a look of confusion and asked, Your power? What power does an E-rank like you have? Kalami gasped for breath and slowly said, I don't know either. As soon as my beast transformation awakened, a mysterious power appeared within me. What is your beast transformation? What can that power do? Shinshin asked lightly. He was actually quite curious about what kind of power could affect a B-rank beastman. My beast transformation is the Aonang dragon. Kalami revealed a bewildered expression and murmured, That power is called Aonang. It seems to be able to interfere with the minds of living beings, causing them to fall into a frenzy. After pondering for a moment, Shinshin asked, So you used Aonang to influence that group of aliens, allowing you to escape? Kalami nodded and said, Yes, Aonang had the greatest effect on that six-eyed man, easily interfering with his mind. If I hadn't exhausted my beast power, he wouldn't have been able to catch up. What is your name? Shinshin's attitude suddenly improved significantly. My name is Kalami, and my sister's name is Barbara, the blonde youth replied. Shinshin nodded and asked, What is your family surname? Kalami glanced at his sister and turned back to say, Cecil, my name is Kalami Cecil. Upon hearing this name, Shinshin smiled. He didn't expect that the boy he had casually saved was actually a famous rebel leader in his past life. General Cecil, known as the Dragon of Star Protection, was one of the youngest leaders of the resistance. He was an extremely rare innate extraordinary being, able to use extraordinary abilities as soon as he awakened, with an astonishing growth rate. With his high potential and the Aoya Remnant Corps, he annihilated one alien army after another, accumulating countless military achievements in just 2 years. Although Qin Shen had never seen General Cecil active on the Aoya battlefield, he had heard of his glorious achievements to some extent. "Do you want to live well?" Qin Shen smiled at the blonde youth and casually asked. Hearing this, Kalami was momentarily stunned. But he quickly reacted and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes. I want to live. I want to protect my sister and help her grow up." "Very well, then let's head west." Qin Shen pointed into the distance and said, "You will see a large transport plane and a group of Yanhua people. Tell them that it was Qin Shen who let you both join. Thank you, may the gods bless your journey." Kalami was overwhelmed with excitement, even stuttering as he spoke. This young strongman was willing to take them in, which was simply a tremendous stroke of luck. They no longer had to worry about their lives. Although Barbara did not understand the conversation between the adults, she could still feel her brother's joyful mood, and a smile appeared on her little face. "Go!" Qin Shen waved his hand. In her excitement, Karami disregarded her injuries and quickly picked up her sister, rushing towards the west. Starry Expedition Camp. "Lamu, we're back at the camp. Why haven't you reverted from beast form?" "Yeah, you're so big, we have no place to store the equipment." Several logistics personnel complained. "Ha!" The response to them was the low growl of a six-eyed monster. "Help!" When Orim returned to the camp with his squad, several piercing screams shot into the sky. A raging fire erupted from the logistics area, thick smoke billowing, and waves of heat hitting their faces. "Enemy attack!" Orim quickly shouted into the communicator, "All members of the left team, drop what you're doing and return to the camp immediately." The logistics point had been ambushed, and the left team, responsible for reconnaissance, bore the main responsibility. What kind of reconnaissance soldier would allow the enemy to enter the main camp? Roar! The squad members activated their beast forms, transforming into alien monsters, and rushed towards the camp. Orim did not take action, he merely squinted into the distance. He felt something was off. The advance team had only landed less than 5 hours ago. How could the Earthlings start attacking proactively? Could it be that someone knew about the advance team's arrival plan and had prepared for an ambush in advance? Could there be a mole in the Alliance army? Orim pondered, muttering to himself, those conservatives love to engage in cultural invasion, repeatedly protesting against military aggression. "Captain!" A team member who had just rushed into the camp suddenly ran back, looking somewhat pale, and said, "There are no enemies at all, it's just Lama gone mad, he's chasing and killing the logistics personnel." Orim's expression turned suspicious, and he quickly walked into the camp. He had clearly helped Lama dispel the effects of chaotic consciousness before, how could it flare up again now? Roar! Inside the camp, the six-eyed giant beast was roaring wildly, chasing after a few surviving members of the right team. All attempts to stop or attack were ignored by Lamu. Because Qin Shen's order was only to kill the logistics personnel, as a death warrior, he would execute the task unconditionally. Looking at the bodies lying in pools of blood, Orim's anger surged. He clenched his hands, and a faint green beast power energy suddenly burrowed into the ground. The next second, an extremely thick towering tree burst forth from the earth, lifting Lamu instantly. Following that, countless vines danced out like tentacles, binding one after another to the six-eyed giant beast. Soon, a dense mass of vines formed a cocoon, tightly wrapping Lama within. This was the extraordinary ability of B3-level powerhouse Orim, Tree Realm, capable of rapidly generating wooden creatures at an incredible speed, causing unimaginable destruction. The planet that Orim had single-handedly destroyed had once experienced the full force of Tree Realm. A colossal space tree grew out from the planet's core, forcibly exploding the entire planet. Of course, this was a long-prepared ultimate move of Orim, not something he could use casually. Seeing the captain easily resolve the crisis, the team members breathed a sigh of relief. Orim's gaze swept around the camp, and he coldly said, "Hurry up and clean up, send the bodies to the cold storage." The squad members had no choice but to do the heavy lifting. With the logistics personnel dead or injured, there were no hands left for labor. After giving the order, Orim looked up at the cocoon, his eyes filled with irritation. On the first day of landing on the planet, 7 or 8 members of their team had already died, and it was at the hands of their own people, which was truly infuriating. "Captain, we're back." As soon as the left team members entered the camp, they were met with Orim's furious glare. "What were you doing?" Orim coldly snapped. "Why did you let the crazed Lamu into the camp? Where's your alarm?" The left team leader looked innocent as he replied, "Lamu wasn't crazy when he passed the sentry. I even greeted him, but that guy ignored me." "He didn't attack you?" Orim asked, frowning. The team leader shook his head. "No, he usually doesn't pay much attention to people. I thought it was his normal state. Looking back now, it does seem a bit off." "Yensho, come here." Orim waved to the big rock-like figure and asked, "How did Lamu attack you back in the cave?" The rock creature scratched his head and replied in a deep voice. He had just finished threatening that group of humans, and all 6 pairs of eyes turned red. Before I could react, he suddenly punched me in the stomach. Captain, look, I still have a dent on my abdomen. All eyes turned red? The left team leader exclaimed. When Lamu passed the sentry, all 6 pairs of eyes were gray. I thought it was a display of his extraordinary beast power. Orem took a deep breath and slowly said, it seems that Lamu encountered another enemy. His 2 episodes of madness were not influenced by the same force. As soon as he finished speaking, the cocoon at the top of the trees began to swell violently, as if something inside was about to burst out. Quick, hide. Before Orem could finish, the vine cocoon exploded. Countless remnants of flesh fell like a rain of blood, covering more than half of the camp. It should be noted that the blood of the Battlestar people is highly corrosive. In an instant, the camp was filled with cries of anguish, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity as a backdrop. Injured personnel could be healed quickly with medical equipment, but if the equipment was damaged, it would require a long time for repairs. Luo. Watching the camp being destroyed, Orem, furious, uttered a curse in the language of the Phantom Star, roughly meaning CTMD. The Phantom Star people had always had a good reputation in the universe, usually synonymous with elegance and nobility. Anyone who could make them furious and curse would surely earn the admiration of various races across the universe. All personnel returned to the warplanes. Orem had no time to care about the situation of the team members, coldly stating, we need to hold a meeting regarding the elimination of the remaining humans from the Aoya kingdom. Watching the blood rain falling from the distant camp, Shinshen couldn't help but smile. The Death Warriors had actually exceeded their mission. He had only hoped that Lama would kill 1 or 2 logistics team members, but unexpectedly, after the intervention of the advanced team leader, he had instead destroyed most of the camp. If it weren't for the elevation of the trees and the pressure of the vine cocoon, Lamu's self-detonation wouldn't have caused such great damage. One could say that it was the sharp-eared advanced team leader who brought this upon himself. With the camp destroyed, they should delay their actions for a few days. Shinshin pondered, muttering to himself, repairing the equipment requires a lot of resources, perhaps I can take advantage of this. In his previous life, the legion he led was skilled in executing special operations, and no matter how treacherous or cunning the tactics, Shinshen had tried them all, with good results. Now, this advanced team had become Shinshen's target, and they would face endless troubles. Is it lunchtime already? When Shinshen returned to the temporary base, Gao Rui was distributing food. The team members have been working all morning and are starving, so we should eat lunch early to replenish our strength. While Gao Rui spoke, he handed over a can of meat. Oh, I see. Shinshen smiled and reached out to take it. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, he caught sight of 2 emaciated figures out of the corner of his eye. The Cecil siblings were sitting in the corner, awkwardly staring at the ground, not daring to look up. They clutched the cans of meat they had been given tightly to their chests, as if they were holding on to precious antiques. What's going on? Shinshen asked, somewhat puzzled. Lu Wuxin shook his head and explained, they must be terrified of hunger, suddenly getting a can of meat, how could they bear to eat it? Shinshen smiled helplessly and stood up to walk over to the siblings. Calamai, didn't you say you wanted to live well? Why aren't you eating? Sir, my sister and I aren't hungry yet. The blonde boy said with a nervous tone, we eat very little and don't want to waste such good things. After the outbreak of the beast transformation disaster, the quantity of meat products on Earth had drastically decreased, and prices had skyrocketed, making it impossible for ordinary families to enjoy. Before the Great Migration to Aoya, the Calamai family was not well off and rarely had access to genuine meat. Moreover, after wandering in the wilderness for a year, the siblings had developed a habit of cherishing food. They would carefully preserve even a piece of moldy bread, let alone a can of meat. There's no such thing as wasting. If I give it to you, just eat it. If it's not enough, there's more. Shinshin said lightly, I don't keep idle people. If you want to keep up, start with the first step, replenish your nutrition. Hearing this, Calamai became flustered and quickly opened the can of meat. He ate it in big bites and urgently pleaded, I will be obedient. Please don't abandon my sister. Calamai could transform into a beast, which had some effect, but Barbara was just an 8-year-old child, completely an idle person. After thinking for a moment, Shinshin said, you misunderstood, idle people refer to those without ambition. Barbara doesn't fall into that category. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Calamai felt relieved. He ate the meat while helping his sister open her can, letting her start eating as well. After tasting the richly flavored meat, little Barbara beamed a genuine smile. She giggled, this is so delicious. Shinshin patted the little girl's head and said, eat slowly, there will be plenty of good food in the future. After the lunch break, the Dark Guard members resumed their work. They needed to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment, find suitable combat locations, and test for any dangers, which was no easy task. "What did you do this morning?" Lu Qing asked. Qin Shen made a fountain gesture and said, "I destroyed the enemy's camp and learned the identity of the advance team leader." "So fast?" Lu Qing was very surprised to hear this news. While she was guarding the temporary camp in the morning, she was utterly bored and had nothing to do. She hadn't expected that Qin Shen had secretly taken out the enemy's base. "I only destroyed more than half of it. With the aliens' advanced technology, it's not difficult to restore it," Qin Shen explained. "But delaying them for a while is still good." Lu Qing took a breath and said, "Then next time, let me go out, and you can guard the home." She had long wanted to see the aliens and spar with them. "Not yet," Qin Shen refused this request. "Their trump cards are not yet clear. Wait until I understand them better before you engage with them." Lu Qing was somewhat displeased and pressed. "Why? Do you think I'm a delicate little girl?" As a camp leader of the Iron Camp, she didn't need anyone to take care of her. Qin Shen smiled helplessly and said, "You misunderstood. The aliens' technology is bizarre, and many armaments beyond human imagination are just their standard equipment. For example, planar foil, annihilation bullets. The former can transform any substance into a two-dimensional existence, while the latter can annihilate energy bodies, making it hard for people to defend against. It's not that I'm being considerate of you, it's just that when dealing with aliens, one must be cautious." After hearing this explanation, Lu Qing finally understood. "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Qin Shen certainly wouldn't take it to heart and said, "The Star Alliance's covetousness for Earth will never fade. You will have plenty of opportunities to confront them. Why do they want to invade us?" Following this line of thought, Lu Qing asked a crucial question. Qin Shen pointed to the ground beneath their feet and said, "Every planet contains unique elements, and Earth just happens to possess an extremely rare element. So they are indeed interstellar colonizers. It's truly despicable." Lu Qing exclaimed angrily, "Is there really no one in the universe to stop them?" Qin Shen shook his head and said, "In the dark forest, there are only hunters and prey. Unfortunately, we are currently just prey." Sigh. Lu Qing seemed to want to say something but ultimately held back. No matter how indignant she felt, she couldn't inflict harm on the alien enemies. Only those who had personally exterminated them had the courage to rise up in resistance. "Karami, come here for a moment," Qin Shen suddenly called out. "What do you need, sir?" Karami ran over, bringing his sister to Qin Shen and Lu Qing's side. "How many survivors are left in your country, Oya?" Qin Shen asked a question unrelated to the task. Karami scratched his head and said, "There are still quite a few. I don't know the exact number, but I know there are about 29 survivor groups. No, wait, 28. The group we were in before should have been wiped out." "What is the strength of these groups?" Qin Shen asked again. "Those guys are mostly young and strong men, and their strength is quite high. People like us, old and weak, can only join smaller groups." Karami paused and said, "I once saw a very powerful man when I went out with my uncle to find food. He seemed to be the leader of a group, just like this sister here, very imposing." As he said this, the boy pointed to Lu Qing beside him. "With the presence of native strongmen, the advance team will definitely not have it easy." Qin Shen smiled at Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. "We can make contact with the survivors. It would be best if the advance team gets surrounded." Hearing their conversation, Karami suddenly raised his hand and said, "Are you going to deal with those aliens? I know their weakness." Qin Shen became interested and quickly asked, "What weakness?" "Before the aliens arrived, there were many intelligent machines here mining resources." Karami said earnestly, "When I was looking for food, I accidentally found the place where those intelligent machines stored resources." "Tell me more about it." After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen said, "If we can find their resource storage point, we will have the best target for attack." Karami nodded and began to describe. "Those intelligent machines arrived more than 2 months ago. Although they carry weapons, they do not attack proactively. They only fire when intruders enter their work area. About half a month ago, I went out to look for food and accidentally encountered a pack of beasts chasing me. In my panic, I ran into the territory of those intelligent machines and discovered their resource storage location." After hearing this, Qin Shen asked, "How many of them are there?" "A lot, too many to count." Karami thought for a moment and added, "After they finish collecting resources each day, they return to the storage point at around 10 o'clock at night." "Great, our team has work to do." Qin Shen patted Kalami on the shoulder and smiled, "You've provided valuable intelligence, I'll give you credit for that." Hearing this, the blonde boy's face broke into a happy smile. Although he didn't know what the credit was for, he was already satisfied just to be able to help. "You continue to guard the camp and help take care of the kids." Qin Shen turned to Lu Qing and said, "All right, you go ahead." Lu Qing sighed, reached out her hand to little Barbara, and softly said, Come here to your sister, your brother has something very important to do. The little girl blinked her big eyes and didn't respond immediately, instead looking up at her brother. She tightly clutched Kalami's shirt hem, clearly a bit resistant. Kalami squatted down patiently and advised, Barbara, this sister is a good person, you don't need to be so scared. Just wait here obediently, I'll be back soon. Okay, I'll listen to my brother. Barbara nodded vigorously and carefully placed her hand in Lu Qing's palm. Inside the starfighter. I need you to provide me with a plan. Orem scanned the crowd with cold eyes and said sternly, a highly efficient human extermination plan. Captain, I suggest we use the particle accelerator cannon. In such a tense atmosphere, the big guy Yensho was actually the first to raise his hand to speak. As long as we bombard the land of the Aoya kingdom a few times, we can turn those guys hiding underground into ashes. Foolish. To everyone's surprise, Orem cursed again. Can we still build large fortifications on the ground that has been bombarded by a particle accelerator cannon? Have you forgotten our team's main mission? After being reprimanded, Yensho awkwardly scratched his head and quickly explained, Captain, I didn't forget, I just didn't consider that point. Orem glared at him fiercely and then asked the others, what are your plans? If they are as foolish as Yensho's, then don't bother saying them. The weapons carried by the fighter are extremely powerful, it's a bit of a waste to use them against those humans. Team leader Fenwilly of the left team spoke up, Captain, why don't we let the left team carry out a search and capture operation? We are confident we can eliminate the Aoya remnants. Orem kept tapping his fingers on the table and said lightly, you make a valid point, but this plan is too time-consuming and needs improvement. Hearing this, Fenwilly had to continue thinking. Their left team only had 10 people, and if they were to clear each remnant group one by one, it would probably take a long time to finish. Those intelligent machines, can they be of use? Just as the meeting room fell silent, Orem took the initiative to propose an idea. They have mined so many resources, it's time for them to take a break. Captain, it's a good method. But, Fenwilly showed a difficult expression and said, but we don't have the relevant authority. To control them, we must apply for permission from the higher-ups. This batch of intelligent machines was called Predators, and they were important assets of the Alliance army. Only star-level generals could obtain control over them. It's a small matter, I'll go apply for it later. Orem didn't take this matter seriously. Although his rank was not high, his status was noble, and he knew many senior generals. That's great, with the help of the Predators, we can efficiently clear out the humans. Fenwilly breathed a sigh of relief. Orem looked at the others and said, I think we should add more firepower. It's best for all of us to mobilize, clear out the humans first, and then slowly complete the mission. Fenwilly was a bit stunned and quickly asked, Captain, what about the maintenance of the camp equipment? Orem glanced at him and said, what's the point of repairing the equipment? Do you want humanity to destroy it all over again? Exactly, as long as we don't fix it, humanity won't be able to destroy it, right? The team members suddenly understood, all showing expressions of the captain is indeed impressive. Orem ignored them and coldly issued the order, bring all the equipment back, let the aircraft take off and hover to prevent further damage. Yes. The entire camp quickly sprang into action. Countless pieces of equipment were moved back onto the aircraft. Watching the 3 aircraft soar into the sky and hover at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the advance team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to clear out the Earthlings. Orem revealed a fierce look, follow my orders, all units mobilize. Yes. The advance team responded in unison, activating their biological detectors. This was the latest technological product of the Alliance Army, capable of detecting carbon-based lifeforms, silicon-based lifeforms, or any other unknown forms of life, making it the best assistant for colonial plunder. Detection target set, Earthling humans. Buzz, as the energy from all the biological detectors converged, the intelligent voice began to report rapidly. A large-scale human cluster detected 20 kilometers to the east. A medium-scale human cluster detected to the southwest. After pondering for a moment, Orem waved his hand and said, first go east and eliminate the large-scale human cluster. After the order was given, more than 20 advance team members immediately activated their beast transformation and ran towards the east tree realm. However, Orem did not immediately follow. Instead, he released extraordinary beast power towards the original campsite. In an instant, countless thick trees grew out of nowhere, transforming the area into a dense jungle in just a few breaths. After doing all this, Orem transformed into his beast form and chased after the east. It is worth mentioning that this guy's beast form was quite strange, resembling a giant tortoise covered in ancient trees, radiating a greenish glow all over. Central Oya Kingdom. That's the storage point. Kalami pointed to a small hill in the distance and said, they hollowed out the bottom of the hill specifically to store resources. They really know how to disguise. Looking at the storage point that looked exactly like the surrounding hills, Qinshan smiled and said, if we blow this up, the responsible parties should vomit blood, right? The Alliance army has always adhered to the principle of fighting to sustain fighting, rarely issuing salaries to their legions. Most of them are given privateering licenses, allowing various legions to plunder wealth and resources on their own. Of course, the Star Council occasionally issues high-reward bounty missions as a form of extra income. Only when facing powerful civilizations does the Alliance army band together to fight. Captain, what are we going to do next? Kalami asked quietly. Qinshan looked up at the sky and said, wait until dark. Time quickly passed, and the raiders returned one after another, preparing to store the resources they had collected today. They lined up densely under the cover of night. Due to the overwhelming number, Qinshan couldn't even see the end of the line. After finishing the last piece of meat in the can, he said to Kalami, I'm going to get to work. You'd better find a safe place to hide. Don't worry. I'm quite familiar with this area. I can hide in the underground caves, Kalami quickly replied after finishing his can. All right. Qinshan nodded, and the next second, he sprang out from his hiding place. During the run, he had already activated his beast transformation, booming into a titan giant ape. Do. Upon discovering the intruder, the intelligent machines immediately sounded the alarm, and their internal weapons quickly responded, ready to eliminate the audacious enemy. Boom! The giant ape clapped its hands, unleashing an incredibly violent surge of thunderous electricity that crackled back and forth among the raiders. Severe damage to the body, system overheating. Unknown current detected, counterattack chip malfunction. System rebooting. Reboot failed. After being struck by the thunder, many raiders began to report errors frantically, even rebooting repeatedly in place. Forget about eliminating the enemy, they couldn't even protect themselves. Bang bang bang. At this moment, raiders from the back of the team had already rushed over. They had not encountered the thunder, so they could immediately launch an attack on Qinshan. The raiders were equipped with Type 1 interstellar kinetic cannons, which were among the most common weapons in the universe, with decent lethality. Against targets below Class B, the kinetic cannons could easily crush them to pieces. Facing the overwhelming barrage of energy projectiles, Qinshan roared, and beastly power surged wildly from his palms. Whoosh! In this utterly dry and waterless area, a massive wave suddenly rose from thin air. It was over 10 meters high, and the water emitted an incredibly powerful aura, as if it were the roar of the abyssal sea. Boom boom, all the energy projectiles were blocked by the raging wave, with not a single one able to approach within 10 meters of Qinshan. Breaking illusion azure eye. Qinshan shouted softly, his eyes suddenly turning a vibrant green, and immense beastly power began to gather around his eye sockets. Whoosh! The moment the massive wave crashed down, an enormous, nearly infinite-range green beam shot out from the giant ape's eyes. Boom boom boom! Like a celestial alignment of 9 stars, the light of breaking illusion instantly penetrated countless raiders' bodies. In just 0.1 seconds, their core systems were destroyed by the overwhelming energy. Not enough. Qinshan slightly shook his head, and the light of breaking illusion began to move horizontally, cutting through the raiders' bodies like a laser cutter. By the time the beam extinguished, there were hardly any upright objects left in the area. Witnessing such a shocking scene, the Karamis were dumbfounded. They knew Qinshan was powerful, but they never expected him to be this formidable. That guy actually single-handedly eliminated the raiders. His strength was terrifying. In comparison, the leaders of those survivor groups were nothing but a joke, and he had once admired them so much. I want to become stronger. Karamis cautiously crawled out of his hiding place, murmuring, if I were this strong, Uncle Chang would not have died, and my sister wouldn't have gone hungry. This ability is strong, but the consumption is too high. Qinshan gasped for breath as he charged toward the last few raiders. The breaking illusion azure eye was indeed a beast king level ability, with destructive power and range among the best, but it consumed too much beastly power to be used for long periods. Compared to the other 3 extraordinary abilities, the breaking illusion azure eye focused more on explosive power, making it suitable as a finishing move. Crack! After crushing the core of the last raider, Qinshan immediately sat down to rest. He casually took out a few potions, crushed them in his hand, and let the liquid flow into his mouth. Buzz! Under the effect of the beast blood boiling potion, Qinshan's beastly power quickly recovered to half. He didn't waste any more time and got up to head toward the resource storage point. So much? Upon seeing the immeasurable mineral resources, even Qinshan, who had lived a second life, was somewhat surprised. These raiders were truly terrifying. They had extracted resources equivalent to 5 years' worth for humanity in just 2 short months. It would indeed be a pity if it were all destroyed. After all, having been a Legion commander, he had experienced the embarrassment of lacking money, food, and resources. Now, seeing such abundant resources with his own eyes, Shinshin couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. If he could make good use of this batch of resources, he could even cultivate 2 elite legions or pave the way for his promotion to A level. Captain, didn't you say you wanted to destroy this place? Seeing Shinshin standing in front of the storage point in a daze, Kalami asked curiously. I'm planning to transfer them, Shinshin said with a frown. It's just that there's not enough time, that group of aliens will soon notice something's off. Kalami scratched his head and timidly said, I might have a way. Shinshin looked up in surprise and asked, what do you mean? The blonde boy raised his right hand, and a purple-blue energy suddenly appeared in his palm. Looking at this incredibly strange energy, Shinshin felt a bit odd but couldn't pinpoint why. How could an E-level beast master possess such powerful energy? Even if he were a natural extraordinary, he should still need training in cultivation. Kalami gave Shinshin the impression of a child just starting kindergarten who could do 300 push-ups in one breath. As long as my feet touch the ground, this arcane energy will flow endlessly. Kalami took a deep breath and expressed his feelings. I feel like this arcane energy doesn't belong to me, but to this land. Arcane energy belongs to this land. What does that mean? Shinshin asked, puzzled. Kalami crushed the energy ball in his palm and explained, when I'm not in contact with the ground, the arcane energy disappears. But once I touch the ground, the arcane energy returns instantly. Hearing this, Shinshin suddenly recalled a rumor from his past life. It was said that every country had at least one S-level beast master, known as the Guardian. They preferred to stay hidden and rarely appeared before the public. Even after being promoted to Major General in his past life, Shinshin still didn't know the identity of the Manhwa Guardian. As for their strength, it could only be described as unfathomable. Guardians could even single-handedly contend with an entire starfleet, but the price was that they could never leave their homeland. Many powerful individuals and scientists made bold speculations, ultimately arriving at the most convincing hypothesis. The key to advancing to S-level was the power of the homeland. Only by gaining the land's recognition could a beast master break through the A-level limit. Considering Kalami's situation, this kid was very likely to be the future guardian of Oya. Gaining recognition at the E-level stage was simply the mark of a chosen one. The land of Oya likely granted this mysterious arcane energy in hopes that Kalami could protect this continent well, being both a natural extraordinary and a candidate for guardian. Shinshin couldn't help but sigh, go for it. I hope you can stand on your own soon. Kalami, however, looked a bit confused. He didn't quite understand what Shinshin was saying. You just said you have a way? Shinshin didn't elaborate further and turned to ask, so, how can we transfer these resources? Kalami took a deep breath and explained, arcane energy can not only influence biological consciousness but also change the terrain. It seems to affect any object on the land of Oya. Shall we give it a try? Shinshin encouraged. Kalami nodded and ran back. The next second, a 3-meter-long, brilliantly colored 4-legged dragon beast suddenly appeared in the open space. It had a pair of dazzling butterfly wings on its back, and its skin emitted a faint glow, as if wrapped in a layer of energy membrane. Is this the arcane dragon? Shinshin murmured, its size is great, very suitable for close combat. The energy control seems good too, it has high potential. Captain, can I start now? Kalami asked loudly. Shinshin responded affirmatively and quickly walked to the right. Swish! A light blue arcane energy was expelled from Kalami's mouth, directly burrowing into the ground. The next moment, the entire storage point began to shake violently, countless stones crashing down, burying the mineral resources. Captain, I'm going to let them dive deeper underground so the enemy can't excavate, Karami explained loudly while exerting his power. Shinshin replied, go ahead. As long as the enemy doesn't find this batch of resources. Report, Captain, I've eliminated 37. I took down 19. Listening to the team's battle reports, Oram finally smiled. He patted one of the team members on the shoulder and encouraged, well done, I hope you all keep it up. After all, this is just the first human cluster, our cleanup task is still heavy. Yes, the team members responded eagerly. If anyone were to pass by at that moment, they would see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind them, countless severed limbs piled into towers, resembling a scene from hell. Remember to project the scene of the battle just now. The projection range is the entire Aoya kingdom. Oram said to one of the team members, I want the remaining humans to see what happens when they provoke us. Okay, I'll upload the video now. In about 10 minutes, the fighter jets will automatically project it, the team member said while operating on a mini terminal. Soon, a gigantic projection appeared in the sky, showing the scene of the advance team slaughtering the survivors. No matter where one was in the Aoya kingdom, just looking up would reveal the bloody and brutal images. Set off, look for the next human cluster. They moved so quickly? Looking at the projection in the sky, Shinshin sighed. It seems the guy leading this team is not easy to deal with. Among the entire Alliance army, the illusion spirits and celestial beings should be considered the races with the highest intelligence. They are rarely swayed by emotions in their decision-making, each one a master of tactics. Shinshan would rather face the most powerful demon star race than deal with the first two races. What is this? Staring at the projection in the sky, Karami, who had just finished handling the resources, asked in shock. Seeing his compatriots being slaughtered, the boy's heart twisted. This is an alien's holographic projection. They deliberately released the slaughter scene to crush the will of the other survivors, Shinshan explained casually. Damn it! Karami clenched his fists in anger, cursing, I must kill this group of beasts. Seeing the boy lose his composure, Shinshin said lightly, don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. With your current strength, a blind attack would probably not even count as cannon fodder. But, I have. Aeoning, Karami stammered. Shinshin sneered and said, your Aeoning can indeed affect objects on the ground, but many strong beings can fly. When they leave the ground, what power do you have to deal with them? Hearing this, Karami felt a bit dejected. Yes, without Aeoning, he was just a newly awakened weakling. Let alone dealing with aliens, even a rogue could easily kill him. Be patient and train, professional matters should be left to professionals, Shinshin said. We can go back now, and once we come up with a strategy, I will launch an attack on that group. Hearing this, hope flickered in Karami's eyes again. After thinking for a moment, he cautiously asked, Captain, why did you fly all the way to Aoya? Didn't I tell you the purpose? Shinshin replied casually, it's to eliminate the aliens, whether it's Yanhua, Aoya, or other countries. As long as it's the soil of Earthstar, we absolutely cannot let foreign races invade. Hearing this, Karami felt a surge of blood boiling within her. So the captain is a hero protecting the Earth, how impressive. As long as you dare to resist the aliens, anyone can become a hero. Shinshin said, for example, this time you moved the mineral resources, seriously striking a blow to the interests of the Alliance army, which is also a heroic act. I understand now, Karami said with determination in her eyes, even though I can't fight right now, I can still resist the alien enemies. Captain, don't worry, I will definitely not act impulsively. Shinshin nodded with satisfaction and smiled, very good, you are worth my effort to teach. The two walked side by side towards the temporary camp. As for that batch of mineral resources, they had already been buried deep underground by the energy, and when conditions allowed, Shinshin would naturally come to take them away. Shinshin, I just detected that the interstellar fighter has taken off. After returning to the camp, Lu Wuxin came over with a computer, looking anxious. They aren't planning to relocate, are they? Don't worry, this is just their means of protecting their equipment. Shinshin pointed to the radar results displayed on the computer and said, the fighter is hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters, and has not moved for a long time, clearly not a sign of leaving. Oh, then I'm relieved, Lu Wuxin sighed. I was just thinking, should I use the quantum cannon to bombard them? Ha, there will definitely be a chance for you to fire, don't worry. Shinshin laughed. At this moment, Lu Qing walked over, but there was no sign of Zio Babara beside her. Sister, where did my sister go? Karami asked anxiously. Lu Qing pointed to the cabin and said, I sent her to the cabin to sleep. If you're worried, you can go check on her yourself. Okay, thank you, sister. Karami bowed and quickly ran towards the cabin. Lu Wuxin followed. After all, many devices were placed in the cabin, and he had to keep an eye on this kid to prevent him from messing things up. How's the situation? Lu Qing asked. Shinshin stretched his neck and said, those intelligent machines and that storage point have been destroyed by me, and the resources they collected have been hidden by me. Lu Qing fell into shock again, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, she helplessly asked, what exactly happened? How could you destroy a place just by going out once? It's very simple. Shinshin spread his hands and said, Step 1, find the destination. Step 2, activate Beastification. Step 3, destroy the target. Lu Qing interrupted him and said, if that's the case, if you go out a few more times, the rest of us wouldn't need to come at all. That's not the case, everyone has their contributions. Shinshin smiled, if it weren't for you guarding the camp, I wouldn't dare to go out so easily. Lu Qing sighed and asked, what target are you going to look for next? Before coming to Aoya, she thought this operation would be a fierce battle, darkening the sky and dimming the sun. Unexpectedly, she ended up guarding the camp for a whole day, which was completely different from the plan she had imagined. Shinshin pointed to the holographic projection still playing in the sky and said, the enemy is targeting the Aoya survivors. We can follow behind them and look for opportunities to launch surprise attacks. Just surprise attacks? Lu Qing asked, somewhat puzzled. Qin Shen nodded and said, our frontal combat power can't match theirs. To gain an advantage, we must focus on surprise attacks. What about the camp? Lu Qing tentatively asked. You aren't going to ask me to guard again, are you? If that's the case, our combat power will be completely divided, and surprise attacks won't be effective. Of course not, this time everyone can be mobilized. Qin Shen pointed to the Kalami inside the cabin and explained, that kid is exceptionally gifted, he can alter the terrain. As long as we hide the camp, we won't have to worry about anything. In the entire temporary camp, the most important thing was actually the shipborne quantum energy cannon. Other weapons and resources were expendable. That's good, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. Everyone, gather. Qin Shen shouted into the communicator. Soon, everyone assembled in front of the camp, with only the transport pilot and little Barbara still fast asleep. They were the weakest in the team and didn't need to participate in the operation. Tonight, we will carry out a guerrilla operation aimed at eliminating the enemy's isolated members. Qin Shen began to outline the plan. Everyone except Professor Lu will participate in this operation. Do I have to go too? Gao Rui pointed to himself. Of course, Director Gao will be responsible for supporting the team. You are a very important person, Qin Shen smiled. With your attributes, our team's combat power will at least double. Alright, I will do my best to enhance everyone. Gao Rui nodded in agreement. Qin Shen then looked at the Dark Guard members and said, I know everyone has worked hard today, but time is tight. If we don't hurry with the ambush, those aliens will kill all the Oya survivors and then turn their attention to us. So, we must endure tonight. Don't worry, Captain, Oldly and I are natural night owls, Daihong said nonchalantly. We once waited for a treasure for 5 days and nights. No one in the industry can compare. Li Zhenda also showed a proud expression. This was their glorious achievement from back then, and it deserved to be flaunted. Very well, you two will be responsible for poisoning. Qin Shen smiled. This is the first step of the guerrilla operation. You must set an example. Yes. The cat and mouse duo puffed out their chests, feeling immensely proud. Wanro, as usual, you will be responsible for creating a distraction. Qin Shen looked at Lin Wanru and said slowly, it would be best to disguise yourself as an out-of-control person to slightly attract the enemy's attention. I understand, Lin Wanru replied decisively. She had exceptional defense but lacked offensive means, and when facing agile enemies, she could only serve as a meat shield. Old Duan, take Xingyu and be responsible for the ambush. It must be clean and swift, Qin Shen instructed. If the first strike fails, retreat immediately, do not be greedy. Because those guys are B-class beast transformists, even if affected by toxins, they can still easily injure you. Boss, I got it, Duan Feng responded. I will try my best to drain the target instantly. Lu Cheng and I will ambush the strongest group. 1. To test their strength, and 2. To buy you time, Qin Shen added. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. After the action was arranged, Lu Wuxin walked over and said, each of you take a few explosive flame vacuum bombs. When you encounter an unsolvable dangerous situation, throw them at the enemy. What a good thing! Dai Hong quickly took the package from Lu Wuxin's hand, excitedly saying, is this the weapon that can burn B-class powerhouses? I heard one costs $1 million. That's right, use it wisely. If it can kill an alien, it will be considered a mission accomplished. Lu Wuxin chuckled. The temporary camp quickly became busy as everyone prepared for the upcoming guerrilla operation. As the last survivor died in agony, the second target of the advance team had been completely cleared. Looking at the freshly piled mountain of corpses, Aruam felt an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. No wonder the Warstar people enjoy slaughter. It turns out this feeling is so wonderful. Aruam mused to himself, when dealing with such lowly creatures, slaughter is the best way to handle it. Covered in blood, Yanxiu walked over, grinning. Captain, I found something good in this group of humans' hideout. It seems to be some kind of rare mineral. Are we really this lucky? Aruam asked in surprise. What mineral is it, and how much is there? Do we need to use the raiders? It's Spirit Dew Crystal. It can sell for hundreds of Alliance coins at the Interstellar Space Station. Yanxiu patted his chest and said, but there isn't much, I can dig it all by myself. Hearing this, Aruam nodded and said softly, then you temporarily leave the team, hurry up and dig out the crystals, consider it extra income for our squad. Remember not to upload any related data to avoid being discovered by the higher-ups. This advance team was constrained by the Nightmarish Legion. If the information about the Spirit Dew Crystal was uploaded to the system, it would become the legitimate property of the Legion. By then, even the esteemed Aruam would not have the right to dispose of them. I understand. Yanxiu showed a knowing expression and immediately turned to leave. By the way, the raider permissions I applied for should have come through, right? Having just talked about intelligent machinery, Aruam suddenly remembered this matter. He opened the micro-terminal on his arm and found a voicemail waiting for him. Not bad efficiency, they replied so quickly. Orim smiled and confidently opened the voicemail. All raiders have lost contact, and you still dare to ask me for permissions. How could there be such a foolish guy like you on Illusion Star? A barrage of scolding suddenly came from the terminal, drawing puzzled looks from the other team members. Hey, did you hear that clearly? They said the raiders are missing? No way, there are so many of them, it's like half an army. How could anything happen? I feel something's off, those humans are audacious enough to cause trouble. Hearing the team's discussions, Orim's face turned ashen. He quickly turned off the voice broadcast function and listened intently to the rest. Moments later, he coldly shouted, "Everyone, gather. The raiders have been destroyed. The higher-ups demand we recover that batch of mineral resources." Orim said with a dark expression, "Humans have already violated the core interests of the Nightmarish Legion. They must be executed cruelly." Upon hearing this, the team members showed expressions of anger. They were the Noble Star Alliance military, the supreme race in the universe, and should be above lowly creatures. They never expected these worm-like, humble humans would dare to retaliate against them. The one who destroyed the raiders is a black golden ape beast, Orim said, suppressing his anger. The last footage uploaded by the raiders was of him releasing a powerful light beam. According to the Legion's AI analysis, that guy's power level should be around B3. Fenwilly stroked his chin and suggested, "Captain, I think we can carry out a decapitation operation. As long as we eliminate this ape beast, there shouldn't be any more resistors on Aoya continent." I think the same, Orim pondered and said, "I'll take 2 B3 level team members to execute the decapitation mission. You lead the other team members to continue the human extermination operation." Fenwilly nodded in agreement and then asked, "But how do we find the target?" "We can use the Seeker," Orim said decisively. "The longer that guy survives, the greater the losses for the Legion. Even if it costs us something, we must eliminate him." "Captain, that thing consumes too much," Fenwilly said anxiously. "If it starts up, the fighter's energy won't be enough." Orim sneered, "Don't worry, Yensho has discovered a batch of spirit essence crystals. I've already sent him to mine them. They are an excellent energy supply." "Captain is amazing." Upon hearing this term, everyone showed expressions of shock. With the spirit essence crystals, they could use their equipment freely without worrying about energy limitations. Fenwilly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "That's good. The Seeker is a sensing device integrated into interstellar fighters. It can accurately locate a specific target on a planet and mark it with a light-sensitive tag, thousands of times more effective than human navigation satellites. Of course, its power consumption is also very high. In the absence of supplies, it is rarely activated by teams." Orim calling the fighter. "Fighter AI is online, please give your command. Activate the Seeker." "Ha ha ha, we're going to get rich." A burst of unrestrained laughter echoed from the depths of the cave. "I should be able to get a dozen pieces, right?" Yensho began to daydream, muttering to himself, "By then, I'll sell them all and go back to Yenshan Star as a wealthy man." Yenshan Star is a peculiar planet, and its inhabitants are a peculiar race. They have 3 forms, the Rockman form, the Rock Beast form, and the Rock Mountain form. Take Yensho as an example. He can transform into a rock-armored 3-headed lizard or into a tall and majestic rock mountain. In the Rockman and Rock Beast forms, he can be injured and can die. But in the Rock Mountain form, his life form undergoes a tremendous change. He cannot be injured and does not experience biological death. It can be said that the Yenshan people are the best meat shields and suicide squads. Whenever they face life-threatening danger, they can transform into mountains, leaving their enemies helpless. If I become a wealthy man, Yaman will definitely marry me, right? Yensho thought happily as he gathered all the mind spirit essence crystals and crawled out of the cave. Bang! As soon as he poked his head out, Yensho was attacked by an unknown enemy. A magnetic male voice echoed from the ground, "Just came out and ran into a lone one, we're quite lucky." "Damn it, it's that group of humans again." The big guy, furious and embarrassed, rushed out of the cave. Roar! A thunderous beast roar erupted as the 3-headed rock lizard descended with a crash. "This guy's beast form is somewhat similar to mine," Lin Wanru said in a daze. "Both are reptiles, both have rock attributes." "It is indeed somewhat similar, but his rock attribute is innate. His true potential might not even be higher than yours." Shin Chen laughed. Lin Wanru nodded, feeling a surge of motivation. Since his potential is higher than that of an alien, she could definitely advance to B-level. "Alright, let's not delay our guest." Qin Chun chuckled, suddenly pointing at Yensho with his right hand. "Everyone, start the full-scale assault." The beast roar just emitted by the Yenshan people must have alerted the advance team. They needed to finish this quickly. With the order given, everyone activated their beast forms and launched an attack on Yensho. Damn it, these humans aren't high-level, but why are they so fierce in battle? Yancho's face showed shock. He initially planned to clear out this group of humans but didn't expect them to be so strong and so eager to fight. Carrying the incredibly fragile spirit essence crystals, Yancho dared not make any big moves, fearing he would break them. So he could only dodge while working his not-so-large brain. I don't need to fight them, I can just run back to find the captain. Yancho certainly wouldn't admit he was being cowardly, this was just a tactical retreat. Where do you think you're running to? Looking at the three-headed rock lizard wanting to escape, the low-flying Lu Qing let out a soft chirp. In an instant, thousands of ice crystals fell from the sky, like a polar storm. There's actually another one this strong? Yan Xiu was already stunned with fear. It was only after seeing the Titan giant ape that he had the thought of fleeing. If he was determined to escape, the other side wouldn't be able to stop him. But now, with two powerful beings appearing, it seemed he couldn't even run away. Swish! Countless ice crystals coalesced on the ground into thick, impenetrable ice walls, sealing off all escape routes for Yan Xiu. Boom! Qin Shen, wielding a black gold giant staff infused with the power of thunder, launched a descending attack. The sound was shocking, the momentum astonishing. The others were not idle either, simultaneously unleashing their strongest strikes. Humans are actually this powerful. Yan Xiu felt both anxious and terrified. He didn't know when the advance team would arrive, but he knew that if he didn't use his life-saving trump card soon, he would be doomed to die far from home. Mountain Transformation. The three-headed giant lizard roared to the sky, a tremendous beastly power surging from its body, clearly about to unleash its trump card. As long as the transformation succeeds, they won't be able to do anything to me. Faced with the dire situation, Yan Xiu desperately comforted himself, murmuring, "Don't be afraid, you're destined to become a wealthy man." "Ha, you think I don't know this trick?" Qin Shen sneered, commanding, "Everyone, use explosive flame vacuum bomb." Ding! Metal pins fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Then, 7 or 8 bright red-painted bombs traced parabolic arcs in the air, finally landing on Yan Xiu, who was struggling to transform. Boom! In just 0.1 seconds, the three-headed rock lizard began to burn violently. How is this possible? How could my mountain transformation be interrupted? Yan Xiu shouted in panic. He looked at the humans in front of him and roared, "What have you done? Why can these flames interrupt my power? Dead men shouldn't ask so many questions." Qin Shen replied coldly, "When you slaughtered humans, you probably didn't answer their questions either, right?" Yan Xiu was in a state of panic, feeling his beastly power rapidly depleting. If his body weren't made of rock, he would have likely been burned alive by now. The explosive flame vacuum bomb was an armed invention by Lu Wuxin in his early years, having won a National Innovation Award. It could burn beastly power, and the stronger the beastly power, the fiercer the flames burned. Many beast transformers who encountered it for the first time often ended up burning themselves to death. The more they tried to extinguish the flames, the larger the fire grew, ultimately leading to their terrified demise. It's worth mentioning that even if the target doesn't release their beastly power, it's still very difficult to extinguish the flames. Because they can follow the beastly power and burn deep into the target's body, much like spontaneous combustion. There are only 2 methods to deal with the explosive flame vacuum bomb. The first is to cut off the beastly power, abandoning the already ignited parts, but generally, only A-rank powerhouses can do that. The second method is much simpler, just don't get hit by the explosive flame vacuum bomb. Because it's just a grenade-type weapon that can only be thrown, not launched by a device, normal beast transformers can dodge it. Except for that guy who was sitting there transforming. Ah! Yan Xiu let out a piercing scream, his beastly body seemingly unable to hold on, collapsing weakly to the ground. Qin Shen didn't waste any time. While his opponent was burning wildly, he had already charged up his mammoth power slash. The giant ape strode forward and swung its beastly power-wreathed right arm fiercely at Yan Xiu. Bang! With a loud crash, 3 incredibly hard rock lizard heads rolled to the ground simultaneously. Yan Xiu, I can't go back. Although he had been beheaded, the tenacious Yan Xiu still uttered his last words. A sudden gust of winter wind blew in, extinguishing the faint flame that lingered on the beast's corpse. Qin Shen looked down at the beast's body and said flatly, "Do you think you're tragic? You're just a damned invader. How many lives have you taken? They had loved ones too. So, I won't let you off easily." Death Warrior. A grayish beast power instantly surged into Yan Xiu's severed neck. Soon, the long-dead Yan Jia, the three-headed lizard, crawled back to life, astonishingly using its claws to hold up its 3 heads and reattach them one by one. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their captain could actually resurrect the dead. How terrifying was that? Looking at this scene, Lu Qing silently thought, "I'm increasingly unable to understand this guy. Where do his mysterious powers come from? Why are you alone?" Xinshan asked the second Death Warrior. Spirit. Crystal. Captain. Doug. Perhaps due to damaged vocal cords, the second Death Warrior spoke with a stutter. Hand it over. Xinshan felt a surge of excitement because the Spirit Crystal was an excellent energy source, a resource of national importance in his past life. The Death Warrior Yanxiu did not respond but pulled out a bulging large bag from behind. This bag seemed to be made of alien technology material, impervious even to the flames of explosive vacuum bombs. Very good. Your next mission is to attack the Vanguard left team. Xinshan took the Spirit Crystal and issued a new command to the Death Warrior Yanxiu. The second Death Warrior immediately turned and left without a moment's hesitation. The first battle is a success. Xinshan turned to the others and said, our next operation will be the same, specifically targeting lone individuals for ambush. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Lu Cheng pointed at the bag in Xinshan's hand, curiously asking, what's in the bag? Why do the aliens value it so much? This is the Spirit Crystal, an energy source that Earthlings cannot currently observe or mine, Xinshan explained. Without a special container, the Spirit Crystal will turn into air before our eyes. That's why we haven't discovered them. Hearing this, Dai Hong said somewhat displeased, these crystals are resources from our Earth, and we can't mine them. It's really frustrating. Once we master alien technology, we will be able to mine them, Xinshan smiled and said. Perhaps after this operation, Earth will undergo earth-shattering changes. Everyone fell into deep thought. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint light descended from the sky, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch its trace. The next second, Xinshan's entire beast body was illuminated, the light flickering wildly in the night at a strange frequency. Captain, you're glowing. Is this an enemy attack? Why don't I feel any danger? This is a seeker. Xinshan instantly realized and quickly used beast power to cover the light on his body. Everyone, quickly hide. The enemy has already marked my position and will be coming soon. Lu Qing and I will hold them off. You continue with your mission. Yes. Although the team members were a bit panicked, they quickly retreated in all directions. Gao Rui unleashed his beast power and immediately spat out 2 energy balls. This is my portable enhancement energy. You two take it. Crush it, and you'll gain a temporary boost. Okay, thanks. Xinshan quickly accepted it and added, please take care of my team, Director Gao. Try to keep them safe. Gao Rui nodded and waved his butterfly wings to chase after the team members. After the others had left, Lu Qing asked, they were able to pinpoint your location so accurately. What's the principle behind that? If they can locate the team members too, how can we carry out a surprise attack? I'm not sure about the specific principle, but they won't be able to use it many times. That thing consumes too much energy, Xinshan replied. It should only be me who's been marked, which is actually beneficial for the plan, as it can attract important figures from the advance team. I see. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If the Seekers could locate everyone, the surprise attack mission would be impossible. Get ready, we're up against a highly accomplished Alliance officer, Xinshan said while distributing the enhanced light orbs to Lu Qing. Anyone who could serve as the advance team leader was certainly not a simple character. And that guy was a phantom star person, powerful and with many hidden cards. He must not be underestimated. He's clearly been marked, so why does he still dare to stay put? The black-feathered monster bird asked in confusion. Could it be that this guy is scared silly? Hearing this, the white-feathered monster bird scoffed. He's just a low-level creature, how bold could he possibly be? That guy destroyed the entire raider swarm. You say he has no guts? The blackbird sounded somewhat surprised and asked, by Kuei, why have you become so arrogant? The white bird yawned and said nonchalantly, hey ba, you're being too cautious. There's no need to be careful around low-level creatures. We're both B3 level, just one step away from a level. Do we really need to be wary of these humans? Master didn't teach you that way back then. Heiba said sternly, it's only been a year since we left Soul Star, and you've forgotten everything you learned? Hearing this, Bai Kuei couldn't help but feel a bit angry and retorted, don't act like a good disciple. If you had listened to Master, would you have come out here to join the Alliance army with me? You! Heiba was instantly at a loss for words, unable to counter his brother's sarcasm. What are you two brothers doing? Suddenly, the voice of Captain Oruan came through the communicator. I told you to track the target, not to argue in the sky. Sorry, we were wrong. Bai Kuei immediately apologized and reported, from the air, the target has been stationary and hasn't moved. That's not a reason for you to chat. Immediately hold the target. Oruan coldly issued the command without further ado. Yes, Bai Kuei responded while shooting a glare at his brother. He spread his wings wide and dove toward the spot where the light was shining, like a cruising missile. Heiba sighed helplessly and immediately spread his wings to follow. Here they come. After waiting for a long time, Qin Shen suddenly jumped up from the ground, the black gold giant staff in his hand swelling several times in size, transforming into a massive pillar surrounded by thunder. Swish! The clouds were suddenly torn apart, and the black and white monster bird shot out from the opening, heading straight for the Titan giant ape on the ground. So it's a soul star person. Qin Shen swung the black gold giant pillar and shouted, "The peace-seeking soul star has actually produced two scoundrels like you." Upon hearing this, shock appeared on the faces of Bai Kuei and He Ba. How did this human know about their home planet? Although Soul Star was powerful, it preferred to remain isolated and never participated in interstellar affairs. Logically, not many people should know about Soul Star, right? Boom! Before the brothers could figure out the situation, the black gold giant pillar had already smashed down. So it's just a B1 level guy. It seems the AI miscalculated. Bai Kuei cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and quickly unleashed a tremendous beastly power, forcibly halting the assault of the black gold giant pillar. It was as if a high-speed train had encountered a sudden stop, coming to an instant halt without any warning or feedback. An interesting ability. Qin Shen sneered coldly, his arms suddenly activating as he pulled the giant pillar back. Seeing this, the two strange birds quickly lowered their flying altitude, beginning to circle several dozen meters in front of the giant ape. Be careful, this guy is not that simple, He Ba reminded. Bai Kuei, however, was ungrateful and coldly replied, "So what? He's just a B1 level, if we team up, we can definitely kill him." The younger brother always had a bit of rebelliousness, even aliens were no exception. Sigh, then let's go all out. Seeing Bai Kuei's demeanor, He Ba could only helplessly agree. Black Soul Chaos. He let out a piercing shriek towards Qin Shen, fiercely unleashing his extraordinary beastly power. In the next second, Qin Shen felt a strange force coming from all directions. His head was pressed by gravity, and his upper and lower body were pulled in opposite directions, as if trying to tear him apart. Somewhat similar to my supergravity? Qin Shen took a deep breath and murmured, "It seems I have to kill this guy. I must obtain his power." Roar! The giant ape let out a furious roar, activating the supergravity that had not been used for a long time. A vast, invisible field of gravity enveloped him, deeply compressing the ground beneath. This was Qin Shen's method of neutralizing his opponent's abilities. Black Soul Chaos could create countless bizarre forces for the target, such as upward buoyancy, downward gravity, lateral pulling forces, and so on. When opposing giant forces acted on the same object, the target would be torn apart. By summoning the gravity field, he could forcibly assimilate those strange powers. Although Qin Shen still had to bear the supergravity, he had at least resolved the crisis of being torn apart. "This guy reacts so quickly," He Ba exclaimed. He actually thought of such an efficient countermeasure in just a few seconds. Is he really a human from Earth? Bai Kuei remained unconvinced. Caw! The white strange bird spat out beastly power, and an invisible energy instantly invaded Qin Shen's body. It was incredibly fast, almost comparable to the speed of light. Another rule-type ability, truly hard to guard against, Qin Shen said helplessly. Extraordinary beastly powers can actually be divided into many categories, such as elemental, rule-based, enhancement, and so on. Elemental types have the advantages of high explosive power, quick effectiveness, and high mastery, but they also have the drawback of attribute conflicts. Extreme ice power and violent thunder both belong to this category. Rule types have high hit rates and strong lethality, but the downside is that they can be deciphered by others. Supergravity is a representative of this type. Enhancement abilities are not exclusive to auxiliary beast transformation users, they also include beast transformation users who can enhance themselves, like the dragon ape transformation. The two enemies Qin Shen faced now were both rule-type abilities, making it impossible to evade attacks with speed. He could only attempt to counter them. White Soul Dispersal. Bai Kuei shouted angrily, fiercely unleashing his extraordinary beastly power. In the next second, Qin Shen felt a lightness in his body, as if several tons of burden had been lifted. He quickly calmed down to sense, only to find that the gravity field had been forcibly shattered by this rule attack. "Do you need me to make a move?" Suddenly, Lu Qing's voice came from the communicator. This was something the two had previously discussed. She would lie in ambush, ready to catch the enemy off guard. While feeling the unusual sensations in his body, Qin Shen replied, "No rush, we're here to buy time, just consider it playing with them." As soon as the words fell, his enormous beastly body surprisingly floated in mid-air, as if the planet had suddenly lost all gravity. "This guy can dispel the gravity around my body, forcing me to ascend." Qin Shen thought to himself, how will he attack? Swish! A cold wind swept in, causing him to squint. At this moment, Qin Shen had already been lifted to a height of 100 meters, and it seemed there was no intention of stopping. "Look, I don't even need to lift a finger," Bai Kuei said triumphantly. This guy is a land-walking ape. When he falls from 10,000 meters, we can go back and report. I think we should fly up, Heiba said, tilting his head. It's most prudent to kill him completely in the air. If he has any trump cards, wouldn't it be easier for him to escape after rising to a high altitude? That's true, then let's fly up. Bai Kuei thought for a moment and agreed with his brother's suggestion. Although he was very confident, if they let the target escape, the captain would definitely punish him severely. Whoosh! The two strange birds charged back into the clouds, but what they saw next astonished them. The giant ape, which should have continued to ascend, was actually hovering steadily above the clouds, seemingly waiting for the two of them to fly up. Roar! The giant ape let out a furious roar, its entire body radiating dazzling golden light. It rushed towards the brothers like a golden flame meteor. Although Qin Shen had no wings, his flying speed was astonishing, as if he were walking on flat ground. This guy, why can he fly? Bai Kuei was dumbfounded. Heiba squinted and noticed that a faint dragon might was flickering around Qin Shen. He exclaimed, "This guy has a problem. He has genes that don't belong to him." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen's speed suddenly increased, instantly rushing in front of the two strange birds. He did not summon the black gold giant stick but simply swung a giant fist surrounded by thunder. Bang! The dense clouds were instantly shattered by this punch. Bai Kuei was a bit flustered, going full speed but could only narrowly dodge. He quickly increased the distance between himself and Qin Shen, saying to Heiba, "This guy is really creepy, his flying speed is even faster than ours." "Yeah, I suspect he's not from Earth, he even resembles a demon star person a bit," Heiba replied. "Comparing me to that bunch of bastards?" Qin Shen coldly scolded, "It seems you want to die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ape charged again. His speed attribute had long surpassed the average of B3 level beastified beings, allowing him to easily outpace the flying speed of the brothers. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded in the clouds, sounding indistinguishable from the thunder generated by nature. Thousands of threads of lightning spread out, forming an enormous web. Black soul charge. Heiba's face turned grim as he immediately unleashed a shockwave formed from black energy. The shape of this shockwave was exactly like its master, resembling a shadow clone. "Is that it?" Qin Shen sneered, a flame suddenly igniting in his chest, heartfire ignition. As soon as he finished speaking, his strength and speed surged dramatically. The giant ape transformed into a blur, even faster than the thunder he released. He first shook off the black soul shockwave, then instantly rushed in front of Bai Kuei, delivering a fierce knife-hand strike. Bai Kuei, who had been somewhat underestimating his opponent, naturally could not dodge such a swift attack. His wing was brutally slashed, leaving a massive gash, and he fell helplessly downward. This was not a fully charged mighty elephant slash, but its lethality was still considerable. Bai Kuei. Heiba's eyes widened in horror as he immediately dove down to rescue his brother. He. Qin Shen sneered, seemingly plotting something. When the black banshee tightly held onto her brother, Qin Shen began to chant, "Explosive force." Bang! In an instant, both monstrous birds were struck by the sudden immense force and fell to the ground together. "Aren't you a bit too strong?" Lu Qing's voice came through the communicator, sounding somewhat helpless. "You took down 2B3 level creatures just like that?" "It's not that simple, they have plenty of hidden cards." Qin Shen chuckled, "This is just the end of the first round." "Bai Kuei, how are you holding up?" The black banshee, enduring the pain in her body, hurriedly asked her brother. Cough. Bai Kuei gasped for breath and replied, "I'm okay, I've activated the healing system, and it'll take about 15 minutes to recover." A faint green light appeared around his body, resembling a healing mechanism from a game. "Alright, I'll hold them off for a bit." The black banshee looked up and murmured, "We can't underestimate them anymore. This guy's strength is almost on par with the captain." Bai Kuei felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't find the words. It was precisely because he underestimated them that he had been injured by the giant ape, and it had also caused his brother, who came to rescue him, to suffer a powerful blow. Boom! The giant ape descended from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. The flying sand and stones instantly filled the area, making the two brothers cough uncontrollably. "Where's your captain?" Qin Shen asked expressionlessly. "If he only sent you two, that's a bit foolish. What are you being so arrogant for?" The black banshee retorted angrily, "We were just underestimating them, you took advantage of that. If we fight again, you'll be the one to die." "Ha!" Qin Shen sneered, "Let's see about that." Before his words had even finished, he suddenly swung the black gold giant stick, hurling it towards the two brothers at an incredibly high speed. The black banshee's expression darkened. She had thought her opponent would exchange a few words with her, giving her brother some time to recover. Unexpectedly, this guy was faster with his hands than with his mouth, before the last sentence was even finished, the next attack came charging in. Black Soul Chaos. The power of the extraordinary beast reappeared, but this time the target was the rapidly spinning giant stick. Bang! Under the force of multiple opposing directions, the giant stick was instantly torn into metallic fragments, floating helplessly in midair. Is that all? Seeing such a significant effect, the Black Banshee immediately mocked. This was not underestimating the enemy, it was a deliberate show of strength to bolster her side and suppress the opponent's momentum. Unfortunately, Qin Chen had long since vanished. Damn it, where did he go? The Black Banshee's heart tightened as she quickly looked around. How could such a massive giant ape disappear without a sound? Bai Kuei, who was healing nearby, was also shocked and quickly helped his brother keep watch of their surroundings. Logically, the larger the beastman, the worse their mobility. For example, Captain Oram could defend an attack, almost mastering everything, but his massive size made his movement speed slow, unsuitable for long-distance combat. The giant ape was quite large, considered one of the bigger ones in the Alliance army. Yet, it moved incredibly fast and was extremely agile, not only able to fly in the air but also possessing some ability to conceal its form. Boom! Before the brothers could react, a terrifying beastly roar echoed above them. Following that, an overwhelming pressure crashed down from the sky. The Black Banshee hurriedly looked up and saw the giant ape leaping through the air, surrounded by thunder, its skin embedded with countless golden dragon scales, resembling an ancient celestial deity. Surrender your power, Qin Chen whispered while humming a melodious tune reminiscent of the sea. In that instant, both brothers felt discomfort within their bodies, their blood and energy reversing, the beastly power flowing backward, and even their hearts felt as if they were about to fail. How much power does this guy really have? Bai Kuei's face showed pain. He was already injured, his old wounds not yet healed, and now new troubles had come. Black Soul Charge Final. Hearing his brother's increasingly weak breaths, Heiba had no choice but to gather all his beastly strength and unleash his strongest move. Soon, the black feathers on his body became very gray, as if indicating a complete loss of energy. In the next moment, a monstrous bird made of black energy spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its momentum was astonishing, even surpassing its master, Heiba. After a sharp screech, the weather in this area underwent a tremendous change. Dark clouds gathered, cold winds blew, and there were even increasingly extreme changes that sent chills down one's spine. Is this your trump card? Facing the powerful energy monster bird, Qin Chen merely chuckled. Heiba gasped for breath and shouted angrily, even if I can't kill you, I can still make you fall heavily. Is that so? Qin Chen casually raised his arm and struck out a forceful blow at the oncoming monster bird. In fact, when he had just entered the nether space, Qin Chen had already completed his limit-breaking build-up. He deliberately concealed his momentum, waiting for his opponent to unleash their ultimate move before revealing his perfectly charged strike. Seeing the sudden surge of overwhelming momentum from the giant ape, Heiba's heart sank. This earthling not only possessed great strength but was also incredibly cunning, managing to toy with him, a genius of the Soul Star. Bang! The arm blade struck fiercely against the monster bird, and two immense energies exploded simultaneously, scattering the dark clouds above. The cold winds of winter instantly transformed into warm winds, causing Qin Chen to break into a sweat. Although he had dragon scale protection, he still let out a muffled groan and uncontrollably spat out blood. The kinetic energy generated from the collision of energies was terrifying and could easily cause internal injuries. Fortunately, Qin Chen had the ability to regenerate his body, allowing him to quickly heal even internal damage. How about that? Qin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly smiled at Heiba. I've caught your ultimate move, but unfortunately, I'm not heavily injured. Due to heart failure, Heiba had begun to breathe heavily. You don't get too proud. The captain is already on his way, you can't escape. What does that have to do with him? Qin Chen laughed. Anyway, I can kill both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned back the black gold giant staff. Buzz! The giant staff suddenly expanded several times, transforming back into a black gold pillar. This time, the pillar was not only charged with thunder but also carried a faint dragon's might. Remember in your next life not to leave the Soul Star, because invaders have no good end, Qin Chen said lightly, as he brought the giant pillar crashing down towards the two brothers. Bai Kuei. Looking at his brother who had already fallen into a coma, Heiba's face turned sorrowful. We shouldn't have come out, Master was right, the outside world is too dangerous. Bang! A muffled sound came from beneath the giant pillar. Qin Chen felt something was off and quickly squinted to look. It turned out that the black monster bird had used its flesh and blood body as a support, firmly resisting the crushing of the giant pillar. The comatose white bird was actually protected by his brother, unharmed. Bai Kuei, you must survive. Heiba let out one last furious roar, Black Soul Chaos. A rule-type ability was released upon by Kuei. Qin Shen was somewhat astonished. He couldn't understand this guy's actions. Was he trying to save his brother or kill him? Soon, the white bird began to tremble unconsciously, actually managing to wriggle out from beneath the giant pillar and even fly upwards. This was Heiba's true intention. He used multiple monstrous forces to drive his brother's body, allowing the unconscious by Kuei to escape. The price was his own life. What a deep brotherly bond. Qin Shen shook his head and said, "It's a pity this is retribution. How many brothers among the humans you have slaughtered?" Boom! The giant pillar crashed down, producing a deafening sound. You have plundered power fragments *10, speed fragments *13, black soul fragments *10, which can enhance related abilities, black fur fragments *300. It's up to you now. After casually calling out, Qin Shen ignored by Kuei. He put away the black gold giant stick while using the black soul fragments. Super gravity black soul. From now on, I can exert more force, not just gravity, but also buoyancy, tension, repulsion, and so on. Buoyancy allows me to fly at low altitudes, tension helps me control enemies, and repulsion prevents enemies from getting close. After feeling the new power, Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit of surprise. Such a strong rule-based ability is probably rare throughout the universe, right? I feel like I have a chance to take on that illusionary star being. Although his level was relatively low, all his attributes were higher than those of ordinary strong individuals, not to mention the diverse genetic abilities. Other beast transformers might have 3 or 4 genetic abilities, which was already quite rare. Yet Qin Shen possessed more than a dozen genetic abilities. It was almost like bullying children. This was also the reason he could fight 2 levels higher. Moreover, he even had endless room for growth. For instance, he could crazily plunder others' genes or exchange everything in the genetic treasury. Thud! Suddenly, a large ice sculpture fell from the sky, landing right in front of Qin Shen. "Be careful, don't hit me," Qin Shen said irritably after his train of thought was interrupted. Lu Qing descended from the sky, laughing, "You have to trust my accuracy. To tell you the truth, I am the king of marksmanship in the military camp." Wow, is it really that impressive? Qin Shen was somewhat surprised. Everyone in the resistance knew that Major General Qin had once achieved a perfect score of 10-0 rings with a special sniper rifle. It was obvious that this guy was just a line drawer, never hitting the target even once. So during battles in his past life, Qin Shen either used a fire god cannon with a targeting system or a large caliber heavy artillery that didn't require aiming. Now that he learned Lu Qing was the marksmanship king, he certainly admired her. "No big deal, I can even fly a plane." Lu Qing laughed, "I can even pilot that large transport plane for a while. Truly the Phoenix Fairy." Qin Shen smiled, "I'm glad I brought you into the team back then." Lu Qing didn't mind his flattery. In fact, she found it quite pleasant. She pointed at the ice sculpture on the ground and said, "This guy isn't dead yet, just frozen miny. Should we kill him?" Go ahead." Qin Shen nodded and said, "Their captain should be arriving soon. I need to prepare a big gift for him." Hearing this, Lu Qing gently clenched her right hand. In the next second, countless ice spikes shot out from the ice block, silently eliminating by Kuei. "You have plundered power genes *10, speed genes *12, white soul genes *10, which can activate new genetic abilities." Listening to the system prompt, Qin Shen immediately used the relevant fragments. White soul dispersion. Can disperse external forces on objects, allowing them to float uncontrollably and forcibly terminate their motion state. Is this brother studying physics? After feeling the new power, Qin Shen complained, "It's either applying force or dispersing force. My academic performance is quite average." "Did you gain new power again?" Lu Qing suddenly asked. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two instantly froze. Because this question was very private, involving Qin Shen's ultimate trump card. Ahem. Qin Shen coughed and said, "We're both smart people, there's no need to be too explicit. You know in your heart." Seeing his expression, Lu Qing awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, sometimes I just can't gauge the situation well." "We're friends and teammates," Qin Shen smiled and replied, "so let's not dwell on the small stuff. We have a big battle ahead." Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, the heavy weight in her heart also lifting. She had been a bit nervous just now. If things had soured between her and Qin Shen, she would definitely have felt bad. After all, this guy was someone she could really talk to. Death Warriors. After unsealing the ice block, Qin Shen placed the bodies of the two brothers together and activated the resurrection spell. With the previously dispatched Death Warrior Yin Xiu, he was now controlling 3 Death Warriors, just reaching his capacity limit. "You two don't need to go out. Let's put on a good show together," Qin Shen said lightly. "Although we can't take down that illusion spirit, we can still make him suffer a big loss. After all, I still have treasures I haven't used. The two death warriors stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend the command. Shinshin slapped his forehead and awkwardly said, "My bad for overestimating you, let's just do a silent play. You two will restrain me later," pretending to have successfully captured me. Acting in such a high difficulty task wasn't something just anyone could handle. After all, even humans need skilled actors for filming. To deceive the advanced team leader, Shinshin had to take the stage himself. With that, the two death warriors finally understood. They first spread their wings and then raised their incredibly sharp claws, gripping Shinshin's neck. From a distance, it looked like the giant ape was being held hostage by two strange birds, and it did have a bit of a resemblance. "Should I still hide?" Lu Qing asked. "You should still hide, that illusion spirit is very strong, and the risk of a frontal assault is too great." Shinshin thought for a moment and said, "When I and the death warriors make our move, you can strike from the side." "Okay." Lu Qing transformed into the Xian Phoenix and instantly soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight. I need a bit more blood." Shinshin wiped the remaining blood from the death warriors and applied some to himself. Then, he and the two strange birds struck their disguising poses, waiting for the audience to arrive. Sigh, I shouldn't have let the battle machines take off, now traveling is a problem. Orim sighed deeply and sped up again. His speed was about as fast as a human car going 120, but for a B-class beastman, that was an incomprehensible slow pace. "The light mark is still there, that ape beast should be alive." Orim said coldly, "That's good, let me torture him." "Heh, this guy is pretty average." Looking at the captured ape beast not far away, Orim grinned. He moved his beastly feet and shouted, "Bring him over, let me see this guy's true face." The two brothers remained indifferent. After all, they were no longer advanced team members but death warriors who only followed Shinshin's orders. "Do as he says," Shinshin quickly reminded, to avoid revealing any flaws. Only then did the two death warriors drag him toward Orim. "Why does this feel a bit strange?" Orim frowned, carefully scrutinizing the three. They were covered in blood, clearly having gone through a tough battle, but the giant ape didn't seem to have sustained any serious injuries. How had he been captured by the two brothers? "Ikue, didn't I tell you to kill him?" As the three were about to get closer, Orim kept his guard up and deliberately asked. Now reduced to a death warrior, Ikue naturally wouldn't respond to anyone other than Shinshin. He just lowered his head and continued flying forward with his brother. "You guys definitely have a problem," Orim shouted, his beastly foot suddenly stomping down. A surge of overwhelming green energy instantly burrowed into the ground. Immediately, the earth began to tremble violently, and countless green plants broke through the soil, as if wanting to bury the three of them here. "Discovered?" Shinshin laughed, "but this distance is enough for me to launch a surprise attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the captured giant ape suddenly sprang up and leaped towards the illusion spirit people. A black gold giant stick instantly formed in his palm, emitting dazzling lightning. Shinshin and Orim were only about 20 meters apart, a very dangerous distance. "Traitor!" Orim shouted angrily at the two death warriors. The next second, the brothers suddenly looked up, revealing their grayish beastly eyes. They both let out a sharp howl and swooped towards their former captain. "So it was you." Seeing this scene, Orim finally understood. "Lama was killed by you, and the camp was destroyed by you." He. Shinshin smiled without speaking, only swinging down the giant stick with all his might. "Tree realm, sky-piercing wood." The giant turtle roared, and countless sharp wooden spikes shot up from beneath the ground. They were astonishingly fast, even breaking the sound barrier, creating an ear-piercing roar in mid-air. "White soul dispersal." Seeing this situation, Shinshin whispered, and right in front of Orim, he unleashed the extraordinary beast power of the white Kue. In an instant, all the wooden spikes froze in mid-air, as if they had encountered a time stop. "You can actually mimic others' powers, are you a demon star person?" Orim recognized the extraordinary beast power of his teammate at a glance, asking in shock. It wasn't entirely his fault for the misunderstanding. It could only be said that Shinshin's performance was too deceptive. Because in the known universe, only the evil spirit clan from Demon Star could mimic others' powers. Moreover, the strength Shinshin displayed was not at all the level of an ordinary Earth Star person. Only beings of the highest races possessed such talent. Hearing this, Shinshin felt a bit frustrated. This was the second time he had been mistaken for a Demon Star person. Although the Demon Star people were powerful and considered a supreme race in the universe, akin to interstellar nobility, those guys had twisted personalities and a terrible reputation, making any association with them somewhat off-putting. He. Shinshin smiled without saying anything, deliberately showing a very vague attitude. As long as he could confuse Orim, he would use any method necessary. Indeed, a tyrannical Demon Star person. Orym gritted his teeth and shouted, Earthstar is the colony of the Nightmare Legion. What are you, an evil spirit, doing here? Qinshen put on an arrogant demeanor and sneered, I come when I want, and leave when I want. If you have the guts, go report us to Demon Star. Don't go too far. Orym shouted angrily, destroying my camp and killing my teammates. Do you want to start a legion war? Supreme races could never coexist peacefully, they would have conflicts over interests, habits, and ideologies. It is worth mentioning that the elegant illusion spirit people and the twisted demon star people had long been arch-enemies. These two races could pretend to be amicable in the Star Council, but once on a colonial planet, there was no need to maintain appearances. Qinshen twisted his neck and casually said, so what? The Nightmare Legion is greedy by nature and should have handed over the colonial planet long ago. It seems someone wants to die here. Orym's eyes sharpened, suddenly unleashing his extraordinary beast power. I've heard that the combat power of Demon Star people is the strongest. Today, I, Orym, will test it. Come on, I've killed plenty of illusion spirit people before. Qinshen grinned and once again assumed an attacking stance. In his previous life, he had indeed killed many illusion spirit people and had a wealth of combat experience. Tree Realm, Earth Dragon Wood. The giant turtle let out a deafening roar towards the ground. Soon, the earth began to churn, and countless giant trees appeared and disappeared in the soil waves. They resembled swimming dragons, rushing towards Qinshen, stirring up clouds of dust along the way. Due to the overwhelming number and size of the wooden dragons, the white soul scatter could not suppress them at all. Qinshen had no choice but to retreat, trying to dodge the first wave of attacks. You two, get in there. He commanded the two death warriors while backing away. The black banshee let out a furious roar and dove towards Orym first. The white commander was slightly slower but followed closely behind. Do they really think they can hurt me? Orym snorted coldly, I can serve as the vanguard captain, so naturally, I have the ability to annihilate them alone. Suddenly, the giant turtle stomped the ground, and countless spines shot up from the earth. They instantly formed an enormous birdcage, trapping the diving death warriors tightly. Is that so? Qinshen laughed, but my real killing move isn't them. Orym was startled. Just as he turned to look back, he found his body invaded by an extremely cold energy. The beast power within him began to stagnate, and even his blood was about to freeze. Moreover, the towering trees on the back of the giant turtle were instantly frozen to death, revealing a bare turtle shell. If it weren't for this guy's high defense, he would have been severely injured long ago. After all, this was Lu Qing's full-strength strike. Ah! Orym let out a cry of pain and quickly activated the tree realm to protect himself. In an instant, thousands of giant trees burst forth from the ground, completely shielding the giant turtle from all directions. Well done! Qinshen praised, looking up. Lu Qing slowly flew over and said with some regret, sigh, I feel like I didn't do my best. This guy is just too tough. If I had known, I would have ambushed his head. You did great. After all, this guy is a strong opponent. Ambushing his head would have exposed you instead, Qinshen comforted. Hearing such reassurance, Lu Qing felt quite happy. Because Qinshen's attitude was very sincere, neither like the admiration of the Xianhuang team members nor the flattery of those with ulterior motives, it made her feel very comfortable. This guy has hidden behind the barrier. We won't be able to break through for a while. Let's rescue those two death warriors first. They are perfect cannon fodder. Qinshen pointed to the enormous birdcage in midair. Okay. Lu Qing nodded and charged forward behind him. At this moment, Orym, hiding in the giant wooden barrier, quickly expelled the extreme ice power from his body. Damn those demon star people, they actually have such powerful helpers. While channeling his beast power, he muttered to himself, but how could the demon star people have anything to do with lowly beings? They love to discriminate against species. Before hiding in the giant wooden barrier, Orym had specifically investigated the one who ambushed him. The opponent was a genuine earthling, with no connection to the myriad races of the stars. Orym couldn't help but speculate, could it be that the demon star people have already set their sights on Earth and have secretly contacted humans? If that's the case, I need to report to the Legion to prevent the enemy from seizing the initiative. Earth is an undeveloped colonial planet, and other legions certainly have colonial rights as well. Although the Nightmarish Legion is quite strong, it is not considered a large force and is not enough to intimidate other legions. Thinking of this, Orym quickly activated his terminal and uploaded a voice message. Lieutenant Drakens, I encountered an evil spirit on Earth. He has already made contact with humans, which is very likely a sign that the Demon Star people are attempting to colonize Earth. Ding dong! A few seconds later, Orym received a reply from his superior. Orym, what nonsense are you talking? The entire solar system has long been sealed off by us. There are only Nightmarish Legion warships in the starry sky. How could there be Demon Star people on Earth? Did he crawl out of a wormhole? After being ridiculed by his superior, Orem felt incredibly frustrated. He had clearly seen a demon star person and even fought against him. Can my own eyes deceive me? Captain, I'm not talking in my sleep. The opponent I'm facing can replicate others' powers. This is the talent of the evil spirit clan. Orem sent another voice message. He only had a mini terminal on him, otherwise, he could have used AR to communicate face-to-face with his superior. Oh, then keep collecting evidence. I'll find time to report to the Legion headquarters. Hearing his superior's impatient reply, Orem felt like cursing again. He took a deep breath and continued to expel the extreme ice power within him. After I kill this demon star person, I will immediately report Draken's dereliction of duty to headquarters. Why isn't this guy coming out? Is he a coward? Lu Qing asked Qin Chen while attacking the giant wooden birdcage. This shows that your extreme ice power is strong, forcing him to spend time expelling it. Qin Chen smiled and said, the more time he wastes, the more successful our plan will be. The Shadow Guard team should have already started their ambush. Lu Qing nodded and continued attacking the giant wooden birdcage. Under their powerful assault, the giant wood soon creaked and began to crumble inch by inch. The Death Warriors immediately squeezed out from the gap, spreading their wings and flying back near Qin Chen. You two look for an opportunity. As soon as you're close to him, use self-detonation. Qin Chen commanded. These brothers were not the type for direct assaults, only self-detonation could barely injure Orem. Moreover, their time was running out. Buzz! The wooden barrier began to shake, slowly opening a large mouth. Orem's figure stepped out from within, his aura still as strong as ever. Although the extreme ice power could affect him, this guy's recovery ability was also impressive, allowing him to return to peak condition in a short time. Qin Chen glanced over and mocked, Orem, I thought you were a coward. It seems you have a bit of courage. Humph, the mouth of a demon star is just cheap. Orem snorted coldly, what's your name? After you die, I'll include you in my achievements. My name is Leviathan. Qin Chen casually made up a name and added, come on, let's see who can become whose achievement. Orem suddenly stomped the ground and roared, just as I wish, you will undoubtedly die today. Let's go together. Qin Chen reminded and immediately charged toward the giant turtle. During the rush, he activated the maximum dragon ape transformation. The slender phantom on the giant ape's spine became clearer, as if a vivid dragon was appearing. This gene doesn't belong to him at all. Seeing this scene, Orem thought to himself, this guy must be a standout of the evil spirit clan. Not only can he mimic abilities, but he can also mimic genes. However, no matter how talented he is, he will eventually die at my hands. Tree Realm, Shock Wood. The ground surged again, and countless spherical giant woods jumped out. They fell like giant cannonballs, fiercely smashing toward the charging giant ape. Boom! As soon as the shockwood landed, it created a massive explosion. Phantom Stealth. Faced with the extensive explosion, Qin Chen had no choice but to retreat into the phantom space. What kind of power is this, that it can evade my bombardment? Orem shouted in surprise. But he reacted quickly, immediately raising the wooden barrier to protect his surroundings against Qin Chen's stealthy attack. He had participated in countless colonization operations and naturally possessed immense combat experience. Stealth abilities are often used for ambushes, but if one can defend in time, the opponent will be unable to strike. This guy is indeed tricky, his reaction is fast. Qin Chen felt somewhat helpless as he left the phantom space and withdrew the brute force slash. The giant wooden barrier directly thwarted his ambush plan, preventing him from getting close to Orem. I'll break his barrier, you keep looking for opportunities. Lu Qing shouted urgently. Soon, she flapped her ice blue wings, and a frigid ice storm rapidly formed in the sky. The kingdom of Oya was in the depths of winter, and as the extreme ice power took effect, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Such powerful strength, this human cannot be underestimated. Feeling the pressure from the air, Orem's heart sank. The Leviathan from the Demon Star was already quite troublesome, but now he had to be wary of the Earth Star beings in the sky. It was clear that he was about to face a tough battle. Go! Lu Qing called out softly, and the extreme ice storm quickly descended. Under the influence of the ultra-low temperature, the giant wooden barrier instantly formed a thick layer of ice, even developing irregular cracks. I absolutely cannot let her destroy it. Orem's expression darkened as he muttered to himself, if the giant wooden barrier is destroyed, I will lose my means of defense. Tree Realm, Skyward Wood. The giant turtle roared to the sky, its beastly power surging, and in the next moment, countless sharp wooden spikes shot up from the ground. Their target was the Xianhuang divine bird, aiming to bring it down. Extreme Ice, Defense. Lu Qing whispered, and a gigantic ice mirror quickly appeared in front of her. From the ground, it seemed as if the entire sky was obscured by the ice mirror. Ding ding ding! The wooden spikes collided violently against the ice mirror, the intense clash of beastly powers producing an unbearable noise. Surprisingly, the wooden spikes did not stop there, they transformed into seeds, attaching themselves to the ice mirror. Just 2 seconds later, all the seeds began to crack, and green plant shoots rapidly emerged. They started to root frantically on the ice mirror, the dark green color spreading wildly, attempting to assimilate the ice blue. What a strange power, it can actually attach itself to the ice mirror. Watching the ice mirror being eroded, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Qin Shen wasn't wrong, the strength of the aliens is indeed formidable. Extreme ice, shatter. With a soft chirp from the Xianhuang divine bird, the ice mirror, already eroded by the green plants, suddenly exploded. Instantly, countless irregular shards of ice appeared in the sky, becoming a new means of attack, plummeting towards the giant turtle below. Orem was somewhat shocked and quickly commanded the giant wooden barrier to defend. Unfortunately, the outer layer of the barrier had long been cracked by the extreme ice. Boom! The ice mirror shards crashed violently against the giant wooden barrier, forcibly creating a large breach. Damn it! Orem cursed in frustration while channeling beastly power to repair the gap. How could I encounter such a strong Earth Star being? I clearly investigated before descending. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from the breach in the barrier. This time, what came was not the bone-chilling extreme ice, but a violent and dazzling thunder. Qin Shen had actually dared to charge into the giant wooden barrier alone, an act of sheer audacity. It was known that this was Orem's territory. If he attempted any tricks, the intruder would surely suffer the consequences. You actually dare to intrude into the barrier, how foolish. Orem sneered coldly, fiercely unleashing his beastly power. In the next moment, countless spikes emerged from the walls inside the barrier, rapidly shooting inward. I don't know if you've heard this saying. Qin Shen's expression was calm as he smiled. The collapse of a massive entity often begins from within. Breaking illusion, azure eyes. Soon, a tremendous beastly power began to gather in the eyes of the Titan giant ape. The interior of the barrier was heated to a boiling point by the impending surge of thermal energy, while the wooden spikes that shot out were quickly reduced to ashes, drifting helplessly in the air. So powerful, the raider is indeed being destroyed by this energy. Orem was somewhat surprised. This was his first encounter with a life and death crisis on a colonized planet. In previous colonization missions, he had always been the one charging into battle unscathed, having once set the record for the longest time without injury in the Nightmarish Legion. Yet on this unremarkable planet, he found himself facing a life or death choice. If he didn't dodge, he would surely be severely injured by the illusory light and then killed on the spot by his opponent. But if he simply dodged without resisting, the massive wooden barrier used for defense would collapse in an instant. At that point, Orem would have to personally withstand the furious assault of the two. The two choices were merely a matter of time. He would ultimately have to confront the crisis of being surrounded and killed. I can only dodge. If it comes to worst, I'll retreat first. Under the threat of death, Orem made a difficult decision. For the noble illusory star people and the excellent officers of the Nightmarish Legion, fleeing in the face of danger was indeed somewhat disgraceful. Moreover, his opponent was 2 levels lower than him. Being driven away by someone of a lower level was simply a joke. Boom! A green beam of light shot out, and Orem summoned all his beastly strength, leaping to the right just in time to narrowly avoid the beam's impact. But in just 0.01 seconds, the illusory light had pierced through the intact parts of the wooden barrier, and flames erupted on the wood in an instant. Immediately after, Qin Shen lightly tapped his head, and the massive beam began to swing vertically. Just like cutting paper with a laser beam, the illusory light instantly cleaved the wooden barrier in half. Seeing this scene, Orem's expression turned very grim. He could only move his beastly legs and rush out of the collapsed barrier, quickly increasing the distance between himself and Qin Shen. Without the barrier's protection, he had to be even more cautious and absolutely could not withstand his opponent's killing blow. Captain Orem, aren't you a giant turtle? Qin Shen panted slightly, retracting the illusory light while mocking. Why are you now scurrying away? After being ridiculed like this, Orem's gaze turned icy. But he did not lose his composure. Instead, he said in a deep voice, I know that you mage star people have sharp tongues, so I won't be angered by it. Save your breath. After all, your last attack didn't hit me. Who said it was an attack? Qin Shen suddenly let out a cold laugh. Orem was taken aback, as if sensing something, and quickly looked up. He saw 2 strange birds, one black and one white, plummeting from the sky. They were enveloped in terrifying beastly power, flying at an astonishing speed, seemingly the last desperate strike of their lives. Boom! Boom! Orem had no time to dodge. His beastly body was immediately engulfed by the 2 self-destructing attacks. Same old trick. This guy actually got hit twice. Is he really an illusory star person? Xin Chen said somewhat dejectedly. If the illusory star people he faced in his past life had been this foolish, he wouldn't have had to expend so much effort in a battle of wits and courage. Can this kill him? Lu Qing slowly flew over, looking at the smoke and mist not far away. Of course not. His beast form is called Ancient Tree Giant Turtle, with exceptional defense and top-notch recovery abilities, Xin Chen explained. But it should be able to injure him, with the injury likely between light and heavy. Lu Qing responded with an "oh," saying, if we kill him now, wouldn't our mission be considered complete? You could say that, since the strongest combat power of the advance team is this captain. Xin Chen nodded and said, if this guy dies, the other advance team members won't be able to stir up any trouble, because I will eliminate them one by one. How about we give it a try? Lu Qing showed interest. If they could accomplish everything in one go, she certainly didn't want to fight more than necessary. Alright, let's give it a shot. Xin Chen nodded and casually replied. He didn't hold out much hope. Although Aurum was being beaten back, this guy would surely try to escape, and he and Lu Qing wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, the others were officers of the Alliance and must have high-tech devices on them for self-preservation. If they rashly pursued, it could easily lead to unforeseen complications. However, since Lu Qing had taken the initiative to propose it, Xin Chen had no reason to refuse. With her enthusiasm, he certainly didn't want to dampen her spirit. Buzz! The smoke gradually dissipated, and the battered giant turtle slowly crawled out. It was covered in dark blood, and a few feathers were even stuck to its head, looking quite ridiculous. Aurum's eyes burned with fury as he roared, Leviathan, you're dead. Oh, how do you want me to die? Xin Chen chuckled, mocking, look at you in such a pathetic and comical state. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Aurum could no longer maintain his composure, gritting his teeth and cursing, I'll pull your bones out one by one. Feng yi na. Xin Chen smiled and surprisingly spoke a strange language. Isn't that just the language of the illusionary spirit star? Who can't do that? Lu Qing looked at him in shock, not expecting this guy to even master an alien language. He was truly multi-talented. The phrase roughly meant NMMSL, which was considered a very vicious curse on the illusionary spirit star. Because the people of the illusionary spirit star were very filial, anyone who dared to disrespect their parents would be expelled. Hearing his mother being cursed, Aurum was furious enough to explode. Due to his unstable mental state, his beastly power began to fluctuate irregularly, causing countless green plants to wildly grow around the giant turtle's feet. Soon, a vast oasis appeared above the desert of the Aoya kingdom. It seems you still have some value. You can help with the greening here, Xin Chen laughed. You will pay for your barbaric rudeness with your life. Aurum, of course, couldn't understand Xin Chen's taunts and was just spouting threats to himself. He just said a curse, and you want him dead. Lu Qing shook her head and sighed, then shouldn't you be torn to pieces for invading Earth and slaughtering humans? What are you? Aurum glared at Lu Qing, disdainfully cursing, what right does a lowly creature have to talk to me? It was clear that this guy was a blatant speciesist. Even after being thoroughly beaten by Xin Chen and Lu Qing, he still held such a hard line. Ha, I don't deserve to talk to you? I hope you can maintain this attitude when your head hits the ground. Lu Qing sneered, quickly gathering her beastly power. In the next second, a giant ice hammer slowly formed in midair. Against the armored turtle, a blunt weapon that could cause internal injuries was the best tool for combat. Xin Chen also summoned his black gold giant stick and rushed towards Aurum. Battles between beast transformists often erupted at any moment. There was no build-up, no hesitation, just like beasts meeting in a narrow path in the jungle. The ice hammer poses too great a threat. We must deal with that earthling first. Aurum quickly made a decision, stomping his beastly foot down hard on the ground. Tree realm vine wood. Countless dark green vines rapidly spread along the ground, like a swarm of snakes emerging from their nest. They varied in thickness and length, but their target was singular, the Xianoang divine bird flying low. Be careful, the sky is coming for you. Xin Chen turned back to remind her, then quickly launched an attack on Aurum. The fiercer his assault, the less Aurum could afford to be distracted, which in turn reduced the pressure on Lu Qing. Don't worry, he can't do anything to me, Lu Qing said confidently. Facing the incoming dark green vines, she immediately summoned her beast power, transforming her ice hammer into a giant ice blade. Swish, swish, swish. Each swing of the flying ice blade severed more than 10 vines, causing them to fall to the ground. However, after a few minutes, the number of vines not only did not decrease but instead increased, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Lu Qing squinted and realized something was amiss. The vines that had been cut by the ice blade all burrowed into the soil. After just a few seconds, they could actually regrow, even starting to split and reproduce. These plants are too resilient, aren't they? Lu Qing frowned and murmured, I must smash them to pieces to completely kill them. After saying that, she let out a soft sound and unleashed her extraordinary beast power towards the dense vines. Extreme Ice Tooth Cutter. The sharp ice blade transformed again, instantly splitting into 8 giant gears. They had numerous teeth, and the edges emitted a cold gleam, clearly a formidable killing tool. The 8 gears first interlocked with each other, then sped towards the vines. It was as if they were harvesting wheat. The extreme ice gears formed a highly efficient harvesting machine. They could not only quickly cut through the vines but also crush them into bits, preventing any chance of regrowth. Seeing this scene, Shinshin smiled. What a clever move, coming up with a solution so quickly. Orim was somewhat annoyed and quickly withdrew the vines. The attack and regeneration of the vines required him to supply beast power. Since it was ineffective, he needed to retract them early to avoid wasting energy. Buzz! The extreme ice gears transformed back into a heavy hammer, smashing down towards Orim's shell. Wherever the ice hammer passed, the sound of howling cold wind would immediately follow. If this strike landed, the ancient tree giant turtle would surely suffer severe internal injuries. After all, this guy hadn't fully recovered from his previous wounds. Mighty Elephant Power Slash. Shin Chen whispered, his right arm rapidly gathering strength. He prepared to coordinate with the ice hammer and launch an attack simultaneously. Even if he couldn't kill Orim, he could at least inflict serious injuries. No, these two are too strong together. If I take this head on, something bad will definitely happen. Orim's heart raced as he looked at the ice hammer coming down. If he took this hit, he felt he might die on the spot. I should escape. Once I recover, I'll come back to kill Leviathan. Orim thought for a moment and immediately made his decision. In the next second, countless beast powers surged around him, and lush green plants grew beneath the giant turtle's feet, completely enveloping it. He's trying to run. Shin Chen, with keen eyesight, immediately noticed the opponent's unusual actions. He saw the green plants wildly spreading backward, actually carrying the ancient tree giant turtle as it quickly fled into the distance. This escape method was like riding a high-speed train, with the green plants beneath Orim's feet acting as a fast-moving vehicle. He can escape like this? Lu Qing was dumbfounded at this scene. She quickly spread her wings to fly, but she couldn't even see the shadow of the giant turtle anymore. All that remained was a lush green plant trail. This guy runs really fast. Lu Qing flew back, feeling somewhat frustrated. This speed doesn't match his giant turtle beast form at all. Shinshin smiled and said, "You're mistaken, Orim's true speed isn't fast. It's just that his extraordinary beast power is very strong. If he could maintain that speed for a long time, he would have arrived long ago, and his teammates wouldn't have been killed by me so quickly." "Oh, I see." Lu Cheng nodded and asked, "That guy will definitely go looking for his team members. What should we do about our people? If we run into Orim, our team members won't stand a chance. We'll support them and cover their retreat when the time comes." Shin Shen put away the black gold giant stick, got on all fours, and sprinted into the distance. Lu Qing spread her wings and soared into the sky. "Brother Duan, we've finished administering the poison." Dai Hong slowly emerged from the shadows, as if he had drilled up from the ground. "Where's Old Li?" Duan Feng asked. "What is he doing? Why didn't he come back with you?" Dai Hong scratched his head with a claw and said, "He said he needed to prepare something big and told me to report back first. Anyway, that guy is safe and has ways to protect himself. Alright, let's get ready and launch the ambush soon." After saying this, Duan Feng called over Xingyu, "You, when I run out later, you fly out with me. The bad guys this time are those in gray uniforms." "Oh." Xingyu elongated the sound and asked, "Do I just need to knock them down?" "Yes." Duan Feng nodded. "You understands." Xingyu replied while munching on a sausage. Perhaps because he had been hungry before, Xingyu always liked to carry snacks. Even before a tense battle, he had to nibble a few bites. "Wan Ro, can you blend in with the survivors of Aoya and attract the attention of that group from the front?" Duan Feng turned to ask. This task was very risky. No matter how high Lin Wanro's defense was, she was still only a C2 level, yet she had to attract the attention of more than 10 B-level alien powerhouses. "No problem, as long as my rock formation is completed, I can withstand high-intensity attacks," Lin Wanro said calmly. "Moreover, that group has been poisoned, so their strength must have diminished significantly." "That's good." Duan Feng replied and added, "Then you should set off now. When the toxin erupts, we will launch the ambush." Lin Wanro nodded and immediately made her way toward the survivors in the distance. At this moment, Fen Weili had already surrounded the group of survivors with his team. However, due to the stubborn resistance from the other side, the cleanup operation was unexpectedly hindered. "You bastards, if you want to harm them, you'll have to step over my dead body." A bald man shouted angrily at the advance team. He seemed to be the leader of this group, looking very responsible. Facing the powerful aliens, he stepped forward, single-handedly guarding the other survivors, displaying fearless courage. Langcoat, we'll fight them. Under the bald man's influence, other men also stood up, shielding the elderly, women, and children behind them. Apart from B-level Langcoat, there were hardly any men in this group who exceeded D-level, yet they all showed a look of defiance in the face of death. When facing brutal enemies, begging for mercy and surrendering were meaningless, because the butcher would not pity the lamb, and the mischievous child would not spare the ant. Humans could only resist with all their might to retain their last shred of dignity. May the gods bless us. Langcoat clenched his fists and whispered to his companions beside him. Yes, may the gods bless us. Everyone responded in unison. Immediately, this group of humans activated their beast transformation and charged toward the advance team. Clearly, this was an act of moths to a flame, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But they had no other choice. Rather than become pigs that only knew how to wail, it was better to be a pack of mad dogs. Ha ha ha, you're killing me, lowly creatures are just lowly creatures, it's truly ridiculous. Did anyone record this? I think this scene could make it to the interstellar comedy charts. Looking at such a tragic scene, the members of the advance team couldn't help but laugh. The reason they did not immediately launch an attack was that they wanted to see the expressions of these humans before their deaths, as if watching a play. Kilialu, go shatter their illusions. Fenwayli shouted out a team member while laughing. It would be best to make them despair, to let them know the gap between species. Hee hee, I will satisfy you. The multi-legged monster Kilialu walked up from the back of the group. He grinned menacingly at the survivors and boldly activated his beast transformation. In the next second, a gigantic octopus monster, as large as a building, appeared. What a huge octopus! Upon seeing such a massive creature, Xingyu suddenly exclaimed, "How many takoyaki can he make?" Hearing this, the others were dumbfounded. While everyone else was thinking about how to counter the powerful opponent, Xingyu was thinking about snacks. Ahem, after we go back, I'll let you eat your fill. For now, just have a sausage to satisfy your cravings, Gaorui quickly said. Oh. Xingyu stared at the giant octopus while tasting the sausage in his hand, as if that would allow him to smell the aroma of takoyaki. Bang! On the other side, the survivors had already engaged in battle with the giant octopus, but it was essentially a one-sided massacre. The giant octopus could easily swat several human beast transformers to death with a casual sweep of its tentacles. Seeing this scene, Langcoat was anxious but powerless to save his companions' lives. He was just a newly promoted B1 level beast transformer, and being able to protect himself against an alien enemy was already quite good. Kilialu, are you capable or not? The advance team members began to jeer, shouting, "These humans are weaker than the ant beasts at the space station. How come you haven't killed them all yet after so long?" "Who said I can't do it?" The giant octopus retorted while attacking the survivors. "Do you know where the last person who said I couldn't do it went?" Upon hearing this, the team members' smiles froze instantly. The last person who mocked him was Lamu, who had self-destructed in the camp. This incident was a disgrace for the advance team, and Kilialu actually brought it up to retort, showing an utter lack of emotional intelligence. Realizing that his teammates' expressions were not good, Kilialu quickly understood he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly changed the subject, explaining, "It's not that I can't do it, it's just that I haven't eaten, and I feel a bit weak. Hey, now that you mention it, I feel a bit hungry too." "You're hungry too? I thought I was the only one hungry? Turns out everyone is hungry." Hearing this strange conversation, Fenwayli was suddenly alarmed. "You're all hungry?" Fenwayli's gaze was very strange as he quickly asked the team members. Yes. Being questioned like this by the vice captain, the team members felt a bit embarrassed. As soldiers of the Alliance Army, it was quite shameful to have such a basic problem. If they couldn't even handle something as simple as energy replenishment, what were they colonizing for? They might as well return to their home planets and find their mothers. Something's wrong. Fenwayli suddenly became serious and said, "We had made ample preparations before our operation, and the energy supply must have been in place. But just a few hours in, you all feel hungry. This is absolutely abnormal." After hearing the vice captain's explanation, the team members panicked. For the sake of face, they had been enduring their hunger without saying anything, but they didn't realize this was exactly the sign of falling into a trap. If it weren't for the emotionally clueless Kilialu leading the way, they might have concealed it for a long time. All team members, immediately take action and eliminate this group of humans as quickly as possible. Fenwayli immediately issued the order, "We have fallen into the enemy's trap. We must clear time to resolve this issue." Yes. The advance team members immediately activated their beast transformation and fiercely charged at the survivors. A piercing scream suddenly rang out, startling the anxious Fenwayli, who turned to look. The one who screamed was not a survivor, but a member of the advance team. His body was covered in countless abscesses, a foul stench wafting through the air. This is a sign of poisoning. Fan Willie rushed over, pushing the team member to the ground and shouting, "Activate the treatment system for team member 087, inject high concentration antidote." AI reminder, team member 087 has been infected with 38 unknown toxins, antidote injection is not possible. Upon hearing the terminal's warning, Fan Willie was left dumbfounded. 38 toxins. When did this happen? Could the others also? Before he could finish his thoughts, several more screams erupted behind him. It was clear that other team members were also showing severe symptoms of poisoning. Fan Willie turned to look and found some team members covered in rashes, seemingly itching uncontrollably. Others were frothing at the mouth, their eyes vacant, as if possessed, and still others were breathing rapidly, their faces flushed, as if they were about to suffocate. Damn it! Who did this? Fan Willie roared in anger, quickly searching the surroundings to find the trace of the poisoner. Right now, there were only two ways to help the team members detoxify. The first method was to return to the aircraft, analyze the toxins in the medical laboratory, and create a specialized antidote. Unfortunately, Aurum had already taken the aircraft into the air, and it would take time to land. The team members simply couldn't wait. The second method was to find the poisoner and have him neutralize the toxins. Looks like you aliens aren't so great after all. Li Jingde, hiding in the shadows, muttered to himself, "If it weren't for the time constraint, I could give you dozens more." Toxins are all about equality among beings. As long as the target isn't invincible, they will be affected by toxins. If one type doesn't work, then 10, or even dozens or hundreds. If the toxicity is too weak, it can be replaced with something stronger or more annoying. There's always a method of poisoning that suits you best. Hey, does this guy still want to find me? Li Jingde grinned. What good would that do? I can only poison, not detoxify. His beast form was a plague rat, with the extraordinary beast power named Venom. Only through toxins could Li Jingde inflict damage, so he had no ability to neutralize toxins. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted from the crowd as a massive rock crocodile descended. Its mouth gaped wide, and a torrent of earthy beast power surged forth, coalescing into giant boulders. Whoosh! As soon as the boulders formed, they were hurled towards the suffering advance team members. The bald man immediately coordinated with Lin Wanru's attack, starting to beat down the drowned dog. Enemy attack! Fan Willie shouted to alert the team, but he soon felt something was off himself. He felt a raging fire ignite within him, burning his insides painfully. Venom! Li Jingde suddenly jumped out from his hiding place, instantly unleashing his extraordinary beast power. Bang bang bang! In the next moment, a colorful cloud of toxic mist exploded around the surface of the advance team members. The explosive power of the toxic mist was astonishing, as it turned the aliens into a bloody mess within seconds. The venom was linked to the types of toxins on the target. The more toxins there were, the greater the explosive power. Li Jingde had unleashed dozens of toxins, which could certainly create an explosion strong enough to harm B-class powerhouses. Kill! Duan Feng, who had been lurking for a long time, shouted, transforming into a blood-colored wolf dog and charging forward madly. Xingyu also transformed into a griffin, soaring into the sky propelled by an endless gale. Notably, he had a bundle of sausages clamped in his mouth. Everyone sprang into action, and the key support, Director Gao, of course, could not fall behind. The shimmering dark butterfly fluttered its wings slightly, releasing countless soft rays of light from its mouth. The light seemed to possess life, actively flying towards the Dark Guard members. After being empowered by the shimmering light, Duan Feng's attributes surged dramatically, as if he had already touched the threshold of B rank. Blood assault. A frantic bark suddenly echoed in his ears, and the giant octopus Qilu was terrified and dodged backward. But it was a futile effort. Under the influence of the crimson beast power, the blood within Qilu began to flow abnormally, as if it wanted to burst out of its body. How is this possible? Qilu spat blood in disbelief, shouting, "You actually controlled my blood?" The pain of blood bursting from the body was several times more terrifying than the effects of toxins. Duan Feng remained cold and silent, increasing the supply of beast power while biting with bloodied jaws. It hurt so much. Qilu let out a shrill scream, its tentacles thrashing uncontrollably beneath it, nearly injuring its own teammates. Retreat! All units retreat! Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Fan Willie shouted in pain. Swish! The only response was the sound of teammates spitting blood. Who are you? The bald man Langcoat asked excitedly while attacking. Are you the Global Alliance sent to rescue us? Ha, it's better to save yourself than to rely on heaven, Lin Wanru replied coldly. You just need to know that we are here to kill aliens, and that's enough. Hearing this, Langcoat nodded. No matter what, you still saved us. I will fight with all my strength. Everyone, immediately return to the original campsite and wait for the aircraft to land. Aurum shouted into the communication channel, but received no response. Just as he was puzzled, the voice of the demon star Leviathan rang out from behind. Captain Orem, don't waste your energy. Your team is in deep trouble and has no time to talk to you. It's you again. Orem gritted his teeth and shouted, did you have your sights set on our advance team from the very beginning? Ha, what's an advance team to us? Qin Shen pretended to be unconcerned and said, it was just a matter of convenience. We demon stars are the strongest in the universe and don't need to deliberately target anyone. His arrogant demeanor truly captured the essence of the demon stars, infuriating Orem to the point of grinding his teeth. Fine, since you want to kill my team, I'll go deal with your people. After throwing down this harsh remark, Orem immediately rushed towards the direction of the advance team for support. Then let's see who can support faster. Qin Shen grinned and chased after him. Meanwhile, the members of the advance team were retreating step by step. They had been poisoned by multiple toxins and, without an antidote, could not organize an effective resistance. Although the enemy was of a lower level, their combat power was no joke, and in a short time, they had already killed several team members. Fenwayli cried out in pain, struggling to say, whoever is in better shape, hurry up and kill that giant butterfly. If it weren't for the enhancement of the shimmering dark butterfly, the attackers would not have been able to harm them at all. It was just like playing a game. Regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, one must first deal with the healer. I can't do it. I really can't move anymore, it hurts too much. Someone cried tears of pain because half of their body had been crushed by a boulder. Then you all defend yourselves, I'll go deal with it. As the vice-captain, Fenwayli could only grit his teeth and go. As time passed, he became somewhat accustomed to the burning pain within him and could barely move. He saw the terrifying wolf-tiger beast charging madly towards Gao Rui. Director Gao, be careful. Seeing this scene, Duan Feng, who was fighting fiercely, shouted loudly, I'll go help him defend. Lin Wanru immediately left the battlefield and quickly returned to the rear for support. The massive rock crocodile stirred up clouds of dust with just a few steps, rapidly reducing visibility in the area. Die for me! Fenwayli's wolf-headed maw opened wide, and two tiger claws in front of him crossed as they reached out. If Gao Rui, as a support-type beastman, were to take that hit, he would surely be in grave danger. As the saying goes, a healer cannot heal themselves. If something happened to Gao Rui, it would be difficult to find someone to save him in a short time. In fact, according to the standards of the resistance, a squad should be equipped with at least 2 support-type beastmen, allowing them to complement and rescue each other. Moreover, it would alleviate the treatment pressure on a single support-type beastman. However, this operation was somewhat rushed, and Qin Shen simply couldn't find a second suitable support-type beastman for the mission. Rock maze! Lin Wanru shouted angrily, and countless hard rocks rose from the ground, blocking the path of the wolf-tiger beast. Bang bang! As soon as they made contact, several indestructible rock barriers were shattered by the wolf-tiger beast. This showed that Fenwayli's strength was indeed formidable. If he weren't poisoned, he could even single-handedly wipe out the entire Dark Guard squad. However, the rocks still managed to delay him for a few seconds. Seizing this opportunity, the flowing-like mysterious butterfly flapped its wings with all its might and flew into the air. As long as I can fly, this guy definitely can't hurt me, Gao Rui thought to himself, attaching beast power to the butterfly's wings to accelerate its flight speed. Want to escape? Fenwayli roared to the sky, and a massive beast shadow suddenly burst forth from within him. It turned out that this wolf-tiger beast could split itself. He could divide into a wolf and a tiger, effectively doubling his strength. The tiger's shadow let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests, causing Gao Rui to sway violently, as if he were about to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the wolf shadow rushed forward, its limbs suddenly landing on the tiger shadow's back, leaping to an astonishing height, just a meter away from biting the flowing light mysterious butterfly. Bang! At this critical moment, a fierce gust of wind swept in, forcefully blowing the wolf shadow off course, making it bite into thin air. Uncle, hurry, and get on my back! Xingyu shouted to Gao Rui. If he hadn't arrived in time to rescue him, Gao Rui would have surely met his end in a foreign land. Thank goodness. Gao Rui, still shaken, quickly spread his wings and flew onto the griffin's back. Although both were flying creatures, the mysterious butterfly was certainly no match for the griffin. Due to the vast difference in their sizes, the griffin could reach heights with a single flap of its wings, while the butterfly needed dozens of flaps to achieve the same. Damn it! Seeing his guaranteed attack miss, Fenwayli was furious to the point of exploding. Moreover, due to his emotional turmoil, the burning poison within him became even more severe. Great, no one got hurt. Seeing the griffin and the two soar into the clouds, Duan Feng let out a sigh of relief and turned to continue attacking the advance team members. Although Lin Wanru had withdrawn from the battlefield midway, he and the bald man Langcoat had worked well together, managing to scare off more than a dozen aliens. "Captain! The captain is back!" The advanced team members, who had been struggling, suddenly shouted with joy. They saw a vast expanse of dense greenery appear in the distance, which was Captain Orom's tree realm. "Unfortunately, we haven't killed many, and the enemy reinforcements have arrived." Duan Feng felt somewhat unwilling and decided to unleash his most powerful blood assault. One of the advanced team members in front of him began to violently vomit blood, with all the holes in his body oozing large amounts of blood. Even the pores in his skin were no exception. Bang! As the ancient tree giant turtle's figure appeared, the unfortunate guy who had been hit by the blood assault suddenly exploded, the foul-smelling warm blood instantly splattering all over the advanced team members. Seeing his comrade die tragically before him, Orum was filled with rage. Without a word, he unleashed a powerful tree realm. In the next moment, lush green plants began to grow wildly in the area. Their growth rate was astonishing. Within just 2 seconds, the height of the greenery exceeded 5 meters. Clearly, Orum intended to bury all the humans in this area, turning them into fertilizer for the tree realm. The remnants of the Yuya tribe shouted in panic, thinking they were saved, only to face death once more. "Tell them to run out," Duan Feng shouted to Lanket while gathering the remaining beast power to accelerate. Before Lanket could even call out, a small group of the elderly, women, and children were devoured by the greenery, not even able to scream. "Run, don't stop." Lanket was frantic, picking up several children in his beast's mouth and hurriedly fleeing towards the edge of the tree realm. "Quick, get into my shadow." A large mass of darkness suddenly unfolded on the ground, and Dai Hong, transformed into a black cat, appeared before the remnants. But this group of survivors was so frightened that they had lost their wits and showed no reaction. Dai Hong had no choice but to control the ghostly shadow to swallow them all and then escape outside. "You are all going to die." Orum let out a chilling laugh, increasing the supply of beast power once more. The growth rate of the tree realm surged several times, with towering greenery rising up to block out the sky. This was Orum's terrifying power, using the life of plants to take the lives of enemies. Mighty Elephant Slash. Just as the tree realm was about to fully grow, forming a sealed space, a sharp beam of light descended from the sky. This attack was like countless mighty elephants charging forward, leaving no grass in their wake. Bang! The tree realm was suddenly split apart, and those who had not yet escaped were once again hit by the cold wind. However, the colder the wind, the more excited they became, for it was the wind that symbolized life. "Get out!" Duan Feng, who had already reached the edge of the tree realm, was overjoyed and waved his hand to call out. People used their hands and feet, finally escaping from the brink of death. "That was quick!" Orum shouted angrily, "Leviathan, one day I will kill you. Always at your service." Shinshin landed steadily and said, "But right now, it seems you have no right to say that." Orum did not respond directly but coldly scanned everyone, saying, "You walking with a bunch of lowly creatures is simply a disgrace to our supreme race. What a joke! The one who got beaten like a dead dog feels no shame, but I, who found a group of helpers, am the one who feels ashamed?" Shinshin mocked. If the Nightmare Legion knew someone was running away in defeat, they would probably strip him of his rank immediately. He exaggerated on purpose, specifically for the advanced team to hear. If the team members knew their captain was fleeing in disgrace, their morale would surely plummet. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the team members couldn't help but look at Orum, wanting to hear the truth from their captain. "You're talking nonsense. I was just tactically retreating." Orum cursed in exasperation. His strength was more than enough to handle both Qin Shen and Lu Qing, but he had not fully recovered from his previous injuries and needed time to heal. And Qin Shen's words directly labeled him a coward. TSK, someone is getting anxious." Qin Shen pretended to be magnanimous and said, "I can understand, after all, with the team members around, the captain definitely needs to save face." You all heard that. Captain Orum absolutely did not run away. The advanced team members, while enduring the excruciating pain of the toxins, showed a look of despair. So this was the truth, even the incredibly powerful captain had to flee, so how could they defeat their opponents? What a despicable mouth. Orum's face turned ashen, and steam even began to rise from his large head. This guy was so angry that his body temperature had risen significantly. "Captain, let's retreat." Fenwilly whispered, "We're all poisoned, our combat power has dropped by 60%, and we can't deal with them at all. If this group of guys attacks you together, it could lead to terrible consequences. I can take them on." Even the vice captain believed Leviathan's nonsense, and Orum was nearly driven mad. All right, you can take them on," Fenwilly said with a bitter face, "but we're about to be in so much pain that if we don't get on the aircraft soon, we might die from the poison." Orum took a deep breath and closed his eyes, saying, "Then let's go, return and clear this place with the particle accelerator cannon." He never expected that the foolish method proposed by Yensho would now be adopted by him. Who is the real fool? This question seemed to have an answer. Leviathan, get ready to face death. Orem spat out a harsh remark. In the next second, the ancient tree turtle stomped the ground, and countless green plants immediately enveloped the advance team. He ran away again. Shin Shen said somewhat helplessly. Orem was very strong. If he simply wanted to escape, there was no way they could stop him. After all, that guy's injuries had mostly healed. Ah, it's a pity we didn't kill more enemies. Duan Feng said regretfully, if I burned my blood energy, maybe I could have taken down a few more. Shin Shen smiled and said, don't underestimate yourselves. You've done very well. A few C levels can drive a group of B levels back. The future is promising. He hadn't chosen his team members randomly. Each Dark Guard had unique talents, and as long as conditions allowed, they could fight above their level. Buzz. As the green plants spread away, the figures of the advance team quickly disappeared. Thank you for your help. Lanket hurriedly stepped forward, extremely excited, and said, if it weren't for your rescue, we would have been slaughtered. Just doing what we could. Hurry and find a safe place to hide. We still have a mission to complete, Shinshin said. Okay. Thank you, we'll leave first. Lanket said somewhat helplessly. He had originally wanted to ask Qin Shan and the others to continue protecting the survivors, but the other party's attitude was cold, making it difficult to communicate, so he could only leave first. Watching the survivors slowly depart, Lu Qing, who had descended from the sky, asked, was this ambush successful? Of course it was. We killed several people and tested the enemy's strength, which is already a big gain, Qin Shen explained. So how will they retaliate next? Lu Qing asked again. It was obvious that after the advance team returned, they would regroup and launch a more ferocious offensive. After this setback, they should use high-tech weaponry. Qin Shen said confidently, but we have that too. At worst, we can have a direct confrontation. Is that reliable? Lu Qing's face showed concern. Compared to using weaponry, she trusted her own strength more. If the success or failure of the mission depended on weapons, it always felt a bit unsettling. Of course it's reliable, they will never know that we have weapons capable of destroying interstellar aircraft, Qin Shen smiled. Alright, then let's hurry back and prepare. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Xingyu, let's go back for dinner. Qin Shen shouted to the sky. Soon, the majestic griffin emerged from the clouds, carrying a somewhat dazed Gao Rui on its back. Brother, Ayu is back. The original site of the advance camp. Captain, did you just say to use the particle accelerator cannon? Fan Willie showed a difficult expression and said, but we used the Seeker before, and the aircraft's energy definitely isn't enough to power the accelerator cannon. Ha, have you forgotten about that batch of Lingza crystals? Orem sneered, immediately notify Yensho to bring the crystals back. Captain. Someone pointed not far away and curiously said, isn't Yensho just sitting there? That's even better, we can use new energy right now. Looking at the back of the three-headed lizard, Orem quickly led his team over. Rock repair, where's the spirit water crystal? The crystal was given to the master. Rock repair slowly turned around, 3 pairs of gray beast eyes glaring fiercely at the left team members behind Orem. Boom! A second terrifying explosion occurred at the site of the camp. How was the harvest? As Qin Shan and the others returned to the temporary camp, Lu Wuxin walked out of the cave. Before the operation, Kalami had used his power to alter the terrain, forcibly creating a huge cave at the foot of the mountain to hide the transport plane. The harvest was great, we came out unscathed, while they lost several team members. After saying this, Qin Shan suddenly paused, as if sensing something. The others looked at him curiously. After a moment, Qin Shan grinned and said, I just received some good news. The advance team I sent out was blown to bits by the death warriors I dispatched earlier, and the casualties should double. Good. Lu Wuxin clapped his hands and laughed. That's great. Taking them out in one go like this means our mission will definitely be a success. Qin Shen nodded, showing a look of satisfaction. Are you talking about that 3-headed lizard? Lu Qing asked curiously, don't death warriors have a duration? Why did it self-destruct so late? Because she was very interested in Qin Shen's resurrection ability, Lu Qing had been observing closely. She clearly remembered that the Soul Star brothers were sent out to self-destruct due to insufficient duration. Hearing this question, Qin Shen explained, the task I assigned it was to kill the left team members of the advance team, but since the Death Warrior couldn't find the left team, it had to return to the camp and wait, automatically entering standby mode. In this state, the Death Warrior doesn't expend energy, and the duration becomes very long. Once the advance team returned, it immediately activated self-destruction, catching them off guard. I see. Lu Qing suddenly understood, this ability was indeed powerful, like an automatic tracking timed bomb. TSK, if you used this ability to do bad things in Star Moon City, our reverse scale would definitely have a headache. Gao Rui sighed. As soon as this was said, the Dark Guard members suddenly became uncomfortable, looking in other directions. Before coming to Aoya country, the 5 of them had indeed played the role of bandits, and the mastermind was none other than Captain Xin Shen. Director Gao is joking. I, Xin Shen, abide by the law and am an exemplary citizen, absolutely would not engage in illegal activities, Xin Shen said with righteous indignation. At the same time, I am sworn enemies with evil. My last report on the Euro agent was actually to promote justice. It was clear that this guy's acting skills were off the charts. As expected of the captain, effortlessly saying such shameless things, Dai Han thought excitedly, as if he believed shamelessness was a commendable trait. After hearing this, Gao Rui's left eyelid suddenly twitched a few times. Is this guy hiding something from me? Director Gao silently thought, when we get back, let Shamu handle it and see what he says. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Gao Rui began distributing food. Xingyu could no longer contain himself, eagerly staring at the food box. Little girl Barbara sat beside him, curiously asking, Big brother, are you very hungry? The little girl simply couldn't understand how someone could be hungrier than her, a descendant of the ruins. Don't call me big brother, I'm only 2 years older than you. Xingyu reminded her seriously, then added, transforming consumes energy, so I need to eat a lot. Barbara was taken aback. She didn't know about Xingyu's situation and thought he was just like the other adults. Ayu, here's an elbow. Gao Rui walked over, cheerfully saying, it's a pity we didn't bring octopus canned food, you can just gnaw on the elbow. Thank you, uncle. Xingyu laughed foolishly, but then he looked at the little lowly beside him and quickly said, Uncle, can you give my sister an elbow too? Of course. Gao Rui quickly rummaged through the food box and soon handed a can to Barbara. Thank you, uncle, thank you, brother. Barbara was a bit at a loss. She had already received a can of chicken, and now she was being stuffed with an elbow. Soon, the 2 children began to gnaw on the elbow, eating with great delight. Inside the transport plane, Xin Shan and Lu Wuxin were inspecting the quantum energy cannon. This weapon was the key tool for intercepting interstellar fighters and could not be taken lightly. Xin Shan, what kind of weapons do you think those aliens will have? Lu Wuxin suddenly asked. Of course, they will have cannons too, Xin Shan explained. Interstellar fighters are equipped with a weapon called a particle accelerator cannon. That thing is extremely powerful, and with just one shot, it can destroy most objects on the surface. So powerful? Hearing about such a terrifying weapon, Lu Wuxin surprisingly showed no signs of worry, even revealing an excited and curious expression. After all, this old man was a professor of the dome, who had spent his life researching animal weapons. Now, hearing about such powerful weapons, he would naturally be extremely interested. That is a weapon that humans find hard to contend with. Xin Shen shook his head and explained, it doesn't cause damage through explosions but accelerates microscopic particles, using an endless stream of particles to strike the target. Lu Wuxin was astonished, murmuring, using a particle stream to strike, wouldn't the target be instantly torn apart? Yes, even A-class powerhouses cannot withstand the particle cannon. Xin Shen sighed and said, in the face of the particle cannon's attack, the only thing we can do is run, to escape the range of the particle stream. Speaking of this topic, he couldn't help but recall the past of the wars in his previous life. He vaguely remembered it was a clear sunny day. Countless interstellar fighters hovered over the surface of the Earth, all activating their particle accelerator cannons. After a round of volleys, more than 30 legions of the resistance were reduced to ashes, and thousands of humans were left with nothing. This was the sorrow of the Earth, and the pain of humanity. Back in reality, Lu Wuxin sighed and murmured, I hope I can see the Earth become strong before I die. You will, because this is the hope of all humanity, Xin Shen said. Lu Wuxin scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, and said, that group of the descendants shouldn't want the Earth to become strong, right? As the saying goes, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away, and when the rabbits die, the dogs are cooked. Xin Shen laughed and said, if humanity is weak, how can the descendants gain the trust of the Alliance army? You must know, lapdogs are meant to bite. Ha ha, right. Lu Wuxin laughed heartily and said, without humans, who would need lapdogs? You two come over for dinner. Lu Qing's voice suddenly rang out from outside the transport plane, finish eating before inspecting. Coming. Xin Shen put down his tools and responded to the outside. Lu Wuxing took off his gloves and walked outside while saying, everyone has seen aliens, but I, the old man, haven't seen them. You must take me out next time. Sure, next time let Professor Lu blow them away. Listening to the teen's shrill screams, Orum's hands trembled violently. This was a sign of suppressed anger, proving that he was furious to the extreme. Leviathan! 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 Orem called out 3 times, as if he wanted to engrave this name in his heart. Captain, the fighter has landed, let's hurry up. Finally, who had lost an arm in the explosion, said softly. This was the most tragic experience of his military career. Not only had he been repeatedly betrayed by a group of indigenous creatures, but now he had also lost an arm. Go ahead, you all get treated first. I'll step outside for some fresh air, Orem said. Seeing this, Finalizing didn't insist further and quickly called the other surviving team members to board the aircraft. The originally fully staffed advance team of 30 was now reduced to just 11, and among these survivors, 4 were seriously injured and unconscious. Looking up at the now darkened night sky, Orem muttered to himself, I must kill the demon star being, or he will become my psychological shadow. The phantom star beings were always emotionally stable and rarely got angry. Yet he had been toyed with by Leviathan, who could provoke him with just a few words, which was truly unacceptable. Not enough energy, can't use the particle accelerator cannon. Orem fell into deep thought, needing to come up with the best counterattack plan. If I could find the batch of minerals collected by the raiders, perhaps things would take a turn for the better. He pondered while touching his elven ears. This was a trait of the phantom star beings. They valued the length of their ears as a form of beauty, thus placing great importance on them. The resources collected by the raiders are plentiful. Leviathan definitely can't take them all at once. Orem made up his mind, muttering to himself, I need to go check the storage and try to find an opportunity. Buzz, the micro-terminal on his arm suddenly vibrated. Is it that damn captain again? Orem irritably opened the email. At that moment, a calm voice came from the terminal. Orem, I heard you encountered a demon star being? I'm very interested in this news. Please contact me for AR communication as soon as possible. Brother! Orem exclaimed in delight and hurried towards the aircraft. He dashed into the cockpit and began tapping on the control panel. Soon, an AR projection appeared in the cockpit. It was the figure of a handsome man, even more delicate than Orem, with his elven ears extending past his shoulders. Dear brother, long time no see, the handsome man said with a gentle smile. Darian, brother, long time no see. Orem returned the smile and asked, where are you now? Do we have a chance to meet? I'm afraid not. I'm in the distant Bensam star region, currently fighting a group of interstellar pirates. Darian explained. So far away, how did you end up there? Orem asked casually, not really expecting an answer, and continued, are you looking to learn about the demon star beings? I just happened to encounter one here. That's right, I have a friend who was searching for demon star beings, Darian said. I saw your superior's report in the Legion's intelligence system, so I came to find you right away. Orem then realized that his brother was considered a semi-senior member of the Nightmare Legion, so it was normal for him to access the intelligence system. The demon star being I'm up against is named Leviathan. He's a member of the evil spirit race. Orem thought for a moment and honestly shared his situation. I've been badly tricked by that guy. I might need to request support. Such a thing actually happened? Darian asked with concern. Are you okay? Are you injured? Sustained a little injury, Orem replied. How about this? I'll have my good friend rush over immediately. Darian thought for a moment and said, that demon star being will be dealt with soon. You can focus on your mission. Okay, thank you, brother. Orem was overjoyed. He wasn't the type to be stubborn. As long as he could take down Leviathan, seeking outside help was no problem at all. How can brothers say thank you to each other? Darian smiled and said, alright, send me the planet coordinates. Support will arrive soon. I still have things to take care of. Goodbye, brother. Orem closed the AR communication while sending out the planetary coordinates. Captain, our situation isn't good. Finalizing walked into the cockpit and began to report. Currently, there are fewer than 6 combat-capable members, and 2 heavily injured have yet to regain consciousness. It's fine, as long as I'm here for the upcoming battle, Orem said confidently. Finalizing felt a bit helpless and added, but the fighter's energy is also running low. We can't even activate combat mode, let alone use the particle accelerator cannon. I'll find a way to deal with the energy issue, Orem said, patting Finalizing on the shoulder. When I'm not around, you all take off with the fighter to prevent a surprise attack from Leviathan. Okay. Alright, Finalizing could only nod in agreement. After thinking for a moment, he asked, is that ape really a demon star person? I don't feel like it. Finalizing had once shared a room with a demon star person during his training in the Alliance army. To be honest, the giant ape bore no trace of a demon star person's aura. He can replicate abilities, replicate genes, Orem said lightly. In the entire universe, only the evil spirit race can do that. It's normal for Leviathan to hide his demon star aura while mingling with humans. Oh, I see, Finalizing finally felt relieved. They weren't afraid of a strong opponent, but rather a mysterious one. Because the unknown is the greatest terror and challenge. Once I get out of the fighter, you all take off immediately, and no one is allowed to go down. Orim issued a prohibition. Yes. I didn't expect the night in a foreign land to be so beautiful. Looking at the starry night sky, Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "It's just a pity that someone wants to break this beauty. They have destroyed countless beautiful civilizations, so of course, they won't care about the Earth star," Qin Shen said lightly. "Therefore, humanity must venture out and head towards the stars and the sea. We can only become a powerful race in the universe, and then they will develop a sense of awe for the Earth star." "How long will it take for humanity to grow strong?" Lu Qing asked. "Not long, because I have appeared." Qin Shen was so confident that Lu Qing widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. "Let me remind you, you're only 18, but I have organized a plan to annihilate the alien squad." Qin Shen laughed. "Before me, no one took action." Lu Qing couldn't refute this and could only sigh. "I have to say, you're a person that's hard to figure out. A man should be a bit mysterious to be interesting." Qin Shen joked. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the west, seemingly from the central region of the Oya kingdom. "Not good," Qin Shen murmured. "That's a resource storage point. It seems Orim has new ideas again." Lu Qing was a bit confused and quickly asked, "What's wrong with the resource storage point?" "I had Karami bury that batch of resources, but with Orim's strength, as long as he spends some time, he will definitely be able to dig it out," Qin Shen explained. "If he gets those resources, the interstellar fighter won't lack energy supply, and we will become even more passive." "Should we go stop him now?" Lu Qing suggested. "Even if we can't kill Orim, at least we can disrupt his actions." Qin Shen nodded and said, "Before we go, let me prepare a gift for him." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing showed a puzzled expression. Then, she saw Qin Shen take out a pitch-black flag. The flag was sewn from some kind of animal hide, its surface somewhat dirty, with remnants of filthy bloodstains that had already oxidized and darkened. "What is this?" Lu Qing asked, frowning. She felt that this flag was very sinister. Just seeing it for the first time made her uncomfortable. This is a high-level beast relic, the Deathmark Soul Banner. As long as the user has seen the target, it can ignore distance, curse the enemy, and quickly drain the target's life force. Qin Shen explained, "This technique is called Infinite Curse of Death." Lu Qing was somewhat surprised and quickly asked, "Such a terrifying ability? What are its side effects?" She had used beast relics before and knew the principle that the stronger the ability, the higher the cost. The side effect is that it lowers the user's luck, causing some low-probability events to occur. Qin Shen shrugged. Lu Qing frowned and asked, "Isn't it dangerous for you to use it then? If someone gets unlucky, they could really choke to death on their own saliva." "Who said I was going to use it myself?" Qin Shen laughed. "There are so many out-of-control people in the wilderness, just kill a few and turn them into death soldiers, and I can curse Orium to death." Lu Qing was at a loss for words. She thought Qin Shen's method was quite clever. This guy combined the ability to control death soldiers with beast relics, completely exempting himself from the side effects. "Shall we set off then?" Lu Qing tentatively suggested. "We can create death soldiers while on the road." Qin Shen nodded and said, "I'll go tell the others to hide." "We're here." Orium stared with his large beastly eyes, carefully observing the scene at the storage point. It had long been destroyed by Leviathan, leaving only countless mechanical remains of raiders. That batch of resources is massive. Even if we use the raider machines to transfer them, it will take at least a few days. Orium casually smashed a nearby small hill, pondering. So, Leviathan must have hidden the resources, and they are likely buried nearby. He was currently searching for mineral resources, partly to solve the energy problem of the war machines, and partly to recover losses for the Nightmare Legion. As for Leviathan, that guy was no longer a problem. As long as his brother Darian's friend arrived, he would undoubtedly die. "I need to dig up this land and see, if that guy wants to hide resources, they are most likely buried underground." With that thought, Orium stomped the ground and activated his extraordinary beast power. Countless giant trees began to churn in the earth, large clumps of soil being thrown aside, gradually forming several mounds. Nothing at all? The giant trees had already dug down 50 meters, yet Orium had not seen a trace of mineral resources. Could it be that Leviathan has help from his kin? Orium was somewhat uncertain. Those humans definitely did not have the ability to transfer resources, unless there was another powerful demon star being. The demon star was a unique existence in the universe. Most other planets had only one or two branches, while the demon star had countless branches, each with astonishing talents. For example, the evil spirit with the ability to replicate, the enchanting demon that confuses the mind, the phantom that controls time. No race could rival the demon star, except for the celestial star. They were, just like their planet's name, terrifying tyrants in the universe. While he was deep in thought, Orium suddenly felt discomfort within him. He sensed that his life force was slowly waning, as if cursed by something. No, if I continue to let my life force drain, I might faint. Orium had no time to think further and immediately controlled the giant trees and plants to spread towards him. Soon, specks of green light followed the branches and vines, all drilling into the giant turtle's body. This was the tree realm, survival wood, which could transfer the life force of the green plants to Orium, a true life-saving and healing technique. But it also has its limitations, which is that it cannot move during the treatment. If the enemy arrives at this time, Orium will have to become a living target. Why are you still so unlucky? Looking at the muddy Titan ape, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask. This guy was clearly supposed to activate the beast relic, but halfway through, he stepped into a mud pit and ended up in a sorry state. There's nothing I can do, the side effects are just too great. It followed the energy within the dead soldier and found its way to me, Qinshen said helplessly. This is actually quite good, after all, the dead soldier is taken on the death misfortune, so I only have to deal with a bit of awkwardness. Oh, I see. Lu Cheng nodded. Accelerate, I might still be unlucky next, so you don't have to wait for me, Qinshen said. Okay, then I'll go first. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing no longer lingered and immediately spread her wings to fly toward the destination. I hope nothing goes wrong in the battle, Qinshen murmured to himself. In his previous life, he had only heard of the great name of the Deathmark Soul Banner and had never truly mastered it. Now that he had experienced it, he felt that this thing was indeed not simple. It was ruthless to the enemy and also ruthless to its master. In the upcoming battle, I will try to use some stable abilities to avoid backfiring on myself, Qinshen whispered as he ran wildly. For now, the light of breaking illusions was his most unstable ability. If Qinshen happened to be unlucky, he might end up injuring himself. Screech! A sharp cry came from afar. It seemed Lu Qing had already engaged the enemy. Qinshen increased his speed and rushed in that direction. Damn it, it's you again. Orium, entangled in thick branches and vines, shouted to the sky, where's Leviathan? Is he hiding in some corner, ready to ambush me? Lu Qing sneered and said, yes, he's currently eyeing your weak spot, waiting for a chance to sneak attack. Perhaps having spent too much time with Qinshen, this girl had actually learned to deceive others. That guy was clearly still on the way, yet she had already started to scare the opponent. Despicable demon star people. Orium quickly looked around, trying to find Qinshen's figure. Extreme ice tooth cut. Seeing this situation, Lu Qing immediately activated her beast power. 8 icy gears howled toward the ancient tree turtle, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped to several degrees below zero. Tree realm burning spirit wood. Orium, under the healing of the survival wood, could not move easily. He could only draw a portion of power from the surrounding greenery to deal with the enemy. The ground trembled, and an incredibly tall figure slowly crawled up from the ground. Lu Qing focused her gaze and found that it was actually a terrifying treant, entirely dark red and with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Whoa! Although Lu Qing was somewhat surprised, she immediately controlled the extreme ice gears, preparing to evade the trent's interception and directly attack Orium's main body. Underestimate the burning spirit wood, and you will die a terrible death, Orium said confidently. Whoosh! Just as the extreme ice gears passed by the treant, it caught one with a single hand. Lu Qing furrowed her brows in confusion and quickly increased the supply of beast power. How can this guy catch the gears with bare hands? Her extreme ice gears were incredibly sharp and had never encountered an enemy they couldn't cut through. Logically, the gears should be able to slice through the trent's palm instantly and shouldn't be easily caught. Drip drip drop, a large puddle of liquid flowed from the trent's hand, which turned out to be water from the melted extreme ice. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing was somewhat shocked. Extreme ice was a high-level element, and ordinary flames could not affect it at all. The ability to instantly melt the gears meant that the treant must have mastered a very powerful flame. This is troublesome, the opponent possesses a strong flame, and my extreme ice won't be very effective. Lu Qing's expression turned difficult. She was somewhat puzzled, since Orium possessed the power of flames, why hadn't he used it before? I'll hold off the treant. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Looking at his nemesis who had just appeared, Orium finally realized he had been deceived by Lu Qing. He had been cautious, guarding against his surroundings, only to find he had been defending against the air all along. If he had known, he would have gone all out and killed this earthling first. The cost of summoning the flame treant must be very high. You attack his main body with all your strength, Qinshen commanded. Okay. Lu Qing once again summoned her beast power, condensing a new extreme ice gear. Meanwhile, Qinshen charged towards the flame treant, his hands radiating with thunderous light, exuding an unstoppable might. If it weren't for my life force inexplicably diminishing, I could easily take on 2 opponents, Orem said, feeling somewhat flustered, and quickly activated a new giant wood defense. He had clashed with the opponent 3 times, and each time unexpected situations arose, preventing him from exerting his full strength. The first time, he was injured by a dead soldier's explosion and had to retreat to recover. The second time, a teammate was poisoned and in critical danger, and as the captain, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. And now, due to his life force, he had to remain stationary. How frustrating! Orem cursed angrily, when reinforcements arrive, I'll tear both of you to pieces. Bang! Thick vines struck fiercely against the extreme ice gear, slightly slowing its flight speed. But the gear quickly sliced through the vines, instantly breaking through the giant wood defense. Orem was somewhat surprised and hurriedly summoned more vines to surge forward. Once my life force recovers to 70%, I'll escape immediately. Perhaps because he had run so much, Orem felt no sense of shame now. The enemy was so treacherous, what was wrong with him fleeing? Bang! On the other side, the giant ape landed a heavy punch on the Trent's face. The violent thunder exploded beside its mouth, sending countless wood chips flying, and the high temperature of the thunder even ignited the branches and leaves on the treant. But it immediately retaliated, spewing forth a torrent of flames from its mouth, covering a vast area with an astonishingly high temperature. Swish! The giant ape's black fur ignited instantly, causing Qin Chen to grimace in pain. If it weren't for his titan body, which could reduce elemental damage by 60%, he would have suffered severe burns. Source of decay. Qin Chen immediately used his attribute countering ability, and a massive torrent of water poured down from above, extinguishing the flames on his body. Then, he suddenly struck out with a palm, and the decaying torrent surged towards the treant like a giant wave from the deep sea. Boom! The treant once again spewed forth a torrent of raging fire, and the 2 elemental energies collided violently, creating a stalemate. Water couldn't extinguish fire, and fire couldn't consume water. This flame is strong, it can enhance my abilities. Seeing such powerful elemental energy, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel intrigued. But he had another question: does this flame belong to Orem, or to this treant? If the flame belonged to Orem's true form, then seizing this power would take longer. Because Qin Chen wasn't confident he could kill Orem yet, that guy had too many trump cards, and his moves were inexhaustible. He had to wait for infinite curse of death to gradually deplete his life force. In any case, if I can deal with the treant first, it should severely weaken Orem, right? Qin Chen thought as he withdrew the torrent of water. To be honest, his action was puzzling. Even the treant across from him showed a very strange expression. Boom! Without the torrent of water to block it, the blazing flames instantly engulfed the titan giant ape. In the dazzling firelight, only a struggling figure in pain could be seen. Qin Chen! Lu Qing exclaimed in shock upon inadvertently witnessing this scene. She never expected that the infallible Qin Chen would actually be suppressed by a treant. Ha! So this guy is afraid of fire. Orem laughed heartily. The magic star people are nothing like this. I haven't even fully mastered this flame power, and I've already suppressed him. Burn him alive. We can't let anything happen. Lu Qing hurriedly flew over to provide support. Just as she was about to use extreme ice to cool things down and save Qin Chen, she heard a steady voice coming from the flames. TSK, do the phantasm stars also enjoy popping champagne halfway through? You might be celebrating too early. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the flames. He stood over 30 meters tall, practically a building. The ancient tree tortoise was already considered a large monster, but compared to this terrifying figure, the tortoise seemed like it hadn't even grown up. Qin Chen, how did you become so huge? Lu Qing asked, both surprised and delighted. I have to thank our good friend Captain Orem. Without him summoning the treant, I wouldn't have been able to absorb the flames. Qin Chen replied with a smile. The Titan body possesses 2 passive abilities. One is to reduce elemental energy damage, and the other is to absorb elemental energy, increasing his own size. The enemies Qin Chen faced before weren't very strong, so he had never used the second passive ability. Now, the true power of the Titan gene had finally revealed itself. Staring at the towering giant ape, Orem said in astonishment, "What kind of monster are you? Is it really necessary to be so surprised?" Qin Chen sneered, "There are countless marvelous creatures in the universe, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see them anymore." With that, he reached out his enormous hand and lifted the flaming treant. Faced with such a threat, the not-so-bright treant immediately spat out flames in retaliation. "No!" Orem exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, the raging fire was completely absorbed into the giant ape's body, causing him to grow even larger. Raging thunder! Shin sneered, and dazzling lightning flickered between his palms, instantly spreading throughout the Trent's body along the branches. The surging thunder and fire enveloped it, as if it were about to turn to ashes. We can't let him continue. Orym quickly mobilized his beast power, trying to dispel the Treant. The Treant had siphoned off 40% of his beast power, making it an independent life form. If it were destroyed, that beast power would be wasted. Explosive force. Just as Chen ignited the Treant, he began to strike with his right fist, each punch packed with explosive force, waiting for a command to unleash the hidden power completely. Distract him with all your might. Let me kill this Treant first. Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately sprang into action. She spread her ice wings, and thousands of ice crystals fell like a torrential storm. Orym had to maintain the healing of the survival wood while also trying to recall the Treant, and now faced with an attack, he was truly stretched thin. Watching the howling storm of ice crystals approach, he could only give up on the Treant and focus entirely on defending himself. After all, his own body was key to continuing the fight. If he got hurt, he would likely be buried here alongside the Treant. Die for me! Chen shouted, slamming the Treant down to the ground. Bang bang bang, with a thought, a series of muffled sounds began to emanate from within the Treant, as if someone inside was beating it. This was the power of explosive force, capable of leaving unimaginable injuries within the enemy. Soon, the Treant became stiff and motionless, slowly turning into a dead giant log. Power Gene Plundered *10, Speed Gene *8, Shadow Burn Gene *10, can enhance related abilities, Ancient Wood Gene *3, collect 10 to activate a new gene ability. Hearing the system prompt, Chen revealed a look of joy. It turned out that the power known as the Burning Fire was independent of Orym and was just right for strengthening oneself. Use the fragments to enhance my abilities. Chen silently recited. Heartfire Burning retains the original group enhancement ability while also igniting the enemy's heartfire out of thin air, significantly reducing their attributes. After a period of time, the heartfire will spread throughout the enemy's body. A very good ability. Igniting out of thin air is equivalent to 100% hit rate. The enemy can't dodge it at all. After feeling the new power, Chen muttered to himself, its enhancement ability has also improved a lot, and it can lower the target's attributes. Quite comprehensive. Damn it, that guy must have copied the power of the Treant. While resisting the ice crystals, Orym thought through gritted teeth, I actually send out the Burning Fire that restrains me. How foolish. The Burning Fire was something he had found on a planet called Burning Star. This flame power was extremely fierce, capable of even burning down his tree realm. To prevent the enemy from obtaining it, Orym paid a great price to take in the Burning Fire. However, his main body could not master this attribute restraining ability at all. He could only stuff it into a specially made Treant body and cultivate it slowly. Even if the Treant died, it would perish along with the Burning Fire, leaving no trouble for Orym. But the problem was that the one who killed the Treant was a demonic star evil spirit, capable of perfectly replicating the Burning Fire. Simply put, Orym had easily handed over the knife that could kill him to the enemy. I must run. If Leviathan activates the Burning Fire, I will have no chance. Thinking of this, Orym suddenly broke free from the vines that were siphoning his life force, braving the ice crystal assault, and turned to flee. Countless green plants sprouted beneath his feet, rapidly spreading towards the distance. Chase him, that guy must be wary of something. Perhaps it's this Burning Fire. Chen shouted to Lu Qing. As he said this, a flame suddenly burst forth from his palm. Soon, a flame ignited at the hearts of the giant ape and the Xian phoenix, significantly enhancing their power and speed attributes. 40%? Feeling a surge of power suddenly within him, Lu Qing exclaimed, your attribute enhancement is almost better than that of the High Commissioner. Ha, it's just average, Chen modestly replied, then pointed in the direction where the green plants were spreading, saying, that guy has run 3 times in a row. We must not let him escape this time. Okay. Lu Qing nodded and took the lead, soaring in that direction. Just as Chen took a step, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and numbness in his ankle. The next second, his massive body, over 30 meters tall, crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, I only started having bad luck after the battle. Otherwise, Chen helplessly got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and hurriedly chased after the direction Orym had fled. Although the side effects had been greatly reduced, experiencing bad luck occasionally was still quite annoying. Damn it, those two are still chasing. Although his body was already showing signs of insufficient beast power supply, Orym dared not stop and could only desperately run towards an unknown direction. The central region of the Aoya kingdom was a vast desert. The deeper one went, the more desolate the scenery became. Even the endless out-of-control beings did not want to step into this godforsaken place. Orym, is this the burial ground you chose for yourself? In the sky, the voice of the Xian Phoenix sounded. This girl seemed to have learned from someone, increasingly enjoying using words to strike at her opponent's mindset. The only ones who will die are you. Aurum spat out a few shockwood bombs, spherical wooden explosives rapidly shooting up into the sky. Boom! Lu Qing merely made a 90-degree ascent and easily flew out of the explosion range of the shockwood. Seeing this situation, Aurum had no regrets, only accelerating his escape once more. His attack this time was merely to delay the enemy's pursuit, not to achieve any results. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening beast roar echoed from the distant desert. This sound was mixed with a terrifying pressure, forcing Lu Qing to stop and resist with all her might. Aurum's condition was not good either. The green plants beneath his feet seemed to be frightened by the pressure, losing their vibrant color. Is this an A-class beast king? Feeling the sweeping pressure, the late-arriving Qin Shen speculated. What did you figure out? Seeing Qin Shen deep in thought, Lu Qing quickly flew down to ask. This pressure is not simple. It feels like an A-class beast king, Qin Shen explained. This desert is lifeless, and even the out-of-control dare not step here, perhaps because a beast king is lurking. Hiss, Lu Qing gasped, asking, should we continue the chase? If we disturb the beast king, will we attract unnecessary trouble? Chase, Qin Shen said decisively. If we let Aurum escape again, it might lead to more complications. Looking at the man's resolute eyes, Lu Qing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, even if the Beast King interferes, we must bury Aurum here. Go! Qin Shen shouted softly and rushed towards the ancient tree giant turtle. Are you crazy? Aurum, who was gazing into the distance, was startled and quickly ran deeper into the desert. As he fled, he shouted, there's an A-class Beast King inside. Are you trying to perish with me? I will kill you, and the Beast King won't stop me. With a low roar from the giant ape, the thunder-wrapped black gold giant stick came crashing down. Tree realm substitute wood. Aurum's expression darkened as he could only use his life-saving move, while his main body accelerated deeper into the desert. An identical ancient tree giant turtle appeared in front of Qin Shen. Its aura was indistinguishable from Aurum's main body, but its beastly eyes showed no intelligence, clearly a substitute. The power of wood attributes is disgusting, its vitality is so tenacious, and it can find help anytime, anywhere, Qin Shen complained as he swung the giant stick, smashing it hard against the substitute giant turtle's head. Bang! The substitute giant turtle was incredibly strong, and its defense was terrifying. It actually pushed the giant stick away and lunged at Qin Shen to bite. This guy isn't the main body and can't use extraordinary abilities, it can only fight with its physical body. Qin Shen quickly identified the opponent's weakness. He immediately created distance and unleashed countless bolts of thunder. Soon, a dense net of lightning blocked the path between the giant turtle and the giant ape. Come on, charge in, and then go to your death, Qin Shen whispered. Just as he guessed, the substitute giant turtle foolishly charged over, crashing into the lightning trap specially woven for it. In an instant, thousands of bolts of lightning exploded in the trap, turning the substitute giant turtle black. Heartfiring burn. To test the effect of his new ability, Qin Shen directly ignited the heartfire of the substitute giant turtle. The aura of this creature quickly wilted, its resistance to the lightning slowed down, and its surface even began to dissipate beastly power. The effect is good, I'll use it on Aurum later, Qin Shen said with satisfaction. Although he could ignite the heartfire of the target without contact, this ability still had a distance limit, requiring him to be within 50 meters of the enemy. And now, Aurum had already pulled away several hundred meters from him. Block his path, I'll be there shortly, Qin Shen shouted to the sky while increasing the power of the lightning. You don't need to remind me, I've already started gathering strength, Lu Qing immediately responded. In the desert, countless high walls suddenly rose from the ground, composed of ice crystals with extreme hardness, capable of freezing any creature that came into contact with them. Aurum was running well when he nearly collided with an ice wall that had suddenly appeared. To be able to manipulate such a large scale of ice elements in the desert, is this woman really a native of Earth? He wondered, adjusting his direction to continue fleeing. Being beaten to a pulp by a creature from a lower civilization, Aurum felt utterly humiliated. If the opponent were also an interstellar race, he would feel much better about it. Give up, you can't escape anymore, you might as well fight us head-on. During the time he had wasted, Lu Qing had already caught up. Fight head-on? Aurum shouted, you two have ambushed me 3 times, is that what you call a head-on fight? Ha! Who told you that you couldn't handle us? Lu Qing sneered, when dealing with you damned colonizers, the human resistance never needs to adhere to martial ethics. If I had activated the particle cannon back then, these guys wouldn't be so arrogant now. At this point, Aurum felt a bit regretful, he wished he had taken Rock Repair's suggestion earlier. Extreme ice dust grind. Lu Qing didn't waste any time. While talking to Aurum, she had been gathering her strength. Surrounded by beastly power, countless ice walls began to move rapidly, crashing towards Aurum's location. They cleverly formed a closed space, trapping the ancient tree giant tortoise with no direction to escape. Tree Realm Earth Dragonwood. With obstacles on all sides and above, Aurum had no choice but to unleash his beastly power towards the ground, attempting to burrow underground. Dozens of wooden dragons quickly churned in the yellow sand, seemingly trying to dig a passage for their master. Boom! On the other side, Qin Shen smashed the head of the substitute giant tortoise with a punch, which quickly transformed into a section of dead giant wood, crashing to the ground. Whoosh! The giant ape showed no signs of stopping. As soon as he finished off the substitute, he immediately dashed towards Aurum's direction. Due to his excessive speed and large size, countless yellow sands were kicked up from Qin Shen's path, flying wildly with the howling wind. This guy actually stirred up a small sandstorm. Damn it, faster! Hearing the thunderous roar from afar, Aurum was burning with anxiety. If he didn't escape before Qin Shen arrived, his fate would likely be death. Rumble! With the desperate thrashing of the wooden dragons, a massive passage finally appeared in the sand. Without a second thought, Aurum dove right in. Boom! Just as he squeezed in, the 30-meter-tall titan giant ape crashed down. Qin Shen's right fist crackled with lightning as he slammed it against the side of the passage. Rumble! The terrifying force instantly transmitted underground, causing the earth to tremble. As countless yellow sands collapsed, a dark, mysterious entrance appeared before the three of them. It seemed like a bottomless abyss, buried under endless years of yellow sand. What is this? Aurum, who had just escaped from the ice wall, exclaimed in surprise. Beneath the sand lay a mysterious entrance, and they had just happened to stumble upon it. Ha, the heavens haven't abandoned me. After the initial shock, Aurum was overjoyed. Before Qin Shen could react, he actually deactivated his beast transformation and jumped into the mysterious entrance. If he continued to flee across the flat desert, he would surely be caught. Now that a mysterious entrance had appeared, he had to give it a try. A dead horse could be treated as a live one. Moreover, Aurum had already sensed with his beastly power that beneath the entrance was a vast space, perfect for escaping. What a stroke of luck! Qin Shen felt a bit frustrated. Shall we continue the chase? As Lu Qing descended from the sky, she transformed into human form. We definitely have to chase. There might be good things under the cave. Let's treat it like a dungeon run. Qin Shen also transformed into human form. He first glanced at the dark cave entrance, then leaped forward. Whoosh! The two of them fell rapidly, creating a rushing wind sound. This cave seemed to lead to a very deep place. They had been falling for almost a minute and still hadn't reached the bottom. Be cautious, don't get tricked by Aurum, Qin Shen reminded. If that guy had set a trap at the landing point, they could easily fall for it. Don't worry, I can activate the extreme ice shield, Lu Qing replied. It can protect us in a 360-degree radius, so we won't fear a sudden ambush. That's good. As Qin Shen spoke, he looked down. The cave had no light source, but strangely, their vision was not restricted at all. They could clearly see the rock patterns on the cave walls. We're almost there, Qin Shen whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately activated her beast power, enveloping herself and Qin Shen in the extreme ice shield. Soon, a thick spherical ice shield surrounded them. Bang bang! The two landed almost simultaneously, the sound echoing instantly in the underground cave, with multiple reverberations. This suggested that the mysterious cave was very large. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange sound came from near their feet. Qin Shen reacted quickly and dodged backward. He saw more than 10 thorny vines whipping toward them, clearly a trap left by Aurum. Just as Qin Shen reached out to pull Lu Qing back, he found that the girl fearlessly moved forward to meet it. Ping ping pong pong, the thorny vines struck the ice shield, and a wave of extreme cold spread along the vines to their roots, freezing them all. Looking at the ice shield, not even a white mark was left. I told you, the ice shield can protect us, Lu Qing turned back and smiled. As long as it's not Aurum's main body attacking, it can block any other attacks. Impressive, impressive. Qin Shen certainly wouldn't hold back on praise and quickly gave a thumbs up. Let's go, these vines have been frozen solid by me. Lu Qing snapped her fingers casually, and the vines quickly shattered into scattered ice shards. Only then did Qin Shen begin to observe their surroundings. The stone walls on both sides were engraved with strange patterns, some looked like spaceships, others like naval cannons, which should not be remnants of Earth civilization. Could this be an alien base? Looking at the stone walls covered in patterns, Lu Qing guessed with some confusion. Pretty close, Qin Shen said slowly. This cave is very deep, and the internal space is vast. It couldn't have been made by Earth creatures. That's true. Moreover, judging by the blurriness of these patterns, it feels like it happened a long, long time ago, Lu Qing nodded. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen said, let's hurry and chase, lest Orium finds some alien technology. If that guy obtained the alien device left in this cave, it could very well turn around and kill them. Okay. Lu Cheng nodded in agreement and quickly ran alongside Qin Shen. The ground of this cave was very flat, clearly having been specially leveled, which greatly increased their speed. Over there! Qin Shen, possessing the breaking illusion blue eyes, had extraordinary vision and soon spotted a figure running wildly in the distance. Orium, where do you think you're running to? Lu Qing shouted, conjuring multiple ice spikes in her hand and throwing them forward in a flash. Ha, you two are dead for sure. Unexpectedly, the previously panicked Orium suddenly burst into loud laughter. He summoned a giant wooden shield behind him, blocking all the ice spikes, and added, you must have noticed something's off, this cave is left behind by an interstellar race. Wait until I find the weapon, and you two will die here. You're so confident, aren't you afraid I'll get the weapon first? Qin Shen shouted curiously. Orium continued walking, sneering, I have the latest smart terminal, it only takes 2 seconds to crack the weapon lock. What are your chances of competing with me? Hearing this, Qin Shen felt a bit helpless. He wasn't even a real Demon Star person, let alone the latest smart terminal, he didn't even have a basic terminal. You must not be taken seriously, the Demon Star didn't even equip you with a terminal. Perhaps sensing victory was near, Orium began to mock loudly, let me guess, you were expelled from the Demon Star, or did you defect from it? He never considered that Qin Shen wasn't a Demon Star person and even imagined a storyline. Ah, right. Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, as this guy's taunts were completely non-threatening, barely even scratching the surface. Seeing Qin Shen unresponsive, Orium felt a bit exasperated. It was frustrating that the other party could provoke him with just a few words, while he had no way to retaliate. Forget it, let's find that weapon first. Orium shut his mouth and accelerated his run. His terminal had already detected a powerful weapon, but due to poor underground signals, the location of the weapon was quite vague. Whoosh! The three of them ran wildly and soon arrived at an underground river. The icy river water continuously crashed against the stone banks, producing a series of crisp sounds. The air here was very humid, and the ground was quite slippery. They had to control their speed to avoid losing control. Looking at the wide river, Orium jumped in without a second thought. He couldn't wait to eliminate the two behind him. Dare to jump in? Lu Qing shouted, quickly throwing a shard of extreme ice. As soon as it hit the water, the entire underground river froze instantly, the ice spreading towards Orium, who had already swum to the center of the river. Tree realm, driftwood. Orium quickly summoned the last of his beast power, conjuring 4 giant logs around him. They instantly formed a large raft, lifting him out of the water and avoiding the frozen crisis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After using this move, Orium gasped for breath. Aside from a portion needed to sustain his life, he had no beast power left. If it weren't for his lack of beast power, he wouldn't have taken the dangerous leap into the water. Finally found you. Orium stepped onto the raft and hurriedly reached the opposite bank. On the other side was a massive stone wall, beneath which was a sci-fi-like metal door, and the weapon Orium had been longing for was hidden behind that door. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen and Lu Qing quickly crossed the ice to stop Orium from opening the door. Open the door for me. Orium's eyes were filled with excitement as he slammed the emergency start button on the door. Beep, beep, beep. A rapid electronic alarm sounded from within the door. Quick, open it. Stop the alarm. Orium was frantic, glancing back. The two behind him were already less than 100 meters away. Interstellar race detected, Phantom Star people, enemy extermination system online. What? What are you talking about? After hearing the AI warning, Orium fell into endless confusion. Why did this AI left behind by an interstellar race want to eliminate him, another interstellar race? Logically, while there might be conflicts of interest between interstellar races, they would never be outright hostile. What race created this cave? Beep beep beep. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated in red light, and the stone walls shifted, revealing one terrifying weapon after another. The barrels of their guns and cannons were all aimed at Orium, and countless laser beams surrounded him, making escape impossible. No! Orium immediately fell into despair, collapsing weakly to the ground. He had fled for so long, exhausting all his beastly strength, just to arm himself to resist the enemy. But now, Qin Shen and Lu Qing were both stunned, standing on the ice, afraid to move for fear of being locked on by weapons. They never expected things to develop this way, with the alien forces actually driving Orium into the abyss. Phantom Star people, B3 level, classified as a target that must be eliminated. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8. The AI's voice was like the whisper of death, instantly bringing Orem to tears. He knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to accept such a tragic fate. Leviathan. Leviathan is a demon star person, kill him too. Perhaps it was the last madness before death, Orem cried and shouted at the top of his lungs. His right hand trembled as he desperately pointed to the center of the river, trying to drag Qin Shen down with him. Sorry, demon star person not detected. The intelligent AI paused and surprisingly addressed Qin Shen and Lu Qing. Friends from Earth, Eliza welcomes you. This sentence completely shattered Orem's psychological defenses. He pointed at Qin Shen, laughing and crying, saying, "You lied to me. Ha ha ha, you tricked me." Roar! The next second, a thunderous beast roar erupted in the cave. But this roar was filled with sorrow and regret. Target has gone berserk, eliminate immediately. Before Orem could fully beastify, all the laser beams suddenly contracted and instantly pierced through the giant turtle's body. Splash! Like laser cutting, the beams instantly divided the giant turtle into countless pieces, the foul-smelling beast blood slowly flowing into the underground river. Watching this scene, even Qin Shen, who had been reborn once, was left speechless in shock. One could only say that the world is unpredictable. No one could have imagined that the immensely powerful Vanguard captain would die so humbly beneath the ground. Beep beep beep. The warning red lights in the cave instantly disappeared, and countless armed forces also hid away, as if they had never appeared. Click, the mechanical door on the opposite riverbank opened automatically, revealing a soft yellow light inside. Dear friends from Earth, I am the base AI Eliza, please come inside the base as guests. Seeing the other party's good attitude, Qin Shen spoke up and asked, "Hello, my name is Qin Shen. I would like to ask, which interstellar race do you serve?" "The Orderers," Eliza replied, "but they have long since perished." Qin Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. He had never heard of the Orderers in his past life and had no idea what this mysterious race was. "Let's go in, after all, we can't resist," Qin Shen thought for a moment and said to Lu Qing. The strength of this alien base was too formidable for Orem to contend with, and it was the same for the two of them. "Then let's go," Lu Qing agreed readily. Power genes *20, speed genes *10, tree world genes *27, turtle shell genes *500 have been plundered. As they passed by someone, Qin Shen did not forget to plunder genes, and fortunately obtained the abilities the other party was proud of. "I'll study it slowly when I get back. Let's first clarify the current situation." Qin Shen stepped over the threshold first and entered the base, with Lu Qing immediately following. As the two entered, the mechanical door slowly closed. This was a clean and tidy base, yet completely empty. All the equipment was in good working order, as if it had been meticulously maintained all along. "Eliza, I have some questions." After observing the base, Qin Shen quickly asked the question that puzzled him, "Why are you so friendly to us Earthlings?" "According to my database, the friendship between the Order Keepers and Earthlings has lasted for thousands of years. As the base AI, I must host our Earth friends well," Eliza replied. "Thousands of years?" Qin Shen scratched his head and asked, "What kind of race are the Order Keepers?" "They are a race that yearns for peace, usually wandering through the universe, striving to resolve violent disputes," Eliza said slowly. "But thousands of years ago, the Order Keepers faced annihilation at the hands of the Alliance forces, suffering heavy casualties, with only a small number of survivors escaping to the Milky Way. And then they descended to Earth?" Lu Qing, curious, couldn't help but interject. "Not exactly, there are many suitable planets in the Milky Way, and the Order Keepers did not come to Earth immediately." Eliza suddenly hesitated, speaking in fragments. "As for the reason the Order Keepers descended to Earth, I'm sorry, I can't find relevant information in my database." After hearing this, Qin Shen lowered his head in thought. It seemed that the literal meaning of the Order Keepers was, those who maintain order. They maintain order in the universe, and the Alliance forces, as a war faction, would naturally see them as a threat and launch a crackdown. One could only say that the bad guys are too bad, making it impossible for the good to survive. "What caused the Order Keepers' demise?" Qin Shen looked up and asked. "They are a very unique race that must constantly absorb dark matter from the universe. If they stop absorbing, they will gradually perish." Eliza provided an example, saying, "The last Order Keeper died 500 years after stopping the absorption of dark matter." "Died 500 years later?" Lu Qing asked in surprise. "If they kept absorbing dark matter, wouldn't they be immortal?" "Theoretically, yes," Eliza agreed with her statement. "What a powerful race. They were almost exterminated by the Alliance forces?" Lu Qing sighed and murmured, "How strong must the Alliance forces be?" "Indeed very strong, but we must have confidence," Qin Shen encouraged. "After all, Orem is already dead, which shows that interstellar powerhouses are not that terrifying." "That's true." Remembering that their target was dead, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. Eliza, what mission did the Order Keepers leave you before they died? Qin Shen suddenly asked. To defend Earth and eliminate invading interstellar races, the base AI said word by word. Hearing this, Qin Shen revealed a meaningful expression, but if you stay underground, how many enemies can you really eliminate? Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Eliza fell silent, seemingly analyzing something. To be honest, we are fighting against the invasion of the Star Alliance forces. Qin Shen seized the opportunity and said deliberately, if at this moment, a superintelligent AI is willing to help humanity develop, it should be able to perfectly fulfill the Order Keeper's mission. Lu Qing looked at him expressionlessly, but inside she was secretly laughing. She knew Qin Shen would set his sights on this alien base, but she was also pleased with the outcome. If they could obtain the legacy of the Order Keepers and gain Eliza's assistance, their resistance against the Alliance forces would be much more assured. I see, humanity needs me. Eliza paused and said slowly, Qin Shen, could you please take me to the surface? In return, you will gain the authority of acting captain. Acting captain. What does that mean? Qin Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. The core of this base is a dark matter starship, integrating all the technology of the Order Keepers, Eliza explained. However, it has been offline for too long, it needs some time to reboot. Wow. Qin Shen showed a look of surprise. He originally only planned to take the AI, but he didn't expect to be able to take the entire base as well. This was simply a huge profit. Lu Qing was also quite excited. If Qin Shen could pilot the starship, then the remnants of the advanced teams would be no threat. Of course, my friend, Qin Shen grinned and said, what do I need to do for you? Please go to the main console and record your personal information to gain control of the starship, Eliza said, word by word. After exchanging a glance with Lu Qing, Qin Shen immediately walked towards the main console. Entering identity. Please wait. Identity entry successful. You have been granted acting captain privileges, Eliza announced while scanning Qin Shen's body. Not long after, she suddenly exclaimed, sounding quite puzzled. Qin Shen focused his mind, waiting for Eliza's inquiry. It was clear that the base AI had detected something unusual about his body. Captain, why do you have multiple biological genes within you? Eliza asked. Hearing this, Lu Qing felt both curious and conflicted. She was very curious about Qin Shen's secret, but as a friend, she certainly couldn't pry into someone else's privacy. I need to step outside for some air. Lu Qing waved her hand and understandingly walked outside. Seeing this, Qin Shen felt a bit more trust in her. It was already hard to come across a girl who was this considerate, so he naturally wanted to cherish it more. I possess a certain ability to absorb others' genes, Qin Shen said simply. But this is my secret, and I hope you won't disclose it. In the face of an AI that could scan his body, it was pointless to hide or lie. After all, Eliza could easily see that the Oran gene was present in Qin Shen's body. Alright, I won't save this information in the database. Eliza agreed to the confidentiality request and added, once the starship restarts, please allow me to conduct a comprehensive check to reduce the risk of genetic conflict. Sure, Qin Shen nodded in agreement. He quickly walked to the control panel and tentatively asked, what button do I need to press next? The starship's operating system is fully intelligent, you just need to give a voice command, Eliza reminded him. Qin Shen felt a bit embarrassed. He had destroyed starships in his past life but had never piloted such a massive vessel, so he naturally didn't know how to operate it. Then let's start, he said in a deep voice. Mission objective, return to the surface. The starship is restarting. Please wait. The next moment, the entire underground cave began to tremble and shake, with countless stones falling and producing a thunderous roar. Lu Qing nervously ran in and asked, Qin Shen, are we getting ready to go up? Yes, let's find a place to sit and wait. Qin Shen waved to her. The starship restart should take some time, let's rest for a bit. After receiving a positive response, Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she lifted her leg, Eliza's voice rang out, Captain, if you and your friend need to rest, you can go to the leisure cabin on the starship. There are prepared food and drinks there. Hasn't this place been abandoned for hundreds of years? Qin Shen asked curiously. How can there still be food? It's like this, the Order people love Earth cuisine and specially developed dark matter preservation technology, Eliza explained. With this technology, any food can be properly preserved for up to 1,000 years. Hearing this, Qin Shen sighed, tech geeks are really impressive. Following the voice guidance, the two quickly arrived at the leisure cabin. It was a vast entertainment area, neatly arranged with various recreational facilities. In the very center of the leisure cabin, there was even a bar. Welcome. May I ask what you would like to drink now? Behind the bar stood a humanoid robot, dressed in a server's uniform, its tone somewhat excited. The mission isn't over yet, we can't drink, just give me some soda, Lu Qing said. Her father had raised her with military discipline, so this girl adhered to the rules at all times. That's true, after we complete the mission, we'll have plenty of time to drink. Shinshin smiled at the robotic server and said, please get me a glass of juice. Would you like ice with that? The robotic server smiled. Yes, please, both replied in unison. After saying this, Lu Qing suddenly became a bit uneasy and quickly looked in another direction. Seeing her like this, Shinshin smiled silently and asked the robotic server, what's your name, and how long have you been here? Captain, my name is Gino, and I am an X-type service robot, the robotic server replied while scooping ice. I was manufactured 530 years ago, but unfortunately, my creator never got to taste the coffee I grind by hand. So, you've been waiting in this leisure pod for over 500 years? Lu Qing suddenly turned back to ask. Yes, Gino nodded and smiled. You two are the first guests I've had since I was manufactured. Lu Qing fell silent. For humans with shorter lifespans, 100 years is already a long time. Gino, born to be a server, had waited 500 years for its first guests. So how do you usually pass the time? Xin Chen asked. Of course, I practice my bartending skills, mixing various drinks, Gino smiled. Elisa occasionally comes here, but unfortunately, she refuses to install a taste system, so she can't help me appreciate the drinks. That's alright, there will be plenty of guests here in the future, let them see the bartending skills you've honed for 500 years. Xin Chen laughed. Gino showed a pleased expression and respectfully said, thank you, Captain, I will strive to serve every guest well. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over 2 drinks. Xin Chen picked up his glass and slowly drank, the sweet and sour juice refreshing as it flowed down his throat. Inside the advance fighter. Why hasn't the captain replied to me yet? Fenvili frowned as he opened the terminal and sent another voice message to Orim, Captain, an A-class powerhouse has applied to board the fighter, do you agree? After sending the message, Fenvili turned and left the cockpit, heading towards the fighter's door. Where's your captain? Hurry up and let him come out to see me. Outside the fighter, a powerful energy was spreading wildly, even beginning to penetrate the fighter's defense layer. This was the might of an A-class interstellar powerhouse. If they wished, they could easily destroy a starfighter. Hello, our captain is out on a mission and is on his way back. Fenvili quickly appeared, trying to appease the mysterious powerhouse. Please wait a moment, and do not attempt to take control of our fighter. Is this your captain's way of receiving guests? The figure cloaked in black robes said discontentedly, he's not here, so I can't come aboard the fighter to rest? Fenvili felt overwhelmed and quickly explained, I have already sent an email to the captain, and once he lifts the lockdown order, I will immediately invite you aboard. Tisk tsk, cowardly as a mouse, the figure in black said disdainfully. Fenvili had no choice but to grit his teeth and ask, may I ask how to address you? Bede, the figure's voice was hoarse, like a demon's whisper. So it's Lord Bede, Fenvili exclaimed. He had heard of Bede in his early years, a name that struck fear into the hearts of interstellar pirates. Some even rumored that pirates would rather attack the Alliance military branch than provoke the assassin Bede. Is your arrival on Earth to assist our captain? Fenwilly tentatively asked. The advance team encountered a demon star being. That guy is powerful and ruthless, and we've stumbled several times in a row. A single demon star being can throw you into chaos? Bed's tone was somewhat unfriendly. How did you manage to form the advance team with such strength? Did you take shortcuts? It's not that we're incompetent, but the opponent is too cunning. Fenwilly wasn't someone who liked to shirk responsibility, but with the opponent using poison and ambushes, what could they do? Bed paused for a moment and then asked, what is that demon star being called, and what abilities does he have? His name is Leviathan, a giant ape beast type, Fenwilly explained. The captain told me that Leviathan can replicate the abilities and genes of others, and he should be from the Demon Star Evil Spirit clan. At the same time, that guy's strength and speed are astonishing. He is only B1 level, yet his attributes can match those of a B3 level. Leviathan. Bed's tone was somewhat puzzled. How come I've never heard of this character before? Hearing this, Fenwilly added, Leviathan is mingling with the Earthlings. Could it be that he was expelled by the Demon Star? That's hard to say. Bed shook his head and asked, has your captain replied at all? I've been waiting outside for a long time. If he doesn't let me in soon, I might have to take a hard approach. Fenwilly quickly looked at the terminal and found there was still no reply. After thinking for a moment, he could only say, please board, Lord Bed. I will explain to the captain. Bed is a good friend of Orium's brother, so he shouldn't do anything to the advance team. If he isn't let in soon, it might cause a conflict. Oof. Bed's tone was dismissive as he swiftly entered the aircraft. Time passed second by second, and Fenwilly sent several more emails, but they all seemed to sink into the sea without a trace, receiving no response at all. At this point, even the dullest person could sense that something was wrong. Fenwilly thought for a moment and anxiously said to Bed, "My lord, our captain is very likely in danger." TSK. Bed asked impatiently, "Where did he go?" "I'll go check the situation." "He went to the storage point to look for energy," Fenwilly said while pointing at the electronic map. "And the storage point is the one that Leviathan destroyed. If you can't win, why go out? Wouldn't it be better to wait for me to arrive before taking action?" Bed's tone was quite disdainful, and he added, "Stop wasting time. You need to pilot the aircraft and take me to that place immediately." Although it was against the rules, rescuing the captain was urgent, so Fenwilly nodded in agreement. He hurriedly sat at the control panel and began piloting the aircraft. Bed stood with his hands behind his back in the cockpit, his eyes shining with intensity beneath his black robe. "Demon Star being Leviathan, I hope you can become my ticket back." Boom! The earth trembled, the desert collapsed, and countless yellow sands were suddenly lifted by a massive creature from beneath the ground, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant, the visibility across the entire desert plummeted, and multiple sandstorms rose up, slowly moving toward the desert's edge. When the yellow sand settled, a giant starship appeared in the sky above the desert. It was pitch black, so dark that it couldn't reflect any light, and from a distance, it looked like a flat black hole in the sky. Roar! A terrifying beast roar echoed from deep within the desert, seemingly meant to intimidate external enemies. Clearly, the Desert Beast King regarded the starship as an enemy, but it dared not show itself easily. After all, the oppressive presence of the starship was no joke. Its massive size of several hundred meters was enough to crush any creature on this planet. "Elisa, can I rename this starship?" Shin-chan asked tentatively from the captain's seat. After all, he was the acting captain and didn't know what instructions the order keeper had left for Elisa, so he could only try. "Of course, please draft a new ship name, Captain," Eliza responded. Shin-chan thought for a moment and then asked Lu Qing, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Ha?" Lu Qing was caught off guard by the sudden question. She thought it had nothing to do with her. "The mission of this starship is to guard the Earth. Why not approach it from that angle?" Lu Qing didn't suggest a name but provided a direction. "Then let's call it Star Guardian?" Shin-chan proposed. Lu Qing nodded and smiled. "That's a very meaningful name. I hope it can drive away all enemies." Eliza, rename the starship to Star Guardian. Shin-chan said. "The new ship name has been entered into the database. Please draft the next navigation plan, Captain," Eliza reminded. Shin-chan stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said, "Next, we will annihilate the advance team." He was already piloting a starship. Destroying an advance team was as simple as flying a dragon in their face, right? "Captain, I must remind you that the external armament of the starship has lost its functionality due to long-term lack of maintenance." Eliza suddenly poured cold water on him. "Only the internal armament is intact, which you should have seen for yourself, so I won't elaborate." Hearing this, Shin-chan awkwardly touched his neck and said, "It's fine, I'll bring up the weapons developed by the Earthlings. They can still destroy interstellar fighters." Lu Qing stifled a laugh beside him, occasionally glancing at Shin-chan's embarrassment. It was quite amusing. "Lord Bed, we have arrived at the destination." Fenwilly stood up from the pilot's seat and spoke to the figure in the black robe behind him. Bed quickly walked to the window and gazed into the distance. "Something's not right. Why do I feel a massive presence?" "Really?" Fenwilly looked confused. Below the fighter jet was just an endless desert, with no large objects in sight. However, several dust storms were moving below, swirling the yellow sand into the air. "There definitely is. I can feel it," Bed said urgently, demanding, "Quickly, let the fighter jet ascend. Low altitude is very dangerous." Fenwilly was a bit dazed. He had brought Bed to rescue his captain, so why were they now trying to escape? "What are you still dawdling for?" Bed scolded. The beast power within him was beginning to overflow, as if he could transform at any moment. This was the instinct of an A-class powerhouse, sensing danger in the air. Okay. Fenwilly was frightened by Bed and hurriedly sat back in the pilot's seat. But as soon as he grasped the control stick, an extremely shocking scene appeared before him. A massive starship, entirely black, slowly emerged from the yellow sand, revealing its terrifying exterior. It was hovering in low altitude, like a lurking giant from the deep sea. In an instant, a tremendous sense of oppression surged into Fenwilly's heart, causing his breath to quicken. "Get away, useless thing." Although Bed was also surprised, he was well experienced and did not lose his composure like Fenwilly. He pushed Fenwilly aside, took the pilot's seat himself, and suddenly pulled down the control stick. In the next second, the fighter jet roared to life, shooting upwards like an arrow. Compared to the starship, the fighter jet was like a mouse next to an elephant. This can't be a Demon Star battleship, right? Fenwilly finally regained his senses and stammered. Could it be that the captain was captured by this starship? Very likely. Once the fighter jet reached a safe altitude, Bed said slowly, "It seems that Orem is probably dead, otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored your emails. It's over. All over." Upon hearing this, Fenwilly slumped to the ground, his expression dejected. If the advance team leader was dead, the advance team would be immediately disbanded, and the members would be reassigned to other teams. This demon star person is not simple. Bed sighed softly, with such a high-level starship, could he be some big shot from the evil spirit clan? From his years of experience traversing the universe, he could tell that the actual value of this pitch-black starship was extremely high, even more formidable than the main ship of the Nightmare Legion. "Lord Bed, should you notify the higher-ups?" Fenwilly suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "The warship has appeared, the Demon Star army can't be far behind." Bed's gaze was somewhat strange as he replied lightly, "Don't rush, perhaps there will be a turn of events." "Ha?" Fenwilly was taken aback by his words. Other starships had already descended, what kind of turn could there be? Moreover, the relationship between the Nightmare Legion and the Demon Star was not good. Once the two forces met, it would only end in bloodshed. "I really need a Demon Star person, so I won't report to the Legion for now," Bed said ominously, his eyes glinting coldly. The threat in his words was very clear, even a fool could sense the murderous intent. Sweat instantly broke out on Fenwilly's forehead as he finally understood. Bed's main purpose for coming to the planet was the Demon Star person, not to assist their captain. With Orem's life in question and the pressure from the starship, this guy had completely changed his attitude. "What do you need me to do?" Fenwilly stammered. He understood Bed's meaning well. He had only two choices, obey or die. "Go tie up the remaining team members. I want to have a talk with Leviathan," Bed said coldly. In his eyes, the advanced team members were not even considered human, merely bargaining chips. "You want me to betray my teammates?" Fenwilly's voice trembled, and his attitude towards Bed had soured considerably. He had learned all about loyalty and unity at the military training academy, but at this critical moment, the Legion's higher-ups wanted him to betray his comrades? "Once Orem is dead, this advanced team will be as good as non-existent," Bed sneered. "And your teammates will be reassigned to other teams, becoming mere cannon fodder. So why not use their pitiful lives as stepping stones for your future development? As long as you do as I say, I can help you set up your own advance team. After all, you don't want to be just a vice captain forever, do you?" This statement instantly plunged Fenwilly into silence. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Stop hesitating," Bed said in a low voice. "Leviathan has a starship. If we don't satisfy him, we both die here. An A-class powerhouse could easily destroy fighter jets, but against a massive starship, they were powerless." "I understand. Please give me some time." Fenwilly seemed to have figured it out and quickly bowed in response. "Go ahead, you'll thank me later," Bed chuckled. Buzz. At that moment, a sudden electromagnetic rumble echoed through the desert. Bed focused his gaze and found that the pitch-black starship had begun to accelerate, flying in a certain direction. "Catch up and see what Leviathan will do next," Bed said, pushing the control stick, and the fighter jet immediately followed the starship. "Captain, we have an Alpha 7 fighter jet following us," Elisa suddenly reminded as the starship was in flight. "Oh, it must be the advance team members looking for their captain," Shinshin said nonchalantly, casually asking, "Our starship's external weapons are down, how's the external defense?" "The defense system is operating well and can withstand attacks from large starships," Elisa replied. Shinshin smiled and said, "Let's not worry about the tailgater, we'll slowly bombard them once we install the quantum cannon. Once we wipe out the advance team, we can return to Yanhua, right?" Lu Qing asked. "Of course, it should be within the next couple of days," Shinshin exhaled. He never expected the mission to be completed in this way. He originally thought there would be bloodshed and even the death of several team members. One could only say luck was on their side, as they unexpectedly picked up a powerful weapon while pursuing Orium. Professor Lu, an alien warship is invading." Looking at the dark starship approaching, Dai Hong, who was on lookout duty, was terrified and hurriedly fled towards the cave where the transport ship was hidden. "What's going on? Where is the warship?" Lu Wuxin quickly stepped out of the cave, but in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. "Enemy attack!" Old Lu shouted at the top of his lungs. He suddenly transformed into a golden-haired giant monkey and rushed into the cave. The other team members also hurriedly activated their beast forms, but they were somewhat at a loss. With Qin Shen not around, they had no idea how to deal with such a powerful enemy. Before long, the golden-haired giant monkey emerged from the cave, pushing a heavy weapon. "I never thought my first time using the quantum cannon would be to bombard a giant ship hundreds of meters long." Lu Wuxin actually burst into laughter, his laughter filled with both boldness and madness. For a professor who devoted himself entirely to weapon research, dying under firepower might be the most perfect fate. Quantum fluctuations detected, should we activate the dark matter shield? Eliza spoke quickly, immediately explaining the current situation. I forgot to tell them, it's my fault. Shin scratched his head and quickly said, those people are my teammates, establish communication with them immediately. Received. Eliza operated swiftly, and the voices of the team members immediately echoed inside the starship. Professor Liu, if we channel our beast power together, can we break through its defenses? Duan Feng asked. No, the material of this warship is too mysterious, the quantum cannon might only scratch the surface, Lu Wuxin responded immediately. Shin felt a bit embarrassed and quickly spoke up, Professor Liu, I currently control this starship, there's no need for an attack. Hearing Shen's voice from the starship, the team members fell into confusion. Lu Wuxin's mouth dropped open, unable to close it for a long time. Seeing that they were still somewhat skeptical, Shen had no choice but to leave the main control room with Lu Cheng and appear on the starship's deck along the corridor. He really is the captain. Li Zhenda said in disbelief, where did he get such a big guy? Dai Hong looked up at the starship, murmuring, I think the captain is not from Earth, he might be a fallen prince of some interstellar race. Ha ha ha, who knows? Duan Feng, who usually didn't care about external matters, was the first to regain his composure. He shouted to Chen, Captain, why don't you come down and explain? Otherwise, Professor Liu won't come to. Old Liu had long been in shock, his eyes vacant as if he were battling with celestial beings. Chen smiled helplessly, I'll be right there, you all prepare the quantum cannon to be mounted on this starship. Okay. Duan Feng replied while taking control of the quantum cannon from Lu Wuxin, preparing to push it over. Chen quickly returned to the ground, and as soon as he landed, Lu Wuxin rushed forward and asked eagerly, you said you can control this starship? Yeah, Chen turned back, pointing at the starship, and explained, this is the Star Sovereign, and I am its acting captain. This is too. Lu Wuxin's expression was excited, and he stammered for a long time without finishing his sentence. Seeing him like this, Chen smiled and said, calm down, there will be plenty of opportunities for the professor to study. Alright. Lu Wuxin repeatedly said good, his expression one of sheer delight. All personnel, prepare to board the ship. Chen raised his right hand and commanded, the operation is about to conclude, the final task is to eliminate the remaining advance party. Yes. Supplies, equipment, and transport planes were quickly transferred to the Star Voyager. At the end of the line, Kalami suddenly clenched his fist at the cave where they had resided for several days. Boom! Under the influence of the Aeon energy, the terrain began to change rapidly, and the cave vanished in the blink of an eye. Captain, once we board the starship, I won't be able to use Aeon energy anymore, Kalami said. Chen smiled and replied, it's fine. The upcoming operations will rely on this big guy, we can just rest easy. Kalami nodded, filled with curiosity, and quickly boarded the starship. As the hatch slowly closed, the Star Voyager roared into the sky, a cloud of dust instantly engulfing the temporary camp. Captain, the quantum cannon has been installed, Elisa announced as everyone had just taken a few sips of their drinks in the leisure cabin. Such efficiency, Chen marveled. Now, let's see its power. Please select a target for the strike, Captain. A virtual screen unfolded before Chen, marking potential enemies in the surrounding environment with red dots. Let's hit the tailgater first. Chen pointed to the nearest red dot to the starship. Captain, I've received a communication request, Elisa suddenly said. It's coming from that Alpha 7 fighter. Oh? Chen was curious and thought, are these guys going to surrender? After a moment of contemplation, he said, accept the communication, I want to see what they have to say. Connecting communication, connection successful. Soon, the figure of the black-robed assassin, Bed, appeared on the virtual screen. He politely said, greetings, Lord Leviathan. I am the assassin Bed, and I have taken control of the entire advance team. You took my enemies? Chen asked curiously. What do you want? Hearing this, it seemed the advance team had already been subdued? Your Excellency, you misunderstand, I have no ulterior motives, Bed said. As an advisor of the Nightmare Legion, I certainly cannot allow my subordinate team to disturb your enjoyment, so I bound them and am willing to hand them over to you. Chen was momentarily confused. He only knew that this assassin Bed was quite powerful. Seeing that Chen did not respond, Bed realized he needed to provide some evidence. He quickly shouted outside the cockpit, Fenwilly, bring them all in. But after waiting for about half a minute, there was still no movement outside. Witnessing this scene, Chen couldn't help but frown and asked, are you here to amuse me? Bed felt a bit awkward and quickly said, please wait, Your Excellency, I'll go check outside. With that, he hurried out of the cockpit. Just 10 seconds later, Bed returned to the communication screen, but Qin Shen could see he was radiating immense anger. Lord Leviathan, I sincerely apologize. That group of advance team members has escaped. Bed was extremely embarrassed but could only speak the truth. He had originally intended to use the lives of the advance team members to build a relationship, but unexpectedly, the chips had run away. Just as Qin Shen was about to speak, Elisa reminded him, Captain, the starship's flank is under attack by 2 Alpha 6 fighters. Should we retaliate? Activate defenses and pull up the relevant footage, Qin Shen said. He certainly knew who was attacking the starship, but he was just curious. They had clearly escaped, why did they come back to seek death? The virtual screen quickly displayed the footage of the starship's flank, where 2 small fighters were unleashing their firepower at them. Captain Orium, we will follow you to the end. Fenwilly's face showed a fearless expression, and the surviving team members behind him looked the same. Advance Team 1923, charge. 2 fighter jets transformed into blazing meteors, crashing violently into the side of the Star Guardian, yet leaving not a single mark. Watching such a scene, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. The advance team they had long wanted to annihilate ended in such a manner. Elisa, clean up the wreckage of the aircraft and eliminate any surviving forces. Qin Shen, accustomed to such scenes from his past life, showed no emotional fluctuation, appearing somewhat cold and ruthless. Understood. Bed's expression turned very grim, but it was concealed by his black robe, so no one saw it. He had persuaded Fenwilly for a long time, thinking that the guy had finally come to his senses, only to realize it was merely a delaying tactic. A mere vice-captain had managed to deceive the infamous assassin Bed, which was truly a humiliation for him. Mr. Bed, the advance team has been completely wiped out. Do you still wish to remain on Earth Star? Qin Shen suddenly turned and asked. It was clearly an eviction order. Although they had a starship, a single quantum cannon could not guarantee the complete annihilation of an A-level powerhouse. Only after the starship's armament was fully restored would Qin Shen have more confidence. I have some important matters to discuss with you, Your Excellency. Bed had no choice but to state his purpose. What matter? Qin Shen inquired. An A-level powerhouse, and an advisor of the Nightmare Legion, what could he want on Earth Star? Could we discuss this privately? Bed glanced at the people behind Qin Shen and made a request. Sure, just a moment. Qin Shen turned to his team and said, you all continue to rest, I'll go to the captain's room to talk with him. Now that we are alone, you can state your purpose, Qin Shen said as he sat in the captain's chair. Bed thought for a moment and spoke in a strange tone, I have come to Earth Star at the invitation of my friend Darien. Unfortunately, his brother Orem was killed by a monster from Earth Star. I rushed here, but still arrived a step too late. Hearing this, Qin Shen sneered, this is our first meeting, Mr. Bed, is your sincerity a bit excessive? It was obvious that the man in the black robe wanted to help Qin Shen evade responsibility, shifting the blame for Orem's death onto the out-of-control forces. This had both advantages and disadvantages for Qin Shen. The advantage was that it could delay the revenge actions of Orem's family, giving Qin Shen more time to develop. The downside was that it required reaching a deal with Bed, and the cost would likely be high. How could sincerity be excessive? Bed chuckled awkwardly and continued, I just want to be friends with you and establish a mutually beneficial relationship. Perhaps because Qin Shen seemed mature for his age, Bed increasingly felt that he was a significant figure in the Demon Star. No matter how strong an individual was, they could not surpass an entire supreme race. It was understandable for Assassin Bed to curry favor with a big shot. After all, asking someone to do something while being humble was not shameful. What do you want? Qin Shen asked casually, then pretended to be mysterious, saying, my father is extremely busy, it's best not to trouble him. It's just a small matter, I only need you to make a move, Bed quickly replied with a smile upon hearing the other party relent. I need to enter the Demon Star and require an invitation from the host. Qin Shen hadn't expected such a request and curiously asked, with so many Demon Star people wandering in the universe, why do you specifically come to this remote star system to find me? Bed felt a bit awkward. Could he say he initially wanted to capture a Demon Star person? If it weren't for the starship's presence, he might have acted long ago. It's a coincidence, just a coincidence, he quickly lied. I first accepted my friend's invitation and then learned of your existence on Earth Star. Oh. Qin Shen's expression remained indifferent as he said, Mr. Bed, your motives are unclear, how can I take you deeper into Earth Star? If you are a spy for the Nightmare Legion, wouldn't I be the one to take the blame? I'm just looking for someone, absolutely no conspiracy involved. Bed said, patting his chest, Killer Bed never does anything insidious. But you would betray a friend. Qin Shen interrupted him, a hint of mockery in his tone. Others had asked him to save their brother, but unexpectedly, this guy had gotten involved with the enemy, a clear case of selling out friends for personal gain. In the circle of interstellar assassins, friends are just for selling. After being exposed, Bed showed no embarrassment. Instead, he said, we only care about business because profit is more reliable than feelings. Alright then, let's continue our discussion. Shinshin said, but I must remind you that I have plans on Earth and have no intention of returning to the Demon Star for now. If you can't wait, please find someone else. This was, of course, a delaying tactic. He wasn't really a Demon Star person and could only buy time, hoping Bed would back off. That's fine, I just need a definite answer. Bed surprisingly said, if you can guarantee to take me to the Demon Star, I can wait for a while. Shinshin was helpless. What obsession did this guy have with the Demon Star? He had shown such an attitude, yet the other party could still accept. Come back in half a year, by then, I should be able to control Earth. Shinshin said expressionlessly. According to his growth rate, he would at least be promoted to A2 level in half a year. By that time, he wouldn't have to look back. A half year? Bed was taken aback. He thought he would have to wait at most 2 months. What's wrong? Shinshin revealed a condescending look. If you're not satisfied, you can leave now. Of course, before you go, you need to leave the fighter jets of the advance team behind, as they are my spoils. Bed sighed and said, I accept this condition. Very well, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Shinshin said, and I hope you can help cover up what happened today, so the Nightmare Legion and your friends won't disturb me. Of course, I will stay in the solar system, preventing others from entering Earth. Bed said. Finally hearing what he wanted, Shinshin couldn't help but smile. He had gone to great lengths to come to the kingdom of Oya, just to buy time for Earth to develop. In half a year, he would definitely be able to form a resistance. Mr. Bed, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Shinshin hinted. Bed was also speechless. Leviathan was really rude, not even inviting him to the starship. They had just reached an agreement, and he was already being kicked out of Earth? But thinking it over, it was understandable. The Demon Star people were universally recognized as a perverse race in the universe, not to mention being polite. Just having them speak amicably was already a stroke of luck. Lord Leviathan, I will wait near Mars. If anything changes, please let me know. Bed said. I will, just be patient. Shinshin promised. Whoosh! A small aircraft shot into the sky, instantly breaking through the atmospheric layer. Watching Bed leave, Shinshin smiled, finally got him to leave. My acting skills are not bad. On the Star Sovereign, in the main control hall. At dusk, Shinshin gathered all the members of the team. Professor Liu, the 2 damaged fighters have been repaired by Eliza. You can go up and study them later, so you can report back to the dome. Hearing this, Liu Wuxin's mood improved significantly. He hadn't managed to fire a shot with the quantum cannon from start to finish, which had left him somewhat frustrated. Now he could finally study interstellar fighters, which would help shift his focus. Old Liu thought for a moment and hesitated, saying, handing the fighters over to the dome seems a bit unworthy. The quantum cannon hasn't been used, so why should we hand over our things? It was clear that the old man regarded the dome as an outsider, taking a stand with the team. Shinshin smiled helplessly and said, we still need to cooperate with the dome later, we can't let our relationship sour. Besides, those 2 aircraft are just refurbished items, their actual value is average, and they can't be used for combat anymore. Professor Liu doesn't need to worry about it. Alright, then I'll study it later and see how to persuade the company, Liu Wuxin chuckled. The others, upon hearing this, all smiled. After spending time together, everyone had developed a certain respect for Professor Liu, treating him as a venerable elder in the team. Now that Professor Liu was willing to stand by their side, everyone was naturally pleased. Karami, I want to take that batch of mineral resources with me. You'll come down with me later and use your energy to dig them up, Shinshin said as he turned around. Oh, okay, Captain. Karami was a bit dazed. The blonde youth was pondering one thing. Now that the aliens had been defeated, would the captain leave the kingdom of Oya? Would he take himself and his sister with him? Seeing the confusion in Karami's eyes, Shinshin asked, are you thinking about your and your sister's future? Caught off guard, Karami awkwardly nodded. At 18, Shinshin was not only the captain and a strong individual but also skilled at reading people's hearts. Meanwhile, Karami felt he had nothing but his energy. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and animals. You are our foreign team member, there's no need for you to go to Yanhua, Shinshin smiled. Protecting Oya while growing up is your path. Karami took a deep breath and nodded, saying, I think so too. If I leave Oya, I won't be able to use my energy, and I won't be able to protect the survivors on this continent. That's very ambitious. I hope you can establish a branch of the Titan Legion here, Shinshin encouraged. I will leave some resources and potions to help you grow quickly. Karami's past life as General Cecil showed that he inherently possessed high talent and excellent character, so there was no need for Qin to interfere too much. Rushing things would only drain his potential. Thank you, Captain. I will work hard. Hope shone in Karami's eyes, as if he could envision a future. Under the influence of energy, the earth began to churn. Countless mineral resources surged from the ground like an oil gusher. Elisa, leave 1/5 of the resources, pack the rest into the starship, Qin commanded from the ground. Seeing the Yuxing ship extend multiple mechanical arms, he turned to Karami and said, make good use of this batch of resources, don't waste them. I understand. They will be used for the construction of the Legion branch. Karami nodded in response. Qin patted his shoulder and then spoke to the little girl beside him, Barbara, grow up with your brother. I hope the next time we meet, you can surprise me. We definitely will. Although Barbara didn't quite understand the meaning of this, she obediently replied. You can try to reach out to the survivors. With your energy, you should be able to protect yourself and your sister, Qin suggested. Last time, we encountered a responsible survivor leader named Lanket. Uncle Lanket? Karami asked in surprise. Is he bald and looks quite fierce? Qin laughed. It seems you know him. Then go find him to the east. Okay, Captain. Karami quickly took his sister's hand and loaded a full bag of potions onto his back. Thank you for your kindness, Captain. My sister and I will definitely repay you in the future. The siblings bowed to Qin in gratitude. Goodbye, Qin waved his hand. Goodbye, Captain. The silhouettes of the siblings flickered in the night, until they completely vanished. After returning to the starship, Qin asked Eliza, I'm a bit curious, what kind of energy does the starship consume? A starship of this size surely can't run on diesel, right? Any energy source in the universe can power the starship, Eliza explained. This even includes the batch of metal ores we just saw. Qin was somewhat puzzled and asked, are you saying that iron ore and copper ore can also be used as energy? Yes, the technology of the Order of Order is among the forefront of the universe, and this starship is their pinnacle of craftsmanship. Eliza replied, for Earth, the principles of this energy technology are too complex to be explained in human language. Qin scratched his head, looking a bit helpless. Being treated as illiterate by the starship's AI left him with no way to refute. So how long can our energy reserves last? Qin asked again. In normal mode, the starship's energy reserves can sustain about 100 years of flight, Eliza paused and said, but if we activate other functions or switch to combat mode, the energy reserves will become somewhat tight. Hearing this, Qin quickly began to think. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If he made no preparations and returned to Manhwa in the starship, he would surely attract the secret covetousness of the arrival faction. Those traitors in high positions could easily turn him into a national enemy with just a word, which would not be beneficial for future developments. Moreover, he couldn't stay on the starship forever. Once targeted by the arrival faction, he would have to face assassination attempts from A-class powerhouses. I need to let the starship slowly infiltrate the heart of Manhwa. When the arrival faction turns hostile, it will have its uses. Qin made up his mind. Both he and the Star Voyager needed time to grow. The former needed to quickly advance to A-class to gain a certain voice in Manhwa, while the latter needed to accelerate the reconstruction of its external armament systems to become the most terrifying trump card. Do we have stealth capabilities? Qin asked. Yes, but it requires a certain amount of energy, Eliza replied. Qin waved his hand and said, that's fine, let it consume, after all, the energy is free. Next mission, head to the Manhwa Kingdom. Brother Duan, what's the captain planning to do? Dai Hong asked with a squint. He's calling people into the captain's room one by one. Is he going to give out individual rewards? Duan Feng smiled and said, just be patient, you won't be disappointed. Dai Hong chuckled, a look of anticipation on his face, as if he was already thinking about what luxury items to indulge in after returning. Old Dai, boldly, the captain wants you both to go in together, Lin Wanru casually said as she came out of the captain's room. Her expression was very calm, showing no signs of joy. Dai Hong was a bit confused and quickly leaned in, whispering, Sister Wanru, what did the captain say to you? Share a bit, so I can be mentally prepared. What's there to share? Lin Wanru showed a strange expression and asked, do you need mental preparation for a reward? Upon hearing this, Dai Hong immediately laughed. Thank you, beautiful Wanru, I appreciate it. After saying that, he pulled his good brother and headed toward the captain's room. Tone it down. Li Zhengde scoffed. Don't let the captain see you acting so carefree. Dai Hong chuckled, don't worry, I know my limits. What are your plans for the future? Qin asked. Dai Hong felt a bit dazed. Why did it feel like he was about to be fired? He quickly expressed his loyalty, saying, "Of course, we brothers will follow the captain and continue to be shadow guards. Broaden your horizons." Shinshin laughed and said, "You have defeated alien enemies, and now you're going back to be a mere Dark Guard member. Isn't that a drop in status?" Cat and Mouse both widened their eyes. It turned out the captain wanted to poach from the Lin family, making them switch allegiances. "Captain, you really scared me. I thought you were going to fire us." Dai Hung breathed a sigh of relief and grinned, "Old Li and I have always been homeless, just accidentally falling under Boss Lin's command. Without the captain's promotion and guidance, we would have been taken out by Lin Yoshuan's people long ago." "Right," Li Zhengda added, "Cat and Mouse will only follow Titan." "Good, I'm glad to hear that." Shinshin smiled slightly. "That's all for now. Remember to check the notification on your bank card when you get back." Hearing this, the two quickly bowed their heads in thanks. "Thank you, Captain. We will continue to work hard." Go out and take a break, and please ask Lu Qing to come over." Shinshin nodded. Before the private conversation began, he had slowed down the starship's speed, intending to allow time for communication. Otherwise, they might not have exchanged a few words before the starship reached Yanhua. "You called for me?" Lu Qing walked into the captain's room with an easy expression. She wasn't Shinshin's subordinate, so she naturally wouldn't be reserved. "What are your plans next?" Shinshin's opening line was almost the same for everyone. "Earn military merit." Lu Qing said, "I want to enter the power center of Frostwind City, uncover the truth, and rescue my father." Shinshin replied, "In a relatively peaceful era, where is there so much military merit to earn? Besides, there are quite a few competitors in the Iron Camp, right?" "Just say what you mean, there's no need for us to beat around the bush," Lu Qing said casually. As soon as she said this, she regretted it a bit. Why did it sound like she was very close to Qin Shen? "Alright, we are good comrades," Shinshin smiled, "join my team. We can look out for each other." Lu Qing's trip to Oya was actually just to fulfill her promise to Qin Shen. She wasn't really a true member of the squad. Inviting her to join now was to plan for the future. Lu Qing thought for a moment and asked with some confusion, "But I have a military position, I don't have any free time, let alone to complete tasks." On the surface, her words were a refusal, but in reality, she had already acknowledged Qin Shen. "Calamai is a member of the squad stationed in Oya. You can certainly become a member of the squad stationed in Frostwind City's military camp." Shinshin smiled and explained, "I will only ask you to take action when the task is significant enough. At other times, you are still the captain of the Iron Camp and the leader of the Xinhuang squad. Listen to the orders, not the declarations?" Lu Qing asked curiously, "Are you willing to give me such great power?" Shinshin shrugged and said sincerely, "It's not about whether I want to or not, it's that you deserve such power. Only a fool would suppress the future lord of Frostwind City." Hearing this, Lu Qing's beautiful eyes widened. "You don't believe the rumors about Frostwind City, do you? I don't have the ability to be the lord. Moreover, that man won't relinquish his position. As long as my father doesn't appear, he will always hold power. He dares to pull your father down, you carry a great grudge, so what do you have to fear?" Shinshin said, "Do you want to watch your hometown fall into the hands of a petty person? If he can betray his mentor, he can certainly betray his fellow townsfolk." "Sigh, you're right," Lu Qing thought for a moment and nodded. "My father has already been framed and gone missing. I can't abandon the residents of Frostwind City. I will join." Upon hearing her response, Shinshin smiled. He had once again used the technique of exploiting weaknesses, and it had yielded good results. Lu Qing's weakness was simple: responsibility. Whether it was her responsibility as a daughter or her duty to protect her hometown, both were excellent factors for Qin Shen to successfully win her over. "Welcome, Deputy Captain Lu." Qin Shen clapped his hands and directly offered Lu Qing a position. "Then thank you, Captain." Lu Qing playfully replied, then asked, "Who should I call in for you?" "Please help me call in that transport pilot. I have something to discuss with him," Qin Shen said with a smile. Lu Qing paused for a moment and whispered, "You're not planning to silence him, are you? Although that would be a good way to handle it, still." That pilot had witnessed most of the squad's operations and had boarded the terrifying starship. If he were let go easily, he might leak secrets. "What are you thinking?" Qin Shen chuckled helplessly, "I'm not a murderer. That pilot is a top-notch flyer from the Transport Association and a rare talent for the entire Yanhua. If I killed him, who would fly that alpha fighter? Alright, then I can relax." Lu Qing smiled and turned to leave the captain's room. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, who was waiting outside the captain's room, felt his limbs go numb, as if sitting on pins and needles. He was just an ordinary person who had witnessed the strong annihilate an alien squad and had boarded an incredibly shocking interstellar warship. But now, the strongest member of that squad, Mr. Qin Shen, wanted to speak with him alone. "He's not planning to deal with me secretly, is he?" Wang Yi thought nervously, his movements stiff as he walked toward the captain's room. Qin. Mr. Qin. Hello. As soon as he entered the captain's room, Wang Yi stammered. He didn't even dare to show a mournful face, fearing it would anger the other party. After all, he was just a C-class beastman, with only the ability to fly a plane. Don't be nervous, I called you here for a good reason, Qin Shen said with a friendly smile. Please have a seat, no one here will harm you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Qin. Wang Yi felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly sat down opposite Qin Shen, but he only dared to occupy a third of the chair to show his respect. How many years have you worked at the Transport Association? Qin Shen asked curiously. 5 years. I joined the association right after graduating from flight school, Wang Yi replied honestly. Qin Shen smiled and asked, have you considered changing your workplace? Wang Yi was a bit stunned. He never expected Qin Shen would ask such a question, sounding like a headhunter from a talent agency. Mr. Qin means, for me to join your company? Wang Yi could hardly believe it and quickly followed up. I don't have a company, all I have right now is this starship, Qin Shen said with a smile. The team is just starting out, so conditions are inevitably a bit tough. If you're not willing to switch jobs, I can understand. No. With a positive response, Wang Yi suddenly became excited. Mr. Qin, to be honest, my initial dream was to join the Manhwa Air Force. Unfortunately, I have no talent in beast transformation, so I was eliminated. If you're willing to take me in, I will definitely repay you with all the flying skills I've learned. Hearing this, Qin Shen nodded and smiled. I see, welcome to our team. Wang Yi was overjoyed and quickly said, Mr. Qin. No, Captain, I will definitely work hard. What pilot doesn't love planes? And what pilot hasn't fantasized about flying a starship? Now that a great opportunity lay before him, Wang Yi was determined to seize it. Wang Yi, I hereby appoint you as the chief pilot of the Alpha 7 fighter. We will face endless alien enemies in the future, and I hope you won't let down the dreams of your youth, Qin Shen said solemnly. Yes, Captain. Wang Yi saluted. Just a reminder, don't let our situation leak out. Qin Shen ultimately added another layer of insurance. Once the news leaks, even if I don't take action, my enemies will take you away. Wang Yi quickly nodded and said, I will hold myself to military regulations and absolutely will not leak team secrets. Good, I believe you. Qin Shen smiled. Please help me call Professor Lu Wuxin over to discuss matters. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, and just as he turned to leave, the figure of the old Lu came in from outside. Hey, I was just about to look for you. Qin Shen chuckled. Lu Wuxin glanced at Wang Yi, who was exiting, and while closing the door, said, What are you up to, kid? This reminds me of the shadow of our homeroom teacher lecturing us one by one in childhood. It's really not a lecture, just to talk about the future. Qin Shen laughed heartily. Everyone has different thoughts. Only by talking one-on-one can we gain something. That's true. Lu Wuxin casually sat down opposite Qin Shen. I'm ready, those 2 aircraft for the handover can be given to the dome. Qin Shen was a bit curious and quickly asked, What has the professor done? Under Eliza's guidance, I dismantled some useful devices. The old Lu chuckled. If the company wants those technologies, they need to come with new chips to buy. The professor truly has a long-term vision. Qin Shen laughed heartily. This was reminiscent of some unscrupulous merchants selling heavily edited anime. By the way, what position are you going to give me? The old Lu deliberately put on a proud expression and said, If the position is too low, then don't tell me. I would be quite comfortable being a janitor on the starship. Qin Shen helplessly smiled. Professor Lu is joking again. The external armament system of the starship still needs you to install it. How could I possibly just give you a small position? That's more like it. Lu Wuxin laughed again. I really want to hurry back to the lab. I can't wait to arm the Yuxings. What does Eliza think about the armament? Since the conversation had reached this point, Qin Shen asked in that direction. Lu Wuxin scratched his head and said, She mentioned that there are many armed blueprints of the orderly people on the starship, all of which are very powerful, but unfortunately, the Earth lacks the relevant materials and cannot manufacture them at all. So for now, we can only use Earth's armaments to build the external firepower system of the starship. That's about what I expected. It's just that the professor will have to work hard. Qin Shen smiled. Lu Wuxin shook his head and said, For me, researching armaments is a kind of happiness. Researching the armaments to annihilate alien enemies is even more happiness within happiness. I just want to see Earth become strong before I die. It will happen. Qin Shen said solemnly. Lu Wuxin thought for a moment and brought up another topic. Where are you planning to park the starship? I need to remind you that we currently have no say. Exposing our trump cards too easily can easily lead to collective attacks. I know. Qin Shen nodded. before entering Yanhua, Eliza will activate the starship's cloaking function. At that time, I will find a deserted place to temporarily hide it. I know a good place, Lu Wuxin said mysteriously. That's where the dream begins. Xin Shen was a bit confused but quickly guessed what Lu Wuxin meant. Could it be Zhouhu City? He helplessly laughed. But we've already blown it up. If it's blown up, then we can repair it. Lu Wuxin chuckled. The Titan hunting corps is growing stronger. There has to be a base, right? We can use the excuse of building a base to secretly transport armaments and energy. Hearing this, Xin Shen sighed. Indeed, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Professor Lu is truly impressive. Of course, Lu Wuxin showed a proud expression. Since that's the case, I appoint Professor Lu Wuxin as the chief designer of the Yuxings, responsible for managing the internal and external armament systems. Good. The old man Lu clapped for himself and laughed. Next time we fight aliens, I must fire a few shots. Yanhua Air Force Command Center. Strange, this airspace clearly has no objects. How can there be such a large heat fluctuation? Could it be some flying beast kings releasing beast power energy? Very likely. Order the nearby Air Force to leave immediately. Do not approach this heat source. Thus, the Yuxings silently entered Yanhua's airspace. Frostwind City Defense Army Camp. All personnel, stand by for orders, immediately enter combat readiness. An urgent command suddenly came through the broadcast, causing the soldiers who were having lunch to jump up and rush to assemble. Our camp hasn't entered combat readiness for many years. What happened today? Someone asked in confusion. It could be an attack by the uncontrolled, otherwise there's no need for everyone to assemble. Boom, just as the words fell, 3 sci-fi-style fighter jets roared over the camp. They were so fast that they created multiple sonic booms in midair, causing many soldiers to cover their ears in pain. Could this be the United States fighter jets? Have they invaded Yanhua? Someone asked, dumbfounded. Hearing this speculation, someone instinctively retorted, impossible, given the current technological level of Earth, no country can achieve such flight speed. Look, there are 2 flags hanging under the jets. Someone shouted excitedly, one is the dome's emblem, but I don't recognize the other. That's the Titan emblem, related to the recently emerged hunting legion in the wilderness. Someone well-informed explained. Goodness, we better assemble quickly. Fighter jets ahead, please land immediately. The City Defense Army needs to conduct relevant safety checks. 8 armed helicopters were desperately tracking Qin Shen and the others, but due to the speed difference, the pilots couldn't even see the exhaust of the interstellar fighter jets. Captain, do we need to land? Wang Yi, sitting in the pilot's seat, turned to ask. It must be said that this guy had a strong driving talent, mastering the operation of the interstellar fighter jets in a short time. No need, just fly directly to the dome building, Qin Shen said. Let the company handle the City Defense Army. His entry into Frostwind City was for 3 things. First, to showcase strength with the interstellar fighter jets, which would not only establish Titan's reputation but also help Lu Qing gain momentum. Second, to trade 2 abandoned fighter jets with the dome for more benefits. As for the intact Type 7 fighter jets, Qin Shen would of course keep them for himself. Third, to deal with Yi Ting and the Yi family group. This was a decision he had made before going to Aoya country. As for the Yuxings, it had already concealed itself in the wilderness sky, and if Qin Shen needed it, he could summon it to Frostwind City at any time. Professor Lu, do you think 2 abandoned fighter jets can help the dome deal with the Yi family? Qin Shen asked. 2 are certainly not enough. After all, the Yi family is a large group in Frostwind City, with many supporters. The company won't easily take risks, but we can whet the company's appetite and paint a big picture for them, old Lu suggested. Qin Shen nodded and smiled. That's exactly what I meant. Hearing their conversation, Lu Qing curiously asked, are you being a bit hasty in dealing with the Yi family right after you return? To deal with such a behemoth, we must strike like lightning, leaving them no time to prepare, Qin Shen explained. If we give the Yi family a chance to breathe, our advantage will diminish significantly. Then, how exactly do you plan to attack? Lu Qing was still a bit confused. Are we really just going to attack head-on? No need to find any excuses? Qin Shen grinned and said, who said I was going to attack head-on? I'm just here to watch the fun and pick up the scraps. Ha! Lu Qing showed a bewildered expression. The internal strife of the Yi family will start soon, and when they are in a mess, that's when I'll launch my attack, Qin Shen explained. Lu Qing then suddenly understood and said with annoyance, you should have said that earlier. With an insider on the inside, our chances of winning are definitely doubled. So, can you guess who the insider is? Qin Shen smiled. Lu Qing touched her hair and speculated, could it be Miao Zixuan? She has a complicated relationship with you, which makes her very suspicious. Hearing this, Qin Shen was both amused and exasperated. You've misunderstood. Niao Zixuan and I have a normal adversarial relationship. What I said at the celebration banquet was just to annoy her on purpose. Oh, I thought you really had some love-hate relationship with her. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly and asked, so who is the insider? It can't possibly be that Lady Yi, right? Qin Shen didn't speak, just shrugged his shoulders. You told me before that you wouldn't lay a hand on Lady Yi. Lu Qing looked surprised and quickly asked, what kind of charm did you cast on her to make her willing to betray her husband and the Yi family for you? No, don't slander me. Qin Shen said helplessly, it sounds like I'm stealing someone else's wife, isn't it? Lu Qing retorted. Dai Xinlan is a schemer herself, always plotting for the Yi family's wealth. I'm just going with the flow, Qin Shen explained. Is that so? After hearing the truth, Lu Qing was somewhat shocked. Who would have thought that the Yi family's biggest enemy was actually the lady of the Yi family? There are too many chaotic situations in wealthy families, so many that you could never finish talking about them in a lifetime. Lu Wuxing shook his head inside. Every wealthy family goes through this, and only those who survive can be called a century-old family, but the Yi family lacks that kind of ambition. So that's why my father didn't build his own power. There is a reason for it, Lu Qing said thoughtfully. Your father is righteous and does not seek personal gain. He is indeed a renowned hero in Frost City. Qin Shen nodded and added, but there are too many bad people, and we must have the ability to protect ourselves, otherwise all our passion will go to waste. You are right. Once I find my father, I will suggest he change his strategy, Lu Qing replied. Buzz, 3 interstellar fighter jets landed steadily on the helipad of the dome building, attracting the attention of many company employees. Do not approach, everyone retreat. The dome guards quickly arrived, fully armed and on high alert, slowly tightening the encirclement around the 3 fighter jets. What are you doing? Can't you see the company flag hanging under the aircraft? Lu Wuxin was the first to step out of the jet and mocked the guards. Oh, it's Professor Lu. We are truly sorry, we didn't know this new type of fighter jet was your invention. The guard captain quickly apologized. If I could make such a fighter jet, my ancestors' graves would be smoking with pride, Lu Wuxin exaggeratedly declared to the onlookers. These 3 fighter jets are trophies that Mr. Qin Shen seized from aliens. Everyone can take pictures and post them on social media. This was something they had already discussed. Although the Yuxings was temporarily not to be exposed, the interstellar fighter jets could definitely be used to establish their reputation. Alien trophies was a very eye-catching phrase, suitable for news headlines. Aliens? Alien aircraft? The dome employees showed shocked expressions. When did their company venture into outer space? Lu Wuxin didn't say much more, as maintaining an air of mystery could lead to more speculation from outsiders. Unrelated personnel, return to your workstations. As Qin Shen stepped out of the fighter jet, a group of well-armed guards sealed off the entire tarmac, taking control of the area. Behind them appeared a group of elderly men in traditional Chinese attire, each wearing an excited smile. The NPC for the mission has arrived, let's get ready to put on a show. Qin Shen joked. Humph, just watch me dazzle them. Old Lu adjusted his attire, revealing a warm and amiable smile. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. As soon as he approached Qin Shen, Old D began to flatter him. The name Titan is truly extraordinary. Indeed, traveling thousands of miles to defeat the enemy chieftain and bringing back something crucial for the development of our planet. Another elder quickly chimed in, equally praising Qin Shen. Qin Shen shook his head and smiled. Flattery, flattery, I was just lucky to steal 3 fighter jets. Upon hearing this, the elders showed puzzled expressions and asked, steal? Didn't young Qin engage in battle with the alien enemies? Of course, there was a fight, but the alien powers were too strong to be eliminated. Qin Shen revealed a relieved expression inside. Now that I've finally returned to Yanhua, I can say I've fulfilled my mission. The hot potato can be handled by your company. With the strength of the dome, dealing with some alien enemies should be more than enough. Hearing this, the founders were taken aback. They wanted alien technology but did not want alien foes. Everyone was here to make money. Who would risk their lives? If there was a need to fight aliens, let the city defense army handle it. It was not the business of serious merchants. Directors, this enemy elimination operation was quite challenging. The strength of the aliens exceeded expectations, and Qin Shen truly did his best. Lu Wuxin spoke up from the side. There's no need for everyone to worry too much. Only one alien enemy survived. Although he is an A-class powerhouse, Aoya is far from Yanhua, and he cannot pursue us, Qin Shen explained. This statement seemed like a comfort but was actually a deliberate leak of dangerous information. A-class? Old Wang tugged at his beard, murmuring, an A-class alien is no simple matter. If he comes after us, our current city lord definitely won't be able to stop him. Exactly, the fighter jets originally belonged to them, and they must have tracking capabilities. Finding us shouldn't be too difficult, one elder frowned and said. Old D thought for a moment and said to Qin Chen, how about this? We are willing to provide more resources and armaments to help you eliminate that powerhouse. Let's not go there. In a one-on-one fight, external armaments won't be of much use. Qin Chen politely declined. Then what should we do? These 3 fighter jets are hot potatoes. Whoever takes them will be in trouble. Old Wang complained. Lu Wuxin seized the opportunity to jump in, saying, I have a suggestion, but it requires both sides to make some concessions. Young Lu, speak boldly. As long as it solves the problem, we will consider it. The elders encouraged. This proposal is called secretly crossing the Chen Song. We can have Qin Chen attract the attention of that alien powerhouse while we secretly accelerate our research. Once the technology is mature, we won't have to fear the alien threat anymore, Lu Wuxin said. Upon hearing this, the elders were certainly willing to accept, but for Qin Chen, this proposal was all harm and no benefit. He would definitely not agree. Professor Lu, is it fair to bully people like this? Qin Chen deliberately put on a disgruntled expression and said, I have already met your company's conditions. Why are you raising the stakes now? Don't be anxious, I haven't finished yet. Lu Wuxin turned to the founders and said, if we want Qin Chen to accept this condition, we in the dome cannot just wait idly. We need to provide some assistance and compensation. Yes, our company has always been generous. As long as young Qin is willing to help divert attention, the benefits will surely satisfy you. Wang Lao promised. For example, shares. If each of us gives you a bit of our shares, you can also hold power in the dome and reap profits. Di Lao directly presented a powerful weapon. Hearing this, Lu Wuxin quickly advised Qin Chen, speaking earnestly, you will definitely need to build your own power in the future, requiring a large amount of resources. Now is the perfect time to cooperate with the dome and accumulate capital. Professor Lu is right. Being alone makes me more suited to take risks. After pondering for a while, Qin Chen nodded and said, Founders, I am willing to accept the proposal just made and help the company attract the enemy's attention. Good. This is the spirit of never giving up. Being young is great. The old men beamed with joy. Then it's settled. 2 fighter jets will be handed over to the dome for research, and 1 fighter jet will be controlled by Qin Chen. In addition, Qin Chen will also receive shares in the dome and enter the management team. Lu Wuxin clapped his hands, finalizing the matter. Inside the fighter jet, Lu Cheng almost laughed to death. This old man and young man had completely bewildered the founders. Qin Chen had no intention of handing over the Type 7 fighter jet, but after that little act, he not only reasonably kept the Type 7 fighter jet but also gained many benefits, truly a model of getting something for nothing. After all, there were no alien enemies left on the continent of Aoya, and the imaginary enemy Qin Chen casually raised brought him abundant rewards. So refreshing. Back inside the fighter jet, Lu Wuxin laughed and said, now I feel balanced. If the dome wants to get something, they have to pay more. After all, their quantum cannon is useless. Old Lu had completely become part of Qin Chen's side, doing everything to help the team gain benefits. Things here are almost settled. Next, let's go check on the Yi family. Qin Chen said, the Yi group is a food tycoon in the southern region. If we can take control of their food industry, it will save a lot of costs in building the legion. After the Beastification disaster, global food production plummeted, and meat prices soared. In chaotic times, whoever controls food has the chance to become the overlord. The Yi group rose to prominence because of this, and with its monopoly on meat in the southern region, it naturally became the leader of the 13 noble families. That I need to wear a mask. My identity isn't suitable for direct involvement, Lu Qing mumbled. Qin Chen smiled helplessly and said, you go back to the military camp. I never intended for you to take the lead in this matter. Besides, what's the use of a mask? Who in Frostwind City doesn't know your extreme ice power? Alright, then I'll head back and get a pass for our fighter jet, Lu Qing laughed. Whoosh! The Alpha fighter jet instantly broke the sound barrier, flying towards the E building. Madam, there's a call for you. A beautiful secretary walked into the office and said to Dai Xinlan in a low voice. Oh, Dai Xinlan lazily stretched, her alluring figure immediately revealing an astonishing curve, causing the young secretary to blush. The gentleman said his surname is Qin and that he is your close friend, madam, the secretary said, lowering her head. Oh, so it's him. Upon hearing this, Dai Xinlan immediately got up from her office chair and casually picked up her personal phone. After thinking for a moment, she said to the secretary, you go ahead and hang up the call, I will call back. Her relationship with Qin Chen couldn't be exposed. If the Yi family found out, they would definitely be on guard. Yes, madam. The secretary quickly exited the office. About 2 minutes later, Dai Xinlan dialed Qin Chen's phone number. Madam Yi, long time no see. As soon as the call connected, Qin Chen directly asked, how are the little moves going? I can't wait any longer. Mr. Shin, do we really need to be in such a hurry? Dai Shinlan furrowed her delicate brows and said softly, if you give me a little more time to boil the frog in warm water, the Yi family will collapse on its own, and you won't need to exert too much effort. Shinlan-chan, time waits for no one. Shin Shen suddenly called her by a strange nickname and said, I remember a saying from the Sunwheel Nation, if a strategy is too complicated, it will inevitably fail. Now that I have returned to Frostwind City, there's no need to give the Yi family too much breathing room. Dai Shinlan was already confused by the nickname Shinlan-chan and had no thoughts left to respond. Mr. Shin, you make a valid point. After a minute of stabilizing her emotions, she said with a flushed face, then should I instigate the internal strife in the Yi family now? Yes, it's best to stir the pot and make the chaos even greater, Shin Chen replied. Shinlan understands. The beautiful lady paused for a moment and then asked, when will Mr. Shin arrive? I need to prepare in advance. The young man on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, just take a look outside the window. Hearing this vague instruction, Dai Shinlan was a bit puzzled. Why did Shin Chen suddenly want her to look outside? She stepped in her black patent leather high heels, her long legs moving quickly to the office window. Whoosh, the next second, a completely silver interstellar warship hovered outside the window, and Shin Chen was inside the ship waving at her. My heavens! Seeing this scene, Dai Shinlan covered her red lips with both hands, exclaiming repeatedly, he actually brought such a powerful weapon. As a member of the royal family of the Sunwheel Nation, even though Shin Yuxinlan was just a powerless puppet, her knowledge was still far beyond that of ordinary people. In her view, this kind of warship was definitely not of Earth technology, it was an alien product far beyond Earth's civilization level. With such a weapon, how could the Yi family resist the onslaught? Are you coming up for a joyride? Seeing the beautiful lady in a daze, Shin Chen made a joke. No, my task is to incite internal strife in the Yi family, I wouldn't dare disturb Mr. Shin. Dai Shinlan was not foolish,